Raymond's claim that the Watchers, the group he belonged to, existed solely to protect world peace. That, Jiraiya found a bit far-fetched. The world of Naruto was nothing like the world of One Piece. Here, the backdrop was one of nations locked in endless warfare. Frankly speaking, ninjas like them were nothing more than tools of killing. Even Konoha, which seemed more normal on the surface, was only less twisted. By comparison, in such a setting, speaking of peace and justice was a luxury, if not outright naive. Ironically, it was organizations, labeled as villainous, like the Akatsuki, that most often spoke of such lofty ideals. So when Jiraiya heard Raymond describe the Watchers as guardians of peace, he couldn't help but feel something was off. There was just something about it that didn't sit right with him. This was something Raymond hadn't fully considered. He simply hadn't thought it through. He only realized the problem when he saw Jiraiya's reaction, but at that point, it was clearly too late to backtrack. So he decided to just go with it and pressed on. Understand, Lord Jiraiya, you probably have a hard time believing all I've told you. But that's all right. In time, the truth will become clear. Only then did Jiraiya slowly speak. So, what's your real purpose in revealing your identity to me all of a sudden? It's always easier talking to someone smart, so I'll get straight to the point. Raymond chuckled lightly. We've received intelligence that the Akatsuki might use the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha as an opportunity to capture the Jinchuriki participating in them. They wouldn't dare. Jiraiya's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Most of the time, Jiraiya was all smiles and laughter, never coming across as the least bit threatening. Nothing like the legendary Sannin people spoke of. But that was only if he didn't touch his reverse scale. Naruto was one of the few things he could never compromise on. The fourth Hokage, Minato, had been his student and had given his life for Konoha. Naruto, as Minato's only living legacy, was someone Jiraiya would never let come to harm, no matter what. So the moment he heard Raymond say that Naruto was one of the Akatsuki's next targets, Jiraiya could not hold back his outrage. They're capable of anything. Naruto is only one of their targets. Gaara, the One-Tails Jinchuriki from the Sand Village, is also on their list, Raymond said coolly. So you've come to me hoping I'll join forces with you? Jiraiya asked. No, I just want you and that old man of yours to stay out of the way, came a raspy voice, cutting in unexpectedly. The speaker was the server who just walked in, carrying a tray and bringing tea for the two of them. But the moment Jiraiya heard that voice, his whole body tensed. He stared at the server in disbelief. Orochimaru. Jiraiya instantly recognized whose raspy voice it was. He never expected that Orochimaru, the notorious rogue ninja from the Leaf, would dare to appear before him so openly. Well, it's been a long time, Jiraiya. Orochimaru, still disguised as a waiter, served tea to the two of them. Is he one of yours? Jiraiya's expression darkened as he pointed at Raymond. No, nothing like that. We're just companions. There's no such thing as who belongs to whom. Of course, if we must draw a line, his status is actually above mine. Orochimaru replied with a hoarse chuckle. You taking orders from someone else? Jiraiya's tone was layered with mixed emotions. You should know by now, such things don't matter to me. Orochimaru answered coolly. What I seek is the secret of life itself, the truth that endures forever. As for rank and status, do those things mean anything to me? All these years, and you're still just as insufferable, Jiraiya said, curling his lip. The feeling is mutual, Orochimaru replied with a sly smile. So, have you two finished reminiscing? Raymond interjected. Jiraiya turned to Raymond, his voice tinged with curiosity. I never would have guessed, Ebisu, that you were hiding so much. I doubt anyone in the entire Leaf Village could have figured it out. Everyone has their secrets, don't they? Raymond replied with a faint smile, then added, but my secrets aren't really the point right now. Weren't we discussing the Akatsuki? Right, go on. Jiraiya gestured for Raymond to continue. In theory, Akatsuki has 10 members, each using a code name. 0, Azure, White, Vermilion, Black, Void South, North, 3, and Jade. But ever since Orochimaru defected... Wait, Orochimaru defected? Orochimaru, you joined Akatsuki too. Jiraiya suddenly looked as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Orochimaru shrugged. Akatsuki is made up of the top rogue ninjas from every major village. After I left the Leaf, they invited me to join. At the time, I had nothing better to do, so I accepted. Then why did you leave them later? Jiraiya asked, his curiosity piqued. I left because I felt like it. There's no complicated reason. Orochimaru replied, his face cold. As if I believed that, Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Raymond couldn't resist adding. Actually, it's because he tried to steal Itachi's body. Itachi was also an Akatsuki at the time. He failed and got thoroughly put in his place. That broke the rules of Akatsuki, so he had no choice but to run away again. Orochimaru's expression stiffened slightly at being exposed, but he didn't deny it. After all, it was true. He'd suffered a serious defeat at Itachi's hands. Itachi, huh? So he really did join Akatsuki. Looks like the information I got was right, Jiraiya murmured to himself. While investigating the Akatsuki, he had already gathered some information about its members, though he wasn't entirely sure of its accuracy. So far, he had never encountered any Akatsuki member head-on. All his intelligence had come indirectly. Similarly, he had absolutely no idea that the current leader of Akatsuki was, in fact, one of his former students, Nagato. As for Itachi, Lord Jiraiya, you already know him, so I won't say much more. His partner is Kisame Hashigaki, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. I'm sure you've heard of him as well. Raimon continued, introducing each member in turn. Raimon didn't hold anything back, giving Jiraiya a rough overview of the identities of the current Akatsuki members. But when Jiraiya heard that the Akatsuki's leader was actually Yahiko, he was visibly shaken. At first, he thought it was simply someone with the same name, but when both Yahiko and Konan were mentioned together, he knew it couldn't just be a coincidence. Why is it them? Jiraiya muttered, thrown into a tangle of emotions. With our strength, taking down Akatsuki shouldn't be too difficult. Raimon, why bother telling him all this? Orochimaru asked in confusion after Jiraiya had left. I just don't want too many unpredictable variables, Raimon replied coolly. Akatsuki is much deeper and more dangerous than you think, and this world itself is a lot more complicated than it appears. I don't want to waste my energy dealing with even Messier problems, so even if it's just a rabbit, I'll prepare as if I'm hunting a lion. Oh, are you saying Akatsuki still has secrets? Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Although he had joined Akatsuki before, his understanding of them was only superficial, perhaps not even as much as Itachi knew. Thus, he didn't think the Raimon Legion would have any trouble handling Akatsuki. But Raimon couldn't be bothered to explain any further. Just as he hadn't told Jiraiya that Yahiko was actually long dead and that it was Nagato controlling him now, nor that Nagato's motivation was born out of a twisted desire to make the world feel pain, let alone that Madara and Zetsu were manipulating everything from the shadows. The more he explained, the more questions Jiraiya would have, like how Raimon knew all this in the first place. So he chose to keep it simple. After all, Akatsuki's immediate goal really was to capture the Jinchuriki, and that alone was enough for Jiraiya and the third Hokage to choose their side. They would never stand by and watch Naruto get taken. As for whether Konoha might go after Orochimaru afterward, or whether they'd grow suspicious of the Watchers, a group Raimon had conveniently invented, and thus become enemies in the future, that was a problem for another day. By then, Raimon and his team would have long since withdrawn, so it was nothing worth worrying about. Let's not dwell on that. How are your preparations coming along? Raimon asked. Everything has been arranged. As long as Itachi passes on the information properly, there shouldn't be any problems, Orochimaru said with a smile. All right, if you need any help, just let me know and I'll send them over to assist you, Raymond nodded. I understand. Orochimaru knew Raymond was referring to his other alter egos and didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded in return, then slowly sank into the ground. This wasn't his real body, only a clone. Jiraiya must have noticed as well, which was why he showed no intention of making a move from start to finish. After all, destroying one of Orochimaru's clones would be meaningless. The first round of the Chunin exams was a written test, which weeded out a batch of useless genin, those without brains or any special abilities. The second round was a simulated field mission. The Forest of Death served as the venue for this outdoor trial. In the original timeline, it was in the Forest of Death that Orochimaru first revealed himself, drawing the attention of the Hidden Leaf. But this time, there was more than one Orochimaru present, and each one was more troublesome than the last. On the east side of the Forest of Death, Ebisu, I need a reasonable explanation. Why did the third Hokage order me to take your commands? A disgruntled voice demanded. The owner of that slightly irked voice was Anko Mitarashi, the chief examiner for this round of the exams. She put in a great deal of work for this event. She had personally designed both the content and the rules. Yet just half an hour ago, the third Hokage suddenly informed her that she was to follow Ebisu's orders unconditionally. This left her extremely dissatisfied. First off, Ebisu was only a special jonin. In terms of strength and seniority, he wasn't qualified to command her. Second, she was the one who had been handling everything from the start, and now Ebisu was swooping in to reap the rewards. Yes, it was true. No one could deny that a ninja's duty was to obey orders and complete missions. The third Hokage's command was not something she could refuse. But that didn't mean she had no temper, especially since she strongly suspected Ebisu was leveraging his position as the third's grandson's tutor to play favorites. Coupled with her own long-standing dislike for Ebisu's lecherous ways, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The third must have his reasons. Or are you questioning his judgment? Raymond asked with a sly smile. Don't twist my words. I never said that. Anko shot Raymond a fierce glare. Seeing Anko fuming, Raymond found it amusing. With a half-smile, he looked at her and asked, Do you really want to know the reason? Obviously, Anko snapped back, her annoyance clear. Then I'll just tell the truth. In fact, I'm actually a peerless master hiding in the Leaf Village. I heard some troublemakers are planning to disrupt this Chunin exam, so I had to reveal my identity and join forces with the third Hokage to foil their plot. Raimon spoke with a straight face, completely at ease. As if I believed that nonsense. Anko Mitarashi rolled her eyes. Clearly, she didn't believe a single word Raimon said, not even the punctuation. A peerless master? Working with the third Hokage? Only a fool would fall for that story. If she really took him seriously, she'd be mocked for the rest of her life. See, this is what I mean. You insist on asking, but when I tell you the truth, you won't believe it, Raimon said, shaking his head with a wry smile. I don't have time to argue with you. There's something going on over there. Come on, let's check it out. Anko's ears twitched ever so slightly, and she darted lightly toward the left, moving so nimbly that she was almost certainly trying to avoid being noticed by the examinees. Seeing this, Raimon hurried after her. Before he set off, he cast a glance in another direction and waved his hand, only then moving to follow. After he left, two figures finally emerged from behind a towering tree several hundred meters from where he had just been. It seems he noticed us, Jiraiya said quietly. Beside him stood an elderly man wearing a bamboo hat, their teacher, and the third Hokage himself, Hiruzen. Sarutobi, to be on the safe side, they had both slipped quietly into the forest of death, though for now, they had no intention of revealing themselves. Is it possible he isn't actually Ebisu? The third considered aloud, his tone thoughtful. Not a chance, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. I've been close enough to him. If he'd use a transformation jutsu or any kind of disguise to pose as Ebisu, there's no way it would slip past me. The third nodded, satisfied with the answer. He trusted Jiraiya's keen instincts. After all, the Toad Sage had undergone special training. But if he really is Ebisu, that means there's been a hidden force in the ninja world all this time, one that no one has ever noticed. That's worry clouded the third's features. I don't see it as a bad thing, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. Take this situation, for example. If it weren't for these unknown forces, even if we noticed the Akatsuki's intentions, we might not be able to stop them. But now, at least we have a bit of leverage. I hope I'm just overthinking it. The third Hokage sighed softly, but the concern on his face didn't fade, even after Jiraiya's reassurance. The third had always been aware of Akatsuki's existence, something even Jiraiya didn't. No, but as for these watchers, he never heard a single whisper. This sense of the unknown made him uneasy, as though things were slipping beyond his control, but he couldn't bring himself to voice these worries aloud. You jerks! Give us back our scroll right now, or we'll send you flying. Naruto glared unhappily at the two people standing across from him. This time, the Forest of Death mission required each team to collect a pair of scrolls. Only by gathering both would they pass, and there were only 13 sets of scrolls scattered throughout the entire forest. This meant that contestants might end up competing against each other. Naruto's team had barely entered when they found a scroll. Just as they got their hands on it, two strangers appeared out of nowhere and snatched it away. Naturally, Naruto couldn't stand for that. Don't be rash, Naruto! A hand shot out to hold him back, stopping him in his tracks. Don't stop me, Kabuto. I'm going to send those guys flying. Naruto tried to shake off the hand gripping his arm. Naruto didn't really have his guard up against Kabuto, knowing they were both perennial underdogs. He'd heard Kabuto had never passed the Chunin exams, so he'd always remained a genin. Kabuto's right, Naruto, don't do anything reckless. Sakura spoke up, trying to stop him as well. Haven't you noticed? Those two aren't even contestants in this exam. Sakura's words made Naruto pause. Scratching his head, he muttered, Huh? They're not contestants? They're they staff. It's not that simple. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, staring hard at the two strangers. There's a heavy hostility coming from them. They're here for us. Clearly, everyone except Naruto had already sensed something was off about this situation. Who are you, really? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his tone grave. So you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, huh? The blonde brat. Finding you was easier than I thought. The young man with the braid looked at Naruto, excitement in his voice. Then he glanced at Sasuke. And you must be Sasuke, Itachi's little brother? Don't worry, we're not going to kill you. I have no interest in being hunted down by that guy. You know that man. The moment Sasuke heard the braided youth mention Itachi, his expression darkened instantly. Did I say something I shouldn't have, Sasori-senpai? The braided young man blinked and turned to his companion. You should just keep your mouth shut. You're so noisy. The hunched, middle-aged man beside him replied impatiently. There was no need to ask. The two were clearly Deidara and Sasori from the Akatsuki. Sasori's gaze swept over the four of them, finally settling on Kabuto. He spoke slowly. I recognize you. Kabuto's eyes flickered as he tried to remain calm. I'm afraid I don't recall ever meeting you. There's no point in pretending in front of me. Once I've seen someone, even just once, I never forget a face, Sasori said lightly. If I'm not mistaken, you're one of Orochimaru's subordinates, aren't you? What? Sakura gasped in shock. Sasuke, upon hearing Itachi's name, was swept away by a storm of memories and momentarily lost his sharpness, completely missing whatever Sasori was saying. As for Naruto, his wits were never really present to begin with. He had no idea who Orochimaru was. If he'd ever heard the name, it had long slipped his mind. Only Sakura, ever the diligent student, knew Konoha's history inside and out. She understood that Orochimaru was the third Hokage student, one of the legendary Sannin, and, most crucially, that he was now a rogue ninja, a traitor to the village. If Kabuto truly served Orochimaru, that would mean he was an undercover spy in Konoha. The realization sent a chill down Sakura's spine, and her wariness toward Kabuto deepened at once. Boom! Before Kabuto could react, an explosion shattered the air to their left, forcing two figures out of hiding. Have you two seen enough yet? Deidara asked with a sly grin, his eyes locked on the pair he'd just flushed out. The explosion was clearly his handiwork. He'd noticed them lurking nearby for some time, but instead of calling them out, he simply set off a bomb to drive them into the open. Anko-sensei, grim-faced pervert. Sakura and Naruto each recognized one of the newcomers. Indeed, the ones forced out by Deidara were none other than Raimon and Anko Mitarashi, who had been keeping to the shadows, waiting to see how things would unfold. Raimon, for his part, wasn't remotely surprised by the scene before him. After all, he had deliberately lured Sasori and the others here. And this time, it wasn't just Sasori and Deidara who had shown up. Itachi and Kisame, as well as Haiden and Kakuzu, had all arrived in the Forest of Death. To make things even more complicated, there was likely a Zetsu lurking somewhere in the shadows, observing everything. A detail even Itachi wasn't quite sure of. But Raimon knew. For someone like Zetsu, who fancied himself the mastermind behind the scenes, an event like this was simply too tempting to pass up. Anko, on the other hand, was anything but calm. Though she couldn't yet confirm the identities of Sasori and Deidara, it was obvious enough. Anyone bold enough to disrupt Konoha's Chunin exams had to be extraordinarily dangerous. More than anything, she could sense an unsettling aura of danger radiating from the two of them. But that wasn't what truly unsettled her. What truly threw her off was what Sasori had just said to Kabuto. It left her completely rattled. You're working for him? Anko fixed Kabuto with a piercing stare. Compared with Sasori and Deidara, Anko clearly cared more about Orochimaru, her former mentor. Kabuto considered denying it, but he knew full well that, at this point, no amount of denial could clear him of suspicion. With that in mind, he simply nodded and admitted, it's true. I've been Orochimaru-sama's undercover agent in Konoha. But, Anko-senpai, what you should be worrying about right now isn't me. It's them. Mitari Anko hadn't expected Kabuto to so readily and decisively admit his identity as an undercover agent, and she froze for a moment in surprise. But she quickly caught on to Kabuto's words and turned her gaze to Sasori and Deidara. Who exactly are you two? Almost got ignored there, huh? Deidara perked up, brimming with excitement at Anko's question. The name's Deidara. As for my companion, he's Sasori-senpai. I think you must have heard of us. Anko felt her heart plummet into an abyss. Indeed, she had heard those names before, and she knew only too well the terrifying reputation that trailed them. To put it simply, the two standing before her were just as formidable as her former teacher. Even if she had to face just one of them, she had no confidence she could survive, let alone up against both. I'll try to hold them off for a bit. You take Naruto and the others and escape first. Anko said quietly to Raimon. Hold us off? Heh, not just you. Even your teacher, the one Sasori-senpai, can't stop talking about wanting to eliminate. Wouldn't stand a chance, Deidara replied with a mischievous grin. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, a new and unfamiliar voice sounded. From behind a nearby large tree, a young kunoichi wearing a grass village forehead protector slowly emerged, as if she had simply been passing by. Anko recognized the grass ninja, though her presence had never been particularly striking. But for a genin to appear at a time like this, and in this manner, even the back of Anko's head could sense that something was amiss. Orochimaru, after all these years, you're just as disgusting as ever. Sasori spoke in a cold, detached tone. It was clear that while Orochimaru's transformation jutsu could fool Anko and the other examiners, it stood no chance against someone of Sasori's caliber, someone who knew him well. Deidara could tell that the kunoichi before them was in disguise, but he couldn't discern her true identity. Sasori, however, recognized Orochimaru at a glance. What? Hearing Sasori reveal Orochimaru's true identity, Anko's whole body trembled in shock, her face filled with disbelief. She had never imagined she would see her former teacher again under such circumstances, and in such a way. She considered herself to know him well. For him to use a false identity to silently infiltrate the Leaf, he must have had some unspeakable motive. But now, with both Sasori and Deidara, two walking powder kegs, present, Anko didn't know what to do next. Whether it was Sasori and Deidara, or her former teacher Orochimaru, each of them was a force she could not possibly handle. Even if she risked everything, it would likely make little difference. She was quite aware of this in her heart. When she said she would hold off Sasori and Deidara on her own, it was only a last resort, a plan born of necessity. In truth, she knew that even if she sacrificed herself, the chance of making a real difference was less than 1 in 10,000. Sir, Kabuto clearly knew that Orochimaru was also taking part in this exam. The moment he saw Orochimaru appear, he immediately greeted him. Having had his identity exposed, Orochimaru didn't seem to mind. The skin on his face shed itself like a snake's molt, revealing his true appearance. His original, hoarse voice returned as he chuckled dryly. Who would have thought that in such a trivial Chunin exam, I'd run into old friends? What a delightful surprise. We've never been friends, Orochimaru. It seems you have a misunderstanding about the meaning of friendship, Sasori replied coolly. Deidara let out a cruel laugh. I've always wanted to meet you, to see what kind of person could make Sasori-senpai think of them so often. Well, now that you've met me, what do you think? Orochimaru asked, smiling. Deidara sneered. Meeting you in person is nothing compared to your reputation. The legendary Sannin turns out to be rather ordinary. I must say, I'm disappointed. Are all kids these days so arrogant? Orochimaru glanced at Sasori. Sasori remained expressionless, ignoring Orochimaru altogether. Deidara continued with excitement. Originally, I thought we were just here to capture a Jinchuriki, but it seems we've stumbled on an unexpected prize. If we take you back, I bet Pain will be quite surprised. Orochimaru was about to speak when suddenly, an angry voice cut through the conversation. Tell me where he is. This abrupt outburst caught everyone off guard. They turned to see that the speaker was Sasuke, who had been trembling slightly, lost in his memories until now. At this moment, his face was cold and murderous as he stared intently at Deidara, looking ready to risk everything at the slightest provocation. Kabuto and Anko, both aware of the tense situation, were momentarily speechless. Sasuke, this is not the time for reckless behavior. Anko hurriedly tried to restrain him. She had already noticed that Orochimaru, her former teacher, seemed to be at odds with the two from Akatsuki, and she was planning to take the opportunity to escape with the examinees when they inevitably clashed. She hadn't expected Sasuke to suddenly step forward and draw everyone's attention to himself. However, Sasuke clearly had no intention of listening to her. He continued to glare at Deidara, his voice sharp and unyielding. Tell me where he is. The smile that had been on Deidara's face vanished instantly. He replied coldly. Do you even know who you're talking to? I asked you, where is he? Sasuke shouted again, his demand echoing in the air. It seems you really don't understand who you're dealing with. In that case, let me give you a lesson on behalf of Itachi-senpai. Deidara's expression darkened, his tone menacing. Most members of the Akatsuki are mentally unstable, if one were to put it nicely, they'd say their minds are a bit unsettled. To put it bluntly, they're downright lunatics. In comparison, Orochimaru is actually one of the more normal ones in the group. As for Deidara, his level of madness easily ranks among the top 3. Originally, for Itachi's sake, Deidara had no intention of doing anything to Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was far too insignificant in his eyes. But that didn't mean he would tolerate Sasuke's insolence. As an artist, he absolutely refused to allow anyone to show him disrespect. Of course, Deidara had no plans to kill Sasuke. Everyone in the Akatsuki knew that Itachi actually cared a great deal about his little brother, and none of them would risk provoking Itachi without good reason. Deidara had once suffered defeat at Itachi's hands and knew just how terrifying he could be. He had no desire to be hunted across the world by him. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Sasuke. With a loud smack, Sasuke was sent crashing to the ground, instantly knocked unconscious. This left everyone, Deidara included, utterly stunned. With his face taut, Naruto stammered, "S-sensei, why you? Ebisu, what are you doing?" Anko Mitarashi exclaimed in disbelief. "If it weren't for Itachi, I'd have given him a beating already. Did you want me to stand by and watch him keep making a fool of himself?" Raymond said with a look of disdain, wiping his hand on the unconscious Sasuke before picking him up and tossing him to the still-stunned Anko. "My, Sasuke-kun is still as adorable as ever." Orochimaru gazed at the unconscious Sasuke, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "All right, Orochimaru, enough with the chatter. There are two of them. Pick one, and I'll take the other," Raymond said to Orochimaru. At Raymond's words, Anko, who hadn't quite recovered from her shock, was stunned all over again. What had she just heard? Ebisu, the man she saw as utterly useless, a lecher who was only there to steal her victory through nepotism, was speaking to the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, as an equal? No, not even as an equal. He even sounded a bit like a superior, giving orders. Was he insane? And it wasn't just her. Kabuto, standing nearby, was equally dumbfounded by the scene, unable to comprehend where Ebisu found the nerve to disrupt things at a time like this. While he was only a Jonin, Kabuto's true strength actually surpassed Ebisu, who was a special Jonin. Even Kabuto didn't dare speak out of turn in this situation, so what gave Ebisu the courage to boldly step forward now? But to everyone's surprise, Orochimaru didn't get angry. Instead, he gave a raspy, matter-of-fact chuckle and said, "Then I'll take Sasori. Old friends rarely get a chance to reunite. It's only right we catch up, don't you think?" Orochimaru's reaction sent another wave of shock through the crowd. Whether it was Anko Mitarashi or Kabuto, both of whom knew Orochimaru very well, or even Sasori, who was not as familiar but still had some understanding of Orochimaru, none of them believed that Orochimaru would tolerate a mere special Jonin speaking to him in that tone. Even back when Orochimaru was part of the Akatsuki, he stood on equal footing with the other members, never lowering himself before anyone. Though, as the leader known as Zero, his status was indeed a cut above the rest, he never deliberately assumed a high and mighty attitude. Therefore, even someone like Sasori, who thoroughly despised and looked down on Orochimaru, didn't think for a moment that Orochimaru would let this slide. But the reality defied everyone's expectations. Not only did Orochimaru accept it, but he seemed to think it perfectly normal. In that instant, even Sasori and Deidara cast new, wary glances at Raimon, sensing something uncanny in the air. Yet the one most shocked was, without a doubt, Anko Mitarashi. Suddenly, in her mind, she recalled the conversation she'd had with Raimon earlier, when she confronted him about why he'd suddenly appeared in the Forest of Death and taken over her role as chief examiner. Raimon had told her that he was actually a hidden master living in Konoha, who had noticed signs of impending trouble and had teamed up with the third Hokage specifically to deal with the threat. At the time, she hadn't believed a word of it, dismissing it as the smooth talk of a show-off who never spoke the truth. Even after she'd uncovered Sasori and Deidara's identities, and unexpectedly discovered that her former teacher, Orochimaru, had also snuck back into Konoha, she still hadn't connected any of this to what Raimon had said, simply because she didn't trust a single thing that came out of his mouth. But now, as Raimon stepped forward and acted in a way that completely defied expectations for someone of his supposed rank, she finally remembered his words. Could it really all be true? Anko wondered in disbelief. The possibility seemed minuscule. Raimon didn't look the part of an enigmatic master at all. Yet Orochimaru's reaction was right before her eyes, forcing her to reconsider. She knew Orochimaru better than anyone. If Raimon were just some arrogant loudmouth, Orochimaru would have had no qualms about getting rid of him on the spot. "You knew we were coming all along?" Sasori was quick to catch on and immediately began analyzing the situation. No, you've got it wrong," Raimon corrected him. "It's not that we knew you were coming. We deliberately lured you here. So, Itachi is one of yours." Sasori pressed. "If I said no, would you believe me?" Raimon replied with a shrug. "Wait, what? Is Itachi's senpai an undercover agent?" Deidara, however, didn't appear the least bit concerned about having fallen into someone else's trap. Instead, he seemed all the more exhilarated. "I've been preparing for this for so long, always wanting to see if I could kill him, but I can't fight my own comrades. If Senior Itachi is actually an undercover agent, then it shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Madman." Both Kabuto and Anko Mitarashi had the exact same thought flash through their minds when they heard Deidara's words. Deidara's reaction was anything but normal. "If you manage to leave here alive, I suppose you could try challenging him. But personally, I doubt you'll get the chance." "All right, Anko, Kabuto, you two are responsible for protecting the newcomers. Orochimaru, Do as you please. As for the little explosion maniac, leave him to me. But I really don't like the feeling of being watched. Before we start, let's deal with the rat skulking in the shadows. Before Raymond had even finished speaking, his entire figure turned into a streak of golden light, appearing dozens of meters away in an instant, then plunging forcefully into the ground. The earth quivered beneath their feet, and in the next moment, he reappeared at the spot, dragging up a pale, white figure in his grasp. White Zetsu, both Sasori and Deidara recognized the figure in Raymond's hand. Neither of them had noticed anyone spying on them, nor had they realized that Zetsu had followed them here. It was only when Raymond yanked this white Zetsu out from underground that the truth dawned on them. The realization hit them both. Raymond was clearly going to be a troublesome opponent. I thought I caught the real one, but it turns out to be just a clone. Oh well, never mind, Raymond muttered, tossing white Zetsu aside. He turned his gaze toward Deidara, and his tone suddenly shifted. Hey kid, have you ever been kicked by light? Before Deidara could respond, a flash of golden light streaked by, and only then did the sound of the explosion roll through the air. Boom! Deidara had vanished without a trace. In the spot where he'd once stood, Raymond lifted his leg high. It was only at that moment that Sasori snapped out of his shock, alarmed, and instantly prepared to attack Raymond. Ugly monster, stay out of my way. Raymond spun around again, and in a flash, sent Sasori, still in his Hiriko form, flying, another explosion erupting on impact. Hey, weren't you going to leave him to me? Orochimaru complained, clearly displeased as he looked at Raymond, who had now fully assumed the persona of Borsellino. Oh my, I was so startled by him that I completely forgot. My apologies, Raymond replied in a slow, drawling, almost sleazy tone, with no real sincerity at all. Then, in a golden flash, he shot off in pursuit of Deidara. Orochimaru was a bit annoyed, but there was no point making a fuss. After telling Kabuto to do as Raymond had instructed, he too dashed off after Sasori. The others could only stand there, stunned, left with nothing but shock written across their faces. Is that stone-faced lecher really this powerful? Naruto remained in shock for a long time, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He's really just a special Jonin? Kabuto glanced over at Anko Mitarashi. Anko was silent for a long while, lost for words. Elsewhere, watching the scene unfold through his crystal ball, the third Hokage wore a grave expression as he turned to Jiraiya and said, "It's a good thing you decided not to get involved." "I agree," Jiraiya replied, still visibly shaken. The third had asked him before whether that was truly Ebisu, and Jiraiya himself had confirmed it was indeed him. But the strength Ebisu had just displayed was truly astounding. That kick, if it had been aimed at Jiraiya himself, and he'd had no time to prepare, he doubted he could have blocked it. It was simply too fast. Of all the people he'd ever met, perhaps only his student, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father, could match such speed when using the Flying Thunder God technique. Didn't both Deidara and Sasori, those two Kaga-level powerhouses, get sent flying in the blink of an eye? While an ordinary attack like that wouldn't be enough to truly kill them, taking such a blow would definitely leave them injured to some extent. Four top-tier fighters, even the slightest drop in condition could be the deciding factor in a battle. In other words, just from those two kicks, Sasori and Deidara were now at a disadvantage. No wonder the third Hokage was so deeply moved. Let's take a short break here. Beneath a large tree on the southern edge of the Forest of Death, Itachi suddenly stopped. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Kisame landed beside him, a hint of concern in his voice. "Yes, we've been traveling for too long. I'm a bit tired," Itachi admitted. Kisame's eyes narrowed, sensing that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He simply nodded and said, "All right, let's rest for a while." But then, unexpectedly, Itachi spoke again. "Tell me, if someone keeps hiding what's truly on their mind, it must be exhausting, don't you think?" Kisame was puzzled by Itachi's sudden question, but recalling his earlier sense of unease, he realized that Itachi's decision to stop at this moment was likely about more than just needing a break. Casually, Kisame shifted his stance to face Itachi directly and said, "Is something bothering you, Itachi?" "Yes, quite a lot," Itachi said with a nod, then shook his head. "But I'm not talking about myself. I meant you." "Me?" Kisame pointed at himself, letting out a gruff laugh. "What could I possibly be hiding? Don't joke around. We've been partners for a long time now. Do I strike you as the type to joke around?" Itachi replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. Seeing Itachi's smile, Kisame's heart skipped a beat, an ominous sense of foreboding washing over him. He had never seen Itachi smile before. No matter the occasion, Itachi's face was always a stoic, unreadable mask. Now, someone who had never once smiled his memory suddenly turned that smile on him. How could he not feel a chill creeping up his spine? "If you have something to say, just say it." You should know by now, I'm not good at riddles, Kisame said in a low voice. In truth, the intel about the Forge and Churiki gathering here is only half true. I deliberately let Zero get hold of it, just to lure a certain group of people here, Itachi suddenly revealed, dropping a bombshell that left Kisame stunned. Kisame's right hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his samahata, sword strapped behind his back. He fixed Itachi with a grave, penetrating look. Itachi, do you even realize what you're saying? After all this, you're still unwilling to be honest with me? Itachi leaned back against a tree, sighing softly. You've known for a long time that there was something off about me, haven't you? I don't know what you mean, Kisame replied, his eyes darting warily. You think I'm bluffing? Or do you really believe I don't know it was him who sent you to keep an eye on me? Itachi pressed further. With Itachi laying everything bare, there was no way Kisame could miss the fact that his deepest secret had been uncovered. He let a long sigh. I truly never wanted things to come to this. Honestly, I hoped you could be one of us, Itachi. I know. Itachi nodded. That's why I'm willing to give you a chance. If you promise to leave Akatsuki, to never meddle in the shinobi world again, I can spare your life. Aren't you afraid I'll make that promise and then turn my back on you? Kisame asked quietly. I trust you're not that kind of person. Itachi's voice was unwavering. Thank you for your trust. And you're right, I'm not that kind of person. Kisame's expression turned bitter. But I've made a promise to someone else as well. If I break my word to him, then I wouldn't deserve your trust either. Are you sure? Itachi looked at him intently. You realize, by choosing this moment to confront you, regardless of who wins in the end, me or them, you have no chance of leaving here alive. I know, but I'm sorry. Kisame had already drawn Samahata from his back. Very well. If this is your decision, I'll respect it. Itachi nodded again, his expression tinged with a quiet sorrow. Suddenly, the sound of branches and leaves being crushed underfoot broke the silence, drawing Kisame's attention at once. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an elderly bald man in a suit, seated in a wheelchair, appearing nearby. The one underground has already been dealt with. That should be the white Zetsu you mentioned, right, Mr. Itachi? Asked the bald old man. Yes. Thank you, Professor. Itachi nodded. He had complete faith in Professor X's abilities. Kisame's pupils contracted slightly as he listened, finally understanding what the bald elder was saying. Clearly, without his knowledge, a white Zetsu clone had been secretly following him and Itachi all along, only to be quietly eliminated by this bald man whom Itachi addressed as Professor. The realization sent a chill down Kisame's spine. Most unsettling of all, Kisame couldn't recall ever meeting or even hearing of this so-called professor. To think that Itachi, with whom he spent every day, harbored such a secret. A sudden pair of thunderous explosions rolled through the forest, making the very ground beneath Kisame's feet tremble. It sounded as if the earth itself was roaring. It seems that Raymond and Orochimaru have already begun their move, said Itachi. We need to pick up the pace here as well. Professor, any updates on Akainu and Tao Pai Pai? We're about to make contact with the two companions you mentioned, came a mechanical reply from beneath Professor X. The voice belonged to Megatron. Itachi understood. Megatron must have sent out his own clones to monitor the entire Forest of Death, ensuring nothing slipped through the cracks. Itachi, you're a lot more secretive than I thought. Kisame's voice was hoarse. Sorry, Kisame. Itachi said quietly, a hint of regret in his tone. No need for apologies. This is probably just fate, Kisame replied, shaking his head. He knew his odds for survival were slim at best. Even if Itachi had no allies, Kisame was no match for him one-on-one. And now, it was clear Itachi had planned everything well in advance. After casting Kisame one last, lingering look, Itachi turned and walked away. Kisame, seeing this, didn't hesitate to launch an attack. But, the instant the thought formed and his hand began to move, less than a centimeter, his entire body suddenly froze, motionless on the spot. The next moment, he moved again, but this time his actions were turned inward. His target was no longer Itachi, but himself. A minute later, Professor X, seated in his Megatron brand wheelchair, floated up to catch up with Itachi. He sighed. It's obvious that boy held a lot of respect for you. I know, Itachi replied, having regained his usual composure. After a moment's silence, he continued. I gave him a chance. He knew he had no hope of surviving, but still chose that path. That was the greatest respect I could offer him. You're stronger than I thought, Mr. Itachi. Professor X remarked with admiration. Itachi said nothing. For a man burdened with the crime of slaughtering his entire clan, scenes like that barely fazed him anymore, but he might feel a sense of regret, but he would never experience remorse. Deep within the northern reaches of the Forest of Death, as Sasori and Deidara, encountered Raymond, and Orochimaru and Kisame made his own choice. The duo known as the immortal pair, Kakuzu and Haiden, also met opponents who had been waiting for them for quite some time. "Who are you?" Kakuzu frowned as he eyed the burly figure standing opposite him. It wasn't hard to tell that this person had come specifically for him and Haiden, but that only made him more wary. Akatsuki was always the one setting traps for others, since when had the tables turned. The very fact that this man could anticipate their arrival and lie in wait was, in itself, highly unusual. Haiden might not think much of it. On the contrary, he would probably welcome more sacrifices to offer up to his evil god. But Kakuzu was never that reckless. As Akatsuki's treasurer, he was one of the few members who hadn't lost his mind to fanaticism. Otherwise, leader would never have entrusted him with the organization's finances. So when something seemed off, Kakuzu's instinct was not to charge ahead blindly, but to first figure out what was going on. "The dead have no need for answers," the tall man replied coolly. How arrogant. Kakuzu felt his scalp prickle. This guy sounded even more like an Akatsuki member than they did. His tone was so brazen and friendless that it left Kakuzu momentarily taken aback. "Kakuzu, you sure talk a lot these days. Who cares who he is? Just kill him," Haiden said savagely, eyes fixed on their opponent. Before Kakuzu could respond, Haiden shot forward in a blur and, in a flash, appeared behind the man. With a vicious swing, his triple-bladed scythe sliced toward the stranger. Swish! With almost no resistance, Haiden's weapon cut cleanly through the man's body, as if slicing through thin air, effortless and strangely smooth. Something's wrong. Haiden realized it instantly. No matter who the enemy was or how strong, landing a blow should never feel like this. If he'd missed, his attack would have been blocked. If he'd struck true, it shouldn't have felt like empty space. A clone? Haiden wondered if he was up against a shadow clone or a water clone. Such a reaction would make sense. But he quickly realized it wasn't that simple. The stranger didn't vanish after the attack, as a clone would. Instead, the places were Haiden's. Blade had passed burst into flames, molten lava oozing out, the man's body like that of a living magma creature. "I heard you're immortal." "Well, what a coincidence, so am I. How about we stand here and attack each other, neither of us dodging, and see who dies first?" The man opposite spoke with a casual smile. "Sounds good. So, it's your turn to attack now." Haiden's eyes lit up with excitement as he agreed without a moment's hesitation. "Haiden, you fool. Don't be reckless. Be careful. This could be a trap." Kakuzu's face twisted with frustration as he heard Haiden accept such a dangerous challenge so easily. He desperately wanted to give Haiden a good slap, or two. It was obvious the other man had come prepared. He knew all about their identities and abilities. In this situation, who could tell what schemes he might be plotting? Besides, that man had just taken Haiden's attack without so much as a scratch, and he seemed to possess some strange power of his own. And yet, Haiden actually agreed to a mutual attack, even letting the other man strike. First, was he out of his mind? Well, Kakuzu had always thought Haiden's brain worked differently, but this was pushing it too far. "You'd better worry about yourself first," the man replied coldly, having heard Kakuzu's warning. "What?" Kakuzu was momentarily confused, but quickly caught on and instinctively tried to change his position. He was just a fraction too slow. As he began to move, a voice sounded close to his ear. "Dodampa." In the next instant, he saw several beams of light pierce his chest, and a searing pain exploded in his back. Trouble. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Kakuzu managed to shift his position just in time. But 3 of the 4 masks he wore on his back had already been destroyed by the blazing beams, leaving only a single one intact. At the same moment, a thin, middle-aged man with a braided ponytail appeared behind Kakuzu's previous position. As soon as he arrived, he shot a disgruntled look at the man Haiden had struck earlier. "Sakazuki, we agreed. 1 target each, no interfering. What's the meaning of this?" The man on the other side was, of course, Sakainu. Hearing Tao Pai Pai's complaint, he replied with cool indifference. "Doesn't matter. They're just a pair of useless weaklings. If you don't want to bother, I'll take care of them both." "No need." Tao Pai Pai refused sharply. It wasn't every day he got to cut loose like this. There was no way he'd hand all the fun over to Akainu. Assassination was both his profession and his passion. Long before the immortal duo had arrived, the two had already settled on their targets. Akainu would handle Haiden, while Tao Pai Pai would deal with Kaku. Besides, Raimon had briefed them in advance about Haiden and Kakuzu's abilities and weaknesses. Armed with such inside knowledge, taking down the so-called immortal pair would be no trouble at all. Of course, when it comes to pure strength, Tao Pai Pai's power is actually a bit inferior to that of the immortal duo, whereas Akainu is the opposite. If Tao Pai Pai were to run into the immortal duo, without knowing anything about them, he might very well suffer a loss. But armed with knowledge of their abilities, Tao Pai Pai, the #1 assassin on Earth in the Dragon Ball world, easily crafted a plan to kill, deciding to take Kakuzu out with a speed so swift it would leave no chance to react. Had it not been for Akainu's warning that made Kakuzu sense something was off, Tao Pai Pai could have destroyed 4 of Kakuzu's hearts in a single strike just now. Kakuzu's so-called immortality comes from his ability to seize others' hearts and powers using the earth. Grudge fear technique, making him seem unkillable. Even a blow to the head is useless. But the truth is, he isn't truly immortal. Only if all 5 of his hearts are destroyed in quick succession, or if he's killed 5 times in rapid order, will he finally die for real. It was precisely because Tao Pai Pai understood this that he planned to stay hidden at first, waiting for the perfect moment to take out 4 of Kakuzu's hearts in one go. But thanks to Akainu's interference, he only managed to destroy 3, leaving him more than a little dissatisfied. After all, the life of an assassin isn't easy. He'd been hiding for ages, only for Akainu's one careless comment to ruin all his effort. Who wouldn't be angry? But then again, he had to admit, Akainu was stronger than him, and there was little hope of reversing the situation. What's more, Akainu had made it clear, if Tao Pai Pai was so displeased, he could have Kakuzu all to himself. Tao Pai Pai had no intention of giving up his prey so easily. You too. Kakuzu, who had just managed to catch his breath, looked at them as they squabbled over who would get to kill him, as if dividing spoils. For a moment, his pride felt thoroughly trampled. Yet he couldn't afford to lash out. He needed this precious moment to recover his strength. Losing 3 hearts in an instant was already a grave injury. After all, he only had 5 to begin with. To lose 3/5 of them at once. How could that not be serious? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shook the ground beneath Kakuzu's feet, putting him on high alert. It looks like Boss and Orochimaru have started their battle, Tao Pai Pai remarked, glancing toward the source of the blast. Those 2 over there probably won't last much longer. We should pick up the pace, or else Orochimaru will have a good laugh at our expense. Agreed, Akainu replied, nodding in rare accord with Tao Pai Pai. The truth was, none of them had much of a relationship with Orochimaru. To be more precise, Orochimaru didn't get along well with any of the other subpersonalities. Most of the silver-ranked subpersonalities found him hard to stomach. Orochimaru knew this perfectly well, but it didn't bother him at all. After all, there was nothing any of them could really do to him. The only person he truly dared not offend was the little old man, Jiro. Aside from Jiro, he'd even crossed paths with Jakon before. Akainu didn't think much of Tao Pai Pai, but he despised Orochimaru even more. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In their shared dislike of Orochimaru, he and Tao Pai Pai found themselves on the same side. However, the way the 2 of them conversed, completely ignoring everyone else, once again made Kakuzu's heart race. The boss and Orochimaru. At this point, Kakuzu had already realized that Akainu and Tao Pai Pai were both top-tier powerhouses, at least on par with himself and Haiden. Still, since he didn't know them, he was left guessing about their true identities. But as for Orochimaru, Kakuzu knew him well enough. The only thing he didn't understand was who exactly was the boss Tao Pai Pai referred to. For someone as formidable as Tao Pai Pai to call another person boss, that person could hardly be ordinary. More importantly, Tao Pai Pai mentioned that things had already started on the other side. Who were they fighting over there? The answer was practically staring him in the face. The other members of the Akatsuki. If not Itachi and Kisame, then it had to be Sasori and Deidara. They had sent 3 pairs this time, all for the sake of caution, to avoid being overwhelmed by a joint attack. After all, this was Konoha's territory, with the 3rd Hokage, a once legendary powerhouse, still holding the fort, not to mention Jiraiya, who would occasionally appear, and the village's hidden strength. They couldn't afford to be careless. Besides, the Chunin exams were underway. Many top-tier fighters from other villages were also present in Konoha. For example, the 4th Kazekage from Sunagakure was here right now. The Akatsuki members were strong, but not so strong as to be invincible. If only 2 of them came and they were surrounded, things could easily spiral out of control. But if 3 pairs arrived at once, there was no need to worry. Should one pair be ambushed, the other 2 could rush to their aid at a moment's notice. Unless all the major ninja villages pooled their forces and stood united, no one could hope to detain 6 Kaga-level fighters by force. Not even Konoha. That's why originally, everything should have been in the bag for them. They came with the attitude of tourists on a scenic outing. Even when Tao Pai Pai ambushed Kakuzu and destroyed 3 of his hearts in one go, he wasn't overly concerned. He didn't believe That Teapaipai and Akainu could easily finish off himself and Haiden. Even if they were at a disadvantage, it was unlikely they'd be eliminated in a short time. As long as they could hold out until the other two teams arrived, Teapaipai and Akainu would be doomed. For this reason, Kakuzu hadn't been too worried. But now, hearing Teapaipai say that a fight had started elsewhere, and hearing the absolute confidence in his voice, with the implication that things might even wrap up over there before they did here, Kakuzu suddenly realized how dire the situation truly was. This proved that their enemies were not just coming for him and Haiden, but were targeting the entire Akatsuki organization. All three teams they'd sent this time were the enemy's targets. So holding out for rescue was nothing more than wishful thinking. How could this happen? How was our information leaked? Kakuzu thought, his face ashen. From a moment they decided to come to the Chunin exams to capture their targets to their actual arrival. Not much time had passed at all. With their strength, it was impossible that anyone could have noticed them en route. This could only mean that there was a spy among the Akatsuki. Whoever it is, they'd better hope I don't find out. Kakuzu growled through clenched teeth. He resolved, then and there, that once he got back he would demand that Zero thoroughly investigate everyone. The traitor had to be found. The feeling of being stabbed in the back like this was truly unbearable. Haven't you finished yet? A familiar voice rang out. Kakuzu instantly recognized who it belonged to, and in that moment, countless things became clear. He spat out hatefully, so it really is you, Itachi. You're looking pretty desperate, Kaku. Itachi's figure appeared atop a nearby tree, a grotesque white creature dangling lifelessly from his hand like a discarded ragdoll. It was clear to Kakuzu that this was one of the white Zetsu clones. But that hardly mattered now. There were plenty of Zetsu clones. Killing one was no great loss. What truly unsettled him was that Itachi would dare to show himself so openly at a time like this. What about Kisame? Kakuzu asked. I gave him a choice. He chose his own path, and I respect that. With a casual motion, Itachi crushed the white Zetsu in his grip. You're ruthless, aren't you? Kakuzu spat, grinding his teeth. Itachi couldn't be bothered to argue. At that moment, Tao Pai Pai interjected with some irritation. Hey, Itachi, we agreed this one was my target. Don't mess it up for me. By all means, Itachi gestured politely, indicating he would simply watch. But Itachi's presence only deepened Kakuzu's despair. He knew all too well that things were looking grim for himself and Haiden today. Even if he managed to fend off Tao Pai Pai and find a chance to escape, Itachi would never let him get away. That thought sent a rush of panic through Kakuzu. His expression changed rapidly, and his tone softened. Itachi, for the sake of our long-standing partnership, let me go. I swear I'll leave Akatsuki and never get involved in your conflicts again. What do you say? No deal, Itachi replied flatly. You said you gave Kisame a choice. Were you just lying to me? Kakuzu pressed, still unwilling to give up. Why would I bother lying to you? Then why won't you give me a chance? Because you don't deserve one, Itachi replied coolly. Then go to hell. Kakuzu could finally bear it no longer. His entire form transformed into the monstrous, black shape of his Earth Grudge fear as he attempted to go all out against Itachi. But Teapaipai had been anticipating this move. At the very moment Kakuzu made his move, Teapaipai struck first with astonishing speed. Boom! As a martial artist, Teapaipai excelled at close combat. The moment he closed the distance, he instantly overwhelmed Kakuzu, leaving him utterly powerless to fight back. After all, Kakuzu was no taijutsu specialist. Close-quarters combat was not his strength, especially now that he was injured. The loss of 3 hearts had taken a heavy toll on him. While Teapaipai and Kakuzu clashed, Akainu wasn't idle either. He continued his brutal exchange of attacks with Haiden. All that could be said was, Haiden truly was insane. Even after noticing Itachi's presence and realizing that Akainu and Teapaipai's appearance was no coincidence and must be part of some conspiracy, Haiden was still bold enough to accept Akainu's invitation to exchange blows. In his mind, this was the greatest tribute he could offer to his evil god. Watching the scene from his own desperate struggle, Kakuzu was so furious he could hardly breathe, wishing he could cut Haiden to pieces himself. He knew he was already at a disadvantage. Itachi didn't even need to step in. He couldn't beat Teapaipai alone. He had been counting on Haiden to come to his aid, but to his dismay, that lunatic was gleefully exchanging blows with Akainu, clearly enjoying himself. What was even more maddening, Akainu's body was continually streaming with molten lava, yet he didn't seem affected in the slightest. In contrast, Haiden was covered in blood, and the more severely he was injured, the more excited he became. It was sheer madness. Even the heavens have abandoned me. Kakuzu sank into utter despair. That young man called Deidara, Isn't he Anoki's disciple? The third Hokage glanced at his crystal ball as he asked casually. Yes, Jiraiya replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. They say he's incredibly talented. Anoki even considered grooming him to be the next Tsuchikage. No one expected him to be swayed by Akatsuki instead. His strength is indeed impressive, the third Hokage mused. At his age, aside from Itachi, I can't recall anyone else with that kind of power. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. It's true, his explosive ninjutsu is a real headache. Even if I faced him myself, I can't say I'd win easily. Of course, Jiraiya only said it might not be easy, but deep down, he was confident in his victory. As one of the legendary Sannin, he had every reason to be. Still, I'm surprised Ebisu turned out to be so strong. Making him Konohamaru's private tutor might be a bit of a waste of his talents, don't you think? The third Hokage teased. Now's hardly the time for jokes, Jiraiya shot back, rolling his eyes. I'm starting to believe they really don't mean us any harm. The third Hokage remarked, shaking his head. What makes you say that? Jiraiya looked over, curious. With the power Ebisu has shown so far, and his ability to remain completely unnoticed by anyone, if he really harbored some secret plot, there's no way he would have exposed himself so easily, the third Hokage analyzed. Besides, he's Konohamaru's tutor, and he's even mentored Naruto. If he ever bore malice toward the Leaf Village like the Akatsuki, he could have acted long ago. Given the strength he's revealed, he wouldn't even need to worry about being hunted down. If you were sent to assassinate him, what do you think your chances would be? Chances? Did you not notice I couldn't even keep up with him? Jiraiya retorted, his tone irritable. The third Hokage paused in surprise, then burst out laughing. Ah, you're right. That was foolish of me. At that moment, Jiraiya's attention shifted to another battlefield not far away. His expression gradually grew somber. But that scorpion, if I'm not mistaken, he's Chiyo's grandson, isn't he? And the puppet he's controlling looks like the third Kazekage's body, doesn't it? Yes, it's him, the third Hokage affirmed, recognizing this old acquaintance. As the third Hokage, along with Inoki the third Tsuchikage, and a legendary third Kazekage, renowned for his unique magnetic chakra, each had left their mark on the shinobi world. Yet no one had ever expected the third Kazekage's sudden disappearance would be connected to Scorpion, the rogue ninja from the sand. Who could have imagined the third Kazekage would end up transformed into a puppet? Scorpion's strength truly was astonishing. Orochimaru, having once partnered with him, was well aware of Scorpion's capabilities, which was why he hadn't made any rash promises to defeat him. In truth, if this fight were to the death, it was entirely possible that Orochimaru would be the one to fall. Right now, Scorpion was clearly overwhelming him. If not for Orochimaru's tenacious vitality and unpredictable forbidden jutsu, he would have lost long ago. I'll go give him a hand, Jiraiya said, looking a bit worried. Without waiting for the third Hokage's opinion, he headed straight for Orochimaru and Scorpion's battlefield. The third only frowned slightly, but did not try to stop him. Need a hand? Jiraiya announced his arrival by smashing one of Scorpion's puppets to pieces. Stay out of this, Orochimaru snapped, making it clear he didn't appreciate the help. Oh, you say no, and I'm just supposed to listen? Not a chance. Jiraiya acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, and immediately summoned Gamabunta. So, who are we up against this time? As soon as Gamabunta appeared, he readied himself for battle, his gaze landing at once on the all-too-familiar Orochimaru. You again, Orochimaru? Come on, call out that manda snake of yours. I could use a new snakeskin wallet. When Orochimaru heard Gamabunta mention Manda, he couldn't help but wince. Manda had been giving him the cold shoulder lately, ever since the time he summoned Manda to launch a surprise attack on Kaido, which ended with every one of Manda's fangs shattered. Manda had refused to pay him any heed. If he forced a summoning now, there was no telling whom Manda might attack. At this moment, Jiraiya awkwardly stopped Gamabunta. We're not here to fight him. This time we're on the same side. Oh, you patched things up? Gamabunta asked in surprise. The situation is complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Jiraiya offered a casual reassurance, then turned his attention to Sasori. Our opponent this time is that fellow over there. He's Chiyo's grandson. I see, Gamabunta said, understanding dawning on him. So, two of the legendary Sannin have shown up? No matter. All the better. I'll deal with you both at once, Sasori remarked, unfazed by Jiraiya's arrival. At this point, Sasori no longer felt fear or hesitation, and his strength gave him every reason to be so bold. Troublesome pests, Orochimaru muttered, frowning. He had already prepared Edo Tensei to deal with Sasori, a technique he'd originally saved for the third Hokage. His plan had been to use it only as a last resort, so as not to alert Sasori prematurely, but Jiraiya's sudden arrival had caught him off guard. Even so, now wasn't the time to turn against Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya had come to help, and Orochimaru's main task was to keep Sasori occupied and prevent his escape until reinforcements could arrive. Of course, if teaming up with Jiraiya could finish Sasori off, he wouldn't object to that either. With this in mind, Orochimaru dropped his argument with Jiraiya and silently intensified his assault. Seeing this, Jiraiya wordlessly fell into step, joining Gamabunta in launching a coordinated offensive against Sasori, clashing fiercely with his army of puppets. It had to be said, Sasori's strength was truly formidable, especially in battles where he faced many opponents at once. Even with Jiraiya now in the fray, Sasori showed no sign of faltering. In fact, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand, thanks to his overwhelming number of puppets. For him, being surrounded posed no threat at all. Neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya could even land a decisive blow on the crimson puppet shell that sheltered Sasori. Still, with Jiraiya's support, Orochimaru was no longer being overpowered as he had been before. The pressure eased considerably. While Orochimaru and Jiraiya joined forces against Sasori, things were looking grim for Deidara. With Raymond, the Kizaru persona, taking over, Deidara had met his perfect counter. Raymond relentlessly overwhelmed the young bomber, leaving him battered and helpless. True, Deidara's explosions could harm those with Logia abilities, but this was Kizaru in the flesh, not a mere shadow clone. Ordinary attacks simply didn't faze him. Coupled with an absolute advantage in speed, Deidara's explosive tactics fell apart completely before his relentless foe. Every time, before he could even trigger an explosion, he'd already been sent flying, completely unable to keep up with Raymond's speed. So, though the battle had only just begun, Deidara was already beaten black and blue, looking utterly battered and miserable. This pushed him past his breaking point. As someone who regarded explosions and combat as art, how could he tolerate being toyed with like a plaything? Bastard, let's die together. Consumed by rage, Deidara unleashed his ultimate technique, the very same Super C0 self-destruction that on another timeline he'd planned to use to take Sasuke down with him. Once unleashed, this move would annihilate everything within a 10-mile radius, vaporizing all in the overwhelming explosion. No one would escape alive. In essence, it was a technique meant for mutual destruction. If he hadn't been driven to desperation, Deidara would never have chosen such a frenzied, self-destructive path. Oh no! Observing the battlefield through his crystal ball, the third Hokage immediately sensed Deidara's intention, his expression shifting drastically. He wasn't worried about his own safety. After all, with his strength and the distance separating him from the blast, he likely wouldn't be killed by the shockwave. But just because he could withstand it didn't mean others could, especially given that the Chunin exams were still underway, and the new generation of elite ninja from several villages hadn't had time to evacuate. If Deidara detonated himself here, the consequences would be disastrous. Yet even though the third understood all this, there was no way he could stop it. He simply wasn't close enough to intervene. By the time he arrived, it would all be too late. Just as despair was about to consume him, an astonishing scene unfolded in the crystal ball, a moment that left the third Hokage utterly stunned. As Deidara began to swell, a massive ring of fire suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Caught off guard, he plunged straight into the fiery circle. 1 second later, a blinding flash streaked across the distant sky, soon followed by a thunderous explosion and a powerful gust of wind. The third stared at the sky in disbelief, quickly connecting the two events in his mind. That was space-time ninjutsu. Realization dawned upon him. Only a space-based technique could transport Deidara from the ground to the sky in the blink of an eye. In this world, after all, only space-time ninjutsu could accomplish such a feat. After the explosion, the third noticed through the crystal ball that another fiery circle had appeared beside Ebisu. From it emerged a blonde man in a beige trench coat. The blonde exchanged a few words with Ebisu, then once again opened a ring of fire and stepped through without hesitation. Seeing this scene, the third Hokage could easily guess that the sudden rescue of Deidara right before his self-destruction must have been the work of that blonde man in the windbreaker. Yet another face I've never seen before. Just how much power do they still have hidden away? The third's expression grew even more somber. Although the appearance of the blonde man in the windbreaker had helped him enormously, resolving the crisis that threatened the surviving candidates in the Forest of Death, it also brought him considerable pressure. This meant that the Watchers organization might have many more hidden forces lurking in the shadows, forces that could not be ignored. As the temporary acting leader of Konoha, he had to consider how the village should confront such a formidable organization going forward. Even if this group didn't have some evil agenda like the Akatsuki, he could not let his guard down. After all, Konoha was not synonymous with justice and peace. Ordinary people might be unaware of the shady dealings hidden beneath the surface, but as Hokage, he was all too familiar. If those secrets were ever exposed, and Konoha came to be seen as evil, provoking the Watchers to take action, what would become of them then? And it wasn't just Konoha. Other ninja villages were even more ruthless. It seems I need to have a serious conversation with Danzo, the third thought, worry flickering in his eyes. As Hokage, he needed to prepare for any eventuality. The battle in the Forest of Death concluded just as expected, with all three teams sent by the Akatsuki utterly wiped out. This outcome had been inevitable from the start. Even without resorting to the old man Jiro, Raymond and his group had little trouble eliminating the 5 Akatsuki members, Itachi being the only exception. Of the 5, Sasori had proven to be the most troublesome. Even with Orochimaru and Jiraiya working together, they couldn't subdue him quickly. If the others hadn't come to help after dealing with their own opponents, Orochimaru and his ally might not have been able to keep Sasori restrained at all. But there was nothing the Akatsuki could do. The strength of Raymond's legion was beyond anything they could handle, especially with a traitor like Itachi in their midst. Because the battle had been so intense, and Raymond's group made no effort to conceal it, news of the event spread quickly across the ninja world. The Akatsuki, no doubt, had received word as well. When the major villages learned that a secret organization like the Akatsuki was attempting to collect tailed beasts to incite war, they launched counterattacks without delay, beginning purges within their territories. Yet, no one could say for sure whether these purges had any real impact on the Akatsuki or to what extent. Many spies and infiltrators were rooted out, but for all anyone knew, these were just agents, planted by rival villages, unrelated to the Akatsuki at all. What's more, quite a few villages used the situation as a pretext, taking the opportunity to eliminate dissenters and consolidate their power. Only Konoha seemed relatively calm. Or at least, that's how things appeared on the surface. Beneath the surface, however, hidden currents churned restlessly, and peace was but an illusion. In the Hokage's office, "We demand an explanation for this, Hiruzen." Yudatain Koharu slammed her palm on the desk, her voice thick with dissatisfaction. "What kind of explanation are you looking for?" The third Hokage replied, exhaling a slow stream of smoke. "This is a grave incident, one that could easily turn the other great ninja villages against us. Yet you didn't even bother to consult with us before making your decision. Don't you think you owe us at least an explanation?" Midokado Hamura also questioned him, his tone edged with discontent. "I am the Hokage," Hiruzen answered, his voice steady. "At critical moments, I have the authority to make necessary decisions. I am under no obligation to report every detail to you. But the village does not belong to you alone." Koharu and Hamura clearly found his reasoning unacceptable. "Think what you will. The crisis has been resolved safely. Facts prove that my decision was the right one." Hiruzen's words were unyielding. "You." The two of them still bristled with discontent. A fit of coughing interrupted the tense silence. Shimura Danzo, who had been quietly observing from the side, finally spoke in a low, deliberate tone. "Does your so-called decision include cooperating with that rogue student of yours who betrayed the village?" "What? You worked with Orochimaru?" Koharu and Hamura were clearly unaware of this. As soon as Danzo revealed the secret, they exploded like powder kegs, seizing the moment to press their attack. "Hiruzen, what do you have to say now? Even if you are the Hokage, you cannot just collude with a traitor who has harmed the village, simply because of personal ties. If word of this gets out, what will people think of Konoha? What will they think of you as Hokage? Let them think what they will. My conscience is clear. Everything I did was for the sake of the village." Hiruzen replied calmly. Before Koharu and Hamura could retort, he turned to Danzo and said, "It seems your sources are truly impressive. You even know about this. But tell me, do you know how the members of Akatsuki died?" Danzo was slightly taken aback that Hiruzen remained unmoved by his revelation, but he pressed on, refusing to back down. "Does that have anything to do with what we're discussing now?" "It has everything to do with it," Hiruzen said matter-of-factly. "In fact, even if you hadn't come to confront me, I was planning to have a serious talk with you anyway." "Oh," Danzo sounded puzzled. "There are things I may not interfere with, but that doesn't mean I am ignorant of them. From this moment on, whatever shady dealings you've been involved in, stop them, as much as you possibly can." Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Danzo. "I don't understand what you're talking about," Danzo replied, his brow furrowed. "I'm not joking, Danzo." Hiruzen set his pipe aside, his eyes grave as he looked at Danzo. "If you continue down this path, you'll not only destroy yourself, you might drag the whole village down with you. Everything I've done has been for the sake of the village. You can stop trying to intimidate me with your empty words." Danzo retorted sharply. A hoarse chuckle suddenly echoed through the room, sending a shock through the four senior Konoha officials. Oh, are you truly that noble? That doesn't quite match the Danzo I know, Elder Danzo. As the laughter faded, Orochimaru appeared, lounging casually on the sofa to the left side of the office. Orochimaru, you dare to return here. Danzo stood up, his voice ringing with righteous indignation. And why shouldn't I? A sly smile curled on Orochimaru's lips. Aren't you the one who should be afraid, Elder Danzo? Afraid your little collaboration with me might come to light. Don't you dare slander me. Danzo snapped in anger. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado also raised their voices. Orochimaru, do you really think such petty provocations can lessen your crimes? Don't delude yourself. You will forever remain a traitor to Konoha. Two old nags, always bickering. It's insufferable. Orochimaru's expression turned icy. At this, the third Hokage spoke in a low, grave voice. Orochimaru, you shouldn't be here. Sensei, I believe you know the truth, don't you? I doubt Danzo could keep his deeds from your eyes. Yet you've chosen not to expose him. I wonder why that is. Orochimaru chuckled again. Does it really matter? The third Hokage replied with a question of his own. Perhaps it doesn't. Orochimaru didn't seem offended. Instead, he let out another soft laugh. But you misunderstand. Sensei, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. Today, I'm merely a spectator, here to enjoy the show. Hearing these words, a shadow flickered across the third Hokage's face, for he had an inkling of what Orochimaru truly meant. Danzo and the others, however, missed the implication. They assumed Orochimaru was simply provoking them, and Danzo responded coldly. Whatever your intentions, you'll never leave this place again. Orochimaru. Should I pretend to be afraid? Orochimaru's smile turned wicked. Honestly, Elder Danzo, I think you do better to worry about yourself. If you manage to survive today, you can threaten me all you want afterward. With just you. Danzo sneered dismissively. Though Orochimaru was counted among the legendary Sannin, Danzo had never considered him a real threat. No, as I said, I'm only here to watch. Have you forgotten already? Orochimaru spread his hands with a mocking air. Suddenly, a young voice sounded from behind Danzo. It's been a while, Elder Danzo. Hearing this voice, Danzo's body stiffened ever so slightly. He slowly turned around to look at the newcomer behind him and spoke in a measured tone. So that's why Orochimaru has suddenly grown so audacious. Turns out two traitors have joined forces. But do you really think the two of you have a chance to threaten me here? Danzo's face betrayed no hint of fear, because he truly didn't believe the pair could pose any real danger to him. Even if he had to face Itachi and Orochimaru alone, he was confident that his own strength and hidden trump cards would see him through unscathed. What's more, they were in Konoha, right inside the Hokage's office. Not to mention, if a fight broke out, a swarm of Konoha shinobi would rush in to help. Just among the four Konoha elders in this office, their combined power already surpassed that of Orochimaru and Itachi. As for himself, there was no need to elaborate. The third Hokage, as the village leader, wouldn't simply stand by and watch Danzo be killed by two rogue ninjas, even if he harbored private misgivings. The third's strength was well known. Though age had dulled his edge, no one dared underestimate him. In addition, both Koharu and Hamura Mitokado had, in their prime, been every bit as formidable as Orochimaru. Though age had caught up with them, the two working together could still hold off either Orochimaru or Itachi for a time without much trouble. Under these circumstances, what could Itachi and Orochimaru really do to him? He simply couldn't believe it. Itachi, let's end this here. Spare his life, and I'll see to it that he's moved aside from power. Is that acceptable? The third Hokage suddenly said, his tone carrying a subtle note of plea. For a moment, Danzo felt disoriented, staring at Hiruzen in disbelief. Hiruzen, what are you saying? If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut, the third snapped in a low voice. That Orochimaru and Itachi would show up together here had indeed caught Danzo off guard. It was, after all, a reckless move. Like the third Hokage, Itachi's double agent. Status was no secret. Both were already well aware of the Akatsuki's existence. In fact, Danzo's own actions had played a part in driving Itachi to join Akatsuki. Of course, Danzo himself didn't really know the true depths of Akatsuki. He could only observe what floated on the surface. Not that it mattered much to him. In Danzo's eyes, anyone could be a potential partner. He drew no lines between good and bad. As long as someone was useful to him, could help him rise higher or achieve his goals, they could be a collaborator, no matter who they were. From Hanzo the Salamander in the past, to Orochimaru later on. Still, Orochimaru hadn't been wrong just now. Danzo did worry about old secrets coming to light. He'd never given up his ambition to become Hokage after all. A man like him, even if he worked in the shadows, would still want to put up a facade of honor. His appearance had to remain pristine, no matter what. However, he wasn't the least bit worried about what Orochimaru and Itachi might do to him, because he knew he was no weaker than either of them. Besides, he rarely left Konoha and always acted with utmost caution. Even if someone wanted to kill him, it would be nearly impossible to do so within the village. So, when he saw Orochimaru and Itachi boldly striding into the Hokage's office, looking like they were here to cause him trouble, he could only think the two of them must have gone mad. Yet the third Hokage's reaction left him somewhat bewildered. Did the third really have to plead with them? Hiruzen, whose side are you on? Both Kohyutatane and Hamura Mitokado shared the same confusion as Danzo, unable to understand why the third would stoop to begging these two rogue ninja. They even mistakenly thought the third was trying to remain neutral and was only pleading for the sake of appearances. Otherwise, if the third truly wished to act, what need was there to bargain with Orochimaru and Itachi? This was Konoha, after all. You don't understand anything. Just stop talking, the third said with a sigh of resignation. He dared not easily reveal the existence of the Watchers, for he didn't know if the organization wished for so many people to learn of them, and he feared provoking them further. But one thing was certain. For Orochimaru and Itachi to show up here so openly, it had to be because of the Watchers. A mysterious group capable of eliminating 5 members of the Akatsuki in such a short time was not something Konoha could afford to antagonize. Not. As things stood, the third understood this better than anyone. Even if Tsunade and Jiraiya were summoned back, it might still make no difference. Lord Third, all your efforts seem to be in vain. Do you really think they'll understand? Another voice rang out. It's you, Ebisu? As the leader of the Root, Danzo was well-versed in everything that happened in Konoha and instantly recognized the speaker. Greetings, Lord Danzo. Raimon waved to Danzo in a casual greeting. Ebisu, are you truly going to go through with this? The third asked, his tone tinged with helplessness. Danzo has indeed done many questionable things, but he is still a part of Konoha. Everything he's done, in the grand scheme of things, was for the sake of the village. Must you really? Enough, sensei. What's the point of saying all this to us? Orochimaru cut the third off with a cold smile. Surely you don't still see us as part of Konoha, do you? Even if, by some chance, we thought that way, our words don't mean much anymore. So what good does it do to bring up Konoha now? Orochimaru's words were blunt and to the point, causing the third's face to darken with sorrow. But he soon composed himself and pressed on. Are you truly prepared to make enemies of all of Konoha? No, Lord Third, I think you're missing the point. Isn't it really Konoha that's choosing to make us its enemies? Raimon replied with a gentle laugh. This caused the third Hokage's words to catch in his throat. Raimon's remark made him realize that he might have made a grave mistake. He had overestimated Konoha. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha had always possessed a peculiar sense of pride. In the hearts of Konoha's shinobi, the title of Hokage was the highest honor, akin to the proud sense of superiority held by an ancient, powerful nation. Even the third Hokage was not immune to this sentiment, holding Konoha in the highest regard. Almost by instinct, he was prepared to use the threat of whether or not they would become enemies of Konoha as leverage in the negotiations. Yet Raimon's reminder made him realize just who he was truly facing, the Watchers. This was an organization that could stand toe-to-toe with the Akatsuki and had managed to eliminate 5 Kage-level powerhouses in a short period of time. For such a group, if they truly wished to overturn Konoha, it would hardly be a difficult task. To think he tried to use the possibility of opposing Konoha as a bargaining chip. Wasn't that just making himself a laughingstock? As the third Hokage stood there, dumbfounded, Danzo, Koharu, and the others were also rapidly processing the information they just received. Although the third hadn't spelled everything out, he had revealed more than enough. None of them were fools. They quickly pieced together several valuable insights. Was it you who eliminated the members of Akatsuki? Danzo suddenly asked, his voice tinged with shock. Raymond clapped his hands and chuckled. Lord Danzo, as expected, your mind is as sharp as ever. You figured it out so quickly. Raymond's confirmation made Danzo's heart sink like a stone. He was fully aware of what this meant. The Akatsuki members who had died, all of them were infamous top-tier fighters. Some, like Sasori, who had killed the third Kazekage, were opponents even Danzo himself was uncertain he could defeat. The third Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, was easily a match for the third Hokage, stronger, certainly, than Danzo himself. Yet he had perished at Sasori's hands, and had even become Sasori's most prized puppet, a testament to Sasori's terrifying strength. While Danzo relied on his hidden cache of Sharingan to give himself an edge, even enough to make him unafraid of Itachi, he was not arrogant enough to believe himself invincible. At best, he figured that even if Sasori couldn't defeat him, he couldn't hope to defeat Sasori either. Yet Sasori's ultimate fate had been to die in Konoha, slain in the Forest of Death. Danzo had always wondered how the Third and his people had managed to kill 5 such formidable foes, including Sasori. He'd never had time to investigate, having been dragged by Koharu and the others to confront the Third. Only now did he finally understand what had truly happened. But this answer was far from what he had hoped for. After all, the person who had killed Sasori was now very clearly targeting him as well, and that was nothing short of dire news. Nevertheless, even in such dire circumstances, it was impossible to expect him to surrender without a fight. Don't get too arrogant. This is still Konoha, after all. Even the Akatsuki wouldn't dare act so recklessly here, Danzo said in a deep voice. Akatsuki? Soon, there won't be any such thing as Akatsuki left in this world. Of course, you won't live to see that day, Raymond shrugged. Even if I don't make out alive, it's not your place to boast in front of me, just because you're a mere Tokubetsu jounin. Danzo finally lost his temper. He knew that things weren't looking good for him today, and he understood why Itachi harbored resentment towards him. Yet in his eyes, Raymond was nothing more than an unremarkable home tutor, just a Tokubetsu jounin. Why did someone like that have to act so high and mighty in front of him? Without another word, he struck first. Even if he knew that Raymond had the backing of a force possibly more terrifying than the Akatsuki, it no longer mattered. After all, this force wanted him dead now. Besides, even if he left them alone, would they really spare him? However, his rash action made the Third Hokage's expression change instantly. The Third had seen with his own eyes how Raymond had utterly overpowered Deidara. While Deidara wasn't among the strongest in the Akatsuki, and perhaps would not be a match for Danzo either, Raymond's strength was unquestionably above Danzo's. If Danzo needed to vent his anger, it should be on Orochimaru, not on Raymond, who could easily defeat Deidara. The key was, Danzo himself had no clue about this. Before the Third could stop him, Danzo suddenly turned into a blur and shot out the window like a shadow. What's the point of all this? Raymond shook his head and sighed. Shall I go? Itachi glanced at Raymond, seeking his opinion. Feel free, Raymond replied indifferently. Itachi had planned to deal with Danzo before taking out the Akatsuki anyway, so Raymond didn't mind. Danzo might not have been likable, but in the world of the Hokage, there were plenty far more ruthless than him. Raymond couldn't possibly care about them all. Still, Danzo just happened to have caught Itachi's eye. With barely a sound, Itachi vanished from where he stood. Itachi might not be able to handle him alone. Danzo's right arm bears 11 Sharingan. Orochimaru said to Raymond. If anyone knew Danzo's secrets, it was Orochimaru. He had once spent time under Danzo's command, working as a half-ally. Danzo's right arm was his handiwork, after all, so Orochimaru understood exactly where Danzo's confidence came from. Had it been the old him, he wouldn't have been so kind as to help Itachi, let alone reveal Danzo's most hidden secret. But now, they were all on the same side. Even if Itachi still showed him nothing but coldness, in the end, they would all be leaving this world. Everything here would soon be nothing more than a fleeting memory. There was no need to help Danzo fight against his own people. The most crucial thing was that he didn't want to make Raymond dissatisfied with him. It's fine. If things get really out of hand, are we still here? With people like that, is there really any point in talking about honor? Raymond chuckled softly. Sunslash, are you really just going to stand by and do nothing? Turning to Koharu and Hamura, their eyes followed as Danzo was sent flying, and immediately after, Itachi chased after him. They began to grow anxious. The two of them had always worked closely with Danzo, and their relationship was far from ordinary. Of course, they didn't want to see Danzo fall here. Seeing him knocked away, they immediately wanted to go help. But before that, they hoped even more to bring the Third Hokage along. After all, his strength far surpassed their own. Why don't you stay here with us and watch the show, Third? Otherwise, things will just end even quicker. What do you think? Raymond said. Very well. The Third Hokage took a deep breath and agreed. He understood that Raymond was making a deal with him. As long as he didn't intervene, neither Raymond nor Orochimaru would go to help Itachi. But if he insisted on stepping in, then both Raymond and Orochimaru would undoubtedly take action. And in that case, it would be Danzo who suffered the most. He simply wasn't confident that he could hold back Orochimaru and Raymond, who seemed even more troublesome at the same time. He was, after all, getting old. Koharu and Hamura saw that the Third had made his choice. Though they were displeased, they didn't waste any more time. The decisions the Third made were not something a few words from them could change. So, The two of them decided to help Danzo themselves. Just then, Raymond suddenly gave a cold warning. Don't you two try to mess things up either. Otherwise, I won't mind sending you underground to join Danzo. Understand? Ebisuyu. The two glared furiously at Raymond, about to retort. But before they could get a word out, each drew a kunai and held it to the other's throat. Not too late, am I? Professor X sat in his wheelchair, rolling quietly in from outside the Hokage's office, a kindly smile still on his face. The third saw this and immediately understood what was happening. He didn't lose his temper, but felt utterly exhausted inside. Don't worry, Lord Third. We bear no ill will toward Konoha, Raymond said with a smile. I've always said, Danzo is Danzo, and Konoha is Konoha. As long as you don't stand against us, we won't go too far. After all, this place was once home to people like us. The third remained silent. Just then, the thunderous sound of explosions from the battle outside drew everyone's gaze to the window. It was only then that the third noticed, even with all this noise, the entire village of Konoha was eerily calm. No one came running to see what was happening. Logically, this should be absolutely impossible. If nothing else, the Leaf Village's patrol squads and the ANBU should have appeared by now. Even if they didn't intervene, it's unthinkable that not a single person would show up. What did you do? The third Hokage suddenly exclaimed, his face growing grim. For the sake of the Leaf, he could choose not to help Danzo. But if Raymond and his group harmed the entire village, even knowing he stood no chance, he would never simply stand by and survive alone. He was not afraid of death. He just couldn't bear to let the whole village fall into disaster because of him. Seeing this bizarre scene, he was immediately alarmed. Sensei, you really are getting old. Don't tell me you still haven't noticed. We're no longer in the original space. Orochimaru rasped out with a mocking tone, never missing a chance to taunt the third. We're not in the original space. The third was momentarily stunned. He truly hadn't noticed what Orochimaru was talking about, nor did he feel as if he'd been moved. With that thought, he drew a kunai and hurled it forcefully toward the sky. The kunai soared several hundred meters before suddenly rebounding, as if it had struck an invisible barrier. Where it hit, the sky shimmered with ripples, like a stone tossed into a still lake. A barrier, is it? The third gazed thoughtfully at the scene. He didn't know what kind of barrier could recreate only the buildings, yet seal away everyone who should have been inside. But he knew Orochimaru. He wouldn't bother with meaningless tricks like this. Boom! Another explosion shook the area, snapping the third's attention back to the present. He saw that Itachi and Danzo's battle had reached a fever pitch, with both unleashing their most powerful techniques. Though Danzo possessed more than a dozen Sharingan, and even the first Hokage's cells, allowing him to use would release, those eyes weren't truly his. In terms of mastery, Itachi far outclassed him. Still, defeating Danzo wouldn't be easy for Itachi either. Aren't you going to help him? Orochimaru licked his lips, his tongue flickering like a serpent's, and asked Raymond again. This made the third tense up just a little. Then he heard Raymond reply, There's no need. This is his fight. It wouldn't be right for us to interfere. Very well, Orochimaru said with a shrug, indicating his understanding. Only then did the third let out a quiet breath of relief. He turned to Raymond and asked, So, your next step? Is it to completely wipe out the Akatsuki? That's right, Raymond admitted casually. An organization as deranged as Akatsuki never should have existed in this world. But speaking of which, there's still quite a few of your old acquaintances among them, third. Care to come with us and pay them a visit? An old acquaintance? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. He didn't quite understand who Raymond meant by that. As far as he knew, among the original members of the Akatsuki, the only ones he was familiar with were Orochimaru, his former student who had turned against him, and Itachi, who had volunteered to go undercover in the Akatsuki. But judging by the current situation, both Orochimaru and Itachi had already joined the Watchers, the organization. Behind Raymond, there shouldn't be anyone left in Akatsuki that he knew anymore, right? Still, he was certain that Raymond wouldn't have brought this up for no reason. There must be more to the story. If it's convenient, I certainly don't mind going with you to take a look. If there's anything I can help with, I'm willing to lend a hand. The third said thoughtfully after a moment. All right, then you can just come along with us later. Third Hokage, Raymond replied with an easy smile. While Raymond and the third were talking, Itachi had already begun to overpower Danzo. Even though Danzo managed to activate Susanoo more than a dozen times, he was still utterly suppressed, pinned to the ground by Itachi without the slightest chance to fight back. Danzo had considered running away. After all, pride meant little to someone like him. But he quickly realized something was off about this place. Escape was impossible. He'd also thought about calling out to the third for help. But when he saw Bisu and Orochimaru standing by the third's side, he understood that idea was just as unrealistic. He knew then that his chances of survival today were slim at best. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Itachi, don't you get it even now? The ones who drove your Uchiha clan to ruin weren't me, or even Konoha. It was the Uchiha themselves. Understand, Itachi's movements didn't slow in the slightest. Then why are you still trying to kill me?" Danzo laughed bitterly out of rage. "Killing you has nothing to do with them. I've simply found you an eyesore for far too long," Itachi replied calmly, as if stating something utterly trivial. Itachi's maddeningly indifferent answer left Danzo at a loss for words. All his arguments stuck in his throat. What else could he say at this point? It was clear he'd been given no chance to survive. Fine, fine. If you won't let me live, don't expect to have things easy yourself." Danzo, driven to desperation, launched himself into a last-ditch effort. But the difference in their strength was too great. No matter how desperately he fought, it was all in vain. Half an hour later, the battle was over. Danzo had been completely erased from this world. Not even ashes remained. Itachi, however, didn't. Looking scathed, he bore several wounds, and his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, blood trickling down from them, showed clear signs of overuse. Seeing Itachi in such a state, the third found himself unable to blame him. He knew all too well that the damage caused by the Sharingan was irreversible, a curse that plagued the entire Uchiha clan. To take down Danzo, Itachi had clearly paid a heavy price. "Did that help you vent your anger?" Raymond asked. "It did," Itachi replied with a nod. "What a stubborn fellow you are. Things aren't like before. You've suffered such serious injuries. Looks like you'll have to sit out the battle against Akatsuki." Orochimaru glanced at Itachi, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke. This time, Itachi didn't retort. After all, Orochimaru was simply stating the truth. In the past, if his Mangekyo Sharingan was pushed beyond its limits, he could always return to his true self as Raymond and be remade from scratch. But in this world, he was here as his actual body. There was no going back. Any injuries he sustained wouldn't heal so easily. "It's fine. I'll ask old man Jiro to lend you a hand," Raymond said with a smile. Even Itachi was surprised, looking at Raymond with a puzzled expression. "Old man Jiro knows medical techniques." "It's not exactly healing," Raymond replied thoughtfully. "He can temporarily seal all your injuries within your body. But sealing them away isn't without consequences. Once the stored damage exceeds a certain threshold, it'll all come bursting out at once. In other words, 10 non-fatal wounds might stack up and kill you in one blow when the seal breaks. I think you understand what that means, right?" Itachi nodded, grasping Raymond's intention. After all, once they defeated Akatsuki and left this world, this body would vanish anyway. Whether the injuries were sealed or not wouldn't matter anymore. With that realization, Itachi gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Looks like I'll have to trouble old man Jiro again." "It's no trouble at all. No trouble at all." Raymond's tone shifted, and his posture hunched slightly as he raised a finger toward Itachi. "Destruction anesthesia." In an instant, Itachi felt all the pain vanish from his body, including the backlash from overusing his Mangekyo Sharingan. It was as if Raymond's touch had wiped every ache away, leaving him utterly free of pain. The sensation was just like being healed in a heartbeat. Of course, Itachi knew this wasn't true recovery. Raymond had simply sealed away all his wounds and ailments for the time being. But the result was much the same. Back in the world of One Piece, Jiro had once helped Whitebeard in a similar way, sealing all his injuries for him. At that time, Itachi had been away on a mission with the other Silver personalities, so he hadn't witnessed it and knew nothing of the matter. As for what happened after, Itachi was well aware. Whitebeard's injuries were so severe that if they hadn't been sealed, he might have survived a little longer by simply avoiding battle. But after the sealing, he only managed to live a few more days. So such a technique really exists. Hiruzen, who had witnessed the entire scene from the side, couldn't help but marvel aloud. As a shinobi, he knew all too well how precious a technique like this truly was, that if, during a desperate fight with an enemy, you could seal away one instance of damage, it would be like instantly coming back to life with full health. Even if you ended up dying from the backlash afterwards, it would still be better than being killed outright. If Konoha could master this technique. This thought flashed through his mind and vanished almost immediately, because Konoha couldn't afford to provoke these people. "Huh? What's going on? What are they doing?" Jiraiya's voice, tinged with surprise and confusion, came from the doorway. Jiraiya walked in, holding a drink in his hand, looking completely bewildered as he took in Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mido Kato brandishing kunai at each other's throats. He clearly had no idea what was happening. Jiraiya. The third Hokage finally snapped to his senses when he saw Jiraiya, and suddenly turned his head to look toward the window. "So we're out." Seeing that the window had completely returned to normal, with no sign of the previous damage, the third Hokage realized that, without any of them noticing, they had already left that suspected barrier. He walked over to the window and confirmed that the destruction caused by Itachi and Danzo's earlier battle had also been restored. The once empty street was now bustling with people once more. The realization unsettled him, but at the same time, he breathed a long sigh of relief. At least it proved that Orochimaru hadn't lied to him. Konoha's villagers hadn't been affected by what had happened. At that moment, Professor X also released his control over Koharu and Hamura, allowing them to regain command of their bodies. The two of them looked deeply shaken, gasping for breath as they stared at Raymond and the others, a mix of shock and anger in their eyes. Hiruzen, they tried to say something, but the third Hokage cut them off again. Do you want Konoha to suffer further losses? I know I can't stop you, but don't forget, it's not just you that I can't stop. The third had already regained his usual composure, showing no intention of bickering with Koharu and Hamura. But this time, the two of them lacked the courage to keep up their stubborn front. They'd seen what happened to Danzo. The third's words were a warning. He truly couldn't change their minds, but he also couldn't change Raymond and the other's stance. If they kept pushing things and provoked Raymond's group to act, he wouldn't step in to save them. Koharu and Hamura weren't fools. They knew better than to keep courting disaster. They'd only dared to oppose the third before because they knew he wouldn't and couldn't do anything too drastic. But now, the situation was utterly different. Raymond's group had killed Danzo right in front of the third, and the third hadn't even batted an eye. If they really wanted to get rid of the two of them, the third likely wouldn't lift a finger. The interests of Konoha came first, after all. That was the very phrase they themselves liked to use to pressure the third Hokage. The two exchanged a glance, then finally slunk out of the Hokage's office in defeat. Raymond didn't try to stop them. After all, their real target had only ever been Danzo. By the way, Lord Jiraiya, would you like to come along? Raymond suddenly turned to Jiraiya and asked. Go where? Jiraiya hadn't caught on yet. The Akatsuki's headquarters. Sure, right now. Of course. As Raymond spoke, a ring of flame appeared in the office. On the other side of the fiery portal, Zaken had been waiting for quite some time. Jiraiya and the third Hokage both noticed that beyond the ring of fire, a gentle rain was falling, the climate entirely different from that of the Leaf Village. It was the Hidden Rain Village. A gentle woman with pale blue hair stepped out from a house, opening a paper umbrella in her hand. She had just set one foot outside when she suddenly paused and looked to her left, asking softly, When did you get here? Not long ago. I was waiting for you. A man wearing a swirling mask stepped out from behind a large tree, his body draped in the Akatsuki's signature black cloak with red clouds. Is there something you need? The gentle woman with pale blue hair, none other than Conan, one of Akatsuki's founders, asked calmly. Something big has happened, said the masked man, his tone grave. What could be so serious that you'd come all this way? Conan frowned slightly. They're all dead. Kakazu, Haiden, Sasori, Deidara, and Kisame. Every last one of them. The masked man's voice was heavy with urgency. That's impossible. Conan was incredulous. It's true. Suddenly, a giant pitcher plant rose slowly from the earth beside them. From within emerged black and white Zetsu, who confirmed the masked man's account in a matter-of-fact tone. Itachi betrayed us. This whole incident was a trap, set specifically to lure our people in. I saw it with my own eyes. With Zetsu's confirmation, Conan finally began to believe, though she still found it hard to accept. Itachi was a huge problem, but even if he betrayed us, there's no way he could have taken down all 5 of them at once. Even with the Leaf's help, that shouldn't have been enough. It had nothing to do with the Leaf. It was another group entirely, people I've never seen before. And among them was that snake, Orochimaru, Zetsu said. This incident has thrust Akatsuki into the open for the entire shinobi world to see. Every major village is now using this upheaval as an excuse for a massive purge. Once they're done, they'll turn their attention to finding us. What should we do now? The masked man asked. I'll discuss it with Pain before we decide, Conan said after a moment's thought. It seems that's all we can do, the masked man agreed with a nod. The Akatsuki had always been formidable, not just because they counted so many top-tier fighters among their ranks, but because they moved from the shadows, hidden from view. Once exposed to the eyes of the major ninja villages, they would inevitably become the target of all. This was an unavoidable problem. That was why the Akatsuki had always acted with utmost discretion, even when they possessed the power to destroy an entire ninja village in the blink of an eye. Besides, the situation had changed dramatically. With the deaths of Sasori and the other 4, and Itachi's betrayal, the Akatsuki's top fighting force had been all but wiped out. If the major villages were to find them, Now, even they would be forced into a dangerously passive position. After all, the Akatsuki was not yet strong enough to take on the entire ninja world at once. If they were, why would they bother with so many schemes and plots? Creak! The door behind Conan suddenly swung open. A young man with orange hair and a hidden rain forehead protector emerged from the shadows. This orange-haired youth was none other than the Akatsuki's public leader, Pain of the Deva Path, the avatar representing Zero, one of Nagato's 6 paths. There's no need to discuss further. They're here, Pain said. Who's here? Conan asked, knowing that Pain's Deva Path possessed the Rain Tiger technique, allowing him to sense the entirety of the hidden rain. Village through the falling rain. Every raindrop served as his eyes, so it was no surprise he could detect anything unusual before anyone else. It's Itachi, Orochimaru, the third Hokage, and Jiraiya-sensei. Pain replied, his voice tinged with complexity. At the mention of Jiraiya's name, Conan too fell silent. Is it just them? The man with the swirling mask asked. There are others, but none I recognize, Pain murmured in thought. It's probably the same group I encountered. Sasori and the others were killed by these people. Zetsu spoke up. They've come after us so quickly. It looks like this was all premeditated. They're coming straight for us, the masked man remarked. Should we relocate? Zetsu asked. It's too late for that. Pain's gaze suddenly shifted to the right. Over there, out of thin air, a ring of flames appeared. Through it, Raimon and his companions stepped into the room. Clearly their first attempt at teleportation had only brought them somewhere within the Hidden Rain's territory. The second time, they'd landed directly at their doorstep. Conan, Yahiko, is it really you? Jiraiya emerged from the ring of fire, not at all pleased to have uncovered the masterminds, but rather with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. His feelings for Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato, these students he'd met along the way, had never been especially deep. After so many years apart, he wasn't even sure if the three were still alive. Such was the world of the ninja. One day you could be sharing drinks with someone, and the next, you might be separated by life and death. Moreover, Yahiko and the others were not from Konoha. Jiraiya had only taken them as apprentices out of compassion that if the three of them truly became enemies of the Leaf Village, he would not hesitate to act. However, these are just outcomes, not the process itself. People are not without feelings. After all, they have shared the bond of master and student. How could there be no emotion at all? Unless it is absolutely necessary. He truly does not want to become enemies with those who were once his students. Jiraiya-sensei, it's been a long time, Conan said, her face calm, though her eyes betrayed a storm of emotion. Well, Zero, Haku, I really didn't expect you two to be Jiraiya students. Does that mean you should be calling me Uncle Master? Orochimaru let out a raspy chuckle as he spoke. Orochimaru, are you looking for death? Conan responded without the slightest attempt to hide her disdain, clearly not taking him seriously at all. Someone will certainly die today, but I'm quite sure it won't be me, Orochimaru replied with a light laugh, unfazed. In his eyes, Conan was already as good as dead, hardly worth getting angry over. Orochimaru, do you really think victory is assured for you all? The man with the swirling mask interjected coldly at this moment, turning his gaze to Itachi. I'm not surprised that they could be so foolish, but you, Itachi, I always thought you were a smart man, someone who wouldn't lose his reason. But now, it seems I overestimated you. Your foolishness will not only doom yourself, but also your poor brother. Before Itachi could respond, Jiraiya shot the masked man a displeased look and said, You're all talk for someone about to meet their end. If anyone's being foolish here, it's you, hiding behind a mask and not daring to show your real face. It's not that I don't dare show my face, the masked man replied with a chilling smile, but rather, anyone who has seen my true face has had to die. Would you like to see it? At that, the third Hokage seemed to recall something. His gaze at the masked man was filled with disbelief. Madara, you will die today, without question, Itachi said calmly, his eyes fixed on the masked man. Madara? Upon hearing Itachi address the masked man by that name, the third Hokage's earlier suspicion was finally confirmed. He cried out in shock, You're Uchiha Madara? What? Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya was taken aback. Even Orochimaru's vertical pupils suddenly narrowed. Clearly, he too was shaken by this revelation. It truly has been a long time, Hiruzen. The masked man turned and addressed the third Hokage. How could you possibly still be alive? The third Hokage was stunned. At last, he understood what Layman had meant when he said there was an old acquaintance of his in Akatsuki. Uchiha Madara. He would never have guessed. This man is the true mastermind behind Akatsuki. As for Pain, his real name should be Nagato, Itachi said slowly. Nagato, you must be mistaken. He's clearly... Jiraiya was just about to suggest that Itachi might have confused Nagato and Yahiko's names, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something was off. Orochimaru patted him on the shoulder. I thought you'd have figured it out by now. Looks like you're slipping, Jiraiya. How could that be? Yahiko. Jiraiya was stunned, finally noticing the oddness about the Yahiko standing before him, but this only made him more bewildered. At that moment, Raymond spoke up. The real Yahiko has long since passed away. The one before you is merely one of Nagato's 6 paths incarnations. To be precise, he should be called Deva Path Pain. Kid, you seem to know quite a lot about Akatsuki, don't you? The man in the swirling mask looked at Raymond with great interest. Oh, not at all, Lord Toby. You flatter me, Raymond replied with a light laugh. I never give out empty praise. Wait, what did you just call me? The masked man was about to say something else, but was suddenly taken aback. Toby, or perhaps I should use your full name, Uchiha Bido, isn't that right? Raymond answered, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Nonsense. The masked man's voice grew cold and stern. At this point, Conan and Deva Pathpain, sensing a shift in the situation, turned their gazes from Raymond and the others to the masked man, as if trying to glean something from behind his mask. Even though the masked man refused to acknowledge Raymond's words, Itachi was not one to doubt what Raymond said. He asked, Raymond, are you saying he isn't Uchiha Madara? Of course not. Madara died long ago. There's no way he could still be alive now. Raymond shook his head lightly, smiling. Upon realizing he had been deceived, Itachi fell silent for a long while. After some time, he looked over at the masked man, Toby, or rather, Abito, and questioned why. Itachi, you actually believe this kid? You see my face. There's no way you don't know who I am. I asked you why. Itachi cut him off coldly, his tone sharp. Answer me, Abito. Seeing that Itachi had no intention of listening to his explanations, Abito finally gave up trying to justify himself. With a sigh, he said, Why do you insist on getting hung up over this? Does it really matter whether I'm Uchiha Madara or not? With that single sentence, Abito had all but confirmed Raymond's words. The story had taken such a dramatic turn that even Conan and Deva Pathpain were left speechless, their urge to act momentarily forgotten. When it came to Abito, neither Itachi nor Jiraiya and the others were strangers. Abito was a disciple of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who in turn was Jiraiya's student. Strictly speaking, that made Jiraiya his grandmaster, and the 3rd Hokage his great-grandmaster. If you traced it from the Uchiha side, Abito would also be considered Itachi's cousin, making them close relatives by blood. From this perspective, the world of Naruto really is quite small. In fact, if you trace the connections from Jiraiya's generation, Abito is actually a generation younger than Conan and Nagato, by all rights. He should be calling them senior uncles. After Raymond gave his alternate personalities a crash course in the tangled web between Abito, Conan, Nagato, and the people from Konoha, most of them were amazed by just how convoluted these relationships were. So it turns out this is really a family melodrama. Zhakong took a drag from his cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke as he sighed with feeling. One had to admit, Zhakong had a razor-sharp tongue, but he wasn't exactly wrong. The deeper you dug into the Akatsuki's story, the more it resembled a bizarre, one-of-a-kind family drama. They fought tooth and nail, and yet, in the end, it always turned out they were friends or family. By this point in the show, even Itachi and Orochimaru were growing tired of the whole thing. They didn't want the other alternate personalities to laugh at them anymore. But there was nothing they could do. Facts were facts, and some things couldn't be changed. Do you want me to tell you the whole story? Raymond suddenly asked Itachi. No need. If you think about it, what does knowing the truth even change? The dead won't come back to life, and the living won't find redemption. It would only satisfy my curiosity, Itachi replied, shaking his head. Are you sure? Yes. Itachi seemed perfectly calm. For him, as long as the Akatsuki was wiped out and Danzo, the schemer, was gone from Konoha, then at least Sasuke would have a relatively peaceful future. That was all he could do as an older brother. If, even then, Sasuke couldn't live a good life, then perhaps that was simply his fate. Itachi wasn't a god. He couldn't dictate his brother's destiny. Yet, while Itachi had found his calm, Abito, whose mind had long since become unstable, let out a cold, derisive laugh. The whole story, huh? You. Sure, talk big. I don't know how you uncover my identity, but this world is far more complicated than you think. Don't assume you've seen it all. I could say the same to you, Raymond replied with a smile. Abito gave a snort of contempt, unwilling to argue further. You think I'm just being cryptic? Seeing his reaction, Raymond sighed. Honestly, Itachi doesn't want to make a fuss, and I'd rather not meddle, but your attitude is starting to get on my nerves. So, do you really believe everything you've seen is the truth? What are you getting at? Abito sneered. For example, Have you ever wondered why you just happened to witness Rin die at Kakashi's hand? Obito's entire body went rigid. What did you say? Back then, you were just a clueless kid. What you saw was only what others wanted you to see. Raymond shook his head and sighed. To be honest, I actually find you rather pitiful. You've spent your whole life trapped in a world, crafted by others. But I can't feel even a shred of sympathy for you, because you're just too foolish. You secretly controlled such a massive organization, yet it never even crossed your mind to investigate what really happened all those years ago. The truth could have been revealed with a single question, but you let yourself be deceived for so many years. Isn't that just absurd? No, that's impossible. You're lying to me. Obito felt blood rush to his head, his mind reeling with dizziness. Raymond's words struck him so hard that he was momentarily unable to think at all. Everything he'd done up to now was rooted in what he'd witnessed, Rin's death at Kakashi's hands, which shattered his worldview and gave birth to his dream of creating a new world. But if what Raymond said was true, it meant he'd been living a lie for years, his entire perspective shaped by a falsehood. Did that mean his whole life had become nothing but a joke? Rin? What does this have to do with her? Jiraiya, standing to one side, looked puzzled as he heard Raymond's words. He definitely knew Rin. Back in the day, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were all Minato's students, and Minato had brought them to meet Jiraiya, their grandmaster. So Jiraiya was no stranger to the trio. But clearly, there were secrets here he'd never known. It's simple. Back then, when this guy was on the verge of death, Madara just happened to pass by and save him. Madara himself was nearing the end of his life, but he wasn't willing to just die quietly. He wanted to find a so-called successor to carry on his century-long plan. This guy's appearance gave Madara the resolve to cultivate him. But Madara was always cautious. He feared that if this guy stayed too close to Konoha, Hiruzen and the others would notice something was off and ruin his grand scheme. So he orchestrated a carefully crafted accident, letting this guy witness Rin's death at Kakashi's hands with his own eyes. The rest, you probably know. Because of that event, he grew to hate this world, deciding it was too filthy to be allowed to exist. That's how Akatsuki was born, along with all those who shared his vision. But at the time, Rin deliberately died by Kakashi's hand to fulfill the mission and prevent an even greater crisis, Jiraiya said, looking at Obito with a complicated expression. No, that's not how it happened, Obito muttered, his voice hollow. You're all in on this, aren't you? You planned together to deceive me. It must be so. How could Rin have killed herself? How could she possibly have done such a thing? I told you, if you'd just done a little investigating, you would have seen the truth for yourself. But you didn't because you've already lost your mind. Raymond shook his head and sighed. I don't believe it. Obito growled in a low voice. Believe it or not, do you really think I'm here to convince you? Don't kid yourself. The truth is, all of you are going to die today. Raymond looked at Obito with a flicker of pity in his eyes, but he wasted no more words. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, do it. A fierce battle erupted in an instant. Yet at that moment, Obito had already lost the will to fight. He stood there blankly and was sent flying by Itachi's attack. Though he kept repeating, impossible, I don't believe it. Deep down, he knew that most of what Raymond said was true. With his current insight, there was no way he couldn't tell that Jiraiya's words just now were honest and unembellished. In other words, that scene from the past, Obito now realized, had been staged by Madara for him to see. Looking back, it was even possible that the whole event had been manufactured by Madara, all to brainwash him. But Obito had never questioned it, simply because he had seen Rin's death with his own eyes and refused to revisit that memory. This blind spot in his thinking had shaped the tragedy of his entire life. In truth, he was already filled with a desire for death. Raymond hadn't actually intended to break Obito's spirit through words. There was no need for that. Even without using the Jiro auxiliary personality, the other silver level personas alone could easily crush what remained of the Akatsuki, who were already half-crippled. What's more, Jiraiya and the third Hokage had come along this time as well. Eradicating the current Akatsuki was no great challenge. Still, Obito's reaction had left Raymond somewhat dissatisfied, so he decided to employ the infamous Talk No Jutsu. And sure enough, Obito's resolve collapsed in an instant. Among the 4 remaining members of Akatsuki, Obito and Nagato were by far the strongest. With Obito defeated by Raymond's words, Nagato alone stood no chance. His 6 paths of pain could perhaps match 2 or 3 Kaga-level opponents at best, but in this situation, it was meaningless. In just over half an hour, the battle was over. All 6 paths of pain knelt in defeat. Nagato, hidden away and unable to move, was found and dragged out, and both Konan and Obito were subdued. As for Zetsu, he was the first to be eliminated. Black Zetsu, the true mastermind behind it all, wasn't especially powerful. His abilities were just strange and hard to counter. Yet among Raymond's many silver-level personas, there was one perfectly suited to deal with him. Professor X. Most of Zetsu's abilities were rooted in the mind and spirit, but before Professor X, the master of psychic powers, they were simply no match, especially with the cooperation of Megatron, who could temporarily unleash level 5 psychic abilities. Black Zetsu no longer posed any real threat. In the world of Naruto, those of Kaga-level strength would only be considered top-tier level 4s in the Marvel Universe, much like Orochimaru and Itachi. But level 5 went a whole step beyond Kaga level. At the very least, it was comparable to Madara at his peak. Facing Professor X, who specialized in psychic powers and could match peak Madara in this domain alone, Black Zetsu crumbled in an instant. Raymond didn't even need to make a move during this battle. Even the third Hokage, just like Raymond, was a mere bystander throughout, with no chance to intervene. With this fight, the Akatsuki organization was wiped from existence once and for all. Raymond didn't expose Black Zetsu's true intentions. Firstly, there was no need, since he had no plans to let Black Zetsu survive anyway. Secondly, he didn't want to get entangled in yet another web of family drama. As for Kaguya, the ancestor of all ninjas in this world, her entanglements with her two sons were nothing but a mess of domestic squabbles, and Raymond had no interest in getting dragged into that. Even with Jiro's alternate personality as support, he wasn't exactly afraid of that family, but he certainly had no interest in inviting trouble upon himself. So, after erasing all traces of Akatsuki and Zetsu, Raymond started preparing to withdraw. Before leaving, he made sure to leave a few days for Itachi, giving him time to arrange some matters for what was to come. It's worth mentioning that Itachi did not choose to reveal everything to his foolish younger brother face to face. Instead, he left instructions with the third Hokage and Jiraiya, planning to tell Sasuke the truth only after he'd grown up. Once everything was settled, Raymond's legion drifted away as if they'd never been there at all. Of course, in the eyes of the third Hokage and the others, the mysterious Watchers, organization had simply faded into the shadows once more, not disappeared. No matter how much they racked their brains, they could never guess at the true nature of what had transpired. Host, Raymond. Strength, 7.2. Agility, 7.8. Constitution, 7.8. Spirit, 5. Abilities, Claw Combat Technique, Transformation Technique. Navy 6 Styles, Outstanding. Power of Chi, Outstanding. Universal Points, 23,670. Alternate Personalities, Claw, Deadshot, Trash Kong, Ebisu Libiala. Akainu, Kizuru, Tao Pai Pai, Professor X, Megatron, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi Jiro. Another B-grade evaluation. Huh? Looks like racking up points in these relatively easy wish missions isn't really possible, Raymond mused as he looked at the B-grade he had received from Itachi's wish quest. But this didn't come as a surprise to him. In the world of Naruto, though he didn't rely on Jiro's golden alternate personality as heavily as he had in One Piece, the difficulty was still much lower than that of Akainu's wish. Raymond was already quite satisfied to have received a B-level evaluation. Deep down, he had even considered the possibility that he might only get a C-level evaluation. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Still, even a C-level would have earned him 3,000 universal points, which, for him, was not entirely unacceptable. After all, his goal was to exchange for 2 gold character cards. Even if he only gained another 3,000 points, it would be enough. But naturally, the more he could get, the better. Gazing at the more than 20,000 universal points displayed on his data panel, Raymond no longer hesitated. He silently thought to himself, System, exchange for 2 gold character cards, and activate them both immediately. Gold character card is being activated. Gold subpersonality, Aral Norimaki, activation successful. Original background. Aral Norimaki, from the world of Aral, is a robot girl created by Dr. Sunbei Norimaki. Although she looks like an elementary school student, she's actually a middle schooler. Gold subpersonality, Emperor of the Universe, Frisia, activation successful. Original background. Emperor of the Universe, Frisia, from the world of Dragon Ball, is a mutated member of the Frisia race, a battle-hardened conqueror with terrifying power. He has taken over countless planets, destroyed innumerable civilizations that refuse to submit, and is infamous for his cold-blooded cruelty. Aral? Raymond stared in disbelief at the new name that had appeared in the subpersonality column, unable to calm his mind for a long time. He wasn't too surprised that Frisia had appeared. After all, he had already made some estimates about the combat strength of the gold subpersonalities after unlocking Old Man Jiro. According to his initial assessment, a gold subpersonality should possess power equivalent to the subcelestial father level in this world. And after witnessing Old Man Jiro's true strength a few times, his estimate was further confirmed. It was likely right on point. Frieza, as the major villain in the early part of the Dragon Ball world, played a role much like Thanos did in this universe. Both rampaged across the cosmos, leading their armies to trample and toy with countless civilizations. And both possessed strength that struck terror into the hearts of almost every other race. Frieza's power needed no further explanation. He could wipe out the Scion's home, planet Vegeta, with a flick of his wrist. More importantly, his temperament was even more villainous than Thanos. He was the kind of bad guy who exuded evil from every pore. If Thanos was a name that made many civilizations in this universe shudder, then Frieza's infamy could send chills down the spines of almost every civilization in the Dragon Ball world. His very name was enough to make them tremble in fear, not daring to even whisper, "I TAS," for who is stronger between Frieza and Old Man Jiro. It's really hard to say. When Old Man Jiro is at his peak, he's also a ruthless, planet-destroying powerhouse. Since they've never actually fought, no one can say for certain who would come out on top. It's worth mentioning that if we set Raymond's level of surprise at drawing Frieza as a 1, then his astonishment at encountering Aral would be a full 100. He simply never imagined he could summon a female subpersonality, let alone a little girl. Up until now, no matter the strength of his subpersonalities, whether young or old, good or evil, even those like Megatron, a silicon-based life form, they'd all been male or masculine in nature. This made Raymond unconsciously dismiss the possibility that he could ever bring forth a female subpersonality. He never even wondered what it would be like if he did. Not until now. Of course, Aral was no stranger to him. She is the beloved daughter of Akira Toriyama, the creator god of the Dragon Ball universe, and practically the chosen one of her world. You can tell just by the fact that her universe is named after her. She's the very definition of a protagonist blessed by fate. As everyone knows, Aral's world follows a comedic style, and in such worlds, main characters are virtually immortal, each one the darling of their own universe, protected by the very rules of reality. Among them, Aral stands out. Not only is she immortal, but her combat power is absolutely staggering. To give a sense of it, take Son Goku, the main character from Dragon Ball, who once fought her. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he couldn't defeat her, and that's a Goku who could defeat Frieza with ease. Yet even so, this might not be the limit of Aral's strength, as she rarely engages in battles. If one had to describe it, she's like a female Saitama. Nobody has ever discovered the true depth of her power. In Raymond's view, the system's golden tier rating for Aral might actually be an understatement. Based on what she's already shown, her fighting power is certainly on par with, if not greater than, the regular Frieza, more than qualifying her for that golden tier. Host has acquired 3 golden subpersonalities, reaching the upgrade threshold. System upgrading. As Raymond was still reeling from Aral's arrival, a new message suddenly echoed in his mind, catching his attention. A system upgrade? So it really does work this way. Seeing the system prompt, Raymond wasn't surprised in the least. Ever since Old Man Jiro, his first golden subpersonality, appeared, Raymond had a sense of the golden tier's level and had deduced that golden subpersonalities were roughly equivalent to demi-father class beings in this world. However, while a sub-celestial father-level figure is indeed a person of significance in this world, there is still a considerable gap between that and the true pinnacle of power. In this world, beings at the celestial father level are far from rare, not to mention the various ancient deities above that level, as well as cosmic entities like the Watchers and the celestial host transcend it. Forces that stand even higher. Judging by how the system has performed so far, it's obvious that it is not limited to granting him only sub-celestial father-level strength. The gold level, too, cannot be the system's summit. He had long suspected that the system would undergo some new transformation in the future. He just hadn't expected that the trigger for this upgrade would be the rather strict requirement of possessing 3 gold-level subpersonalities. If I'm not mistaken, after this, levels beyond gold should finally emerge. I really am looking forward to it. Raymond stroked his chin, a smile spreading across his face. One thing was certain. The higher the system's ceiling, the greater the benefits to him. Naturally, he had every reason to be excited about this upgrade. Raymond also noticed that, since acquiring 2 more gold-level subpersonalities, his inner world had changed as well. His original inner world had resembled a spacious yet rather insubstantial pocket dimension. Not exactly small, but undeniably thin and lacking in substance. Whenever his subpersonalities resided within this inner world, he could, if he wished, share his senses with them. Even if they left the inner world, they could still communicate with him through it at the level of consciousness and could return at any time. For example, when Tao Pai Pai was blown apart by Big Mom, he instantly retreated to the inner world, though Big Mom's attack chased after him even there. If it hadn't been for the presence of Old Man Jiro holding the fort inside the inner world, Raymond himself might have suffered a setback due to Tao Pai Pai's misfortune. After all, Big Mom's strength was no joke. Though she couldn't compare to a gold-level subpersonality like Old Man Jiro, she still outclassed most of Raymond's silver-level subpersonalities by a decent margin. Tao Pai Pai, among Raymond's silver-level personalities, was already on the weaker end, so it was only natural he could not stand against Big Mom. But that was not the main point. What truly mattered was that, with the arrival of Frisia and Aral, not only did the system seem to hit the threshold for an upgrade and begin evolving, but his inner world itself suddenly began to transform as well. Once empty and desolate, the inner world, with the appearance of these two new gold-level personalities, took on the contours of a miniature world. This world wasn't vast, about the size of an ordinary island in the world of One Piece, but contained everything it needed to feel complete. There were blue skies and white clouds, the melodious calls of birds, the fragrance of flowers, and even a radiant sun shining overhead. Yet Raymond could sense that all of this was illusory, not truly real, but rather a manifestation, an evolution of his inner world. Perhaps, when he became even more formidable in the future and gained the power to turn illusion into reality, this little world might indeed become a real one. But right now, it truly was nothing more than an illusory world. Yet for the subpersonalities living inside it, it was undoubtedly much better than the previously empty, cramped space. At the same time, because Raymond had just come out of the Wish world, all his subpersonalities, including the two newly emerged golden subpersonalities, were now gathered in the mental world. With a single thought, Raymond manifested his own consciousness in the mental world as well. So, you're the primary personality? You don't look like much. From now on, you'd better stick with Lord Frisia. Mighty Lord Frisia will make sure you're well taken care of, declared Frisia. Though he was barely over a meter tall and looked like an alien brat, Frisia spoke to Raymond with the airs of a seasoned tyrant. Raymond was baffled. This was the first time he'd encountered anything like this. Even the likes of Tao Pai Pai and Orochimaru, notorious troublemakers, had immediately chosen to submit once they realized Raymond held ultimate authority over all subpersonalities. As for the others, most weren't that unruly to begin with, and generally got along with Raymond quite well. Even the golden subpersonality, Old Man Jiro, had never once put on airs in front of Raymond. But Frisia was something else. He really was the first to show such arrogance, truly worthy of the title Emperor of the Universe. Raymond was just about to put Frisia in his place and remind him who the real boss was here, when Frisia, not missing a beat, turned to the rest of the subpersonalities and sneered. As for you lot, though, you all look as weak as kittens. Since you're at least my own people, Lord Frisia, in his boundless mercy, will reluctantly allow you to become his subordinates. You'd better cherish this rare opportunity. This time, it wasn't just Raymond who was stunned. Except for Aral, who hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Every subpersonality was left speechless. What was this situation? Since when were newcomers so brazen? Granted, they could see Frisia was a golden-level powerhouse, and they could guess that his strength was probably on par with someone like Old Man Jiro, who could stop a planet's rotation with a single finger. But let's not forget, this was Raymond's domain. If Raymond wished, he could, in a single thought, imprison any subpersonality here, utterly inescapable. What was this new boss thinking? Moreover, subpersonalities couldn't truly eliminate one another. If things really got out of hand, even a bronze-level subpersonality wouldn't be afraid of a golden-level one. After all, it wasn't as if they could actually be killed. The reason why these lower-level subpersonalities generally give face to the higher-level ones is mostly out of fear that the latter might strike a deal with Raymond, the main personality. Things like agreeing to lock up a lesser subpersonality for a while, or even never letting them out again. Although nothing like that has happened so far, logically speaking, the higher-level subpersonalities are definitely more important to Raymond. But now, with Frisia's sudden appearance, the first person he offends is Raymond himself. Isn't that just reckless? As long as Raymond doesn't show him favoritism, who would really be afraid of him? My extraterrestrial friend, are you still half asleep? Tao Pai Pai was the first who couldn't hold back, firing back at Frisia without hesitation. Although he too came from the world of Dragon Ball, he didn't actually know Frisia. At the point in time he was from, Frisia hadn't even arrived on Earth yet. Hearing Frisia's arrogant words, and noticing Raymond's clear displeasure, Tao Pai Pai stepped forward to take the lead. What did you say? Frisia sounded as if he couldn't believe his ears, holding a hand up to his ear and asking again. I said, are you sleepwalking? Otherwise, why would you suddenly start spouting nonsense? Tao Pai Pai mocked him with no mercy. You worthless fool. Are you looking to die? Frisia's expression darkened. He raised his hand and pointed at Tao Pai Pai from afar. A thin pillar of red light shot from his fingertip, striking Tao Pai Pai and sending him flying, vanishing in an instant. This scene took everyone by surprise, including Raymond and the other subpersonalities. In the past, in this mental world, subpersonalities couldn't physically attack one another. No one expected that after this upgrade, things would change so dramatically. However, it was clear that even though they could now attack each other, the old rules still applied. Subpersonalities couldn't actually kill one another here. Sure enough, moments later, Tao Pai Pai returned completely unscathed. If this had happened in the real world, there's no way Tao Pai Pai could have survived a blow from Frisia. Even the most casual strike would have been fatal. But here in the realm of the mind, all Frisia could do was send him flying. Of course, Tao Pai Pai was surprised, but once he realized that Frisia still couldn't kill him, a wicked grin spread across his face. You little brat, it seems you're asking for a beating. Whoosh! Tao Pai Pai vanished in a flash. The next instant, he reappeared, launching a spinning knife-hand strike at Frisia's neck. With his strength, a single slash like that could easily slice a heavy tank into scrap metal. Yet Frisia simply extended a finger and effortlessly blocked the attack. With a casual flick, he sent Tao Pai Pai flying once again. Having been sent flying once again, Tao Pai Pai finally realized that, even though he was immortal in this mental world, there was still an insurmountable gap in strength between him and Frisia. Hurting his opponent was simply impossible. Yet, he was unwilling to simply give up like this. Just as he was about to continue recklessly throwing himself at Frisia, determined to land at least one slap, even if it meant being knocked away 10,000 times, he noticed that the old man, Jiru, was waving at him from not far away. That gesture clearly meant, don't act impulsively just yet. Watching Jiru suddenly limbering up, Tao Pai Pai felt a surge of excitement. The old man was obviously about to step forward and stand up for him, preparing to have a little chat with Frisia. Although he didn't know whether Jiru, as a fellow golden-level subpersonality, could actually defeat Frisia, he figured that, even if he couldn't, he certainly wouldn't be left flailing helplessly, unable even to touch the enemy's sleeve. Take himself, for instance. Among the many silver-level subpersonalities, he was near the bottom, but even the strongest of them couldn't easily beat him in a head-on fight. By that standard, if Jiru chose to step in, he should at least be able to intimidate Frisia to some extent. The other subpersonalities quickly caught on to Jiru's intentions as well. Each of them was filled with anticipation, their spirits lifting. After all, Jiru standing up at this moment meant he would be standing up for all the old-timers among them. If Jiru could win, then this new big shot named Frisia would surely have to abandon his arrogance. But just as everyone braced themselves for an earth-shattering showdown, something unexpected happened. Pop, pop. That girl, the one who looked only half a head taller than Frisia, appearing almost like an elementary school student with her thick glasses, suddenly walked up to Frisia and poked his cheek. What do you think you're doing? Frisia exploded in anger. You feel funny. Are you sure you're not a robot? Aral asked, her voice full of curiosity. Nonsense. How could the great Lord Frisia possibly be a lowly robot? Frisia glared at Aral, as if deeply insulted. You little brat. Are you looking for trouble? It was clear that, although Frisia could tell Aral and Jiru were both golden-level subpersonalities like himself, he didn't take them seriously at all. He didn't believe for a moment they could match him. What a joke. One was a human geezer who looked half dead, and the other, a comical little girl. How could either of them compare to him, the emperor who ruled the universe? Give me a break. You're awfully fierce, weird doll. Come on, smile. You're not cute at all like this. Aral reached out her hand, ready to pinch Frisia's cheek as if he were nothing more than a toy doll. But how could Frisia possibly allow her to do such a thing? Careful, the little old man, Jiro, suddenly called out in warning. Although he knew Aral was also a golden tier alternate persona, and that none of them could truly be harmed in this mental world, he couldn't help but worry. After all, Aral still looked like a small girl. Instinctively, Jiro felt the need to caution her. Stone! Aral suddenly thrust out her short arm, making a fist just as Frisia swung his hand at her. Their fists collided at the exact same moment. A thunderous boom erupted, echoing out in all directions. An incredible scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Aral stood there with a puzzled expression, blinking innocently, her fists still held out in front of her, just as before. But Frisia had vanished without a trace from where he'd stood. Huh? Weren't we supposed to play rock, paper, scissors? Where did that strange doll go? Aral scratched her head, genuinely bewildered, glancing around as if searching for her missing playmate. Everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in shock, the air filled with a collective intake of breath. The only one who seemed unsurprised was Raymond, who hadn't yet found a moment to assert himself. Of all the people Frisia could have provoked, he just had to choose the beloved daughter of his world's creator, Raymond's own precious girl. It was like lighting a lantern in an outhouse, just begging for trouble. Even Goku, the Super Saiyan himself, had never been able to get the better of her all. Compared to her, Frisia was nothing at all. But of course, Frisia had no way of knowing any of this. He was the ultimate glutton for punishment, a villain who relished courting disaster, just like how he insisted on asserting his dominance, even though he knew Raymond was the primary persona. If he didn't have such a self-destructive streak, would he have ever become so obsessed with wiping out the Saiyans? Raymond understood all this, but the other alternate personas clearly did not. They stared at Aral, utterly dumbfounded. Even Jiro, who was confident in his abilities and never believed he could lose to Frisia, was left in shock. No one had doubted Aral's strength. After all, she was like Frisia and Jiro, a golden tier persona. But her childlike appearance was so disarming that they all unconsciously underestimated how dangerous she could be. Frisia, on the other hand, had arrived with an overwhelming presence, arrogant enough to claim he could conquer heaven, earth, and air in a heartbeat, calling himself Lord Frisia, and hardly bothering to acknowledge even Raymond, the primary persona. And the fact that Frisia had casually dispatched Tao Pai Pai with a flick of his hand was proof enough of his terrifying power. Even Jiro could see that Frisia's strength was almost absurd, and he himself wasn't sure he could win in a fight. Not to mention Aral, who, for no apparent reason, just sent Frisia flying with a single blow. She didn't even seem to be trying, treating the whole thing as if she were merely playing a game with him. To be honest with himself, old man Jiro admitted that even he couldn't casually swat Frisia away like Aral did. This alone proved that Aral's strength might even surpass that of the other two golden subpersonalities. More importantly, what was truly frightening was that this still wasn't the upper limit of Aral's power. The more one thought about it, the more unsettling it became. But clearly, things didn't end there. After being sent flying, Frisia, though looking a bit disheveled, was much like when he fought Tao Pai Pai, unable to inflict any real harm, and likewise, Aral's punch hadn't caused him any actual injury. However, King Frisia was furious. How long had it been since anyone dared to toy with him like this? In his eyes, Aral was undoubtedly pretending to be a fool, mocking him, to possess such strength and still act like a dim-witted schoolgirl. How infuriating. As for Aral's innocent, clueless demeanor, Frisia saw it as a deliberate attempt to disgust him, which only stoked his anger further. Very well, you succeeded in enraging the great King Frisia. No one in the universe can save you now. Frisia roared in midair, his fury boiling over. In a flash, Frisia triggered his transformation, surging into his second form, his body doubling in size. To put it in the terms of Dragon Ball's power levels, Frisia's earlier, pint-sized form had a combat power of around 500,000. Now, his power had soared to over 1 million. In other words, his strength had more than doubled in an instant. What a terrifying guy. Zakong leaned against a massive tree, raising an eyebrow slightly. This level of power seems to be approaching what the boss called Heavenly Father class, doesn't it? Unlike most other subpersonalities, Zakong, though only a bronze subpersonality, was himself a bug-level character. Among those he'd tricked were not only Heavenly Father class beings, but even some who might surpass that level. Frisia was undoubtedly strong. No one could deny that. Even if all of Raymond's silver subpersonalities joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for a single hand of Frisia's. But ultimately, Frisia hadn't reached the Heavenly Father level. Even his final form in regular conditions wouldn't get him there. That's why Zakong didn't feel the slightest bit intimidated. For someone like Frisia, whose brawn far outpaced his brains, all Zakong needed was a bit of time, and he had 100 ways to trick Frisia so thoroughly that even his own father wouldn't recognize him. But for the other silver-level subpersonalities, Frisia was simply too powerful, so much, so that the mere thought of resisting him couldn't even take shape in their minds. Even the elderly Master Jiro, upon seeing Frisia's second form, couldn't help but be visibly shaken. Almost unconsciously, he used his acupoint technique on himself, forcing his body into its peak condition. In an instant, it was as if he had returned to his prime. It was clear to him that, in his sealed state, there was no way he could take on this version of Frisia's second form. Only at his absolute best would he stand a fighting chance. Frisia also noticed the transformation in old Jiro, but he didn't pay it much mind. Instead, he shot him a glance, then curled his lips into a sneer. After all, this wasn't even Frisia's final or strongest form. Even if old Jiro could somehow defeat him in this state, it would still be no threat at all. Just another trivial opponent he could crush with a flick of his hand. So, Frisia simply spared him a fleeting look, then turned his attention back to the bewildered Aral. "Little girl, have you decided how you want to die?" he asked with a chilling calm. Aral stared at him, her face full of innocent confusion. Tilting her head, she asked, "Who are you? Why do you sound just like that weird doll from before?" "Oh, did you see where the weird doll went?" "Weird doll, seriously?" Frisia, who had just managed to regain his composure, felt his patience snap once again. His temper erupted as if set off by a landmine. Yet Aral seemed utterly oblivious, continuing on in her own world. "I get it now. You must be the weird doll's dad, right? Can you help me find him? He was about to play rock, paper, scissors with me, but then he suddenly disappeared." "Scissors?" Before Aral could even finish her sentence, Frisia, in his second form, let out a furious roar and shot toward her, clearly ready to fight with everything he had. Seeing the giant, weird doll charging at her, Aral instinctively assumed he wanted to play rock, paper, scissors too. She flashed a scissors gesture, only to find that the giant, weird doll vanished just as suddenly. Aral was baffled all over again. Another one disappeared? What about our rock, paper, scissors game? But to the onlookers, Aral had simply thrown out another casual palm strike, and Frisia's second form was once again sent flying, vanishing even faster than before. This was a true powerhouse. At last, everyone realized that the seemingly harmless Aral was, in fact, the real powerhouse among these two new members. Frisia looked formidable enough, but what did it matter if he was effortlessly sent flying twice by Aral? Anyone with eyes could see that, whether she was pretending or not, Aral hadn't even gotten serious in either exchange. Frisia had gone all out and still couldn't so much as touch the hem of Aral's clothes. If that didn't speak volumes, what would? Even a seasoned Jiro was taken aback, staring at Aral as if he were looking at some kind of monster. You have to understand, in the world of Toriko, his strength already stands at the very pinnacle. There are hardly any beings on Earth who can threaten him. Even the 8 kings, rulers of the gourmet world, aren't beyond his reach. He's fought them before, and most of the time, it's at least an even match. But among all the opponents he's faced, none can compare to the girl before him. By his estimation, in his current peak state, he's at best on par with Frisia's second form. Since Aral can flick away that form of Frisia as if it were nothing, it means she could just as easily do the same to him. If she had this kind of power in the world of Toriko, she could practically do as she pleased. Just as Jiro was considering whether he should go up and greet Aral, Frisia's voice rang out again, filled with rage. "Damn it, again and again, you dare humiliate the great Lord Frisia? Are you looking for death?" In a flash, Frisia shifted into his third form and shot into the sky. Compared to his second form, his body didn't get much bigger, but his appearance grew noticeably more grotesque. Still, his power spiked yet again, doubling or even tripling, reaching levels that in the Dragon Ball world would be the equivalent of 2 to 3 million in combat strength. Seeing Frisia in this form, even Jiro instinctively took a step back. He was sure of it now. He was no match for Frisia anymore. If he'd had confidence against the second form, the third form left no doubt he'd lose. What kind of creature is this? With every transformation, its power just keeps rising. Jiro's heart tightened with anxiety. He had originally wanted to stand up for Tao Pai Pai as one of the old generation's representatives and teach Frisia a lesson. But judging from the current situation, even if he could defeat Frisia's base form and, by some stroke of luck, manage to beat his second form, he would inevitably fall before the third. And who are you supposed to be? You kind of look like the weird doll and the bigger weird doll, but you're way uglier. Ugly doll, are you the weird doll's uncle? Aral blurted out whatever was on her mind, as usual. After all, Frisia's third form was truly hideous, a kind of ugliness that was almost tragic in its intensity. This only infuriated Frisia further. He usually stayed in his base form, not just because it was the easiest to maintain, but also because by his species standards that was his most handsome appearance. His third form, on the other hand, was undoubtedly his ugliest. By any aesthetic from any race, it was a disaster when he transformed into his third form. Let alone daring to call him ugly, even the slightest unusual reaction from anyone would result in a merciless death at his hands, even if that person were one of his own subordinates. Yet now, not only did Aral call him ugly, she even gave him the nickname Ugly Doll. That made him explode with rage in an instant. This time, he didn't even bother with threats. He lunged straight at Aral, intent on killing her. Scissors. Aral changed her hand gesture again. Frisia, in his third form, was sent flying once more. despite his flashy transformations, each one more terrifying than the last. By the time he reached his third form, even the formidable Gyru knew he was no match. But in front of her all, it made no difference. No matter the form, she swatted him away effortlessly, giving him no chance to resist. What kind of otherworldly strength was this? At this point, even Gyru's gaze at Aral was tinged with apprehension, his face filled with disbelief. This was nothing like what he had imagined. Thump! Before Gyru could even process what was happening, a deep, resonant sound, like the beating of a giant heart, suddenly echoed through the air. Thump! Thump! Two more heartbeat-like pulses followed immediately. Thump! 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 After 3 powerful beats, a bald Frisia, about 1.70 meters tall, appeared not far away, his expression ice-cold. With every step he took, it was as if he teleported, flickering forward in an instant. Even Gyru couldn't track his movements, catching only fleeting afterimages. This was Frisia's final form. If, in his regular form, his power level was around 500,000, and in his second form about 1 million, in the third form 2 to 3 million, then in this ultimate form, his base power level soared to an astonishing 60 million. That was already 20 times higher than his third form, 60 times more than his second, and 120 times his normal state. What's more, he could use certain explosive techniques to double that power, reaching 120 million. Yet even without unleashing his full strength, just his base of 60 million was more than enough to overwhelm Gyru with ease. Gyru understood this well, for as soon as he laid eyes on Frisia's final form, he felt a tremor of fear, a sensation he hadn't known since mastering his training. In the gourmet world, that kind of fear was reserved for prey facing a predator. It had been a long time since he'd felt anything like it. Is this guy really just a gold class? Gyru's gaze at Frisia no longer held any fear, only grave seriousness. After all, fear is something you feel only when facing a true threat. But at this moment, Frisia was no longer just a threat. He had become a monster that could not be resisted, even if Jiro unleashed all his power. If they were outside, it would be far too easy for Frisia to kill him. Facing Frisia in this form, he felt just like Tao Pai Pai before, completely incapable of even touching the hem of his opponent's clothes. What talk was there of resistance? Jiro was not someone who couldn't accept defeat, so he quickly realized this, and his heart regained its calm. When the enemy was just a bit stronger, he could go all out. When the enemy was far stronger, he still had the courage to fight to the death, determined to make them pay a price, even if it cost his life. But when the enemy was so overwhelmingly powerful that even desperate resistance was meaningless, he instead became composed. It seems I can only rely on the master personality's absolute control now. Jiro glanced at Raymond. He knew Raymond held absolute authority over all the subpersonalities. No matter how strong the subpersonality became, this fact would never change. Originally, he had wanted to establish his presence as the Elder to help Raymond by intimidating the 2 new members a little. Yet unexpectedly, before he even had a chance to act, he was already awed by the 2 newcomers himself. Now it seemed, everything still depended on Raymond. And he wasn't the only one thinking this. Jiakong and the others shared the same idea, all turning their gazes to Raymond. However, what none of them expected was that Raymond appeared to have no intention of intervening. Instead, he watched Frisia's final form with great interest, as though he were waiting for an entertaining show to unfold. What was going on? Did Raymond not believe the outcome was already decided? Everyone interpreted Raymond's reaction differently in their hearts. But one thing was clear. Raymond had no plans to step in for now. They didn't know what he was waiting for, but clearly, things were far from over. I can't remember the last time someone made me this angry. But you've managed it. You should feel honored. Frisia, in his final, furious form, strode step by step toward Aral. Yet Aral seemed not to understand a word he was saying. She just stared blankly and asked, "Are you a relative of the monster dolls too? Do you know why they suddenly disappeared? They promised to play rock, paper, scissors with Aral, but then they all ran off. So weird. I have to admit, you're truly brave. Even now, you dare to face me with such an attitude. Don't worry. I'll make sure to use the cruelest methods to torture you to death." Frisia's final form said coldly. What does that mean? Are you saying you don't want to play rock, paper, scissors with Aral? Aral scratched her head in confusion. Rock, paper, scissors? No. I'm going to beat you to death. Frisia's final form spat out the words through clenched teeth. So what you mean is, you don't want to play rock, paper, scissors with me, but you want to fight me instead? But the doctor said good children shouldn't go around fighting others. Aral really doesn't want to be a bad child. Aral seemed to fall into a troubled dilemma, a look of distress clouding her face. Yet, from the perspective of Frisia in his final form, this was still a bizarre and humiliating insult, only serving to stoke his anger further. At last, he could stand it no longer. He struck out once again. The veins on his forehead suddenly bulged, as if he was ready to risk everything, and his power surged to even greater heights. In this state, his combat power had already soared beyond 100 million. It was with this overwhelming strength that he had managed to dominate universe 7 in the Dragon Ball world, the same universe where Tao Pai Pai resided. Such a level of power, surpassing 100 million, was terrifying beyond words. Is this really just at the golden level? If I remember correctly, even the weaker ancient demons weren't much more impressive than this. Even Zack, witnessing Frisia's transformation, couldn't help but be a little moved. The ancient demons he spoke of were those sinister beings from the DC universe, capable of challenging the forces of heaven itself, on par with the so-called Sky Fathers of the Marvel Universe, the same sort of beings as the Lords of Hell. In other words, he felt that at this moment, Frisia might well have unleashed a power not inferior to some of the weaker Sky Fathers. Frisia's title of Emperor of the Universe was certainly no exaggeration. Ordinary punch. Boom. With a thunderous, almost exaggerated crash, Frisia in his final form was sent flying and slammed into the ground. Aral's fist was still pressed against his stomach, and it looked as if she had merely thrown a casual punch. Stunned. This time, even Frisia himself was left completely dazed. What has happened? Who am I? Where am I? Why am I lying here? Frisia stared blankly at the sky, speechless. Within this mental world, of course, Aral couldn't inflict any real harm on Frisia. It seemed to be a rule of this little world. They simply couldn't hurt each other. Yet though Frisia was unscathed physically, his spirit had suffered a crushing blow from which he couldn't recover for a long time. Why had things turned out this way? He was the emperor who had ruled half the universe without ever meeting a worthy opponent. How could he have lost to a little girl? And the worst part was, this little girl seemed honestly quite dim-witted. What made it even more terrifying was that, up till now, he still hadn't discovered the limits of Aral's strength. His first 3 forms had all been dispatched with a flick, so quickly that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But even all that was still within the bounds of what he could accept. Back in the world of Dragon Ball, although he rarely encountered opponents he deemed worthy, most people couldn't even stand up to him. In his ordinary form, they were effortlessly crushed in his grasp. Yet, there was always a select few, especially the strongest champions from more advanced civilizations, who could pose some threat to him. He had, after all, met adversaries who managed to defeat his ordinary form, and even a handful who could best his second form. But once he transformed into his third form, he was virtually invincible. Only once, while conquering a highly advanced civilization specializing in psychic powers, did he come across a psychic master of truly staggering might, someone whose strength matched his own in his third form. Of course, after he transformed into his third form, his opponent could do little more than slow him down. True harm was out of the question. The outcome, as one might expect, was inevitable. The psychic master was swatted aside and killed with a casual slap from Frisia in his final form. That foe probably never understood, even in his dying moments, how such a creature as Frisia could multiply his power 100-fold with each transformation. If the first 3 forms of Frisia merely amplified his combat abilities, then his final form was nothing short of an all-out berserk mode, causing his power to skyrocket in an instant. That psychic master was the strongest adversary Frisia had ever encountered in his quest to conquer the universe, yet his strength topped out at around 3 million. Compared to Frisia's final form, where his power could surge to tens or even hundreds of millions, such an opponent was still hopelessly outmatched. That's why Frisia had every right to be arrogant, because he simply didn't know what defeat was. Until he crossed paths with Son Goku, the word failure didn't even exist in his vocabulary. However, Aral gave him a lesson he would never forget. Are you also one of the Scions? Frisia muttered, almost in disbelief. What's that? Is it fun? Aral asked, her voice brimming with curiosity. Frisia was at a loss for words. He just wanted to be left alone with his thoughts. All his ambitions, unifying the stars, ruling as Emperor of the Universe, suddenly seemed dull and meaningless. What was the point in conquering so many civilizations if he couldn't even defeat an oddball elementary school girl? What did it matter to be Emperor of the Universe, if even then, a mere child could trounce him? Heaven itself must despise me. Frisia closed his eyes, utterly defeated, not wishing to utter another single word. Seeing that Frisia was ignoring her, and had even shut his eyes, Aral couldn't help but grumble. What's this? You promised to play fighting games with me, and now you're just falling asleep. Big liar. With a huff of indignation, Aral turned her back and marched away, leaving Frisia behind. 3 seconds later, she appeared beside a tall tree, twirling a stick in her hand. Before her, at some unknown point, A rather odd-looking pink pile of poop had appeared. She began to play with it using a twig, her face alight with genuine delight. There was nothing fake about her happiness. Everyone else stood there in stunned silence, unable to believe what they were seeing. Was this the same person who, with a single punch, could take down a being nearly as powerful as a god? Yet here she was, playing with poop, as if no one were watching. The scene was so surreal it defied all logic. Only Raymond seemed unfazed by what was happening. The legendary poop-playing Aral had earned her nickname for good reason. She clearly enjoyed this pastime, far more than fighting. But to Raymond, this was of little concern because he was quite satisfied with the 2 new gold-tier characters he had just acquired. His recent decision to exchange for 2 gold-tier character cards in one go was largely driven by his worry that he'd be drawn into the upcoming battlefield of the god-level beings and feared he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Dormammu, Hela, Surtur, Malekith, among these 4 god-tier adversaries, only Malekith seemed somewhat ordinary. The other 3 stood at the very pinnacle of that realm. Even so, Malekith was undeniably a powerhouse whose strength could erase Raymond in an instant. Even switching to Jiro wouldn't help. Was Jiro powerful? Absolutely. But his strength only counted below the god tier, too. True gods, he was nothing special. Not to mention, Raymond couldn't maintain Jiro's form for long periods anyway. Even if he could, if he ever faced a god-level enemy harboring true hostility, his fate would be sealed. And this time, he couldn't count on aid from Shota Lucifer as he had before. This time, Shota Lucifer had already warned him to steer clear of the coming storm. That warning was as clear as any. If Raymond got caught up in the chaos, he'd have to rely on himself alone. He shouldn't expect Shota Lucifer to bail him out again. What Shota Lucifer didn't know was that, while others might be able to avoid trouble, Raymond was almost certain to be swept up in it. Just the hatred Dormammu bore for him was enough to guarantee there'd be no peaceful resolution. Now Dormammu had actively rescued Hela and proposed an alliance with her to overthrow Odin's rule over the 9 realms. It was entirely possible he intended to use this war as an excuse to invade Earth. When that happened, wouldn't Raymond be at their mercy, crushed or molded however they pleased? Besides, let's not forget, the Reality Stone was still in his possession. Who could say for sure that Malekith wouldn't discover this? In this world, bizarre abilities were as common as grains of sand. Even if the system could block Malekith's tracking, that didn't mean Malekith couldn't find some other way to retrace what happened that day. Once Malekith caught on to a clue, everyone present that day would become a target of his relentless pursuit. Naturally, this included Raymond as well. So it was highly likely that, in the end, he would be dragged into the storm. Unless, by some incredible stroke of luck, he managed to escape notice. But Raymond knew himself. He was no embodiment of fortune, and such luck was not his to claim. Therefore, upon learning of the latest developments, he immediately began searching for ways to prepare for the coming tempest. The first solution that came to mind, of course, was to turn to his system. Jiro stood no chance of surviving under the hands of a Skyfather-level being, but perhaps if he could unlock a few special golden sub-personalities, there might be hope. Sub-personalities that reached silver rank or higher always possessed some unique abilities. It was rare to find one whose sole specialty was martial arts and nothing more. Among the silver-level sub-personalities, Raymond currently had the one with the simplest fighting style was probably Tao Pai Pai. Yet even Tao Pai Pai could unleash energy attacks like the Dodon Ray. He was no mere close combat fighter. So Raymond reasoned that, as long as he could draw some golden sub-personalities with exceptional survival skills, even if he couldn't stand toe-to-toe with the Skyfather, at the very least he might be able to save his own life in a critical moment. Undoubtedly, both Frisia and Aral perfectly fit Raymond's expectations. Frisia's basic form was indeed comparable to Jiro and lacked any special survival abilities. But after 3 transformations, Jiro's combat power was no longer in the same league. He simply couldn't compare. Raymond had heard Jakong's assessment of Frisia's final form, and he trusted Jakong's judgment. He could roughly deduce that, when fully unleashed, Frisia's ultimate form could probably burst forth with power rivaling an ordinary Skyfather, if only for a short time. Of course, such power still paled in comparison to beings like Dormammu or Hela. After all, even among Skyfathers, there were vast chasms of strength. Someone, like Dormammu, who stood at the very peak of the Skyfather level, would barely be troubled by 3 or 5 ordinary Skyfathers joining forces against him. Still, if Raymond could briefly wield Skyfather-level strength, even if it was nowhere near enough to challenge Dormammu and his ilk, it might just be enough to survive or make a timely escape. Lucifer, in his younger days, had once explained, at the Skyfather level, there could still be significant differences in power, but it was exceedingly difficult for one Skyfather to kill another outright. Even Dormammu couldn't casually wipe out a fellow Skyfather. What's more, at this level, survival abilities were almost too plentiful to count. Defeating another Skyfather might not be so hard, but to utterly destroy them? That would require a perfect storm of timing, opportunity, and luck. Being able to draw Frisia was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. Yet if the thrill of getting Frisia could be rated as a 1, then the astonishment brought by Aral would be 100, or even more. After all, Aral's existence was like an upgraded version of Trash Kakarot, to the point where her strength simply couldn't be measured by any standard level. If it were up to Raymond to judge, placing Aral in the gold tier would be nothing short of an insult to her. On the other hand, considering that the system rated Trash Kakarot only as bronze, it wasn't all that surprising. The system clearly had its own set of criteria, and based on his observations, this standard seemed to be rooted in each character's normal state. Take Frisia, for instance. He had the potential to become Golden Frisia. Raymond didn't have enough reference points or understanding of higher power levels to accurately compare Golden Frisia's true strength to the tiers of this world. However, even in his base final form, Frisia possessed nearly godlike power, almost reaching the level of the Heavenly Father. There was no doubt that Golden Frisia surpassed even that. Yet, Frisia only received a gold rating from the system, which made it clear that the system's evaluations were mostly based on regular forms. That also explained why Frisia's appearance was only a minor surprise. As for Aral, no one could say for certain just how high her upper limits might reach. After all, she had never truly been defeated. Since her debut, even Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta could only fight her to a standstill, and at times, he'd even be on the losing end. Yet, in everyday situations, Aral didn't display outrageous combat power, and her fighting style was extremely straightforward. Add to that her simple-mindedness and tendency to slip into silly or even gross antics, and her threat level would drop dramatically. Unless absolutely necessary, Raymond wouldn't dare to casually switch her in. Imagine if she went off script in the middle of a fight, and wandered off to play with something disgusting by the roadside. How would he even begin to explain that? On top of that, Aral's unpredictability was a serious concern. She might suddenly lose control, splitting the earth in two with a single strike or casually snuffing out the sun. If Raymond was too slow to stop her, the consequences would be unthinkable, and he simply couldn't risk it. That's why Raymond had a very clear understanding of Aral's role. She was the absolute last resort, the trump card to be used only when his life was truly on the line. Unless he had tried every other option and was certain there was no way out, he would never call upon Aral lightly. To him, Aral was like nuclear deterrence, a weapon that could just as easily harm himself as the enemy. Unless there was no other choice, he would never unleash her. After Raymond had calmed the various subpersonalities and given everyone a chance to get acquainted with the two new members, the system upgrade was finally complete. So it really is as I thought. Looking at the newly upgraded system, Raymond let out a faint smile. His suspicions had proven correct after all. With this upgrade, some things remained unchanged, such as the calculation of universal points and the core features like the wish journey. However, there were also quite a few changes. For instance, the issue of the subpersonality limit, which he had long suspected might shift, had indeed been altered in this round of upgrades. Above the gold tier, a new option had appeared. The Platinum Character Card. The price for redeeming a Platinum Character Card was 100,000 universal points. In this respect, it was not much different from the previous tiers, the gap between each was always tenfold. Yet, to actually accrue 100,000 universal points was, for the present Raymond, a rather unrealistic goal. Unless he threw caution to the wind and directly fulfilled the wishes of Jiro and Frisia, or wiped out a few villainous Godfather-level enemies. Clearly, though, neither path was something he could just casually undertake. Both would require the utmost caution. Apart from the addition of the Platinum Tier Character Card, the system had also received some minor functional upgrades. For example, the Equipment Materialization feature had been streamlined to simply materialization. While retaining its original capabilities, it now offered a few new options as well. Now, Raymond could materialize not only the gear and weapons his subpersonalities once possessed, but also trusted subordinates and companions closely connected to them. By spending universal points, he could temporarily call them into being, essentially summoning them for a short time. Take Megatron, for example. He could now bring out his entire Decepticon army. Or the future past version of the X-Men could be summoned alongside Professor X. The possibilities went on and on. Similarly, Akainu and Kizaru could now materialize allies like Akiji or Garp to fight by their side, even if only for a while. Of course, the system's core rules remained unaltered, sticking to the same old principles. The rarer the weapon or equipment, or the more powerful the subordinate or companion, the greater the cost to materialize them. Still, compared to directly exchanging for a character card of the corresponding tier, the price was far more affordable. After all, this was only a temporary summoning, akin to a short-term rental. And, as everyone knows, renting and buying come with very different price tags. Beyond that, a few new features had appeared, ones Raymond had never seen before. He would need to explore further to understand them fully. There was no way around it. After all, his system was rather plain, lacking even a system spirit or anything of the sort. Everything would have to rely on his own guesses and intuition. Having just returned from the world of Naruto, Raymond could finally afford to relax for a while, spending some much-needed time alone with Stephanie. Although Raymond had never openly acknowledged Stephanie's status, he was no match for the decisive shift in allegiance of his parents, who had wholeheartedly embraced her. As a result, in the eyes of those around them, Stephanie increasingly appeared to be the true mistress of the house. Raymond, for his part, never voiced any objections. After all, spending time with Stephanie genuinely helped him unwind. So he simply let things take their course without making any effort to correct these misunderstandings. "My dear, you seem somehow different from before," Stephanie remarked as she massaged Raymond's shoulders. Raymond lifted his eyelids slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at her. "What do you think has changed?" "I feel as though you've let go of a burden," Stephanie mused after a moment's thought. "Suddenly, you seem lighter, more at ease than you used to be." "You're not wrong," Raymond nodded, acknowledging it without hesitation. There was no reason to deny it. Now that he had both Frisia and Aral as his powerful new alternate personalities, he felt far more secure and far less troubled than before. The truth was, he wasn't particularly worried about the so-called four heavenly fathers targeting Asgard and what that might mean for Earth. From his unique perspective as an outsider to this reality, Raymond had never believed that beings like Dormammu could truly destroy the Earth. It was simply impossible. Throughout its long history, Earth had faced countless formidable enemies. Even the mighty Celestials, who dominated the multiverse, had once attempted to wipe out civilization on this planet. And yet, what was the outcome? They failed, of course. It's worth remembering that the combat members of the Celestials were all beings of power on par with, or even exceeding, the level of the Heavenly Fathers. In other words, neither Dormammu, nor Surtur at his full strength, nor even Odin at his peak, could hope to match a single Celestial warrior. Yet even the Celestials had suffered setbacks on Earth, which spoke volumes about just how deeply entangled this planet was in the fabric of the cosmos. Raymond wasn't sure whether this world, like certain versions of Marvel, included pantheons beyond the Norse gods of Asgard, pantheons from other regions and cultures. But based on what he did know, heaven most certainly existed, and its collective might was formidable. If heaven was real, then perhaps the Indian and Chinese pantheons existed too. Granted, even if there were a Chinese pantheon, it would likely have little to do with the mythic realm of Hong Wong. Those were two entirely different things. Still, such forces could not be ignored. Every pantheon had its own supreme power, much like Odin's role among the Norse gods. If Earth truly was closely connected to so many divine realms, then beings like Dormammu would never be able to truly destroy it. At most, they could bring about a certain degree of catastrophe. To annihilate Earth, or utterly erase the civilization of humanity, that was entirely out of the question. In this world, Earth itself was the true protagonist. These so-called superheroes and supervillains are remarkable precisely because of their deep ties to Earth. Otherwise, in a multiverse as vast as this, why would everything revolve around our planet? Of course, this is all just Raymond's personal conviction. There's no proof that his take is correct. But having traveled to several worlds himself, he trusts his own judgment. When Raymond admitted that he had indeed been feeling more relaxed lately, Stephanie couldn't help but grow curious. "May I ask why? If it's something you can't talk about, that's fine. Just pretend I didn't ask." It was clear that, even though everyone already considered her Raymond's woman, Stephanie still never overstepped her bounds in front of him. She always saw herself as his little maid, and that was exactly where her wisdom lay. Raymond reclined with a smile, resting his head comfortably on her elegant legs. "Of course you can know. It's nothing shameful or secretive. Since you're curious, I'll tell you." Stephanie's smile blossomed even wider as she continued massaging Raymond's temples, her face full of eager anticipation. "You're aware of what happened not long ago," Raymond began casually. "I borrowed the power of the Hell Angel to utterly uproot the Dark Church, which was a way of avenging my father." Stephanie nodded, showing her understanding. She had been involved in that affair herself, so she knew the details well. If Hydra hadn't helped from behind the scenes, the Hell Angel alone might not have been enough to overcome the Dark Church's influence. Still, Stephanie couldn't quite see how this would lead to Raymond's sudden ease. After all, The dark church had fallen some time ago, and his change in demeanor clearly wasn't directly connected to that event. Raymond noticed Stephanie's puzzlement. With a smile, he shifted the topic. Do you remember the young boy who visited our home last time? You mean that second generation? Stephanie asked. Raymond had once told her about the boyish Lucifer's identity, though he'd only mentioned that the boy was the true power behind the Hell Angel, without giving his name or specifics. Stephanie's imagination filled in the blanks, picturing Lucifer as a descendant of some influential family. This sort of thing wasn't rare, after all. Many underground organizations were the glove-wearing hands of long-established families, tasked with handling affairs best kept out of the public eye. Stephanie herself came from a political dynasty rooted in security agencies, so none of this was foreign to her. In fact, she'd long grown used to such things, coupled with Lucifer's youthful appearance and the aristocratic poise exuded by the archbishop who always accompanied him. Stephanie's suspicions were further confirmed. She was now almost certain that the family behind young Lucifer must be the true masters of the Hell's Angels. This, at last, explained why Raymond treated Lucifer with such courtesy. Stephanie's imagination was indeed formidable. If Raymond himself weren't the person involved, even he might have believed the story she had pieced together, for it all fit together so logically. His name is Lucifer, Raymond introduced him simply. Lucifer? Why would his parents give him such a name? Stephanie was taken aback for a moment, puzzled. It was as if a Chinese child were named Sun Wukong or Tang Sanzang. Not impossible, but certainly odd. Parents rarely choose such names, knowing they might bring endless trouble, like being teased by classmates at school. That's why Stephanie found it so strange. She didn't realize why Raymond would suddenly mention that name. Raymond, noticing her reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. And why shouldn't he have such a name? But isn't that the same name as the fallen angel? Stephanie replied instinctively. Why do you say that? Why couldn't he be that very fallen angel you're thinking of? Raymond asked in return. Oh, stop it. We're having a serious conversation. Stephanie gave Raymond's shoulder a playful punch, thinking he was joking with her. But soon, she realized Raymond had no intention of taking back his words. Something dawned on her, and she stammered, You're serious? Of course, Raymond shrugged. He really is Lucifer, the fallen angel. Stephanie still found it almost impossible to believe. The one and only, Raymond affirmed. Suddenly, Stephanie's breath quickened. The news was so astonishing that for a moment, she didn't even know what to say. The last time young Lucifer visited their house, she had been the one serving tea and refreshments, helping Raymond entertain their guest. Lucifer had even complimented her, though in hindsight, it seemed only out of courtesy to Raymond. At the time, Stephanie hadn't thought much of it. She had her own logic, her own theories about Lucifer's background. As the current head of the Malik family and the sole leader of Hydra, she was hardly the type to feel honored by the praise of some mysterious rich kid. However, when Raymond told her that the boyish Lucifer was in fact the legendary fallen angel, the true son of God, she couldn't help but feel her heart race as she recalled their earlier encounter. There was no avoiding it. Being a North American native, even if she wasn't a true believer, words like heaven and God could never leave her completely unmoved. It was just like how, even if Chinese people don't practice religion, wouldn't they still be excited if they ever truly met an immortal from legend? Stephanie had met plenty of superpowered individuals before, and some of them were formidable enough to seem godlike in the eyes of ordinary people. But no matter how miraculous, none of those superhumans could ever compare to a figure like Lucifer, whose name could be found in the Bible itself. It was only natural for Stephanie to be so deeply moved. All right, don't get too excited just yet. Didn't you want to hear the whole story? I'm not finished. Raymond gently patted her hand. MHM. Stephanie steadied her emotions, still trying to process the shock. Raymond continued recounting what happened last time, including how he had borrowed the power of the boyish Lucifer to fight against Dormammu, which in turn attracted the attention of Earth's guardian, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. He also mentioned that Lucifer had once asked his brother, Michael, for help, and so on and so forth. The more Stephanie listened, the more these tales sounded like wild fantasies, almost impossible to believe. Hell and heaven actually existed? Her own man had some kind of semi-cooperative relationship with the fallen angel Lucifer, and together they had fought an even more evil adversary. There was even a mysterious Sorcerer Supreme guarding Earth at all times, fending off invasions from other worlds. Each revelation was more astonishing than the last, like something straight out of a fairy tale. But she also knew Raymond had no reason to play tricks on her. If he'd wanted to keep secrets, he simply wouldn't have told her anything. She wouldn't have minded. And she could tell he wasn't joking. In other words, everything he'd just said was true. Stephanie was left speechless for a long while. Raymond, however, continued on his own, The reason I was a bit down earlier was because when Lucifer showed up last time, he brought me two pieces of big news that left me pretty worried. Stephanie listened closely. First, after Dormammu got his comeuppance, he must have lost his mind a little when he got back. He immediately started stirring up trouble. He let Thor's sister loose, planning to overthrow Asgard. Wait, Thor? You mean the one from the Avengers? Stephanie finally heard a familiar name and quickly asked. Yes, that's him. Raymond nodded and said, You already know. His family is actually the Aesir from Norse mythology. His father is Odin, the king of the gods in Asgard, and his sister is none other than Hela, the goddess of death from the legends. Her strength is every bit as formidable as Lucifer's, if not greater. But because of those old patriarchal and superstitious beliefs, Odin locked her away and kept her imprisoned right up until now. It was only thanks to Dormammu's intervention that she was finally freed from her seal. When Dormammu rescued her, he did it with strings attached. His primary goal was, of course, to join forces with her and take down Asgard. As for his secondary goal, I'd wager he's got his eye on Earth as well. If he gets the chance, he'll definitely come after me. He wouldn't pass it up for anything. Raymond's tone sounded casual, but to Stephanie, who already knew just how terrifying Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness, truly was, his words were deeply unsettling. Being targeted by someone even more fearsome than the fabled son of God. How could Raymond not feel the pressure? If she were in his place, her nerves would have collapsed long ago. She could hardly imagine how he managed to bear all this on his own. And here's another big headline. The heads of two other wicked realms among the 9 realms are apparently stirring up trouble as well, with Asgard in their sights, just like Dormammu. What's worse, I seem to have a bit of history with one of them. If he ever discovers some of the things I've done, he might just join forces with Dormammu to crush me on the spot. Honestly, it's given me a headache. I even considered asking Lucifer to move the whole family somewhere far away, just to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. But then I realized no place is truly safe, so I gave up on that idea. Raymond laid out his thoughts openly, not feeling the least bit ashamed. After all, who could remain unmoved when someone like Dormammu, a being on par with the gods, was after them, possibly with others just as powerful in tow? Stephanie's reaction said it all. Even though she wasn't the one being hunted, now that she understood the situation, gloom settled over her features. Given her bond with Raymond, if something happened to him, she'd never remain unscathed. It was only natural for her to worry. So what do we do now? Stephanie asked, anxiety clear in her voice. I figured you'd react like this. That's why I never told you any of this before, Raymond said with a light laugh. You were wondering why I suddenly seem so relaxed, right? It's because I found a way to protect myself. I still can't take them on head-to-head, but even if the worst comes to pass, I'll be able to keep myself safe. Really? Stephanie asked, torn between hope and disbelief. The IT wasn't that she lacked confidence in Raymond. It was just that he had described the terrifying power of the celestial level with such clarity that she could no longer fool herself. She now understood that all those so-called powerful superhumans on Earth were no different from ants when faced with a true celestial, perhaps even less significant than ants. Take, for example, the inhuman called Hive, the one Malik's father had spent his life searching for, created by the Kree. In the face of a celestial, something like Hive could be wiped out with a mere breath, as easily as snuffing out a tiny bug. It was enough to imagine how fearsome beings like Dormammu truly were. Raymond was strong, no doubt about it. Stephanie herself had felt his overwhelming might, had been awed by him firsthand. But, clearly, his strength was still far from the level of those celestial beings he spoke of, which was why she couldn't help but worry. Fortunately, Raymond now seemed much more relaxed, which made her start to believe his words. She let out a faint sigh of relief. Though she didn't completely let go of her concerns, they simply retreated to the depths of her heart. Raymond noticed this, too, and deftly shifted the topic. How are things on your end? Any new developments lately? Stephanie thought for a moment, then replied, thoughtfully, Hydra has basically completed its integration. With the help of those people you sent, even some of the former hardliners have changed their minds and decided to come back to our side. What about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Raymond asked again. S.H.I.E.L.D. and us are getting along just fine at the moment, Stephanie answered. But Fury has started gradually moving our people out of some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s core positions. It seems he still doesn't fully trust us. That's to be expected, Raymond nodded. He and I get along fairly well, but in his eyes, there's no one he can truly trust. Not even Coulson and his most loyal people. He always keeps his guard up. Raymond understood, and it didn't surprise him at all. The last time he decided to lay his cards on the table with the one-eyed director, it was really just a spur-of-the-moment move to prevent unnecessary bloodshed on both sides. Looking back, with Fury's personality, it was impossible for him to ever truly let down his guard against Hydra. Even now, when Hydra was, in some sense, practically his private asset, Fury was bound to remain vigilant. From Fury's perspective, power inevitably corrupts, and he couldn't guarantee Raymond would never change. If S.H.I.E.L.D. ever let its guard down around Hydra, then if Raymond's loyalty wavered even once, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be powerless to resist and could be swallowed whole in an instant. That was a scenario Fury would never be willing to see. Back in the Twin Wish worlds, Raymond had already thought about this problem and guessed that Fury wouldn't simply rest easy. Sure enough, his instincts had once again been proven right. Oh, right, there's some fresh intel from a couple of days ago. Apparently, there's a woman hanging around Fury lately, someone none of us have seen before. Stephanie slapped her forehead as she remembered to add this detail. A woman we've never seen? Raymond frowned slightly at first, but then as if something occurred to him, he asked, "Do you have any idea what she looks like?" She has short golden hair and carries herself with a very commanding presence. Our people didn't dare get too close for fear of drawing unnecessary attention, Stephanie recalled as she spoke. Do you want me to have them look into her identity? No need. I think I know who she is, Raymond shook his head. A woman with short blonde hair suddenly appearing at Fury's side, someone that no one else had seen before. Who else could it be but the famous Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers? Raymond never had much fondness for Captain Marvel, who was not only incredibly powerful, but also had an overwhelming need for control. Logically, she should be somewhere out in the universe right now, righting wrongs and saving civilizations in peril. According to the trajectory of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, she'd only be called back to Earth after Thanos snapped his fingers. But now, it seemed Fury had called in his favor a little earlier than that. Did it really have to come to this? Raymond thought to himself with a hint of resignation. He'd expected Fury to keep a wary eye on both him and Hydra, but he hadn't anticipated that Fury would be cautious enough to bring Captain Marvel back. Truth be told, this left him more than a little dissatisfied. The last time he chose to lay his cards on the table, it wasn't just to avoid bloodshed, but also because he'd considered Fury a friend. Plus, he got along well with quite a few people at S.H.I.E.L.D. He had no reason to sit back and watch a senseless war erupt. But looking at things now, maybe he'd been a bit too optimistic. Fury clearly had other plans brewing. Let's just hope he doesn't do anything foolish. In a secret underground base on the outskirts of New York, Director Fury quietly gathered several Avengers for a confidential meeting. This time, he hadn't even told Coulson or Hill, a sign of just how cautious he was being. Sorry, things were a bit hectic at the company, so I'm running a little late. As Tony walked in from the hall, the Avengers lineup was finally complete. Even Thor, who happened to be on Earth flirting with his new girlfriend, managed to make it in time. Take a seat. You're the last one we were waiting for. Fury nodded at Tony, then continued. You're probably wondering why I called you all here so suddenly. The reason is simple. I have someone new I'd like to introduce. In the future, she'll be joining your ranks as one of the team. Tony caught the way Director Fury phrased his words and chuckled. Is she a beauty? If she is, then I'm all for it. Count me in. Trust me, Tony, I think you'd be better off treating her like a man. Otherwise, you'll regret it, Fury replied. Oh, sounds like she's a handful then. Tony grinned thoughtfully. Given how well he knew Fury, it wasn't hard for him to catch the underlying warning. This new member was not someone he could easily mess with. But as everyone knew, Tony Stark was a notorious playboy. He thrived on challenges, especially when it came to challenging women. Fury's caution did nothing to dampen his enthusiasm. Carol Danvers. Of course, you might know her better as Captain Marvel. Fury introduced her to everyone gathered in the underground base. That name sounds a little unfamiliar, Natasha remarked, her brows arching slightly. As the only professional spy in the Avengers, she was well acquainted with most of the world's famous superheroes, but she had no recollection of this. Captain Marvel. That struck her as odd. Female heroes were already few and far between, and as a woman herself, Natasha paid special attention to them. She was certain this was her first time meeting Captain Marvel, and even hearing the name. Carol Danvers, born in Massachusetts, served in the North American Air Force combat units. Due to a plane crash, she was killed in action. Tony's tone shifted to surprise as he reached the end. Clearly, he was using his high-tech glasses to pull up Captain Marvel's file in real time, and he found the information almost instantly. But what he discovered caught him off guard. The official North American records listed Captain Marvel as someone who died 2 or 3 decades ago. Still, Tony knew Fury wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of assembling them in secret just for a joke, which meant the woman standing before them really was Carol Danvers, and she looked almost exactly like the photo in the official archives, save for her new short haircut. What puzzled him was where the nickname Captain Marvel came from, and why Fury was making such a point of introducing her. Since you've already found Carol's file, I won't go into more detail. From now on, Carol will be in charge of leading you all. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to. Hold on. Fury was interrupted mid-sentence by Captain America, who raised a hand, looking perplexed. She's going to lead us? That's right. Fury replied with a nod. Fury, did you get enough sleep last night? Tony immediately jumped in with his own attack, his tone sharp and unfriendly. Let's get one thing straight. The Avengers are not your subordinates. Our relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. is simply a partnership. Even if you introduce someone to join us, we have every right to turn them down. But now, you're telling us that a woman who should have been dead for decades is suddenly here to lead us? That's absurd. Tony's words were harsh, leaving little room for doubt. Among the Avengers, aside from Natasha and Barton, he was the closest to Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, his father had been one of the organization's founders, and although Tony had no formal ties to S.H.I.E.L.D. now, the connection still existed. If it could be helped, he certainly didn't want to see friction between the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, it was Fury's efforts that had brought them together in the first place. Without him mediating their conflicts, considering how antagonistic they'd been, it was a miracle they hadn't torn each other apart at their first meeting, let alone become teammates. But that didn't mean Tony would tolerate S.H.I.E.L.D. meddling in Avengers' business, much less planting a so-called leader among them, even if the person suggesting it was Fury himself. I agree with Tony. Steve picked up where Tony left off. Fury, this isn't something you can decide on your own. If you want to introduce someone, fine, but whether she becomes one of us depends on everyone's approval. If she really does have the skills to lead this team, I doubt anyone would object. But you can't just hand down an order and expect us to accept a new leader. Sorry, I can't go along with that either. Absolutely not. Thor's response was as direct as ever. True to his Asgardian heritage, he had no patience for pointless arguments. He simply slammed his hammer onto the table with a thunderous crash that made the entire conference room tremble. Of the three, Thor's relationship with Fury was the most distant, and he certainly didn't feel any obligation to give S.H.I.E.L.D. face. Why should he? On Earth, as far as he was concerned, the planet was under his father's domain there. Was no one he needed to defer to. He joined the Avengers simply because he didn't mind being a guardian of Earth's peace, not because he was looking for a boss. If Fury thought S.H.I.E.L.D. could control them, he was gravely mistaken. For once, the three pillars of the Avengers were in complete agreement, decisively rejecting Fury's proposal. This was perhaps the most united they had been since the Battle of New York. Dr. Banner, standing off to the side, also raised his hand a bit shyly and said, well, I second that. So, with the three heavyweights and our ultimate weapon all voicing their opposition, the opinions of the remaining two members hardly mattered anymore. Yet Director Fury seemed entirely unsurprised, as if he had already foreseen this outcome. He shrugged at Captain Marvel and said, "See, I told you. They were never going to agree." Captain Marvel glanced at Fury, smiled, and shook her head, but didn't argue. Instead, she looked around at the others and spoke. "I understand. Suddenly asking you to accept my leadership must be hard to swallow. Each of you is a legend in your own right, billionaire tycoons, national heroes who fought Nazis, or even the offspring of gods from advanced civilizations. I have no doubt about your abilities. But what you lack is experience in facing new threats from beyond our world. There's no need to deny it. I've already reviewed the detailed records of your last battle against the Chitauri invasion. With your power, you could have repelled them with far less difficulty. Yet in the end, it took a desperate gambit from Mr. Stark here to barely turn the tide. If anything, this just proves the point. You're simply not prepared for what's out there." Thor let out a dismissive snort. "Anyone can talk big. Who do you think you are? Is running your mouth your superpower?" "I'm just stating the facts," Captain Marvel replied calmly, a slight smile on her lips. "If I'd been there last time, I could have handled the invasion on my own, with ease." Tony scoffed. "Why not just say you could have flicked them away with a finger? If you're so amazing, why didn't you show up last time? Where were you exactly?" "I wasn't on Earth at the time," Captain Marvel answered steadily. "I told Fury that if there was ever a true crisis, he could call me back. But clearly, he decided it wasn't necessary last time." Everyone instinctively turned to Director Fury. Caught in the spotlight, he nodded awkwardly and said, "I did consider calling Carol in, yes. If it looked like you absolutely couldn't hold them off, I would have sent for help. But as it turned out, your unity was enough to handle the situation, wasn't it? So we only call her if we can't cope ourselves? Are you saying she's more powerful than all of us put together?" Thor grumbled, displeased. "I never said that," Fury replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. In situations like this, anything he said was bound to rub someone the wrong way. Still, his words inadvertently confirmed what Captain Marvel had just claimed. She really hadn't been on Earth during the invasion. And no wonder, then, that none of them had heard her name before. They had heard Thor mention it in passing, and knew that Earth was not the only civilization in the universe. However, these civilizations were so far apart that one would need some kind of advanced technology or a mystical artifact to travel freely between them, like Asgard's Bifrost, for example, which could make it possible. With Earth's current level of technology, interstellar travel was still far out of reach. So how, exactly, had this woman called Captain Marvel managed it? Everyone had their own thoughts. I've heard tales of Asgard during my journeys across the stars, and I have great respect for your father, Prince Thor, Captain Marvel suddenly said, turning to Thor. Thor's expression darkened ever so slightly. On the surface, Captain Marvel seemed to be praising his father, but in truth, her words implied, I respect your father, not you. If it had been Loki, he would never have let such a remark get under his skin. He might even have found a way to turn the words back on her. But Thor was different. He was a man of great pride, and he would never use his father's reputation as a shield. He replied in a low voice, Arrogant woman, are you saying my strength is beneath your notice? No, you misunderstand me. I meant nothing of the sort, Captain Marvel replied, moving to stand beside Thor. Casually, she picked up Mjolnir, which Thor had left, on the table. Under Thor's incredulous gaze, she tossed it lightly in her hand a couple of times and praised, a fine weapon indeed. I assume it's an artifact. Crash. Thor sprang to his feet so abruptly that he knocked over the chair behind him. Relax. I was only curious to see what it felt like, Captain Marvel said easily, placing Mjolnir back down and returning to her seat. A clear show of dominance. It was impossible not to notice. None of those present were children. They all instantly understood why Captain Marvel had suddenly decided to handle Thor's hammer. She was demonstrating her strength for everyone to see. Everyone at the table had tried before, and aside from Thor, not a single one of them had managed to lift the hammer, no matter how hard they tried. Even Captain America, at present, couldn't budge it. The fact that Captain Marvel could lift Mjolnir was proof enough that her power was extraordinary, likely surpassing anyone else in the room. Thinking back on what she just said, and with Director Fury quietly backing up her claims, those present began to believe her, bit by bit. Still, it would be impossible for them to simply bow their heads to Captain Marvel. They'd faced plenty of enemies who were stronger than them before, and every time, they'd managed to come out on top. So what if Captain Marvel was stronger than all of them? That didn't mean they'd be anyone's lackey. Just as everyone exchanged glances, ready to turn down Director Fury's proposal yet again, Captain Marvel suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry. I realize. Now I was a bit presumptuous earlier. You're right. I'm just a newcomer here, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to step in and take charge right away. That was rash of me, and I apologize. Her sudden change in attitude caught them all off guard, rendering the arguments they prepared useless. There was also a sense of confusion. They couldn't quite understand why she'd changed her mind so abruptly. But Captain Marvel didn't stop there. She continued, However, I will prove to you that I have both the willingness and the ability to earn your trust, regardless of whether you accept me. I'll share with you the experience I've gained from battling across countless star systems over the years. I believe this knowledge will be valuable for all of you. At this point, Director Fury chimed in as well. Let me put it another way. Kara will be joining you from now on, working alongside you to help protect Earth. I hope you'll welcome her. With things laid out so clearly, and considering Captain Marvel had already demonstrated her strength, there was nothing more to say. As long as they didn't have another person barking orders over their heads, having one more member in the Avengers didn't seem like a big deal. Even Thor, this time, voiced no objections. Sometimes you just have to settle for the next best thing. Tony, however, saw right through Captain Marvel's little maneuver. He smirked inwardly, but chose not to speak out against it any further. He was certain this hadn't been Fury's idea. Fury would have known that such an approach would only rub him the wrong way. If Fury had been the one to suggest it, he would have been upfront about Captain Marvel's background and abilities. After all, none of them would object to having a powerful ally on their side. But it was clear that Captain Marvel didn't want to just join the team quietly. She'd played this hand to make a lasting impression, and perhaps to lay the groundwork for one day vying for leadership of the Avengers. By putting her ambition out in the open, anything she did later would be easier to stomach, since she wasn't hiding her intentions. Still, Tony found this approach distasteful, though he didn't show it. After all, what made Iron Man formidable was his intellect, not his brawn. Besides, he knew he wouldn't win in a fist fight with Captain Marvel, so there was no need to confront her head-on. When everyone had finished their introductions and taken their leave, only Director Fury and Captain Marvel remained. It was then that he sighed and said, by doing things this way, Thor and Rogers might not mind too much, but Tony and Banner will surely think less of you. Why put yourself through this? I've told you, your Avengers initiative isn't working out, Captain Marvel replied, shaking her head. They're nothing more than a loose collection of individuals. They can't achieve what they're meant to. Since you call me back, You should have faith in me. You know, I've experienced far more in these years than you can imagine. I know exactly what it takes to truly protect this planet beneath our feet. Rest assured, I promise to give you a brand new Avengers, a team strong enough to face any crisis. All right, Director Fury could only nod in agreement. Let's leave that topic for now. Tell me about the person you mentioned earlier, the new leader of Hydra. You mean Raymond? Here's the situation. Director Fury summarized the events as concisely as he could. After finishing, he paused, then added, he bears no ill will towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, the agency wouldn't even exist anymore. But, understand, leave this matter to me as well. Captain Marvel replied with a nod. Director Fury wanted to say something, but hesitated and in the end offered no objection to Captain Marvel taking on the task. Captain Marvel's return was, for Director Fury, like finally finding a sense of certainty. He knew just how formidable her power was. It far surpassed anything the original Avengers could muster together. Under Captain Marvel's overwhelming strength and decisive leadership, the different voices within the Avengers gradually faded away, until at last there was only one voice left, hers. At first, Tony would still often challenge her, but influence is always tied to necessity. With Captain Marvel's Avengers, the age when any single person was indispensable had passed. Director Fury had once racked his brains to mediate the conflicts among the original trio, because losing any one of them would have been a huge blow. But now, with Captain Marvel leading the team, the original three were no longer irreplaceable. And so, in the end, Tony simply walked away and took a break, while Thor left temporarily in response to Asgard's call. Of the original three, only Captain America remained. Faced with Tony and Thor's departure, Captain Marvel offered polite words to try to persuade them to stay. But in truth, she wasn't bothered at all. She swiftly recruited a new batch of heroes, like the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four, a mysterious mutant known as Cable, and a super speedster called Velocity, among others. The Avengers of today are far stronger than they ever were during the era of the original trio, and their ties with various governments and S.H.I.E.L.D. have grown much closer. This development has brought considerable relief to both world governments and Director Fury. Compared to the old Avengers, the current team is undoubtedly more organized, maintaining deep collaborations with governments and S.H.I.E.L.D. alike, fighting superpowered criminals across the globe. Although the Avengers aren't directly under any government or S.H.I.E.L.D. jurisdiction, and their relationship is strictly one of cooperation, at least they've established real communication. It's a far cry from the old days, when the Avengers would only show up at the last minute to play the savior, a brand of individual heroism that governments secretly resented. The arrival of Captain Marvel has put their minds at ease. So tell me, just who does she think she is? In the penthouse lounge atop Stark Tower, Raymond had come by with Stephanie at Pepper and Tony's invitation. Barely had they taken a sip of wine when Tony couldn't help but vent. Back when we were risking our necks to save the Earth, where was she? Saving other civilizations. What a joke. She almost let our own planet fall. And now she talks about saving others? We fought tooth and nail to drive off the Chitauri, and then she conveniently swoops and acclaim the victory and belittle everything we did. It's disgusting. Tony grew more agitated as he spoke, tossing back another drink. Raymond smiled and raised his glass in solidarity. Pepper, sitting beside Tony, wrapped an arm around him and tried to soothe him. Didn't we agree not to let her get under our skin? Honestly, I think it's good you step back. I don't ever want to see you carrying the weight of the world alone again, like last time. Tony knew exactly what Pepper meant. The time when he flew the nuke through the portal to stop the Chitauri, coming within a hair's breadth of never making it home. Had he fallen just a little slower, he might have been lost on the other side forever. That ordeal had truly frightened Pepper. For quite a while afterward, she refused to speak to him, unable to bear seeing him gamble with his life time and again. Yet in the end, her love for him prevailed, and she chose acceptance. But deep down, if you asked Pepper, she'd never want Tony to stay with the Avengers. To her, Tony being pushed out this time was actually a blessing in disguise, a perfect chance to keep him out of harm's way. Tony, however, couldn't let it go. It still gnawed at him. In fact, inviting Raymond and Stephanie over had been Pepper's idea. She wanted Raymond to help persuade Tony to let go of those lingering issues with the Avengers. If Captain Marvel wants to be the leader, just let her have it. There's no need to compete with her. Raymond understood the subtle concerns Pepper had as a woman, and he could fully empathize, so he readily agreed to her request. Don't you think this is a good opportunity to upgrade your armor? Raymond asked with a smile, holding his glass. I've thought about it, but I just can't let this go. Tony still couldn't move past it. Fury's actions are so baffling. I regret ever agreeing to help him set up this so-called Avengers thing. If he always wanted her as his first choice, why bother with us as stand-ins? And if he didn't call her back before, why suddenly bring her in now? Is it just to make us feel worthless? No, you're overthinking it, thought Raymond with a quiet chuckle. Others might not see it, but he knew the truth. In the original timeline, director Egghead was supposed to wait until Thanos arrived before calling in Captain Marvel as a last resort. Now, calling her in early clearly meant something had changed. Compared to the original Earth of this world, the biggest difference seemed to be the addition of himself as a new element. Director Egghead's decision to bring back Captain Marvel, even if not entirely because of him, was certainly related. So, when he learned of Captain Marvel's return, Raymond immediately guessed what might happen next. And he was right. Director Egghead had indeed called her back to unify their forces. With Hydra surfacing and Raymond himself revealed as a surprising mastermind, Director Egghead was forced to make decisions that weren't necessarily perfect. Captain Marvel, without a doubt, was one of his greatest trump cards. But playing such a card comes with the risk and pressure of the changes it brings, like Tony walking away. I really think you're reading too much into it, Raymond was about to continue comforting Tony when he abruptly stopped, his gaze drawn toward the open balcony outside the living room. The other three also suddenly noticed the unexpected visitor standing on the balcony, the very woman they'd just been criticizing, Captain Marvel. What are you doing here? You're not welcome. Leave now. Tony wasted no words in showing her the door. Ever since he decided to quit, he had no intention of maintaining good relations with Captain Marvel or Director Egghead. For her to suddenly appear in his home, he was already being civil by not causing a scene. Telling her to leave was, if anything, the polite thing to do. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to see you. I just want to have a word with the two people beside you. Once we're done, I'll be on my way, Captain Marvel said calmly, her expression unruffled despite Tony's attempt to usher her out. Oh, you're here for us, Raymond replied with a faint smile. I'm curious. What could the illustrious Captain Marvel possibly want from us? Mere nobodies. It's nothing much, Captain Marvel answered at a measured pace. We recently took down a terrorist base, and some suspicious clues turn up, possibly linked to Hydra. As far as I know, Dr. Raymond and Ms. Stephanie appear to be the real masterminds behind Hydra. I'd like you to come with me and assist with our investigation. Of course, if you truly have nothing to do with this, then nothing will happen to you. There's no need to worry about that. Carol, that's out of line. Tony erupted before Raymond could even respond. I've already told you, Hydra isn't what it used to be. You all said you can never truly know someone's heart. So fine. I reluctantly agreed to let S.H.I.E.L.D. talk with Raymond, hoping he'd have Hydra withdraw from S.H.I.E.L.D. altogether. He agreed without hesitation. Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. now go their separate ways, and they're not involved in their old activities anymore. I witnessed that with my own eyes. What more do you want? Listen to me. Carol, don't wave your authority around like it means everything. Raymond is a friend I trust. I believe he wouldn't play both sides. If you insist on doubting him, then I'm willing to vouch for him. Isn't that enough? Tony's composure seemed to be slipping. He wasn't the type to lose his temper often, but that was usually because most things didn't cross his lines. But when it came to Raymond, there was a sense of guilt. Raymond had made it clear when he agreed to pull his people out of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was doing it as a favor to Tony, not out of fear of the Avengers. Tony had seen firsthand how Raymond confronted figures like Dormammu from the multiverse, so he never doubted Raymond's courage, nor did he think Captain Marvel could intimidate him. That only made Tony cherish this friendship more. He was certain Raymond could be trusted. Now, with Captain Marvel stirring up trouble again, and right in front of him no less, how could he possibly stay calm? Mr. Stark, please understand. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just doing my job, Captain Marvel replied without a change in expression. I'm only asking Dr. Raymond and Ms. Stephanie to come with me for questioning. If there's truly nothing amiss, we would never wrong them. After all, Dr. Raymond was once a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. You could say he's half one of us. There's no reason for us to target him. Tony glared furiously at Captain Marvel, barely able to restrain himself from lashing out. He knew full well that no matter what, he was no match for this terrifyingly powerful woman in front of him. Even if he unleashed every suit of armor hidden in Stark Tower all at once, it wouldn't make a difference. But that didn't mean he was afraid to fight. If Iron Man feared death, would he still be Iron Man? But Raymond reached out to stop him, signaling him to stand down. At the same time, he smiled at Captain Marvel and said, "So you're not going to make things difficult for one of your own? Does that mean I should be grateful for your sense of loyalty?" No need for gratitude, Captain Marvel replied coolly. Like I said, business is business. If everything's above board, we'll proceed by the book. But if there's a problem, she left the threat hanging in the air. Are you finished? Raymond asked with a soft chuckle. Yes. Then get out now. A brief, stunned silence followed. Even Tony and Pepper couldn't quite believe that Raymond would so openly and directly challenge Captain Marvel head-on. The last time Tony, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., had come to negotiate with Raymond, he'd agreed without hesitation. That had reassured S.H.I.E.L.D. and made them subconsciously believe that Raymond didn't want to break with them. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. now had the Avengers, led by Captain Marvel, backing them up, and their connections with world governments were stronger than ever. Even if Raymond was formidable, as long as he wanted to stay on Earth, he'd have every reason not to pick a fight. Not even Captain Marvel had expected this reaction from Raymond. Her brow arched as she asked, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" "I told you to get out of my sight." "Right now," Raymond replied with a calm smile. "And let me make this clear, I'm not going back with you. If you want to fight, I'll see it through to the end. I'm actually curious, which of us is going to give out first, you or me?" "You'd better think this through," Captain Marvel said evenly, not the least bit angry. "If you choose to oppose us, you'll be facing every force of justice in the world. Every nation's government will have you on their most wanted list. I know your strength means you're not afraid of that, but if you won't think of yourself, shouldn't you at least think of your family?" "Well, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. It's just like you to try and use my family against me," Raymond said with a sudden laugh, though his eyes grew cold. "But let me be perfectly clear. If your actions so much as trouble my family, I promise you and every one of your allies will feel far worse than they ever could. And if anything happens to any of them because of you, I won't hesitate to make you all disappear. And another thing, do you need me to remind you that I'm not the only one with family and friends?" Raymond's words made Captain Marvel's expression instantly darken. She hadn't actually intended to threaten Raymond using his loved ones. Such a thing was beneath her. The only reason she brought them up was to make him think twice, to stop him from so casually talking about all-out war. But she hadn't anticipated Raymond's reaction would be so intense, far beyond what she'd expected, as if their relationship had been torn apart in an instant. Given the situation, there was no point in continuing to issue threats. Raymond clearly didn't care about them anyway. "It seems there's nothing left to discuss. Since you," Captain Marvel began, then abruptly paused, apparently interrupted by a message coming through her earpiece. After listening for a few moments, her expression grew even more serious. She looked at Raymond and said, "This isn't over. I'll be back for you. I hope you won't make the wrong choice." Before the last word had even faded, Captain Marvel shot off like a comet, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. What a thoroughly disgusting woman. Tony muttered a few curses in the direction she'd gone, then turned to Raymond. "Don't worry. I'll go talk to Fury and get to the bottom of this. I'm not just going to stand by and let them hassle you for no reason." "There's really no need," Raymond replied, declining Tony's offer. "It's better if you stay out of this." Tony looked slightly taken aback. "You're really going to go to war with them? I know the power you command now isn't any less than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s, but S.H.I.E.L.D. has the backing of governments from all over the world. And now, with that woman leading the Avengers, they're even stronger. I can't stand her, but I have to admit, the current Avengers are far more powerful than the old ones. If you make them your enemy..." He didn't finish the sentence. There was no need. He made his point perfectly clear. In terms of loyalty, Tony was fully and unconditionally on Raymond's side. But objectively, he couldn't see much chance for Raymond to win. Hydra had once posed a threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. because they operated from the shadows, always ready to strike when least expected. But now that they'd been exposed, their open strength was no match for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s. On top of that, S.H.I.E.L.D. had the official support of nations worldwide. In a short time, they'd recovered, expanded their reach, and established roots across the globe. Tony didn't believe for a moment that Raymond, even with Hydra at his back, could truly overthrow the current S.H.I.E.L.D. likewise. He knew just how formidable the Avengers were these days. In his view, Raymond's hope of gaining the upper hand with high-level combat power was unlikely to succeed. So, as soon as Captain Marvel left, he prepared to talk some sense into Raymond. Of course, while Captain Marvel was present, he would always stand by Raymond's side, never boosting the enemy's morale or undermining his own. This wasn't some random accident. It was inevitable. Even if this so-called terrorist base hadn't appeared, something else would have come up, Raymond said with a carefree smile. The heart of the problem is that S.H.I.E.L.D. can't tolerate Hydra, their sworn enemy, continuing to exist. Unless I'm willing to disband Hydra entirely, they'll always find more reasons to come after me. So you saw this coming all along? Tony picked up on the underlying meaning in Raymond's words. Of course. Then why did you agree to pull Hydra out completely? If they were still involved, I doubt Fury and the others would have had the guts to go this far. Because I wanted to give them one last chance. To be honest, I never wanted to end up completely opposed to my old friends, so I showed as much goodwill as I could. Raymond shrugged. But if they insist on forcing my hand, then I can't be blamed for what happens. The world isn't simply black or white, and S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers aren't the only shields protecting Earth. Without them, The world will keep turning, and humanity won't disappear because of it, right? Tony fell silent for a moment. Even though he'd already fallen out with the Avengers and declared he had nothing more to do with either them or S.H.I.E.L.D., that didn't mean he wanted to destroy those organizations. The former contained the legacy of his father, Howard, and the latter owed much to his own early efforts. In truth, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers were inseparable from the Stark family's history. Yet fate had other ideas. In the end, both organizations seemed to slip beyond his reach, leaving him an outsider. He considered stepping up for Raymond, demanding an explanation from Fury and the others, but he'd never thought of actually going to war with them. That's why, as Raymond spoke, Tony's feelings were tied in knots. Does it really have to come to this? He asked after a long pause, a wry smile on his lips. You've seen it for yourself. It's not me pushing them, it's them who are pushing me, Raymond replied calmly. Tony let out a long sigh. You don't need to worry about it. I won't put you in a difficult position. This was never your responsibility to begin with, Raymond said with a gentle smile. No, I told you, I won't just stand by while they go too far. Tony's expression suddenly grew resolute. He shook his head and said, This time, I'm choosing to stand with you. If they really intend to cause you trouble for some made-up reason, just like you said, there's no way I'll just stand by and watch them gang up on you. Seeing Tony's determination, Raymond didn't press the matter further. Was he supposed to admit that, in truth, he was the one with the overwhelming advantage? The Raymond Legion had once again expanded, and now boasted 2 new super aces. Originally, he prepared them to deal with 2 major upcoming events, but hadn't expected trouble to come knocking on his own door. If someone is courting disaster, is it really his place to stop them? Sorry, he wasn't that magnanimous. Director Egg's string of actions had already left him more than dissatisfied. He'd already shown great restraint by agreeing to a wholesale Hydra withdrawal. If S.H.I.E.L.D. insisted on pressing further, he couldn't be blamed for setting aside old friendships. By the way, that woman left all of a sudden just now. Looked like something urgent came up. Raymond spoke up suddenly. One moment. Jarvis, run a search right now and tell us what's happening, Tony instructed immediately. Searching. Jarvis's voice chimed in, with a faint mechanical edge. Search complete. Would you like to review the results now? Put it up, Tony said with a wave of his hand. At Tony's command, several 3-dimensional projections appeared before the 4 of them, displaying a series of images and information. It turned out that just moments ago, intense spatial fluctuations had erupted simultaneously in many different places around the globe. For the world's governments, this phenomenon was all too familiar. It closely resembled the spatial disturbances from the previous Chitauri invasion when portals had appeared, only this time, the intensity was many times greater. However, these fluctuations didn't last long. Before long, all around the world, faint, curtain-like barriers began to appear out of thin air, a shimmering veil, as if made of water. On the other side of these barriers, everything looked unfamiliar, as though another dimension lay beyond. At this stage, the barriers were still thick and came with a natural blurring effect, making it difficult to see what was on the other side. But as time passed, the barriers gradually became more transparent, and the other side slowly came into view. It was likely that Captain Marvel's sudden departure earlier had something to do with this incident. After all, the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. existed first and foremost to prevent Earth from being destroyed by outside forces and superhuman threats. An event as bizarre and abrupt as this was obviously no ordinary matter, so Captain Marvel had been called back immediately. As for Raymond and his Hydra, well, there was nowhere for them to run anyway, was there? Better to deal with the imminent crisis first and confront everything else later. Raymond and Tony, of course, could easily guess what Captain Marvel and the others were thinking, so they didn't find anything strange about it. In fact, it was this sudden turn of events that piqued their interest even more. Jarvis, how many of these barriers are there worldwide? Raymond asked thoughtfully. Retrieving data. Please wait a moment, Dr. Raymond. Retrieval complete. At present, there are 8 barriers globally, evenly distributed across 8 different regions, Jarvis replied. Because Tony had granted Raymond certain permissions related to Jarvis and Stark Tower, Jarvis would automatically answer his questions. If it had been Captain Marvel asking, Jarvis certainly would have ignored the request. Can you transmit real-time footage of all 8 barriers? Raymond nodded and pressed on after hearing the answer. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Jarvis responded once more. About 10 seconds later, the holographic screen in front of the 4 of them changed again, splitting into 8 different regions. In each region, a massive barrier appeared, so enormous on the screen that its edges were nowhere to be seen, stretching endlessly to either side and up into the sky, as if they extended forever. But in reality, they obviously couldn't be truly infinite. These feeds were clearly live broadcasts from various national media outlets, which Jarvis had quickly located and patched through. Faced with such an obviously extraordinary phenomenon, governments around the world naturally hoped to limit media coverage to avoid unnecessary panic. But this incident was simply too huge. No matter how much they tried, there was no way to suppress it. So, in the end, they simply let the news spread as it would. Still, it was clear that governments everywhere were now making every possible effort to study these enormous, mysterious barriers, hoping to discover why they had appeared and whether they posed any threat. Captain Marvel had just been called away suddenly, most likely because S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers had also launched their own emergency response plans. Judging from the spatial fluctuations we monitored earlier, these barriers seem to be connected to some kind of dimensional gates. But they're not quite the same as the portal that appeared over New York last time. Strange. Tony rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. As an expert in this field, even a brief glance at the data Jarvis had retrieved was enough for him to form a general idea about the barriers. Still, without actually investigating them firsthand, he couldn't easily determine their exact nature in such a short time. I think I might have figured out the secret behind these barriers, Raymond said suddenly, after scrutinizing the 8 images for a while. Oh, Tony looked at Raymond in surprise. The Earth actually has another name, Midgard. You know about that, don't you? Raymond asked. You mean? With Tony's intelligence, as soon as Raymond pointed it out, he immediately guessed the secret Raymond was referring to. Amazed, he said, You mean behind these 8 barriers are the other 8 realms that Thor mentioned? At first, it was just a hunch, and I wasn't entirely sure. But after a closer look, I'm almost certain, Raymond nodded. Look at that fiery red barrier. The one behind it should connect to Muspelheim, the realm of fire. The blue one, I believe, leads to Jotunheim, the realm of frost. The black barrier most likely hides Svartalfheim, the realm of the dark elves. Raymond pointed out several barriers that seemed to clearly correspond to the remaining realms among the 9 realms. Of course, some are not so easily distinguished. For instance, Vanaheim and Asgard both lacked obvious features and were hard to tell apart at a glance. But as long as half of the barriers could be matched with the realms described in legend, it was almost certain these 8 barriers were indeed linked to the other 8 realms. The more Raymond explained, the more Tony felt the likelihood grow, until a chill ran down his spine, because Thor had told him a little about the other 8 realms. According to Thor, aside from the Dark Elves, who were nearly wiped out by Asgard long ago, the other realms all possessed the power to unleash devastation upon Earth, this Midgard, leaving nothing but ruin. Earth did have its own guardian of Odin's level, the Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme, but so did the other realms. In terms of technology and supernatural power, they were all far beyond anything Earth could muster. Of course, that was only considering the forces known to the public. Take Asgard, for example. Even their ordinary warriors, not even those of the Aesir themselves, could rival Earth's Class 3 superhumans. The gap in both strength and numbers was enough to drive anyone to despair. And Asgard wasn't just a special case. Throughout history, many of the 9 realms had clashed head-on with Asgard in wars for power and dominion. Although Asgard always emerged victorious in the end, the cost was never small. Midgard, Earth, was called the mortal realm precisely because it was the weakest, the most backward among them. In the eyes of ancient humans, the other 8 realms were like lands of myth and magic, places from legend. If those 8 barriers really were gateways to the other realms, then what fate awaited Earth was all too clear. Even if they bear no grudge against Earth, and only harbor enmity among themselves, the moment they make Earth their battlefield, what awaits humanity will be nothing short of an apocalyptic future. Tony couldn't begin to imagine what would happen if Earth became simultaneously connected to all 8 realms. His face had already turned deathly pale. How could this be? Tony murmured, unwilling to accept the reality staring him in the face. Raymond's expression was no better. Though he didn't appear as utterly despairing as Tony, his face was grim and clouded with worry. This turn of events had caught him off guard as well. In all the parallel Marvel worlds Raymond knew of, or even the Marvel Cinematic Universe that most closely resembled this world, nothing like this had ever occurred. The closest parallel was when Malekith came to Earth seeking the Ether, the Reality Stone, which caused a brief overlap among the 9 realms and opened a few portals between worlds. Thor and Malekith had waged a fierce battle, fighting from one realm to another, leaping across worlds. But Raymond knew such a bizarre scenario was unlikely to play out here. Thor's strength was only on par with a level 4 superhuman on Earth, while Malekith, even without the Ether in hand, was a bona fide god-tier powerhouse. If Thor really fought Malekith with nothing but his own power, Malekith could swat him to death with a single blow. Could this be the true convergence of the 9 realms? Raymond wondered silently to himself, watching the 8 barriers appear. He'd been in this world for some years now, and he knew better than to take everything he'd seen in the movies at face value. Cinematic special effects could never compare to the reality unfolding before his eyes. Didn't Thor say that, strictly speaking, the other 8 realms aren't even in the same world as us? How could they suddenly be linked together? Tony was still struggling to accept the truth, muttering under his breath. There's no point analyzing this now. Let's figure out what's really happening first. Try to get in touch with Thor and see if he knows anything, Raymond said thoughtfully. I understand. Tony nodded, then asked, what about you? I'll try to find out more through other channels. Let's hope it's not the scenario we fear most, Raymond replied, his tone grave. Let's hope so. This is nothing like a 9 realms convergence, said the young Lucifer, sprawling carelessly in the seat of honor at Raymond's home. He took the drink Stephanie had poured for him, grinning mischievously. Thank you, beautiful lady. Raymond looked at the boy with exasperation. Hey, we're all friends here. No need to keep up the act, right? You don't understand. This is what makes it fun. When you've become a mortal like me, you'll get it, the childlike Lucifer said with a dismissive pout. Stephanie, of course, didn't dare respond to Lucifer's words. After pouring the drinks, she quietly slipped away, careful not to draw attention. She couldn't help it, knowing that the little boy before her was none other than the legendary fallen angel cast into hell by God himself, sent chills down her spine. It felt as if one more glance at him might draw her very soul away. So, what exactly is going on now? Raymond finally couldn't help but ask. To explain that, I have to start with the relationship between the 9 realms. The boyish Lucifer took a sip of his drink and began to explain in an unhurried tone. In your human legends, the 9 realms are like 9 fruits growing on the branches of the world tree. I imagine you've heard that one before. But isn't that just a myth? Raymond frowned. I've heard Thor mention that the world tree does exist, but it has nothing to do with that legend. The 9 realms aren't hanging from a tree. No, that's not entirely correct. Lucifer shook his head. The 9 realms aren't literally growing on a tree. It's just that, for special reasons, they're connected together. Sometimes there are spatial overlaps and links between them. Still, your human legend isn't entirely groundless, because what actually connects the 9 realms is the world tree itself. The world tree is a truly wondrous thing. Across the multiverse, there are only 9 known world trees. Yes, you heard right, 1 in each of the 9 realms. That's why the 9 realms are so mysteriously linked, and why, every so often, the boundaries blur and the realms overlap. It's possible to travel freely between them. Even though most of the realms don't exist within the main universe, their relationships remain unaffected. Raymond was astonished by this answer. In all his lives, past and present, he had never heard such a thing. There's a world tree on Earth as well? Where is it? Raymond asked, almost without thinking. That I don't know. You'd have to ask the Ancient One about it. Lucifer replied with a shrug. Because the world tree is extremely important, don't ask me why, even I can't quite explain it, but take my word that it's vital. Where was I? Right, because the world tree is so important, its exact location is usually known only to the guardian or ruler of each realm. For example, on Earth, only the line of sorcerer supremes are privy to its whereabouts. And in Asgard, only the royal lineage of the Aesir gods knows where to find their world tree. It's the same for all the other realms. I've heard. Well, just rumors, really. They say the world tree doesn't necessarily grow in soil. It might even be rooted deep underground, or perhaps in different subspaces altogether. Of course, just take this as idle gossip. I don't have any definite answers myself. Raymond nodded, indicating he understood. The boyish Lucifer continued. As for what's happening this time, it probably has something to do with the world tree as well. If my guess is right, this whole affair is definitely connected to Dormammu and his lot, and most likely it involves the sister of that little fellow, Thor, you know. Of course, that's just my speculation. There's no proof at all, and once I walk out this door, I'll deny I ever said any of it. Having finished, the boyish Lucifer went back to sipping his drink through a straw, looking completely at ease. He seemed entirely unconcerned about those 8 barriers. Raymond wasn't surprised by this, though. After all, strictly speaking, Lucifer wasn't exactly what you'd call a good person. By his own admission, over the endless years, he'd been suppressed by Odin and had suffered losses at the hands of the Ancient One. The Hell Lords themselves had their own rivalries, far from harmonious. Yet his relationship with Odin and his ilk was even worse. If Dormammu and the others wanted to take Odin down a peg, it was already generous of Lucifer not to fan the flames, let alone expect him to band together with them as comrades in arms. Likewise, whether people on Earth lived or died, or how many of them perished, meant little to an immortal, godlike being like Lucifer. To him, The lifespan of humans was but the blink of an eye. Even without being killed, they would pass away in a heartbeat. Besides, he wasn't human to begin with, so it was impossible for him to truly care about how many humans might die as a result. As long as not too many of his followers perished, that was all that mattered to him. But Raymond couldn't afford to be so unconcerned. For better or worse, he was a human being first and foremost. There was no way he could remain indifferent while watching humanity plunge into disaster. Well, if you really want to know the specifics, I'd suggest asking the Ancient One. She's the one guarding one of the world trees, so she's bound to know more about the current situation than I do, Lucifer said. I'm already asking, Raymond replied with a nod. Lucifer was caught off guard by Raymond's words. Kamartaj, a ring of crackling flame appeared out of thin air, and through it stepped Chakan, who was in the middle of lighting a cigar. Back so soon, are you? Chakan gripped the freshly lit cigar between his teeth and lazily stretched his back. It's Master Constantine. I heard you were off on your travels. Is your journey really over so quickly? Master Hammer, the one-armed Chinese elder who was instructing a few novice sorcerers in their practice, took notice of him. Master Hammer, how's your recovery? Are you feeling better? Jia Kong spotted an old acquaintance and greeted him with a cheerful wave. I'm all right now. Thanks to your timely appearance last time, Master Constantine. If it hadn't been for you, I might not have survived, said Master Hammer, still a little shaken by the memory, but clearly grateful. We're all friends here. No need for such formality. By the way, is Master Ancient One around? I have something I'd like to discuss with him, Jia Kong inquired. I believe Master Ancient One is in the Sakura Garden, tending to the flowers. Would you like me to take you there? Hammer offered. No, that won't be necessary. I can find my own way. You go ahead with your work, Jia Kong replied casually, waving his hand to show there was no need for help. As Jia Kong's figure receded into the distance, a young apprentice, barely above a whisper, turned to Master Hammer and asked, Master Hammer, you always told us that Master Constantine is a truly great sorcerer. But why does Senior Mordo call him nothing more than a scoundrel? Hammer was taken aback, surprised to hear that Mordo had spoken of Jia Kong that way behind his back. The truth was, among the older sorcerers, there was constant exchange of opinions, and all of them valued the Ancient One's judgment most. Even the Ancient One herself regarded Jia Kong as a peer with profound mastery of magic, someone worthy of both conversation and learning. That alone spoke volumes about Jia Kong's true abilities. Granted, he did have a certain roguish air about him, as Mordo described, but Hammer owed his life to Jia Kong. He had witnessed, with his own eyes, how Jia Kong had effortlessly shattered Caecilius' mirror dimension, a feat no ordinary scoundrel could hope to accomplish. Even if Hammer himself hadn't been ambushed by Caecilius and gravely injured that day, there was no way he could have broken Caecilius' spell with such ease. For that reason, Hammer was certain. Jia Kong was truly formidable. In all of Kamartaj, aside from the Ancient One herself, an unmatched force. There were likely very few who could claim superiority over Jia Kong. Of course, this was only Hammer's personal judgment, and he had never shared it with anyone. Seeing the eager curiosity in the apprentice's eyes, Hammer took a moment to collect his thoughts before replying, I'm not sure whether Master Mordo really said such things, and even if he did, perhaps there's been some misunderstanding. After all, everyone sees others differently. There are as many Hamlets as there are people to imagine him. Master Constantine is a complex person, I suppose. But what I can tell you for certain is that he is indeed a great sorcerer. His magical prowess has even been acknowledged by the Ancient One. That's something beyond dispute. So, in the future, show him the respect he deserves when you see him. The apprentices nodded eagerly, and as they glanced toward the direction in which Jia Kong had disappeared, their eyes shone with newfound wonder. Naturally, Jia Kong had no idea about any of this, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. He had long stopped worrying about what others thought of him, especially someone like Mordo, a man with rebellion written all over him, but without an ounce of real courage. In Jia Kang's eyes, Mordo was even less worthy of attention than the late Caecilius. At least Caecilius had guts. What did Mordo have? He was just a schemer, always plotting in the shadows, not nearly important enough to catch Constantine's notice. When Jia Kong arrived at the cherry blossom garden, he found the Ancient One calmly tending to her flowers, as tranquil and unruffled as ever. You're here to ask about those 8 barriers that suddenly appeared on Earth, aren't you? The Ancient One asked, her back still turned. Jia Kong wasn't surprised she could guess his intentions. After all, the Ancient One's eyes could see through the very fabric of space and time. For something this significant to happen on Earth, the Ancient One, its guardian, could not possibly be unaware. His purpose in seeking her out at such a moment was plain as day. Nothing gets past you, does it? Jia Kong chuckled, taking a slow drag on a cigar. What do you think they are? The Ancient One replied with a question of her own. I've already asked His Excellency Lucifer, Zach Kong admitted. He thinks these 8 barriers are passageways to 8 other realms, and he believes they have something to do with the World Tree. He also suspects that the goddess of death, Hela, may be behind all of this. Zach Kong felt little urge to lie before the Ancient One. For one thing, her eyes could see through most things in this world. Any deception would be easily uncovered. For another, the Ancient One was almost entirely without selfish motives. There was simply no need for deceit in her presence. Lucifer, is it? He does seem to know quite a bit, the Ancient One murmured, pausing for a moment before continuing in a gentle voice. You're correct. These 8 newly appeared barriers are indeed gateways to 8 other realms, and they are connected to the World Tree. As for whether Hela is truly involved, I can't say for certain. Hela's fate is beyond my sight. I cannot predict matters that concern her. Hearing the Ancient One's response, Zach Kong remained silent, knowing she had more to say. Sure enough, the Ancient One went on. Lucifer has already told you about the 9 world trees, hasn't he? Zach Kong nodded in confirmation. These 8 gateways appear whenever the world tree of any one of the 9 realms is on the verge of collapse, the Ancient One explained calmly. It triggers a resonance among the 9 world trees, causing them to temporarily connect with one another. Zhao Kong asked, so, in other words, someone intentionally harmed one of the world trees, and that's what caused this situation? That's right. Moreover, the Ancient One replied, as one of the guardians of the world trees, I can sense that the wounded tree is the one growing in hell, the realm of the dead. So, this is very likely connected to Hela, then? Looks like Lucifer's guess was right on target, Zhao Kong remarked. The Ancient One didn't affirm or deny his words, for this was only one of several possibilities. Though the likelihood was high, she, with her ability to peer through the fabric of time and space, did not care for speculation. Doesn't that mean Earth is in grave danger right now? Zhao Kong asked. You know the situations in the other 8 realms, Ancient One. Even without mentioning Asgard or Vanaheim, even the lower-ranked realms are far beyond what Earth can handle at present. There will be trouble, but the impact should be limited, the Ancient One said thoughtfully after a pause. Zhao Kong was puzzled. The emergence of these passages is primarily for the world trees to channel energy to one another, helping to heal the wounded tree. So, while they're indeed portals, their main purpose isn't to transport living beings. It's possible for creatures to pass through, but it's not nearly as easy as it seems. For starters, beings that are too weak cannot withstand the pressure within the passage, and would be crushed instantly. So you don't need to worry about the other 8 realms launching a large-scale invasion of Earth. Furthermore, even those strong enough to survive the transit aren't guaranteed to come here, since each of the 9 realms now has 8 such passages open simultaneously. In other words, they have plenty of other destinations. They may not choose Earth at all. But I suspect what really worries you is the possibility of beings like Dormammu or Hela, those on the level of the Skyfathers, crossing over isn't it. The Ancient One noticed Raymond didn't deny it and chuckled softly. You truly have nothing to fear on that account. Earth's resilience is far greater than you imagine. As long as the super magic array remains intact, and as long as there is a sorcerer supreme in this world, no Skyfather can truly threaten Earth. You must have heard that Dormammu once suffered defeat here. That, too, was thanks to the super magic array. Many believe I was the one who set up this array, but that's not the case. Its origins are ancient and shrouded in mystery. Each sorcerer supreme has held the power to control it, and can even build additional protective arrays upon its foundation. But its core essence has nothing to do with us. As long as it stands, any Skyfather who comes here will find their power weakened many times over. They're truly nothing to worry about. Master Ancient One spoke with unwavering certainty, and naturally, Zach Kong had no reason to doubt her words. He knew well that she was not the type to boast about herself. With this in mind, he asked again, then, Master Ancient One, what did you mean earlier when you mentioned trouble? The 8 portals will likely remain open for some time. Even if the people from the other 8 realms don't invade Earth in force, it's inevitable that some powerful beings will cross over. When that happens, the people of Earth will have to handle it themselves. There's an unspoken understanding among beings of our level. We rarely intervene directly. If I were to break this code, it would ultimately bring disaster upon Earth's people. However, the sorcerers of Kamartaj are free to act. I'll ask them if any are willing to help. Those who are will go to the 8 portals and offer their aid of their own accord, the Ancient One explained. I see. Zach Kong nodded, signaling his understanding. The Ancient One's meaning was straightforward. Unless a catastrophe on the level of celestial or a threat to all of humanity emerged, she would not intervene lightly, nor would she kill those from the other 8 realms. Most of the time, her efforts were focused on suppressing or destroying extra-dimensional entities of mysterious origin. But the people from the other realms were different from those wayward creatures. They had their own guardians, and like the Ancient One, many were of celestial rank. Thanks to Earth's powerful and enigmatic magical wards, the Ancient One could keep these beings at bay. Yet, if she left Earth, her strength would be merely average among celestials, at best on par with someone like Lucifer. Therefore, she was careful not to make too many enemies for Earth. She herself might not fear reprisal, but if humans ever ventured beyond their world, trouble would surely follow. That was why she had warned that Earth might soon face problems. Those beings coming from other realms might not be numerous, but every one of them would be formidable. In terms of overall supernatural power, Earth lagged far behind the other 8 realms. So even if only a few visitors arrived, it could still spell big trouble. No wonder the boss said that troublesome woman left so suddenly. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. or the world's governments have already run into problems, Zach Kong speculated inwardly, piecing together what he knew. While Zach Kong was questioning the Ancient One, Raymond soon received some answers of his own. So it really is related to Hela. I knew it. The young Lucifer could barely contain his excitement at his own cleverness. This situation was, to him, rather thrilling. I told you, it's not certain. It's only a possibility, Raymond replied, rolling his eyes. What's there to be uncertain about? Of course it's her. Young. Lucifer scoffed, pursing his lips. Helheim is her domain. Only she knows where the world tree is hidden there. How could this have nothing to do with her? Raymond spread his hands, admitting he couldn't say for sure either. Meanwhile, young Lucifer continued his own analysis. According to the Ancient One, these 8 portals shouldn't disappear so quickly, which means for a long time to come, the 9 realms will remain interconnected. Now, isn't that fascinating? Raymond replied. What's so fascinating about it? People are going to die. Young Lucifer shrugged. So what if they do? I think you still haven't changed your perspective. You take all this too seriously. It's not like Earth is about to be destroyed and humanity isn't. Facing extinction. What's there to be so worried about? Do people not die in every human war? Aren't there deaths in car accidents every day or from natural disasters? Besides something this interesting, I haven't encountered anything like it in years. Aren't you even a little excited? Let me ask you, if this really is Hela's doing, have you considered why she'd do it? Even if she has nothing to do with it, do you think Dormammu, or Hela, or even Malekith, freshly returned, wouldn't seize this chance to cause trouble for Asgard? This is a grand performance. As he spoke with rising excitement, young Lucifer hopped down from his chair, clapped his hands, and declared, All right, that's enough talking. I need to find the perfect spot to watch the show and catch up with some old friends. With something like this happening, they definitely won't miss out on the spectacle. With that, young Lucifer left with the Archbishop in tow, unable or unwilling to hide his excitement. To him, this was no more than an entertaining play. As for these so-called old friends, it went without saying they were the various Hell Lords, always scheming in the shadows. Apart from someone like Dormammu, who was aloof and prideful to the point of barely admitting he was a Hell Lord, the rest kept in fairly close contact. While they weren't exactly on friendly terms, and squabbles were common, they were very much a band of roguish companions. Take Mephisto, the Lord of Lies, whom young Lucifer often mentioned. They got along quite well, and were in frequent contact. With the Ancient One around, Dormammu probably can't descend in person, but he does have some formidable lieutenants in the Dark Dimension, so they might use this opportunity to come through. We'd better keep our guard up. Raymond thought to himself. Have you figured out what's going on? Captain Marvel strode into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary command center and addressed Director Fury without preamble. At the moment, we're still not sure. All we can confirm is that these barriers seem to be spatial portals, but it's not that simple. Every probe we've sent through has been destroyed in an instant, so we haven't been able to gather any useful intel. Director Egg summarized the situation for Captain Marvel. Where's the nearest barrier? Captain Marvel considered briefly before stating her intention outright. I'll go check it out. Isn't that a bit too risky? Trust me, I've faced stranger things than this. I'll be fine, Captain Marvel replied with calm confidence. Seeing that Captain Marvel had made up her mind, Director Egg didn't insist further and simply gave her the coordinates of the nearest barrier. It was barrier number 2, the only one located within North America, and it appeared as a blaze of red. After receiving the address, Captain Marvel shot up into the sky and, in a flash, was already on her way to barrier number 2. Not long after she left, Director Egg's instincts suddenly flared as if sensing something amiss. He spun around sharply, but standing behind him was only a staff member charged with maintaining the temporary base, an ordinary worker, practically a background character. Realizing this, Director Egg felt he might be overreacting. Must be that my nerves are stretched too tight lately, he muttered, rubbing his forehead, dissatisfied with his own state. What's wrong, Director? The staffer, noticing him rub his forehead, asked with concern. It's nothing. Probably just didn't get enough rest. Director Egg shook his head, signaling he was fine. Well, you really should get some proper rest, Director. These 8 portals aren't going to close anytime soon, so you'll have your hands full, the staffer replied with a light chuckle. You're right, I should try to get some rest. Lately, Director Egg started to respond out of courtesy, but suddenly stopped short. In a split second, he whipped out his pistol, aiming it directly at the staffer, his gaze locked on the man's eyes. Who are you? Has it really been so long that you've forgotten your old friend, Director? The staffer smiled. You're Dr. Raymond. Director Egg's heart skipped a beat. The staffer didn't confirm his identity. Instead, he responded coolly. You sent that woman after me. Surely you knew I wouldn't just let that slide? After you, Director Egg was momentarily taken aback, genuinely puzzled. Then a thought struck him, and he asked, Carol, did she go looking for you again? Are you really telling me you didn't know, my dear Director? The staffer looked at Director Egg with open mockery. Believe it or not, I truly had no idea. Director Egg had a hint of helplessness in his voice as he said, If I had known, I would never have let her do it. Dr. Raymond, you are. All right, you don't need to say these things to me. The so-called bystander waved his hand casually, cutting off Director Egg mid-sentence. I'm not. Coulson, those words mean nothing to me. Even if you had nothing to do with this, are you going to pretend you didn't know Tony was coming to see me? Raymond's blunt question left Director Egg, a true veteran of the game, feeling a rare moment of awkwardness. Tony seeking out Raymond specifically and demanding. That Hydra withdrawal completely from S.H.I.E.L.D. was no trivial matter. Of course Director Egg was involved. Even this time, with Captain Marvel going. To find Raymond, though he hadn't been informed and it wasn't his idea, it would be impossible to believe he hadn't sensed anything at all. After all, to have risen to the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, especially as the most feared director in memory, how could he possibly be ignorant of everything going on? Still, he wasn't lying to Raymond. It was true that Captain Marvel hadn't been sent by him. But Raymond had no interest in his explanations, nor was he inclined to get entangled in the matter any further. Ever since Director Egg had Tony drop a hint and forced Hydra's full withdrawal from S.H.I.E.L.D., Raymond had known that a rift had formed between them. At that time, he really had considered ending things there. Call him a hypocrite or a pretender if you will, but Director Egg had treated him fairly, and Raymond himself was someone who valued old relationships. He could guarantee that the Hydra under his control would not target S.H.I.E.L.D. again, but Director Egg simply couldn't bring himself to trust him. That wasn't Raymond's fault. Was he supposed to disband the vast organization he'd built just because Director Egg was uneasy? He owed nothing to Director Egg, and even less to S.H.I.E.L.D. There was no need for him to prove anything to anyone. When Tony had come to him, Raymond had agreed immediately, without a second thought. That was already his final concession. If things had ended there would have been a rift between him and Director Egg, true, but nothing that couldn't be left in the past. At worst, they could have gone their separate ways, never to cross paths again. But it was clear S.H.I.E.L.D. had other ideas. Neither Director Egg nor Captain Marvel believed that a man holding the reins of Hydra could be entirely without ambition. It was a contradiction that could never be reconciled. Raymond saw through this, and so he couldn't be bothered to argue. What good would it do to explain? Would a few words really put Director Egg's mind at ease? Besides, who was he to prove himself to them? Did they even deserve it? So Raymond felt neither anger nor disappointment. If they wanted to play this game, he would see it through to the end. After all, he was never one to shy away from trouble. For that reason, Raymond had no interest in listening to Director Hardboiled Egg ramble on with pointless talk. It would only waste his time. The reason I came to see you today is simple, he said in a detached tone. I want you to know I have absolutely no fondness for that woman. If she comes looking for trouble again, I'll make sure she vanishes from this world entirely. Don't say I didn't warn you. Director Hardboiled Egg's expression changed slightly. Doctor, please calm down. You might not fully understand Carol's strength. I really don't want to see you two end up as enemies. Besides, she's a true hero. She's even saved Earth before. You shouldn't be adversaries. Saved Earth. Raymond couldn't help but laugh when he heard that claim. He knew exactly what the director was referring to. Decades ago, before Carol left Earth, she stopped the Kree Empire's warships from launching a full-scale assault on the planet. Leading the fleet back then was none other than the infamous Ronan, the Accuser, the pride of the Kree Empire. These days, Ronan was probably working for Thanos, scouring the cosmos for Infinity Stones with his Accuser army in tow. But was that really what it meant to save the Earth? What a joke. The idea that a single Kree fleet could destroy Earth was laughable at best. Granted, if a real battle had broken out back then, the first wave of the Kree's assault would have cost countless human lives. The technology, wielded by Earth's governments at that time, was so primitive, it wasn't even fit to serve the Kree's lowest ranks. Resistance would have been futile. But if it had come to total war, with the Kree bent on wiping out humanity, Earth wouldn't have been the one to suffer in the end. True, the Kree Empire was one of the three great powers in the universe, able to bully whomever they pleased in the main world. Even the Skrull Empire had been forced into retreat during their all-out war. But could they really just snuff out Earth on a whim? There was no need to mention Earth's deepest secrets, nor even trouble the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, to step in. The hidden superpowered communities and factions scattered across Earth alone would be enough to teach the Kree a harsh lesson. Besides, Earth was one of the 9 realms, a territory that, at least in name, fell under Asgard's protection. If the Kree really wanted to make trouble, Asgard would surely intervene, and the ones to suffer would be the Kree themselves. So when the director spoke of Captain Marvel saving the planet, Raymond found it impossible not to laugh. If she qualifies as someone who saved the Earth, then I've saved it too. More than once, in fact. Would you believe that? He remarked. That? The director faltered, unsure how to respond. In truth, he didn't really believe it. Very few people even knew about what had happened between Raymond and Dormammu.so, director. Egg had no idea that Raymond had sabotaged Dormammu's plans several times, especially the last time. Of course, Raymond didn't really believe Dormammu would ever truly succeed. Still, Dormammu was a cosmic being of the highest order, one of the most powerful, in fact. If he genuinely set his sights on invading Earth, he'd be far more terrifying than a mere Kree fleet. If Director Egg called Captain Marvel's intervention a saving of the Earth, then Raymond certainly deserved the same credit, and for facing an even greater danger. When Director Egg tried to speak of duty and righteousness, Raymond wasn't the least bit intimidated. Whether you believe me or not is meaningless to me, he said calmly. I agreed to meet you only out of old friendship to deliver this ultimatum. That's the greatest goodwill I can offer. I hope you'll value this rare chance for peace. With a composed tone, Passerby continued, Oh, and here's some information for you. The 8 barriers that have appeared across the world are actually 8 spatial gateways, each leading to one of the 8 realms. The passage that woman is exploring now, the one you've labeled as barrier number 2, should connect to Muspelheim, the realm of fire among the 8. I don't think I need to explain what the 8 realms are. I should have mentioned them to you before. These 8 gateways will likely remain open for quite some time. If you want to know more, try contacting Thor. He should have the answers you seek. Well, that's all for now. I hope that the next time we meet, even if we're not friends, we won't be enemies. Let's hope so. After leaving these words hanging in the air, Passerby has suddenly shuddered from head to toe, as if waking from a trance, and realized Director Egg was staring right at him. Startled, he stammered, what happened to me? Director Egg could tell that Raymond had already left, and the ordinary passerby had regained his senses. I saw you spacing out. I thought you needed something from me. If that's not the case, get back to your work. Yes, sir. Passerby hurried off to resume his duties. Director Egg, however, was left sitting there, the weight of Raymond's words heavy on his mind, leaving a bitter taste in his heart. He knew, from Raymond's perspective, that his recent actions had indeed crossed a line. It wasn't just a matter of friendship. Even between mere acquaintances, what he'd done would have been pressing Raymond's limits. From a friend, it was even more unforgivable. He could fully understand Raymond's anger. From a friend's standpoint, he had gone too far. Yet, despite this, he didn't regret his choices, nor did he feel he'd acted wrongly. For above all else, he was director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sitting in that chair came with its responsibilities, and he had to see them through, and no matter the circumstances. Hydra has always been S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mortal enemy. By all logic, even if it cost them every last agent, S.H.I.E.L.D. should never bow before its archenemy. Yet this time, things were rather awkward because Raymond had become Hydra's new big boss, and Raymond, truth be told, had a pretty good relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D., even counting as half a member himself. Including Director Fury, there were quite a few high-ranking agents, loyal, not traitors, who had a strong personal rapport with Raymond. This made it difficult for Director Fury to outright reject Raymond's ceasefire proposal in that first moment. After all, an all-out fight would do S.H.I.E.L.D. no good, either. But afterward, he realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. could never coexist peacefully with Hydra, not with the deep lack of trust between them. Even if he, the director, could trust Raymond, that trust was personal, not professional. He couldn't let his private feelings override his duty. So, in the end, he decided to call Captain Marvel back, knowing she was the only one who might be able to resolve the situation. He was also fully aware that this move would likely turn Raymond against him, but he had no choice. The only thing he could do was to, once Hydra had been utterly destroyed, leave a way out for Raymond. Nothing more. Unfortunately, Raymond clearly wasn't going to accept that outcome, and it seemed he was genuinely angered. This left a bitter taste in Fury's heart. Sorry, Fury sighed to himself. Look, Captain Marvel's back. What's that she's carrying? Is that a giant? Incredible. There really are giants. A commotion broke out outside the temporary command post, drawing Fury's attention. He knew Captain Marvel had returned from the second barrier, and from the sound of it, she brought something back with her. When Fury stepped outside, he immediately understood why her return had caused such a sensation. In her grasp was a colossal stone figure, at least 10 meters tall, with veins of molten lava running through its body, glowing a deep, smoldering red. With a thunderous crash, Captain Marvel hurled the massive magma giant to the ground, then landed another powerful punch right to its face. The giant, who had seemed ready to put up a fight, was instantly knocked out cold by her punch. Heaven only knows how a stone creature could even be knocked unconscious, but this one certainly wasn't moving anymore. What is that? Fury asked, pointing at the magma giant as Captain Marvel floated down gently. Brought it back from beyond the barrier, she replied. That barrier really is traversable, but the pressure inside is immense. No wonder the probes you sent in before kept failing. They were probably just ripped to shreds by that overwhelming force. Captain Marvel began explaining the situation. Inside that barrier, there should be a spatial passageway. The other end of the passage connects to an extremely hot place. Even if the probes you sent in aren't torn apart by the passage itself, they'd be rendered useless in an instant by the intense heat on the other side. But since there isn't enough information, I can't determine exactly where that place is. I can only take a quick look around the area. This stone creature here is something I found over there. While its strength is average, its defensive capabilities are quite impressive. It returned through the passage with me, unaffected by the pressure inside. If it ever made its way to Earth, ordinary firearms would be completely ineffective against it. Captain Marvel kept her report as concise as possible, hoping that Director Fury would be able to make more reasonable deductions. Yet, she only saw Director Fury nod and say, "It seems what he said is true. The other side really is the legendary realm of fire." Captain Marvel glanced over at Director Fury. "Dr. Raymond," Fury replied. "He just came to see me, well, through some unusual means." Captain Marvel's brow furrowed slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. "The only reason we haven't detained him is because of his past service with S.H.I.E.L.D. What, is he trying to threaten you now?" "We'll discuss that later," Fury said, shaking his head. "Right now, our priority is those 8 passageways." He told me that the 8 barriers are actually 8 spatial passages, each leading to one of the 9 realms, excluding Earth, of course. The place you just visited should be the realm of fire, and from your description, that fits. The realm of fire, huh? Captain Marvel mused. That's not out of the question. It did look like a world engulfed in flames, and this stone creature certainly resembles some kind of fire elemental. I'll contact the other branches in the countries near those passages right away, and have them investigate what's on the other side, Fury said, pulling out an encrypted phone. As long as we can get a general idea of what's over there, we'll have our answer. Don't forget to warn them, Captain Marvel reminded him. There's tremendous pressure in the passages. By Earth standards, anyone below a level 4 superhuman shouldn't try their luck. Not without some special equipment to withstand that kind of force. Fury nodded to show he understood. Half an hour later, Fury had received replies from all parties. He set down his encrypted phone and turned to Captain Marvel. It's confirmed. Captain Marvel's expression grew serious, clearly unsettled by the results. Unlike Director Egg and his team, she had traveled to many different civilizations and thus had a deep understanding of the multiverse. She had also heard the names of several of the Great 8 realms, names that rang out with thunderous renown even in the main universe. Asgard, home of Thor, was one such place. She was also keenly aware that, powerful as she was, her strength meant little in the boundless expanse of the multiverse. By the common standard of measurement used across realities, her power ranked at the subcelestial level. Indeed, she stood at the very peak of that tier. In other words, she was already one of the strongest beings below the celestial class. As long as she didn't cross paths with a true celestial, she was, for all intents and purposes, invincible. Moreover, she understood that celestials almost never appeared in the main universe, for reasons both complex and numerous. But the outcome was clear. Their absence allowed her to roam from civilization to civilization, acting as an interstellar superhero, coming to the rescue wherever she was needed. Throughout her adventures, she had never met an opponent who could truly threaten her. Even Thanos, whose fearsome reputation echoed across countless star systems, had crossed her path, and in their clash she'd gained the upper hand. If not for Thanos' genuine immortality and his vast, spacefaring army, she might have avenged all those he had slain. So, it was only natural that she felt a certain sense of superiority upon returning to Earth. As one of the mightiest beneath the celestial class, her power alone was enough to shield most civilizations from external threats. With such strength, protecting Earth should have been a simple matter. However, it was worth noting that she wasn't particularly familiar with Earth's current state. Not long after gaining her present abilities, she had left her home planet behind. So when she learned from Director Egg that Earth's defenders were just the same old members of the Avengers, she couldn't help but look down on them. The reason was obvious. They were simply too weak. It was no exaggeration to say that Captain Marvel could wipe them all out single-handedly, without even breaking a sweat. That was why she resolved to reshape the team, at least to the point where she felt they could withstand most external threats. Only then would she consider leaving Earth again to save the rest of the universe. But she had never expected to be caught up in the current situation. Is there any way to find out the cause and origin of this incident? Captain Marvel asked, steadying her emotions. Dr. Raymond seems to know something, but he's not keen on telling us, Director Egg replied, after a moment's thought. Still, he did hint that Thor might also know what's going on. Hasn't Thor gone back to Asgard? Is there any way to contact him? Captain Marvel asked. He did leave behind a way. Let me give it a try. Asgard, within the royal palace. Odin sat upon his throne, his gaze deep and vast, as if starlit rivers flowed within his eyes, radiating immense majesty and holiness. Yet the expression on his face was complicated, a hint of sorrow, a touch of worry, and even a trace of regret. Father, father, Thor called out to him from below. Odin came back to himself and looked at Thor, letting out a long, heavy sigh. She has returned. She? Who? Thor was puzzled. Hela, your elder sister. I have a sister, but I thought I was your eldest son. Thor was clearly taken aback by this sudden twist in his family history. Not long ago, he still believed he was Odin's firstborn, with Loki as his only true brother. Yet the truth was, Loki was not Odin's biological son, but rather an adopted child, taken in from Laufey, king of the Frost Giants, one of Asgard's greatest foes. When Thor had finally come to terms with this, thinking himself the sole, true son of Odin, his father now revealed that he also had an elder sister. The revelation left him disoriented and confused. Odin was unsurprised by Thor's reaction. Slowly, he recounted that chapter of history, how Hela had once aided him in vanquishing Asgard's enemies, helping him secure his rule over the 9 realms, and much more, leaving nothing unsaid. Her ambition grew too great, so great that even I could no longer restrain her. And so, I made a decision, one that I have repented for ever since. Odin spoke with a heavy heart. I sealed her away in the rift between realms. She was never meant to return at this time, but Dormammu released her, and now, she likely stands at his side. At this, Thor fell silent. Do you think I was wrong? Odin asked. Though I should not question you, father, from every perspective, it does seem that you were in the wrong, Thor answered hesitantly. But had I not done so, with her nature, she would never have stood by and watched me entrust Asgard to you. I did it to protect you, my son. Odin said in anguish. No, if she truly was as remarkable as you say, then this throne rightfully belongs to her. I would have no complaints, Thor replied, shaking his head. Odin looked at Thor in mild astonishment, as if seeing his son in a new light. After a long pause, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Perhaps you do not care for the throne, but placing you upon it was a promise I once made to someone. It was precisely because of this promise that your grandfather was able to defeat the Dark Elves and make Asgard the ruler of the 9 realms. But wasn't it because grandfather took the ether from Malekith that he was able to defeat him? What does that have to do with the promise? Silly child, haven't you ever wondered how he managed to take the ether? Odin shook his head, his expression complicated. If the ether was truly that easy to seize, the Dark Elves wouldn't have ruled the 9 realms for so long. So, you mean it was because you made an agreement with someone that Malekith's ether could be taken away? Thor was stunned by this revelation, a secret grand enough to shake all the 9 realms. That's right, Odin nodded. Who was it? Thor couldn't help but ask. I can't tell you. That, too, is part of the promise. Odin looked a little melancholy. Back then, I only agreed to this promise because I had no other choice. For the sake of this promise, I had to seal away your sister and send your brother away. Wait a minute, brother. This time, Thor was genuinely dumbfounded. How had a brother suddenly appeared out of nowhere? So not only was he not Odin's only child, but he wasn't even the eldest? If that was the case, he shouldn't even be in line for Asgard's throne. That right should belong to this brother he was hearing about for the first time, and if not by right of succession, then surely his sister, the goddess of death, Hela, who had earned countless honors for Asgard, should inherit the throne. In any case, it certainly shouldn't fall to him, the second son. I never told you these things before because I didn't want to burden you, but now I have no choice but to say it. Thor said, "Is it because sister has broken free?" Odin replied, "As much as I hate to admit it, I may no longer be her match. The crucial point is she is also of the Aesir, and if she acts in Asgard, she won't be weakened. In fact, she'll become even stronger. What's more, she has now joined forces with Dormammu. If the two of them unite, Asgard won't be able to withstand them." Thor realized just how dire the situation was and asked with concern, "Is there really no way to resolve this? For example, if you were to give up your throne to her right now, would she?" "Impossible." Odin rejected Thor's suggestion without hesitation, sighing, "From what I know of her, what she wants most now is to defeat me, and then kill you right in front of my eyes, to prove to me just how foolish my earlier choices were. As for this position, she only sees it as something she deserves. Even if I gave it to her now, she wouldn't let you go. What's more, she was already the ruler of Helheim back then. When it comes to power and status, she was hardly any less than me. The truth is, it was never enough for her. And have you forgotten what I just said? If Asgard faced only doom and disaster against Hela and Dormammu, then should I ever break my promise, what awaits Asgard would be nothing less than complete erasure from this world. Do you understand?" Thor stared at Odin in disbelief. Who could possibly have the power to erase Asgard entirely? Odin let out a soft chuckle. "My child, there are many things in this world you do not yet know. In time, you will understand." Thor nodded thoughtfully and asked, "So what do we do now? We can't just sit here and wait for death, can we?" "Of course not. It's true that I wronged her in this matter, but I cannot let Asgard be destroyed by my hand. If she were to claim the throne, only ruin would await Asgard. Not even she could escape that fate." Odin's eyes shone with determined resolve. "Then why not just tell her the truth, father?" Thor pressed. "I've already said, I am forbidden to reveal the identity or name of that person to anyone. That's part of the vow itself. But tell me, do you think she would believe me if I tried to explain?" Odin sighed deeply. Thor fell silent once more. He had never met the sister they called the goddess of death, but from Odin's words, he could guess she was not someone one could reason with easily. If Odin refused to name who he'd made the promise to, she would never believe him. She'd only see it as yet another excuse. This was a knot that couldn't be untied. Seeing that Thor understood his dilemma, Odin continued, "I have never been the perfect father, but to protect all of you from harm, I was forced to make this imperfect choice. Even if it means you all come to hate me for it, I had no other way. I know Hela's nature well. She is not someone who can be swayed by words. She will return, and she will come with vengeance. As I am now, I can no longer stop her. Even without Dormammu, I could not stand in her way. But there is someone who can." "Who?" Thor's eyes lit up. "Your eldest brother, my firstborn, Tyr," Odin replied slowly. Tyr? Thor found the name unfamiliar. He'd never heard anyone mention it before. This was the first time he'd heard of such a brother. But thinking back, it made sense. Odin had never wanted him to know about these things, so of course he would have kept it hidden. Odin said he was once known as the god of war of Asgard. His talent for battle surpassed even Hellas. Thor asked, "But father, didn't you say you sent my elder brother away a long time ago? Besides, if he's truly that powerful, why have I never heard his name all these years?" Odin replied, "No, you have heard of him. Only you didn't know he was your brother." Thor's curiosity grew. Odin's voice grew wistful, tinged with a trace of sorrow. "He is now known as the king of the Vanir gods." "What?" Thor was so shocked he was momentarily speechless. The king of the Vanir, ruler of Vanaheim, a figure rumored to be the one most likely to lead Vanaheim in seizing the title of supreme ruler of the Nine Realms. From Asgard, it was said that the current Vanir king possessed extraordinary prowess in battle. He once single-handedly defeated 3 Hell lords working together. Of course, among those 3, none were the likes of Mephisto or Marduk, the most powerful of the Hell lords, but they were all truly beings of the All-Father level. Nonetheless, for the Vanir king to stand alone against 3 such foes and emerge victorious spoke volumes. Among the All-Fathers, he was surely among the mightiest. Thor had once asked Odin in private, out of curiosity, who he thought was stronger, himself, the All-Father of Asgard, or the Vanir king. Odin had only smiled, refusing to answer. Back then, Thor would never have guessed that the Vanir king was, in fact, his own brother. Had anyone else told Thor this, he would not have believed it. In fact, he might have beaten the messenger so thoroughly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. But it was Odin who revealed this truth. leaving Thor no choice but to believe. But isn't Vanaheim the realm of the Vanir gods? How could they possibly allow an Asgardian to become their king? Though Thor trusted his father, he still found it difficult to believe. After all, it was well known that though both the Vanir and Aesir were considered righteous nations among the 9 realms, and both called themselves gods, natural allies in theory. Much like the Hell Lords were allies to each other, the 2 godly clans had once waged war over the right to rule the 9 realms, leaving their relationship far from harmonious. Thor had visited Vanaheim before, and he could feel the people there harbored no fondness for him. The fact that the 2 godly tribes managed not to fight on sight was already a great display of restraint. How could the Vanir possibly allow an Aesir, especially Odin's own son, to rule over them? It's a bit complicated to explain everything from the very beginning, but to put it simply, they knew that the relationship between Tyr and me was extremely strained. There was no way he would ever forgive me as his father, Odin said with a heavy sigh. On top of that, among the Vanir gods, this generation really doesn't have any worthy heirs. Yet, Tyr's strength is extraordinary, so they made him the son-in-law of the Vanir, and he promised that if the Vanir ever produced an outstanding descendant, he would willingly yield the throne of the Vanir king and step down to make way for the more capable. Hearing this, Thor's expression grew somewhat troubled. Although Odin's account was brief and glossed over much of what had happened, it wasn't hard for Thor to sense that his elder brother must have endured many unpleasant experiences to become the king of the Vanir. From the sound of it, it was almost like what mortals called marrying into one's wife's family. His elder brother was clearly the eldest son of Asgard, the rightful heir by birth, and possessed strength beyond even Thor's imagination. There was no reason at all for him not to inherit Odin's throne. Yet in the end, Odin sent him of all places to the Vanir, who never had an easy relationship with Asgard, making him an even more distinguished live-in son-in-law. Just thinking about it, Thor could imagine the hardships and obstacles involved. The Aesir gods were proud and took great pride in their heritage. Thor could barely imagine how his brother had managed to endure all this, and the thought left him silent once more. In that moment, he was suddenly struck by a sense of original sin. If it hadn't been for his own existence, his exceptionally gifted brother wouldn't have been sent away. His sister, who had rendered such great service to Asgard, wouldn't have been sealed away by their father, nor would she have come to such a bitter end. If, back then, you had planned to pass the throne to my brother, do you think our sister would have objected? Thor suddenly asked. There's no point in speculating about that, my child, Odin replied with a strained smile. I haven't told you these things because I don't want you to blame yourself. This was never your responsibility. If anyone is to blame, it's me, for failing to handle it all as a father should. No, you shouldn't blame yourself. You did what you did to protect Asgard, Thor said, shaking his head. Enough. Let's not dwell on the past any longer. What's done is done, and talking about it now serves no purpose, Odin said, waving his hand dismissively. The reason I've summoned you here today is because I want you to go to Vanaheim in person and ask for his help. As long as he's willing, there's still a chance to turn things around. Thor hesitated, then said, But, Father, are you sure my brother would still be willing to help Asgard? By now, he has already become the God King of Vanaheim, and I doubt he'd be willing to see me. Thor's worries were not without reason. Even if the roles were reversed, and he stood in Tyr's place, he likely wouldn't bother with himself either. From Tyr's perspective, Odin was a father of extreme injustice, and Thor was a detestable younger brother. To ask him to come back now, to help these 2 troublesome fools deal with their sister, who had suffered injustices much like his own, was something hardly anyone would agree to, especially since it's impossible to explain the situation away. Odin said, I understand your concern, but this is our last resort. If there were any other way, I wouldn't want to disturb him either. I'll write you a letter, just deliver it to him. I understand, Thor nodded, then asked, Can I bring Loki with me? He's more adaptable than I am, and might prove useful. Besides, it would be a chance for him to atone for his past mistakes. You may. At the X-Men headquarters, inside the conference room, Beast wore a grave expression as he addressed the team. The reason I've called this meeting is to discuss how we should respond to the emergence of a new mutant organization known as RX. RX. Cyclops immediately caught the subtle hints in the name, suspecting there was more beneath the surface. It reminded him of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Division, a name created only to produce the catchy acronym SHIELD. In the same way, RX set off alarm bells in Cyclops' mind. It couldn't be that simple. Beast nodded. Yes, your instincts are sharp. Its full name is actually Reverse X, which, I think, speaks for itself. Hearing Beast's explanation, the X-Men present all reacted visibly, even those with the mildest temperaments showing signs of displeasure. The name was blatantly targeted and strikingly provocative, as if the organization was deliberately challenging them. Anyone could see that this so-called RX was coming straight for the X-Men. It was akin to someone suddenly establishing a reverse shield just to spite them. If that's not a slap in the face, what is? I'll take them out right now. Wolverine, hot-tempered as ever, slammed the table and sprang to his feet, ready for a fight. Logan, don't be reckless. Professor X's calm voice cut through the tension, stopping Wolverine in his tracks. With a scowl, Wolverine growled, Professor, they've already trampled all over us. If we don't do something about it, who's ever going to take the X-Men seriously again? As Wolverine's rival. In love, Cyclops had always found him impossible to get along with, but this time, for once, he actually agreed with him. I think so too. We can't just ignore this. We must respond. You've misunderstood, Beast explained. The professor isn't saying we shouldn't respond. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called all of you here. Specifically, it's just that this matter isn't as simple as it appears on the surface. If you rush in recklessly, you'll only put yourselves in danger. Beast's words left both Wolverine and Cyclops visibly surprised. After all, though there were many mutant organizations, few had ever amounted to much. Most were just small underground groups that barely made a ripple. Only a handful, like the X-Men, the Brotherhood of Mutants, and the older Hellfire Club, could truly be called influential mutant organizations. It was common knowledge that most major powers, including North America, held largely negative attitudes toward mutants. For years, mutants had lived like rats in the shadows, relentlessly hunted or even exterminated. Departments, such as the Sentinel Task Force in North America and Russia's White Bear Agency, existed specifically to deal with mutants. But as the mutant population steadily grew, most mutants weren't lucky enough to find shelter with the X-Men or Brotherhood, let alone pass the stricter standards of the Hellfire Club. It was precisely under these circumstances that small-time mutant underground groups began to emerge. Why, then, had only a handful of mutant organizations managed to thrive? The answer was obvious. Take the X-Men, for example. Not only did they have Professor X, the undisputed leader of the mutant world, but they also counted powerhouses like Storm, Cyclops, Colossus, Wolverine, Quicksilver, Iceman, and others among their ranks. And that's not even including Phoenix, a walking game-changer who could turn the tide at any moment. Professor X himself was an old-school powerhouse, standing at the very pinnacle of class for mutants. His formidable psychic abilities were enough to make even the North American government think twice before crossing him. Among the core members, the weakest were still Class 3 mutants, and even then, they were the most troublesome kind. Don't be fooled by how little Raymond thought of Class 3 or 4 superhumans. That was only because his own strength had grown so overwhelming. In truth, even Class 3 superhumans were considered the backbone of the superhuman world, let alone those of Class 4. In contrast, when you look at smaller mutant organizations like the Underground Mutant groups, having a level 3 mutant as their ace is already impressive. Though even then, it's usually just an average level 3, nothing remarkable. These groups are hardly worth mentioning. Compared to big organizations full of extraordinary talents like the X-Men or the Brotherhood of Mutants, the ordinary mutant groups are like children playing pretend. So when Wolverine heard that a new mutant organization had the audacity to use the X-Men's name to boost their reputation, his first instinct was to go challenge them single-handedly. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd done something like that. By official mutant rankings, he was only a level 3, but thanks to his unkillable nature, he'd even bested level 4s before. The only ones who could truly keep him in check were Professor X and Magneto, whose abilities completely countered his, leaving him with no choice but to back down. Aside from those few, he really wasn't afraid of anyone. However, if Beast was warning that they might be in real danger, it clearly wasn't without reason. Beast was, after all, the smartest member of the X-Men, though he wasn't the most powerful. In battle, everyone respected his judgment. If someone else had given this warning, Wolverine might have dismissed it, but coming from Beast, he couldn't help but take it seriously. Could this, RIX, be connected to the Brotherhood of Mutants? Wolverine speculated instinctively. After all, through all these years, the only mutant group the X-Men truly saw as an enemy was the Brotherhood. The Hellfire Club, while powerful, wasn't a cohesive organization and acted mainly out of self-interest, rarely clashing head-on with the X-Men. It was only the Brotherhood, led by Magneto, whose ideology was completely at odds with the X-Men's, that clashed with them time and again. In fact, the Brotherhood's overall strength was on par with the X-Men. No wonder Wolverine jumped to that conclusion. No, it has nothing to do with the Brotherhood. Beast shook his head. Not only are they unrelated, but this X has actually been poaching members from the Brotherhood, luring away quite a few of them. That revelation stunned everyone present. Poaching members from the Brotherhood? Even the X-Men had never dared to do that. Magneto was notorious for his temper. Anyone who tried something like that would be picking a fight to the bitter end. It was true that the Brotherhood had poached from the X-Men before. For example, Pyro, who had originally been one of the Professor's students, was recruited by Magneto. But the Professor's personality meant he never tried to limit his students' choices, and since Magneto was his old friend, he didn't make a fuss about it. But this X group wasn't just taunting the X-Men with their name, they were actually stealing members from the Brotherhood as well. Wasn't that the same as provoking the two most powerful mutant factions at the same time, both black and white? Even a venerable and deep-rooted mutant organization like the Hellfire Club would never dare attempt something like this. No, wait, a situation like this did happen once, back when the Mutant Brotherhood hadn't yet emerged and only the X-Men existed. The previous Black King of the Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw, once found himself facing both the Professor and Magneto at the same time. Even though back then, their powers were far from what they are now, in the end, Shaw was still taken down by the two of them working together. Now, neither of them is any weaker than Sebastian Shaw was in his prime, and each commands their own loyal followers. If the two ever joined forces again, the strength they'd unleash would be truly staggering. That's why no one here ever imagined they'd actually see a mutant organization bold enough to provoke both sides simultaneously. But now, they were witnessing it with their own eyes. Are they tired of living, or what? Wolverine blurted out in disbelief. Even someone as tough-skinned as him couldn't fathom why a fledgling mutant group would pick a fight with both of the major factions at once. A new mutant organization has plenty of ways to grow. There's simply no need to clash with the established powers. Since mutants have always been on the back foot, an extra-large group is more help than harm to the rest. It's a bit like the dynamic between the X-Men and the Brotherhood. Their philosophies might clash, leading to frequent conflict, but it's not a fight to the death. In fact, sometimes their coexistence actually has a positive effect. After all, in the eyes of humanity, or rather, in the eyes of governments around the world, mutants are seen as a single collective. Internal strife among mutants is one thing, but the stronger the mutant community as a whole, the better chance they have of standing their ground. That's why there's always been a kind of tacit understanding between the two major factions. Unless absolutely necessary, they won't go after each other's members. This is the unspoken rule, an understanding between the Professor and Magneto. But now, this newly emerged RX organization is clearly playing by a different set of rules, and they come out swinging, throwing down the gauntlet from the very start. That made Wolverine shake his head in disbelief. If things were so simple, I wouldn't have called you all here, B said, his voice grave. The Professor has already used the Cerebro amplifier, but there's no trace of this RX organization anywhere. Even the people they poached from the Brotherhood can't be found, as if they've simply vanished into thin air. Do they have a telepath on their side too? Jean Grey asked, frowning. She herself possessed psychic abilities. Though not as powerful as the Professor's without an amplifier, she was no stranger to such matters. Not only do they have one, they're very strong. Perhaps not any weaker than I am without Cerebro, Professor X replied slowly. When it comes to psychic abilities, he is the true authority when he made that judgment. Not a single person voiced any doubt. Each of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. A psychic as powerful as you, Professor? How could that be possible? Storm's face was etched with disbelief. Even the White Queen's psychic powers are a far cry from yours, aren't they? I know it sounds incredible. Even I find it astonishing, Professor X said with a hint of emotion, his eyes clouded with concern. But the world is full of surprises and unpredictability. Clearly, this newcomer did not come with good intentions. If it were merely the sudden appearance of a powerful new psychic, there would be little cause for worry. In fact, Professor X might even feel a sense of comfort, just as he did when he first met Jean. But the organization calling itself RX was clearly not so straightforward. Not only did their name seem to target the X-Men directly, but in provoking the X-Men, they also managed to slap the Brotherhood of Mutants across the face. This was no simple act of arrogance. It was a deliberate challenge to both major factions. Mutants had suffered enough already. They could not endure more turmoil. Professor X had no wish to see them turn on each other again. Even if the X-Men ultimately triumphed, it would bring him no joy, for in his eyes, all mutants were his family. Just then, knock, knock, knock. The heavy silence in the conference room was broken by a sudden knock at the door. Come in, B said without hesitation. Moments later, the door swung open. Sage entered, pushing a wheelchair from the hallway into the room. The wheelchair looked strikingly futuristic, far more advanced than the one Professor X used. Seated in it was a bald man, though his face was hidden behind a mask. On the mask, a large letter R stood out in bold relief. Two others followed behind them, a young man with a close-cropped haircut and sharp features, and a gentle woman in a long white dress, gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Of the four, only Sage was familiar. The other three were strangers to everyone present. Tessa, we're in the middle of a meeting. Why don't you take our guest to the lounge for a bit? Storm, assuming her old friend had brought ordinary visitors, didn't give it much thought and suggested that Sage wait a while. Ororo, Beast suddenly called out to Storm. Storm turned to look at Beast, only to find his face grave with warning. He shook his head at her, as if to say no. Storm didn't understand what Beast was trying to tell her at first, but then, as if something clicked, she spun around to look at Sage, only to see that Sage was not looking at her at all. Tessa, the Storm Goddess's expression shifted subtly. She knew Sage all too well. With Sage's personality, it was impossible for her not to greet her upon meeting or to avoid her gaze. The only explanation for this behavior was that Sage was hiding something, coupled with the bizarre scene unfolding before her. Did she even need to ask why Sage was acting so suspiciously? And who might you all be? Professor X was the first to speak. A low chuckle echoed from behind the R mask. Weren't you just talking about us? What? Hearing the masked man's words, the X-Men present were stunned, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Their adversaries had the nerve to show up at their very doorstep. Looking for trouble, are you? The ferocity in Wolverine's eyes flared to life. With a metallic shing, his adamantium claws sprang forth as he lunged at the group across from him. Stop! Logan, stand down. Beast and Professor X's faces both changed as they tried to call Wolverine back, but they were a second too late. Wolverine was already upon their opponents. But just as he was about to strike, his entire body jerked to a halt, frozen in place, as if shackled by invisible chains. At the same time, everyone saw the short-haired young man standing to the left of the R-masked figure raise a hand, palm directed at Wolverine, slowly lifting it upward. Wolverine's body was immobilized, rising and moving in sync with the young man's gesture. With a sudden flick of his hand, the young man sent Wolverine hurtling across the room. Bam! He crashed into the conference room wall. But Wolverine's reflexes were sharp. Using the impact's momentum, he rolled to his feet, a guttural snarl rumbling from his throat as he prepared to charge again. Still want to play? I could keep this up with you all day. The young man's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Logan! Beast reacted swiftly, dashing to Wolverine's side and pinning him firmly in place. Let me go, Wolverine growled. You need to calm down. Beast held his ground. Clearly, their opponents had been holding back. Otherwise, even if they couldn't kill Wolverine, tossing him aside would have been the least of his worries. Wolverine, blinded by rage, couldn't see it, but Beast certainly could. As long as the lines between friend and foe remained unclear, there was no way he would let Wolverine act recklessly. So, you the leader of the RX organization? Professor X directed his gaze at the man behind the R-mask. That's right. The R-masked man chuckled lightly. You may call me Professor R. A heavy silence fell over the conference room as everyone stared at one another, confused and wary, unable to fathom what game this so-called Professor R was playing from. The moment the other person appeared, they all felt something was off. Not only was he seated in a wheelchair, just like Professor X, but he also had a completely bald head. No matter how you looked at it, this couldn't be a coincidence. Still, it was just a hunch. Perhaps it really was just chance. But when the man introduced himself as Professor R, they immediately understood that this was no accident. What kind of coincidence would go this far? It was obvious he was imitating Professor X. More importantly, since he was the leader of that RX organization, and Professor X had just mentioned that there was a psychic in the RX group whose powers rivaled his own, could he have been talking about this Professor R right in front of them? If that were true, then the imitation was simply uncanny. Whoever you are, you should understand this. The reason people respect the Professor isn't just because of his abilities and certainly not because of his appearance. Imitating him like this is utterly meaningless. Storm said, her tone sharp and merciless. You think I'm imitating him? Professor R replied. Isn't that obvious? Storm shot back. If you think so, then so be it. Professor R replied with a soft chuckle, showing not the slightest hint of anger at Storm's accusation. His reaction made Storm feel as if she'd punched into a cloud of cotton. Her anger found nowhere to land, leaving her feeling unsettled and frustrated. Stung by Professor R's composure, she swept her gaze to one of her few close friends, Sage, and her anger flared again. Tessa, I never thought you'd actually go along with something like this. Sage couldn't meet her eyes. She only lowered her head slightly. But Storm wasn't about to let her off so easily. She pressed on. So last time at your place, the reason you managed to slip past the White Queen scan, was it because of him? By him, of course, she meant Professor R. That previous time, Storm had gone to meet Sage in secret, hoping to gather some fresh intel on the Hellfire Club. She hadn't expected to walk right into an ambush, cornered by the White Queen and the King of Diamonds. A fight had almost broken out, and had it come to blows, they would have been at a serious disadvantage. Both the White Queen and the King of Diamonds were as formidable as Storm herself, while Sage had little combat ability. Storm had already steeled herself to make a sacrifice, ready to let Sage escape while she held off the enemy. Yet, against all odds, the confrontation ended peacefully, and the White Queen hadn't found anything suspicious in Sage's memories. Storm had been utterly baffled by this. Afterward, she'd reported the incident to Professor X. When it came to the Hellfire Club, there was no room for carelessness, but clearly, Professor X was also in the dark about the true reason. He simply assumed that Sage had discovered some new use for her abilities, allowing her to create false memories to confuse the White Queen. Yet, the moment Storm saw Sage pushing Professor R into the room, she immediately connected the dots. Confronted by Storm's sharp questioning, Sage remained silent as ever. But Storm could tell from Sage's reaction that she had guessed right. So it really was this Professor R who had meddled last time. Tessa, I'm so disappointed in you. Storm gazed at Sage with sorrowful eyes. The Professor has not only guided us, he's changed our very destinies. Do you need me to remind you what your life was like before you met him? And yet you. Sage's eyes reddened, and she whispered, It's not what you think, Aurora. I never wanted to betray anyone. But there are things you don't understand. I have to make the right choice. Only then can we find true hope. Cut the crap. Wolverine snapped. Betrayal is betrayal. What right choice? What damned hope? Do you take us for fools? You certainly don't look very bright, the woman in the white dress, standing at Professor R's right, said coolly, pushing her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose. What did you say? Say that again, if you dare. Wolverine, already furious, now couldn't hold back his rage at all. But as soon as the words left his mouth, his expression changed abruptly, and he shouted, I am a fool. He shuddered all over, then returned to normal and realized everyone was staring at him in shock. In that instant, the memory of what had just happened flashed through his mind as well, and his eyes blazed red as he let out another furious roar. Beast could only groan inwardly, struggling with all his might to restrain him. Meanwhile, a strange glimmer flashed in Professor X's eyes as he looked at the woman in white and said, You remind me of someone I once knew. The Shadow King, the woman in white asked with a soft, amused smile. So, it is. Professor X's heart skipped a beat. He'd only intended to probe, never expecting to get any useful information. After all, the person he spoke of should have died by his hand many years ago. There was no way he could still be alive. Yet, when the woman in white had just used her powers, the psychic resonance had felt eerily familiar. Those psychic mutants weren't especially rare, much less so than someone like Cyclops or Storm. Each telepath had a unique psychic signature. With his experience, Professor X could easily sense the subtle differences between them. And just now, when the woman in white made her move, the distinctive psychic wave instantly reminded him of the Shadow King, who had once brought him no end of trouble. He had originally thought it was just a coincidence, and spoke out instinctively, not expecting the woman in the white dress to actually respond. Yet she bluntly uttered the Shadow King's name, making him realize this was no mere coincidence. He's not dead. Professor X looked gravely at the woman in white. At least, he didn't die by your hand, she replied, shrugging and smiling. But now he's dead. Well, you're welcome. It was careless of me, Professor X said with a hint of regret. He didn't doubt her words, even though he couldn't fathom how she had obtained the Shadow King's abilities. Still, he was certain that the woman before him was not the Shadow King. The Shadow King had once abandoned his own body, choosing to become a being of pure spirit in pursuit of greater power. Although the woman standing here possessed psychic abilities of the 4th level, she was still a step behind the Shadow King. More importantly, it was obvious they were not the same person. In any case, you've done me a great favor. I owe you one, Professor X said sincerely. There's no need for that, Charles. Your favor isn't as valuable as you think, Professor R replied, shaking her head. Have we met before? Professor X regarded her thoughtfully. He sensed something unusual in her tone, as if she was intimately familiar with him. Though it was only a feeling, he trusted his intuition. No need to guess who I am. You wouldn't figure it out anyway, so don't waste your effort, Professor said with a soft chuckle. I'm only here to give you a heads up. Soon, I'll be doing some things that might lead your school to fall apart. Out of respect for you, I thought it best to warn you in advance. After all, you're a good man. Her words made the X-Men uneasy, and even the faces of the three people standing behind her grew odd. What was this, handing out a good guy card? Was there something suspicious going on here? Professor X, however, wasn't caught up in such thoughts. He was simply troubled by the persistent sense of familiarity, as if he ought to know this professor very well. It was the same feeling he always had when meeting Magneto, a sense of deep kinship. But now, most of his old friends were long gone. Magneto, disagreeing with his ideals, had left to form the Brotherhood of Mutants. Mystique had joined him, while Beast had always stayed by his side. Some had died of old age, others had fallen in battle. He searched his memory, but could not match anyone he knew to the professor standing before him. Especially if the other party truly possesses psychic powers on par with his own, then the situation becomes even more confusing. He couldn't recall anyone like that from his memory. Of course, he still wasn't sure what abilities this professor possessed, and since the other party showed no intention of using force, it was naturally inappropriate for him to probe recklessly and risk unnecessary conflict. So what is your purpose here? Asked Professor X. My purpose? Professor R's tone grew solemn. Naturally, it is to ensure that mutants no longer have to live as fugitives hunted across the world. The identity of a mutant is not an original sin, nor should it ever be a cause for discrimination. Something is wrong with this world, and it needs someone to set it right. I completely agree with you, Professor X replied, his expression also turning serious. That is precisely what I have been striving for all these years. No. Your approach is far too idealistic, Professor R countered. With your intellect, you must know deep down that it is impossible for mutants to fully integrate into ordinary society. Stop deceiving yourself. Professor X responded. Even if I cannot achieve it, others will continue the effort. As long as we keep trying, one day it will come to pass. And when exactly is one day? Professor R let out a low, scornful laugh. Setting aside whether that day will ever come, or how likely it is to happen at all, just how long? Will you have to wait? 10 years? 100? 1,000? Have you ever considered how many mutants will die for such a foolish cause in the meantime? Charles, I know you. Or, rather, no one knows you better than I do. Both of us understand that the chances of that day arriving are less than 1%, and you certainly won't live to see it. So, how can you expect others to persevere as you do? If one day you die, and your so-called successors fail to hold the line as you did, what fate awaits your students then? Professor X looked straight at Professor R, as if trying to see through the mask and discern the true face beneath. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Slowly, so, you agree with the ideology of the Brotherhood of Mutants? Do you really believe that mutants must stand in opposition to ordinary humans? Don't be ridiculous. If you are merely naive, then Eric is downright foolish, Professor R replied with undisguised disdain for both of them. Yes, the number of mutants is steadily increasing, but compared to the population of ordinary humans, it's still insignificant. And besides, with so many superpowered groups out there, have you ever seen any of them constantly declaring war on governments the way mutants do? If mutants were ever to wage all-out war against ordinary humans, I can say with certainty that no other superpowered groups or factions would side with us. That's because ordinary humans are the most vital resource on Earth. Whether we're vampires, magicians, or mutants, all of us ultimately come from humans. They won't just sit back and watch us succeed. Besides, we don't stand a chance. Most mutants aren't even capable of fighting. Eric has always believed you could wipe out all of humanity in an instant, but you know as well as I do, you can't. Because the moment you actually try, you'll die. Not only you, but all your students here won't survive either, right? Professor X offered no response. Yet, anyone who understood him could see from his reaction that he had no way to refute these words. In other words, everything Professor said was true. Of course, Professor X knew all this. Even though he never considered helping Magneto carry out such an inhumane plan, he also knew that, even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. Earth has its own guardians, and they're powerful enough to make hope seem pointless. Most important of all, that guardian seems to have some ability to glimpse the future. Just as Professor said, if he ever made such a decision, he'd be dead before he even had a chance to act. Not just him, everyone around him will be gone as well. Compared to the fate of all humanity, that guardian wouldn't hesitate to erase a handful of deranged terrorists. Since you know Eric's plan is doomed to fail, why not choose to work with me? With your help, I believe mutants could find their place in this world much sooner, Professor X said earnestly, extending an invitation to Professor R. If something can't be done, it can't be done. Whether you admit it or not, that's the reality, Professor R replied calmly. I have no intention of persuading you. I know how stubborn you are. But you also shouldn't try to persuade me. just as you can't persuade Eric either. Professor X let out a sigh. In fact, when you saw Tessa choose to stand with me, deep down you must have realized, you can't win, can you? Professor R spoke with quiet composure. Professor X fell silent, because once again, Professor R had spoken the truth. He knew Sage far better than anyone else. That's why he was certain Sage would never betray him lightly, not even under threat of death. At first, he suspected Sage might have been controlled by the other's psychic powers, but after a careful probe, he realized that wasn't the case. If Sage had truly been controlled, even if the other's psychic abilities surpassed his own, there was no way he wouldn't notice a single trace. Therefore, he was sure Sage had not been controlled. This meant that Xianjia had truly chosen to stand with Professor R, firmly believing her decision was the right one. Recalling what she had said when Storm confronted her earlier, Professor X now understood the reason for Xianjia's betrayal of the X-Men. She believed that Professor R's path was the correct one, that only he could save mutant kind. This was the very lesson he had always taught his students. Every mutant had a responsibility to fight for the future of their kind. Xianjia, undoubtedly one of his most obedient students, had nevertheless chosen to follow Professor R. That choice alone spoke volumes. Moreover, if one were to rank all the X-Men by the likelihood of never betraying their cause, Xianjia would certainly be in the top 5, if not the top 3. This, too, explained why Professor R had uttered those words. "Who are you, really?" Professor X asked once again. This ought not to have been the focus, because regardless of this person's true identity, it was clear they were destined to be his enemy. Still, he found himself desperate to know. The other party understood him so well, better even than his old friend Magneto, and this uncanny familiarity left him both astonished and increasingly curious. It had been a long, long time since he'd felt such curiosity. Who cares who it is? If they're fated to be our enemy, then let them come. Wolverine growled, his breath ragged. I truly don't understand why you'd keep someone whose brain is all muscle as an ally. Having someone like him around is probably more of a hindrance than a help, remarked a short-haired young man, standing to Professor R's left, his tone almost wondering. Professor X noticed that the short-haired youth seemed to be addressing him, and, despite his words, was surprisingly polite. Hey kid, you looking to get your brains blown out? Wolverine glared at him, menace in his eyes. I wonder who it was just now who got tossed out like a rag doll? Forgotten already. The young man looked at Wolverine, feigning surprise. Charles, doesn't he remind you of someone? Beast, who had been restraining Wolverine, suddenly asked. Professor X had already been lost in thought. Hearing Beast's question confirmed the suspicion growing in his mind. With a hint of hesitation, he turned to the short-haired youth. What's your name, child? David Holler. Or David Charles Holler. The young man's gaze was layered and complex as he looked at Professor X. A shock ran through Professor X's entire body. He thought himself long past the age of being startled. It had indeed been years since anything had truly shaken him. Not even Professor R's recruitment of Xianjia, nor his astonishingly deep understanding of Professor X himself, had done more than pique his curiosity and regret. Nothing had truly unsettled him. But now, at this moment, even the threat of death could not move him as much as this. Such was the weight of time. However, when he heard the name of the young man with short hair across from him, he couldn't help but show a look of shock, unable to calm down for a long while. No wonder. The beast seemed to have realized something as well, his expression growing complex. As one of Professor X's earliest companions, he knew the professor very well, and so he understood what that name implied. The reason he had suddenly asked that question earlier was because he'd sensed just how much the short-haired youth resembled Professor X in his younger days. Previously, both of them had been focused on Professor R, so they hadn't paid much attention to this detail. It wasn't until the young man spoke a second time that they finally noticed it. Indeed, this young man with short hair was David, and as for Professor R and the woman in the white dress, they were naturally Professor X's alternate personality and Beth. The so-called RX organization was, in fact, an organization founded by Professor X's alternate personality, now known as Professor R. In order to distinguish himself from Professor X, he changed his code name to Professor R, which also stood for reverse. Of course, all of this was done partly for his own amusement. As for his ultimate goal, he hadn't lied to Professor X. Everything he was doing was truly an attempt to save the world's mutants, and Raymond had agreed to it. As Raymond's alternate personality, if he could unify all the mutants, then in effect, Raymond himself would have unified them. This achievement would surely come with a substantial reward in universal points, far more than what Raymond had gained by joining the Hellfire Club or the Hells Angels. Such a win-win endeavor. If you ask Raymond whether he supports it, of course he does. As for David and Beth, they were helping Professor R of their own accord. After all, Professor R could also be considered their teacher. David, in particular, was different from Beth. He himself was a mutant, so he naturally couldn't remain uninvolved. "These years, have you been well?" Professor X took a deep breath and asked, his voice trembling slightly. At this moment, he was no longer the calm, commanding Professor X with the weight of the world on his shoulders, but simply an elderly man overwhelmed with emotion. "Not too well," David replied with a shrug. "You didn't kill the Shadow King back then, and he ended up possessing me. He kept trying to control me, which led people to think I was insane, and I was committed to a mental hospital. I spent more than 20 years there. It wasn't until recently, after the Shadow King was killed, that I finally had a chance to leave that place." "I'm sorry." Professor X's lips trembled. "I've never blamed you," David said with remarkable openness. "They told me about you. I know you're a great hero. What happened wasn't your fault." He smiled, his eyes clear. "Anyway, the real culprit is dead, and I'm doing pretty well now." That's good, David said. "No matter what, I have to thank you for bringing me into this world. Even though you weren't exactly a perfect father, I truly don't blame you. Besides, you fulfilled every dream I ever had about what a father should be. I always imagined my father as a legendary hero, and you fit that role perfectly. Although I don't agree with many of your beliefs. As the professor just said, you are a good man, a man worthy of respect. And that's enough for me." "Thank you." Professor X gave Professor R a grateful look. Clearly, he believed it was Professor R who had saved David. In a way, he wasn't wrong. After all, it was Raymond who rescued David, and Professor R could indeed be considered a part of Raymond. That much was undeniable. Watching as Professor R and Shinja's group walked away, Wolverine, unable to contain his anger, demanded, "We're just gonna let them leave like that?" He'd suffered a stinging defeat and was left with nowhere to vent his frustration. "This is a school. If a fight breaks out here, win or lose, the students could get caught in the crossfire," Jean explained gently. "Damn it." Wolverine punched the wall, leaving a gaping hole. "Logan, there's no need to beat yourself up over this. The truth is, we couldn't have stopped them anyway," Professor X said quietly. "There's just a handful of them. Tessa can't even fight. Do you really think those three could take on all of us?" Wolverine was plainly skeptical of Professor X's opinion. Professor X just shook his head. "That Professor R, I can't see through him. And more importantly, David is with them now." "He really is your son?" Wolverine asked, half believing. "Yes," Professor X nodded. Beast stepped in to explain. "Back then, there were far fewer mutants than there are now, and surviving was much harder. Charles didn't want David to suffer because of him, so he left him at the doorstep of an ordinary family and let them adopt him. By all rights, David should have had a good life. The couple was carefully chosen by Charles. But no one could have predicted that the Shadow King would fake his death and hide inside David all those years." Hearing Beast's words, the others finally understood what had happened and why Professor X was so emotional. Although David seemed not to blame him, the responsibility was still his to bear. If he hadn't entrusted David to someone else, if he hadn't let his guard down and given the Shadow King an opening, maybe David wouldn't have ended up in a psychiatric hospital from childhood. Professor X had spent his whole life making sacrifices, but for David, he truly hadn't been a good father. Because of his own negligence, David ended up with such an unhappy childhood and an unsatisfying earlier life. Of course, he feels a deep sense of guilt. But even if he's your son, does that mean we should let them run wild, doing whatever they please? Wolverine clearly wasn't buying into this line of reasoning. The others had all benefited from Professor X's kindness, and were, for the most part, his juniors, so it was second nature for them to show him respect. But Wolverine was actually older than both Professor X and Magneto, the two pillars of their community. In front of him, even Professor X counted as half a junior, so Wolverine saw no reason to stand on ceremony. Professor X said, "No, the reason I brought up David isn't because he's my son. To be precise, it's exactly because he's my son that I feel just a little more at ease. Otherwise." "What do you mean?" Wolverine didn't quite catch his meaning. And he wasn't alone. Storm and the others were just as confused. Only Beast seemed to understand. He gave a wry smile and said, "You all know that when powerful mutants have children, there's a high chance the offspring will inherit their abilities. And even if they don't inherit them directly, there's still a possibility they'll awaken powers of a similar level." "So you're saying David inherited the professor's abilities?" Storm's voice trembled slightly with concern. Everyone knew just how formidable Professor X's psychic powers were. If it weren't for the constant deterrence he posed to governments worldwide, the situation for mutants would be even more dire than it is now. These days, governments still have departments working in secret against mutants, but at least there's still a pretense of denial, like the Sentinel Task Force, for example. Officially, their existence isn't acknowledged, but they still receive plenty of support from the military. Anyone with eyes could see through this charade, this attempt to have it both ways. Still, this was already a kind of compromise, and Professor X and his allies had no choice but to accept the reality. After all, the world was never in their favor. If David truly possessed psychic abilities on par with Professor X, it would be a major problem indeed. So, the person in the RX organization said to have psychic powers equal to yours. Is that David? Cyclops asked. Professor X shook his head. I can't say for sure if it's him. But David hasn't inherited my ability. Or rather, if he did, that's only one of his many powers. Storm was startled. He's a multi-powered mutant. Among mutants, those with multiple abilities do exist, but they're quite rare. Most are, at most, dual-powered. Take the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, for example. She's a dual-powered mutant. Not only can she transform her body into diamond, she also wields psychic abilities. Though neither of her powers is top tier on its own, when combined, they can produce effects far greater than the sum of their parts, making her a truly formidable opponent. A multi-powered mutant, you could say that, but he's different from the typical multiple ability mutants because his powers might number in the hundreds or even the thousands, said Professor X. His words struck Storm and the others like a spell, freezing them in place. For a moment, they were unable to move, as if paralyzed by shock. Was it possible they'd misheard, or did that Professor X have made a mistake? Otherwise, how could anyone possess hundreds, let alone thousands, of abilities? Could someone like that even be called human? Even if most of those powers were trivial, surely a handful among them would be truly formidable. If someone really did have 1,000 different abilities, even if only a tenth of them were suited for combat, that person would be a living nightmare for anyone who opposed them. Professor, are you sure? Cyclops managed to ask, his voice strained. There's no reason for me to lie to you. David, like Jean, both have level 5 potential, Professor X said with a bitter smile. He should have been proud that his own son was a once-in-a-million level 5 mutant. The problem was his son now stood on the other side, making the situation all the more awkward. What's the point of fighting then? We might as well surrender. Wolverine pulled out a chair and dropped into it heavily, his face clouded over. Admittedly, a mutant's strength doesn't always match their classification. A level 4 mutant with non-combat abilities can, in many cases, be taken down by a simple handgun. The power balance among mutants is incredibly uneven, which is why fighting across levels is such a common occurrence. Take Wolverine and Cyclops, for example. Both are only level 3 mutants, but with their unique abilities, they could easily take down many level 4 mutants in a real fight. But level 5 mutants are different. Jean, a level 5, had her mind sealed by Professor X since childhood to prevent her from losing control. Even so, over the years, there have been moments when her power has flared under extreme stress. Those moments were brief, and likely didn't even reveal the full extent of her abilities. But even so, she was already far beyond any of the other X-Men. Not even Professor X could hold her back when she unleashed her power. If David truly was a level 5 mutant, as Professor X claimed, and if he really possessed 1,000 different abilities, was there even a point in trying to fight him? Even if everyone here united, they still probably wouldn't be enough to take on David alone, let alone if there were more than one David to deal with. As for Jean on their side, even though she was also a level 5, once her seal was lifted, they would be just as doomed. An unsealed Jean attacked without distinction, and compared to the Aura X people, the sealed persona inside Jean, holding back the vast majority of her power, clearly harbored a greater hatred for the X-Men. After all, it was because of the X-Men's existence that she had been sealed away for so many years. Once they're released, things will only get worse for them. Wolverine truly has a fiery temper and faces death without fear, but that doesn't mean he lacks basic judgment, just as he's never thought he could take down Magneto. In a situation where defeat is so obvious, risking everything in a desperate fight won't change the outcome. Professor X had already guessed his thoughts and tried to reassure him. There's no need to despair. David definitely hasn't tapped into his full potential yet. If he had, they wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. They could have just taken us all down in one move. That's true. That does make sense, Wolverine said, his fighting spirit reignited and a new energy lighting up his face. So what do we do next? Hank, do you have any ideas? Wolverine turned to Beast. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Beast mused, clapping his hands together as a plan began to form. Professor, with your power, you could have controlled them all, couldn't you? David asked with a hint of confusion after they left Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. If it's because of me, no, it has nothing to do with you. Don't overthink it. Professor R shook his head with a gentle smile. What I want is for them to willingly join us, not to be forced into submission by my power. Otherwise, there would always be a shadow in their hearts. I want mutants to unite, because only then do we have a real chance to find our place in this world. Besides, Jean's situation is quite special. I believe I've told you before. If we really try to force things, there's no guarantee her seal wouldn't break. Even if we managed to fix things in the end, it would cause all sorts of trouble, and there's no need for us to let it come to that. All right, David nodded. He had thought Professor R was holding back because of his relationship with Professor X, and it was only after learning that wasn't the case that he felt at ease. Just as he'd told Professor X. Earlier, he didn't hold a grudge against him, but he couldn't agree with his ideals either. If there was a way to solve the problem quickly and decisively, he certainly wouldn't shy away from it, even if it meant using force. By the way, the bait we set earlier should have taken effect by now. The X-Men have probably realized that we're targeting the Brotherhood of Mutants as well. Next, they'll likely join forces, which will save us quite a bit of time, Professor said with a smile. So what do we do now? Keep turning people from both sides? Beth asked excitedly. In the last few defections, she played a key role. Her inherited psychic influence from the Shadow King, combined with her experience as a psychologist, made dealing with ordinary people almost effortless. Although psychic abilities can't control a person for long, they're still quite effective for planting subtle suggestions. For her, this was a new kind of challenge. There's no rush. Let's wait until they've made contact. In the meantime, why don't we make a trip to Europe? It'll also be a way to help Tessa vent her frustrations. Professor R smiled as he spoke. Professor, do you mean? Shinja had already guessed what Professor R was getting at, and his previously gloomy mood instantly lifted. Exactly. This time, we'll start by breaking through the Hellfire Club's defenses, Professor R replied with a smile. While Professor R and his team were busy working on uniting the mutants, Raymond's attention was elsewhere. He believed that with Professor R's strength and intelligence, especially after having endured the brutal trial of the days of future past, he was more than capable of dealing with the world's untested mutants. Besides, with Megatron as his fellow Silver persona assisting him, their golden partnership was already formidable, rivaling the power of a level 5 mutant. Even if Jean Grey did lose control, Professor R should be able to handle it. After all, she didn't possess the true Phoenix Force yet. She wasn't omnipotent. Who should I pick? Inside Zakin's mirror dimension, Raymond rested his chin on his hand, pondering with a troubled look. Hey, I'm a busy man, boss. Did you really call me here just to open a mirror dimension? Zakon complained, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Busy? Drinking at bars and flirting with women counts as busy to you? Raymond rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to argue. Zakon looked at him, full of resentment. Raymond turned away, refusing to meet his gaze, and as he did so, his mind returned to the problem he'd been mulling over. This time, the system upgrade was comprehensive. Not only were platinum character cards introduced, but several new features have been added as well. One such feature was the improved and even more versatile manifestation option, which Raymond was quite satisfied with. But what intrigued him most was the newly unlocked feature, Status Ascension. Of course, that was just the system's term for it. Raymond thought it would be more accurate to call it how to get stronger without spending money. The function allowed existing personas to be upgraded, though it still required the use of universal points. For example, an original bronze persona could be upgraded to silver by spending 1,000 universal points, resulting in a comprehensive boost in abilities and making the power level match the new rank. Similarly, a silver persona could be elevated to gold with 10,000 points, with strength increasing accordingly. At first glance, this feature seemed a bit redundant. Take upgrading a bronze persona to silver, for instance. 1,000 universal points would be enough for Raymond to simply redeem a brand new silver character card. That way, not only could the original bronze subpersonality be preserved, but a brand new silver subpersonality could also be gained. But on closer thought, things weren't quite that simple. Because when you activate a new silver character card, the kind of subpersonality you get is completely random. While there's always a chance of hitting the jackpot, like a silver character card granting a gold subpersonality. In reality, the odds of getting a bronze subpersonality from a silver character card are actually higher. Even if you set aside these two extremes and actually draw a silver subpersonality, there's no guarantee it will be useful. For example, if you happen to get another ordinary close combat silver subpersonality, it would just overlap with Tao Pai Pai, making it pointless. For Raymond right now, adding another mediocre silver subpersonality with no special abilities wouldn't make much difference. It would be almost as good as wasted. Seen from this perspective, the appearance of Persona Ascension is truly practical. After all, among Raymond's bronze subpersonalities, there are quite a few promising candidates. For instance, the demon subduer who once drove Dormammu into a fit of rage. It's decided it's you. Raymond's eyes lit up. Silver subpersonality, Demon Subduer of the Four Sacred Beasts. Ascension successful. Original background. Former Beidou 5 Elements Fist Demon Subduer, hailing from the world of Journey to the West, conquering the demons. Can temporarily channel the power of the Four Sacred Beasts, gaining tremendous combat strength and exceptional abilities. Demon Subduer of the Four Sacred Beasts. Reading the latest profile of the Demon Subduer, Raymond knew that this time he'd truly hit the jackpot with Persona Ascension. The world of Journey to the West. Conquering the demons is a high magic world, with a ceiling far beyond that of the Naruto or One Piece universes. The Demon Subduer and Tian Sanjiao had seemed weak only because they were exorcists in the human realm of their world, good enough for second-rate demons. But when facing truly formidable monsters, they stood no chance. Raymond remembered that the Demon Subduer's original ability was to use the Beidou 5 Elements Fist to mimic the attacks of mystical beasts, an imitation whose power was not inferior to the beasts themselves, making him no pushover among bronze-level subpersonalities. However, as Raymond's collection of silver subpersonalities grew, the Demon Subduer naturally faded into the background, becoming more of a support role. But after this ascension, his overall strength had leapt several-fold, and now he could wield the powers of the Four Sacred Beasts. Even if only a portion of that power could be borrowed temporarily, the Four Sacred Beasts were on a whole different level from ordinary monsters. How do you feel now? In a mirrored space, Raymond looked at the newly ascended Demon Subduer and asked. Outwardly, the Demon Subduer showed no change, but as a practitioner of Qi, Raymond was extremely sensitive to changes in energy, and he could clearly sense the difference. I feel absolutely amazing. The Demon Vanquisher clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement, and exclaimed. Raymond took a deep breath and said, Speak plainly. The Demon Vanquisher tried to calm his racing heart. Doing his best to steady his voice, he explained, My master once told me that the technique our lineage practices was originally called the Four Sacred Transformations. When mastered to its highest level, one could take on the forms of the Four Sacred Beasts, wielding their immense powers. But unfortunately, the version our founder acquired was incomplete, relying only on fragments of ancient texts. Our founder painstakingly forged a new path, creating the Northern Dipper 5 Elements Fist. While it originated from the Four Sacred Transformations, its effects are vastly inferior. It merely allows us to mimic monster beasts in combat. The power is much weaker and the potential far more limited. I used to think my master was just boasting, but to my surprise, it's all true. I can actually learn the genuine Four Sacred Transformations now. If that scoundrel Lord Void or that crippled wretch Sky Cripple stood before me right now, I swear I could crush them both with my bare hands. The Demon Vanquisher was visibly trembling with emotion. Raymond asked, So you're saying you can now transform into the Four Sacred Beasts to fight? Well, not quite yet, the Demon Vanquisher replied sheepishly, forcing a grin. What I meant was becoming one with the Four Sacred Beasts. That's the ultimate realm of the Four Sacred Transformations. I'm still a long way from that. Noticing the disappointment on Raymond's face, the Demon Vanquisher quickly added, But I can already draw upon the power of the Four Sacred Beasts in battle, to the point where even I'm afraid of how strong I am. Such bold words. Seeing the Demon Vanquisher so confident, Raymond couldn't help but grow curious about his true strength. Without hesitation, he summoned Peach White. Since Peach White represented the lower limit of his silver-tier alter egos, Raymond decided to let him test the Demon Vanquisher's newly elevated abilities first. When released, Peach White was initially baffled. After all, from an outside perspective, there had been no visible sign of the Demon Vanquisher's ascension. It had happened in a blink, swift and silent. The Demon Vanquisher's appearance hadn't changed much either, so at first, Peach White didn't notice anything amiss. But like Raymond, Peach White was also a practitioner of Qi, and it wasn't long before he sensed that the man before him was no longer the same. As one of the earliest alter egos, Peach White was no stranger to the Demon Vanquisher. His impression was of someone weak in power, not too bright, but always full of little tricks. Yet now, the Demon Vanquisher gave off a sense of danger, a feeling entirely unlike before. Is this just my imagination? Peach White arched an eyebrow. Take it down, Raymond ordered Peach White. What? Peach White was momentarily stunned. Go all out. Defeat him with everything you've got, Raymond repeated. You're serious? Peach White's surprise was unmistakable. Raymond nodded and soon walked a short distance away to stand beside Jacques, ready to watch as part of the onlooking crowd. He seems different now. Did something happen to him? Jacques nodded toward the Demon Subduer, curiosity glinting in his eyes. I topped up his account with some money, Raymond replied matter-of-factly. What? Kong was still puzzling over what exactly had changed about the demon subduer when Tao Bai also grew serious. You heard him. Those are the boss's orders. Don't blame me for what happens next, Tao Bai said, glancing at the demon subduer. Come on then, let's go head to head. I can hardly wait, the demon subduer shouted, his fighting spirit burning. Tao Bai hesitated for a moment, a bit thrown off by the demon subduer's unexpected enthusiasm. He wasn't sure what had gotten into the guy, but it didn't really matter. After all, these were just avatars. If they got destroyed, all that meant was a quick rebuild in the furnace. Nobody was actually going to die. With that in mind, Tao Bai shook his head, clearing away any stray thoughts. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage. His true body reappeared less than a meter from the demon subduer, his finger thrusting straight for the crown of his opponent's head. If that finger landed, even an elephant would be killed instantly, let alone a human. Even though the demon subduer possessed extraordinary strength, the gap between him and Tao Bai was simply too vast, or so Tao Bai believed. In his eyes, the demon subduer wouldn't even have the chance to dodge or defend. Yet, at the very moment he was certain his finger would smash the demon subduer and send him straight back to Raymond's inner world, Tao Bai felt as if his finger had struck a mountain. The tremendous force of the rebound nearly sent him flying, but he managed to deflect the shockwave with a quick shake of his arm. As he redirected the force and staggered backward, the demon subduer had already formed a hand seal the instant Tao Bai attacked. Around him appeared a deep green, turtle shell-shaped energy shield, enveloping his entire body. Xuan Wu shocked. He actually managed to block it. Kong exclaimed in surprise. Like Tao Bai, he'd sensed that something had changed about the demon subduer, but never imagined he could suddenly stand toe-to-toe with someone of Tao Bai's silver rank. It's important to remember, there's always been a massive gap between the ranks, whether it's between bronze and silver avatars or silver and gold. Facing one of the 3 current gold-ranked avatars, even the weakest, the old man Jiro, was enough to make the silver ones despair. Of course, the difference between bronze and silver is significant, but not quite as insurmountable as that between silver and gold. Among the stronger bronze-level subpersonalities, figures like Ebisu and Lebu Bayera, even if they couldn't defeat Tao Pai Pai, they wouldn't be completely powerless to fight back, let alone be instantly defeated. Yet just now, the exorcist didn't merely block Tao Pai Pai's attack, he sent him flying. This was a battle between equals, not at all like a silver-level bullying a bronze level. What ability is that? I don't think I've seen it before, Zack asked as he stared unblinkingly at the unfolding battle, directing his question to Raymond. The power of Xuanwu. It's a bonus you get if you pay up, Raymond replied, his eyes never leaving the exorcist, eager to see what other surprises he might have up his sleeve. Zack, already used to Raymond's nonsense, subconsciously ignored the latter half of his sentence and muttered to himself, Xuanwu? Isn't that one of the sacred beasts from the East? Interesting. It was clear that Zack knew about Xuanwu. As the encyclopedia of the magical world, his expertise extended far beyond Western magic. Even though the Eastern world in the DC universe wasn't particularly unique, its basic background was still somewhat familiar. Zack recalled his knowledge of this so-called sacred beast, Xuanwu, and realized it was associated with 3 others, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, together known as the 4 sacred beasts. Now that Xuanwu had appeared, were the other 3? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the battle between the exorcist and Tao Pai Pai took another dramatic turn. Aston Pai Pai was forced back. The exorcist seized the opportunity, pushing off the ground with a single step and leaping high into the air. Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Fire. Suspended midair, the exorcist stretched his arms wide, and a layer of flame emerged, enveloping him like a fiery cloak, reminiscent of the earlier manifestation of Xuanwu's power. This flame cloak seemed to become an extension of his own body, as if he had grown wings, allowing him to hover effortlessly above the battlefield. Then, in one fluid motion, he spun in the air and suddenly accelerated, shooting down toward Tao Pai Pai like a fiery comet. Witnessing this, Tao Pai Pai on the ground realized that the exorcist had transformed. He was not only stronger, but the increase in power was nothing short of astonishing. So, my earlier feeling wasn't an illusion after all. Tao Pai Pai thought to himself. Despite this, he remained unafraid. As the exorcist barreled toward him, Tao Pai Pai raised his hand without hesitation and pointed directly at his foe. Dopa. A beam of energy shot out and struck the exorcist in an instant. Yet, the exorcist seemed completely unfazed. Only a small hole appeared in the fiery cloak, and within the blink of an eye, it had mended itself as if nothing had happened. What? Tao Pai Pai was stunned. He had already suspected that his Dododopa wouldn't be able to break through the Exorcist's defenses after the recent display of power. But what he hadn't expected was that the demon subduer would simply withstand the attack head-on, and to his surprise, seemed completely unharmed. He had thought for sure the other would use that dark green energy to defend himself again. After all, in their split form state, their ability to take a hit was notoriously poor. Although, thanks to Raymond's continuous improvement, they were no longer as fragile as they once were. Back then, even the slightest bit of real damage would have blown them up instantly. Yet in battles, against opponents of equal rank, they still tried their best to avoid taking direct hits. One solid blow from a peer was usually more than enough to send them straight back for a complete rebuild. That's why, when Teapaipai launched his Dodonpa attack, he had already anticipated that the demon subduer would either dodge or use that strange green energy to block. If that happened, the path of his attack would surely be affected, and he'd have the chance to switch from defense to counterattack. But he never imagined the demon subduer would just take it head-on, and not only survive but walk away unscathed. This is a little like Marco's phoenix fruit, isn't it? Watching all this unfold, Raymond couldn't help but think to himself. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rocked the air, sending flames shooting skyward. After Teapaipai disrupted the attack with his Dodonpa, he barely had time to react, because the demon subduer moved just as quickly. With no other option, Teapaipai braced himself and took the blow. What caught him completely off guard was that at the very instant he blocked the descending demon subduer, the demon subduer exploded. Yes, just like a human bomb, he detonated right in front of him. The blast wave and fire engulfed Teapaipai in an instant. At such close range, there was nowhere to run. He was swept away in a single, devastating burst. Stunned, he was left reeling. What's going on? Did we just take each other out? When his vision faded to black and he opened his eyes again, he found himself back inside Raymond's inner world. But the demon subduer was nowhere to be seen. Since Raymond had activated sensory sharing, Teapaipai could instantly see, through Raymond's eyes, the spot where he had just been standing, the very place where the demon subduer had self-destructed. There, a colossal bird made entirely of flame stretched its wings wide, then contracted, transforming back into the demon subduer. The newly reformed demon subduer looked utterly unscathed, though visibly excited as he stood there. How is this possible? Teapaipai couldn't accept what had just happened. He'd actually been taken out by a mere bronze-level subpersonality, by that demon subduer, of all people, who always seemed so unreliable. Was this the first time a silver subpersonality had been beaten by a bronze one? He'd never been so humiliated. The thought alone made Teapaipai wish he could crawl into a hole and disappear. Just by using the power of the black tortoise and vermilion bird, he already possesses such combat strength. Raymond was thoroughly satisfied. He was well aware that, had both Tao Bai Bai and the demon subduer fought with their physical bodies, it wouldn't have been so easy for the demon subduer to defeat Tao Bai Bai. After all, Tao Bai Bai was a martial artist specializing in close combat. The explosion just now would have done little more than cause him minor injuries. Moreover, this was Tao Bai Bai's first time facing the demon subduer. He had no idea what abilities his opponent possessed, which is why he was caught off guard by the self-detonation. Had he known in advance, Tao Bai Bai certainly wouldn't have allowed his opponent the chance to get close and self-destruct. But let's not forget, the demon subduer hadn't fought at full strength either, especially considering he had only just achieved his elevation and was still exploring the limits of his new power. If both had their physical forms, perhaps Tao Bai Bai wouldn't have lost so quickly, but it was clear his chances of victory were slim. The demon subduer's strength was undeniably superior. Well then, let's continue. Raymond didn't hesitate. This time, he summoned Kizaru, ready to further test the demon subduer's limits. Oh my, demon subduer, you've become even more formidable. Looks like I'll have to take this seriously now. Kizaru drawled, his tone unhurried. Having witnessed the entire battle between Tao Bai Bai and the demon subduer from within the spiritual realm, Kizaru knew times had changed. He dared not let his guard down, and as soon as he moved, he went all out. Light speed kick. A beam of golden light streaked across the air. A laser attack, thicker and faster than Tao Bai Bai's previous Dodonpa, shot out in an instant. Black tortoise shell. The demon subduer did not dare to underestimate Kizu, the veteran secondary persona of the silver rank. He knew Kizaru's attacks were incredibly fast. If he waited until the strike to defend, it would already be too late. So, he preemptively enveloped himself completely in the power of the black tortoise, forming a seamless, all-around shield. Kizaru was unsurprised by this. He had seen the demon subduer's earlier battle and knew he possessed a defense reminiscent of a turtle shell. The lightspeed kick for him was merely a basic attack, a warm-up move to start the fight. I wonder how long you can hold out. Kizaru's eyes glinted with curiosity. He soared into the air and launched another assault in the demon Sabur's direction. Yasakani no Magatama. As he rose into the sky, his entire form transformed into radiant light, unleashing a barrage of photon attacks that rained down upon the demon subduer. Each photon blast exploded against the black tortoise shield, booming one after another. Judging by the force of these explosions, each photon attack was probably no weaker than a high-explosive grenade. Watching this fierce onslaught, Zakon couldn't help but feel his heart clench with anxiety. A single photon attack wouldn't amount to much, even. An average grenade explosion is something many third-level espers could block with ease. Yet how many photon blasts was Kizaru unleashing at this moment? 10,000? 100,000? The sheer number was overwhelming, a veritable flood, and the speed at which they struck left no time to count. With such a relentless barrage, he could level a city within minutes. Yet now, all this destructive force was focused on just one exorcist. Several minutes passed before Kizaru finally let up, his beam fading as even he could not sustain such a relentless onslaught forever. Yet, beneath the protection of the Black Tortoise's power, the exorcist emerged utterly unscathed, not even a hair out of place. Is the power of Black Tortoise really this ridiculous? Zack exclaimed in disbelief. No, it shouldn't be just the Black Tortoise, Raymond observed, his eyes narrowing. Did you notice, within the shadow of the Black Tortoise, there's a faint silhouette of a dragon swirling? What's that? Zack's attention sharpened as he caught sight of it too. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the Azure Dragon's power, Raymond mused. The Black Tortoise stands for defense, Vermilion Bird for rebirth, and the Azure Dragon represents vitality, the endless cycle of life. It's because of this support from the Azure Dragon that his Black Tortoise shield hasn't been depleted. Now it seems the only force yet to appear is the White Tiger. If memory serves, the White Tiger is the embodiment of lethal force. As if to confirm Raymond's analysis, the moment Kizaru's attack ceased, the exorcist vanished from his spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he had closed the distance to Kizaru by dozens of meters, only to disappear again. Each time, he drew closer, shifting unpredictably with each reappearance. It looked like teleportation. But Kizaru, a master of speed himself, recognized it wasn't teleportation, just a swift, mysterious movement technique. By the third time the exorcist appeared, Kizaru had already discerned his approach pattern and launched a counterattack. Yet, a cloak of blazing feathers now shrouded the exorcist, and even as attacks struck him, he didn't falter in the slightest. Every time he reappeared, he was as whole as before, untouched. After several bursts of movement, the exorcist finally closed in on Kizaru. From deep within his throat, a tiger's roar erupted, fierce and earth-shaking. White Tiger, heaven-rend. In that instant, the exorcist seemed to truly become the sacred beast itself, tearing his hands apart in a mighty, rending motion. Kizaru's eyes went wide with alarm. Sensing danger, he transformed his body into pure energy, preparing to withstand the blow in his elemental form. In that state, only attacks imbued with certain powers, like Haki, which could strike Logia users, would be effective. Ordinary physical strikes would pass harmlessly through. Of course, powerful energy attacks could still touch him, as long as it's used skillfully. Elemental transformation can also be a way to evade energy attacks. Right now, Kizaru was showing off his mastery, demonstrating just how adept he was. Even if the exorcist attacks could hurt someone in elemental form, as long as Kizaru completely dodged them while transformed, his opponent would be powerless. The glint fruit was nothing like those clumsy Logia types. Its power to dodge was even greater than its offensive might. Yet what truly startled Kizaru was that the exorcist seemed to have predicted his every move. The earlier attacks were nothing but a feint designed to lure him into dodging just as planned. The moment he blinked away, the exorcist's real strike was already upon him, hitting him squarely and blasting him apart. There was a loud bang, and, shrouded in a plume of smoke, Kizaru vanished from where he'd stood. He'd been unlucky enough to be struck by the exorcist's attack, and in his duplicate form he had no choice but to be rebuilt from scratch. Magnificent! Raymond applauded with a smile. Jacong joined in, clapping his hands in astonishment. That was incredible! I'm invincible! The exorcist cried out, throwing his head back in triumph. Bang! In the next instant, the exorcist himself was blasted apart. In the spot where he'd stood just moments ago, Frisia, whose height only reached the exorcist's waist, flashed by like a streak of light. Half a minute later, when Raymond shifted his consciousness into the inner world of his mind, he saw all the other sub-personalities crowding around the exorcist, watching intently. It had been Raymond who'd suddenly summoned Frisia earlier, just to keep the exorcist from getting too full of himself. Since being effortlessly taken out with a few punches by Aral, Frisia had come to terms with the fact that he was not invincible, and had been keeping a low profile for now. However, unlike Tao Pai Pai and the others who had chosen to cozy up to Raymond, Frisia had no intention of flattering the main personality, not that he couldn't, but because he simply disdained the idea. After all, he was the emperor of the universe. Who was he supposed to please? Unless Raymond could utterly overwhelm him in a fair fight, Frisia would never allow himself to be ordered around so easily. Of course, in a situation like earlier, he didn't mind getting involved, mainly because the exorcist was just too annoying. He'd only hit the exorcist because he found him insufferable. As for why all those ants were crowding around the one he'd just blasted apart, asking endless questions, that was of even less interest to him. Aren't you going to take a look? The old man Jiro hobbled over, his eyes twinkling with a gentle smile as he came to Frisia's side. What's there to see? Frisia replied with utter disdain, folding his arms behind his back. Whether you're a small ant or a big ant, what difference does it make? He glanced sideways at Jiro. And you, though you're no match for me, you're pretty strong, even among my standards. Why do you keep hanging around with those ants? Doesn't it feel beneath you? Before Frisia could finish, his whole body suddenly tensed. He hadn't even noticed when Aral appeared right beside him, playing with a stick and poking at a pink pile of, well, poop. She looked up at him with a mischievous smile and chirped. La la la, monster boy. Want to play with poop? Play with your own poop, for heaven's sake. Frisia could barely restrain himself from kicking out in anger. He felt not a shred of fondness for Aral, who had made him look like a fool in front of a crowd of nobodies. Only hatred and fear. Well, as much as he hated to admit it, the truth was that now, every time he saw this little girl, terror welled up from the depths of his heart. Before he encountered Goku, he had never known defeat. The only person stronger than him was his own father, but it's not like he would ever randomly spar with his dad, right? So he simply didn't understand what it meant to be afraid. But that fight with Aral left him with a psychological scar he still hadn't recovered from. Even when he pushed himself to his ultimate form, she floored him with a single punch. Such an overwhelming gap was almost enough to make him despair. Now, he didn't even think about revenge, because he simply couldn't see any hope of winning. If it had just been an ordinary defeat, he could have consoled himself, trained hard, and planned to come back stronger. But Aral had only given him a casual punch from start to finish, and it was obvious she hadn't even taken it seriously. To her, it was like a game. How was he even supposed to fight back against that? So, yes, he was genuinely afraid of this strange little girl who loved to play with poop. Hey, weird kid, why are you ignoring me? Do you want to play the fighting game again? Aral looked at Frisia with curiosity. Her words sent a shiver down Frisia's spine, dredging up all his unpleasant memories. In the end, it was the old man, Sereno, who came to his rescue, chuckling. As he said to Aral, "Little girl, we're having a conversation right now. Can you go play by yourself for a bit? We'll keep you company when we're done talking." "Okay, Grandpa." Aral's eyes lit up when she saw it was Sereno speaking to her. She immediately stood up and even gave him a polite bow. The doctor had taught her to always be courteous to children and elders. Respecting the old and caring for the young was the mark of a good robot. Watching Aral dash off into the distance, Frisia finally let out a sigh of relief and said to Sereno, "Thanks for that." "It's nothing," Sereno replied with a warm smile, shaking his head. "Actually, I think you shouldn't let yourself get so discouraged by all this. The people of Little Lemon are wonderful, and there's an air of mystery about them. Who knows, maybe that big and you're looking down on now will one day surpass you." "You got to be kidding." Frisia scoffed, utterly unconvinced. With his level of power, he barely stands out among the ants. I could squash him with a finger. If someone had told Borsellino and Tao Pai Pai before today that an exorcist could defeat them, would they have believed it? Sereno said, still smiling. This time, Frisia couldn't find a retort. After all, he did have some memory of the exorcist as well. If it had been before today, he could have easily crushed an exorcist with just a flick of his finger. But now, if he wanted to do the same to the current exorcist, it would actually take him a bit more effort. Though it was still just a flick, there was a world of difference. So even he had to admit, the exorcist's power had changed drastically from before. Still, he couldn't bring himself to believe that the exorcist could threaten him. "You're exaggerating," Frisia said coolly. "Perhaps," the old man Jiro replied with a slight, ambiguous smile. While the two gold-ranked personalities conversed, and another gold-ranked one amused himself in his own way, the exorcist was already surrounded. The sub-personalities looked on in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. When the exorcist was outside, Many changes had gone unnoticed. But now, as he returned to the inner world, they were shocked to discover that he had advanced to the silver rank. This was the first time since any of them had come into being that someone managed to raise their own rank. No wonder the exorcist's strength had soared so dramatically. Not only could he defeat Tao Bai with ease, but he could even take down a seasoned silver like Kizaru. Among all the silver rank personalities, Kizaru was definitely above average. The exorcist's ability to beat him didn't necessarily mean he was absolutely stronger, but at the very least, he was no weaker. Adding to that, the mysterious power of the four divine beasts the exorcist displayed left everyone in awe. None of the subpersonalities dared underestimate him any longer. Yet, not everyone took this change well. For example, Tao Bai, who had been defeated, and Tian Sanjiao, who used to be evenly matched with the exorcist, both felt a surge of bitterness. Tian Sanjiao, in particular, looked so upset his face had turned green. "Old man, how about we have a spar later and see who's the #1 exorcist?" The exorcist looked at Tian Sanjiao, eyes brimming with challenge. Tian Sanjiao said nothing. Hold it in. He really wanted to retort, "Fine, let's fight." But remembering how neither Tao Bai nor Kizaru could do anything to the exorcist anymore, he realized that if he agreed to a spar now, he'd just be serving himself up for a beating. When Raymond appeared in the inner world, the other subpersonalities instantly became excited. Many of them rushed over, showering him with flattery. "Boss, you're amazing. You made even a weakling like the exorcist so powerful. No wonder you're the boss." "Boss, don't play favorites. We're all loyal to you. Give us a chance too." "Raymond, do you think I have the potential to level up?" Watching their excitement, Raymond smiled lightly and said, "As long as you put your heart into your work, there's always a chance." Absolutely. All the subpersonalities, especially the bronze ones, nodded fervently, their faces alight with hope. The silver subpersonalities, on the other hand, appeared a bit more composed. Although their expressions betrayed some excitement, there was still a hint of hesitation. Raymond understood what they were thinking and chuckled softly. "The same goes for you. As long as you serve me faithfully, there's a chance for all of you to be promoted." "We can too," Tao Bai asked in disbelief. Raymond's ability to instantly promote a bronze-level subpersonality to silver level was just within their realm of understanding. In every world they'd visited, there were always those who stumbled upon miraculous opportunities. Sudden leaps in power were not unheard of. Take the world of One Piece, for instance. The devil fruits could transform a pirate's strength overnight. If someone like Captain Kuro, with a bounty of just over 10 million, were to eat a powerful devil fruit like the Goro Goro no Mi, his power would skyrocket to rival the top sea pirates. He might not be able to go toe-to-toe with Navy admirals like a Kainu or a Kizaru, but at the very least, he'd be in the same league. But the gap between silver and gold was simply too vast. Even setting aside monsters like Frisia and Aral, someone like the old man Jairu was already a figure they could hardly hope to measure up to. Was Raymond really capable of elevating them to that level in an instant? It was almost unbelievable, and no wonder Tao Bai was so shocked. Even the usually calm Itachi and Kizaru, among the silver subpersonalities, couldn't help but show a flicker of excitement. No one wishes to remain weak. They were no exception. Having glimpsed the might of higher realms, how could they resign themselves to fading quietly into obscurity? "We are all one. There's no reason for me to deceive you," Raymond said with a grin. "All right, Lebiayala and Deadshot, come with me. It's your turn now." "Yes." At the sound of their names, Lebiayala and Deadshot could barely contain their excitement. Silver subpersonality, Underground Culinary King Lebiayala, promotion successful. Original background. Underground Culinary King Lebiayala, hailing from the world of Toriko, wields the mysterious skill to absorb others' memories and possesses knife skills that border on the miraculous. Silver subpersonality, Deadshot Floyd Lawton, promotion successful. Original background. Deadshot Floyd Lawton, from the DC Universe, a master of hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship, with a superhuman talent for never missing a shot. Compared to the dramatic changes experienced by the Exorcist, Lebiayala and Deadshot's profiles seem to have shifted less. But Raymond knew, as long as it announced a successful promotion, a transformation had most certainly taken place, that he immediately began testing the changes in the two of them, and before long, he had already figured out the general nature of their transformations. Lebiayala's evolution manifested primarily in two areas. First, he no longer had to endure the nauseating process of inserting tubes to absorb memories. Now, the procedure was much cleaner. Second, his frenzied knife skills had ascended to a whole new level, causing his strength to soar dramatically. Of course, in terms of sheer power, his gains weren't quite as remarkable as those of the Demon Slayer. Even after his advancement, Libiala's abilities were only average among the silver-tier subpersonalities. He didn't leap to the very top as the Demon Slayer had done. Yet Libiala's talents were incredibly versatile, and in many situations, the effects he could achieve were on par with, or even surpassed, those of the Demon Slayer. His mad culinary knife work had always been a duet of assassination and gastronomy. Not only could it take lives, but it could also heal to a certain extent. Now, he had advanced even further. He could craft dishes that rivaled elixirs, and his knife skills could treat certain injuries. This is beginning to resemble Granny Chiyo's abilities, Raymond mused after completing the tests on Libiala. In short, Libiala had now become a well-rounded contender. His strength wasn't the highest, but it was nothing to scoff at. As for Deadshot, Raymond had to admit, his transformation was a pleasant surprise. He had previously speculated about what kind of improvements Deadshot might gain upon advancement, since, unlike the Demon Slayer and Libiala, Deadshot wasn't a superhuman in the traditional sense. Both the Demon Slayer and Libiala came from worlds with their own established systems. The Demon Slayer's world was akin to the immortal hero tales, not exactly like Raymond's own notion of cultivators, but close enough. Libiala, on the other hand, walked the path of a gourmet hunter. His future was clear, with mentors like the old man Jiro nearby, and, in the distance, greats like Toriko who ventured beyond the gourmet world. Deadshot, however, was a different story. To put it kindly, he was a technical mastermind. To be blunt, he lacked any supernatural abilities at all. He was much like early Tony Stark, relying solely on modern technology to compete with superpowered beings. When Tony wanted to improve himself later on, although he never fully embraced the path of self-modification, he certainly dabbled in it. Otherwise, a regular human body simply couldn't withstand the battles that were to come. Of course, Tony's main fighting strength always came from his armor. The modifications to his body were merely to help him keep up with the demands of the suit. Thinking along those lines, Raymond had expected that Deadshot's advancement would involve some kind of transformation, perhaps turning him into a cyborg, with weapon systems integrated directly into his body. But the reality turned out to be something completely unexpected. Although Deadshot had advanced to the silver level, in truth, not much had changed about him personally. He had simply moved from being close to the human physical limit to actually reaching that limit. To put it another way, it's as if he'd been upgraded from Black Widow's level to that of Captain America, just missing that extra edge that made Cap truly exceptional. In this respect, it's almost as if nothing had changed at all. Deadshot could probably have reached this level himself with a few more years of dedicated training, without ever needing the system's enhancement. So, this isn't where the real significance lies. The true marvel of Deadshot's latest enhancement lies in his original superhuman talent for never missing a shot. Previously, his talent was a kind of uncanny technique, a touch of mystical skill that allowed him to hit any target he aimed at, regardless of the firearm he used. But it didn't quite cross into the realm of superpowers. In other words, it was still within the bounds of what ordinary people could comprehend. But after this upgrade, his talent for never missing evolved into something even more absolute. Unerring accuracy. He simply could not miss. The change in aim might seem subtle, almost trivial, which is why even Floyd didn't notice the difference immediately after his upgrade. It was only through testing that he discovered the full extent of this transformation. To give an example, with his original marksmanship, if Deadshot were shooting at a target, he would always score a perfect bullseye, 10 rings, every time. Standing, sitting, lying, down, even shooting with his eyes closed, he would hit dead center without fail. In technical terms, it was as if he'd maxed out his accuracy stat. On top of that, he'd mastered some seemingly impossible techniques. If someone were to stand between him and the target, completely blocking a direct shot, Deadshot could still use a bullet-bending trick, something almost mystical, to hit the bullseye. It's reminiscent of those top assassins in the world of Wanted. No superpowers, but they could still perform miraculous feats with a gun. Yet, all this was still, in some sense, within the realm of human understanding. Even if bullet-bending stretches science a bit, one could chalk it up to some esoteric explanation and leave it at that. But with this new upgrade, he had undeniably stepped into the domain of the superhuman. Because now, Deadshot's unerring accuracy literally meant wherever he wanted a shot to land, it would land, without exception. As long as the target was theoretically within range, there was nothing he couldn't hit. What does this mean? It means that even if a target were sealed inside a solid, airtight box made of adamantium, he could still hit the bullseye from outside the box. This so-called unerring accuracy was no longer just about precision. It had become a matter of causality itself, a power over the very laws of reality. But how strong is this ability, really? Well, That depends on the user and the situation. Setting aside super weapons, if he were attacking with an ordinary sniper rifle, he would be lethal to regular people. One shot, one kill, every time. But when facing superpowered individuals, it would all depend on the nature of their abilities. For those with enhanced physical bodies, like Colossus, or Wolverine with his relentless healing, even Deadshot's new power might struggle to make a difference. But if it's someone who doesn't rely on physical enhancements, then Deadshot is truly their natural nemesis. Whether it's Professor X or Magneto, in the face of Deadshot now, they're no different from ordinary people. Each could be taken out with a single shot. To put it simply, unless you can withstand a sniper bullet with your head, you're simply not going to survive against Deadshot. This kind of highly specialized ability often leads to miracles. If only he could be equipped with a super sniper rifle, or maybe even train in armament hockey. Just imagine, in Raymond's mind, he could already see the pivotal roles Deadshot might play at critical moments. Moreover, Raymond noticed another detail. Deadshot's innate description originally stated proficient with all firearms, but now it had changed to possess his top-tier marksmanship. Did this mean he wasn't limited to guns anymore? Throwing knives, bows and arrows, hidden weapons. Any attack that could fall within the realm of marksmanship seemed to be covered by his infallible aim. Even if Deadshot hurled a grenade, as long as the enemy was within throwing distance, the rule of guaranteed hits would apply. What a monstrous ability! Realizing the extent of this upgrade, Raymond couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. At first glance, Deadshot's advancement seemed the least impressive of the three, not even enhancing his physical attributes beyond those of a normal human. Yet in certain scenarios, his impact could be absolutely decisive. This was truly an unexpected bonus. Originally, Raymond hadn't thought too much about it. The main reason he'd chosen Leibu, Bayala, and Deadshot was that they were among the first batch of alternate personalities. Each of the three had contributed greatly to Raymond's cause, and by empowering them, Raymond hoped to set an example for the others. As long as you work diligently for him, there's a chance to be upgraded. He had even prepared himself for the possibility that none of the three would become particularly useful, feeling that the motivational effect alone was worth the 3,000 universal points he'd spent. He hadn't expected that, aside from the surprise with the Demon Slayer, Deadshot would turn out to be such a windfall. Maybe I could get Tony to custom build a super sniper rifle. Raymond stroked his chin, already plotting on Deadshot's behalf. When it came to weapon manufacturing, Tony was undoubtedly the expert. With that thought, Raymond had Jarvis transport him on the spot. With a thunderous roar, a beam of light shot down from the sky. Thor and Loki appeared in the area where the beam had landed. If one looked closely, it was clear their hands were shackled together. Loki, the director, nicknamed Old Egg, scowled the moment he saw Loki. While he wouldn't vent his anger on Thor, he simply couldn't forgive Loki for what he'd done. So many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had died, and the casualties from the Battle of New York were all closely tied to Loki's actions. If Thor hadn't guaranteed that Loki would face due punishment, even upon returning to Asgard, the director would never have agreed to let him go. Is this the guy who was behind the Chitauri invasion last time? Captain Marvel had recognized Loki as well. She had seen the footage and read the files on the incident, so of course she knew who Loki was, especially since Director Fury had just said his name out loud. Yes, Fury replied, fixing Loki with a hard stare. Loki, however, simply flashed a cheeky grin. Well, if it isn't Director Fury, and everyone else too? Quite a crowd had gathered here awaiting Thor. Besides Fury and Hill, the Avengers led by Captain Marvel were present, as well as Tony, who had already left the Avengers. Watch your attitude. Loki, god of mischief. If it weren't for Thor, I'd beat you to a pulp right now. Hawkeye said angrily. He hated Loki more than anyone else, since during the early stages of the Battle of New York, Loki had controlled him with the Mind Stone, causing tremendous trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. That memory still festered in his heart. Oh my, if it isn't Lil Barton. Long time no see, did you miss me? Loki smirked. I heard from Thor that your Avengers have split up. Is that true? Don't twist my words. Thor shot Loki a glare. Remember, you're here to redeem yourself. If you keep running your mouth, don't blame me for knocking some sense into you. All right, I'll stop. Loki put on an air of submission, though his glance at Captain Marvel was full of hidden meaning. Captain Marvel turned to Thor and said, I really don't like your brother. There's something wicked about him, through and through. I honestly can't understand how you two are so different. That's none of your concern. Let's just get to the point. Why did you call me here? Thor was in no mood to be polite to Captain Marvel. He admitted her strength. She was far more powerful than he was at present. But this woman, who had never once fought alongside them, had swept in and tried to seize control of the Avengers, even pushing Tony out. Thor couldn't stand it. He didn't care about the whole big three thing, nor did he want to control anyone. but he certainly didn't want to be controlled, especially by someone who had never endured hardship. With them. So not long after Tony left the Avengers, Thor found an excuse to return to Asgard as well. As for whether this would offend Captain Marvel or S.H.I.E.L.D., did he care? Noticing the tension in the room, Director Fury quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. The main reason we called you here is to discuss. Soon, Fury succinctly explained the situation with the 8 portals and relayed Raymond's warning. It was the first time the others had heard this secret, and worry flickered across their faces. After listening, Thor nodded and said, Raymond was right. Those 8 passageways do indeed lead to the other 8 realms. In fact, it's not just Earth. There are 8 passageways that have appeared even in Asgard. What's the reason? Tony asked. He originally hadn't wanted to see Captain Marvel, but since he had Thor's contact information and Nick Fury came to him, he couldn't really refuse. After all, this concerned the safety of Earth. No matter how dissatisfied he was with Captain Marvel or Fury, he would set that aside for now. The specific reasons involve certain secrets of the 9 realms, which I'm afraid I can't discuss, Thor replied, shaking his head. Family matters shouldn't be aired in public. Though he didn't entirely agree with Odin's approach, he had no intention of tarnishing his father's reputation. Captain Marvel, however, was visibly dissatisfied. She frowned and pressed. This is a serious threat to Earth's safety. At a time like this, what could possibly be so secret that you can't tell us? Watch your tone, woman. Do you know who you're talking to? Thor's face darkened with anger. Earth is in danger, and I'm here to help as a friend of humanity, but that's by my choice. It's not my duty. I don't owe you any explanations. And you too, Fury. If you plan to keep dealing with me like this, then don't bother contacting me again. I'm busy and don't have time for your underhanded power games. Thor didn't hold back, turning his ire on Fury as well. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed nearby. Well said. That deserves a round of applause. A man appeared not far away, clapping with a cheerful grin. Seeing who it was, Captain Marvel, who was already upset by Thor's retort, looked even more displeased. Tony, on the other hand, couldn't help but smile. There was no need to ask. Of course it was Raymond. Tony knew all about the history between Raymond and Captain Marvel, not just from hearsay, but from his own eyes. If his own friction with Captain Marvel was just a clash of personalities, then Raymond and Captain Marvel had already fallen out completely and were a hair's breadth from coming to blows. Captain Marvel had even gone to Stark Tower to confront Raymond directly, right in front of Tony. Raymond had simply replied, "You can leave." Now, which had infuriated her. If the sudden appearance of the 8 passageways hadn't interrupted, they might have actually fought that day. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Besides, Raymond was already Tony's friend, so this only brought them closer. If Raymond hadn't shown up just now, Tony was ready to back Thor up against Captain Marvel himself. Raymond had beaten him to the punch. Huh, Raymond, you're here. Thor's eyes lit up when he saw Raymond, and he strode over to give him a warm, hearty hug. Raymond once helped save Jane Foster, so Thor felt indebted to him. In fact, even putting that aside, Raymond was one of the few people on Earth Thor truly respected. Besides Jane, his closest relationships on Earth now were with Raymond and Tony. Even his ties with Captain America and Natasha had grown distant, mostly because of Captain Marvel's arrival. If Cap and the others had chosen to leave the Avengers together, perhaps nothing would have changed. But everyone has their own path. This incident had once again caused cracks among the Avengers, who had only just managed to come together. I came to ask Tony for a favor. I didn't expect things to be so lively here, Raymond said. He didn't turn down Thor's embrace, though he wasn't used to such greetings, his face full of helpless resignation. Thor, oblivious, nearly stumbled himself, and Loki, who was handcuffed to him, during the hug. Is this your brother? Raymond asked with a laugh. That's right. Thor nodded, then turned to Loki. This is Raymond, my new friend. Hey, what's with that face? Give us a smile. Idiot, Loki muttered with a roll of his eyes, clearly unwilling to play along. Thor could only give an awkward grin. Tony looked at Raymond in surprise. You actually need my help for something? Did I hear that right? Am I not allowed to ask you for help? Raymond retorted. Of course you can, Tony replied, smiling. Just tell me what you need. If it's within my power, I'll help, no question. Tony was glad for the opportunity to return the favor. Raymond had helped him more than once, and even the last time Raymond helped Thor, it was largely for Tony's sake. Unfortunately, Raymond rarely needed anything from him, which always left Tony feeling a bit guilty. Now that Raymond had finally come to him, Tony certainly wouldn't refuse. Let's talk about it privately later. What exactly is going on here? Raymond glanced around, a touch of confusion in his eyes. Didn't you tell Fury he could ask Thor for the details? That's all I did. Just made the call, Tony said with a shrug. Raymond looked at Thor puzzled. If it was just to ask for information, why did you bring him along too? Thor knew he was referring to Loki and hesitated before explaining. I was originally going to take him to Vanaheim for some business, but Heimdall told me Tony was calling, so I stopped by first. And, well, you can see the rest. As he spoke, Thor's gaze drifted toward Captain Marvel, his tone tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Is this about the portal? Raymond asked. In a way, though not entirely, Thor replied. Raymond understood immediately. It seems Odin has realized he can't withstand the combined force of his own daughter and Dormammu. So now he's sending Thor to look for help. But if I remember correctly, the relationship between Vanaheim and Asgard isn't exactly friendly. Will they really lend a hand? Raymond pondered silently. Let's go. Why don't we stop by my place for a bit? There's no rush, Raymond said, giving Thor a friendly pat on the shoulder. All right, Thor replied, hesitating only for a moment before nodding. If it had been Director Fury or the others from S.H.I.E.L.D. making the offer, he would have ignored them. He had no obligation to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers these days. But since Raymond had asked, he felt it was only right to agree. Coming with us? Raymond turned to Tony. Actually, I want to talk to you about something I'll need your help with. I'm easy. It's up to you, Tony replied, his tone casual. With a snap of his fingers, Raymond conjured a ring of fire not far away and gestured for everyone to enter. In no time, the four of them vanished from sight. How arrogant! Captain Marvel's voice crackled with an undercurrent of anger. She wasn't someone who lost her temper easily, but clearly, Raymond had managed to get under her skin. Let's head back and prepare for whatever's coming. I'll figure out the rest, Director Fury said with a weary sigh. At his words, Captain Marvel shot into the sky and disappeared from view. Did things really have to come to this? Captain America let out a long sigh. Fury's expression darkened as he shook his head and said in a low voice, sometimes there's just no other choice. I don't want a future where Raymond and Tony are on the other side from us, but his sentence trailed off into another sigh. Raymond and Tony had always been close to him, even more so than most of the other Avengers. But bringing Captain Marvel back had changed that dynamic. He couldn't blame Raymond and Tony for turning their backs on him. After all, it had all started with his decision. If he hadn't called Captain Marvel back, things might never have escalated to this point. But what else could he have done? As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he could never stake everything on someone else's goodwill. Complete trust was a luxury he could not afford. That was a lesson hard-earned over years in the field. He once thought he was vigilant enough, but after discovering that Pierce was Hydra all along, he knew he could never offer absolute trust to anyone again, not even Coulson. That's why he brought Captain Marvel back, hoping her presence would create a deterrent, a kind of uneasy balance, much like nuclear deterrence between nations. Unfortunately, he had underestimated just how uncompromising Captain Marvel would be. Now things had spiraled far beyond what he'd imagined, and all he could do was take it one step at a time. After Stephanie finished pouring tea for each of the guests, Raymond cut straight to the point and asked Thor, "It seems you already know about your sister, don't you? How did you know?" Thor looked at Raymond, visibly surprised. He hadn't even brought it up, yet somehow Raymond was already aware. Sister, Loki, who moments ago had looked completely disheartened, suddenly perked up as if electrified. Family gossip of this kind was exactly what piqued his curiosity. He turned to Thor and pressed, "What sister? Since when do you have a sister? Do you need me to knock him out?" Raymond gestured toward Loki. Hey, don't forget you still need my help," Loki immediately protested, turning to Thor. "Relax, no one said I wouldn't tell you," Thor interrupted him, then continued in a measured tone. "Things have come this far. There's no point in hiding it anymore. Yes, we have another sister, the ruler of Helheim, the goddess of death, Hela. She's your sister, not mine." "Well, anyway, that's not the point. Hela is Asgardian too?" Loki was stunned. Of course he'd heard of the goddess of death. Hela's name was notorious as a ruthless figure, who, long ago, had brought carnage to the Nine Realms. Her very name was said to silence crying children in many realms. And now, to find out she was Odin's daughter too. This had to be a joke, right? So what you're saying is the Aesir effectively rule over 2 realms in the 9 realms? Loki asked. To be precise, it's 3, Thor replied. 3. Even Raymond was a bit taken aback this time. He knew about Hela. Her falling out with Odin was no secret, but she was indeed Odin's blood daughter. So, the Aesir ruling over 2 realms certainly made sense. But where was the 3rd coming from? The ruler of Vanaheim, the current king of the Vanir, is also of the Aesir. More specifically, he's our eldest brother, Thor explained. What? Loki stared at Thor, dumbfounded, thinking for a second that he must be joking. But looking at Thor's face, it was clear he was completely serious. So that's why you suddenly went to Vanaheim. Raymond realized. He hadn't known about this. Not just him, but neither had young Lucifer or the Ancient One or any of the other cosmic elders. This must had been one of the Aesir's closely guarded secrets. He'd wondered why Thor would go to Vanaheim for help, never guessing there was this kind of backstory. So you're saying both the goddess of death, Hela, and the god of war, Tyr, are Asgardians? Loki asked, still a bit dazed. That's right, Thor nodded. Your family is surprisingly prolific. Tony, who had been standing on the sidelines as a spectator all along, looked at Thor with some surprise. Trust me, when I first learned about all this, I was even more shocked than you are now, Thor sighed. So, if I understand correctly, your father intends for you to seek help from your older brother, hoping he'll hold off your sister for you. Raymond mused aloud. But I've heard that Hela, the goddess of death, is incredibly powerful. Are you sure your brother can really stop her? Thor replied, That's not something I'm worried about. The king of Vanaheim's power nearly matches my father at his peak, and he's long been considered the most promising candidate to lead Vanaheim to rule all 9 realms. If he's willing to intervene, he'll definitely be able to stop her. The real problem is, I seriously doubt he'll be willing to help with this. At this point, Thor's expression grew conflicted. Don't tell me it's all because of that throne again, Raymond asked, his tone a bit odd. He knew that Odin's decision to seal Hela, who had done so much for Asgard, had a lot to do with the question of succession. Thor let out a long sigh and quickly recounted the story Odin had told him, looking rather exasperated. The truth was, he didn't care much about the throne at all. If his 2 siblings, whom he had never even met, were indeed far more capable than he was, he'd gladly give up his claim to the position. But things were never so simple, and it was obvious Odin was playing favorites, which left him feeling truly frustrated. So what you're saying is, in order to pass the throne to you, your father not only handed your brother over to a rival, but also ruthlessly sealed away your sister? Tony stared at Thor in disbelief. He couldn't help it. The whole situation was more dramatic than a soap opera, completely at odds with his expectations of Norse gods. Some great secret, huh? If you ask me, it's just that old man being blatantly biased. Loki sneered after hearing the story. I always thought he favored you because I wasn't his blood son, but it turns out even his own children get the same treatment. I can actually sympathize with the goddess of death. If I were in her shoes, I'd probably have gone even further than she did. Loki had long harbored resentment toward Odin, and after hearing this tale, he immediately put himself in Hela's place and saw it as poetic justice. In fact, he wasn't the only one who thought so. Even Tony found it hard not to blame Thor's father. After all, you reap what you sow, but this was something Tony would never say aloud. Even among friends, some things are just better left unsaid. Loki could speak his mind, but Tony knew he couldn't, that in fact, Raymond's thoughts were quite different from Tony and the others. When he heard this story, a sudden realization struck him, a detail that set his mind whirring. In many Marvel parallel universes, Thor's biological mother isn't the current Queen Frigga. Frigga is only his adoptive mother. His true mother is actually Gaia, the Mother Earth, a primordial deity whose might rivals that of the world serpent Jormungandr and Thon, the god of the underworld, all beings with power far surpassing that of the Allfathers. The reason Raymond had always been certain of Earth's special status, why he believed no outside force could ever truly destroy it, was precisely because Earth was deeply connected. To these ancient gods, humanity might suffer bullying or invasion, but would never be wiped out in an instant, not even by forces capable of annihilating entire stars. Of course, all of this was just Raymond's analysis, pieced together from the storylines he knew. He had no real proof. Yet Thor's mention of this matter instantly conjured a complete story in his mind. Back in the days when the Dark Elves ruled the 9 realms, Malekith wielded the Reality Stone and was utterly invincible. Even Thor's grandfather Bor, at the height of his power as a supreme All-Father, was no match for Malekith. After all, each of the 6 Infinity Stones could unleash power beyond the All-Father level. United, their force would be even greater. With the Reality Stone in his grasp, Malekith feared no one across the 9 realms. It made no difference who stood against him. Raymond had always wondered, how could Thor's grandfather possibly have toppled Malekith, who kept the Reality Stone on his person at all times? No matter what cunning schemes or tricks Bor might have devised, they should have been utterly useless in the face of such power. But since so many years had passed, Raymond had never hoped to uncover the truth behind this mystery, and so he'd set his curiosity aside. It wasn't until Thor brought up this story now that the pieces finally fell into place for Raymond. Combining the information he already knew with what Odin had revealed, Raymond could now almost be certain Thor's grandfather had likely struck some sort of pact with Gaia, the Mother Earth, and it was she who lent a subtle hand to tip the scales. The Infinity Stones do indeed possess power beyond the reach of even the gods, but so too do the ancient deities themselves. If Gia herself intervened, it wouldn't have been difficult to strip the reality stone away from Malekith. After all, she wouldn't be destroying the stone, just removing it from his grasp, so it wouldn't have been an insurmountable challenge. If things truly unfolded as Raymond suspected, then it was no wonder Odin dared not break his solemn vow. If Gia could help Asgard overthrow the Dark Elves, she could just as easily reclaim everything she had once given them. Interest. And all that. Don't even mention that Odin is old and weak now. Even at the height of his power, he wouldn't stand a chance before Gia. So, does this mean Asgard became ruler of the Nine Realms because Thor's father traded on his looks? Raymond thought to himself with a strange expression. Raymond kept his suspicions about Mother Earth, Gia, to himself, since after all, they were only speculations. Besides, Odin had made it clear that that person did not want a third party to know their identity, which must have been for good reason. If Raymond blurted out his guess and happened to be wrong, it wouldn't matter much, but if he was right, it could be a disaster. Offending an ancient god would be far worse than crossing Dormammu. So he merely mulled it over in his heart, with no intention of speaking it aloud. However, if his guess was correct, it would mean that Thor had more than just Odin, the king of Asgard, backing him. There was also an ancient deity, whose strength far surpassed even the so-called god kings. That being the case, Hela's hopes for revenge seemed dim indeed. If that's true, it looks like I might be able to reap some benefits again. The thought struck Raymond, and his gaze toward Thor grew noticeably more eager. His look made Thor feel uneasy. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on me? There's a sheep. Cough. I just think it's risky for you to go to Vanaheim alone. Even if your elder brother doesn't make things difficult for you. Who's to say the other Vanir gods won't? Raymond said seriously. We have a saying in China. It's easy to see the king of hell, but hard to deal with his little demons. Even if your father's letter does move your brother, you'd still have to get to him first, wouldn't you? If I remember right, relations between you and the Vanir aren't exactly friendly. King of Hell? Are you talking about the death god from the east? I think I met him once, more than 1,000 years ago. What about him? Thor was momentarily puzzled. Was that the point? Raymond was surprised enough that Thor had actually met the king of hell in this world. But was that really the question to focus on? Before Raymond could respond, Loki, unable to hold back, interjected. Idiot. What he means is that if you go to Vanaheim now, the Vanir gods might not even let you see their king. They'll definitely make things difficult for you. They wouldn't dare. Thor roared, his anger flaring. I'm the son of Odin, the future ruler of the Nine Realms. How could they dare to shame me like that? There's nothing stopping them. Tony chimed in, swirling his drink and pouring cold water on Thor's bravado. I don't know all the details of your history, but from what I gather, you're heading over there to ask your brother, the one your father abandoned, for help to save Asgard. Right now, you're the one needing a favor. Why would they be afraid of you? And don't forget, if something really happens to Asgard, those so-called Vanir gods will have a chance to take your place. I refuse to believe they haven't thought about that. Tony's words were blunt, leaving nothing to the imagination. He had never regarded Thor and the people of Asgard as true gods. In his eyes, they were nothing more than a group of advanced aliens. Aliens, sure, but still people. Even if their races and forms of life differ, wherever there are people, there will be factions and conflict. That is an eternal truth. If you're planning to go to Vanaheim with the mindset that you're still destined to rule the Nine Realms, my advice is not to go at all. Otherwise, you'll just end up being humiliated. Tony delivered one last jab. He's right about that. Loki chimed in, nodding. As much as I dislike agreeing with him, you do need to adjust your attitude. I have no intention of being thrown out alongside you because of your arrogance. Thor wanted to argue, but in the end he fell silent. He wasn't a fool, just accustomed to a life of privilege, which made it easy to overlook certain realities. Wherever he went in the past, people would show him the utmost respect. Even if their reverence wasn't genuine, they would at least put on an act. After all, he was the heir to Asgard. Asgard wasn't just the mightiest of the Nine Realms. Even among the multiverse, it stood at the pinnacle of power. For Odin's sake, everyone gave him a wide berth. He had visited Vanaheim before, and those Vanir gods had always acted politely in his presence. But he knew Tony's words might very well come true, because this was the most perilous moment for Asgard. The fact that Raymond knew about Hela and Dormammu joining forces was clearly due to information from either the fallen angel Lucifer or the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. That meant this issue was no secret among the ranks of the All-Fathers. It had probably been widely spread already. The Vanir of Vanaheim surely knew what was going on. If Thor went to Vanaheim now, what else could his purpose be? Of course the Vanir gods wouldn't welcome him warmly, especially those high-ranking Vanir who understood the current relationship between their king and Asgard. They'd never want Thor to meet with the Vanir king and would do everything possible to get in his way. He had, in fact, anticipated some of this, which was precisely why he had asked Loki to accompany him. He knew full well that, when it came to dealing with people, he was no match for Loki. But, after hearing what Raymond and Tony had to say, he realized he had still underestimated the situation. This trip would be even harsher than he had imagined. Of that, there could be no doubt. As the thought struck him, Thor's spirits sank. "Let me go with you," Raymond said suddenly, a smile on his face. Huh? Thor was momentarily caught off guard, unable to follow Raymond's train of thought. "As long as it's not your eldest brother trying to cause you trouble, I can help you. Deal with anyone else. That way you won't have to suffer the humiliation of being bullied by some nobodies," Raymond said with a calm smile. "Or do you not trust my abilities?" No, of course I trust you," Thor replied, waving his hands repeatedly. "But wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? What's the point of talking about trouble between friends? Remember last time when I was in a bind, didn't you come to help? But I didn't really do much to help back then. Enough with the excuses. Just say yes or no." Well then, I'll trouble you this time," Thor finally agreed. Hearing Thor accept his offer to tag along, Raymond smiled faintly, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. The spoils of Vanaheim. He was determined to get his share. It was a deal with no possible loss. At his current level, unless he ran into a primordial god, there was nothing left to fear. Even without Frisia and Aral, just with old man Jiro, he had plenty of power to protect himself. Besides, he hadn't even finished his thought earlier. The second half of his sentence should have been, "If your big brother really tries to bully you, it's your mother who ought to teach him a lesson. With an ancient god backing you, what's there to be afraid of?" He had already made up his mind. For the time being, he would stick close to Thor and reap the benefits. Convenient, efficient, and safe. After telling Tony about his plan to ask for a custom super sniper rifle, Raymond left together with Thor. This time, he let most of his alter egos stay behind on Earth to do as they pleased, bringing along only a select handful of elites. For example, Jacques Hong and the 3 golden alter egos. Bang, bang, bang. On a street in Queens, a giant more than 10 meters tall, with sparks flickering all over his body, was rampaging down the avenue, smashing cars and buildings into utter ruin. Nearby police officers kept firing at him, but to no real effect. Panicked crowds fled in every direction, while only a handful of officers stayed behind to evacuate civilians and try to hold the giant at bay. It was clear this giant was far more than just big and strong. Around him swarmed a pack of creatures that looked like fire imps, each one smaller than an adult, but against unarmed civilians, they were nothing short of deadly. Thud! With a muffled impact, Fong Mo sent a fire imp flying with a single punch, far more effective than his earlier gunshots. He'd already fired off 2 magazines, but hadn't managed to kill even a single imp. As expected, fists get the job done, Fong Mo thought to himself. Technically, public safety wasn't his responsibility, but just like the last battle in New York, this incident had erupted too suddenly and on too wide a scale. At a time like this, there was no way he could turn his back on the crisis. He had originally been covertly investigating certain matters with his team members, but the moment he saw the rampaging fire giant, he immediately decided to intervene. "Boss, look out." Just as Fong Mo was musing that fists were far more effective than handguns, the startled shouts of his subordinates made his heart sink. When he realized something was wrong, the fire giant had already appeared behind him, its face twisted in a fearsome snarl as it swung a massive fist in his direction. Damn. The sheer shock of the scene froze Fong Mo for an instant. He wanted to dodge, but it was clearly too late. All he could do was raise his arms to brace for the blow. At that critical moment, a portal suddenly swirled open beneath his feet, and Fong Mo plummeted straight through. As soon as he vanished, the portal snapped shut, and the fire giant's punch crashed down on nothing but empty ground. When Fong Mo realized he had been teleported, he found himself several dozen meters away from where he'd been, with a masked woman at his side. She lowered her voice and said urgently, "Go. Leave this to us watchers." Smack! Fong Mo gave the masked woman a playful swat to the back of her head, grumbling, "You little rascal, still trying to fool me?" Only then did the masked woman drop her act, blurting out in surprise, "How did you know it was me?" Her question was as good as an admission of her true identity. Of course, there was no need to ask further. She was Clarice. "Lowering your voice won't help. It's not like I don't know your abilities," Fong Mo replied quietly. "The moment I saw the information about your so-called Watchers League, I had my suspicions." Clarice realized how silly she'd been and muttered sheepishly, "I should have known, Dad. You're always so sharp." "Save the flattery. That giant is no pushover. Are you sure you can handle him?" Fong Mo asked, his tone growing a touch more serious. "I can't do it alone, of course," Clarice said proudly. "But I have teammates, Dad. Don't underestimate us." As she spoke, something changed at the spot where Fong Mo had just been standing. The fire giant, still reeling from his missed punch, was suddenly struck from above by a figure dropping out of the sky, landing a heavy blow to the back of his head and sending him sprawling face-first into the ground. The airborne figure was, of course, Jessica. Though she was only a weakened version of a superhero, her strength was nothing to scoff at, especially when combined with the force of a dive from above. This fire giant's power was already on par with some fourth-tier superhumans, yet he was still knocked flat. Woo! Nice one. Little Spider swung past on his webs like a trapeze artist, firing out 4 more strands midair to pin the fire giant's arms and legs to the ground, holding the creature fast and preventing it from getting up. Almost at the same moment, the wrecked and battered cars lining the street suddenly lifted into the air, swirling together high above to form a massive spear. Below this colossal weapon, Lorna raised her hands, controlling the spear from afar. Without warning, she thrust her hands downward with a sharp motion. Instantly, the gigantic spear pierced straight through the fire giant's chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. A breath of relief escaped as Spider-Man landed beside Clarice. Seeing Fong Mo standing at her side, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Officer, this place is extremely dangerous. Please evacuate immediately. You must be Peter, the one who visited our house before, right?" Fong Mo smiled. Spider-Man froze, completely baffled at how his cover had been blown. "All right, Dad. You have to promise to keep this a secret for us," Clarice said seriously. "If word got out, it could bring trouble for you and Mom. Remember, Jessica? Someone figured out her identity, and her family nearly fell into the hands of some really bad people. Thankfully, she was rescued in the end. Don't forget, your old man isn't just an ordinary guy anymore. If someone wants to risk their life coming after me, they're welcome to try." Fong Mo laughed. "Don't push your luck, Dad. That's what my brother wants too," Clarice retorted. All right then." Fong Mo immediately gave in as soon as he heard it was his son's idea. The last time he investigated the Dark Church, he got a glimpse of just how terrifying the other side of this world could be. Powerful superhumans were not uncommon, and some looked even more fearsome than the fire giant before them. If he ran into a situation like last time and Raymond didn't show up in time, he wasn't sure he'd make it out alive. He had no choice but to swallow his pride. "Hey, enough chit-chat. We've got trouble." Lorna's voice called out suddenly. All three turned toward her, only to see, not far away, a gigantic fire giant at least 50 meters tall, its appearance almost identical to the previous one, but on a much larger scale. The oversized fire giant spotted its fallen comrade impaled on the ground and let out a terrifying, earth-shaking roar before charging toward them, flames roaring even hotter along its body. "What the?" Spider-Man yelped. Fong Mo wasn't quite as dramatic, but the sight startled him all the same. He muttered to himself, "So the big boss shows up after the underling falls, huh?" The previous fire giant had already thrown the entire neighborhood into chaos and was impervious to ordinary firearms. Now, this colossal fire giant was at least 3 times the size of the first, and its presence was even more overwhelming. Fong Mo believed that even if he took a punch from an ordinary flame giant, he'd probably survive, injured sure but still standing. But if this oversized flame giant landed a blow, that would be the end of the road for him. At least peak level 4. Be careful. Clarice made her assessment in a flash. Raymond had already explained the power hierarchy of the superpowered world to her, so she quickly recognized the strength of this colossal giant. Of the 4 of them, only Lorna could barely be considered at level 4. The other 3 were still level 3 superhumans. The reason they'd managed to take down that previous flame giant, who was also level 4, so quickly was simply because of their well-practiced teamwork, plus that giant had been a bit slow to react. But now, facing this hulking flame giant, it was clear they were outmatched. "What do we do? Should we run?" Little Spider glanced at Clarice, seeking her opinion. Although the Watchers League, like the Avengers, didn't have an official leader, the other 3 basically treated Clarice as the head of their small group. For one, Clarice was naturally clever and made a good strategist. For another, her abilities were crucial to the team. Even though Lorna was the only true level 4 among them, Clarice's powers had a far greater impact during team battles. Now, she could do more than just open portals. She could bring people into subspace for a time, and she'd even unlocked a personal storage dimension. With Raymond's guidance, her abilities had grown increasingly versatile. She was far more than just a portal maker now. Thanks to her support, the Watchers League had become nearly unbeatable. Most superpowered criminals were no match for them, and even if they came across someone stronger, they could always rely on Clarice's powers to retreat and regroup, then come back with a plan to win. Of course, another major reason for Clarice's central role was her amazing older brother. The little spider and the others still didn't know all the details about her mysterious sibling. The hints they'd seen were enough to tell them he was a truly formidable figure. With someone like that to back them up, of course they wanted to stick close. And so, Clarice had unwittingly become the heart of their little team. Even she hadn't expected it. We can't run. If we do, the civilians will be in trouble. Try to hold them off while I call for backup, said Clarice. Got it. Little Spider assumed Clarice was summoning her big brother for help, and suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He charged straight at the gigantic flame giant, only to be swatted aside in an instant. A cry of pain rang out. Clarice didn't bother looking at him, because she knew just how tough Little Spider was. It wasn't so easy to break him. Especially lately, for some unfathomable reason, Little Spider had actually gone and teamed up with that creepy man from last time, the one called Orochimaru, and they'd started working together on some research. Of course, his main role was being the subject of that research. It sounded terrifying, but she had to admit the effects were obvious. In less than a week, Little Spider's resilience and vitality had at least tripled. He'd always been hard to beat, but now he'd practically turned into a human punching bag. Even if he just lay there and let that gigantic flame giant pummel him for a dozen rounds, he might not go down, let alone being knocked into the distance. Is your friend going to be all right? Fang Yamo, unaware of Little Spider's situation, watched him get sent flying and asked with concern. He'll be fine. He's extremely tough, Clarice replied without so much as glancing up. All right then. Hearing her say that, Fang Yamo decided not to press further. Still, when he saw Clarice tapping her watch twice, he guessed she must be calling for help. Are you contacting your brother? He called me earlier, said he had to go on a trip, and probably wouldn't make it back in time. He told me the same thing, Clarice said, finally lifting her head after finishing with her watch. But he gave me another way to reach him. Another way? Fang Yamo started to ask who she meant, but just then, a piercing roar swept through the sky. A squadron of mechanical armor suits flew in from afar, forming a ring around the colossal flame giant and launching a coordinated assault. Dozens of laser beams struck the giant in unison, toppling him in an instant and sending him crashing to the ground. Iron Man, Fang Yamo cried out the name on instinct. These iconic suits of armor were instantly recognizable, not just in New York, but across all of North America. Though Tony had supposedly withdrawn from the Avengers, that was hardly public knowledge, and ordinary people wouldn't have known. With a rush of wind, one of the suits landed beside Clarice and Fang Yamo. The faceplate slid open, revealing the man inside. Mr. Stark, Fang Yamo recognized Tony immediately and felt a flicker of nervousness. He couldn't help it, even though Raymond had told him again and again that Tony was an old acquaintance. Tony Stark was still a legendary figure, the kind you saw on TV all the time. A billionaire, larger than life. Fang Yamo was just a humble police officer. Even with his newfound superpowers, it was hard to change his outlook overnight. Besides, the extremist virus he'd received had apparently come from Tony himself. So meeting the man in person, a little nervousness was only natural. Clarice was noticeably more composed than Fang Yamo. After all, she had spent some time as a superhero herself. Still, facing such a celebrity hero, it was hard not to feel a bit uneasy. Mr. Stark, just call me Tony, Tony replied with a warm smile. This must be your uncle. Raymond and I are practically brothers. If you call me Mr. Stark in front of him, he'll definitely give me a hard time about it. He wouldn't dare. Fang Yamo raised an eyebrow. No matter how impressive Raymond was, he was still his son. Since when does a son not listen to his father? But he quickly realized Tony was joking, so he shifted the conversation. Was Clarice calling you just now? Raymond went with Thor to Vanaheim and asked me to keep an eye on Clarice and you before he left, so I gave her a pager. That's the device in her hand, Tony explained. I see. Well, thank you for going through the trouble, Fang Yamo said. It's no trouble at all. Let me just deal with this big guy first, then we can chat. Let me handle it, came another voice from behind Tony. A man appeared, also dressed in a special uniform, carrying what looked like a sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. And who might this be? Fang Yamo felt a chill as he looked at the newcomer. His years as a cop had taught him to trust his instincts, and this man radiated danger, the sort he usually only sensed from the most ruthless criminals. Deadshot, Tony introduced, or as Raymond puts it, probably the deadliest assassin on Earth right now. An assassin? Fang Yamo was startled, his gaze toward Deadshot instantly changing. Police and assassins were natural enemies, like Marines and pirates in the world of One Piece. Still, Fang Yamo didn't act rashly. He could tell that Tony was clearly acquainted with this so-called Deadshot, which made him hesitate. Good to meet you, Mr. Fang. Just call me Floyd. Deadshot nodded politely, then added, Raymond is my boss. That threw Fang Yamo into a new round of confusion. The world's greatest assassin worked for his own son. Not wanting to embarrass Raymond, Fong Mo did his best to hide his surprise and quickly changed the subject. Ordinary firearms probably won't work on that thing. Even that smaller one just now was immune to bullets, he said, gesturing to the little fire giant's body lying on the ground. Tony chuckled. He's not carrying just any gun. That's a custom-built Mark Series sniper rifle, and the bullets are all made from secondary adamantium alloy. Even the Hulk, if he took a shot to a weak spot, would feel it for days. But this creature looks like it's made of magic, so it probably has plenty of defenses. Are you sure you can hurt it? Tony's first half of the sentence was directed at Fong Mo, explaining things to him, while the second half was a question for Deadshot. He didn't really know what Deadshot's abilities were, just that he was an assassin and apparently a crack shot. Otherwise, Raymond wouldn't have gone out of his way to ask for his help in building a sniper rifle. Tony had confidence in the power of the rifle, of course, but that also depended on who the enemy was. If a rifle like this could take down something as formidable as a gigantic flaming giant, a magical creature of terrifying strength, then the world wouldn't need the Avengers at all. They could just train up a team of snipers and be done with it. How will we know if we don't try? Deadshot replied with a faint smile. As they spoke, the colossal flaming giant they had just knocked down rose to its feet again, completely unscathed, and immediately launched a counterattack. Tony's suits of armor, though impressive in both number and power, were pushed to their limits by this monster, a beast on par with the Hulk in his normal state. Even with Spider-Man and Lorna helping to keep the giant distracted, several suits had already been smashed to pieces, making Tony wince with every blow, his heart aching at the sight. Deadshot saw what was happening and realized it wasn't the time for idle talk. Without hesitation, he raised the sniper rifle and fired 5 shots in quick succession, each shot echoing sharply. He hadn't even bothered to aim, nor did he look through the sniper scope. He handled the rifle almost like it was an assault weapon, tapping out precise bursts. Hey, those bullet casings aren't cheap, you know. Don't just... Tony started to complain, but was cut off by a warning from Jarvis. What the? Tony's gaze snapped to the flaming giant, just in time to see its massive neck cleanly sever. With a heavy thud, its head toppled from its shoulders and crashed to the ground. Around the giant's body, a blazing orange shield of fire had been swirling. A shield so fearsome it had easily shrugged off the laser attacks of Tony's suits. But right now, it was as if that shield had never existed at all. Is it dead already? Tony felt a surreal sense of disbelief. This mammoth flaming giant was undoubtedly a creature on par with the Hulk, and it wielded fearsome magical powers. In the past, even the entire Avengers team working together would have struggled to bring it down. Of course, they'd all grown stronger since then. Tony and Thor both could probably take it out on their own now, though it would be a tough fight. And with Captain Marvel now part of the new Avengers, defeating a foe like this shouldn't be a problem at all. But Tony had never imagined someone could take down such a monster with a single sniper rifle, even one that he himself had designed. In fact, it was precisely because he had built the rifle that he knew how impossible this should have been. How did you do it? Tony asked, his voice stunned and shaken. Defense is useless against me, Deadshot said indifferently. What do you mean, defense is useless against you? Tony was a little confused. It means that even if you're sitting inside that suit of armor right now, if I decide to kill you, your armor won't stand in my way. Once the bullet leaves my barrel, it'll hit you straight on. Unless you can physically withstand my attack, or have some other bizarre way to ignore damage, you won't be able to stop it, Deadshot explained. No, that's impossible. That's not scientific, Tony cried out. You couldn't really blame him for being so shocked. After all, this kind of ability was practically tailor-made to defeat someone like him, a devotee of science. Even though he'd injected himself with the extremists. Virus, defense was still his weak spot. With the power of this gun, if what Deadshot said was true, and it could really bypass all defenses, a single shot would be enough to take him out. How could he not be nervous? What Tony didn't know was that Deadshot hadn't told him everything. Each bullet he fired was actually infused with a trace of armament hockey. At this stage, it was still a small amount, and the effect was moderate. But as his mastery grew, there would come a time when even beings made purely of elemental energy could be blasted apart with a single shot. Magic resistance, physical resistance. None of it would mean a thing. You're a friend of the boss, so there's no need for me to lie to you. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can always ask him. Yourself later, Deadshot added, not bothering to elaborate further. He wasn't interested in showing off anyway. As a top-tier assassin, he normally wouldn't reveal his abilities at all. But Tony, along with Fong Mo and the other Raymond Legion members, was clearly one of their own, so there was no need for secrets. If Tony didn't believe him, that was his own business. This is insane, Tony muttered under his breath. Anyone who learned of an ability that could threaten their life at any moment would have trouble staying calm. If it were Magneto in his place, he'd probably already be plotting how to take out a cheat like Deadshot. But that was easier said than done. After all, Deadshot was just one of Raymond's alternate personalities, and his current form was only a shadow clone. Even if you destroyed him, he'd simply be recreated. In short, he wasn't afraid of dying at all. Still, Tony wasn't wrong about one thing. Deadshot really was overpowered. If you didn't have enough resistance to his attacks, even someone at level 5 could fall victim to his ambush. Only people like Old Man Jiro, who were close to the power of a celestial, could afford to ignore him. It took Tony a while to recover, and realizing he'd lost his composure, he quickly said, "Sorry, I got a bit carried away. If you're all free, would you like to come to my place for dinner?" Fangimo said he had no objections. The others didn't mind either, especially Spider-Man, who was practically bursting with excitement at the sight of Tony. After all, Iron Man was his idol. On the other side, Raymond and the brothers Thor and Loki had already reached Vanaheim directly through an earthly portal, bypassing the Bifrost altogether. Raymond was mostly silent along the way, because part of his consciousness was monitoring Deadshot's situation, watching everything unfold in real time. After all, it concerned his own family, so he had to be cautious. If Deadshot and Tony really couldn't hold out, he could send another alternate persona over to help. After all, there were a good 7 or 8 silver-level alternate personas active in New York right now. If they joined forces, their power would be astonishing. Only after making sure everything was fine did he pull his focus back. Talk about overpowered. Raymond couldn't help but sigh. What was that? Thor, thinking Raymond was speaking to him, glanced over. It's nothing. I was just wondering, how much farther do we have to go? We should be almost there, if I remember correctly. Thor looked around, assessing their surroundings to judge the distance. Author's note, by the way, let me recommend a new book, Cultivating Immortality Among Mortals. If you're into this genre, definitely check it out. Just as Thor was speaking, a sudden gale whipped up around them, as if a typhoon had materialized out of thin air. The wind grew stronger and stronger, whipping sand and dust into the air, and visibility quickly dwindled. Is this their idea of a welcoming committee? Loki remarked with a touch of irony. Despite his nickname as the god of mischief, his abilities were mostly rooted in magic, and his sensitivity to magical fluctuations was razor-sharp. He could sense the magical energy swirling within this sudden tempest. Hook, the god of the gale. Thor's expression darkened as he recognized the handiwork of a god he knew. What's the meaning of this? Are you saying Vanaheim wants to go to war? Through the churning winds and sand, a voice rang out with a mocking laugh. Son of Odin, Prince Thor, do you really believe Asgard still has the strength to wage war against Vanaheim? I mean, no insult, but Vanaheim does not welcome you right now. I must ask you to leave. My leaving is not up to you, Thor declared, unmoved. I have urgent business with the king of Vanaheim. Stand aside. Don't flatter yourself. The king isn't someone you can just meet on a whim. The one Thor had called the god of the gale replied coolly. If you refuse to leave, don't blame me for what happens next. You may be strong, but you can't best me. Thor's grip tightened on his hammer, already lifting it as he spoke. This is not a place for you to throw your weight around, Thor. If you insist on violence, we'll have no choice but... Before the god of the gale could finish his warning, Thor's hammer was already flying through the air, heading straight toward its target. A tremendous crash echoed through the storm, but a dull thud echoed through the air as meow, meow, hammer collided, as if with a mountain, bouncing back to its previous position. The violent blast, winds, which had previously obscured everything, now made the surroundings a little clearer. There a figure appeared, about 5 meters tall, so powerfully built it was almost absurd. Who is that? Thor wasn't sure who the figure was, but he was certain it wasn't Hook, the god of Gale. Remembering what Hook had just said, he realized that it seemed more than just the god of Gale had come to intercept them this time. That looks like the beast spirit, Mond. Loki glanced over and said with a sly grin, He's no weaker than you are right now, my foolish brother. As long as you keep me chained to you like this, you'll never beat him. Why not let me go, and I'll help you deal with him? Is beast spirit Mond really that strong? Raymond asked. Mond's true form is a war behemoth, the mightiest war beast in all of Vanaheim. The previous king of Vanaheim even granted him divinity, allowing him to take human form, Thor explained gravely. If you think in Earth terms, he'd probably be a level 5. I see. Raymond nodded, showing he understood, then asked in return, Do you think you can drive him back? Thor thought for a moment, then replied, He can't catch me. Well, that was honest. Clearly, Thor didn't have confidence that he could defeat Beast Spirit Mond, even though he was much stronger now than he had been during the Battle of New York. But with the help of Meow Meow Hammer, he could move at high speed, while Mond clearly seemed more on the lumbering side. Hey, don't ignore me, Loki coaxed. "If you let me cast curses from the sidelines to weaken him, you'll definitely be able to beat him." Thor was visibly tempted by the suggestion. He brought Loki not just for his silver tongue, but also for his magical prowess. Loki's combat skills were average at best, but his tricks were endless. Even Thor couldn't keep track of them all. If Loki was truly willing to help, Thor felt confident they could defeat Beast Spirit Mond. "I'll release you, but this time you must help me. I know you hate Father, but if Asgard really falls today, even Mother will be caught in the disaster." Thor spoke heavily. At this, Loki's expression shifted ever so slightly. Thor's words had struck a nerve. Loki indeed resented Odin. Especially after learning he was not Odin's true son, his resentment had reached its peak. But when it came to Frigga, there was simply no way he could hate her. Frigga's kindness had been exemplary. She had passed all her magical knowledge to him without reservation. To ask him to save Asgard, or even Odin, he might refuse. Only Frigga was someone Loki simply couldn't ignore. "Understand," Loki said in a low voice. "Then here I go," Thor declared, unlocking his shackles in one swift motion. He hefted Mjolnir and charged straight at the Beast Spirit Mond. At the same moment, Loki's form shimmered and vanished from where he stood, replaced by a ring of Lokis encircling Mond. Each one looked utterly real. Loki had clearly launched his attack even before Thor. "Loki, the god of mischief? If you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." Beast Spirit Mond roared furiously as he saw Loki's trickery. With a mighty fist, he slammed the ground. A deafening crash shook the air. The shock wave obliterated every Loki in the circle, shattering them into nothingness. But of course, not a single one had been the real Loki. They were all illusions, meant only to buy time. Loki never expected them to actually harm Mond. The very next moment, his voice rang out again. Weakness, confusion, fear. As Loki's words echoed, a dark aura shimmered into existence around Mond. "Damn you, Loki. I'll kill you," Mond bellowed, his rage now tinged with a tremor of fear. It was as if he'd glimpsed some unspeakable horror. No matter how much he tried to resist Loki's magic, he couldn't escape the terror of those visions. Meanwhile, Thor had reached Mond, and with a thunderous swing, he brought Mjolnir down upon the beast's head. Bolts of lightning streaked through the sky, converging on Mjolnir, charging it with crackling energy. "And no, Lord Tyr, please," Mond whimpered, as if Thor weren't even there, paralyzed by fear. "Wake up, you fool," roared Hook, the god of tempest, his voice edged with panic. But his warning came too late. Thor's hammer crashed down on Mond's skull, slamming him deep into the earth and splitting the ground beneath his feet. A tremendous boom shook the battlefield, leaving a massive crater where Mond had stood, as if a missile had struck. "Curse you, Asgardians. I'll tear you apart." Mond's furious roar echoed from the pit. Suddenly, a colossal beast, nearly 100 meters tall, rose from the crater, swatting Thor aside with a single swipe. So this is a war beast. It usually takes human form, but only its true shape unleashes its full strength. "Reminds me a bit of the Archbishop," Raymond mused, watching with keen interest as Mond transformed into his monstrous form. The Archbishop Auguppigu, who always appeared as the servant of the righteous boy Lucifer, did indeed bear some resemblance to this beast spirit, Mond. Both of their true forms were gigantic beasts, and their strength was nearly equal. Each was a creature capable of rivaling a level 5 superpowered being. Their 100-meter-long bodies certainly looked imposing, adding a sense of deterrence. However, having grown accustomed to seeing sea kings in the world of One Piece, even the ultramassive ones, Raymond found that a mere 100 meters could hardly impress him anymore. Of course, in terms of raw power, those colossal sea kings weren't even fit to carry Mond's shoes. Yet, ironically, Mond's size was actually less impressive by comparison. As Raymond observed Mond with great interest, the beast spirit was still consumed by rage. "Loki, you wretch. Come out here. I'll tear you apart," he bellowed. Suddenly, a figure appeared at Raymond's side. It was Loki. With a wicked grin, Loki said, "Weren't you here to help my foolish brother? Well, let me give you a chance. Trying to set me up?" Raymond chuckled, shaking his head. He could easily tell that the Loki before him was nothing but a phantom, but Mond, across from them, saw things differently. Spotting Loki at Raymond's side, Mond roared and leapt forward, stomping in their direction. The colossal beast, over 100 meters tall, descended like a mountain about to crush them, giving off a palpable, if minor, sense of pressure. Unfazed, Raymond casually raised 2 fingers and gestured at Mond from a distance. Super sedation. With a dull thud, Mond crashed to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant, tumbling right back into the pit. On the other side, Loki, still in his invisible state, was left utterly stunned by the scene. He didn't know Raymond, nor was he aware of Raymond's true power. But since Thor had agreed to bring Raymond along, his abilities obviously couldn't be weak. In Loki's mind, Raymond's strength should at least be on par with Thor's old companions. Loki's plan had been simple: direct Mon's wrath toward Raymond, not to fatally harm him, but just to mess with him a small revenge for Raymond's complete disregard for Loki throughout their journey. Given the opportunity, Loki couldn't resist a bit of payback. He knew Raymond wasn't an ordinary person, and his abilities were definitely formidable, so he wasn't worried that Raymond would be killed instantly, which might make Thor turn on him. Still, facing a monster like Mond, Raymond ought to have at least been put in a difficult spot. Yet, Loki never expected it to end like this. With just a single move, Raymond had Mond sprawled out on the ground, drained of all fighting spirit, as if he'd been instantly defeated. What kind of hellish power is this? Aside from the Ancient One, are there really such monsters on Earth? Loki was no stranger to power. After all, as the former, albeit nominal, second prince of Asgard, he had seen plenty, even beings at the Allfather's level. But Raymond was just a human, and that was a reality Loki found hard to accept. This is the first and last time. If it happens again, even for Thor's sake, I won't spare your life. You'll pay the price, understood? A voice laced with murderous intent sounded right behind Loki's ear, making him freeze on the spot. Because that voice came from directly behind his true form. That meant his invisibility was utterly useless in front of Raymond. Worse still, he hadn't even noticed when Raymond appeared behind him. Loki managed a stiff nod. By this time, Thor had flown back, riding the power of Mjolnir. When he saw the beast spirit Mond lying motionless on the ground, he jumped in shock. Did you kill him? No, he just passed out, Raymond replied with a shake of his head. That's a relief, Thor let out a breath. Mond was one of Vanaheim's key warriors. Not only was he formidable, but he could also command an army of war beasts. If Raymond had really killed him, Thor's hope of seeing his elder brother would have grown even dimmer. Thanks. Where's Loki? Thor started to thank Raymond, but then realized Loki had vanished, his expression shifting. He couldn't easily spot Loki while he was invisible, and thought perhaps Loki had taken the chance to slip away. Right here, with a cheerful grin, Raymond placed a hand on Loki's shoulder, dispelling Loki's invisibility at once. Loki felt as if a steel clamp had locked onto his shoulder. He drew a sharp breath, but dared not protest. After all, he was in the wrong. He forced a weak smile at Thor. Let's get out of here. Leave? It won't be that easy. Sons of Odin, you dare attack our people in Vanaheim? Even if you want to leave now, we can't possibly let you go. Stay right where you are. An aged voice boomed from the sky, and as it echoed, a giant hand made of water descended from above. This is bad. It's Njord, the god of the sea. Loki muttered, eyes fixed on the watery hand looming overhead. So what if he's the sea god? Get lost. Thor spun Mjolnir and hurled it straight at the giant water hand. With a crack of thunder, the lightning-charged hammer smashed right through the watery hand, blowing it apart and sending torrents of water cascading down from the sky, as if a sudden downpour had begun. The sea god? Hardly worth mentioning. Thor sneered. Don't be an idiot, Loki said, exasperated. Did you forget what Mother told us? The sea god is no weaker than Heimdall. As the gatekeeper of Asgard, Heimdall not only possesses the ability to see and hear most regions across the 9 realms, but he can also draw upon a portion of Odin's power at will. His own strength is formidable enough, yet when fueled by Odin's might, he becomes nearly unrivaled among the demigods. The sea god Njop, who had just spoken, if he truly matched Heimdall's power, would certainly not have been bested so easily by Thor. Almost as if to prove Loki's point, the moment the watery hand was shattered by Mjolnir, a colossal face, wholly formed from water, emerged from the clouds above. Immediately after, a towering water giant appeared before the 3 of them, its presence far more terrifying than even the beastly spirit Mond. Even Raymond, who had witnessed countless massive sea kings, couldn't help but feel a flicker of awe at the sight of this towering water giant. At this moment, Raymond also learned from Jakong, who had been following them in the shadows, that as soon as the water giant materialized, the surrounding magical elements were instantly drained away. Even attempting to open a portal was now impossible. So, this is to guard against the Bifrost. Raymond's expression grew grave. He had Jakong tail them in secret precisely so he could use the portal as a last resort for escape. Yet he worried that if trouble came suddenly, there might not be time to act, so he had Jakong wait outside. Even so, unforeseen dangers had still arisen. The Bifrost has always been Asgard's weapon of conquest, a force the other realms have long prepared for. With the Bifrost, Asgard could advance or retreat at will, and even in defeat, they could withdraw at a moment's notice. Clearly, the sea god Njop had no intention of truly killing the 3 of them. After all, Asgard had not yet fallen, and Thor was, after all, the brother of the current Vanir king. Regardless of the king's stance, killing his brother outright might well provoke his wrath. So Njop merely sought to capture Thor and his companions alive, intending to deal with them after bringing them back. Since he aimed to take them prisoner, he was naturally wary of any Asgardian rescue attempts. Heimdall's ability to observe and listen across the 9 realms was no secret in Vanaheim, so Njop was certain that as soon as Thor entered Vanaheim, Heimdall would be watching from afar. Should they face mortal danger, the Bifrost would surely be summoned for their rescue. Thus, Njop decisively cut off this possibility, making it so the Bifrost could not descend upon this region for now. It seems there's nothing left but to gamble everything, and see for myself how strong Frisia really is. Raymond thought to himself. The sea god Njop before him was indeed intimidating, but it was clear he had not reached the true level of a god king, only that of a demigod. However, since it could be compared to Heimdall, it was obviously not an ordinary sub-heavenly father-level being. If he only let the old man Jiro handle it, he might not gain the upper hand in a short period. After careful consideration, Raymond decided to let Frisia step in and give it a try. After all, it was Frisia who had volunteered to fight. Watching everything unfold from within the spiritual world, Frisia had long requested to take action, but Raymond hadn't agreed until now. Whether it was the storm god Hook, who never showed his face from beginning to end, or the beast Spiritmond, whose power rivaled that of a level 5 superhuman, neither seemed worthy of bringing Frisia out. Even having Jiro deal with them felt like overkill. But the current opponent, the sea god Nip, was entirely different from the previous two. What an arrogant fellow. You two useless fools, step aside and let your king handle this. A wicked smile crept across Raymond's face. Slowly, he began to rise into the air, exuding an aura that was both sinister and terrifying. Loki looked at Raymond with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. Hold on, don't do anything rash. Let's watch for now. Thor raised a hand, stopping Loki before he could speak. A memory flashed through his mind. Tony had once told him that Raymond might have some mental issues, possibly multiple personalities, each possessing entirely different superpowers. Tony himself had witnessed several of Raymond's personas. Although Raymond had never publicly admitted to this, it wasn't exactly a secret that he'd once received treatment at a psychiatric hospital. Tony had looked into it as soon as they met. Tony had shared this with Thor to prevent any misunderstandings or unexpected conflicts with Raymond down the line. Now, seeing Raymond suddenly behave like an entirely different person, radiating an aura so unlike the one before, Thor recalled Tony's warning in an instant. Another personality, Thor mused to himself. He didn't feel angry with Raymond. Firstly, Raymond had come to help him voluntarily and would hardly insult him for no reason. Secondly, he wouldn't hold Raymond's condition against him. Besides, at this moment, Raymond's anger wasn't really directed at them, even if he did toss an insult their way. You little brat, are you looking for trouble? The sea god Nip's voice was cold as he watched Raymond rise gently into the air. To act so brazenly before your king. You've got guts, worm. Raymond sneered. He raised a finger, and at its tip a red point of energy began to swell rapidly, growing from the size of a grain of rice to that of a ping-pong ball in the blink of an eye. What did you just call me? The sea god Nip stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that this youngster would dare address him in such a manner. You must understand, although the Vanir and the Aesir are at odds, both sides refer to themselves as gods, and they acknowledge each other as equals, beings of the same lofty rank. So even if Njord, the god of the sea, was displeased with Thor's actions, he still maintained proper courtesy, addressing him as Prince Thor, never stooping to bully him with his seniority. But at this moment, Raymond clearly wasn't following the usual rules. He opened his mouth and called him scum, leaving the sea god Njord slightly stunned. Are your ears not working, scum? Or do you think that title doesn't suit you? Fine, I'll call you a bottom feeder instead. Raymond's voice was full of infuriating nonchalance, as if he could drive anyone mad without a care. Loki, watching this unfold from the ground, was left speechless in shock. He'd been a bit upset when Raymond called him useless earlier, but now, seeing how Raymond addressed Njord, he realized that the previous insult had actually been comparatively polite. Is this really going to be okay? Loki shot Thor a strange look as he whispered the question. It should be fine, I guess. Thor replied, his own voice tinged with uncertainty. Truth be told, he'd come here prepared for failure, but not once had he worried about his personal safety. After all, the Vanir would never truly harm him. But Raymond's attitude now made him uneasy. Would he end up pushing the sea god Njord completely over the edge? As it turned out, Thor's worries were not unfounded. The moment Njord fully registered Raymond's words, his rage erupted like a tidal wave. "So, you have a death wish," roared the sea god, now caring nothing for his guardian politics. He didn't know who Raymond was, nor did he care about Raymond's standing in Asgard. To him, among the trio before him, Raymond was the only one he could act against without restraint. If it had been Thor or Loki, at most he'd have given them a harsh lesson. He certainly wouldn't kill them. But Raymond wasn't Odin's son. There was nothing holding him back. To be blunt, if it weren't for their current Vanir king's special status, he wouldn't even worry about Odin's sons. Asgard was in turmoil, its very survival in question. What was there to fear? "I have a little gift for you, catch." Before Njord could strike, Raymond flicked a small, glowing red orb from his fingertip, sending it whizzing toward his opponent. Njord, however, didn't spare the red orb a second glance. He simply raised his fist, intent on crushing Raymond with a single blow. To him, such a puny being was hardly worth any effort. And so, his massive fist collided directly with the crimson sphere Raymond had launched. The difference in their sizes was laughable. His fist as huge as a mountain, the orb no larger than a ping-pong ball. But at the very moment they made contact, an astonishing scene unfolded. The crimson orb exploded instantaneously, unleashing a massive shockwave that shattered the sea god Nep's fist into nothingness and surged straight toward his body. Yet the sea god Nep, deserving of his status as a subfather god, sensed something was amiss the instant the red orb burst. His body, composed of water, instantly transformed into a shield of crystalline blue, interposing itself directly in the path of the shockwave. A crashing roar thundered through the air. Though the shockwave could not pierce the watery blue crystal shield, it whipped up a wild gale that howled in every direction. The tempest was many times fiercer than the wind that accompanied the arrival of the wind god Hook, so much so that Thor and his companions struggled to keep their footing. It was only when Thor struck his hammer, conjuring a protective domain, that the raging winds were kept at bay. After about half a minute, the storm subsided, and the enormous crystalline shield in the sky had vanished without a trace. Raymond still hovered in midair, but the towering water giant that once stood before him was gone. In its place floated a middle-aged man clad in a robe of watery blue, suspended in the air. There was no need to ask. This was clearly the true form of the sea god Nep. The colossal water giant from before was merely the manifestation of his power. Now that's more like it, putting on such theatrics before me. Do you have no sense of your own mortality? Raymond sneered wickedly. It seems I underestimated you. The sea god Nep replied coolly. I hadn't thought there was such strength in Asgard besides Heimdall. It seems I'll have to take things seriously. He showed no sign of concern over the dispersal of his water giant form. To him, that was nothing more than a showy trick. It might be enough to intimidate Thor and his companions, but against a peer, it was laughable. How should I address you? Nep asked solemnly. I am King Frisia. I grant you the honor of a fair duel with me. You talk too much. Second form, third form, die. In a blur, Raymond vanished from where he stood, reappearing right before the sea god Nep. A heavy blow landed. Nep, clearly caught off guard by Raymond's sudden attack, was sent sprawling to the ground, completely unprepared. You dare, the sea god Nep began, climbing up, his voice a mix of shock and fury. But Raymond had no interest in listening. He unleashed a relentless flurry of blows, thunderous crashes splitting the earth itself. Nep was left reeling, stunned by the onslaught, only regaining his senses after enduring a dozen savage strikes. He immediately retreated, putting distance between them. Do you have any shred of godly honor left? Attacking by surprise. Have you no shame? The sea god Nep shouted, his voice indignant and unsteadied. He never imagined that before he could even finish speaking, Raymond would make his move without hesitation. Even though the Vanir and Aesir gods didn't get along, they both still considered themselves divine, and matters were supposed to be handled with a certain decorum. He had already acknowledged Raymond's strength and was prepared to take the fight seriously, intending to give Raymond a fair and honorable battle. But to his surprise, Raymond didn't bother with any words at all. He just attacked outright. Such behavior was nothing short of shameless. What kind of worthless gods are you talking about? I'm no god. In fact, plenty of so-called gods have died by my hand, Raymond sneered, a wicked smile curling on his lips. Raymond's words weren't meant as a deliberate insult. After all, in the world of Dragon Ball, many planets had beings who fancied themselves as gods, strutting around with airs of superiority whenever they met him. But in the end, they all ended up on their knees, begging for mercy like whipped dogs, or else crushed like insects in the palm of his hand. So he never had any respect for so-called gods. Yet to the ocean god, Neep, These words sounded like a calculated humiliation, fueling his anger even further. Very well, you've succeeded in enraging me. I'll show you the true meaning of... I told you you talk too much. Final form. Get lost to hell if you want to keep yapping. Raymond's figure vanished once more. This time, the ocean god, Neep, was no longer unprepared. He'd already witnessed how shameless his opponent could be. But to his misfortune, Raymond's power suddenly exploded to 20 times what it was before, leaving him utterly bewildered. In his 3-stage form, Raymond's strength was actually inferior to Neep's. The only reason he'd seemed so ferocious before was his sudden attack, catching Neep off guard. Even then, Neep hadn't suffered a single scratch. He'd thought that as long as he got serious, he could easily handle this disgraceful wretch who knew nothing of honor. Reality, however, slapped him squarely in the face. Boom, 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 boom. Against Raymond, his final form, Neep could only be pummeled across the sky, utterly powerless to retaliate. How can an earthling be so strong? Watching as the ocean god Neep was battered from one end of the sky to the other, Loki fell into deep thought. Recalling the time he'd led the Chitauri to invade New York, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Back then, even a single Hulk had left a lasting impression, nearly smashing him into despair. If he were to face Raymond instead, he'd probably be beaten to death, wouldn't he? Almost certainly. Even a god as mighty as the ocean god Neep, one of the top 5 in all of Vanaheim, was helpless before Raymond. If it were Loki in his place, he'd be finished in an instant. And it wasn't just Loki. Even Thor was at a loss for words. He'd always known Raymond was powerful and had witnessed him fight a few times, but never had he seen anything quite this overwhelming. He had originally thought that Raymond was, at most, one level stronger than himself, about on par with the Beast Spirit Mond. But now, it was clear that this was not the case at all. Stop, Earthling! Just as Raymond was fighting with great enthusiasm, a deep, slightly gruff voice suddenly cut through the air. At the same time, a one-armed man appeared at his side. He looked to be in his 30s, but his weathered face spoke of a life marked by hardship. Even as he spoke, the man reached out with a single hand, aiming to seize Raymond directly, as if intending to put an immediate stop to the action. Raymond's instincts screamed a warning, sending him instantly into his berserk form. In this state, his power would double once again. Yet the one-armed man effortlessly grasped his wrist, pinning him in place. Raymond found himself utterly immobilized in a single instant. How is this possible? Raymond's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief written all over his face. This was the second time he had been thwarted in his berserk form, something that had never happened before. Back in the world of Dragon Ball, especially before encountering Goku, he had been invincible. Berserk form or not, there were few who could even dare to stand against him in his normal state. But ever since arriving in this world, setbacks had come one after another. First, he was humiliated by that seemingly simple-minded little girl, and now a disabled man had him firmly in his grasp. You've got to be kidding me. Veins bulged on Raymond's forehead as he tried to break free. But the one-armed man merely smiled coolly, his demeanor relaxed and unhurried. Don't waste your strength. Below the level of Heavenly Father, you're almost unmatched. If you came across a weaker Heavenly Father, you might even be able to overpower them. But unfortunately for you, among the Heavenly Fathers, I too have few equals. War God Tyr, king of the Aesir. In the mental realm, Raymond, sharing Frisia's senses, had already guessed the identity of the one-armed man who had suddenly appeared. Against Ocean God Njord, Frisia in his final form had been able to beat him into the ground, leaving him with no chance to fight back. But even in berserk form, in front of this one-armed man, Raymond was completely powerless. He couldn't even shake off the man's hold. Coupled with that bold declaration, there was no doubting his identity. It had to be Tyr, the war god and elder brother Thor had mentioned. According to Odin, this elder brother of Thor should be even stronger than their sister, Hela, the goddess of death. Hela's power was beyond question. Perhaps she wasn't quite as mighty as Odin in his prime, but she was certainly no weaker than the aged, twilight-bound Odin now. Moreover, Hela was also one of the lords of the underworld, one of the most formidable among them. Even young Lucifer wouldn't dare claim he could stand against her. This shows that Hela's power, even among the ranks of Skyfathers, is at least above average, second only to Dormammu and Odin at his peak. As for Tyr, since he's even stronger than Hela, it means he's on the same level as Dormammu and old Odin. With that kind of strength, it's true that a Skyfather has few equals. So when he says such things, it's not just empty boasting. So this is what the true power of a Skyfather looks like. The old man, Jiro, stood beside Raymond, his face grave. Previously, he had glimpsed a few Skyfathers through Raymond's senses, but they were either like the Ancient One, masking their true power, or just avatars like Dormammu and young Lucifer. Only now, facing Tyr, did he feel it was a genuine, direct confrontation. Watching as Frisia, even in his berserk form, was utterly overpowered and caught without the slightest chance to resist, Jiro realized that if it were him instead, he'd fare even worse. This is a tough one. Such a huge problem. I've rarely encountered anything like this, and there's no time at all to set up any contingency plans. At that moment, Zakong had already returned to his body. He, too, could see what was happening outside and frowned. Unlike Frisia and Jiro, Zak came from the DC universe, which was on par with Marvel, so he wasn't unfamiliar with Skyfathers. In fact, he'd crossed paths and swords with quite a few of them. Of course, he'd also made his share of enemies at this level. But in the end, he relied on his wits to survive. In a situation like this, caught so directly and with such a gulf in power, even he found himself at a loss. The difference in strength was glaring, and there wasn't enough time to set up any backup plans. There was simply nothing he could do. Relax. If he really wanted to kill, do you think Frisia would still be standing there like that? Raymond, on the other hand, didn't seem particularly tense. He spoke calmly to the other two, just as he was no match for the Ancient One, but never worried she would suddenly turn on him. He didn't see any reason to be afraid here. They weren't enemies, after all, so there was nothing to fear. The only one he truly had to watch out for was someone like Dormammu, who hated him to the bone. As for Tyr, standing before them now, he clearly had no murderous intent toward Raymond. Still, Raymond had no intention of backing down. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to try something. His gaze shifted to the little girl not far away, who was busy poking at some mysterious pink droppings on the ground with a twig. Using the sly tone of a mischievous uncle, he said, "Arare, why don't we play a little game?" "Huh? A game? Sure. Arare loves games. All right, let me explain the rules to you." Back in the real world, veins bulged on Raymond's forehead from the effort, but clearly, all his struggles were in vain. This was the first time he truly realized that he seemed to have arrived in an extraordinary world, and the one-armed man before him was clearly much stronger than he was, far more than just a little bit. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he'd just received bad news. "No, give me a little more time. I can definitely." But before he could finish his sentence, his whole body shuddered violently. Tyr, who was holding his wrist, immediately sensed something was wrong. It wasn't just the last few words that raised Tyr's suspicion. At that very moment, he realized that the person in front of him had changed somehow. The Raymond he'd sensed before radiated a powerful, sinister aura. Of course, compared to Tyr, he wasn't exactly a threat, but even in Vanaheim, that kind of strength would be considered formidable. Yet, just now, after Raymond shuddered, that overwhelming evil presence vanished in the blink of an eye. Now, Raymond gave off the impression of a lifeless object, completely devoid of any energy or presence. At the same time, Tyr sensed another change. The hand of Raymond he was gripping seemed to have turned to metal. That made him instantly aware that something had gone wrong. Try to pull off some kind of trick? Are you? Tyr thought to himself, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes. "Hey, are you the one who wants to play bumper cars with Aral?" Raymond suddenly piped up in an innocent, childlike voice. Tyr was dumbfounded by this abrupt shift in tone and the childlike manner of speaking. What on earth was happening? Through the long years of his life, he'd encountered all sorts of bizarre opponents. Some begged for mercy, some went into a rage and fought to the end, others hurled insults. But never before had he seen someone switch personas so suddenly. "Then Aral will go first." Raymond cheered gleefully, and with that, he lunged forward, ramming his head straight into Tyr's chest. So, it was just a distraction after all. How nigh? Bang. When Tyr realized Raymond was trying to use the opportunity to ambush him, he actually relaxed, convinced he'd already seen through the ruse. After all, he'd already tested Raymond's limits. Below the rank of the All-Father, Raymond could be considered invincible, perhaps even infinitely close to that level. But as he'd said, none of it mattered before him. It was like a mighty ant challenging the largest elephant. No matter how impressive it was among ants, it simply didn't matter. As for sneak attack, would an elephant care about being ambushed by an ant? So Tyr paid no heed to Raymond's headbutt, dismissing it as a pointless effort. But he was about to discover how wrong he was. Utterly, completely wrong. The moment his head collided with Raymond's, it was as if a neutron star had struck him squarely in the chest. An unprecedented, colossal force sent him hurtling through the air. The sheer speed tore his body right through the surface layer of Vanaheim, plunging him straight into a spatial rift. The sight left everyone frozen in shock. What just happened? Why did Raymond suddenly speak in that childlike, innocent tone? And why, moments ago, did it seem as if he was utterly powerless to break free from Tyr's hold, only to send Tyr flying the next instant with a single headbutt. Indeed, both Thor and Loki had already recognized Tyr. In fact, this wasn't their first encounter with him. Previously, they had only known Tyr as the king of the Vanir gods, unaware that he was also a son of Odin, their eldest brother. The moment Tyr appeared, Thor recognized him. But before he could explain his intentions, their eldest brother was already locked in fierce combat with Raymond. Of course, fierce might be overstating it, since at first Raymond looked utterly incapable of resisting. But for some reason, when Raymond's demeanor suddenly changed, a single, inexplicable headbutt sent Tyr flying, as if it were nothing at all. Thor, the sea god, and Jord, and even Hook, the god of wild winds who was also watching from below, all knew just how formidable Tyr, the current king of Vanaheim, truly was. That made it nearly impossible for them to believe what they were seeing. As they were still pondering whether that astonishing scene had been some kind of illusion, another spatial rift suddenly opened across from Raymond. Tyr, his single arm outstretched, strode out from within. When he looked at Raymond again, his gaze had changed completely. He couldn't comprehend how Raymond had managed to send him flying. There had been no sense of any overwhelming power or energy. It felt almost as if Raymond had simply knocked into him in play. Yet that irresistible force had, in an instant, sent Vanaheim's God King, one of the multiverse's most fearsome beings, crashing out of sight. A fierce fighting spirit blazed to life within Tyr. His title as the god of war was not only due to his might, but even more so because he delighted in battle. He had challenged nearly every god of Odin's stature in the multiverse who was worthy of the name. If Raymond were merely a lesser deity, Tyr would never abuse his power. At most, he would have restrained him. But things were clearly different now. Would you care to take a blow for me as well? Tyr's words may have sounded like a question, but his actions did not pause. He drew his sword, the famed Duskblade, from behind his back and swept it in a broad arc toward Raymond. A terrifying blade of sword-light shot forth along the path of his strike, cutting straight toward where Raymond stood. There were no tricks, no flowery techniques, just a single, straightforward slash. Yet this very slash had defeated countless powerful foes, sending them down the path of twilight. Thus it was named the Sword of Dusk. As this sword descended, the sky above all of Vanaheim changed in an instant, shifting from the brightness of day to the deep hues of sunset. Such was the power of the Dusk Sword's law. It could even shape the heavens themselves. Not good. Thor, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to cry out and stop the battle, but the moment he tried to speak, he realized both his movements and thoughts had slowed down, as if lagging far behind reality. This, too, was the effect of the power of dusk. Under its shroud, only beings stronger than the All-Father could remain untouched, the weaker ones. Strength, the greater the suppression. For ordinary people, even their thoughts would be brought to a standstill beneath the dusk's oppressive force. Of course, Thor's power was leagues above that of mere mortals, so he could still see what was happening, but he was utterly unable to react. Had he been standing in Raymond's place, he would have been forced to wait helplessly for the blow to fall upon him. I hope he'll be all right, Thor thought, a sudden pang of regret rising in his heart for agreeing to let Raymond come along. A tremendous clang of metal rang out, a deafening crash that echoed through the sky, as Raymond was struck full on the head, his body slamming into the ground below. Tyr's expression shifted subtly. He hadn't expected Raymond to neither dodge nor defend himself, simply accepting the sword's blow without the slightest resistance. The powerful adversaries Tyr had faced in the past, even if too slow to evade his attack, would always muster some last-minute defense to lessen the blow. But Raymond had met the strike head-on, not even trying to move aside. Even Tyr himself, had he taken that blow to the head, would have been grievously injured, if not killed outright. The situation left him thoroughly stunned. When he looked to the ground, sure enough, he saw Raymond's head had been separated from his body, rolling aside. Did I go too far? Tyr frowned. He was never squeamish about killing. Too many enemies had died by his hand account. But he truly hadn't intended to kill Raymond just then. After all, Raymond had come with Thor, his own brother. Though Tyr harbored little affection for the sibling who had so soured his childhood, he'd had no wish to bully him or his companion. Now, having killed someone so suddenly, even he felt a headache coming on. No! Thor let out a furious roar. When he saw Raymond's head severed clean from his body, dying right before his eyes, his gaze instantly turned, blood red with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled his Mjolnir in Tyr's direction, putting every ounce of strength he had behind the throw. Yet, astonishingly, Tyr didn't even so much as furrow his brow. With casual ease, he caught Mjolnir in his hand. No matter how fiercely it trembled and buzzed. The legendary hammer could not budge an inch in Tyr's grasp. It remained suspended, utterly still, as if frozen in time. Thor extended his hand, trying to summon Mjolnir back as he had done countless times before, but this time, nothing happened. Mjolnir stayed firmly in Tyr's grip. It was clear, Tyr's power was simply overwhelming, so immense that even a divine weapon like Mjolnir was powerless before it. This only fueled Thor's anger further. Hey, calm down for a second. Loki reached over and patted Thor on the shoulder. Shut up, Thor barked, his voice raw with fury. Your friend isn't dead. If you don't believe me, just look. Loki gestured toward where Raymond's body had fallen. Thor didn't really believe him, but almost involuntarily, he glanced in that direction and immediately witnessed a scene that sent a chill down his spine. There, headless, Raymond's body suddenly sprang upright, standing where it had fallen. Thor was stunned. What on earth was this? Some kind of resurrection? But it wasn't over yet. Raymond's severed head suddenly piped up. Over here, over here. I'm right here. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Raymond's body jogged over, scooped up his head from the ground, and set it back atop his neck. He got it backwards the first time, fumbled to adjust the angle, and finally restored himself to his original form. Hey, aren't we supposed to be playing a game? Why did you hit me? Raymond complained, puffing with indignation. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence. Even Tyr, still holding Mjolnir high above, was momentarily speechless. To lose your head and just put it back on? What kind of supernatural trick was this? Thor, who had been seething with fury a moment ago, now stood dumbfounded, his mouth opening and closing at a loss for words. He knew Raymond possessed multiple personalities and a host of strange powers. After all, in a multiverse this vast, there was no shortage of bizarre phenomena. But he had never imagined that Raymond harbored such an uncanny and terrifying ability to survive even a beheading. And the one who had done the beheading was none other than Tyr himself, the god of war, famed as the mightiest of all Vanir kings, a man standing at the very pinnacle of godhood. There were precious few in the multiverse, let alone among the 9 realms, who could take a blow from Tyr's duskblade and remain unscathed. The shock of this moment was beyond words. Of course, to be fair, Raymond hadn't emerged entirely unscathed. After all, his head had just been sent flying. But the problem is, damn it, he went back to pretending again. This is just outrageous. Asgard, the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall stood tall at the very center of the Rainbow Bridge, holding his gleaming golden sword, his eyes closed as if dozing. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, locking onto a point directly ahead. His voice was deep and grave. Princess Hela, must it really come to this? Before him, a striking woman gradually materialized, dressed in a flowing black gown, a sheer black veil atop her head. She didn't appear monstrous or terrifying. There were no devilish horns like in the legends. Instead, a subtle, seductive charm lingered about her. Yet Heimdall stood on guard as if facing a dire threat. For before him was none other than Asgard's eldest princess, mistress of Helheim, the goddess of death, Hela herself. She had once aided Asgard in conquering the 9 realms, defeating countless formidable foes, and securing Odin's rule as king of the 9 worlds, a hero above all others. Heimdall, as Odin's most trusted lieutenant, had once fought side by side with Hela. They were no strangers. Hela, it's been a long time. A trace of nostalgia flickered across Hela's face as she spoke slowly. Heimdall replied, Princess Hela, it's true that his majesty was at fault back then, but I believe he must have had his reasons. I can tell he's been tormented by guilt all these years. Enough. Hela cut him off coldly. You are not me, so you cannot fathom what it feels like to be sealed away for 1,000 years, nor can you understand the torment I've endured all this time. I swore if I ever broke free, I would overturn this rotten, repulsive realm. I will destroy everything he holds dear, so he can finally see how ridiculous and laughable his choices were. Princess Hela, Heimdall tried to speak again, but Hela interrupted him once more. Today, Asgard will be turned upside down. No one can stop me. I'm not here for explanations, nor to listen to apologies. I only care about the outcome. The sound of armor clashing echoed through the air. With a sweep of white hair and an eye patch, Odin appeared behind Heimdall. You've grown even stronger than before, Hela, Odin said, his expression conflicted. And you, my dear father, have grown old, Hela replied, her voice thick with hatred. Odin said, I know you hate me, and I don't expect your forgiveness. But the people of Asgard are innocent. Can you spare them? My own life you may take. I will not resist. Hela sneered. No, that would be far too easy for you. Don't think I can't see that you're already at death's door. Even if I don't kill you, you'll soon meet your twilight. Why should I dirty my hands? So I won't kill you. I want you to live, to witness with your own eyes the price one must pay for making a single wrong choice. Odin spoke in a low, grave voice, but they are innocent. Hela demanded angrily. And what about me? Am I not innocent? I fought for you. I fought for them. I have never done anything to betray Asgard. And yet what was my reward? Odin's face was etched with pain, but he had no argument, no words to defend himself. Speechless, aren't you? You hypocritical old man. Hela sneered. Hela, princess, how can you speak to his majesty like that? He is your father. Heimdall's voice was solemn. From the day he sealed me away, I no longer had a father. Don't try to use that against me. Hela replied coldly. Heimdall, that's enough. Seeing that Heimdall wanted to say more, Odin raised his hand to stop him. Then, with a complex expression, he looked at Hela and said, If you wish to kill me, I won't resist. That is my debt to you. But if your goal is to destroy Asgard, then I will have no choice but to stop you, my daughter. Hela retorted, Stop me? If you think you can. She had barely finished speaking when, without warning, a bottomless darkness spread across the sky behind her. At the edge of the heavens, a gigantic black face, swirling with energy and smoke, emerged. Dormammu. Odin recognized the intruder at once. Dormammu's massive face beamed with pride. Odin, didn't expect this, did you? Are you regretting now, meddling in my affairs last time? Why couldn't you leave well enough alone? The last time Dormammu mentioned referred, of course, to when he had tried to descend upon Earth in person to crush Raymond, only to be intercepted by Odin and the Ancient One in the Void, suffering a minor defeat. No, what I regret most is going easy on you when I beat you back then. Odin growled through clenched teeth. Dormammu chuckled coldly. Keep telling yourself that. Once you're gone, let's see who's left to stop me from wiping out that wretched brat. Which brat are you talking about? A curious voice piped up. Of course, I mean, wait. You. Dormammu began to answer instinctively, but suddenly realized something was wrong. The voice didn't belong to Odin or Heimdall, yet it sounded all too familiar. He turned toward the source, and sure enough, it was someone he knew all too well. The one asking was none other than Raymond, the very person Dormammu had obsessed over, the one who had repeatedly toyed with and humiliated him. At the far end of the Bifrost behind Odin and Heimdall, a ring of fire appeared out of thin air. Raymond stepped out of the fiery portal, followed closely by the brothers Thor and Loki, heading straight toward them. Well, looks like I won't have to make another trip to Earth after all. I might as well finish you off right here. Dormammu was instantly thrown into a fit of rage. With Odin out of the way, let's see who can save you now. Hey, Dormammu, aren't you a little too arrogant? Raymond is one of mine, you know. Without anyone noticing, Shota Lucifer had appeared, on the left side of the rainbow bridge, hovering in the air. Yet his form seemed half real, half illusory, as if he wasn't truly present. Lucifer, you again, you bastard! Dormammu roared, his anger boiling over. Raymond was also surprised to see Shota Lucifer appear. He asked in astonishment, Didn't you say you didn't want to get involved? Hey, I'm not involved. I'm just here to watch the show. As long as nobody makes a move against me, I'm absolutely neutral, Shota. Lucifer replied with a mischievous chuckle. Of course, if anyone's looking to make me their enemy, they're welcome to give it a try. By the end of his sentence, Lucifer's tone had turned noticeably colder. Lucifer, what exactly are you up to? Hela frowned slightly at Lucifer's sudden appearance. I told you, I'm just here for the spectacle. I promise not to interfere. You fight your battles, Shota Lucifer said, raising both hands in a gesture of innocence. I hope you mean that, Hela replied, unwilling to waste words on his empty talk. She shifted her gaze to the figure beside Raymond. So, you're my dear little brother? It seems the old man's taste wasn't all that impressive after all. Don't you dare insult father. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly. And what if I do? What can you do about it? Hela scoffed. That old man couldn't tell right from wrong. What a joke. Enough. Thor knew Hela was his sister, but hearing her insult Odin again and again pushed him past his limit. He raised his arm, ready to hurl Mjolnir at her, only to have his wrist seized by Raymond at the last moment. Why are you stopping me? Thor demanded, growing anxious. Have you learned nothing? Raymond frowned. If you really want to lose that hammer, go ahead and throw it. Raymond's words served as a timely reminder. Not long ago, Thor had already attacked someone else with Mjolnir, only to have it easily caught. Facing a true, godlike being, his rage and recklessness were utterly meaningless. You little brat, go to hell. Dormammu, however, had grown impatient and struck at Raymond without another word. As the Lord of Darkness, he was the very embodiment of evil and negativity. Such scruples meant nothing to him. Raymond was marked for death, and anyone standing in his way would be crushed. Yet, the moment Dormammu made his move, his actions slowed inexplicably, and the spreading darkness seemed to be squeezed and suppressed. The power of twilight. Tyr, the god of war. Dormammu gazed uncertainly in a particular direction. There, in that very direction, a one-armed man holding the sword of twilight sat upright upon a floating throne, slowly emerging into view. Tyr, the war god, king of the Vanir. Why? Hela, upon seeing Tyr's sudden appearance, momentarily lost her composure. Her expression was one of utter disbelief as she stared at him and demanded, "You're actually helping him? Others might not know what he's done, but don't tell me you're unaware." It was clear that Hela was no stranger to Tyr, her own elder brother, and, in fact, their fates bore an uncanny resemblance. One had been sent by Odin to Vanaheim as a hostage, while the other, even after rendering great service, had been sealed away by Odin himself. For both of them, Odin had never been a worthy father. Hela could accept the sting of failed vengeance, but she could not accept that her own brother, who had suffered injustice just as she had, would stand in her way. "So, you've come." Odin's voice brimmed with relief and gratitude. "I have," Tyr replied coolly from atop his throne, his gaze fixed on Odin. "But don't get the wrong idea. I won't help you fight Hela. As we agreed, at most I'll hold off that fool Dormammu for you. That's more than enough." "Thank you," Odin said, his gratitude sincere. "Tyr, you're courting death." Dormammu, infuriated by Tyr's blatant insult, instantly forgot all about his intention to kill Raymond. He launched a furious assault at Tyr, holding nothing back. Here, in Asgard, without the Supreme Sorcerer's grand magical wards to restrain him, he could unleash his full power. Yet, standing before him was Tyr, a god of Asgard who, despite not having reached the pinnacle of his life, already possessed strength to rival Odin at his peak. If Odin at his strongest could thrash Dormammu, so could Tyr. With a flash, Tyr vanished from his throne. His sword cleaved through the sky, slicing the distant darkness in two. But Tyr did not relent. Relentless in pursuit, he plunged directly into the heart of the darkness at the edge of the heavens. Soon, from within that darkness, came Dormammu's furious roars and the constant clash of battle. Lucifer, the boyish onlooker, his figure hovering in midair like a mirage, watched the swirl of darkness with keen interest. It was as if he could see through the gloom to the scene unfolding within. Excited, he muttered to himself, "No wonder he's hailed as the mightiest Vanir king in history. What ferocity!" He actually charged straight into the dark dimension. But why would he help Odin? Strange. And he seems quite familiar with Hela, too. Clearly, Lucifer had no inkling of the tangled family drama of Odin's household, nor did he know that Tyr was also Odin's son. If he had known, he might have been left speechless with shock. But as things stood, he was simply a bystander, enjoying the spectacle. When Tyr took the initiative to charge into the dark dimension, Hela's expression grew even more grim. She shot Odin a cold look and said, "I don't know how you managed to persuade him, but do you really think having him hold off Dormammu will change Asgard's fate? Or is it that you actually believe, in your current state, you can stop me?" "Let's find out," Odin replied, forcing a weak smile. Before Hela could retort, Gungnir, the eternal spear in Odin's hand, vanished into thin air, only to reappear right in front of Hela. "So many years have passed, and you're still using these outdated tricks," Hela sneered, tilting her head just enough to evade Gungnir. But she quickly realized something was wrong, as Odin almost seemed relieved. "Not good." Hela tried to react, but she was a heartbeat too late. Gungnir, after passing her by, tore a long, narrow rift in the air behind her, slicing open the fabric of space itself. At the same moment, Odin's figure suddenly blurred and became intangible. Hela braced herself to defend, but Odin had no intention of truly harming her. Instead, he used his momentum to push her straight into the rift in space. Odin himself followed immediately after. It was clear this move wasn't meant to settle their fight once and for all. Odin simply wanted to shift the battleground. If they continued to clash here, even the aftermath could wreak havoc on Asgard, something Odin was determined to avoid. "I'm going to help Father," Thor called, about to rush toward the rift. But once more, Raymond stopped him, shaking his head. "Even if your father can't stop your sister, he won't be in any real danger. Compared to that, I think you should worry more about what's right in front of us." As he spoke, Raymond's gaze shifted to the far end of the Bifrost Bridge. At its outermost edge, 3 unexpected visitors had appeared. The fire giant king, Surtur, and that one is... Thor recognized one of them, but the other 2 were strangers to him. Raymond hadn't seen these 3 before either, but based on the information he had, it wasn't difficult to guess their identities. His eyes narrowed slightly. The Dark Elf King, Malekith. Malekith! Thor exclaimed in shock. He knew that name well. When he was a child, Odin had told him tales of the Dark Elves. He'd always assumed Malekith was a figure of the distant past, someone from his grandfather Bor's era, until recently, when he learned that Malekith had survived after all. Damn it. And at a time like this, Thor ground his teeth. Both Malekith and Surtur were no strangers to him. They had each been great enemies of Asgard in the past, though both had ultimately been defeated by Asgard, and by rights should never have been able to stir up trouble again. After losing the ether particles, the former is nothing more than an ordinary all-father level being, while the latter has been stripped of his core power by Odin. His strength is barely 1/10 of what it once was. Even if they truly joined forces, they wouldn't be much of a threat. Odin wouldn't even need to be at his peak. The Odin of today is more than enough to overwhelm the two of them. Yet, it just so happens that Asgard is at its weakest right now. Even if they brought in Tyr for help, all they could do would be to stall Dormammu and Hela for a while. With the matchup now 2 against 2, even if Tyr were truly stronger than Dormammu, there's no way he could defeat, let alone kill, him in a short period. At best, he could only hold him at bay. As for Odin's side, things look even more uncertain. Forget about defeating Hela. If he can manage a stalemate, that would already be considered impressive. In this situation, there's no way. They could free themselves quickly. In other words, during this period, Asgard is left without any all-father level defenders. No one who could possibly stop Malekith and his followers. Odin's son, I'll give you a chance, Malekith said, turning to Thor. As long as you hand over that Midgardian beside you. I promise I'll leave immediately and won't trouble anyone else today. What do you say? Hearing Malekith's words, Thor felt a surge of confusion. He couldn't understand why Malekith wanted him to hand over Raymond. By all logic, if Malekith had returned now, even if not to reunite the 9 realms, then surely it was for revenge. Back in the day, after his grandfather Bor gravely wounded Malekith and forced him to flee, he had carried out a ruthless purge of the Dark Elves. If their roles were reversed, if he were Malekith, there's no way he'd let that grudge go. Now, with Odin being held back by Hela, Asgard is at its most vulnerable. Would Malekith really pass up such a golden opportunity? Not only did Thor not believe it, even Surtur, who stood beside him, questioned Malekith with clear dissatisfaction. Malekith, where are you playing at? Malekith replied, don't ask so many questions. I'll keep my end of the bargain, but it doesn't have to be today. Surtur was still dissatisfied, but with his power reduced to a fraction of its former strength, he knew that without Malekith's help, he'd never regain his power core. For now, he had no choice but to bear it. You think I trust you? Thor shot back coldly after a brief pause. For someone at the All-Father's level, to resort to such petty tricks, it's truly laughable. You're overthinking it, Malekith replied. I can swear on the honor of the Dark Elves. Hand him over, and I'll leave at once. I'll even take Surtur with me. Before Thor could answer, Raymond spoke up in an unhurried tone, addressing Malekith directly. So, it seems you figured it out? Raymond, Thor detected something unusual in Raymond's tone. Raymond chuckled and said he actually didn't lie. If he could capture me, it wouldn't matter to him even if he had to leave today because... Enough. Malekith's expression shifted as soon as Raymond began to speak. He tried to cut him off at once. But Raymond paid him no mind and continued on his own, because the ether he's been dreaming of all these years is in my possession. What? Raymond's words sent a shock through Thor, Surtur, and everyone else present. They all understood what the ether was. The trump card Malekith had once used to threaten all 9 realms. It was because he had the ether in his grasp that Malekith, who was otherwise only average among the all-father level beings, could intimidate the rulers of all realms. Without it, he would never have risen to power. If what Raymond said was true, it suddenly made sense why Malekith was acting so strangely. How could the ether be with you? Thor exclaimed in disbelief. Remember that time I helped you rescue Jane? It was in that subspace that I found that bizarre object, Raymond replied, half truthful, half mysterious. I've been puzzling over what it really was, and I've uncovered a few clues, though I wasn't entirely sure. But Lord Malekith's reaction here finally confirms it for me. It is the ether, isn't it? Raymond knowingly tossed the question to Malekith. You Midgardians are clever. I'll give you that. Malekith's face darkened. But so what if you know it's the ether? That is the secret treasure of the Dark Elves, passed down through generations. Only I can wield. It's true power. I'll make you an offer. Hand it over to me, and I promise never to lay a hand on Midgard again. I'll even grant that realm to you as your domain, and you'll have my protection. What do you say? The secret treasure of the Dark Elves? Raymond almost burst out laughing at that. If he weren't aware that the ether was actually the reality stone, he might have been fooled by Malekith's grand words. After all, the power of the Infinity Stones wasn't something just anyone could unlock. At the very least, one needed the strength of a near All-Father to wield them safely. Whether it was Ronan the Accuser, who once tried to control the Power Stone, or Thanos himself later on, all were beings of that caliber. Anyone weaker who tried to use an Infinity Stone risked being destroyed by its backlash. Of course, to truly unleash the full might of an Infinity Stone was another matter entirely. Something even near All-Fathers couldn't achieve without the help of artifacts like the Infinity Gauntlet. Malekith clearly saw that Raymond's power was nowhere near that level, so he was confident Raymond couldn't use the Reality Stone. That was why he'd come up with this sudden proposal. If Raymond were truly just an ordinary Earthling with no knowledge of anything beyond the mundane, he might not have suspected a thing. Unfortunately for them, Raymond knew far more than anyone realized. Yet Malekith's words made Thor and Heimdall break out in a cold sweat, their hearts skipping a beat in apprehension. They feared Raymond might actually agree to Malekith's terms. The balance of power was clearly in Malekith's favor now, and it would be unwise for Raymond to oppose him. Besides, Malekith had offered so many promises. If Raymond were to yield, no one would blame him. After all, bowing to a being of All-Father level was hardly a disgrace. Raymond gave a soft chuckle. And what if I say no? Then you'll find yourself with an enemy who once made the 9 realms kneel at his feet. Malekith replied, his voice heavy with menace. Believe me, that's a price you cannot afford to pay. Raymond, don't be afraid of him. Asgard will protect you, no matter what. Thor quickly interjected. Asgard, Malekith sneered. After today, it's questionable whether Asgard will even still exist. This time, Raymond ignored Malekith. Instead, he turned to the side of the Rainbow Bridge, where the youthful Lucifer lounged in midair. Have you figured it out, boss? Lucifer rolled his eyes. Obviously, you have to be a fool not to see it. But it seems like he hasn't noticed a thing, Raymond said with a faint smile. Lucifer sighed. What can you do? That guy's never been the sharpest tool in the shed, yet he thinks he's a genius. Honestly, it's kind of sad. Raymond and Lucifer bantered back and forth, their exchange bewildering to the onlookers. Only Loki seemed to catch on, a thoughtful look flickering across his face. He raised an eyebrow, and soon a sly smile crept onto his lips. Hey, is this really the time to be joking around? Thor grumbled, clearly annoyed. Oh, my foolish brother, Loki replied, rolling his eyes as well. With your intelligence, I'm starting to think you're not exactly fit to inherit the old man's throne. Thor's interruption drew a sigh from Loki, who couldn't help but respond in kind. Meanwhile, Malekith's voice cut through the tension. Lucifer, are you sure you want to meddle in this? Meddle? I've told you more than once. I'm just here to watch the show, Lucifer replied, squinting his eyes with a mischievous grin. Raymond might be my little brother, but I've already told him I won't get involved this time, so you don't have to worry about me. Still, if I'm honest, you really aren't all that clever. You're no match for Raymond, that crafty fox. Take my advice and give it up, or you might not even walk away with your life. Bor couldn't kill me. What makes you think he can? Malekith scoffed, utterly dismissing Lucifer's warning. To him, Lucifer's words were nothing more than an attempt to help Raymond bluff. The boss is looking out for you. I think you should at least consider his advice, Raymond urged sincerely. We've laid everything out for you, and you still can't figure out what you're doing wrong. Honestly, your intelligence is about on par with Thor's. Thor, excuse me, what do you mean by that? Malekith asked in a low, dangerous voice. Forget it. I'll just tell you, Raymond said, waving his hand dismissively. Look, over on your side, you've got you and Surtur too. Beings at the All-Father level. On our side, we don't have a single All-Father. Not even Heimdall can stand up to either of you. As Raymond spoke, Malekith finally caught on to his meaning, and his face darkened, turning an ashen shade. Seeing that Malekith had understood, Raymond couldn't be bothered to explain further. But Thor was still in the dark and asked, so what are you getting at? So, is there any real need for him to bargain with us? Wouldn't it be easier to just take what he wants by force? Raymond said with a wry smile. If he's not using force and instead wants to negotiate, it means he himself has no confidence that brute strength would guarantee success. Are you saying he hasn't regained his full strength? There was a sudden gleam in Thor's eye. I can't think of any other reason, Raymond replied with a shrug. In truth, he had always found it odd that Malekith had suffered defeat at Thor's hands more than once. Even considering Thor's protagonist's luck, there was no reason Malekith should have been so easily weakened. Raymond had long suspected that Malekith hadn't recovered his peak power, which would explain his pitiful state. Yet this was just an analysis based on how much this world resembled the Marvel Cinematic Universe he knew. And it might not be accurate. It wasn't until Malekith started rambling about terms and conditions that Raymond's suspicions were finally confirmed. Malekith definitely hadn't regained his strength. He was afraid that if he started a fight, his weakness would be exposed. And with Surtur robbed of his core power, it wasn't guaranteed that he could overwhelm Heimdall, who was now nearly at the All-Father level. That's why he hadn't risked making a move. Malekith might not be as slow on the uptake as Thor, but perhaps because he was too close to the situation, he hadn't realized it himself. I was careless, Malekith said, quietly after a moment of silence. I never thought I'd make such a rookie mistake. Still, it's a good thing. I've always been cautious and prepared for the worst. Raymond sensed a warning flicker in his mind. Watch out. Young Lucifer, who had only been watching the drama unfold, suddenly changed expression and shouted a warning to Raymond. But his warning came a moment too late. Raymond was already being sucked into a spatial rift that had opened behind him. Damn it, it's that troublemaker Mephisto. Young Lucifer had already sensed the fleeting aura that flashed by as if it were anyone else. Even Odin himself might not have figured out so quickly who had. Just made a move, unless he gave immediate chase. But young Lucifer and Mephisto were both lords of hell and intimately familiar with each other, so there was no chance of mistaken identity. Should he intervene and save him? Young Lucifer hesitated. Raymond was indeed his subordinate, but he had made it clear from the start. This affair was exceedingly complicated, and if Raymond insisted on getting involved, Lucifer would not recklessly step in. True, Raymond had helped him seize a large territory of faith in New York last time, but Lucifer had also shielded Raymond from Dormammu once. That more than settled any debts between them. He owed Raymond nothing. Malekith, sensing that young Lucifer might be about to interfere, issued a warning. Lucifer, I advise you not to meddle in things that don't concern you. It's true I can't do anything to you, but I assure you, if you ruin my plans, from this day forth I'll keep my eyes on you. Whatever you involve yourself in, I'll be there to intervene. A chill flickered across young Lucifer's face, but instead of retaliating with a sharp retort as he usually would, he fell silent, an uncharacteristic response. The reason was simple. Malekith's threat had struck a nerve. If Malekith had threatened to kill him, or declared a fight to the death, Lucifer would have scoffed. Malekith's strength, from what Lucifer could tell, hadn't even fully recovered. Even at his peak, Malekith would be no stronger than Lucifer himself. Gods of their stature were not so easily slain. Otherwise, how would Lucifer dare to provoke Dormammu? If even Dormammu couldn't finish him off, what chance did Malekith have? Clearly, Malekith understood this as well. He hadn't uttered any words about mutual destruction, but simply warned Lucifer that meddling would mean living with the constant attention and interference of another godlike being. Lucifer was not afraid for himself, but his followers were another matter. Malekith was alone now, so even if he wanted revenge, there was no effective way to strike back. And just as Malekith couldn't destroy him, Lucifer couldn't destroy Malekith either. If he pushed Malekith too far, life would be difficult for him in the future. So he chose silence. It was true that Lucifer admired Raymond. As long as it didn't harm his own interests, he was more than willing to lend Raymond a hand and win over this promising candidate. After all, he might need Raymond's help someday. That was why he'd asked Raymond in advance. If Raymond wished, Lucifer could have helped him escape to another world altogether. But Raymond had declined. Just now, Lucifer had indeed been tempted to rescue Raymond, believing that, if he really intervened, Mephisto, the notorious troublemaker, might at least give him some face and relent. Yet, Malekith's threat made him waver. You're quite something, Malekith. Young Lucifer fixed Malekith with a gaze sharp enough to kill, his voice deep and cold. I've always been that way, Malekith replied, unconcerned. He knew his earlier threat had worked. Young Lucifer's relationship with Raymond wasn't enough to drag him into this mess. Still, by doing so, Malekith had made a real enemy. Lucifer would undoubtedly seek payback sooner or later. But that didn't trouble him. If he could reclaim the ether particle, he had no reason to fear Lucifer. Even facing Dormammu wouldn't faze him. On the other hand, if he failed, he'd be left with no choice but to find some hole and hide, never daring to show his face again. So, offending another enemy hardly mattered. Mephisto, I hope you won't let me down, Malekith muttered under his breath. Then he beckoned to Surtur and Algrim. Let's go. It's time to bring down Asgard. This was a realm awash with rivers of molten lava, a place that seemed almost indistinguishable from the hell of legends. Across the way, seated on a throne of stone and towering more than 10 meters tall, was a demon with a terrifying visage. Raymond instantly knew who he was facing. Just by setting eyes on this being, he'd earned 1,000 universal points, just like when he'd first encountered the Ancient One. The Lord of Lies, Mephisto, a being whose power easily ranked among the top 5 Hell Lords, though reputation, not brute force, was his greatest weapon. People called him the ultimate troublemaker. Whenever a major event shook the multiverse, 8 times out of 10, his shadow would be somewhere in the chaos, either fanning the flames or stirring up trouble, never content to simply watch from the sidelines. Raymond hadn't expected Mephisto to make a move, let alone target him. In fact, no one could have seen this coming. Even young Lucifer hadn't realized this old friend of his had been lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Judging by what had just happened, it was clear Malekith had summoned Mephisto in advance, instructing him to wait for the right opportunity. "So you recognize me?" the towering demon asked, his grin both menacing and tinged with curiosity. "How could I not know of the illustrious Lord of Lies, Mephisto?" Raymond replied without attempting to hide his awareness. "Looks like you're no ordinary earthling, are you? Interesting." Mephisto stroked his chin and chuckled. "I don't really want any trouble, but I signed a contract with that rascal Malekith ahead of time, so I can't just let you walk away. Tell you what, hand over the item, and I promise I won't make things difficult for you. That's in everyone's best interest, wouldn't you agree?" "You sound almost reasonable, Lord Mephisto," Raymond replied, unhurried and calm. "Do you also think that, like Malekith, I can't wield my full power, and that's why I'm being so accommodating?" Mephisto replied with a sly grin. No, that's not what I meant at all." Raymond shook his head. "Of course, Lord Mephisto, I believe you could crush me with ease. It's just that you're not quite like Malekith. You generally can't be bothered to use brute force when things can be resolved with wisdom, am I right?" "It seems you not only recognize me, but also understand me quite well," Mephisto replied with growing interest. "You're making me even more curious about you. But curiosity aside, you still have to hand over what I want. Since I made a deal with Malekith, I have to see it through." Looks like Lord Mephisto is a man of his word, after all. "The title Lord of Lies seems a bit undeserved," Raymond remarked. "That's nothing but slander," Mephisto retorted. "But, if I may, the reason you're being so polite with me, Lord Mephisto, is because you're waiting for something, aren't you?" Mephisto chuckled. "Oh, then tell me, what is it that I'm waiting for? You want to see if my boss will step in to save me, or perhaps reach out to you privately to ask for my release?" "You know," Mephisto said, his tone growing faintly menacing, "people who are too clever can be quite irritating. So, I was right, wasn't I?" "Indeed." Mephisto made no attempt to hide it. "I'm waiting to see if that fellow Lucifer will contact me. After all, we Hell Lords have to maintain a certain camaraderie. Malekith is still an outsider, no matter what. If Lucifer really did get in touch, I'd have to show him some respect. At the very least, I wouldn't do anything drastic to you. But, alas, it seems you're just not important enough to him." Mephisto gave a sly, amused smile. "No need to try and provoke me, Lord Mephisto," Raymond replied with a shrug, unbothered. "I never believed I was important enough for my boss to risk crossing another, being of his stature, just to save me. In fact, if he really did try to rescue me, I'd start to wonder if he had ulterior motives. That would make much more sense." "Well said, young man. You got talent." Mephisto looked at Raymond with genuine appreciation. "Lucifer really doesn't know what he's missing. If you're under my command, who cares if we offend that fool Malekith? I make sure you're protected." "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Mephisto." Raymond's reply was calm and steady. "I'm not just being polite. Truly, are you interested in joining me?" Mephisto drummed his fingers lightly on the armrest of his throne, his tone sincere. "Lucifer has seriously underestimated your worth. If you choose to follow me, you could walk free right now." "Oh, and what about your contract with Malekith?" Raymond asked. "Oh, that? I left a loophole in the contract," Mephisto said with a sly grin. "Besides helping him with this favor, I also reserve the right to simply take him out. That would still count as fulfilling the contract." Raymond was taken aback by the brazen shamelessness of the Lord of Lies. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a while, he could only shake his head and say, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord Mephisto, but I have no such intentions for the time being." "What a pity," Mephisto replied, feigning regret. "Besides, I can't give you the item you want, because it's not with me," Raymond continued. Mephisto raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it's not with you? Then where is it?" "It's with him." Raymond pointed to the side. Following Raymond's gesture, Mephisto's gaze landed on a familiar face. Well, so it's you." In an instant, Mephisto recognized the man who by all rights shouldn't have been here. "If I'm not mistaken, your name is Constantine?" John Constantine, sitting casually atop a stone, smiled and said, "So the consciousness inside Master Mordo, that was you all along. You could sense me?" Mephisto looked at Constantine with some surprise. Clearly, this man had left a deep impression on him. After all, he'd invested considerable energy into the Ancient One's circle. Mordo was far from his first, nor would he be the last. Yet, he'd never encountered anyone like Constantine before. Not someone who entered Camartage not as a disciple, but as an equal, exchanging magical knowledge directly with the Ancient One. His curiosity toward Constantine had grown, but he'd never dared to reveal himself lightly. Exposure would mean losing the chance to continue placing his pawns. In Kamar Taj, at least for the foreseeable future, he'd be under the Ancient One's close watch. So his curiosity remained just that. He'd made no real moves. He absolutely hadn't anticipated Constantine would suddenly appear here, entirely outside his calculations. This was simply an unnoticed pocket dimension, near Asgard that Mephisto had discovered. No one else knew of it, not even Malekith. So Constantine couldn't possibly have been waiting here in advance. Are you two working together? Mephisto still hadn't quite worked out the strangeness of the situation, but a suspicion began to take shape. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "No, that's not it. You're the same person." As expected of Lord Mephisto, so quick to see through it, Raymond said with a smile. How odd, Mephisto muttered. Even after Raymond's candid admission, he didn't feel any sudden clarity. Something still felt off, as if a crucial piece was missing. He himself is also a master of the art of avatars, and throughout the multiverse, the number of his incarnations and manifestations, along with those consciousnesses he has attached to others, is truly staggering, so much so that even he cannot say for certain just how many there are. Yet the feeling he got from Raymond and Zack in front of him was something entirely new, something he had never experienced before. Although he could sense that the soul auras of the two were identical, his intuition told him that they were not, in fact, the same person. For someone at his level, intuition is far more than a simple hunch. At times, it can even be more reliable than experience itself. Still, he had no intention of dwelling on this matter now, since it was hardly the most pressing concern at this stage. I have to admit, this development caught me a little off guard, Mephisto said with a faint smile. But even if you are one and the same, do you really think that's enough to oppose me? He chuckled, his tone amused. By rights, both of you have dealt with beings on the level of the Heavenly Father. Surely you're not that naive. Of course, we couldn't take you on with just our own power, Raymond replied, smiling. But Lord Mephisto, it seems you've overlooked something. Oh, Mephisto lifted an eyebrow. We plan to use this against Malekith, but circumstances have changed. If we don't use it now, we might never get another chance. As Zack spoke, he raised his hand, and in his palm appeared a swirling mass of dark red liquid. The moment Mephisto saw it, his pupils contracted sharply. To his shock, he could sense nothing at all from that dark red substance. Not even a trace. It was as if the thing didn't exist in any way he could perceive. He could only see it and nothing more. For some of his abilities, this was downright chilling. At his level, one long ago stopped relying solely on sight to perceive the world, but this red substance had somehow evaded all his senses except vision, defying everything he knew. Instantly, he realized this was no ordinary object. Linking it to their previous conversation, he guessed its identity at once, his face subtly changing. The ether. Exactly, the ether, Raymond replied with a slight smile, making no effort to correct Mephisto's terminology. Malekith had spun an elaborate lie because he feared too many would covet the reality stone in his possession. Raymond knew the truth, but he saw no reason to expose it. After all, the reality stone was in his hands now. In fact, the reason he dared to wade into these murky waters, aside from having the newly awakened Super Trump card, Aral, was largely because he held the reality stone. Zack might only be a bronze-level secondary persona, but he was still the greatest mage of the DC universe, a living encyclopedia of magic. Not long after Raymond acquired the reality stone, he had Zack begin studying how to truly unleash its power. Zhakong certainly didn't spend all that time at Kamar Taj for nothing. While Kamar Taj didn't have direct access to the reality stone, it did possess the time stone, and thus had plenty of experience to draw from in this regard. Zhakong didn't hide anything from the Ancient One, laying out his situation from the very beginning. And true to her reputation as a benevolent elder, she held nothing back. She even offered him several valuable suggestions. With the Ancient One's expertise as a master of the Time Stone, coupled with his own knowledge, Zhakong quickly worked out a way to wield the Reality Stone. Of course, using an Infinity Stone isn't something just anyone can do. Either you must possess formidable strength, or you must have a profound foundation. This foundation could be something like bloodline, as with Star-Lord, whose celestial heritage set him apart, or unique affinity, like Doctor Strange's extraordinary connection to magic. Zhakong clearly fit the latter mold. As the preeminent sorcerer of the DC universe, he was not to be outdone by Doctor Strange. Still, even with the Reality Stone in hand, there was no way Raymond could directly challenge a Skyfather-level being head-on. It was like how Doctor Strange, despite possessing the Time Stone, couldn't defeat Dormammu outright. He could only force Dormammu into a contract by trapping him in an endless time loop, leaving Dormammu no choice but to abandon that particular invasion. There were plenty of examples like this. Think of Loki and Vision with the Mind Stone, and so on. If it were the Power Stone instead, there might be a real chance of a qualitative leap in strength. But the Reality Stone simply wasn't that overwhelming. Back in the day, Malekith only managed to alter the fundamental rules of the Nine Realms. With the Reality Stone, empowering himself and weakening others, which made him unbeatable within that scope. In other words, unless you're already at the Skyfather level, even rewriting the rules with the Reality Stone wouldn't help you much. Mephisto, however, didn't know this. He believed the Reality Stone was truly the Dark Elves' secret treasure, capable of greatly enhancing Malekith's power. So when he saw Jakong wielding the Reality Stone, his expression shifted ever so slightly as he turned to Raymond and asked, "Are you a Dark Elf as well?" "That's right," Raymond replied solemnly. "To tell you the truth, I am Malekith's long-lost biological father." Mephisto almost believed him. With Raymond standing there, utterly unfazed and full of confidence, Mephisto hesitated for a moment before sighing. "It seems things are more complicated than I thought. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken this job. But there's no turning back now. Since I've accepted, I'll just have to see it through." As he spoke, Mephisto vanished from where he stood, appearing behind Raymond in the blink of an eye. As if he had teleported, he didn't choose to attack Jakong, because he could tell that between the two, Raymond was clearly the one in charge. Furthermore, Jakong held the ether particle in his possession, and before he fully understood its true power, he was not about to act rashly. As expected, it's not that simple. As Mephisto reached out, he found himself grasping nothing but thin air. At some point, Raymond had vanished from where he'd been standing, reappearing instead in the very spot Mephisto had just occupied. A perfect switch, as though they'd exchanged seats. I didn't even sense how he moved over there. What a strange ability, Mephisto mused, his brow furrowed in thought. But his hands didn't pause for a moment. In a flash, he appeared behind Raymond. This time, he attacked directly, smashing the stone seat where Raymond had been sitting into a cloud of debris. Yet once again, Raymond was back in his original spot. It was as if he had never moved at all, his posture standing there unchanged, not so much as a flicker out of place. Mephisto saw this and showed no sign of surprise. It was just as he had anticipated. He didn't know how Raymond managed it, but it was clear this had to be the power of the ether particle. He launched another attack, intent on probing its effects further. Teleportation? No, it doesn't feel right. There's no spatial disturbance. Time stop? That doesn't seem likely either. Even if he could stop time, he'd have to gauge my actions to the exact instant. Mephisto continued to analyze the ability with a cool, methodical mind. Only by figuring out the true nature of the ether particle would he have a chance to break its hold and seize Raymond. Otherwise, even if his strength was 1,000 or 10,000 times greater than Raymond's, it was obvious he'd never be able to catch him. But from what he'd observed so far, he hadn't found any pattern or clues. If that's the case, then it's time to try another method. Mephisto didn't repeat his earlier actions. Instead, he drove his fist into the air before him. There was a tremendous crack, like the world itself splitting apart. It was reminiscent of the moment Whitebeard shattered space with a punch during the War of the Best. But Mephisto's blow was even more devastating. With a single sweep, the entire space erupted into chaos, as if a Category 5 hurricane had torn through, leaving nothing but a maelstrom of fragments in its wake. "Let's see if you can escape this time," Mephisto murmured, his face lighting up with curiosity. In truth, Mephisto bore Raymond no murderous intent. Even without the connection to Lucifer, he'd never considered killing him. Killing was far too easy for Mephisto. But someone, like Raymond, someone who could pique his interest, was never someone he would slay so lightly. If Raymond were to be dispatched so easily, Mephisto would only feel a pang of disappointment. But this time, Raymond did not let him down. In the very instant he shattered this space, everything that had happened before seemed to melt away like an illusion. He found himself back on his stone throne, Raymond still standing across from him, and Jakong still seated on that massive rock. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Was all of that just a hallucination? No, that's impossible. Who could possibly make me see illusions? Mephisto's expression flickered between doubt and suspicion. In stark contrast, Raymond across from him now seemed completely at ease. What had just occurred was enough to prove that the Reality Stone truly possessed the power to keep him alive even in the presence of a godlike being. Of course, none of that was a mere illusion. To truly ensnare a god-level entity like Mephisto in a hallucination is no simple feat. Even with the Mind Stone, it would be nearly impossible. The reason things unfolded that way, just now, was because Jakong had already used the Reality Stone's power to alter the fundamental rules of this half-dimensional space, splitting it into countless identical parallel spaces. The Reality Stone's changes are absolute, so much so that even Mephisto was unable to sense what had happened. Every attack and act of destruction he had unleashed just now had indeed taken effect, but all he destroyed were parallel spaces. Now, even though it appeared as if he, Raymond, and Jakong were sharing the same space, in truth, countless identical parallel spaces still separated them, and his senses were simply being deceived. That's why it all appeared so unbelievable. If the Time Stone's power had been used instead, it would have been even more seamless. Even if he had truly killed Raymond, the Time Stone could have rewound everything to the moment before it all began. Now, can we sit down and have a proper conversation, Lord Mephisto? Raymond asked with a gentle laugh. No, not yet. I want to try again, Mephisto replied, his tone uncharacteristically serious. With a sudden crash, he threw out another casual punch, once again blasting apart the entire half-dimensional space and reducing it to utter nothingness. But in the blink of an eye, everything returned to its original state. On the Bifrost, both Heimdall and Surtur had grown to several times their usual size, transformed into two giants locked in fierce combat. Even so, it was clear that Heimdall was at a disadvantage, barely managing to hold Surtur at bay. Now, though Surtur had been stripped of his core power and retained less than a tenth of his former strength, he still lingered at the god-tier level, albeit at the very weakest threshold. Heimdall, for all his reputation of being infinitely close to the god tier, had never truly crossed that line. The fact that he could hold Surtur back at all was already an incredible feat. At this moment, Thor's inner strength erupted like a cosmos aflame. Alone, he stood in the way of Malekith and his loyal servant, Algrim. Of course, Malekith himself didn't join the fray. It was only the cursed warrior Algrim who charged into battle. Likewise, Loki stood off to the side, coldly watching the scene unfold, his thoughts unreadable. Where have you taken Raymond, you bastard? Thor demanded angrily, hurling his question at Malekith even as he fought, his face twisted in fury. You still have a mind to worry about others? You'd better be concerned for yourself, Malekith replied with chilling calm. Algrim, end this quickly. Yes, my lord, Algrim answered, and then struck his own chest with a fist. There came a sharp cracking sound. In the next instant, his entire form grew more monstrous, a hard, jagged shell forming over his body. Thor, sensing the danger, seized the opportunity while Algrim was still, swinging his hammer down at Algrim's head. But this time, Algrim didn't dodge as before. Instead, he reached out and caught Mjolnir in his hand. This can't be. Thor's composure cracked. By now, he'd lost count of how many people had managed to grab his hammer recently. Wasn't it supposed to be his alone to wield? It was obvious Algrim had used some method to unlock a berserk transformation, his power surging to new heights. In this state, Algrim's might rivaled even Heimdall's, placing him among the top tier of demigods. No wonder he could hold on to Mjolnir, at least for now. Yet Thor, pushed to the edge, seemed only further provoked, a wild, violent energy radiating from him. He had been holding back his frustrations for far too long. First, he'd been subtly and openly sidelined by Captain Marvel upon her sudden return. Worse yet, he couldn't best that woman in a fight, which left him so vexed he'd chosen to leave Earth and return to Asgard. Then, in Vanaheim, he'd been bullied by the beast spirit Mond, helplessly watching Raymond unleash his divine power. On top of that, he'd unexpectedly discovered he had both an elder brother and a sister, and both were staggeringly powerful. One ruled Helheim, the realm of the dead, while the other presided over Vanaheim. Both stood shoulder to shoulder with their father Odin, true gods among gods, whereas he felt as insignificant as dust. In comparison, he was nothing but a failure. He truly didn't mind if Odin passed the throne to his sister Hela or his elder brother Tyr. Both of them were indeed more qualified than he was. But being unconcerned about the throne didn't mean he could accept how far beneath them he seemed to be. He'd always taken pride in being Asgard's heir, only to learn, in the end, that his claim was never as rightful as he believed. How could he possibly accept such a blow to his identity? So he had actually been holding back his anger all this time. He could tolerate not being as strong as his eldest brother, the one hailed as the mightiest among the Vanir gods in history. He could accept not measuring up to his sister, the goddess of death who once helped their father Odin conquer half the realms. But who was Algrim, really? Just a lackey at Malekith's beck and call. Was he, Thor, rightful heir to Asgard and son of Odin, to be bullied by a mere henchman without consequence? All the fury that had been building inside him erupted in an instant. Suddenly, the sky darkened with rolling clouds, and lightning raged and danced wildly overhead. Out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking Mjolnir and forcing Algrim to release his grip. In the next moment, several more bolts followed, crackling down upon both Thor and his hammer, charging them with raw energy as if the very heavens were pouring their power into him. Worthy of being Odin's son, even young Lucifer, sitting by the edge of the Bifrost, couldn't help but nod in approval at the sight. He could see that Thor had broken through. The gods of Asgard, much like the Vanir, had epithets tied closely to the nature of their powers. Take Hela, goddess of death, for example. She possessed dominion over death itself, a force of unimaginable lethality. Anyone whose powers were weaker than hers would die instantly at her touch, without a chance to resist or struggle. Thor was known as the god of thunder precisely because his power was lightning, an awe-inspiring force in its own right. Those streaks of lightning just now were not simply attacks, but the sign of his breakthrough. At this very moment, he had stepped into the ranks of the sub-Skyfather level. Of course, he might still fall short of Algrim, who had tapped into the cursed power for a monstrous transformation. Yet with mastery over lightning, Thor held the potential to triumph over a stronger foe. After all, the Dark Elves were never famed for their martial prowess. Compared to the Asgardians, their talent for battle was sorely lacking. Had it not been for the Reality Stone, they could never have ruled the Nine Realms for so long. With this breakthrough, Thor instantly gained the strength to fight back. Raising his hammer, he struck toward Algrim from a distance. Lightning burst forth, striking Algrim squarely and hurling him away. Seizing the moment, Thor hurled Mjolnir once more, not at Algrim, but towards Surtur, who was locked in combat with Heimdall. Heimdall had already been forced onto the defensive, barely managing to hold Surtur at bay. Thor's intervention caught everyone off guard. Surtur, seeing the hammer flying toward him, instinctively reached out to catch it, just as Algrim had tried before. But the moment he touched the meow meow hammer, he was sent flying by. Its force, while the hammer bounced back from the recoil. Heimdall, seeing this, was overjoyed and immediately went in for the kill, chasing after Surtur and pummeling him relentlessly. In an instant, the tide of battle was turned. After Thor retrieved the meow meow hammer, his spirits soared. Following his breakthrough, his connection with the hammer had deepened once again, and the power he could unleash climbed to a whole new level. In a head-on clash, he might still not be Surtur's match, but for Surtur to grab hold of the hammer as he did before had become nothing more than a fool's dream. Just as Thor was starting to feel a hint of pride, he suddenly sensed a sinister presence behind him, and his expression changed dramatically. No, I let my guard down. Yet his reaction was a beat too slow for this time. The one making a move was none other than Malekith himself. Malekith clamped a massive hand upon Thor's head, the sheer force wringing a muffled groan from Thor's lips. Without hesitation, Thor swung the hammer behind him. But Malekith flicked it aside with casual ease, sending the meow meow hammer hurtling away. How is this possible? You're not. Thor exclaimed in shock. His strength had just taken another leap. Whether it was Algrim or Surtur, he now had the power to stand his ground against them. But for Malekith to still be able to swat the hammer away so effortlessly, did that mean Malekith hadn't weakened at all? But then, if that was the case, why waste so much time before? Why not simply act from the start? 1,000 questions raced through Thor's mind. But none of it mattered, for despite his breakthrough, he still couldn't truly face off against a being of godlike power. Not even an ordinary one. Aren't you here for me? Don't trouble him any further. Let him go. A sigh drifted through the air. Malekith's face twisted in disbelief as he turned toward the voice. How can it be you? Malekith wondered if he was hallucinating, because the one speaking to him now was Raymond, the very same Raymond whom Malekith had only recently arranged for Mephisto to capture. For this, Malekith had even risked retaliation to threaten young Lucifer, tying him up as a distraction. But what was happening? Now, why was Raymond back here again? He'd fallen into Mephisto's clutches. How could he possibly have escaped? Even at his peak, Malekith would have struggled to match Mephisto's strength. By all rights, Raymond should have had no chance of getting away. It wasn't just Malekith who was astonished. Even young Lucifer, who knew Raymond better than anyone, was utterly dumbfounded. He had imagined that Raymond might not die outright. After all, Mephisto knew Raymond was one of his own and would likely show some mercy. But a little suffering seemed inevitable. Mephisto is by no means a benevolent soul, though he spends his days grinning from ear to ear, going around signing so-called demon contracts with people. As one of the top 5 lords of hell, just a mention of his name is enough to make most demons tremble in fear. Now that Raymond has fallen into his hands, there's no way he's getting out. Unscathed. That's precisely why young Lucifer had originally planned to go to Mephisto at once to demand Raymond's release, to spare Raymond from torture. But then Malekith threatened him, forcing him to abandon that idea. And yet, here is Raymond, reappearing safe and sound, looking like nothing at all has happened. What on earth is going on? My big brother asked me to bring you a message, Raymond said with a smile, turning to Malekith. Your big brother? Malekith was taken aback. He had no idea who Raymond's brother could be. Could it be that Raymond has some powerful backer, and it was his brother who rescued him? Noticing Malekith's confusion, Raymond kept smiling and explained, Mephisto and I hit it off right away when we met. We share the same mind and heart, practically childhood friends. Well, maybe that's not quite the right phrase, but you get the idea. We got along so well that we decided to become sworn brothers. And really, Lord Malekith, I have you to thank for that. If it weren't for you, the two of us might never have met. As he spoke, Raymond wore an expression of exaggerated gratitude. Malekith was speechless. Young Lucifer was speechless. Thor and Loki were both speechless. Sworn brothers? Mephisto, a dignified Hell Lord, becoming sworn brothers with an utterly ordinary earthling? Has he no sense of shame left? At this point, even though the full story was still unclear, Malekith realized he'd been made a fool of. Mephisto had taken his bribe and not only failed to deliver on his end, but had also played this sworn brothers farce with Raymond. Was he treating Malekith like some kind of joke? The more Malekith thought about it, the angrier he became. He roared, Mephisto, get out here. Is this what you call integrity? It's hard to blame Malekith for being so furious. This whole business was utterly infuriating, enough to make anyone's blood boil. Everyone knew that, among all the lords of hell, Mephisto was considered the most trustworthy. He always kept his word. The reason he was called the Lord of Lies was simply because he loved to set traps for people. If you weren't careful, dealing with him could easily backfire. But, generally speaking, if he made a promise, he would fulfill it. What's more, to be absolutely certain, Malekith had made Mephisto sign a formal contract, a rules-bound covenant witnessed by the all-powerful living tribunal. No one dared breach such a contract, even a Hell Lord like. Mephisto couldn't afford the consequences of breaking it. So Malekith had never been worried, until now. Yet the scene before him left no doubt. Mephisto had broken his promise and even sworn brotherhood with Raymond. How dare he? Malekith's voice trembled with fury and disbelief. My elder brother said he'd done everything he could, but there was just nothing he could do about me. That's not really breaking the contract, is it? Raymond shrugged nonchalantly. Malekith exploded with a string of guttural curses, the meaning of which was utterly incomprehensible. Raymond wasn't even sure they were actual swear words, but judging by Malekith's expression, he could guess well enough. Most likely, Malekith was cursing Mephisto's family, friends, and perhaps even his ancestors, if such beings even existed. Realizing that venting his anger was pointless, Malekith quickly regained his composure. The coldness in his gaze, as he looked at Raymond only, deepened. He knew all too well that today, reclaiming the ether was most likely out of reach. His strength simply hadn't fully recovered. A brief burst of power was possible, but if it came to a real fight, his weakness would soon be revealed. The only reason he'd managed to catch Thor before was a touch of surprise. If Thor had been on full alert and managed to hold him off even briefly, Malekith would have been finished. His hatred for Raymond ran deep. In fact, even his resentment toward Mephisto now simmered and boiled over onto Raymond as well. But Malekith could see that Raymond was no easy opponent, not someone he could simply crush at will. With Mephisto's betrayal interrogating Raymond further was pointless. He had no choice but to retreat for now. Once he returned, he would find another way to capture Raymond, and seize any opportunity to make Mephisto pay dearly for his treachery. If he didn't settle this score, he wouldn't be Malekith. But before that, I'll take a bit of interest. Malekith's face twisted with malice. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his grip tightening. Yes, he was planning to kill Thor right then and there. Thor was Raymond's friend, and, even more importantly, the hated heir to Asgard. Striking down Thor would at least vent some of his wrath. A sharp, sickening crack rang out, the unmistakable sound of skull shattering, followed immediately by a familiar howl of agony. Malekith glanced down at his hand and was stunned to find not Thor, but his own servant, Algrim, clutched in his grasp. No, what is this? A cold sense of dread washed over Malekith. He was certain this was no illusion. The one in his hand really was Algrim. And yet, just a moment ago, he'd been grabbing Thor. He looked up to see Raymond watching him with a faint, knowing smile, while Thor stood perfectly fine at Raymond's side. The reality stone. Malekith's face turned an ashen gray. He, too, had once wielded the power of the Reality Stone. There was no mistaking its effects, even if he didn't realize it at the very first moment. Once he saw Raymond's reaction and recalled the unbelievable events that had just unfolded, it hit him instantly. Raymond must have mastered the Reality Stone as well. No wonder Mephisto said he'd done all he could, but still couldn't deal with him. If Raymond really holds the power of the Reality Stone, then even if he can't stand up to his Sky Father, he'd have more than enough strength to protect himself. Likewise, he can easily warp my senses and alter Algrim's position, which explains how things ended up like this. Damn it, he's just a mere Midgardian. Now that Malekith understood what was happening, his hatred for Raymond only grew deeper. After all, the power Raymond wielded should have been his. Malekith had long regarded the Reality Stone as something already in his grasp, and for Raymond to use it like this was no different than desecrating his ancestors' graves. Fortunately, he probably won't go around telling people it's the Reality Stone, unless someone tries to steal it from him. As long as I plan carefully with my knowledge of the Reality Stone, there's still a chance I could snatch it back from him. Malekith's eyes gleamed with cunning. As for Algrim's death, while it was a shame, it hardly compared to the importance of the Reality Stone. Having made up his mind, he casually tossed Algrim's body aside and instantly leapt back, retreating at full speed. Yes, he decided to slip away for now. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. He was confident that he would have another chance to reclaim the Reality Stone. But he had clearly overlooked something. Just as Malekith was retreating, a sudden rift tore open to the left of the Bifrost, just as it had when Raymond was pulled away. From within the crack, a figure with 3 pairs of black wings, shrouded in dark red flames, descended in an instant. Lucifer! Malekith gasped in shock. It was indeed Lucifer. More precisely, the true form of the young Lucifer had arrived. His true form was nothing like that of a boy. It radiated pure malice. With the distinctive black wings of a fallen angel and a demonic visage far removed from his youthful appearance. Yet, they were undeniably the same being. Did you really think you could just walk away? On the other side, the young Lucifer sneered coldly. You dare to threaten me? If I don't make an example of you, wouldn't everyone think they could trample over me from now on? It was clear that Lucifer was seething with rage toward Malekith. Had Malekith succeeded in seizing the ether particle today, Lucifer certainly wouldn't have intervened directly. He wasn't about to risk humiliating himself. After all, he couldn't be sure what the ether particle might do for Malekith, and he would never be careless. Even so, he would have found another time to settle the score. He would never just let it go. But now, it was obvious. Malekith had failed. Without the ether particle, and with Malekith's strength clearly not fully restored, he posed no real threat to Lucifer. Naturally, Lucifer wasn't about to simply let Malekith slip away. Don't resort to violence. We can talk this out. I'm willing to pay a hefty price. Malekith, fully aware that he stood no chance against Lucifer in his current state, hurriedly tried to negotiate. But Lucifer's true form had no patience for his pleading. With a single sweep of his wings, Lucifer unleashed a surge of dark crimson flames that instantly engulfed Malekith, setting him ablaze in an instant. Damn it, mark my words, this isn't over. Malekith shouted, both wounded and furious, his voice dripping with threat. He felt a deep sense of humiliation. He had already lowered his head and begged for mercy. Yet Lucifer showed him no leniency at all. It was intolerable. Of course, he conveniently forgot his own arrogance just moments before. Swallowed by the crimson fire, Malekith was in dire straits. Lucifer's attack was anything but merciful. Even so, Malekith didn't just sit and wait for death. With a flick of his wrist, a mysterious azure crystal orb appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he crushed it to pieces. Tried to escape? Lucifer immediately noticed, and with a simple clench of his hand in Malekith's direction, the flames around Malekith suddenly contracted, then erupted with a mighty explosion, sending shockwaves everywhere. Yet, not far away, Raymond noticed that the young Lucifer, witnessing all this, actually frowned in response. At that moment, the true Lucifer in the sky waved his hand again, and the explosion's flames vanished without a trace. But Malekith had also disappeared. Is he dead? Thor breathed a sigh of relief as he spoke. No, he probably escaped, Raymond replied calmly, glancing at the young Lucifer for confirmation. That's right. What he just used was most likely a one-use spatial artifact. Even I couldn't have stopped it, the young Lucifer answered, his face clouded with displeasure. Clearly, he hadn't expected things to play out this way. He'd hoped to take the opportunity to get rid of Malekith, vent his anger, and perhaps do Raymond a favor in passing. But he hadn't anticipated that, even with his true form present, he'd be unable to keep Malekith from escaping. It was a blow to his pride. What's worse, Malekith now clearly bore him a grudge. While Lucifer himself didn't fear Malekith, it was bound to be a headache. After all, Malekith was the leader of the Dark Elves and had ruled the 9 realms for a considerable time. His treasury surely held many rare treasures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enlist Mephisto's help. That spatial artifact he'd just used was proof enough. A wealthy foe like that, once they set their sights on you, was sure to bring endless trouble. From this, it was clear that Lucifer's intervention this time had been a double loss. He'd failed to capture Malekith and managed to make a new enemy in the process. Not only did he fail to vent his anger or deliver his goodwill, but he also ended up making a troublesome new enemy. What rotten luck! The boyish Lucifer was visibly annoyed. But at this moment, he noticed something odd. Raymond didn't seem concerned at all. In fact, there was even a hint of a smile on his face. Something's off. This guy's grudge against Malekith should be even deeper than mine. Why is he reacting like this when Malekith got away? Seeing Raymond's expression, Lucifer realized something was amiss. Sure enough, the very next moment, a spatial rift appeared where Malekith had disappeared, and Malekith staggered backward, re-emerging from the crack. Not only that, but a weapon, resembling a bone spike, was lodged in his chest, piercing straight through him. As he stumbled back, he clutched his chest, his face twisted in despair. You damned bastard. That's Mephisto's soul-piercing spike, the notorious troublemaker's signature move. Malekith is finished. When Lucifer saw the bone spike in Malekith's chest, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a faint smile tugging at his lips. At that moment, Mephisto's voice floated out from the other side of the rift. I haven't broken our contract, but to keep you from running around sullying my reputation, let me send you on your way. Bastard. Malekith's features contorted with rage, but it was all in vain. He was already on death's doorstep. Vast anesthesia. Suddenly, Raymond vanished from where he stood. In a blink, he appeared behind Malekith, instantly shifting into the form of Old Man Jiro, and landed a ruthless blow from behind. If this had been a Malekith of old, even if he couldn't fully wield his godly strength, Raymond would never have dared take such liberties. But now, with Malekith already teetering at the edge of death, Raymond had no qualms about finishing the job. More importantly, he wanted to see if he could cash in one last time. With a thud, Malekith's headless corpse collapsed on the Rainbow Bridge. So it really works? Raymond's eyes lit up as he glanced at the changes on his data panel. This haul was truly exhilarating. Malekith was worthy of his title as a god-tier powerhouse. A fat sheep indeed. The others didn't find Raymond's action strange. They simply assumed he'd wanted to vent his anger and make sure Malekith was finished. Big brother, is it you? Won't you stay for a drink before you go? Raymond called out toward the rift. No, I'm far too busy. If fate allows, we'll meet again, my wise brother. Mephisto's voice replied from the other side. Before the words had even faded, the rift snapped shut. In the distance, Lucifer's true form vanished into thin air as well, no doubt returning to his dominion in hell. For hell lords like them, it's never wise to leave their own hells for long periods of time, because only within the realms they control are they truly safe. That's precisely why young Lucifer usually relies on avatars and incarnations, and Mephisto follows the same logic. Even when he accepted Malekith's commission, Mephisto remained extremely cautious, always lurking in the shadows and never exposing his true form before other father-level beings. It was only after Odin and the others had departed that he dared to reveal himself and snatch away Raymond. He never expected, however, that Raymond would be able to wield the power of the Reality Stone to a certain extent, making Mephisto's attack land as harmlessly as if he'd struck a pillow. What vexed him even more was that Raymond actually tried to trap him with the Reality Stone, and against all odds succeeded. Just as the Time Stone could imprison Dormammu, so too could the Reality Stone imprison him, his true form, no less. Although Raymond hadn't directly threatened him, Mephisto knew all too well that Raymond wouldn't have gone to such lengths just for the sake of a joke. So, when Raymond proposed a sworn brotherhood, Mephisto agreed without any hesitation. He didn't dare refuse. Even if Raymond might not have the guts to fight him to the bitter end, the possibility still existed. His own power was formidable, stronger even than Lucifer's true form, and perhaps even a match for Hela. But as a Hell Lord, leaving his domain was undeniably dangerous, especially for someone like him. Lucifer didn't call him a troublemaker for nothing. He'd meddled in countless father-level affairs and offended more than a few of them, enough that he'd run out of fingers to count. If those father-level beings ever learned that his true form had left its own hell and was trapped somewhere, who's to say they wouldn't join forces against him? If Raymond spread word of this, the odds were at least 50-50 that such a disaster would occur. That was enough to make Mephisto genuinely anxious. Since he was already on shaky ground, as long as Raymond's demands weren't too outrageous, he was prepared to accept them. He certainly didn't expect Raymond's only request to be his sworn brotherhood. Of course, that was well within his limits. Still, for now, he had no desire to see this virtuous brother of his again, especially not in his true form. If he got trapped once more, it would be downright laughable. Who knew what strange demands Raymond might make next? So, after dispatching Malekith, he slipped away at once, without the slightest intention of meeting Raymond again. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed through the sky. Having withstood a powerful blow from Heimdall, Surtur wasted no time in making his escape. The moment he realized Malekith was finished, any reason for continuing the fight evaporated. Without Malekith and his servant, there was no way he could have broken into Asgard all by himself. Even if Raymond hadn't unexpectedly intervened, just Thor alone, after his breakthrough, would have been more than enough for him to handle. As for Surtur's escape, Heimdall and the others made no move to stop him either. They, too, knew the legend and dared not risk killing Surtur, fearing it might bring Ragnarok upon them ahead of time. According to the legend, Surtur's death would herald the arrival of Ragnarok, which was precisely why Odin, after defeating him years ago, chose not to kill him, but instead only stripped him of his core power. About what happened earlier, "I'm sorry," young Lucifer said as he approached Raymond, his tone tinged with a hint of apology. Although, were he to do it all over again, he would still make the same choice. He couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. "You flatter me, Your Grace. All of this was Malekith's fault. How could I possibly blame you?" Raymond replied with a smile. Hearing this, young Lucifer nodded, saying nothing more. But he understood. Raymond didn't truly feel indifferent. If he really didn't mind, he would have called him boss instead of addressing him as Your Grace like everyone else. Still, Lucifer knew this was inevitable. Their relationship could never return to what it once was, though at least they could still be considered friends. Friends. The thought caught young Lucifer off guard for a moment. He suddenly realized he now saw Raymond as someone with whom he could interact as an equal. This was a far cry from when they'd first met. Back then, he'd merely thought Raymond was powerful enough to help her expand her influence on Earth. Even when Raymond later used him to trick Dormammu, it had only made Lucifer regard him with a bit more respect. But this time was different. Not only had Raymond escaped Mephisto's grasp and scathe, but judging by the situation, he'd even managed to get the better of Mephisto. Otherwise, knowing Mephisto as he did, Lucifer was certain the demon would never have played at sworn brotherhood with a mere mortal from Earth, nor would he be actively avoiding Raymond now. To be able to outwit an old fox like Mephisto, there were precious few across the multiverse who could claim such a feat, and now Raymond was one of them. That alone was enough for Lucifer to see Raymond as a peer. Not to mention, in a way, even Malekith could be considered as having met his end at Raymond's hands. A few days later, the 8 spatial rifts on Earth finally disappeared, and Raymond had returned home. After Malekith's death, no one knew where Surtur had gone into hiding, but at last, the alarms in Asgard had been lifted. Dormammu and Hela joining forces was enough to make the entire multiverse tremble. But ever since Tyr had agreed to intervene, Asgard's crisis had, in truth, been more than half resolved. After all, Odin was still alive, which was completely different from the timeline Raymond knew. Now, Odin was nearing the end of his life, and his strength had waned considerably. But even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. Neither Hela nor Dormammu could hope to defeat him in a direct confrontation on their own. In fact, the outcome was that Asgard remained safe and sound, successfully repelling this invasion. It was just that things hadn't unfolded exactly as Raymond had expected. Dormammu was forced to kneel. Raymond asked in astonishment. Listening to young Lucifer, ever the eager bringer of gossip, deliver the latest scoop, Raymond couldn't help but be surprised as well. After Malekith was taken out that day, he had returned to Earth ahead of the others, helping clear out the remaining monsters there. For one thing, his abilities wouldn't have made any difference against Dormammu or Hela. Even trapping Mephisto had involved a fair bit of luck. For another, things on Earth had gotten chaotic enough, and he'd already reaped about as much benefit as he could. There was no need to stick around and get caught up in the mess any longer. It wasn't until young Lucifer showed up again, eager to share the latest sensational news, that Raymond learned what had happened next. Kneeling? He's practically crippled, young Lucifer exclaimed, clicking his tongue in amazement. That Vanir King is truly the most powerful in history. Looks like we've all underestimated him. Even Odin at his peak might not have been a match for this version of him. What I can't figure out is why he never overthrew Asgard, and why he even stepped in to help them. It's just so strange. Raymond simply listened quietly, without taking the bait. He, of course, knew why the Vanir king hadn't overthrown Asgard, but that was their family business. If they didn't talk about it themselves, it wasn't his place to go around spreading it and risk offending anyone. Still, the fact that the Vanir king's strength could bring Dormammu to his knees, and in the dark dimension no less, was quite an incredible feat. Do you think there's any way we could completely get rid of Dormammu? Raymond suddenly asked. Oh, come on, young Lucifer replied, waving a hand and shaking his head with a laugh. Why do you think the Vanir king didn't finish Dormammu off for good? Out of mercy? If it were possible, he wouldn't have held back. After all, with someone as loathsome as Dormammu, I wouldn't mind helping him along myself if I had the chance. But it's just not realistic. For us Hell Lords, the only way to truly kill us is to destroy the hell we rule over. Otherwise, even if our bodies are destroyed, we'll eventually return from our own hells, as good as new. And the stronger the Hell Lord, the bigger and tougher their hellish dimensions are to destroy. It's not something easily done. With a power on the level of the All-Father, it's simply impossible to destroy something like Dormammu's dark dimension. Even that Vanir God King, whose strength is the greatest among all the All-Fathers I've known, couldn't do it. That's why he never tried to kill Dormammu, because it would be utterly meaningless. Well, I guess I was overthinking things. Raymond sighed with disappointment. He'd been hoping to kick Dormammu while he was down. After all, a guy like Dormammu hardly deserves mercy. But now it's clear there's a reason Dormammu has been able to run rampant for so many years. If even Tyr, who's a notch above peak Odin and is basically invincible among the All-Fathers, can't kill him, then there really aren't many across the whole multiverse who could threaten him. After all, 4 out of the 5 great cosmic entities never interfere in the multiverse, and the last one usually keeps to himself, unless provoked. The rest are rare players, like the Watchers, who, just like the 5, almost never get involved in multiversal affairs. So Dormammu really does have the power to act without restraint. Of course, for those who could actually beat him, he'd still be wary. For instance, back when Odin was at his peak, Dormammu would never have dared to mess with Asgard. It's only now, with things different, that he dares to take revenge. If this were 1,000 years ago, Odin would have already sent him flying. What about Thor's father and his sister? How did things end up for them? Raymond suddenly remembered another battlefield and asked. No idea. Young Lucifer shook his head. No idea? What do you mean, no idea? You don't even know who won or lost? Or did it end in a draw? Raymond asked, surprised. Nobody knows what really happened, nor who won or lost. All anyone knows is that after that day, Hela left Asgard and didn't seem interested in seeking more revenge, Lucifer replied. That means Thor's father must have won, right? Raymond guessed. In theory, yes. But rumor has it that Odin was never the same after returning. He seemed deeply shaken. It wasn't just him. Even that Vanir God King seemed a bit off, and your friend Thor. In short, none of them have been seen since that day. All my information is just hearsay, so I can't vouch for how reliable it is. Maybe you could find out more. Lucifer looked at Raymond with hopeful anticipation. He knew Raymond was on good terms with Thor, so if Raymond tried to find out, his information would surely be more accurate. As a passionate gossip, Lucifer could barely contain his burning curiosity. I'll see what I can do, Raymond replied, not making any promises. He had already begun to suspect what might have happened. But if things really were as he guessed, now was probably not the right time to ask Thor about it. It's better to wait a while before taking any action. Seeing that Raymond had no intention of contacting Thor immediately, the young Lucifer couldn't press him further. Disappointed, he took his leave, but not before reminding Raymond to inform him right away if there were any updates. Raymond readily agreed, though he didn't take it to heart. After the young Lucifer left, Raymond thought for a moment, then turned to Stephanie and said, Start preparing. I want you to summon all the regional Hydra leaders. I'd like to meet them in person. Stephanie was surprised. You want to see them yourself? Yes. Raymond nodded slightly. But if you do this, there's no way to keep your connection to Hydra's secret. Won't that affect you? Stephanie asked with concern. Raymond chuckled softly. I never intended to keep it secret any longer. Besides, even if I wanted to keep a low profile, do you really think S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers would let me? If my low profile makes them uncomfortable, why not go public and make a splash instead? A bright grin lit up Stephanie's face. Honey, you finally come around. That's wonderful. You have no idea how many people have been complaining to me lately about S.H.I.E.L.D. and that woman. Stephanie was never a model of obedience, but she always behaved properly around Raymond, never saying a word out of turn or asking unnecessary questions. But lately, Hydra have been under tremendous pressure. Even bowing their heads did no good. Once, people joked that S.H.I.E.L.D. was just Hydra's public branch, but that was an exaggeration. Hydra's true strength lay in the shadows, while S.H.I.E.L.D. worked in the open. Now that Hydra had been dragged into the sunlight, Their overall power was barely on par with S.H.I.E.L.D., and they lacked official backing. To make things worse, S.H.I.E.L.D. currently enjoyed the close support of the even more formidable Avengers. Under Stephanie's orders, Hydra had been keeping its head down, yet trouble still found them. She was exasperated by the situation. But because of Raymond's ties to S.H.I.E.L.D., she always kept her frustrations in check. She knew that, to Raymond, Hydra wasn't truly important. Even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't matter much to him. So she never criticized S.H.I.E.L.D. in front of him, not wanting to provoke his displeasure. But now that Raymond had spoken up himself, she finally felt free to let her own feelings show. Raymond understood Stephanie's thoughts perfectly. He patted her gently on the back and smiled. "All right, go make the arrangements. This time, I promise I won't put you in a difficult position again." "Thank you, honey," Stephanie exclaimed, giving Raymond a quick kiss on the cheek before dashing off to make the calls. It seemed she was already hard at work, organizing everything. Watching Stephanie's figure disappearing into the distance, Raymond muttered to himself, "Old friend, why must you do this? Why force my hand?" He shook his head with a weary sigh. He had never intended to use Hydra for any grand ambition. Taking control of Hydra was simply a way to prevent an internal war within S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time, and, incidentally, to have some extra hands when necessary. For instance, Orochimaru's experimental base happened to be a Hydra asset. Without their resources, he wouldn't have found it so quickly. It was clear that Director Fury had chosen not to trust him. Perhaps Fury truly considered him a friend, but the director's very nature made it impossible for him to fully trust anyone. Whether friend or subordinate, no one was above suspicion in his eyes. He always kept several contingencies in place, just in case. But when it came to Raymond, Fury had no cards left to play. Raymond was simply too powerful. If he wished, he could overturn S.H.I.E.L.D. at any moment, letting Hydra take its place. Fury couldn't bear to let the fate of S.H.I.E.L.D. depend on Raymond's goodwill, so he decided to recall Captain Marvel. What Fury might not have realized was that Captain Marvel had long since ceased to be the inexperienced rookie she was when she left Earth. Now, armed with the formidable power of a top-tier celestial, she was revered as a savior wherever she went. There were even civilizations that worshipped her as a deity. Over time, her heart and mind had changed. The Captain Marvel who returned to Earth was far more confident and far more domineering than the one who had left over 20 years ago. Upon her return, she seized control of the Avengers from the three leaders, forcing Thor and Tony to leave. With her personal prestige and strength, she rallied the remaining members and recruited many powerful new ones. According to Fury's plan, the new Avengers would provide enough deterrence to create a new balance between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Raymond. But Captain Marvel clearly thought that wasn't enough. In her view, Hydra needed to be eradicated completely. As for Raymond, he could join the Avengers under her leadership if he wished. If not, he would have to be closely monitored. Fury hesitated at this, but since Captain Marvel was still one of his own, he chose not to interfere. And so, the conflict steadily escalated. At this point, there was no meaning in discussing who was right or wrong. Raymond didn't care about that anyway. But anyone who thought he was weak or easily pushed around was sorely mistaken. This recent trip to Asgard had shown him the terrifying power of the Celestials, a force even Frisia couldn't withstand. Even Aral, at best, could only avoid being eliminated and pull off some unbelievable feats like knocking a Celestial out of the sky. Being able to send someone flying actually isn't all that useful. It just looks impressive on the surface. Take that day in Warnerheim, for example. Aral sent Tyr hurtling with a single punch, but Tyr didn't suffer a scratch. Besides, even though Raymond's overall power has been steadily climbing, so much so that he can now withstand blows from Frisia and Aral for a short time, there's still a limit to how long he can keep it up, and it's not particularly long at that. If, after being captured by Mephisto, he relied on Aral to protect herself, she might at best hold out for a few minutes. But once her power faded and she reverted, wouldn't she be at Mephisto's mercy all the same? Fortunately, he'd kept the Reality Stone as his trump card, which forced Mephisto into compromising. Yet it was precisely this ordeal that made him realize he no longer needed to tiptoe around those godlike, cosmic overlords. Now that the Reality Stone was in his grasp, even if he still couldn't go toe-to-toe with a cosmic god, he could at least ensure his own safety. Even if Dormammu himself descended in full force, it would be hard to take him down, unless Dormammu also managed to get his hands on some equally outrageous artifact. Of course, Raymond wasn't so naive as to think he was invincible just because he had the Reality Stone. After all, the world held plenty of powerful relics that rivaled the Infinity Stones, and there were 6 Infinity Stones in total. The Reality Stone was only one of them. Banking on a single stone to rampage through the multiverse? That would be pure folly. Still, no matter how you looked at it, This incident finally allowed Raymond to let go of many of his psychological burdens. With a shift in mindset, new ideas began to take shape. Previously, he hadn't intended to move against S.H.I.E.L.D. For one thing, S.H.I.E.L.D. generally did more good than harm. Thanks to them, ordinary people could live in relative safety. For another, he had personal relationships with Director Fury and May. After all, he himself was half a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. But now that he'd been trampled on, he wasn't magnanimous enough to simply pretend nothing had happened. Besides, why should the responsibility of protecting Earth fall solely to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers? If he replaced them with Hydra, backed by his own resources, Hydra would be far more dependable than S.H.I.E.L.D. ever was. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't trust him and wouldn't dare accept his help easily. They'd always be wary of his intentions. Hydra, on the other hand, posed no such problem. After all, Hydra was now essentially Stephanie's private property, and in some sense, so was Stephanie herself. Nobody would dare refuse him. Given all this, did S.H.I.E.L.D. still have any reason to exist? Once he'd sorted out his thoughts, Raymond immediately set about making preparations. He wouldn't actually kill Fury, or the others. After all, they'd never try to kill him, but that wouldn't stop him from overturning S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely. Carol, are you ready? Raymond asked with a faint smile. The Superhero Registration Act, a term that should only have appeared years from now, had suddenly arrived in this world, igniting a storm of controversy in an instant. The root of it all began not long ago, when 8 portals to other great realms opened, allowing a flood of monsters from those worlds to pour into ours. This disaster was so widespread that neither the Avengers nor S.H.I.E.L.D. alone could possibly handle it. As a result, nearly all superheroes, and even some superpowered individuals who were usually villains, joined forces to fend off the crisis. After all, villains have their own turf and interests too, and those monsters cared nothing for whose territory they were destroying. On this matter, the vast majority of people on Earth were united, regardless of whether they walked the path of good or evil. However, when it came to the villains, their actions were far less restrained than those of the superheroes. Their top priority was to kill the monsters, not to save lives. This led to a number of unnecessary casualties, some even caught on camera, and the consequences only began to unfold after the dust had settled. In truth, it wasn't just the villains who caused collateral damage. The superheroes were not innocent either. The monsters this time were formidable. Even the weakest among them matched a level 4 superhuman on Earth. The battles were perilous and chaotic, often leaving the heroes with no time to worry about bystanders. If the monsters weren't stopped, there would only be more casualties, so sometimes collateral damage was inevitable. The only question was how much. It was true that the villains caused more innocent deaths, but it was impossible for the superheroes to come out completely blameless. But for most ordinary people, especially the families of those who died by accident, it was impossible to remain calm or to draw clear lines, especially since most superheroes kept their identities secret. Few, like Tony, revealed themselves to the public. For the average citizen, it became nearly impossible to distinguish between many of the superheroes and their villainous counterparts. While most people understood at first that these superpowered individuals were fighting to save Earth, things looked very different to the families of those accidentally killed in the chaos. Suppose a monster hurled a massive boulder at a superhuman, and to avoid being crushed, the hero had no choice but to deflect it, only for the boulder to strike and kill some unlucky passersby. In that case, who was really to blame? Incidents like these were countless, especially the collateral damage caused by superpowered villains. But for the families of the victims, all superhumans were the same. They couldn't tell who was a hero and who was a villain. For these people, the deaths of their loved ones might not have been inevitable, but in the end, it was the actions of these superpowered beings from Earth that led to their demise. Admittedly, such a statement is rather unfair. Most of the victims who were accidentally killed were simply unlucky. If blame is to be assigned, it should truly fall upon the monsters themselves. Yet, human beings have never been creatures of pure reason. Emotions cloud their judgment, and with a hidden hand fanning the flames behind the scenes, this issue was constantly thrust into the spotlight. Eventually, the governments of various countries found themselves unable to downplay the conflict as they once did. Now, they had no choice but to confront it head-on. It was under these circumstances that a proposal, one that should not have appeared so soon, was brought forth ahead of time: the Superhero Registration Act. Moreover, this act was far more draconian than the original proposal that was meant to come into effect several years later. According to this law, all individuals with superpowers were required to reveal their identities and register with the authorities, with their abilities meticulously documented. Only those granted official permission could use their powers in public. Furthermore, every time a superpowered individual used their abilities, They were required to report to the relevant department and explain the reason for their actions. If they used their powers unnecessarily or caused harm, it would be considered a crime. For those who refused to register, discovery would mean facing the full force of the law and compulsory rehabilitation. In essence, superpowers were now to be treated as weapons. Just as one needs a license to carry a gun, possessing superhuman abilities would require government oversight. Unrestricted use of superpowers was strictly forbidden. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the law, and authorities would have the right to arrest offenders. The gray area that once existed was now erased. Undoubtedly, this approach could indeed help control certain destabilizing factors, but it would also generate negative repercussions. This meant that the street vigilante heroes, and those who wished to keep their identities secret, would now become outlaws if they refused to register. Whenever they appear at a crime scene, the police would be obliged to apprehend them, rather than turning a blind eye as before. It is easy to imagine the storm this legislation stirred in the superpowered community. Most were furious, for this was utterly unacceptable to them. Mutants, in particular, were convinced this was an ordinary human's conspiracy, a scheme to eradicate them altogether. On this issue, ordinary people and superpowered individuals found themselves on opposite sides of a stark divide. For the general populace, the act offered more benefits than drawbacks. It placed shackles on superhuman abilities, making the superpowered think twice before abusing their gifts. But would those with powers willingly submit to such restraints? Some might, but their numbers would surely be few. But whatever the superpowered individuals might think, it was inevitable that they would not influence the decisions of the world's governments. After all, those in power are, for the most part, ordinary people. When the will of the ordinary people began to surge, the governments had no choice but to go along with the tide and directly put forth this bill. S.H.I.E.L.D., as a semi-official organization with ties to various governments and specializing in dealing with superpowered individuals, naturally took on this responsibility without hesitation. It's worth mentioning that S.H.I.E.L.D. actually supported the bill. Whether it was Director Fury or Captain Marvel, now the leader of the Avengers, both believed this was a positive step. Because both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers possess the authority to allow superpowered individuals to use their abilities legally, the introduction of this bill would, on the whole, benefit them more than harm them. To put it simply, it was a matter of perspective. The bill would increase the power and influence of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, and in theory, it could also reduce crimes committed. With superpowers, naturally, they had no reason to oppose it. On the contrary, they would likely push it forward with all their might. However, neither Director Fury nor Captain Marvel noticed that the first problems brought about by the bill actually began within their own ranks. No matter what, such a bill should never exist, said Captain America firmly, his gaze resolute. It's obvious there's someone manipulating things from the shadows this time. I don't believe those officials are truly blind to it. Hawkeye let out a weary sigh. Of course they see it, but they won't mind using this wave of sentiment to put some limits on the ever-growing number of superpowered folks, will they? This is the work of power-hungry ambition. Captain America slammed his hand on the table. This is the very kind of authoritarian mindset I fought against back in the day. What I've always stood for is the spirit of freedom. If we help push this bill through, how are we any different from those we once opposed? There's no way I'll ever agree to this. Dr. Banner spoke up in a low, thoughtful voice. But it seems like Fury and Carol both support the bill. Even if you're against it, Cap, I'm afraid it won't make much difference. If they insist on this, then we'll have no choice but to become their enemies. That's not up for debate, Captain America replied, unwavering. Do you realize what you're saying, Steve? Came a voice, tinged with displeasure. At that moment, Captain Marvel entered from outside, clearly having overheard their conversation. I imagine you heard every word, didn't you? Captain America met her gaze, unflinching. I thought we were fighting on the same side. Captain Marvel's brow furrowed slightly. Don't you think this is the only way to better protect Earth, to protect the world? If your idea of protection means stripping away our freedom, then we are not, and never will be, on the same side. Captain America showed no sign of backing down. I really don't want to fight you, Captain. If you take back what you just said, I can pretend I didn't hear it. That's impossible. Then I'm sorry. Captain America could see that a fight was inevitable. He raised his shield, but before he could react, Captain Marvel sent him flying with a powerful blow. Stop it, you obnoxious woman. Dr. Banner had already transformed into the Hulk and charged straight at Captain Marvel. The Hulk was now at level 5 strength, considerably stronger than he had been during the Battle of New York. Even so, he still found himself outmatched by Captain Marvel. She effortlessly caught his fist, lifted him off the ground, and hurled him aside as if he weighed nothing. Hawkeye didn't hesitate to side with Captain America. But before he could make a move, a man as swift as the wind appeared out of nowhere and knocked him away with ease. "What's going on, boss?" The man who appeared wore a yellow suit and was called James, though these days he was better known by his nickname, Velocity, the man who moves like the wind. He was a new recruit to the Avengers, brought in by Captain Marvel herself, and it was clear he would never side with Hulk or Hawkeye against her. "I told you, these guys have no sense of discipline. I can't understand why we keep tolerating them." The man who spoke now had a mechanical arm and a cold demeanor. Cable. He entered the room, accompanied by other new heroes recruited by Captain Marvel, including Human Torch and the Thing. Naturally, all of them stood firmly with Captain Marvel. To be blunt, they'd long since lost patience with Captain America's team. The tension between old and new members was nothing new, but Captain Marvel had always seemed uninterested in resolving it. Or perhaps she'd allowed it to fester on purpose. Now, with Captain Marvel openly turning against Captain America's group, most of the new members looked on with a certain satisfaction. "We shouldn't be fighting each other, Captain. Stand down," Captain Marvel said coolly. "Never," Captain America replied with unwavering resolve. "Even if I don't lift a finger, you won't get out of here. Why push it this far?" Captain Marvel shook her head with a soft sigh. "I'll smash you to pieces." The Hulk roared in fury and charged back into the fray, looking even more terrifying in his anger. But this time, the Thing stepped in to block him. "Thud, I've been waiting to face you, big green guy." The Thing braced himself against the Hulk's onslaught. While he wasn't quite as strong as the Hulk, his raw power was formidable enough to hold the line, at least for a little while. But it was clear he was struggling, sliding backward under the pressure, and it wouldn't last long. At that moment, Human Torch transformed into a blazing streak of fire and shot directly at the Hulk. A massive explosion sent the Hulk flying once again. Right beside him, Speedster, moving at an incredible velocity, snatched an arrow out of the air and instantly hurled it back. Hawkeye dodged in haste, but still ended up with a gash on his arm. Captain America wasn't standing idle, either. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the Hulk, he charged straight towards Captain Marvel. Yet before he could get close, Cable, standing at Captain Marvel's side, fired a laser beam from his left eye. The beam struck Captain America's shield, pinning him to the spot. Though the shield held firm against the onslaught, Captain America found himself unable to advance any further. At the same moment, Cable's mechanical arm launched several mini-missiles, blasting Captain America clear off his feet. All of this unfolded in less than 30 seconds. In under half a minute, the trio was already battered and disheveled. Just as Captain Marvel had said, they didn't even need her to take action. Captain America and his team didn't stand chance. The new Avengers she had assembled were by no means weaker than the original team. In fact, they might even be stronger. And with her leading them, they were simply unstoppable. For Captain America and his friends, their presence now held more symbolic meaning than any real threat. "So much for being troublesome. Looks like I overestimated you old-timers," Cable sneered, making no effort to hide his disdain. But no sooner had those words left his mouth than his expression changed abruptly. "Watch out," he shouted. Instantly, he raised his mechanical arm in front of him, and an energy shield flickered to life, protecting him from what was coming. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of over 100 mini-missiles rained down, exploding in a rapid, deafening chain of blasts. All but Speedster were caught in the explosions, left scrambling, and covered in soot. Captain Marvel was unharmed by the blasts themselves, but couldn't avoid the cloud of dust they kicked up. Her hair was streaked with ash, and her face darkened with annoyance. "Tony Stark," she called out coldly, eyes locked on the red suit of armor descending from above the base, her voice sharp with irritation. "Hope I'm not too late, Captain." Tony's voice rang out, light and teasing from within the suit. "Not late at all, just in time." Captain America managed a faint smile at Tony's arrival. Despite all their ideological differences, he had always seen Tony as a friend he could trust. "Stark, are you sure you want to get involved in this?" Captain Marvel's voice was icy. "This operation is being led by the world governments and S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you sure you want to stand against them? Don't try to scare me with that." "I'm just here to take my friends home," Tony replied lazily from inside the armor. "You don't have the authority." "Says who? Since when do you speak for the law?" "At worst, we'll just go to court. I have all the time in the world to play this game with you." Tony's words made Captain Marvel's brows knit together once more. Tony was nothing like Steve and the others. He was a real headache. If Tony really managed to take Steve and his team away, then in order to capture them again, she'd have to face the entire Stark Industries legal team. That lawsuit could drag on for years with no end in sight. By then, everything would be long over, and there'd be no point in trying to catch anyone. So, there was no way she'd let Tony take them. As long as she still had them in her grasp, she didn't have to worry about Tony's endless tricks. The premise is that you can take them. Captain Marvel drew a clear line in the sand. Hey, looks like you're ready to go all the way, huh? Tony asked. That's your choice to make. Captain Marvel replied coolly. Well, let me grant your wish then. Tony sneered. Something in Tony's tone made Captain Marvel uneasy, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. The answer revealed itself soon enough. No sooner had Tony finished speaking than it was as if the entire base had been enveloped in a mirror dimension. Suddenly, a shimmering, glass-like barrier sprung up all around them. At that moment, a strikingly elegant man in a white suit, clearly of mixed heritage, strolled in unhurriedly through the hole Hulk had smashed. Earlier, a faint smile playing on his lips. Beside him walked a blond man in a beige overcoat, looking disheveled and holding a bottle of beer. It's you. Captain Marvel's expression shifted the moment she recognized the newcomer. She knew exactly who he was. It was Raymond, the very same person who had embarrassed her not long ago. Captain Marvel certainly wasn't unfamiliar with Raymond. In fact, the main reason Director Fury had called her back this time was because of him, despite Fury's countless warnings to avoid direct confrontation. With Raymond, unless absolutely necessary, Captain Marvel had never really agreed with that approach, especially now that she had the Avengers under control. Raymond was a wild card that needed to be dealt with. That was why she'd confronted him at Stark Tower not long ago. But the sudden appearance of the Nine Realms portal had derailed her original plans. Who would have thought that Raymond would show up here of his own accord now? Mr. Raymond, are you sure you want to interfere in Avengers business? Captain Marvel's voice was icy as she looked at him. That's right, Raymond replied with an easy smile. Wait, what did you say? Captain Marvel was caught off guard, her words faltering mid-sentence. She hadn't expected that answer at all. I am interfering, Raymond said, unhurried and calm. So what? What can you do about it? The new Avengers standing behind Captain Marvel all exchanged uneasy glances, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. In truth, they all knew of Raymond to some extent. Some even knew a bit more. For instance, they were aware that Raymond had once been a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but somehow he'd ended up as the mastermind behind Hydra. The details, however, were murky. Captain Marvel had never shared the full story with them. Regardless, in their eyes, Raymond's blatant provocation of Captain Marvel was nothing short of suicidal. Most of them had only joined the Avengers after being thoroughly schooled by Captain Marvel herself. Before that, each one had been brimming with pride and arrogance. But Captain Marvel's overwhelming strength had shattered their illusions, making them realize how insignificant they truly were. They might not get along well with each other, and they certainly didn't respect the old guard of Avengers like Captain America. But when it came to Captain Marvel, who was practically a living cheat code, they were genuinely afraid. Now, witnessing someone daring to challenge her face to face, they couldn't help but look at Raymond with a hint of pity in their eyes. Do you even understand what you're saying? Captain Marvel asked coldly. I know you've never liked me, Raymond replied, spreading his hands. I guess you've been holding back all this time for Fury's sake. Am I right? But honestly, you don't have to restrain yourself. I can give you a chance to teach me a lesson. Want to give it a try? Captain Marvel continued to glare at him icily, saying nothing. If you ask me, you're just not decisive enough. If I were in your position, I wouldn't waste a second before making my move. What's there to hesitate about? Raymond shrugged, then added, Forget it. Let me help you make up your mind. Even as he spoke, the easy smile on Raymond's face twisted, and suddenly, a sinister aura radiated from him. That aura instantly reminded Captain Marvel of someone who had once bested her, a certain purple skin tyrant. All of you back. Captain Marvel barely managed to utter a warning before she was blasted off her feet, sent hurtling into the mirrored crystal wall. To dare lose focus in a fight against this king. How utterly foolish, woman, sneered Frisia, who had just seized control of Raymond's body. Be careful. She's not as simple as she looks, Raymond cautioned in Frisia's mind. Mere lowly humans are nothing, but... Frisia's taunt was abruptly cut short when Captain Marvel's counterattack sent him flying before he could finish his sentence. Damn it. Suspended in midair, Frisia glared furiously at Captain Marvel. He'd just been about to show off to Raymond, only to be interrupted before he could even finish. The humiliation stoked his fury to a boiling point. Still, Captain Marvel's punch had made him realize that, in this form, he might not actually be her match. That only made his resentment burn hotter. Ever since he appeared in this world, things never seemed to go his way. One moment, he was bullied by an intellectually challenged little girl obsessed with playing with poop. The next, he was pushed around by a one-armed cripple. It was as if anyone could just walk up and pick on him. Lord Frisia? Seriously, what a joke. He was the emperor of the universe. This time, when Raymond let him out, Frisia had wanted nothing more than to put on a dazzling display to regain some dignity. Who could have imagined that he'd end up embarrassing himself the moment he showed up? How could he possibly accept that? With that thought, he didn't hesitate for a second. He plunged straight into his ultimate form, unleashing his power at full throttle, not bothering with the usual slow reveal. He knew he couldn't maintain this state for long, but he was determined to make sure everyone remembered. Lord Frisia was not to be trifled with. Down below, Zack saw Frisia's transformation and couldn't help but pull a long face. Raymond had brought him here specifically to contain the fallout from any fighting to avoid triggering unnecessary chain reactions. But now that Frisia had transformed, his power was nearly at the Celestial Father level. And since his opponent was Captain Marvel, a monster whose strength was also at the very peak of the Sub-Celestial Father tier, the shockwave from their clash would be nothing short of catastrophic. There was no way his mirror dimension spells could withstand the aftershocks from a battle of this magnitude. This is a real headache, Zack muttered, rubbing his temples in frustration. In the next instant, dark red liquid seemed to swirl in his palm, and the mirror dimension around them was tinged with a faint crimson glow, making it look even more mysterious. Yes, Zack was once again drawing upon the power of the Reality Stone. Without it, he had no confidence at all in containing the aftermath of Frisia and Captain Marvel's battle. Boom! As Zack reinforced the mirror dimension, Frisia and Captain Marvel had already collided once again. A clash between two top-tier sub-celestial father beings could only be described as earth-shattering. In an instant, the Avengers base within the mirror dimension was obliterated, reduced to dust. Both sides' members retreated to the very edges of the mirror dimension, careful not to get caught in the crossfire. The Human Torch even launched an attack at the mirror wall, only to discover that he couldn't so much as scratch it. It was like trying to tickle an iron fortress. Zack shot him a glance, but didn't bother to respond. Human Torch might have been a level 4 superhuman, but this mirror dimension had been specially set up for Frisia and Captain Marvel. Even a true Celestial Father would be held for a short time. So what chance did a level 4 have of even making it tremble? Human Torch quickly realized this himself, his face turning grim. But when he turned around, he was stunned to find that Captain Marvel appeared to be on the losing end. Frisia was pummeling her mercilessly. Relying on her formidable constitution, she hadn't suffered any fatal injuries. Even though she had been pummeled relentlessly, she just looked rather battered and disheveled. But it was clear that she was completely unable to fight back. Frisia, in his berserk mode, was as close to invincible among Archangel-level beings as Tyr was among the Celestials. Below the Celestial tier, it was nearly impossible for anyone to surpass him, certainly not Captain Marvel. If Frisia in berserk mode could be compared to Tyr, then Captain Marvel was probably even weaker than Dormammu. At least Dormammu could still put up some resistance against Tyr. Yet Captain Marvel at this moment had absolutely no room to fight back, sent flying again and again by Frisia's blows, careening wildly through the air. Half an hour later, by the time Director Fury received the message and rushed to the Avengers base, Raymond and the others had already left. The members of the new Avengers all seemed deeply shaken, each of them looking a bit lost. "Where are they?" Director Fury asked as soon as he arrived. "They've been gone a while," Quicksilver muttered, shrugging. "What exactly happened? Can someone give me an explanation?" Director Fury rubbed his forehead, his voice tense. Cable, standing nearby, summarized the situation briefly, then pointed upstairs. "The boss seems a little off." "I see," Director Fury replied, his expression turning grim. "You all can head out for now. I'll go check on Carol." With that, he started up the stairs. When he reached the office, he found Captain Marvel at her computer, typing away, busy with something he couldn't quite make out. Her reaction struck Fury as odd. From what Cable and the others had said, it sounded like Captain Marvel had been thoroughly beaten by Raymond, unable to fight back at all. Although, in the end, Raymond hadn't done anything too extreme. He simply dusted himself off and left with Captain America and the others. But, with the pride Captain Marvel usually displayed, Fury worried she might have taken the blow hard and might act out in some drastic way. If Captain Marvel had flown into a rage, Fury might actually have been more at ease. Anger, after all, could be vented and eventually soothed. But her current calmness gave Fury a sense of unease. "Are you all right, Carol?" Fury asked. "You're here," Captain Marvel replied, not even looking up. "Have a seat. I'll be done in just a minute." Fury, unsure what to say next, went over, poured 2 cups of coffee, and sat across from her, sliding 1 cup her way. "About what happened earlier. If you're here to comfort me, there's no need." Captain Marvel interrupted Director Fury before he could finish speaking. "I admit it. I underestimated that, Raymond. I thought that, aside from the Sorcerer Supreme, there wouldn't be any trouble on Earth that I couldn't handle. I never expected I'd misjudge the people of this world." "You're not the only one," Director Fury sighed. "I already tried my best to overestimate his abilities, but I never imagined even you wouldn't be a match for him." This really is. It's not so surprising, Captain Marvel said frankly. Someone with his level of power, he's not just exceptional on Earth, he'd be among the elites in the entire universe. I visited many civilizations and interacted with countless worlds. Yet, I've only ever encountered one or two people on his level. With that kind of strength, aside from the three great empires of the universe, most civilizations wouldn't even be a challenge for him. Director Fury had heard Captain Marvel speak of the three great empires before. Hearing her assessment of Raymond, he was shocked, but also couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. It suddenly dawned on him that he might have made a grave mistake. It was his own suspicion that had driven a wedge between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Raymond, and led to the Avengers falling apart. He couldn't blame Captain Marvel, because what she did was exactly what he'd hoped for, perhaps a bit more aggressive, but ultimately in line with his own thinking. Still, the way things had unfolded had gone far beyond what he expected. Maybe it's best if we just let this matter end here, Director Fury said after a moment's thought, sighing. I'll go talk to him, make it clear that I'm the one responsible, and I'll resign as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. No, Captain Marvel rejected his decision flatly. Director Fury looked at her in confusion, a trace of worry in his eyes, unsure why she was so opposed. I know what you're worried about, but you're underestimating me, Captain Marvel said calmly. Have you forgotten that before I left Earth last time, I actually failed quite often? Jan Rog may be a jerk, but he taught me that failure isn't the end of the world. Over the years, I've gotten used to solving problems with my fists, but it's not like I haven't run into situations where that didn't work. The universe is vast. There aren't many stronger than me, but they do exist. I'm not just brute strength, you know. Besides, don't you think letting such an unstable element run loose is a huge risk? If he were willing to work with us, accept some constraints, that'd be another story. But it's clear he has no such intention. Earth is just too small. Sooner or later, something will go wrong if we let someone like that do as he pleases. So what are you suggesting? Director Egg neither agreed nor disagreed. This Superhero Registration Act is a perfect opportunity. Since he wants to get involved, let's give him what he wants. It's also a chance for us to establish some new rules. Director Egg asked, so what do you plan to do? Captain Marvel replied, I remember you once told me that S.H.I.E.L.D. keeps a threat list. I need that list. Director Egg nodded, walked over to Captain Marvel, and accessed an encrypted website on his computer. After navigating through 3 layers of identity verification, he opened a hidden document. Inside was a ranking, and at the very top was none other than the current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Closed behind were names like Jade Emperor, King of Vampires, Apocalypse, Dr. Doom, and so on. Most of these names meant nothing to Captain Marvel. She hadn't even heard of many, let alone met them. Only the Ancient One was familiar. After all, the title of Sorcerer Supreme echoed throughout the multiverse. As expected, Raymond's name was also on the list, ranking 9th. Of course, it was clear that this was an outdated list. Raymond had already surpassed his previous strength. If the list were updated, perhaps only the Ancient One would be worthy of being above him. But that didn't mean the others were weak. Even someone as proud as Captain Marvel felt a jolt of surprise after reading the detailed descriptions of these individuals. For a moment, she even wondered if she'd returned to some counterfeit version of Earth. Where are you taking us? After leaving the Avengers with Raymond, Captain America and the others followed his lead, though he hadn't said where they were headed. Finally, Captain America couldn't help but ask, we're almost there. Don't worry, I mean you no harm, Raymond said with a smile. That's not what I meant. Captain America shook his head. He knew Raymond wasn't their enemy. Otherwise, there'd have been no reason to save them. With Captain Marvel's usual approach, while she wouldn't go too far, she'd definitely have locked them up for a while. And with Tony Stark around, even if they disagreed, he trusted Tony would never hurt them. Soon enough, the group arrived at a bar called Aegis. Since it was daytime, the place was nearly empty. Raymond, clearly familiar with the place, led them straight to a private room. Only Zach didn't follow them in. He and Raymond had already discussed things. He knew there was nothing left for him to do. After returning the Reality Stone to Raymond for safekeeping, he went off to enjoy himself elsewhere. There was nothing he could do about it. Even though only he could wield the Reality Stone, he was, after all, just a projection. Once he's destroyed, his consciousness will immediately return to Raymond's spiritual world, but the reality gem on his body won't. That's why Raymond usually prefers to keep it stored away himself, without worrying about anyone being able to steal it. He only hands it over to Zach when absolutely necessary. Raymond, if you got something to say, just say it. We're all friends here. As soon as they sat down, Tony came straight to the point. He and Raymond had been friends for a long time, and he knew Raymond wouldn't go out of his way to help Captain America and the others for no reason. Plus, Tony was the one most familiar with Raymond here, so he naturally took the initiative to ask, what do you all think of S.H.I.E.L.D. and of the current Avengers? Raymond replied with a question of his own, rather than answering directly. Tony replied, "Can I swear?" Raymond cut him off. "No need. I get the idea." Tony shrugged. Captain America, on the other hand, grew thoughtful. "Though our philosophies differ, I know their intentions are good at heart." Clearly, Captain America didn't bear any grudges against the current Avengers just because Captain Marvel wanted to arrest him. He could understand the actions of Captain Marvel and Director Fury, but he simply couldn't accept their beliefs. "I completely understand," Raymond said, showing empathy. Hawkeye spoke up coolly. "I just don't like that woman." Raymond raised his glass to him. "Here's to that." Hawkeye wasn't one for fussing over words. Seeing Raymond offer him a toast, he picked up his own drink and downed it in one go. By this point, Banner had returned to normal. After a moment's thought, he said, "I've got nothing personal against them, but the superhuman registration act they support is something I simply can't accept. Having powers isn't a crime. Most superhumans gain their abilities by accident. That's no reason to put them under control. Besides, human nature is the most unpredictable thing. Who's to say those in government won't get ideas once? They have a full list of all superhumans and start using them as weapons? They don't trust superhumans, but I trust the authorities even less." Banner's reaction to the Superhuman Registration Act was the most intense of all. It was fortunate, really, that he hadn't been present for that civil war in the MCU, or Tony's side might have been doomed from the start. It was understandable, though. He was the perfect example himself. For a long time, turning into the Hulk had been a source of pain for him, because it was never his choice. He knew that once he transformed, he could become a walking catastrophe. So he spent years in hiding, trying never to change again. But his father-in-law had never intended to let him go, always hunting him down, ostensibly for national security reasons, but Banner knew perfectly well there was also the hope of turning him into a weapon of war. Hulk might not be a thinker, but Banner was a genius. He understood all too well. He just didn't care to say it out loud. For this reason, he was staunchly opposed to any kind of superhero registration act. He knew all too well the treachery of politicians. Perhaps, in theory, the act was meant for the greater good, but in reality, it would be enforced by people, flawed, self-interested people, given the choice between superpowered individuals being used as tools of conflict or maintaining the current state of affairs. Banner would much rather things stayed as they were. After all, once superpowered beings are turned into weapons of war, their destructive potential could easily surpass that of nuclear warfare. Many superhumans possess abilities far more terrifying and harmful to humanity than nuclear bombs. Professor X was a prime example. "It seems we're on the same page about this," Raymond said with a smile. "So let me be direct. Are any of you interested in joining me?" The moment Raymond made his proposal, everyone's expressions shifted in their own subtle ways. They had already guessed that Raymond wouldn't have saved them without a reason. Surely he had something to discuss with them. The idea that he might try to recruit them had crossed their minds, but until he actually said it, it remained only speculation. Now, with Raymond's words out in the open, they had confirmation. But here was the problem. Everyone knew Raymond was now the true mastermind behind Hydra. Quite a few of them had deep personal scores to settle with Hydra, none more so than Captain America and Tony, whose hatred ran deep. Even though they understood that Hydra's past wrongs had nothing to do with Raymond personally, and they wouldn't transfer their resentment onto him just because he now controlled the organization, the thought of actually joining Hydra was another matter entirely. Raymond, of course, understood this and had come prepared. He chuckled and said, "I know you all have strong feelings about Hydra, and I get it. But there are some things you might not know yet." "Oh." Their faces showed surprise and curiosity. "Are you familiar with the origins of S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Raymond asked. Captain America was a bit puzzled by the sudden change in topic, but he nodded. The predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the Strategic Scientific Reserve. In fact, it was Tony's father, Howard, who took the lead in founding it. I had the honor of being involved myself. When Tony heard his father's name, a flicker of nostalgia passed through his eyes. "You're right, but that's not the whole story," Raymond said, shaking his head with a smile. "Oh." Now Captain America was truly surprised. He had thought he knew everything about SHLD's origins. But Tony seemed to recall something and asked, "Raymond, are you referring to the reason the Strategic Scientific Reserve changed its name to S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Raymond nodded with a smile. "Seems you know what I'm getting at." Tony replied, "I remember my father mentioning it once when I was a kid, though my memory's fuzzy. I just recall it had something to do with a group called the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield. That's why it became S.H.I.E.L.D. Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield? Captain America, Banner, and Hawkeye were all hearing this name for the first time, and each of them wore an expression of curiosity. They genuinely had no idea about this matter. As for Banner, that went without saying. He had always been the most distant from S.H.I.E.L.D., only getting involved after the Avengers were formed. Although Hawkeye was a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he honestly didn't care much for the organization's internal politics and wasn't particularly well informed. But Captain America had been one of the participants in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s predecessor, so the fact that even he didn't know about this was truly surprising. Tony is right. When we talk about the origins of S.H.I.E.L.D., we can't avoid mentioning the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield, Raymond continued, picking up where Tony left off. To be precise, S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Leviathan. These three organizations all inherited parts of the legacy left behind by the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield. That's how they grew to their current scale. What? This time, not only the three of them, but even Tony looked stunned. He hadn't known this inside story either. He only knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. had changed its name from a strategic scientific reserve, and that this had something to do with a group called the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield. But he had no idea that Hydra and Leviathan, two organizations on par with S.H.I.E.L.D., were also connected to this brotherhood, and that all three shared the same origin. If word of this got out, governments around the world would hardly be able to trust S.H.I.E.L.D. as they did before. Of course, that was assuming this revelation was even true. Raymond paused for a moment, then continued. Over 2,000 years ago, Earth was invaded by an alien civilization, and that invasion was far more formidable than the Chitauri, whom you fought off not long ago. Earth was invaded more than 2,000 years ago. The four of them exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. It sounded almost like a fairy tale. If memory served, humanity at that time was still primitive, completely unaware of concepts like technology. If Earth had already been invaded back then by a civilization even more advanced than the Chitauri, then why were there no traces left behind? And how did Earth remain unscathed? After a moment's thought, Tony ventured a guess. Did Asgard intervene and drive them off? Or perhaps the Sorcerer Supreme? No, neither of those, Raymond replied with a smile, shaking his head. It was the people of Earth themselves who drove them away. The four exchanged looks of astonishment, each seeing the same surprise reflected in their eyes. Raymond offered no further suspense and went on. In ancient Egypt, there was a hero named Imhotep. With his strength and wisdom, he led his people in repelling that alien invasion, and in the centuries that followed, he was worshipped as a god. His most striking weapon was a shield, also known as the Sacred Shield. It was in honor of his legacy that later generations founded the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield, quietly watching over the earth ever since. Imhotep, I think I've seen something about him before. Wasn't he the designer of the pyramids? I believe that was his name, Tony recalled. That's right. That's him. Raymond nodded slightly. He must have been a truly great hero, to have led humanity to repel an alien invasion in those ancient times. He must have been incredibly powerful, right? Captain America said, a hint of admiration in his voice. He held deep respect for anyone who had saved the Earth, even if it was thousands of years ago. Raymond said, I don't know the full extent of his strength, but even his bodyguards possessed the power of fifth-level superhumans. No wonder Tony and the others weren't too surprised by this revelation. The fact that Earth had managed to fend off an alien civilization, even stronger than the Chitauri thousands of years ago, had already given them some clues. After all, Earth had no advanced technology back then, and even with today's advancements, it would be impossible to withstand such a formidable alien force. So the answer was obvious. Only if Imhotep himself was a powerful superhuman could such a feat be explained. Raymond's words merely confirmed what they had suspected. Although the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield was not founded by Imhotep himself, it is carried on his spirit, quietly protecting Earth and fending off countless world-ending threats. You may think the Earth is already beset by disasters today, but I can assure you, the crises it faced in the past were far more terrifying. The threats confronted by the Brotherhood go far beyond anything you can imagine. To be honest, even I'm not confident I could withstand what they faced, Raymond said, his tone tinged with complexity. The four listened with grave expressions, realizing they had never known this chapter of Earth's history. If what Raymond said was true, humanity owed its very survival to the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield. They were well aware of Raymond's power. He could even overpower Captain Marvel. And together, the four of them were no match for her. That alone spoke volumes about Raymond's strength. Yet he admitted there were past crises on Earth that even he could not have solved. Just how terrifying must those threats have been? It was almost beyond their comprehension. In fact, Raymond wasn't exaggerating. In fact, he was being rather understated. The greatest threat ever faced by the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield was the Celestials, a force with no concept of good or evil, wielding power that surpassed even the Skyfathers. One major reason the Skyfathers don't dare act recklessly in the main universe is because they fear crossing paths with the Celestials. In the past, members of the celestial host descended upon Earth multiple times, even attempting to wipe out humanity altogether. To them, humans were nothing more than specimens, insignificant like lab mice, their fate unimportant. Whether to erase or nurture humanity was never a matter of good or evil. Yet, the Brotherhood of the Shield changed the course of one such celestial judgment, indirectly saving the world. Granted, they did not truly drive the Celestials away, but they did manage to rescue Earth from their grasp. Now, with the Reality Stone in hand, Raymond no longer needs to fear gods of the highest order quite so much. But if he were to truly encounter a Celestial, it's uncertain whether even the Reality Stone would be enough to protect him, let alone safeguard the entire planet. So when he says that even he wouldn't be confident in facing them, it's no false modesty. In fact, he's putting it rather gently. But if Hydra really inherited the Brotherhood's legacy, how did it end up like this? Captain America frowned, his mind busy piecing together the image of the Brotherhood after hearing Raymond's account. If what Raymond said was true, then the Brotherhood of the Shield was a truly remarkable organization, one that even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't hold a candle to. As for HYDRA, an organization steeped in evil, it was even less worthy of comparison. Leviathan, though not as extreme as HYDRA, was still inferior to S.H.I.E.L.D., and certainly far from great. That's why Raymond's claim that all three organizations had their roots in the Brotherhood seemed almost unbelievable to Captain America. And if the Brotherhood was so powerful, why did it disappear? Tony couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. I don't know exactly why the Brotherhood vanished, but the fact remains that it split into three organizations, Raymond said thoughtfully. As for why Hydra became the villainous group you know today, well, that's squarely the fault of Red Skull, that damned wretch. Red Skull? What about him? The mention of his old nemesis made Captain America all the more intrigued. Raymond shrugged. Hydra went through many stages. The most infamous era was the one you experienced during World War II. Before that, Hydra had already started to lose its way, but it hadn't yet become a target of universal scorn. But Red Skull tied Hydra's fate to the Nazis, turning it instantly into an enemy of the world. That's when Hydra and the precursor to S.H.I.E.L.D. became sworn rivals. The faction within Hydra led by Alexander Pierce, Garrett, and the other infiltrators in S.H.I.E.L.D., they were carrying on Red Skull's twisted vision. Their goal was always to overthrow S.H.I.E.L.D. and the North American government, to rule the world. That faction is even known within Hydra as Nazi HYDRA. They don't even have a true leader anymore. Tony raised an eyebrow and asked, so, you're saying Hydra actually has several factions these days? Raymond nodded and replied, Stephanie's father is the leader of one such faction, the Malik family. I imagine you've heard of them. I like to call that branch the Hive Hydra. Hive. The others caught onto the key word. Raymond sighed. It's a complicated story, really. If you're interested, I can tell you all about it another time. But to put it simply, this Hydra faction follows the wishes of one of the original founders of Hydra. They believe that only by bringing back a so-called god from the stars can Earth truly be safe from outside invaders. Is there really such a god? Don't tell me it's another one of those higher aliens, like Thor and his kind, Banner interjected skeptically. After all, Loki had once called himself a god, right in front of Banner, boasting about how humans were beneath him, until the Hulk had given him a thorough thrashing. Hearing talk of yet another god naturally put Banner on guard. Raymond smiled and shook his head. There are gods in this world, yes, but definitely not the one they believe in. The entity they worship is called Hive. In truth, he's an inhuman with powers comparable to a level 5 superhuman. Don't ask me what the Inhumans are. You'll learn about them soon enough, but that's not the main point right now. A level 5 superhuman, and they treat him like a god? Banner scratched his head in disbelief. In any case, that Hydra faction isn't all that impressive, Raymond said with a shrug. But compared to the Nazi Hydra, at least they're relatively harmless. He continued, besides these two branches, there are actually 2 or 3 others, each with their own little schemes. I won't bore you with the details, they're not very interesting. After I took over Hydra, all those messy splinter groups ceased to exist. At this, the others realized just how much more there was to Hydra than they'd ever imagined. It was a far cry for what they'd pictured. Tony thought for a moment, then asked, so, are you planning for this new Hydra to replace S.H.I.E.L.D.? No, I want to rebuild the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield, Raymond declared. The group was taken aback. Raymond went on, honestly, with the power I now command, if I truly wanted to wipe out S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, it wouldn't be difficult. Even with their ties to world governments, I could easily take over those connections. Hydra's network, built up over so many years, is far larger than you realize. If it weren't for my intervention, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't even exist anymore. Did you know that there's always been a running joke inside Hydra? They like to call S.H.I.E.L.D. the Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. division. Upon hearing this, The Avengers didn't quite know how to respond. They were all painfully aware of just how far-reaching the last major purge in S.H.I.E.L.D. had been. From the former director and a slew of level 7 and 8 agents, right down to the key positions filled by junior staff in every department. Hydra had people everywhere. To fill those gaps, S.H.I.E.L.D. even had to recruit a bunch of fresh faces from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy just to barely keep things running. If Raymond hadn't shown up, if Hydra had been left unchecked, it was only a matter of time before S.H.I.E.L.D. would have been wiped out. Completely. Even with the Avengers lending a hand. Well, there were only a few of them. There was no way they could handle everything on their own. In that sense, Raymond was without a doubt the savior of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was his arrival that allowed S.H.I.E.L.D. to survive. But the Avengers also knew all too well what S.H.I.E.L.D. had been up to lately. Even if Raymond turned his back on S.H.I.E.L.D. right now, no one could really blame him. Let's not waste time going over all the details, Raymond said. Bottom line, even if I brought S.H.I.E.L.D. to its knees right now, I wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty. After all, I wasn't the one who started this. Raymond saw Captain America about to speak and cut him off. Hold on, don't say anything yet. Let me finish first. I know you're all about to try and talk me down with some grand moral reasoning. There's really no need, because I already know what you're going to say. It'll be something like, S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to protect the Earth, to protect humanity. And sure, I admit, in broad strokes, they aren't wrong. They're definitely more acceptable than an organization like Hydra. But just because you start out with good intentions, does that mean you're always right? Fury might be a great agent, but he's definitely not a great leader. Upwards, he can't reach consensus with the politicians. He's constantly being hamstrung by them. Internally, he can't distinguish right from wrong, so he just relies on all sorts of supposedly clever contingency plans. Externally, he has no real vision for alliances. He spends his days doubting everyone, never willing to take responsibility. The situation on Earth is growing more complicated by the day. Forget restoring peace. S.H.I.E.L.D. can barely maintain order as it is. Do you really think S.H.I.E.L.D., as it stands, is up to handling the problems we face now? This time, everyone fell silent. No one in the room was a fool. Even someone as old-fashioned as Captain America could still tell right from wrong. Raymond's words were harsh. He was clearly criticizing S.H.I.E.L.D. and Director Fury. But none of them could find it in themselves to argue back. Don't even mention them. For someone like Director Ledin, even he would be left speechless when faced with such accusations. Perhaps he had all sorts of reasons to be wary of Raymond, but standing in Raymond's shoes, there was no denying the problem. Even if some issues were about perspective rather than right or wrong, he couldn't say Raymond was mistaken. So what do you want to do now? Tony was the first to break the silence and ask. I made it clear. I intend to rebuild the Brotherhood of S.H.I.E.L.D. and tear down these existing barriers, Raymond said earnestly. Whether it's S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or even Leviathan across the sea in Russia, they will all merge into one, becoming an organization that can truly protect the Earth. Fury and the others probably won't agree to this, Hawkeye murmured thoughtfully. I don't need their consent. Once I make this decision, they no longer have the right to say no, Raymond replied with a faint smile. The reason I'm here to talk this over with you is because I consider you my own people. So I'm asking if you're willing to help me. If not, I won't force anyone. Captain America asked, will the governments of the world agree to this? He had every reason for this question. Everyone knew that S.H.I.E.L.D., as it currently stood, already made many world governments uneasy, especially the North American government, which had never ceased trying to control S.H.I.E.L.D. If Raymond truly united S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Leviathan into a single organization, the North American government would never allow such a superpower to exist unchecked. As the world's top superpower, they simply wouldn't tolerate an entity so far beyond their control. Like I said before, once I've made my decision, they'll lose the right to refuse, Raymond said calmly. Do you know what I find most disappointing about S.H.I.E.L.D.? They rely too much on the governments of the world, which is why those governments keep them on such a tight leash. Even though they claim to stay out of ordinary people's conflicts, their dependence on government support means they'll never truly stand apart. I can guarantee you, even if Hydra didn't exist, it wouldn't be long before the North American government formally took over S.H.I.E.L.D. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. is dragged into the disputes between nations, just like with the Superhero Registration Act this time, their mission will lose its purity and they'll end up as tools for politicians. Captain America fell silent again. On this matter, he couldn't deny his own bias. He was, after all, not just an American, but the very symbol of America's spirit. So to him, S.H.I.E.L.D. being close to the U.S. government had never seemed wrong. After all, SHLD's predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, was founded with American support. Yet what Raymond said was undeniably the truth. Humans are inherently self-interested. If the North American government truly tightens its grip on S.H.I.E.L.D. and uses it as a tool to compete with other nations, it would mean that superhuman powers are fully stepping into the ordinary world. That runs completely counter to the original purpose for which S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded. If North America were ever in real trouble, as a North American himself, he could never simply turn a blind eye. But he would never fight for the sake of those with grand ambitions. So he found himself unable and unwilling to argue against this. But the question is it really possible to stay out of it? Captain America asked with some uncertainty. He understood the predicament S.H.I.E.L.D. was in, and he knew that even Director Fury himself had always resisted being led around by the nose by various governments. Yet Fury was powerless to change the situation, since S.H.I.E.L.D. relied on the support of those governments in too many ways. If he were to break with them completely, S.H.I.E.L.D. would come to a standstill. Raymond's vision was certainly admirable, but was it actually achievable? Of course it's possible, Raymond replied without hesitation. There are a few reasons why S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't truly independent. The first is that they're dependent on government funding, which keeps them tightly controlled. But I'm different. If these three organizations merge, the vast industrial empire owned by Hydra alone would be enough to make the new organization entirely self-sufficient. And that's a conservative estimate. At the same time, this new organization would possess power hundreds, no, thousands, of times greater than S.H.I.E.L.D. does now. As long as we stand on the side of what's right, no one would dare play tricks on us. Not even the North American government. If anyone tries to scheme against us, we'll make them pay 10 times, 100 times the price. We'll use absolute strength to strike fear into the heart of anyone who dares to threaten us. Raymond's gaze was sharp and unwavering. He paused before continuing. Besides, what I want is for superhumans to fully integrate into this world, not to remain as they are now, merely reacting to so-called superpowered criminals, which is the most foolish approach imaginable. It treats the symptoms, not the cause. Captain America was already feeling tempted by Raymond's words, because the goal Raymond described was, of course, an ideal one. Even if Director Fury himself were to hear it, he would certainly wish it could be done. It was just that reality made it nearly impossible, and Fury simply didn't have Raymond's resources. Still, no matter how moved he was, Captain America remained cautious. So, do you have a concrete plan? He asked. As for the specifics, those will need to be discussed in more detail, Raymond replied. But I've more or less settled on the overall direction. The name of this plan is Project Underworld, somewhere in Egypt. Following the clues they'd gathered, a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dug open an ancient tomb. The moment sunlight streamed into the burial chamber, the entire village was shaken as if struck by a magnitude 8 earthquake. After the earthquake had passed, a strangely shaped man appeared outside the ancient tomb. His skin was blue, and his features resembled those of an alien. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent stepped forward, attempting to communicate with him, but before he could utter a word, the blue-skinned man seized his head. Moments later, the blue-skinned man released him and spoke in somewhat awkward English. Do you know me? It was clear that, while sifting through the agent's mind, he had picked up the English language and gleaned something of the current state of the world. At the same time, he realized that these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had come here specifically to find him, leading to his release from the ancient tomb. The agent whose mind had been partially read remained calm. He brushed the dust off his uniform, rose to his feet, and said, "The first mutant on Earth, Lord Apocalypse, of course we know you." Apocalypse's eyes flickered, as though weighing whether or not to eliminate those before him. The agent across from him continued, "We're just minor players here. If you wish to act, there's nothing we could do to stop you. But I believe you've already gained some understanding of the current state of the world. Even as a level 5 mutant, you're not invincible. There are still dangers out there. We can help you learn about this world and integrate into it. Would you be willing to give us that opportunity, Lord Apocalypse?" Apocalypse considered for a moment. Then, suddenly, a smile crept onto his face. "Very well. Since you freed me, I'll give you a chance to convince me." The agent on the other side let out a sigh of relief. In truth, sweat had already soaked through his back. Facing an existence from myth and legend, how could he not be nervous? But there was no choice. He had a mission to complete. Elsewhere in Europe, within an ancient castle hidden deep in the mountains, a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, after overcoming countless hardships, finally arrived in the castle's grand hall. At the very center of the hall stood a long jade table. At the head of the table sat a young man dressed in a tailcoat, looking every bit the picture of youth. His complexion was an unnatural, deathly pale, almost like someone afflicted with albinism, yet not quite so extreme. As the agents entered, the young man in the tailcoat was holding a goblet, swirling a crimson liquid inside. It was clearly not wine, but rather blood. "Why do you keep seeking death?" "I've been killing for centuries. My hands have grown weary." His voice carried a note of resignation. But suddenly, as if he sensed something, his expression turned to surprise. Wait, you're not vampires? The young man in the tailcoat had been exuding a sense of world-weary helplessness, but now his eyes widened in astonishment. Shield Level 7 Agent Lancelot, Marcus, at your service, Count Dracula. The two leading agents bowed deeply in unison. S.H.I.I.L.D. Is it? That rings a bell. If I remember correctly, it's some sort of organization dedicated to maintaining peace in the world of ordinary people. The young man in the tailcoat wore a thoughtful expression. I must admit, I'm rather impressed that you managed to find your way here, and that you know who I am. That's no small feat. You flatter us, Count. One of the agents responded politely. Well then, enough with the pleasantries. The young man's smile lingered, but a glint of blood red flashed in his eyes. Give me a reason that satisfies me. Or else, you'll all be staying here to help me patch up the castle. Patch up the castle? The agents exchanged puzzled glances. The castle, though undeniably ancient, didn't seem to have any visible damage. What repairs could it possibly need? Just as this question crossed their minds, the young man in the tailcoat snapped his fingers. In an instant, the scene before them changed completely. The stately old European castle, so proper and well-kept only a moment ago, now seemed suffocatingly crowded. The ceiling, the walls, the floor, the tables, everywhere they looked, were covered with corpses. Each and every one had been drained of blood. The sight made even the two Level 7 agents go pale as chalk, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Still, they managed to hold themselves together. But the junior agents behind them weren't so lucky. Some collapsed to the floor in shock, only to realize with horror that they'd landed on corpses and immediately sprang back up. Others lost all control, screaming and stumbling backward in panic. Count, please, we beg you, lift the illusion. We mean no offense, pleaded Lancelot, one of the Level 7 agents. Lift the illusion. The young man in the tailcoat shook his head with a soft, chilling laugh. You misunderstand. What you saw before was the illusion. This is the real world. These corpses are the vampires from the 13 clans who tried to assassinate me over the centuries. To honor their bravery, after I drained them of blood, I used their bodies to build this castle. In fact, you might just be the first humans ever to set foot here. Tell me, isn't there a certain artistry to it? His face was all smiles as he looked at the two agents, but his eyes were cold as ice. The two Level 7 agents, already stunned, felt their breath catch in their throats. Their hearts pounded even faster. They had no reason to doubt the young man's words. With his power and status, he had no need to deceive them. So this castle truly was built from bodies, and not just any bodies, but those of vampires? And when he said he wanted them to stay and help repair the castle, did he mean, at that dreadful thought, even the two seasoned Level 7 agents found themselves reaching the limits of what they could bear? They were indeed highly trained agents. Even when they knew a mission would almost certainly lead to death, they wouldn't so much as furrow their brows. The mission came above all else. But after all, they were still human. No one could completely conquer fear. Anyone faced with a sight like this, where everything before them was composed of desiccated corpses, would feel something. The fact that they could still stand there and communicate with the young man in the tuxedo was already a testament to their courage. Count, we've come to invite you. Agent Lancelot's scalp tingled as he forced himself to recite the mission objective. Invite me? The young man in the tuxedo seemed intrigued by this. He smiled, eyes glinting with interest. Go ahead, tell me the details. If it piques my curiosity, I might just let you live today. So, here's the situation. Agent Lancelot quickly relayed the explanation that Director Egg had personally instructed him to deliver. I see, said the young man, nodding. Suddenly, he rose to his feet. All right, I'll come with you this time. But if I find out you're trying to deceive me, not only you, but even your so-called director will become part of this castle. Understand? Yes, of course. Agent Lancelot answered repeatedly, desperate to get out of there. At this point, he wanted nothing more than to leave. He would rather charge into the heart of battle than spend another minute in this accursed castle. As for what happened next, he believed the young man in the tuxedo had little room for refusal. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. now had Captain Marvel herself, fresh returned from the stars, holding the fort. Though this young man might be the Vampire King, wielding powers surpassing the 13 clans, he shouldn't be able to stir up too much trouble in the face of Captain Marvel. Scenes much like this were unfolding not just in Egypt and Europe, but all around the world. China, Russia, Latveria. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed in various branches were springing into action, following Director Egg's intelligence and paying visits to the prominent figures on their list, one by one. Of course, not all of these visits went smoothly. Some ended in disaster before the agents could even state their purpose. Director Egg had anticipated this. For those who refused to cooperate, Captain Marvel herself would pay them a visit, reasoning with them first, persuading them to see sense. And if words proved useless, well, her fist would do the talking. This approach, courtesy before force, succeeded in forging alliances with the vast majority of names on the list. Only a handful of die-hard extremists remained uncooperative. Even if they couldn't best Captain Marvel, neither could she force them to yield. In the end, they could only let it go. However, what Director Lou Dan and Captain Marvel did not realize was that even though they had used S.H.I.E.L.'s ancient demonic contract to bind their collaborators, forcing them to temporarily stand on the same front, errors and loopholes still emerged. The so-called demonic contracts were usually spread by the Lords of Hell themselves, and, indeed, they were extremely effective. Both parties who enter into such a contract must abide strictly by its terms. If either side violates the agreement, their soul will be claimed by the contract creator, doomed to fall eternally into hell. An ordinary person might think this sounds absurd, but history is littered with examples that prove demonic contracts are not to be broken. The ancient demonic contract held by S.H.I.E.L.D. was said to come from one of the most powerful Hell Lords. It was rumored that any contract witnessed by him had never failed. This Lord of Hell was named Mephisto, the infamous Lord of Lies, a formidable figure ranked firmly among the top 5 Hell Lords, second only to the likes of Dormammu and Hela. S.H.I.E.L.D. was, of course, aware of this information. What they didn't know, however, was that besides being the Lord of Lies, Mephisto now had another role. He had sworn brotherhood with Raymond. Inside what was once a Hydra base, no, it should now be called a Sanctuary Shield Society base, Tony and the others had all gathered here. As expected, they had all been persuaded by Raymond. To avoid too much confusion with the now-vanished Brotherhood of the Shield, Raymond dropped the Brotherhood and simply named the organization Sanctuary Shield Society. At the same time, he ordered Stephanie to initiate a thorough purge of HYDRA, eliminating those fanatical extremists who were both inhumane and dangerously naive, with no intention of giving them a second chance. This wasn't a case of Raymond suddenly developing a savior complex. Rather, he believed there was no place for such people in the future of Sanctuary Shield. Raymond wasn't opposed to ambitious individuals. After all, some of them were genuinely talented. Similarly, he didn't believe that all those so-called villain agents of HYDRA, with blood on their hands, deserved to die. At the end of the day, they were just tools carrying out orders. Was S.H.I.E.L.D., that so-called righteous organization, truly spotless, clean as a blank sheet of paper? Of course not. Therefore, Raymond had never intended to wipe out every so-called villain within HYDRA, as long as they were sensible and capable. But it was true that Hydra harbored certain cancers unworthy of being kept. Those whose ambition far outweighed their reason, whose vision was laughably narrow, and whose immaturity was simply astounding. Raymond had neither the time nor the patience to reform such people, nor any desire to waste effort on them. For those types, the only solution was a swift and decisive purge. Stephanie's own father, in fact, was exactly the kind of person Raymond considered expendable. But there was nothing to be done. After all, he had slept with the man's daughter, so letting him off the hook was the least he could do. As for those other stubborn old hands, like old Malik, Raymond hadn't slept with any of their daughters, so he simply had them all taken care of. And so, after a sweeping purge, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. society was left with only Raymond's voice, at least for the time being. Those obstinate elders who clung to delusions were now erased from the world completely. On top of that, Raymond had prepared a surprise for Captain America. He reunited him with his old friend, the Winter Soldier. Captain America's excitement needed no words. Meanwhile, Raymond also told Tony the truth about the Winter Soldier's mind-controlled attack on Tony's parents years ago. Even though Tony knew Bucky had been under Hydra's control and unaware of his actions, he still couldn't help himself. Just like in the original timeline, he was hell-bent on taking Bucky down. "Steve, get out of my way right now, or I swear I'll take you down with him." Tony snarled, glaring daggers at the Winter Soldier. "Tony, calm down. You know Bucky had no control back then. He was a puppet for Hydra. He had no idea what he was doing." Captain America said, his voice low and steady. "I'll ask you one more time. Are you moving or not?" Tony's anger burned in his words. "Not until you cool off." "I'm not going anywhere," Captain America replied, unyielding. "Oh, enough already. The noise is killing me." Banner, never one for these internal squabbles, lost his patience. With a surge of emotion, he transformed into the Hulk, and with a mighty punch on each side, sent Tony and Steve flying in opposite directions, finally venting some of his frustration. Afterwards, Banner's reason regained control, and he shifted back to his normal self, though now, all he had left was a pair of tattered shorts. Raymond gave him a strange look. Do you have a streak like this every single time you transform? Banner looked a bit embarrassed. Yeah, seems like it. Raymond chuckled. I'll have the science team design you a custom suit that can stretch with your transformations. Wear it underneath, and you won't have to worry about torn clothes again. Banner's eyes lit up. That will be fantastic, thanks. Raymond shook his head with a smile. No need to thank me. We're all on the same side now. This is just one of the perks. While the two bantered, Tony flew back, ready to launch another attack on the Winter Soldier, but Raymond stopped him with a firm hand on his shoulder. Tony, Raymond, you're my friend. Don't tell me you're taking the butcher's side too. Tony looked at him, frustration and anger mingling in his eyes. I never said I was helping him, Raymond replied with a shrug. Hearing this, Captain America, who had just gotten his feet, turned pale and quickly protested. President, Bucky, all right, calm down. Can you let me finish? Raymond raised a hand to cut Steve off, exasperation clear on his face. Seeing that Raymond seemed to have something to say, even Tony managed to restrain his urge to fight for the moment, deciding to hear what Raymond had to say. However, Tony had already made up his mind. No matter what Raymond said, he was going to smash the Winter Soldier's head in. Your father might not be dead, Raymond said to Tony. I don't care if he's dead or not. This guy's dying today. Wait, what did you just say? Tony had been spitting threats, but suddenly realized something was off. He stared at Raymond, dumbfounded. He wasn't the only one. Cap and the Winter Soldier both wore expressions of shock. After all, Raymond had just pulled up Hydra's secret files and shown them surveillance footage from back then. They had all seen, with their own eyes, Howard and his wife die at the hands of the Winter Soldier. Besides, Tony had seen his parents' bodies, attended their memorial. How could any of that be fake? With that in mind, Tony said in a low voice, Raymond, I get that you don't want us turning on each other. I don't want to go against Steve either. But this executioner, he has to die today. There's no room for negotiation. It was obvious Tony didn't believe a word of what Raymond was saying, thinking he was just trying to calm things down temporarily. Raymond shook his head. Don't let hatred blind you. If I only wanted to keep the peace, why would I show you that footage at all? I could have just destroyed it, and no one would ever have known the truth. Isn't that right? Tony was nothing if not sharp, but the pain of his parents' murder clouded his judgment. Still, what Raymond said made sense. If Raymond truly wanted to protect the Winter Soldier, or simply prevent an internal feud, there was no need to reveal the video at all. Realizing this, Tony managed to calm himself, if only a little. Sorry, I overreacted, Tony said, taking a deep breath. But I just don't get it. How could he not be dead? I saw my parents' bodies with my own eyes. And there's the footage. It wasn't that Tony didn't trust Raymond. It was just that what Raymond was suggesting was too far-fetched to accept right away. Raymond said, Do you remember what we talked about before, why the Strategic Scientific Reserve suddenly changed its name to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony replied, Are you saying my father was actually connected to that vanished Brotherhood of the S.H.I.E.L.D.? Raymond nodded. It's more than just a connection. Your father was already a member of the Brotherhood. He wasn't just a scientist. He was also a superhero. Tony was stunned. A superhero? Are you sure you're talking about my father? Howard Stark? Even Cap looked at Raymond with some hesitation. If I remember correctly, Howard didn't have any superpowers, did he? There are some things that just because we don't know about them doesn't mean they never happened. Raymond shook his head and chuckled. Lord Howard is indeed a formal member of the Brotherhood of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Of that, I am certain. To be honest, it's not that I look down on your friend, Captain, but no matter how powerful he is, even if his strength were 10 times greater, there's simply no way he could have killed a full member of the Brotherhood so easily. But that footage, yes, the footage does show Howard Stark and his wife being killed. But based on the information I have now, I'm 80% sure the people who died were not actually the Starks themselves. They might have been clones or some kind of decoy. Raymond shrugged as he spoke. Raymond, this isn't something to joke about. If you're lying to me, we can't be friends anymore, Tony said seriously, fixing Raymond with an intense gaze. Of course I know that, Raymond replied. But I'm telling you the truth. You know me. I wouldn't say anything like this unless I was sure. Hearing this, Tony's expression grew complicated. On one hand, he found it hard to believe something so unbelievable could really have happened. If Raymond was right, then why would his parents fake their deaths? And never tell him any of this? Over the years, he'd indulged himself, lost his way, and made mistakes all at the root because of their loss. He'd drowned himself in luxury, trying to numb the loneliness. But on the other hand, he couldn't help but hope Raymond was telling the truth. If so, it meant he might still have a chance to see his parents again, instead of being driven solely by revenge. Conflicting emotions battled within him. After a long silence, he suddenly slammed his fist against a nearby pillar, his voice edged with anger. If that's really how it is, why didn't he come back for me? It's been all these years. Was it really necessary? There was no need to clarify. The he Tony spoke of was, of course, his father, who was supposed to be dead, but whom Raymond insisted was still alive. He must have had his reasons for doing so, Raymond answered quietly. I believe that if you ever get the chance to see him again, he'll give you an explanation. Raymond continued. But I think, more than anything, he did it to protect you. Protect me? Do I look like I need protecting? Tony shot back, unable to accept that explanation. He stared hard at Raymond. Raymond, do you know something more? Please, don't keep anything from me. I need to know the truth. Seeing Tony's agitation, Raymond paused, thinking for a moment before speaking in a low voice. You know a bit about my abilities, so I won't go into detail. One of them is rather like divination. Through that, I've learned that your parents are indeed still alive. That was the first reason I made such a judgment. As for the second reason, it stems from what I know about the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield. Earlier, you asked me why such a large organization like the Brotherhood would suddenly disappear. I told you I didn't know, but in truth, I was just uncertain. In fact, I do have some theories. What kind of theories? The four of them, Tony included, sat up straight, their attention fully captured. The Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield may not have vanished at all. Instead, perhaps they've simply chosen a different way to continue protecting Earth, Raymond said, his voice calm and measured. A different way? What do you mean? Tony was puzzled. Perhaps what they're guarding now isn't just the Earth beneath our feet, but also the Earth of the past and the Earth yet to come. Raymond's tone grew a shade more serious. The Earth of the past and the future. Captain America and Hawkeye were a bit slower to react. After all, their strengths lay more in muscle than in matters of the mind, and, in other respects, they were just ordinary men. But Tony and Banner immediately grasped what Raymond was suggesting and exclaimed in perfect unison, "That's impossible." "Why do you think it's impossible?" Raymond asked in return. Tony replied, "Forget about past technology. Even with today's advances, we're still light years away from building a time machine. The Brotherhood may be powerful, but I refuse to believe they could traverse time itself." Banner nodded in agreement. And even if they could travel through time, the idea of protecting Earth in multiple timelines is ultimately just a fallacy. Time isn't a single straight line. Any change simply creates a new branch on the existing timeline. In that case, what does protection even mean? Clearly, neither of them was willing to accept this theory. Banner's reasoning wasn't unfamiliar to Raymond. After all, in Avengers, Endgame from the MCU, time travel came up, and Banner used the same logic to argue against certain possibilities. To be fair, both Tony and Banner had their points. But Raymond hadn't brought up this possibility on a whim. He had his reasons. Because, in truth, this wasn't a theory at all, but a fact. As someone who had once been a higher dimensional being, an all-knowing reader, Raymond was certain. The Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield had never truly disappeared. In fact, they were battling across many different timelines, even now. Of course, what Banner said about the nature of timelines wasn't wrong. At least, it held true in this universe. Even so, Banner's view was still incomplete. Raymond smiled and said, "I agree with you, Dr. Banner. Time is not a straight line. Ordinarily, the past cannot be changed, and by that logic, neither can the future. But this world is far stranger than you can imagine. There are many things that simply can't be judged by ordinary standards." Just as Tony said, with current technology, it's impossible to travel through time. But why must time travel rely solely on technology? For what I know, there's more than one way to traverse time on Earth through extraordinary powers. Some are unique abilities, while others involve mysterious artifacts of all sorts. With the experience and knowledge of the Brotherhood of the Shield, they must certainly understand the consequences of altering a timeline. Yet, they still chose to embark on this path. That must mean something unexpected happened, forcing them to plunge headlong into the ocean of time. I suspect, Tony, that your father's fake death was likely just a way for him to disappear completely from the public eye. Raymond laid out his deduction without reservation. As for the possibility of time-traveling superheroes, Tony and the others had neither seen nor heard of such things, so it was hard for them to accept at first. But Raymond knew well that this notion was far from absurd. Take the Legends team from the DC Universe, for example. They, too, are a group of heroes who sail the tides of time, and speedsters, who wield the power of the Speed Force, can freely cross temporal boundaries and travel back and forth through the ages. In modern times, the Brotherhood of the Shield is much the same as the Legends team in the DC world. They also chose to protect the Earth's timeline and, for that reason, voluntarily left the current point in time. It's precisely because of this that organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Leviathan could rise to prominence. Otherwise, there would have been no place for them. Yet, compared to the Brotherhood, these three organizations haven't exactly been successful. To survive, they've had to rely on alliances with all sorts of ordinary groups, even official ones, just to barely maintain their footing. There are benefits to this, of course. it'd save a lot of trouble. But the drawbacks are just as clear. When an organization can no longer remain independent, disaster is never far off. S.H.I.E.L.D. itself is now approaching that very crossroads. When the S.H.I.E.L.D. Society is established, I suspect the Brotherhood will likely try to make contact with us. When that day comes, you might finally get to see your father. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Raymond said with a smile. I'll make sure to give him a good punch first. Tony shot back fiercely. If what Raymond said was true, then Tony's greatest resentment would shift from the Winter Soldier to his own father. No one likes being deceived, especially not by their own dad. Raymond was about to respond with a laugh, when suddenly he sensed something amiss. He tilted his head, looking up and to the side. He saw a spatial rift silently appear in midair, for which a sheet of parchment-like paper shot out. Raymond caught it effortlessly. Who's there? Tony, too, sensed an uninvited presence and immediately aimed his suit's laser cannon at the crack in the air. Captain America and the others reacted a bit slower, but they, too, readied themselves for battle, bracing as if facing a formidable enemy while fixing their eyes on the rift before them. Everyone, calm down. It's one of us, Raymond quickly called out, stopping a few of the former main characters from making any reckless moves. At that moment, the rift in midair slowly faded away, and the air returned to normal as if nothing had happened. What was that just now? Tony asked. My older brother, Raymond replied simply. After answering, he began to scan the contents of the parchment in his hands. When he saw what was written there, he was first slightly taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh aloud. Shaking his head with a sigh, he said, They really are out of luck. Here, take a look for yourselves. Raymond made no effort to hide anything. He handed the parchment over to Tony and the others, inviting them to read it as they pleased. When they got a clear look at the writing, they realized with surprise that it was a contract. Moreover, the names of the signatories were all too familiar, Director Fury and Captain Marvel among them. The contract detailed the terms and conditions under which they would join forces to deal with Raymond. What kind of contract is this? And how did your older brother get his hands on it? Could this be some kind of trick? Tony questioned. This is called a demon contract. Usually, such contracts are made under the witness of the demon who creates them. If either party breaks the agreement, the demon will claim their soul, condemning them to eternal damnation, Raymond explained with a light chuckle. Moreover, this one isn't just any ordinary demon contract. Its creator is a lord of hell, a figure who ranks among the top 5, even among hellish overlords. So, this ought to be called an ancient demon contract. Generally speaking, no one would be foolish enough to break such a contract. Otherwise, they'd face a top-tier lord of hell, and there aren't many on Earth who could withstand that. A sharp intake of breath ran through the group. They hadn't expected the parchment to have such a formidable origin. Then how did your brother come to possess this contract? Is he one of the names who signed it with Fury and the others? Wouldn't that already be breaking the contract? Captain America asked in confusion. No, his name isn't on the list, Raymond replied with a smile and a shake of his head. He's the one who created the contract. Once it's signed, it returns to his hands. What did that mean? Did that mean Raymond's older brother was a powerful Hell Lord ranked among the strongest in the multiverse? At that moment, they all felt numb with disbelief. Raymond truly hadn't expected that the big brother he had sworn brotherhood with, half as a joke, would one day give him such a surprise. For Mephisto, it was probably no more than a casual gesture, a favor that cost him nothing at all. But for Raymond, it was a tremendous help that he truly hadn't expected that S.H.I.E.L.D. would actually have contact information for such a motley crew of monsters and demons, and that, in order to deal with him, they would go so far as to strike a bargain with these beings. To be fair, Raymond didn't really believe this group could pose a real threat to him. After all, not a single one among them could be called a god-tier being. But just because he was unafraid didn't mean his subordinates felt the same way. Apart from his own Raymond Legion, none of the current members of the Sacred Shield, Society, nor his friends and loved ones, would stand much chance if they ever crossed paths with any of these fiends on the list. Most likely, disaster would be inevitable. These were beings with the power to bring about the end of the world. Even if the world here only referred to the human world, that was terrifying enough in itself. Take the Chitauri, for instance, who tried to invade Earth last time. Even a single encounter with any one of these beings would end in utter devastation. This is really going too far, Fury. Raymond closed his eyes, a surge of anger rising unbidden in his heart. He could understand Director Fury's suspicion, and he didn't blame the man for choosing to stand on the opposite side. After all, it was just a matter of differing positions. But for Fury to bring these monsters and demons, who could inflict irreversible harm on all humanity, into play just to deal with him, that crossed the line. Perhaps Fury and Captain Marvel believed they could simply cut ties with these beings once they were no longer needed. None of them were as strong as Raymond, after all, and with Captain Marvel's power, maybe she could handle them. But there was no denying the risk. Captain Marvel was indeed stronger than any of them individually, but that didn't guarantee she could truly keep them in check. From what Raymond knew of these beings, he was certain that even if he simply vanished from the world right now, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be in for a far rougher time ahead. More so than ever before. It seems my decision was right after all. S.H.I.E.L.D. truly shouldn't be allowed to continue. This time, I'll make sure you all learn a lesson you'll never forget. A cold glint flashed through Raymond's eyes. With this thought, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he found a name he hadn't reached out to in a long time. Ren Yen, former head of the North America Homeman's Washington branch. It's been a while, Dr. Raymond. Ren, looking a little heavier than before, greeted Raymond with a hearty handshake. These days, he had climbed from being the head of Homeman's Washington branch to overseeing the entire New York operation, now a true power broker within North America's Homeman. In fact, even the old guard of the organization were now his peers. None could claim authority over the others. After all, New York was the real heart of North America. While Washington might be the capital, it simply wasn't as important as New York. I heard you got promoted, so should I call you Fat Run or Boss Run now? Raymond quipped, half in jest. Doctor, you're really putting me on the spot here. In your presence, how could I possibly claim to be any sort of big shot? Fatty Rin said, his tone both humble and sincere. Besides, I owe everything I have today to your guidance. Please, just treat me the same as always. If you need anything, just say the word, and I, Fatty Rin, will be at your beck and call, giving it my all. Raymond accepted Fatty Rin's flattery and goodwill without protest. After all, every word was true. Fatty Rin's recent rise within the North American Hongmen, even reaching the ranks of the true power players, was directly tied to Raymond's influence. It was clear that the incident where Raymond had helped Fatty Rin rescue someone from the Hells Angels branch and had encountered the enigmatic Little Lucifer had already been reported by Shui Wuhan to both the North American Hongmen headquarters and Kunlun. They had surely conducted their own investigations afterward and learned that Raymond had become the fourth warlord of the Hells Angels, pledging allegiance to Little Lucifer. Even though beings of the Heavenly Father tier could not descend to Earth at will, no one would be foolish enough to pick a fight with such an entity on a whim. The means at their disposal were simply too vast. To offend one was to invite retaliation in ways no one could predict. Take Dormammu, for example. He had already plotted several times to eliminate Raymond. If it had been anyone else, they would have perished long ago. Only Raymond, with his freakishly rapid progress, had been able to foil Dormammu's schemes time and again, often even turning the tables on him. It was unthinkable for Kunlun to make an enemy of Little Lucifer over the relatively minor matter of the North American Hongmen. Thus, once they learned that Raymond had joined Little Lucifer and that Fatty Run had a close relationship with Raymond, the decision was made without hesitation. It was time to win them over. Fatty Ren, naturally, was given this very mission. And when the North American Hongmen learned that Raymond, now representing the Hells Angels, had wiped out the Dark Church and established his base in New York, they immediately reassigned Fatty Ren to New York as well. Under ordinary circumstances, Fatty Ren's credentials wouldn't have qualified him for such a post, but befriending Raymond was a direct order from Kunlun. The Hongmen owed all their present strength to Kunlun's backing, so Kunlun's word was law, almost sacred. No one wanted to risk offending them over something like this. Normally, any such breach of tradition would have been met with staunch resistance from the elders, even if the dragon had himself proposed it. But this time, the elders were, astonishingly, in complete agreement, all voicing their support for Fatty Ren's promotion. Even if they had private reservations, they all made sure to express wholehearted approval on the surface. After all, if anyone from Kunlun caught wind that they weren't taking Kunlun's orders seriously, their days would be numbered. Fatty Ren was no fool. He knew very well that his meteoric rise was entirely thanks to his friendship with Raymond. He cherished this connection deeply, and every so often, he would find an excuse to drop by and pay Raymond a visit. Of course, most of the time Raymond was not at home, so he could only see the Fong couple and Clarice. But that didn't hinder him in the least from showing off his flattering skills, coaxing the Fong couple into cheerful moods and winning their genuine appreciation. Fong, in particular, felt a strong kinship with this young Chinese compatriot, even considering a sworn brotherhood with him. The thought nearly scared Ren out of his wits. He hurriedly declined. What a joke, if he were to become sworn brothers with Fong. That would make him Raymond's uncle. That was a kind of advantage he dared not take. It might even be fatal. Fortunately, Fong's interest was fleeting, and seeing Ren's reluctance, he didn't push it further. Speaking of which, Ren had already been in New York for some time, But this was the first time Raymond had reached out to him, leaving him both excited and nervous. The moment he got Raymond's call, he dropped everything in hand and rushed over without delay. This time I called you over for two things. First, I want to ask if you're interested in working with me. Raymond asked with a smile. Ren hadn't expected that after such a long silence, Raymond's sudden contact would be to try to recruit him. He was caught off guard and a bit surprised. However, he hesitated. It wasn't that he was sentimentally attached to his current position. With his intelligence, he knew full well that working with Raymond would be far more promising. So what if he was a big shot in the North American Hongmen, compared to the Hell's Angels, who had just wiped out the Dark Church and were now at the height of their power? The North American Hongmen didn't even qualify as a little brother. If the Hell's Angels wanted to deal with the Hongmen, they wouldn't even need to do it themselves. A single word from them would send countless factions scrambling to curry favor, tearing the Hongmen apart in the process. Moreover, Raymond was such a big name that even Kunlun, the main force behind the North American Hongmen, took the initiative to befriend him. If Ren could work with Raymond, it would be far better than what he had now. As the saying goes, people strive upwards. By all rights, he should have agreed without hesitation. Yet he found himself wavering. Dr. Raymond, I'm truly grateful for your appreciation, and I know that working with you would be far more promising than what I have now. But Hongmen has been good to me, and if I just left like this, leave? When did I ever say you had to leave Hongmen? Hearing Ren's response, Raymond realized he'd misunderstood and shook his head with a smile. Working with me doesn't conflict with staying in Hongmen. You want me to be a spy? Ren's face grew even more troubled. He had already hesitated at the thought of leaving. If Raymond wanted him to betray the North American Hongmen, to become a turncoat, he was even more unwilling. But if Raymond really made such a demand, refusing might mean turning against him. And Ren was painfully aware of Raymond's strength, that if things really turned ugly, he probably wouldn't be able to walk out of here alive today. That's why his face had completely twisted into a look of sour misery. What in the world are you talking about? Why would I want you to be an undercover agent? Raymond couldn't help but laugh, both amused and exasperated. Isn't that the case? Ren Fatty was utterly astonished. Seeing Ren Fatty's reaction, Raymond realized there had been a misunderstanding. He thought for a moment and soon understood what had happened. Ren Fatty only knew that he had ties to S.H.I.E.L.D., and that he was the 4th battle commander of the Hell's Angels. So, hearing Raymond's question, he naturally assumed the Hell's Angels were plotting against the North American Hongmen. But Raymond himself had never had such intentions. His relationship with young Lucifer was merely one of cooperation. What's more, since he had made it out safe and sound from Mephisto last time, young Lucifer's attitude toward him had clearly shifted. At this point, he was really just a figurehead among the Hell's Angels, and this was something everyone within the organization understood. But Ren Fatty obviously didn't know that, so his misunderstanding wasn't all that surprising. Thinking this over, Raymond chuckled and said, I'm not asking you to join the Hell's Angels. I've recently started a new organization, kind of like S.H.I.E.L.D., and I just wanted to see if you'd be interested in taking on another role. Don't overthink it. Normally, this group won't have any conflicts of interest with the North American Hongmen, unless, of course, the Hongmen suddenly decide to go anti-human and try to end the world. Otherwise, you don't have to worry about betraying them at all. Raymond was still explaining when a few people suddenly entered through the door, arms full of bags. Iron Man. Ren Fatty jolted in shock when he saw who it was. That's right. The ones who had just walked in were Tony, Captain America, and the others, with Pepper naturally tagging along as well. After resolving their differences, Tony had suggested throwing a party to celebrate joining the S.H.I.E.L.D. Society and had also invited Pepper. Raymond hadn't objected, so he'd sent Stephanie off to help, while he himself contacted Ren Fatty. When Ren Fatty arrived earlier, Tony and his friends must have gone out to buy barbecue supplies, and now they were just getting back. Ren Fatty didn't know anyone else here. He only recognized Stephanie and, of course, Tony, the celebrity who was always on TV. Even so, he was stunned. Iron Man, one of the founding members of the Avengers, a world-famous billionaire, and a powerful superhero. Even the superpowered folk from Kunlun would be wary whenever the Avengers were mentioned. Having lived in North America, Ren Fatty was naturally no stranger to Tony. Still, he never expected to run into such a renowned superhero at Raymond's house, and it startled him to his core. Your friend? Tony asked Raymond. This is Ren Fatty, sort of fellow townsman of mine. Raymond smiled as he introduced the group to Tony and the others, then turned to Ren, the hefty man, and continued. I suppose Tony needs no introduction. As for this big fellow here, you've probably heard his nickname, Captain America. Hello. Captain America heard Raymond's introduction, and, though he could hardly contain his exasperation, still managed a polite smile and a greeting for Ren. Hello, Ren stammered, only now realizing he was face to face with another Avenger, the most famous one in North America, no less. This is Barton, also known as Hawkeye. Hi there, and this is Dr. Banner, better known as the Hulk. Hello. Raymond introduced each of them in turn, and Rin soon felt almost numb from the shock. He never expected to meet such celebrities here. He knew Raymond was formidable, maybe even on par with these Avengers, but seeing Tony and his companions in person was a different experience altogether. It was like an ordinary person suddenly running into movie stars. It was impossible not to feel nervous. Run, a celebrated leader of the North American Hongmen, couldn't help but feel a little anxious himself. Noticing Raymond was discussing business with Run, Tony and the others tactfully excused themselves to attend to other matters, leaving the two alone. Only then did Rin finally breathe a sigh of relief. Are they all your friends, Dr. Raymond? Rin asked cautiously. Yes, and they've all joined the new organization I've just founded, Raymond replied with a smile. But aren't they Avengers? I heard the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. are. That's all in the past. They're not Avengers anymore, Raymond said with a calm smile. Rin was genuinely shocked. This was huge news. Iron Man and Captain America had actually left the Avengers and joined a brand new organization. Could it be that this new group was even more powerful than the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., and now Run, had a chance to join them? This definitely called for some serious consideration. Or not. What was there to even think about? I'm in, Rin declared without hesitation. You don't want to think it over? Raymond asked with a grin. No need. You said yourself. As long as the North American Hongmen don't want to end the world, I don't have to stand against them. I trust your word, Dr. Raymond, Rin replied decisively. If they really did want to destroy everything, even without you, I'd draw the line myself. All right then. I'll have Stephanie arrange the details of your membership later. For now, let's talk about the second matter. I'm listening. I need you to send a message to Kunlun for me. Tell them I want a meeting with their leader. There's something extremely important I need to discuss. And this request comes from Lord Lucifer as well, Raymond said thoughtfully. No problem. I'll contact the Dragon Head as soon as I get back. He knows how to reach Kunlun, Rin the Fatty replied without hesitation. All right, I'll wait for your message, said Raymond. Yes, sir, Rin answered, getting ready to leave. Not staying for dinner? Raymond asked. Rin the Fatty replied. No, your business is more important. Raymond chuckled. Very well, I won't insist. Keep me posted if you hear anything new. Yes, sir. As Rin's figure disappeared out the door, Raymond shook his head with a smile. Inviting Run to join the S.H.I.E.L.D. Society was, in part, a gesture of support. After all, Rin had helped him plenty over the years and managed to keep the Fong couple quite entertained. While the S.H.I.E.L.D. Society certainly prized its top fighters, capable and resourceful people like Rin were just as valuable. An organization of this size could always use a few more good hands. If someone seemed trustworthy, why not bring them in? It was a matter of convenience, really, but his main reason for reaching out to Kunlun through Run was something else entirely. On Mephisto's contract list, one of those who had struck a deal with Egghead and the others was none other than Kunlun's leader, codenamed Jade Emperor, a master of internal energy with strength just shy of a celestial. One of the rare few on Earth with such power, though he seldom left the secluded Kunlun Mountains. Now that Raymond was aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plans, he certainly wasn't going to sit around and wait for their next move. The Jade Emperor would be his first gambit in breaking the deadlock. As for why he borrowed the name of Shota Lucifer, it was simply to ensure Kunlun didn't underestimate him or fail to pass on his message. There's truth in the old saying, the king is easy to see, but the little devils are hard to deal with. He couldn't be bothered with unnecessary complications, so he might as well make a splash from the outset. Even if Shota Lucifer found out, at worst he'd just call him shameless. Before I do that, it's time to boost my strength again. Just in time to use Jacong's. Wait, what's this? Raymond murmured in surprise as he opened his system panel. Jacong. Sever every hand from heaven and hell that meddles in the mortal world. Activation requires 15,000 universal points. Raymond's sharp eyes caught the change in the quest details for Jacong's wish. At his level, even if he couldn't remember every detail, anything he'd paid attention to rarely slipped his mind, especially the price to activate Jacong's wish. If he recalled correctly, it used to cost 8,000 universal points. Now it had nearly doubled. This was the first time he'd seen such a thing happen. For all the other wishes, the activation cost had never changed. Only Jacong's was different. Even the wish quest for little old man Jiru, which originally cost more than twice as much to initiate as Juankong's, never changed. Only his had shifted. This was quite intriguing. After a moment's thought, Raymond guessed at a few possibilities. Is it because when I fulfilled Deadshot's wish last time, I triggered some kind of butterfly effect in that world, so the difficulty increased? That seemed the most reasonable explanation he could come up with. Ever since Raymond first descended onto that DC world at that particular point in time, his connection to that universe should have been set. Just like when he completed Akainu's Wish Quest, and Kizaru and Crocodile replaced their counterparts in that world. So, if Raymond were to take on Jun Kong's Wish Quest, it was highly likely he would return to the same world as before. But I don't recall doing much last time. I only threatened the Court of Owls, tricked the Joker, and took care of that little enchantress problem along the way. That should be about it, shouldn't it? Raymond stroked his chin, tried to recall his previous actions, but for the moment, he couldn't pinpoint where the change had come from. He had a nagging feeling that he'd forgotten something, but it just wouldn't come to him, so he let it go. 15,000 is 15,000. It's a good chance to make some extra gains. Once I wrap up Jairu's Wish Quest as well, I can create a few more gold-tier personalities in one go. Perfect. Raymond made up his mind. Right now, his resources were actually in decent shape. After finishing off Malekith last time, he'd raked in a good haul of universal points. Malekith was a Skyfather level. Being injured or not, someone Raymond normally couldn't hope to defeat at his current level. Defeating an enemy above his rank naturally came with generous rewards. Moreover, he'd encountered several Skyfather-level figures in Vanaheim and Asgard, including Heimdall and other famous faces, netting him even more universal points. All in all, he now had over 20,000 points, enough to unlock 2 more gold character cards. But ever since he discovered he could upgrade his existing sub-personalities, he'd put a hold on creating new ones. Rather than gambling on the unknown, he preferred a more strategic approach. Besides, he had no plans to save up for a platinum-tier sub-personality just yet. He simply couldn't handle it. Frisia alone was already pushing his limits, even with his rapid growth over this period. Judging by the gap between gold and silver-tier sub-personalities, the leap to platinum would be even more daunting. Even if he managed to unlock a Skyfather level, or a higher platinum sub-personality, he'd likely have to leave it on the sidelines as a mere mascot for now. Utterly pointless, he's a pragmatist. No matter how tempting something useless might be, to him, it can never compare to the value of something truly practical. If it weren't for the fact that he still needed universal points to unlock wish missions, he would have already elevated both of his silver sub-personalities to gold by now, and wouldn't bother wasting any more time. This is the perfect chance to let those restless guys run wild for a while, Raymond thought, a spark flashing in his mind. Fulfilling a wish mission, for him, was never just about earning universal points. It was also a form of training. The reason he went out of his way in the main world to create opportunities for his sub-personalities to act independently was hardly because he had nothing better to do. In fact, maintaining multiple shadow clones over the long term was itself a kind of cultivation. And the way he powered his clones, which he meant that both their abilities and training effects far surpassed the original technique. Moreover, whether these shadow clones were doing research, practicing on their own, or getting into fights, all the experience and insights they gained would eventually feed back to him, allowing him to improve constantly. That was why, even though he never shut himself away for secluded training or spent all his time fighting others, his progress was always astonishingly fast. Still, the main world came with too many restrictions, and he had no desire to draw unnecessary attention or trouble, so he kept his sub-personalities on a short leash. As a result, many opportunities simply slipped by. The Wish worlds were different. Even if you stirred up trouble there, as long as you completed your mission, you could leave without a care. What's more, the very premise that you couldn't die in the Wish world, the worst that could happen was mission failure, meant there was far less to worry about. So for Raymond, every journey to a Wish world was not just a chance to earn universal points, but also a leap forward. And since his sub-personality, clones couldn't truly die. So long as his main self survived, they could be revived endlessly. What better opportunity could there possibly be? System, activate Constantine's Wish mission, Raymond instructed silently. Activating. It's been 3 whole years. Our territory keeps shrinking, a third of our core members are dead, and we still haven't figured out who our enemy is. How can we call ourselves the kings of Gotham's underworld anymore? A man in an owl mask spat out the words, furious. What's the point of saying all that? Think about everything we tried these past 3 years. Every time, it's come to nothing. Either our people are killed, or they turn traitor. Who likes feeling this helpless? Another owl-masked man replied, his voice heavy. Just who the hell is working against us? Damn it. The conference room exploded into chaos. One by one, the big shots, who usually carried themselves with such dignity, were arguing endlessly, sounding more like bickering market vendors than the formidable figures they made themselves out to be. When their own interests, even their very lives, are threatened, they're no different from the quarrelsome ladies at a marketplace. Enough, Everyone be quiet. A man wearing an owl mask, whose voice revealed his seniority, slapped the table, finally putting an end to the heated dispute, at least for the moment. If Raymond were here, he would recognize this senior owl-masked man as Moses, the same person who negotiated with him previously. Moses was one of the true power brokers of the Court of Owls, his status exceedingly high. Now, with a third of the core members of the court gone, even one of Moses's peers in authority had perished. In this situation, his influence had undoubtedly grown even greater. It seems Amanda has made some discoveries. Let's hear what she has to say, Moses said, turning his gaze toward a black woman not far away. She was one of the few core members present who hadn't donned the owl mask, a matter of personal preference, really, since they all knew each other's identities. Wearing the owl mask was simply a matter of style for most. Amanda was an old acquaintance of Raymond's as well, the one who assembled the Suicide Squad, head of Gotham's division of Argus, and also a key member of the Court of Owls. My people have detected traces of Enchantress. There are several incidents that might be connected to her, Amanda mused. So you're saying our enemy is the Enchantress? A burly man in an owl mask asked. No, she's not that formidable, Amanda replied with calm composure, shaking her head. I've controlled her before, and I've faced her in battle. Her powers are certainly extraordinary. Ordinary people stand no chance against her, but that's all. Gotham has too many troublemakers. If you rank them, she wouldn't even make the top 10. I don't believe she has the capability to orchestrate all of this. So you mean she's now serving someone far more dangerous? Moses's tone grew heavy. Amanda didn't answer him directly. Instead, she shifted the conversation. I had my people compile a list of every major incident over the past 3 years that could be connected to the perpetrator. After careful data screening and elimination, I found something very odd. Moses sensed Amanda wouldn't mention this without good reason and pressed. What did you find? Amanda explained, dividing Gotham by administrative regions. There are 5 major areas. If you break it down further, you get 142 neighborhoods. But from the very beginning, there have only been 17 neighborhoods that have never experienced any kind of major incident. Of those, 12 are so remote that hardly anyone ever goes there. The remaining 5 blocks are clustered together, forming a small area of so-called absolute safety. Does that sound normal to you? Are you saying the mastermind might be hiding somewhere within those 5 blocks? The burly man in the owl mask, who had spoken up earlier, became visibly agitated. If they could truly confirm this, they wouldn't hesitate to level the entire area with missiles, sacrificing all its residents if necessary, just to make the mastermind pay a terrible price. In the end, they could always blame it on a terrorist organization. After all, it wouldn't be the first time they'd done so. Nothing unusual about that. Gotham was their turf. They wouldn't allow anyone to be so brazen, so untouchable, that even they could only sit back and take the hits. No matter how many lives had to be lost, it was a price they were willing to pay. But Amanda shook her head. That was my initial thought as well. So I dispatched a special metahuman team on loan from headquarters, hoping to track down the mastermind within those 5 blocks. Unfortunately, the effort turned up nothing. We couldn't find a single clue. Moses asked in a low voice, Are you sure those people are reliable? What if they simply weren't up to the task? Amanda shook her head again. No, they're trustworthy. In the world of metahumans, what the eye brings to the table is far beyond what we can muster. If even their people couldn't uncover a lead, then we're definitely looking in the wrong direction. You should know, some of their team members have abilities akin to guided prophecy or divination. After several rounds of verification, they concluded that there's no mastermind hidden within those blocks. The owl-masked man who had first begun complaining was now getting impatient. If you didn't find anyone, then why bring it up? Are you just trying to make our headache worse? Amanda shot him a cold, dismissive glance. If you can't help, then keep your mouth shut. No one's mistaking you for a mute. Damn it, who are you calling useless? That's enough, Madrid. Moses slammed his palm on the table, his anger erupting. If you have an idea, then speak up. If not, keep your mouth shut, or I'll deal with you myself right now. Seeing Moses, their boss, lose his temper, the owl-masked man called Madrid instantly backed down. He didn't dare utter another threat. He simply glared resentfully at Amanda before sitting down, silent. Amanda paid him no further mind and continued coolly. Even though we didn't uncover the mastermind, the team did bring me another surprise. They seem to have discovered the root cause behind why there hasn't been a single major incident in those 5 blocks. What is it? Moses pressed urgently. Because these 5 blocks make up the area where a girl named Zoe spends her daily life, going to school, coming home, visiting friends, and so on. All her daily routines happen within these 5 blocks. Zoe, a girl. Most members of the Owl Court exchanged puzzled glances when they heard this information. None of them knew who Zoe was, nor could they understand why this matter would be connected to a young girl. Only a few seemed to recall something. Moses, in particular, shot to his feet in a flash, urgently asking, "Which Zoe? The one from 5 years ago?" "That's right," Amanda nodded. "Could you stop talking in riddles?" One of the men in an owl mask complained. "What's this about Zoe from 5 years ago? Others might have forgotten, but you shouldn't have, Gilbert. 5 years ago, you were the main character in that incident." The burly owl-masked man who had spoken with Amanda earlier remarked quietly. "Me? The main character?" The owl-masked man called Gilbert stared in confusion. But soon, realization dawned on him, and he shuddered from head to toe. He finally remembered what the burly man was referring to. If he recalled correctly, he had been used as a human transmitter that time, his body borrowed by someone else. Though he had no memories of it himself, he'd learned from other core members what had happened during that period. The incident left a deep psychological scar, and afterward, he immediately commissioned a pair of glasses designed to block psychic powers. For several nights, he was plagued by dreams of being controlled, caught up in all sorts of disturbing scenarios. It was only after seeing a therapist that he managed to put the experience behind him, until now, when it was suddenly brought up again. "I remember now. That Zoe, wasn't she the daughter of Deadshot, who disappeared 5 years ago?" Gilbert exclaimed in shock. "That's correct," Amanda confirmed. "So, you're saying the mastermind behind this is Deadshot, or perhaps that mysterious organization that claimed they'd leave Gotham?" Moses said darkly. "It can't be ruled out, but we don't have enough evidence yet," Amanda replied. "Damn it, are they planning to break their promise?" Moses now resembled a furious lion, breathing heavily with rage. 5 years ago, before those people left, they promised not to compete with them for Gotham's territory. That was why the court had gone all out to promote Deadshot's exploits, elevating him to the status of Gotham's savior. At one point, his reputation even surpassed Batman's. Now, suddenly hearing that those people might return, Moses couldn't shake the feeling that they'd all been played for fools. No matter who they are, we must make thorough preparations. Even if it really is them, we need to make it clear that the Court of Owls is not to be trifled with. Moses finally laid down his verdict, making some crucial decisions. What followed, naturally, was a discussion on how to respond to this situation as well as preparing for the worst-case scenario. Even though they knew their opponent might be a terrifying organization of superpowered individuals, they would never bow their heads so easily. In Gotham, they were the true kings without crowns. In a shadowy little room, a swirl of gray mist drifted down, slowly taking on a human shape and revealing her true form. Had Amanda been present, she would have recognized the figure formed by the smoky haze as none other than the Enchantress. "Someone from the headquarters of Argus has already been here investigating." The Enchantress spoke with a hint of concern. "But I managed to mislead them for now. They probably haven't discovered us yet, but it seems their attention is already turning to Zoe. We won't be able to hide for much longer." Seated across from her was another of Amanda's old acquaintances, Harley Quinn. Her appearance hadn't changed much from 5 years ago. She still wore her signature outfit, her face forever lit up with a mischievous grin. Yet there was something different about her. A touch of mystery now surrounded her, making her seem unpredictable and enigmatic. Even the Enchantress, sitting before her, seemed to shrink into the background, clearly deferring to Harley's lead. This, of course, had something to do with the arrangements made by Raymond before he left 5 years prior. Back then, Constantine had reversed the Enchantress's magical array, saving her people. In return, she had promised Constantine that if he could save her kin, she would willingly serve as his thrall. But Constantine had known his time in this world was short and had no need for servants. So, at Raymond's suggestion, the Enchantress signed a contract agreeing to secretly protect Zoe as much as she could. For some reason, though, she'd now thrown in her lot with Harley, though it was clear who was in charge between them. Why don't we strike first?" Harley suggested with a bright, wicked smile. "Let's just get rid of all those pesky nuisances." The Enchantress shook her head. "We're already struggling just to deal with the growing number of demons. If we go up against Argus as well, we're not afraid, but we might not be able to protect Zoe." "Ugh, what a pain." Harley pouted, clearly annoyed. She didn't really care about Zoe's fate, but she knew Deadshot had likely been taken away by that man, and rumor had it he'd become that man's subordinate. That meant Deadshot's daughter was one of their own. Harley had been waiting for that man to return and didn't want to let him down when he did. "So, what do you think we should do now?" Harley asked. "Find allies," the Enchantress replied. The Enchantress murmured thoughtfully. "In a tricky situation like this, ordinary people won't be of any help to us. Wait, I know what to do." Suddenly, Harley burst out laughing. She snapped her fingers and motioned for the Enchantress to follow her. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. "Zoe, get the door," came a voice from the kitchen. "Got it." The young black girl dashed to the entrance. "Who is it?" The kitchen voice called again, but after waiting for a long moment, there was still no answer. Only then did the person in the kitchen realize something was wrong. She hurried toward the door, calling out, "Zoe, are you okay?" But when she reached the foyer, she found the front door wide open, nobody in sight, and her daughter had vanished without a trace. Zoe, panic seized the woman. She realized her daughter might be in danger and quickly called the police. Before long, officers arrived to take her statement, urging her to be patient. They promised to do everything in their power to investigate. Yet deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that this was no simple incident. After the police left, she collapsed alone in the living room, burying her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" A sudden, unfamiliar voice sounded right beside her ear, making her jump. It was only then that she noticed several strangers had appeared in her home. A bewitching woman dressed as a clown, a girl who looked like a sorceress, a bald man with tattoos all over his body, and a tall man in a bat suit. Batman. Of the four, the black woman recognized only Gotham's most famous hero, Batman. She also knew her ex-husband had ended up in prison because Batman had caught him. Seeing Batman was like grabbing hold of a lifeline. With tears in her voice, she pleaded, "Was it you who took Zoe? She's a good child. If you need to arrest someone, take me instead." "Zoe is missing." The Enchantress's voice turned icy cold. "The people from Argus are getting bold. Are they looking to start a war?" Harley's eyes narrowed, her tone laced with menace. "I've had enough of those guys. Maybe we should storm their headquarters. To think they dare lay a finger on my demon nephew's niece. They must be tired of living." As Harley spoke, Etrigan, the demon they'd brought along to help, snorted, sparks flying from his nostrils. Over the past 5 years, his power had grown exponentially, more than doubling since before. Even the Enchantress wasn't sure she could defeat him now. "No, I know the people at Argus. They can be ruthless, but kidnapping a little girl isn't their style," Batman said, shaking his head and offering a different perspective. Zoe's mother couldn't follow what they were saying, but she picked up that these people probably hadn't taken Zoe after all. She didn't know Harley and the others, but she recognized Batman, and she trusted that he wouldn't lie to her. But this only made her more anxious. She sobbed, "Zoe is still just a child. Who could be so heartless to actually take her away? Don't worry, she should be all right. I left a life mark on her. If she were hurt, I would be able to sense it. Since I haven't felt anything, it means she's safe for now." The Enchantress comforted her. "What did you leave on her?" Zoe's mother didn't quite understand what the Enchantress meant, but she realized these people must have been watching over Zoe all along, and that revelation left her both surprised and unsettled. "Please don't misunderstand. We're all friends of Floyd's. Before he left, he asked us to keep an eye on Zoe from the shadows. We mean her no harm." The Enchantress explained. She didn't reveal the whole truth, but as long as Zoe's mother could find some peace for the time being, that was enough. "I see. Then I'm counting on you. Zoe means everything to me. If anything happens to her, I wouldn't be able to go on." Tears streaked down Zoe's mother's face. At that moment, Batman had already made his way to the door. He looked back at them and said, "This isn't the time for talk. Saving her comes first." Harley and the others didn't waste words either. They said a quick goodbye to Zoe's mother and hurried after him. A few minutes later, Harley was seated in the passenger seat of the Batmobile, while Batman sped through the city. "If I remember right, it was Deadshot who killed your Puddin', wasn't it? So why are you trying to save his daughter?" Batman asked. At the mention of Puddin', Harley's expression grew complicated. Yet she no longer seemed as unhinged as she had 5 years before. After a brief silence, she grinned and shot back. "Do you really think that Floyd could have pulled off what happened 5 years ago, all by himself?" Batman's heart skipped a beat at her words, but he quickly composed himself and replied in a low voice, "No wonder I always felt something was off." About what happened back then. That colossal figure lurking beneath Gotham, pulling all the strings, suddenly started pushing a tale of lone heroics. "Who was he?" Batman asked. "Him? Actually, I don't even know his name. All I know is that the Deadshot from 5 years ago was just him in disguise, and the real Deadshot was taken away by him," Harley said, resting her chin in her hands like a girl lost in a daydream, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "I begged him to stay, but he refused. He just told me he was leaving for somewhere far, far away, and maybe he'd never come back." "You fell for him?" Batman asked in surprise. "I really don't know." Harley's expression was utterly sincere. "I always thought I was chasing after madness, but 5 years ago, he saw another side of me. He made me realize that, deep down, what I longed for most might not be madness at all, but rather, I don't even know myself. Anyway, if I could see him again, maybe I'd finally figure out the answer." Seeing Harley's reaction, Batman understood what he needed to. He chose not to pursue the subject, instead changing the topic. Earlier, you told me Gotham is facing an unprecedented crisis. I assume you're not talking about the girl named Zoe who was kidnapped. Of course not. Harley threw up her hands. Rescuing Zoe isn't really a problem for the witch and me. In fact, I've got a pretty good idea who took her. The reason I came to you and the Hellblazer for help is that there's a much bigger problem looming ahead. The witch and I alone just can't handle this mess. This time, it's not just Gotham at stake. It could be the whole world. Harley's tone still carried her signature lightness, but Batman felt a chill settle deep in his chest. He knew Harley's character well enough to recognize she wouldn't joke about something like this. If she said the trouble ahead threatened the entire world, then the danger was likely beyond imagining. This big problem, is it related to the recent string of vicious crimes in Gotham? Batman suddenly asked. Bingo. Spot on, but sorry, no prize for the right answer. Harley snapped her fingers with a playful grin. Those incidents are really just a prelude to the real trouble. The witch and I managed to force them away from where Zoe was, taught them a little lesson to help them remember their place, but we can't truly stop what's coming next. That's why I thought of you, our great hero. Surely you won't refuse to help now, will you? Harley said with a laugh. Do you really care that much about the fate of others? Batman shot her a skeptical look, unimpressed by her appeal. Oh, you saw right through me. Harley feigned offense, then sighed theatrically. Honestly, I don't care all that much. But I don't want him to come back and find everything in shambles. It'd ruin his mood. So, I guess I've got no choice but to get swept up in all this trouble. This time, Batman didn't press her further. He knew exactly who Harley meant by him. The man who had, 5 years ago, solved 2 of Gotham's biggest crises under the name Deadshot. Batman was curious about that man, too. But that wasn't the priority right now. What mattered most was figuring out how to deal with the impending disaster. With that in mind, Batman spoke directly. Alfred, issue a call to assemble. At once, Master Wayne. The butler's voice rang out. Oh, are you gathering your little alliance again? Harley seemed to remember something and asked with a mischievous grin. Isn't that exactly why you're here to see me? That is indeed your reason for seeking me out, isn't it? Batman replied coolly. I can't stand smart people like you, Harley said through gritted teeth. At that moment, both of them suddenly heard Enchantress's voice in their earpieces. According to the feedback from my life seal, she's right in the car ahead of you. Should I make the first move, or will you? I'll handle it, Batman said, not waiting for Harley to respond. He pressed a button on the steering wheel, and a fist-sized black disc shot out with a sharp or toward the car in front. With a jolt, the car ahead suddenly stalled and screeched to a halt under Batman's interference. Sensing something amiss, the people inside wasted no time. The moment the car stopped, a squad of heavily armed special operatives poured out, brandishing high-tech weapons rarely seen on the streets. They quickly spotted the Batmobile trailing behind and leveled their guns at it in unison. Batman, I never expected you to be involved in this. You've really let me down. Amanda's voice rang out. She stepped out of the car, dragging Zoe with her. Zoe looked like she'd been crying, her eyes red and puffy. Amanda, I didn't expect it would really be you. When did Argus stoop so low, kidnapping a girl? Batman leapt from the Batmobile, his tone grave. He had defended Argus before, believing they'd never do such a thing, especially given his long-standing cooperation with the agency. He thought he understood them. Clearly, he was wrong. She's not just with Argus, you know. She's also a member of that underground behemoth you mentioned beneath Gotham. Harley chimed in with a cheeky wave as she hopped down from the Batmobile, greeting Amanda with mock cheer. Long time no see, Amanda. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a flaming demon with a bald head plummeted from the sky, slamming into the ground and leaving a deep crater. In a swirl of gray mist, Enchantress descended gracefully after him, only regaining her human form once her feet touched solid ground. I should have known it was you, Amanda said, her voice low and cold. She was all too familiar with the trio that now confronted her, especially Harley and the Fire Demon, both former members of the special squad of convicts she had assembled with her own hands. If not for the interference of that mysterious organization, which had taken Deadshot and thrown her plans into chaos, Harley and the demon would still be serving under her command. So, will you let her go yourself, or shall we do it for you? The Enchantress regarded Amanda with an icy stare. She cared even more about Zoe's safety than Harley did, for she had made a promise to Chakan as well. If anything truly happened to Zoe, she would not hesitate to wipe out every last person responsible for her death, and only then would she atone with her own life. Of course, she had no desire to die. That meant Zoe's rescue was non-negotiable. What's the point in talking? Just crush her and be done with it. The flame demon snarled with a wicked grin. You think you've already won, don't you? Amanda's lips curled into a smile as she looked at the two, their confidence on full display. That smile sent a chill through Batman's heart. He knew Amanda all too well. If she could still react like this, it meant she wasn't at all surprised by their arrival. The setting was an ordinary city street, nestled between several buildings. Cars moved along the road, and pedestrians hurried across the crosswalks. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Not far away, two police officers were dutifully issuing a ticket to a parked car, the picture of professionalism. But the moment Amanda finished speaking, every vehicle around them came to an abrupt halt. People stepped out, each brandishing a weapon, and even the pedestrians revealed guns, all taking aim at the group, those two ticketing officers included. That wasn't all. Windows in the surrounding buildings flew open, and nearly everyone bristled with the barrels of various weapons, all trained on their position. In an instant, the street was no longer a mundane city scene, but a battlefield set for an ambush, just waiting for Harley and her companions to walk right into the trap. Standing beside Amanda, Zoe was startled by the sudden turn of events. The tears she had struggled to hold back now slipped silently down her cheeks, her whole body trembling with fear. It wasn't just her, a young girl, who was terrified. Even Batman felt his scalp tingle as he desperately raced through possible strategies in his mind. Even if Harley hadn't revealed Amanda's connections, this display left little room for doubt. Amanda's true identity had to be far more complicated. This was beyond anything Task Force X could orchestrate. Only the shadowy titan that had manipulated Gotham for years could pull off something of this scale. Clearly, they had been targeted by that power. Or perhaps, from the moment Zoe was captured, this had all been a carefully laid snare, just waiting for its prey. Amanda, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Batman asked in a grave tone. Zoe is Floyd's daughter. If I recall, it was your people who helped him rise to power 5 years ago. We mean her no harm. All we want is to keep her safe. As expected, something like this could never be kept from you. Amanda wasn't surprised that Batman had figured out what happened 5 years ago. She said calmly, yes, 5 years ago we reached an agreement. While the partnership wasn't exactly friendly, one of the terms was that they would keep their hands off Gotham. They? Batman picked up on Amanda's choice of words. Amanda glanced at Harley, who was still grinning mischievously, and at Enchantress, who was watching her with a cold stare. Then she continued, since you're working with them now, surely you're aware of this, aren't you? When Batman remained silent, Amanda went on, it's not exactly a secret, and there's no harm in telling you. 5 years ago, Deadshot was chosen by a mysterious organization. They said they were going to take him away, but Deadshot made them a request. Oh, this time, even Harley and Enchantress looked curious. Clearly, they hadn't known about this before. Amanda explained, Deadshot agreed to go with them, but before he left, he wanted to become Gotham's savior. He wanted his daughter, this lovely little girl beside me, to know that her father wasn't a criminal, but a superhero instead. With a father like that, how could we bear to refuse his wish? So we agreed to help him, but on the condition that he and that organization wouldn't compete with us for control of Gotham. Was it really that you couldn't bear to refuse, or that you didn't dare to refuse? Harley's playful voice broke the moment, making Amanda's expression stiffen. Batman could only give Harley a helpless look. He knew full well that Amanda's words were just to save face for the powers behind her. He didn't say it out loud, but the truth was obvious. That faction, which called itself the uncrowned king of Gotham, never allowed anyone to shake their position. 5 years ago, both he and the Joker had become thorns in their side because they couldn't tolerate anyone in Gotham, growing too powerful, especially if they were beyond their control. To them, it made no difference whether you were a hero or a villain. Batman had sensed more than once that someone was covertly targeting him, and every trail led back to that faction. From then on, he knew a direct confrontation was inevitable. Now Amanda was claiming they had been moved by Deadshot's love for his daughter and agreed to help out of compassion. That kind of story might fool a child. Those people weren't running a charity. They were more ruthless than anyone. For an organization capable of forcing that faction to personally raise up someone who went against everything they stood for, it couldn't have been done by persuasion alone. Batman had every reason to believe that the organization must have made them feel genuine fear, leaving them no choice but to agree to avoid escalating the conflict. Batman chose not to contradict Amanda's words. Unexpectedly, Harley still blurted out the truth. Amanda's expression faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and said coldly, regardless, they've broken the promise they made at the beginning. That means we must respond. Broken their original promise? Amanda's accusation took Batman and Harley by surprise. Harley, in particular, jumped up in agitation. You mean they've come back? Amanda sneered. Do you really think pretending ignorance will help you? Gotham has been plagued by a string of vicious incidents lately. Yet the area where this little girl lives remains untouched. Unless they've broken their promise, I can't think of another explanation. My dad is back. Zoe, who had been quietly sobbing, suddenly perked up at the news. However, Harley's smile, which had just started to bloom, froze on her face after hearing Amanda's words. After a moment, she blurted out in frustration, "So you actually don't know anything? I got excited for nothing." Amanda raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" Harley gave a snort and ignored her. At that moment, Enchantress spoke up. "The recent string of crimes in Gotham has nothing to do with the group that took Deadshot. As for why Zoe's been safe, it's because Harley and I have been protecting her from the shadows. After a few run-ins with us, those people realized we weren't to be trifled with. They were afraid we'd ruin their plans, so we struck a deal. As long as we don't interfere with their business, they won't set foot in our territory." Amanda's expression shifted slightly. Her instincts told her Enchantress might be telling the truth. In fact, the Court of Owls had no clear picture of what was really going on either. They had only made some reasonable guesses based on the unusual peace in the 5 neighborhoods around Zoe. If Enchantress was right, it meant their assumptions had been off the mark, and this might all just be a misunderstanding. Still, Amanda would never admit she was starting to believe this version of events. She kept her face impassive and asked, "And these people you're talking about, who are they?" Enchantress shook her head. "We're not sure. We only know they seem to be plotting something big. It's for that plan that they've stirred up so much trouble." Amanda made no comment. She simply put on her earpiece and whispered something quietly into it. After a moment, she finally put away her earpiece and looked at Harley and Batman, saying, "We truly cannot be certain what's going on, but we also can't just take your word for it. So, I'm going to have to ask you to come with me and submit to our investigation. If it turns out in the end that you've been wrongly accused, we will, of course, let you go." This time, it wasn't just Harley. Even Batman couldn't help but sigh deeply. Such a request was utterly impossible for them to accept. If Amanda were merely the head of the Gotham branch of Argus, he might have considered it. But Amanda's other identity meant he could never trust her. That shadowy figure pulling the strings in Gotham had already tried to eliminate him once. If he really fell into her hands, would he ever get out alive? What a joke. He'd sooner risk everything here and now than hand his fate over to those people. Tise. So, after all that talk, we're back to fighting. How hypocritical, Harley sneered. At the same time, a golden aura shimmered over her, with its brightest glow gathered around her right hand. If someone looked closely, they'd see a ring had appeared on her finger. The golden light radiating from her body was in fact the energy flowing from that very ring. What kind of power is that? Amanda's eyes narrowed slightly. She hadn't expected Harley to possess superhuman abilities, much less ones that gave her such a dangerous feeling. Amanda considered herself well-informed about Harley, especially since she conducted thorough investigations on Harley and the others when preparing to form that special team. She was intimately familiar with each of their personalities and abilities, so she was certain Harley absolutely shouldn't have such a strange and terrifying power. This could only mean Harley had become even more troublesome than before. Considering her madness, on par with the Joker's, Amanda had a foreboding sense that if she didn't capture her today, Harley would become the Court of Owls' worst headache. As Harley revealed her stance, the Enchantress's lower body coalesced once again into swirling gray mist, poised to spring into action. The demon, meanwhile, let out a wicked laugh as flames erupted around him. Amanda, however, remained unfazed. She simply continued, "After learning from our failure 5 years ago, we've developed a new type of nanobomb. This nanobomb can be injected into a target's bloodstream in liquid form." That statement gave both Enchantress and Harley pause. They knew Amanda would never waste her breath on pointless threats at a moment like this. Amanda paid no attention to their reactions and continued, "Once this liquid nanobomb is injected into the bloodstream, it will instantly circulate throughout the entire body, spreading to every part of the target, especially concentrating around the heart. Removing these nanobombs requires specialized equipment, and it's absolutely not something that can be done in a short time. At the very least, you'd have to filter all the blood in the body more than 3 times. So, even if you have some trick to whisk this little girl away from me in an instant, it won't work. Our people can detonate those nanobombs at any moment." "You monsters! How could you do such a thing to a little girl?" Batman exploded with rage at her words. "Relax. These liquid nanobombs won't harm her body in the short term. As long as you don't try anything reckless. Once this matter is properly investigated, we'll naturally remove the bombs from her," Amanda replied, her expression unchanged. "If anything happens to her, I will kill you, and everyone connected to you," the Enchantress spat out, her voice trembling with fury. "I believe you completely," Amanda replied coolly. "But I think you should also know, if I dare confront monsters like you, it means I'm already prepared to make sacrifices." As for people connected to me, sorry, I'm an orphan. Amanda's words made the enchantress grit her teeth in hatred. Even Harley, who was always grinning, even when staring down a barrage of weapons, couldn't help but let her smile fade. They both understood that Amanda had found their weakness. Amanda wasn't wrong, after all. Harley did have a way to snatch Zoe from Amanda's hands in a split second. That's why, from the start, Harley hadn't considered Zoe a true hostage. She could rescue the girl before Amanda made a move. Yet Amanda had anticipated this, and gone so far as to inject Zoe with those twisted liquid nanobombs. Of course, Amanda might just be bluffing, but they didn't dare take that bet. If they lost, Zoe would be lost forever. You wicked witch. Harley spat coldly. Amanda ignored her, showing neither anger nor fear. She simply glanced at her wristwatch and said, "You have 1 minute to reconsider. Please be absolutely certain before you make your choice." Bang! A sudden gunshot shattered the tension, startling everyone. At such a sensitive moment, any careless move could trigger disaster. Both Harley's group and Amanda, upon hearing that shot, immediately thought, "This is bad." Harley and her team certainly didn't want to start a fight. Not until they figured out a way to save Zoe. They didn't want to take that risk. But Amanda was just as unwilling to make the first move. She was holding Zoe hostage mainly to protect herself. That was her true purpose. Otherwise, even with all these preparations, she knew she couldn't be sure of keeping those monsters at bay. She was well aware of that. So she could only hope that those monsters would really be wary of harming their own, at least for the moment, and would back down. If not, she'd be the one to suffer. At a time like this, how could she possibly want to fight to break out? Whoever fired that shot better hope I never find out who it was, or I'll make them pay dearly. Amanda seethed inwardly. She didn't believe Harley and the others had done it. She just assumed it was some idiot on her own side who had fired by mistake. But this time she was wrong. "Daddy!" Suddenly, Zoe cried out in delight. At the very moment Zoe shouted, all the special ops soldiers who had gotten out of the armored vehicle with Amanda collapsed to the ground in unison. Thud! 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 Amanda's heart plunged. She and Zoe were standing in the same spot, facing the same direction, so she too saw the figure approaching behind Batman and the others. A figure all too familiar to her. One shot, just one shot, and from a handgun, no less, had killed at least 20 special ops soldiers. Without exception, every one of those 20-plus men had been shot through the temple from the side, a single bullet to the head ending each life. This scene defied all logic, and cold sweat instantly streamed down Amanda's back. How dare he? The sheer shock of it made Amanda feel as if the situation was spinning out of her control. Of course, the man was no stranger to her. He was the biological father of the little girl she was using as a hostage, the very man whom the Court of Owls had personally elevated to Gotham's savior 5 years ago, Deadshot. Judging from that shot, just now, Deadshot was far more terrifying now than he had been 5 years ago. Back then, Deadshot had simply been an exceptionally skilled assassin, who had risen to notoriety on the strength of his uncanny marksmanship. But that shot just now, it was beyond mere marksmanship. No skill with a gun could explain it. No matter how precise, no shooter could kill over 20 people with a single bullet, especially when they weren't even standing in a straight line. What's more, these special ops soldiers have been equipped to confront superheroes and superpowered criminals. Their gear was made with the most advanced technology the Court of Owls could provide, and the helmets they wore were semi-enclosed for maximum protection. A handgun round, any round really, shouldn't have been able to penetrate. Not even the most powerful sniper rifle on the market was supposed to get through. At most, the impact might knock them down and injure them, but never kill them outright. But the undeniable truth now was that they had indeed been killed, each shot dead with a single bullet through the head in an instant. Amanda couldn't comprehend how it was possible, but she knew one thing for certain. The Deadshot she faced now was no longer an opponent she could handle. Is this transformation something that organization brought about in him? Amanda's heart sank to rock bottom. She had already resolved, even before this, that she was willing to sacrifice herself if that was what it took to make the organization pay a price, to make them feel the unwavering resistance of the Court of Owls. Yet, when she heard Harley and the Enchantress say that the recent incidents had nothing to do with that organization, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, because deep down, she truly did not want to cross paths with them. Even though she wasn't afraid of death, that didn't mean she was seeking it out. 5 years ago, that organization had infiltrated the Court of Owls as if they walked through an unguarded door, and Amanda had been there to witness it. That incident had marked a turning point for the court. Before then, the Court of Owls was little more than an alliance of mutual interests. With no true adversary for so long, internal scheming and rivalry were inevitable. Take for example, how 5 years ago, some members possessed psychic blockers while others did not. Just one illustration of their discord. After that invasion, However, the court underwent a period of collective reflection and finally decided to let go of their prejudices. The reason was simple. If they had been united 5 years ago, then everyone would have had a psychic blocker. Even if their enemies had discovered their hideout, there was no way someone could have been secretly controlled as easily as they were back then. Those 5 years had transformed the Court of Owls. Thanks to that ordeal, the court was reborn. In this sense, they almost had that organization to thank for the threat it posed, for it was pressure like that which had forced them to unite and rapidly grow stronger. With this newfound strength, the Court of Owls had gained a level of control over Gotham and a mass power that was simply unprecedented. That was why they finally dared to stand against the organization, even choosing to go on the offensive. Yet Amanda's instincts told her the organization remained unimaginably dangerous. Even after their transformation, the Court of Owls was probably still no match for them if it came to a true confrontation. Still, she took her place on the front lines. She was an orphan raised by the Court of Owls. Everything she had, she owed to them. She could not stand by and do nothing while the court was in peril. But when she confronted Deadshot once again, Amanda realized, with a sinking heart, that despite all their vigilance, the Court of Owls had still underestimated just how terrifying that organization truly was. A mere assassin, someone who was insignificant in the eyes of the Court of Owls 5 years ago, had now become so mysterious that even she couldn't see through him. Then what about the others? What truly stunned her and, for the first time, made her feel the situation was slipping from her grasp? Was this, why did Deadshot dare to make a move? She wouldn't have been surprised if anyone else had acted, since all those possibilities were accounted for in her plan, even the worst-case scenarios. Yet, Deadshot was the last person who should have struck first. Did he truly not care about his daughter's life? Amanda found herself perplexed. As Amanda began to panic, the 4 people facing her were just as shocked by what had transpired moments ago. They didn't care about the fate of those small-time thugs, but making a rash move could easily put Zoe in danger. This was precisely why they had held back so far. Yet, someone else had gotten a jump on them. The trouble was, they didn't want to tear off their masks and start a direct confrontation just yet. Otherwise, they would have acted already. So why all this deadlock? Of the 4, the one most incensed was the Enchantress. In her eyes, the person who suddenly opened fire was an utter fool, nothing but an agent of chaos. But as she turned and saw who it was, her astonishment only deepened. "It's you?" The Enchantress recognized the newcomer. Floyd. Batman also recognized this old acquaintance. After all, he was the one who had captured Deadshot years ago. There was no way he could forget. "Ha ha ha! I knew you weren't dead." The demon roared with laughter when he saw that Deadshot had appeared. Only Harley remained silent, staring intently at Deadshot for a long moment. Finally, her voice turned cold and sharp. "You're not him." "Not him? What did she mean? Who wasn't who? Was the Deadshot before them an imposter?" Both the Enchantress and the demon were taken aback by Harley's words, and even Amanda, standing behind them, was left bewildered. Only Batman wore a thoughtful expression. Harley had already hinted a part of the truth during their ride earlier, so he had his suspicions. Deadshot casually spun his pistol in his hand, then blew across the barrel with a showman's flair, grinning as he said, "He bet me you'd figure it out." I didn't believe him, but I guess I lost. "He's back? Where is he?" At Deadshot's words, Harley's expression shifted instantly as she asked in excitement. "Let's deal with the trouble in front of us first. Then we'll talk about that," Deadshot replied, nodding toward the threat behind Harley. Only then did Harley remember that Deadshot's daughter was still in the hands of the Court of Owls. She realized this wasn't the time to act impulsively. She was still hoping Deadshot would take her to see that man, so she had no desire to fall out with him now. The other 3, though they couldn't fully understand the exchange between Harley and Deadshot, could tell from the situation that Deadshot wasn't an enemy, and finally let their guard down. "There's liquid nanobombs injected into your daughter's bloodstream. They can't be removed easily. Don't do anything reckless." As Harley suddenly realized the real issue, she quickly warned him. "I know." The smile faded from Deadshot's face. He strode past Harley and the others, step by step, until he stood directly across from Amanda. His expression was blank as he stared at her, and said, "So this is the attitude of the Court of Owls?" "The Court of Owls. So that's the name of the uncrowned king behind Gotham." Batman silently committed the name to memory. Though he had noticed the presence of the court before, he didn't truly understand their vast reach, nor did he know their name until now. This was his first time learning it. "You?" Amanda was caught off guard for a moment. She hadn't expected Deadshot to speak their name so directly. The court's greatest strength wasn't just its power and influence, but its secrecy. Even Batman, who wore the twin mantles of Wayne family head and Gotham's greatest hero, had never uncovered their secrets, testament to how well they concealed themselves. It was precisely because of that secrecy that they'd survive in the shadows for so many years, pulling the strings of the city from behind the scenes. If they were ever dragged into the light, trouble would follow relentlessly, and they'd become a target in the eyes of many. For that reason, they never willingly spoke their name. No matter what they did, they left no trace or clue, always maintaining a low profile. Yet Deadshot had called out their name in front of so many people, an act that tore away any pretense. Still, considering they'd captured his daughter because of a misunderstanding and even injected her with explosives, it was little wonder he'd lost his temper. Amanda, snapping out of her brief daze, quickly composed herself and said, "This is all just a misunderstanding. I'm truly sorry. You think a single apology is enough?" Deadshot had no interest in her explanations. He only sneered, "Maybe I should wipe out your core vowels and then come back to offer you my apology." After Deadshot appeared, Amanda was already prepared to make concessions, because perhaps this really had all been a mistake and capturing Zoe had placed them in the wrong. If it had been anyone else, a mistake was just a mistake. Any objections would be silenced by force. But the organization behind Deadshot gave them pause. It wasn't something they could simply destroy at will. In this situation, she had no choice but to bow her head. Deadshot's utter lack of respect came as a shock. He didn't even bother with pleasantries, simply declaring that he'd wipe them out. Amanda found this hard to accept. 5 years ago, Deadshot was nothing more than a nobody in her eyes. Gotham's so-called top assassin? What was that to her? With a mere flick of her finger, she could have made Deadshot kneel and lick her boots. Yet now, this former minor player was strutting before her, threatening to obliterate them all at a whim. This was beyond outrageous, an insult she could not abide. "Floyd, I know what gives you the courage to speak this way, but can you really speak for the organization behind you? I've already apologized, and to show our sincerity, we'll help your daughter remove what's inside her body and compensate her with enough money to last a lifetime. I believe that should be enough to resolve this misunderstanding." Amanda intoned gravely. Yes, she had decided not to back down any further. After all, she suddenly realized that while Deadshot might have joined that organization, it didn't mean he could command it. Would the Court of Owls really go to war with a group that could knock their teeth out just for the sake of one of their members being insulted? That was clearly impossible. If Deadshot could read her mind, he'd probably be laughing out loud right now. Amanda was totally mistaken about him and about the so-called Raymond Legion. She couldn't even imagine that the organization was, strictly speaking, only a single person. And the idea that the Court of Owls could put the Raymond Legion on the defensive? There was simply no way to continue this conversation. Sometimes, ignorance is truly terrifying. At this point, Deadshot had lost all interest in continuing the discussion. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed her, his voice flat and indifferent. "That's enough. You don't need to say any more. I don't want your compensation. Just pass on a message for me. Tell them to make sure their wills are in order. That's the last mercy I'll show. Unlike you people, I still draw the line at involving family." "Do you even realize what you're saying?" Amanda demanded, barely able to contain her fury as she fixed Deadshot with a penetrating glare. "Are you really willing to let your daughter pay the price for your arrogance?" By now, Amanda had lost all patience. Deadshot was simply too brazen. If the Court of Owls tolerated this, they might as well disband on the spot. Even Batman and his allies thought Deadshot had crossed the line. He wasn't just ignoring the Court of Owls. He was treating them like vermin, as if he could squash them underfoot without a second thought. Wasn't this the height of arrogance? "Fine, fine, you leave me no choice. Detonate the bomb in her right hand." Amanda barked in a low, menacing voice. But the moment the words left her lips, nothing happened. The room fell silent. Zoe, startled by Amanda's command, was left completely bewildered, unable to understand why nothing had occurred. No, how could this happen? Amanda muttered to herself. She couldn't understand why the liquid nanobomb had failed. This was the Court of Owls' latest technology. She had dared to lay her cards on the table this time precisely because she believed she could use Zoe as a hostage to keep her opponents at bay. But now, with the liquid nanobomb rendered useless, realizing what fate awaited her, her face filled with despair. "You know, there are plenty of ways I could have rendered your childish threats powerless. For example, I could have Mr. Weasel drag all of you into the environment, like this." Deadshot's words had barely left his lips when Amanda suddenly dropped to one knee, clutching her stomach as if she'd been wounded. It was then that she noticed, not far away, atop a parked car, stood an Asian man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. His eyes were a chilling, unnatural shade of blood red, so terrifying they seemed to pierce through her. She recognized those crimson eyes. Just moments ago, she'd been dragged by this man into a warped, distorted space, where he stabbed her again and again with a dagger. So many times she lost count. Even with all the brutal training she'd endured at the Court of Owls, even though she didn't fear ordinary torture, the torment of that experience nearly drove her mad. She couldn't remember how many times she'd been stabbed, and no matter how many blades pierced her, she simply would not die. The pain itself wasn't the worst part. It was the endless uncertainty, the not knowing when it would stop, that nearly broke her. Amanda understood now that this man with the blood-red eyes must be a member of the same organization backing Deadshot. This confirmed her earlier intuition. That organization was truly terrifying. Any one of its members possessed such unimaginable power, enough to overwhelm even someone as battle-hardened as she was. If they ever chose to target the ordinary members of the Court of Owls, it would only be a matter of time before they all defected. Thankfully, it seemed these people had no interest in such things. As Amanda knelt on the ground, Deadshot wasn't about to let her off easily. He continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Besides, no matter what so-called remote detonation device you use, whatever its form, it can never escape electronic control. As long as there's a significant technological gap, that control can be broken in an instant. And Mr. Megatron here has exactly that kind of advantage. Almost as if on cue, a sleek, silver fighter jet with a distinctly futuristic look suddenly streaked low across the sky. It circled once, then transformed mid-air into a towering mechanical giant, easily over 10 meters tall. Megatron is here. Who dares defy me? Boomed the mechanical giant, his voice dripping with melodramatic menace. No one dared so much as chuckle. Although, the DC universe, much like the Marvel universe, is filled with a multitude of superpowered beings, and even beyond Earth, there are plenty of formidable entities, some of them even higher dimensional. The world is still primarily populated by ordinary people. Just as the arrival of Iron Man in the Marvel universe would cause an uproar, if a Transformer were to appear, the shock waves would be even greater. The scene before us is the perfect example. The people gathered here, who are unaware of the existence of the Court of Owls and have simply been summoned by its various agents, initially, believed that such an impressive display of force would be more than enough, no matter the opponent. So what if it's Batman? As long as it's not that godlike alien from Metropolis, they felt confident they could handle it. And even if it were that alien, so what? He isn't. Without weaknesses, and an ancient behemoth like the Court of Owls, with its centuries of legacy, surely has emergency contingencies in place. But now, what they're facing are unknown powerhouses, catching them completely off guard. So this is the organization that even the Court of Owls, which has controlled Gotham for centuries, regards with such wariness. Truly remarkable. Batman silently observed Itachi and Megatron, who had appeared so suddenly, inwardly astonished. It wasn't that the strength of Itachi and Megatron was beyond his comprehension. After all, one of his teammates is known as the god among men, someone even alien. Overlords invading Earth can't withstand for long. He had no doubt that Itachi and Megatron were formidable, but compared to that godly comrade, they still fell short. But Batman was different from ordinary people. He never judged anyone by strength alone. He considered himself just a particularly capable ordinary man, yet given enough time, he believed he could challenge even that godly teammate. His anti-Superman contingency plan was no idle boast. As for why he felt a secret sense of unease about Deadshot and his companions, it was because he saw something different in these three. The ways of the Court of Owls and Amanda Waller, in truth, weren't so different from his own. They all acted with careful planning, striking only when the time was right. If brute force couldn't win the day, they would exploit their opponent's weaknesses to achieve their goals. He asked himself, if he were in Deadshot's place, caught with his daughter in peril, threatened by something as insidious as a liquid nanobomb, even the full Justice League might not be able to help. Cyborg might be a tech-side superhero, but even his technology couldn't possibly outpace the centuries-old advancements of the Court of Owls. As for the others, they each had their strengths and unique abilities, but faced with this predicament, most would be at a loss. Yet, judging by Deadshot's reaction, it was clear that these two newly arrived members of that mysterious organization were more than capable of resolving such a crisis. This is the true measure of their power. And these are just the members who stepped forward at random, already this overwhelming. How many more remain in the shadows? Not to mention those farther away. Just Deadshot alone, after his transformation, has become a puzzle beyond my comprehension. To this day, I still can't figure out how Deadshot managed to take down over 20 people with a single shot. It all seems shrouded in mystery. As for what Batman is thinking, Deadshot has no way of knowing. He simply continues, besides, I have a lot of other ways I could deal with you. But I didn't choose any of those because I can't afford to take risks. Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance of failure, I won't take it, because my daughter is in your hands. So I had no choice but to beg the boss for help. That's the safest way. Forget about liquid nanobombs. Even if you'd hidden a nuclear bomb inside her, it would make no difference. Deadshot let out a cold, mocking laugh. Boss. At these words, Amanda's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. She understood what Deadshot was implying. The leader of that organization had actually come to Gotham at Deadshot's request. This was the last thing the Court of Owls wanted to see, because they never intended to start an all-out war. Their hardline stance was simply a show of determination, a way to make that organization hesitate. If they had known things would evolve to this point, even if Amanda was willing to sacrifice herself, the old men of the court would never have approved such a plan. Well, look at all these guns. How frightening. A sly, oily voice drifted lazily through the air. In a flash of golden light, a middle-aged man in a yellow and white striped suit suddenly appeared atop a lamppost by the roadside. He surveyed the surroundings from above, his words dripping with sarcasm despite the feigned fear in his tone, his gaze cold and contemptuous. Some noticed that on the building behind him, the countless gun barrels that had been bristling moments before had all vanished without a trace. The shock of this scene left more than a few people weak in the knees. But before anyone could react further, a deeper, more powerful voice boomed from the other side. So, it's you scum who want to declare war on us. A towering man, molten lava coursing over his body and, turning the ground beneath his feet into pools of magma, strode forward with a chilling tone. Wherever he passed, the gun-toting henchmen were swallowed up by the lava before they could even cry out. Some, wild with shock and rage, opened fire at this lava man, but it was pointless. Bullets simply vanished the instant they struck him, and he didn't even bother to dodge. Tiske. You sure know how to steal the spotlight. A hoarse, sinister laugh rang out. This time, the speaker was a pallid, androgynous man with vertical pupils. His appearance wasn't as dazzling as the previous two, but the fear he brought was no less than theirs. Because with his arrival, countless venomous snakes suddenly slithered across the ground, moving so swiftly that they crawled onto people before most could even react. Snakes. So many snakes. Help. God, save me. Just die, all of you. Some screamed and howled. Others were gripped by despair. Some frantically fired their guns at the snakes, only to realize they could never shoot them all. Many people already have a fear of snakes, let alone when they appear in such overwhelming numbers. Even those without such phobias couldn't possibly stay calm in the face of this nightmare. The ghastly scene sent chills down countless spines. But this was far from over. If anything, it was only the beginning. As more of these figures emerged, supernatural powers of every kind erupted from all directions, cutting down anyone in their path and striking terror into all who witnessed it. The Court of Owls, so certain of their intimidating arrangements, had suddenly become a laughingstock. At some point, Zoe too seemed to be whisked away by a flash, appearing beside Deadshot, who immediately shielded her eyes. He didn't want his daughter to be scarred by what she saw. Batman took in the carnage, and his heart wavered. He'd never had any fondness for the Court of Owls. He'd even considered rooting them out entirely. But this kind of bloodthirsty slaughter was against everything he stood for. Not killing was Batman's unbreakable rule. He, an outlaw much like the criminals he fought, had always clung to that one final line. Seeing a massacre unfold before his eyes, Batman could not stay silent. He stepped forward, ready to intervene. I'd advise you to stay out of this, Harley said, her tone relaxed and carefree as she lounged nearby. Zoe's definitely Floyd's weakness, but she's also his trigger. This is his way of sending a message. Touch what's his, and you die. If you manage to save Zoe earlier, you could say whatever you wanted now, and he'd respect it. But even you couldn't pull that off, right? Trust me, you don't want to see Floyd lose control. If he does, it won't just be these scum dying. Batman hesitated at her words, silent for a moment. But before long, he shook his head and replied, I understand what you're saying, but I can't just stand by and watch this happen. I'm sorry. Just as Batman prepared to advance, a crisp, clear set of footsteps echoed in everyone's ears that defy all logic in such a noisy environment. Footsteps as soft as those should have been impossible to hear. Yet, that sudden sound of footsteps unmistakably reached everyone's ears, defying all sense. The moment those footsteps echoed, Harley had already vanished from where she stood, and in the blink of an eye, she was clinging to the neck of the last person to appear, the big boss himself, like some sort of oversized accessory. What should have been an awe-inspiring entrance was utterly ruined. Raymond looked at Harley, who was hanging from his neck like a koala, a weary expression crossing his face. Everyone's watching. Get down. No. Harley tightened her grip, refusing to let go. Raymond tried again. If you have something to say, come down and we'll talk. Not happening. Harley shot back. Be good and get down first. Let me take care of things here, and afterward. Don't even think about it. I'm not letting go. Harley interrupted before he could finish. Raymond could only sigh in defeat. Walking alongside Raymond, Zatcon nonchalantly toyed with the flowing reality stone in his hands as if it were a string of prayer beads. With a chuckle, he said, "Boss, you might as well give up. Just let her hang there." Raymond had no choice but to accept this reality. All that effort building up to a grand entrance, wasted. He lamented inwardly. This was supposed to be his first appearance in this world with his true face, and he'd meant to establish himself as a formidable villain. But Harley's sudden embrace had shattered all that, and there was nothing he could do about her, so he could only let her be. With Harley still dangling from his neck, Raymond cast a cool glance around the room and said, "That's enough. You may stop now." His voice, amplified by an imposing aura, rolled through the surrounding area, ringing clearly in every ear. At his command, all the alternate personalities instantly ceased their actions. By now, most of the Court of Owls' ambush lay defeated or dead, and that was only because the alter egos hadn't been taking things seriously. If they had, even one of them, Yellow Ape, could have cleared the field with ease. Raymond had released all his alter egos except for the 3 golden ones, partly to train them, and partly to help Deadshot vent his anger and send a message to the world. In a way, Deadshot was a part of him. They didn't share memories, but their hearts were linked. He could feel Deadshot's rage and worry, so he decided to help. Only by making it clear to everyone that Deadshot was not to be trifled with could he ensure Zoe's safety. Otherwise, if it wasn't this time, there would be another. There was no doubt. The Court of Owls had become the unlucky example. The sacrificial chicken to warn the monkeys. Carrying Harley on his shoulder, Raymond walked slowly over to Deadshot's side, looked at Amanda, and said, "You don't have to worry. I won't kill you, because I still need you to deliver a message for me." "What message?" Amanda asked with difficulty. She still hadn't recovered from the pain she'd just experienced. The weasel's Tsukuyomi wasn't easy to endure. Even Kakashi nearly broke down the first time he encountered it, let alone her. But after all, she wasn't an ordinary person. Though she hadn't fully recovered, she could remain conscious and clear-headed. That alone was no small feat. "Floyd is one of mine. I sent someone to inform you of this a while back," Raymond said calmly. "I told you we have no interest in this little Gotham pond. Besides, you did me a small favor, so in theory, we could all get along just fine. But as you can see, Floyd is not doing well. He wants to kill, and he's even thinking of wiping out your whole bunch of fools." Amanda's face went utterly pale when she heard this. Raymond continued in that same calm tone. "If he really wanted to do it, I would definitely take his side. Sure, it might cause some minor trouble, but believe me, that kind of trouble is nothing to me. Still, while it would be easy to kill you all, it might have some negative consequences for the city. I won't be staying here forever, and I have no time to clean up that mess." "You're absolutely right." Amanda's eyes lit up at the hint of hope, and she straightened up a little. "So, I can give you all a chance," Raymond said, looking down at her. "I want an explanation. As for what that explanation is, that's for you to decide. Once you figure it out, give me an answer, but I won't wait long. Don't miss your window." "Yes, I understand." Amanda didn't care about her own condition anymore. She forced herself to stand and headed toward the car. She didn't even spare a glance for the surviving minions. They were never important, and it wouldn't matter if they all died. Right now, the most important thing was how to calm Deadshot's fury. As Amanda's car gradually drove off into the distance, Raymond looked helplessly at Harley slung over his shoulder and sighed. "What am I going to do with you?" After giving his many alternate personalities the go-ahead to roam freely in his mind, he walked toward Batman. "Raymond." "Batman." After a brief exchange of names, Raymond suggested they find a place to sit and talk. Batman offered no objection. Just like that, Raymond brought only Chakun with him, along with Harley hanging from his neck and the Enchantress at his side, whose expression grew somewhat complicated at the sight of Chakun. Together, they followed Batman to a base on the outskirts of Gotham, a place that appeared to be one of Batman's many temporary hideouts, each fully equipped with everything one could need. Deadshot wanted some time to comfort his daughter, and of course, Raymond had no reason to refuse. After all, the liquid nanobomb inside Zoe's body had already been fundamentally altered by Chakun using the Reality Stone, turning it into a concoction of nutrients. That would actually benefit Zoe. After this ordeal, not only would Zoe be completely unharmed, but her physical abilities would also be enhanced, far surpassing other children her age. This was exactly what Deadshot had meant by a method that guaranteed no accidents. When Chakun had the Reality Stone in his hands, no one could die unless he wished it. Not only could he protect Zoe from the likes of the Court of Owls, but, even in the face of a godlike being, he could still keep her safe. With the Reality Stone, those so-called liquid nanobombs were nothing but a bad joke. Amanda thought she had everything under control, blissfully unaware that her so-called tricks were utterly meaningless in the presence of true power. As for Etrigan, he simply wanted to catch up with Deadshot, still unaware that the last Deadshot he met was actually Raymond in disguise. Only Harley knew the truth, and she had since told Batman. The Enchantress, for her part, only had her suspicions but couldn't be sure. How long are you planning to hang on to me? After arriving at the base, Raymond turned his head to glance at Harley, who clung tightly to his back, her legs wrapped firmly around his waist. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. None of your business. What the? None of my business? You're literally hanging on my back. But reasoning with women was rarely a wise move, especially not with a woman like Harley, who, once she lost her mind, cared for nothing and no one. Trying to talk sense into her was a lost cause. Not wanting to hurt her, Raymond could only ignore her presence for the time being. Come to think of it, there's something different about this girl this time, he mused, recalling the golden glow that had shimmered around Harley earlier. The thought stirred something in his mind. Silently, Raymond reached out to Chakan in his thoughts. Did you notice that golden light around Harley before? Do you know what it was? Chakan replied. It was a power that straddles the line between magic and technology. The source is the ring on her finger. I've seen similar powers before, but this one feels a bit different. A force that's part magic, part technology, huh? Raymond mused. Tell me, how is what you've seen different from the power in her? Ring, Zakong said. I once met a superhero in Seaside City who called himself the Green Lantern. The power he wielded was very similar to the one Harley possesses, though its outward manifestation was different. His power was an inky green, while hers is a golden yellow. And the feeling I get from the two is also subtly different. That green energy felt unpredictable, while this golden yellow power, Raymond interjected, does it carry a sense of fear and evil? Zakong replied. HM? Boss, you sense it too? Raymond gave a slight shake of his head, choosing not to answer. In terms of sensing the flow of energy, even among the silver-level personalities, few could match him. But when it came to identifying the nature of powers, Zakong's experience far surpassed his own. Yet, it mustn't be forgotten that while Raymond might not sense everything, he possessed a wealth of information about this world that even Zakong was unaware of. When Zakong mentioned a power straddling the line between magic and technology, and that its source was the ring on Harley's finger, Raymond hadn't quite made the connection. But the moment Zakong spoke of the Green Lantern, understanding dawned. The famed Seven Lantern Corps of the DC Universe. Of course, Raymond knew of them. He simply hadn't thought to make the association, nor could. He fathomed why Harley would come to possess a yellow ring that embodied the power of fear. That was why he hadn't guessed the answer right away. The power of a lantern ring was, without question, formidable. The Green Lantern Ring, created by the most powerful civilization in the main DC universe, bestowed its bearer with the might to traverse the stars and uphold order across the cosmos. Even the weaker wielders of the Green Lantern Ring were on par with a level 5 superpowered being in the Marvel Universe, while the most exceptional among them possessed strength nearing that of the new gods. Of course, the yellow ring was different from green. It wasn't forged by the greatest civilization of the main universe, but rather created by Sinestro, once the most powerful Green Lantern, later exiled, who found someone to craft it for him. Its source of power was on par with the green ring, making it no less potent. But because the yellow ring drew from the power of fear, those able to master it were far fewer than those who could wield the green. There was no doubt that the ring on Harley's hand was a yellow lantern ring. Zakong, a living encyclopedia of magic, had encountered most of the powers in the DC universe. He wouldn't have sensed it incorrectly. A golden ring, similar to the Green Lantern's, yet suffused with an aura of fear. What else could it be but a yellow lantern ring? Raymond decided that once there were fewer people around, he would ask Harley for the full story. You have to understand, Sinestro is no ordinary villain. He's practically the archetype of a wildly popular supervillain. The kind who's locked in a love-hate struggle with a certain hero, and those are always the most troublesome. Take Harley's old put-in, for example. That says it all. The Green Lantern from Earth is named Hal. He only became a Green Lantern due to an accident, but thanks to his talent, he quickly became the Corps' rising star, almost rivaling Sinestro himself, who once held the title of greatest Green Lantern before his eventual exile. After Sinestro created the Yellow Power Ring, it was only natural for him to seek justice from those behind the Green Lantern Corps. With Hal's high profile, he inevitably became Sinestro's primary target. But neither of them could truly best the other, leading to a conflict that has stretched on for many years. As for Harley managing to acquire a Yellow Power Ring, Raymond's instincts told him there was more to the story. But now that Batman was present, Raymond knew better than to probe any further. Once they were seated, Batman got straight to the point. Harley tells me that the incident 5 years ago was your handiwork, Lord Raymond. Raymond nodded with a smile. That's right. It was Floyd's wish, after all. Since I was going to take him away for quite some time, the least I could do was grant him that small request. Otherwise, he'd be willing to help me in the future. Wouldn't you agree? Batman replied. That does make sense. Even so, I have to admit I never expected you, Lord Raymond, to be the one who finally dealt with the Joker. I've battled him for so long, I know better than anyone just how impossible he is to handle. At the mention of the Joker, Harley, still clinging to Raymond's back, couldn't hide a flicker of complex emotion. But she quickly composed herself, draping herself lazily over Raymond's shoulder as she listened to the conversation. Raymond said, The reason you can't beat him is because he knows you too well. For someone like him, once he fully understands his enemy, even if his opponent is far more powerful, he can still turn the tables. Just look at Constantine here. He's an expert at that very thing. As Raymond spoke, he glanced over at Constantine for emphasis. Batman, as if he'd long been aware of Constantine's reputation, remarked thoughtfully, Of course I've heard of John Constantine. I just never expected he'd be part of your organization. Would you mind sharing its name? Raymond replied, offhandedly, The Cleaners. Without a doubt, this was yet another organization name Raymond had just made up on the spot, and he did it so smoothly you'd never guess. Even a sly fox like Batman couldn't detect the slightest hint of deception on his face. The Cleaners. I'll remember that, Batman said with a slight nod, as if committing the name to memory, an organization so formidable that even the court of owls was forced to take a little girl hostage. With so many members of astonishing power, Raymond knew he had to take them seriously. He could not claim to be unfamiliar with Batman. In fact, he understood all too well that, given Batman's notorious paranoia, the Dark Knight was probably already brewing some kind of anti-sweeper contingency plan in his mind, even if he showed no outward sign of it. And may I ask what brings your organization back to Gotham this time? Is it related to those recent vicious incidents? Batman pressed on. Vicious incidents? Raymond raised his eyebrows in surprise. He genuinely had no idea what Batman was referring to. He had only just arrived, without even a chance to meet Harley and the others in private. He was completely in the dark. Seeing that Raymond's reaction didn't seem feigned, Batman began to explain the situation, finishing with the big trouble Harley had mentioned to him. When Raymond finished listening, he arched his brow slightly, uncertain whether this matter matched any of the events he already knew about, or perhaps it was something entirely new. Do you know anything specific about the situation? Raymond asked, having heard from Batman that Harley and the Enchantress seemed to know more of the inside story. Recognizing Raymond as the boss of Constantine, Enchantress quickly replied to his question, We do know a little bit. With that, Enchantress began to recount the whole affair. It turned out that 5 years ago, after making her promise to protect Zoe for a lifetime, Constantine had left Enchantress to secretly watch over the girl. A mortal lifetime, less than a century on average, was hardly anything to Enchantress. At the time, in exchange for Constantine saving her people, she had even offered to become his servant for life. Now, to be just a guardian for a few decades was a far lighter burden, and she agreed without hesitation. At Raymond's suggestion, Constantine had told her before leaving, as long as she kept this promise, their debt would be settled. Feeling that she'd gotten the better deal, Enchantress devoted herself wholeheartedly to the task. However, in the past 3 years, Gotham, a city already plagued by endless troubles, had once again caught the attention of some unknown force. There had been a string of brutal murders, each one calculated to incite panic. These obviously connected killings soon sparked widespread fear. The Gotham Police Department, predictably, was utterly useless. Just as they could barely handle any supervillain, these horrifying crimes were beyond their reach. As well, not only that, but several officers involved in the investigations had met with disaster themselves, a brazen challenge to the city's fragile order. This brazen overreach galvanized every force for justice in Gotham. From the all-seeing eye to Batman and the other superheroes, all joined in the hunt for the culprits. Even the Court of Owls, those behind-the-scenes arbiters of evil, were forced to step out from the shadows, all for the sake of Gotham's stability. Unfortunately, their efforts this time didn't fare any better than the notoriously incompetent Gotham Police Department. 3 years had passed, and they still hadn't found a single clue. On the contrary, they'd lost quite a few people in the process. Batman had even called in his Justice League friends for help, but that didn't make much of a difference either. After all, this wasn't a straightforward fight. The real problem was that they didn't even know who the enemy was or what pattern the murders followed. How could you fight an enemy you couldn't see? Superman might be powerful, but he still needs a target to punch. Those criminals who were caught, or even about to be caught, would destroy themselves instantly without hesitation, never putting up any resistance. As a result, they'd come away empty-handed every single time. The enchantress, who had been secretly following Zoe to protect her, naturally noticed the changes taking place in Gotham. She'd managed to steer Zoe clear of danger several times, keeping her from getting tangled up in these incidents. But she knew this kind of passive protection wasn't foolproof. She couldn't guard Zoe around the clock. There were always moments when she had to leave, and if something happened to Zoe during one of those times, she'd never forgive herself. The worry weighed heavily on her. Fortunately, not long after, she ran into Harley, who had returned from who knows where. After hearing what was going on, Harley volunteered to take a more active approach. Somehow, no one knew quite how, she managed to anticipate the enemy's moves in advance, foiling their plans several times. This immediately caught the attention of the mysterious masterminds behind the scenes. They sent more powerful operatives to deal with Harley, but she somehow managed to drive them all insane. No one could figure out how she did it. With things at a standstill, the other side became wary of making any rash moves. Before long, they reached a strange verbal agreement with Harley. They would stop causing trouble in the area she protected, and in return, Harley would stop interfering with their operations. If it had been Batman, he would have refused such a deal on the spot. But Harley wasn't one to waste her sympathy. Why should she care about the fate of strangers? She was, after all, a supervillain herself, and the legendary partner of Gotham's top rogue. Who in their right mind would expect her to play the hero? Honestly, the fact that she wasn't stirring up more chaos was already a small miracle. Thanks to this unexpected twist, the 5 blocks where Zoe spent most of her time were spared from the wave of violent incidents. However, this didn't go unnoticed by the Eye in the Sky and the Court of Owls. They eventually traced everything back to Zoe, the living good luck charm, and started drawing their own conclusions, which led to Zoe's abduction. So those idiots from the Court of Owls think we're behind Gotham's recent crime spree? Raymond said, half amused and half exasperated. It seems that way, the enchantress replied with a nod. He let out a long sigh. Useless fools. Never any help. Always making things worse. Raymond shook his head with a sigh. At that moment, Zakong suddenly frowned slightly and asked, the strange way of contacting you mentioned, what exactly was it like? Raymond glanced at Zakong out of the corner of his eye and immediately understood that Zakong must have thought of something. Harley pondered for a moment and replied, well, after I'd foiled their plans a few times, one day, just as I finished washing my face and looked up, there were several lines of bloody writing on my mirror, telling me not to invite trouble. Zakong pressed further, and then, Harley replied, so I just smashed the mirror to pieces, but found nothing unusual. I even tore the place apart, but still found nothing. It left me frustrated the whole night. Zakong was at a loss for words. Raymond saw the bewildered look on Zakong's face, chuckled, and shook his head. Then he asked, so what happened after that? Harley continued, the next day, I moved to a new place, but they still managed to find me. Again, I found writing on the mirror. I lost my temper and smashed that mirror too, but there was still nothing. Could you get to the point? Raymond had to interrupt. You're really not playing by the rules here. So how did you finally strike a deal with them? Harley explained, after smashing a few mirrors and changing places several times, I realized it was useless. They could always find me. So, the last time, I didn't break the mirror. It seemed like they could hear me through it, so I talked to them using the mirror. The rest, as you know, went just as the witch said. I made a pact with them that we wouldn't interfere with each other. At that moment, Batman suddenly asked, so, the big trouble you warned me about, what exactly did you mean by that? I can sense their power growing stronger. Fear is spreading throughout Gotham. Honestly, I quite enjoy it, but I can't shake the feeling that they're plotting something. If they succeed, something truly terrible will happen. So it really is them, the words rang out, heavy with dread. Zakong suddenly sat down and began rubbing his temples, his face grave. I felt something was off the moment I got back here. I couldn't be sure before, but now I'm about 70% certain. This is definitely connected to that place. But how could this be? How could they appear in the mortal world? How is that even possible? Zakong seemed to be questioning both the others and himself, as if trying to reassure himself. Raymond took in Zakong's reaction, recalled what Zakong feared most, and had a good idea what that place referred to. The others, however, were in the dark. Sensing that Zakong might know more, Batman quickly asked, Mage Constantine, does that mean you know who they are? I can't be 100% sure, but I can more or less guess. Still, I really hope I'm wrong. Zak's face was contorted with pain. He always acted as if nothing could faze him, straddling the line between good and evil, dabbling in every vice imaginable. But all of that was just a facade. The truth was, most of what he became was his way of running from reality, numbing himself to his own pain. Because he was a wanted man, a man who should have been damned, but somehow managed to claw his way back to the world of the living, even earning the personal attention of Lucifer, the Lord of Hell himself. It was precisely because he had seen hell with his own eyes that he understood, far better than anyone else, what a truly hopeless place it was. Death no longer frightened him, but the idea of returning to that place that had scarred his soul filled him with dread. That fear drove him, for a time, to become a superhero, hoping that, when his time came, he might be welcomed into heaven and spared from hell. Yet no matter how hard he tried, no matter how many good deeds he racked up, the angels always told him plainly, he wasn't ready for heaven. Day after day, year after year, hope drained from him. It finally dawned on Zack that everything he did was driven by a desperate need to escape hell, that his so-called virtue was never truly sincere, and heaven saw right through it. So he gave up, surrendered to despair, and tried to drown out the truth with distraction and excess. He started living only for himself, taking action when it suited him, ignoring everything else no matter how much others pleaded. That was when the name Zack the Scoundrel was born. Only a visitor from hell could rattle Zack to his core. So you're saying all that's been happening in Gotham lately, it's hell's handiwork? Raymond came straight to the point. The whole mirror communication Harley mentioned, that's clearly the mirror demons doing. They once used a mirror-possessed host to try and send me a warning, Zack replied with certainty. But demons can't just waltz into the mortal world. When they do show up, it's always by possessing someone. And even then, they can't cause widespread chaos for long periods. That would go against the Ancient Accord. The Ancient Accord? Raymond asked. It's the pact signed between heaven and hell. Neither side can descend to the mortal realm at will, nor can they interfere on a large scale, unless some disaster strikes that humanity simply can't handle. Like what happened 5 years ago, Zack explained, pausing to glance at the Enchantress. The Enchantress shivered at the memory. She vividly recalled the terrifying forces that nearly broke through to the human world back then. If it hadn't been for that, she never would have begged Zack to save her people. Had she known about this hidden connection between the mortal realm, heaven, and hell, she would never have opened the gateway to her homeland, no matter the cost. In truth, Zack had warned her, but she hadn't believed him. So what you're saying is the evil sweeping through Gotham isn't caused by humans at all, but by demons from hell? Batman asked. At the moment, it looks like that's the case, but the specifics still need to be further confirmed. Zack's expression was rather grim. There's no need to confirm it. It's most likely true, Raymond suddenly interjected. Oh, everyone turned their attention to him. Even Zack looked at him in surprise and asked, Boss, do you know something we don't? Mammon, Raymond pronounced a single name. What? Batman was bewildered. Both Harley and the Enchantress wore equally confused expressions. Only Zack's face changed dramatically, and he stared at Raymond in disbelief. You can't be serious? Raymond replied calmly. You know I rarely speak without reason. Hearing this, Zack's heart sank. He knew Raymond well. As one of the earliest alternate personalities to emerge, he'd spent quite some time with him. Although Raymond had never said it outright, any perceptive alter could tell. Raymond seemed to know everything about each world the alters originated from, as if nothing escaped his notice. There were many things that even the personalities born in those worlds didn't know, yet somehow, Raymond did. Raymond hadn't understood the situation at first. He'd even asked Harley and the Enchantress to explain before finally making his judgment. That proved Raymond had a solid basis for his words. In other words, Raymond wouldn't have spoken unless he was certain. If it really is connected to him, then everything makes sense, Zack muttered, but that also means we're in serious trouble. Who is Mammon? The Enchantress asked, her curiosity piqued. The son of Lucifer, Lord of Hell, also known as the Child of Hell, Zack said gravely. A truly despicable character. You got to be kidding me, Batman suddenly blurted out. Raymond cast him a sidelong glance. Do you really think we have nothing better to do than come here just to joke with you, Mr. Wayne? Batman's heart skipped a beat, though his face remained impassive. What's this, Mr. Wayne, Lord Raymond? Please, let's not joke around. Honestly, is this really the time to be putting on an act? Zack snapped, glaring at him impatiently. Just as Zack finished speaking, the reality gem flickered at his fingertips. Suddenly, Batman realized his mask had inexplicably vanished, leaving his true face exposed for all to see. The situation was deeply embarrassing. Moments ago, he'd been feigning ignorance, and now he'd been thoroughly exposed. With a wry smile, he could only say, I'd appreciate it if you could all keep this to yourselves. Harley, still hanging from Raymond's neck, pouted and said, Did you really think no one knew your true identity? Batman heard the hint in Harley's words, realizing she'd known who he was all along. As for how Harley had found out, well, that much was obvious when Batman thought of that freak who once drove him to the brink of ecstasy and despair. He couldn't help but feel another headache coming on. All right, let's not waste any more time. This might turn out to be quite a mess. And your abilities, Raymond frowned as he spoke. I've already notified my teammates. They're on their way right now. I believe we can be of help too. Batman replied swiftly. Oh, your teammates. Raymond's eyes lit up, and a spark of interest flashed across his face. He knew exactly who Batman was referring to, especially that legendary Superman. Even now, Raymond wasn't sure he could actually defeat him. At best, he simply wasn't afraid. After all, Superman's power was extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, he was certainly no weaker than Captain Marvel, and probably even stronger. Even if Raymond transformed into Frisia and entered his berserk mode, he'd be able to suppress Superman at most, but settling the fight quickly would be impossible. And switching to Frisia had a time limit, especially during an all-out battle. He couldn't keep it up for long. But with someone like Superman on his side, he'd have a lot more cards to play. True, Superman's weaknesses were well known, kryptonite and his vulnerability to magic were clear shortcomings. Yet Raymond still had the Reality Stone, a trump card if there ever was one, and using it against Superman would be perfect. As this thought crossed his mind, even Raymond couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. How much longer until they? Never mind, forget I asked. Raymond had just started to ask Batman how much longer his teammates would take, but before he could finish, his brow lifted subtly, and he cut himself off. Just seconds after he stopped speaking, a figure descended from the sky, a man wearing his uniform over his clothes, a bolt emblazoned on his chest. Almost simultaneously, a streak of orange light flashed rapidly from afar, closing the distance in a heartbeat like a bolt of lightning. After a man dressed in a red suit appeared, the crack of his arrival reached everyone's ears, followed by a rush of air. The third to arrive was someone who looked almost like a half-cybernetic man, also dropping from the sky, though not as quickly as the others. Right behind him came a tall woman with classic beauty and long legs. Raymond could distinctly sense that as she appeared, a hint of danger flared behind him. The arms wrapped around his neck tightened, as if afraid he might escape. The last to arrive was a towering giant, over 2 meters tall, rugged and broad-shouldered, wielding a golden trident. There was no need for introductions. These were, of course, Batman's teammates. The full Justice League had assembled. In the chaos of the bar, a man who looked gaunt and starved, as if he hadn't eaten in months, suddenly took a deep breath and murmured, "He's back." To his left stood a black man, his expression filled with deference. Hearing the other speak, he asked cautiously, "Who is it?" "Your old friend, Little John. I can smell his scent," the gaunt man replied, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. The black man trembled from head to toe. The gaunt man noticed his reaction and, smiling slyly, asked, "What's this? Do you want to see him?" Startled, the black man hurriedly denied it. No, not at all. I barely know him. We've just done a few deals together, that's all. Please, Your Highness, don't misunderstand." The gaunt man chuckled. "Haven't I told you not to be so stiff around me? I'm not that old fool who insists on those tedious heavenly manners even after falling to hell." He's hopeless. As he said this, a shadow passed over his face. The black man dared not respond, standing silently at his side as beads of cold sweat gathered on his forehead. If any exorcist from North America had been present, they would have recognized that this seemingly unremarkable black man was, in fact, the Midnight Papa, the foremost exorcist of North America. Nearly every exorcist of note in North America owed him a favor. Anyone who had made a name for themselves had crossed paths with him. Even Constantine, though never a proper exorcist himself, inevitably dealt with him due to his constant skirmishes with demons. Yet here, before this gaunt man, even North America's greatest exorcist dared not show a hint of disrespect. For the gaunt man's true identity was none other than Mammon, the son of hell. Midnight Papa's knowledge of his identity came thanks to his sister, who held a minor position in hell. Occasionally, through spiritual communion, he could converse with her soul. That was how he recognized the son of hell standing before him. After all, several exorcists before him had met their ends trying to banish this infernal being. Had he been equally reckless, his corpse would be cold by now. As for the old fool, the son of hell mentioned, it could only refer to his father, the Lord of Hell, Lucifer himself. Midnight Papa couldn't afford to offend any of them. All he could do was play dead. Mammon, seeing Midnight Papa's reaction, grew impatient and let out a cold snort. "Do you think I'm wrong?" With a dull thud, Midnight Papa dropped to his knees, his face twisted in distress. "Your Highness, you know I'd never dare think such a thing." Mammon waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. For your sister's sake, I won't make things hard for you." Only then did Midnight Papa breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mammon raised his hand to stop him. "Don't thank me yet. There's still something I need your help with." Midnight Papa bowed his head. "Whatever you command, I will do my utmost, Mammon said. Find a way to arrange a meeting with that old friend of yours. I want to see him. Can you do it? Midnight Old Man hesitated, clearly uneasy. Well, this... Mammon's expression darkened instantly. Didn't you say you would do everything in your power? Are you toying with me? Do you know what happens to those who try to fool me? Midnight Old Man's face went ashen. No, Your Highness, I would never dare deceive you. Please rest assured, I will find him. That's more like it. Now, get out of my sight. Mammon waved his hand impatiently, not bothering to look at him anymore. At those words, the old man scrambled out of the room in a desperate rush. Left alone, Mammon picked up his glass, took a slow sip, and muttered as if talking to himself. Didn't you say he'd vanished? After a long pause, he continued. I don't care why he disappeared. All I need is to find him. Besides, he's the key to the success or failure of our plan this time. Don't mess it up again. If you do, I won't let you off easy, even if I fail myself. What? You found a mastermind behind all this? Superman, clad in his iconic red underwear over his suit, immediately brightened at Batman's words, not even waiting for him to finish. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just go and wipe them out. Batman couldn't help but feel a headache coming on at Superman's reaction. For him, careful planning before action was always the best course. Only with a meticulous strategy could problems be solved effectively. Recklessness was the last thing he admired. Yet, he had to admit, with Superman's overwhelming power, most of the time there really was no need for elaborate plans. Just letting Superman charge and head first was usually enough. It was just like last time when they faced Steppenwolf's invasion. Batman had drawn up all sorts of plans and strategies, even gathering their teammates, the Flash, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and Cyborg. They fought with all their might, using every bit of wit and courage. Yet they were still nearly wiped out by Steppenwolf. In the end, the moment Superman arrived, he single-handedly swept through the battlefield, beating Steppenwolf as easily as a father disciplining a child. The villain never stood a chance, and the crisis was resolved almost effortlessly. Truth be told, that whole incident left Batman deeply frustrated. He wasn't a jealous man by nature, but the sheer gap in their abilities was difficult for him to accept. His inherently suspicious mind couldn't help but dwell on it. What if, one day, Superman's nature changed because of some unforeseen event? What if the Dragon Slayer became the dragon himself? Facing Steppenwolf had already left Batman and the other heroes utterly helpless. If it were Superman who could beat Steppenwolf with a flick of his wrist, would any of them be able to stand against him? That's why he was always working on a counter-Superman contingency plan. Even if the odds of success weren't high, he could never allow Earth's fate to rest solely on the hope that Superman would always remain who he was. In this regard, he actually shares some similarities with Fury from Raymond's world. Their situations are strikingly alike. Fury originally had a good relationship with Raymond, but after witnessing Raymond's power and growing influence, he began to worry that one day Raymond's ambition would spiral out of control, leading him down a dark path. That's why he summoned Captain Marvel, hoping to create a sort of terrifying balance between Captain Marvel and Raymond, so they could check and restrain each other. Naturally, Raymond couldn't accept this arrangement, and so the conflict that followed unfolded. Likewise, if Superman were to discover that Batman was secretly preparing countermeasures against him, it's unlikely he would simply let it go. Yet, even Batman has to admit that with Superman anchoring the Justice League, their efficiency has soared. Most enemies don't even require Superman's intervention. The other members are more than capable of dealing with them. Only a rare few, the truly troublesome ones, are worth Superman's personal attention. His way of reasoning, after all, is with his fists. Raymond didn't care much about what Batman thought, but this time, the matter at hand involved his own wish mission. The sudden price hike in his mission was clearly tied to the recent string of vicious incidents in Gotham. So even if the Justice League wanted to get involved, it had to be under his direction. Otherwise, wouldn't they just be snatching his livelihood away? That was out of the question. In the face of absolute power, strategy might seem pointless. But unfortunately, the enemy Gotham faces this time isn't one that can simply be overpowered. At the very least, Mr. Clark, your strength alone won't be enough, Raymond suddenly interjected, interrupting the conversation between Superman and Batman. He was sitting on a full leather sofa, with Harley's picture hanging behind him. And who might you be? Superman looked over at Raymond. He had noticed Raymond and his companions earlier, assuming they were Batman's friends and hadn't paid them much mind, much like how he was used to seeing Batman's butler, Alfred, around, often present, but rarely drawing attention. He hadn't expected Raymond to speak up at this moment. The other members of the Justice League were also surprised, turning their gazes to Raymond. It was rare to see someone daring enough to question Superman's strength. After all, There were few on Earth who didn't know just how powerful Superman truly was. Many cults even worshipped him as a god, and, by all accounts, the trend was catching on fast. This is why he was often referred to as a god among men. Here was a living, breathing deity appearing before the public, and doing good deeds every day, no less. It's only natural he'd attract such fervor. Compared to those distant, intangible gods, Superman's existence felt much more concrete and real. Of course, those in the upper echelons understood the truth. Superman was no god. He was simply a very powerful alien, nothing more. However, those who could be fooled by a cult to begin with were never the shrewdest people, and after being brainwashed, they became even more convinced that he was a god. As a result, Superman's fame was actually the greatest among the Justice League. Even Batman was only more renowned than him within Gotham. Once outside Gotham, not even 10 Batmans could match Superman's reputation. Raymond could call out Superman's name without hesitation, making it obvious that he wasn't some ignorant fool. For him to question Superman's abilities to his face and remain so calm about it, either he had grounds for it, or he was simply insane. There was no third explanation. This is Raymond, leader of the scavenger organization. Batman, as the host, immediately began the introductions. He also took the opportunity to introduce Constantine and Harley, the three of them together. John Constantine, the mage? I've heard of you, Wonder Woman said, her expression tinged with curiosity as she glanced at Constantine. Though she appeared young, she was in fact the oldest member of the Justice League. She had even witnessed the days of World War II. Because of this, her experience far surpassed that of the others. She'd dealt with all kinds of superpowered individuals, including exorcists and magicians. Among such circles, Constantine was an eccentric with an infamous reputation, and of course, Wonder Woman had long since heard of him. It was just that this reputation was anything but positive. Greetings, beautiful lady. Constantine offered Wonder Woman a courteous bow, the gesture of a gentleman. Wonder Woman did not put on airs and returned the greeting at once. She wasn't sure how much truth there was in the rumors about Constantine, but there was one thing every story agreed upon. Constantine was dangerous. Even those who badmouthed him behind his back would never deny that fact, because too many had fallen into his hands, some of them, in fact, quite prominent figures in the world of superpowers. Although some said he only succeeded through trickery and cunning. For someone with such a notorious reputation to still walk free among the living, he was clearly not as simple as his critics claimed. I've long wanted to meet the famous Constantine, though I never expected it to be under such circumstances. And to think a man of your stature would choose to serve someone else, Wonder Woman said with a smile. You flatter me. I'm just a small fry, Constantine replied, shrugging off the compliment she'd just paid him. If you're a small fry, then those big shots who fell to you must really have been unlucky, Wonder Woman replied, her smile undimmed. All just rumors. Nothing you should take seriously, Constantine said, shaking his head repeatedly. At that moment, Batman continued. It was Lord Raymond and Mage Constantine who uncovered the truth behind this incident. Oh, the Justice League members grew even more intrigued. They had all come to Gotham together before, specifically to help Batman investigate the truth behind this matter. But clearly they had failed. Batman was also embarrassed to have them stationed in Gotham for so long. After all, each of them had their own city to protect. So none of them expected that the truth would not be uncovered by Batman, but by this group called the Cleaners, an organization they had never even heard of before. At first, Superman felt a bit disgruntled when someone questioned his abilities. But hearing this, he set aside his pride for the moment and asked, Lord Raymond, do you mean to say that the opposition is very powerful? Extremely powerful, Raymond nodded slightly. How powerful? Superman pressed. Stronger than you, Raymond replied. Superman couldn't help but laugh, a sound of disbelief escaping him. Clearly, he didn't take Raymond's words seriously. Raymond wasn't the first to doubt his strength, and surely wouldn't be the last. In Superman's experience, those who questioned him simply didn't know him well enough. The members of the Justice League exchanged uncertain glances. Even Batman, who was often critical of Superman, hesitated to speak. After all, they understood Superman's track record better than most. Since Superman first appeared, the only one who had ever truly threatened him, without relying on kryptonite, was Doomsday. Even Steppenwolf, who had once thrown the Justice League into chaos, was little more than a joke before Superman. Raymond might have doubts about Superman's intellect, and on that score Batman could agree, but to question Superman's strength? That was something even Batman couldn't accept. You don't believe me? Raymond asked, a half-smile on his lips. How about this? Let John spar with you. If you can manage to injure him, I'll take back what I said and apologize. Right here. Superman frowned slightly. Right here is fine. No need to worry. It's not a fight to the death, Raymond replied casually. All right, Superman didn't refuse. He was more than confident in his own strength. He didn't even think he'd need to go all out, so there was no need to change locations. This place would do just fine. John Constantine had no intention of drawing attention to himself. He'd always preferred being the shadowy figure behind the scenes. Laying low was his style, but he knew that intimidating. Superman was no easy feat. Even if it were Frisia himself, there would be no guarantee of victory in a short time, and any misstep could alert the hidden mastermind plotting in Gotham. At this moment, he was the most reliable choice to step forward. Superman, after all, was not a god, and his weaknesses were clear. John also possessed the Reality Stone, a trump card that made the outcome inevitable. You go first. I'm afraid if I make the first move, you won't get another chance, Superman said coolly, looking at John. Are you sure? John took a step forward, looking at him in surprise. Absolutely, Superman answered without hesitation. Since you put it that way, Jia Kong flashed a peculiar smile and snapped his fingers casually in Superman's direction. Snap! In an instant, the iconic costume that Superman wore changed color before their eyes, shifting from its usual red and blue to a deep, inky green. At that very moment, Superman let out a muffled groan, his face drained of color, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Batman. He had actually been about to ask Superman to show some restraint, because he knew the janitor organization had more than just these two in front of them. There were those troublesome folks they'd tangled with before, back when dealing with the Court of Owls. If something really happened to Jia Kong, the janitor organization might well bear a grudge and come after Superman in revenge. Batman didn't really think the janitors could take down Superman, but if things escalated into an all-out conflict, it would be a disaster nonetheless. So, no matter what, he couldn't just stand by and let that happen. But before he could even get a word out to tell Superman to go easy on Jia Kong, the Man of Steel had already collapsed, just like that. Was he seeing things? Before Batman could open his mouth, Jia Kong had already snapped his fingers again, and Superman's suit reverted to its original colors. Superman struggled to his feet, still breathing hard, his face full of stubborn defiance as he glared at Jia Kong. What did you do to me? Jia Kong chuckled. Oh, nothing much. I just transformed your suit into pure kryptonite. Simple, really. The Justice League members all looked utterly bewildered. Simple? If it were really that easy, Superman would have been taken out thousands of times over by now. How could he have survived this long? Jia Kang's words left everyone at a loss for words. Superman's expression was grim, and he ground out, No, this doesn't count. You only beat me by cheating. Everyone was left speechless at that. Did Jia Kong take a shortcut to defeat Superman? Absolutely. Kryptonite was Superman's ultimate weakness, after all. But was it really cheating? Of course not. In a real fight, there are no rules. If Jia Kong had truly been their enemy, all he'd have to do was stroll over calmly and finish Superman off. Game over. So, without a doubt, Jia Kong had won this bout, and he'd done it effortlessly, as if he were dispatching an ordinary person. Raymond could clearly see that the Justice League, Batman included, were now looking at Jia Kong with entirely new eyes, regardless of how he'd done it. The fact was he had defeated Superman in an instant, without any elaborate schemes or tricks, just a snap of his fingers and Superman went down. Still, Raymond thought this wasn't enough. He needed Superman to yield completely, to make sure that Superman's pride wouldn't get in the way of the Heart's Desire mission, and lower their mission rating to AT. Raymond's signal, Zack could only speak up again. If you say it's cheating, then fine, let's call it cheating. This time, I'll let you make the first move, and I won't use kryptonite to restrain you. Will that do? Zack's words made Superman's face burn with embarrassment. He could clearly hear the sarcasm in Zack's voice, and he knew he was stretching the truth a bit. But he simply couldn't accept losing in such a humiliating fashion. So even if he was being mocked, he had to salvage some dignity. Fine, Superman answered without hesitation. Go ahead, Zack replied with a faint smile. Then be careful, Superman warned, and in the next instant, his eyes flashed crimson, unleashing twin beams of searing heat vision that roared toward Zack. Yet Zack's battle experience was second to none. He had already opened a small portal in front of himself, and the exit appeared directly behind Superman. So, Superman's attack, unleashed without reservation, struck him squarely in the back, catching him completely off guard. There was a thunderous explosion, and Superman was blasted away by his own heat vision. Zack simply leaned to one side, dodging the human cannonball that Superman had become, and let him crash straight into the mountainside. What kind of move was that? Seeing Superman once again sent flying, this time with no kryptonite involved, just by having his own attack redirected, the members of the Justice League grew even more grave. Damn it, Superman's constitution was legendary. Even though he was caught off guard and knocked back by his own attack, he was completely unharmed. In a flash, he shot straight toward Zack, ready for another round. Superman's speed was nothing short of extraordinary. If he went all out, even today's Flash would barely be able to keep up. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Zack. Opening a portal required Zack a moment's preparation, and now, with Superman upon him in an instant, it was already too late to escape. Superman had clearly anticipated this and abandoned long-range attacks in favor of sheer speed and brute strength. Meeting Zack head-on, he could tell Zack was full of tricks. If he treated this like any ordinary sparring session, he'd likely fall into another trap. So this time, he wasn't holding back at all. He was giving it everything he had. The last time he'd fought this seriously was during his one-on-one battle with Doomsday. He hadn't even shown such intensity against Steppenwolf. This is bad. Batman, too, saw that Superman was going all out, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Truthfully, he was never in favor of Superman sparring with Zack, because no matter the outcome, it could only spell trouble. Deep down, he even vaguely hoped Zack would win, because Superman was simply too powerful. If he ever developed dangerous ambitions, there would be no one left who could keep him in check. If this scavenger organization really could, to some extent, hold Superman in check, at the very least it would create a new and terrifying balance. But he knew that was a tall order. Still, the trick Zakong had just pulled, conjuring kryptonite out of thin air, had already given him quite the surprise. It might have involved some sleight of hand, but it also meant Zakong truly had the ability to restrain Superman when he least expected it. Now, what he feared most was that Superman might, by accident, kill Zakong. If that happened, not only would it enrage the scavenger organization, but they would also lose someone who might be able to keep Superman in check. Yet, with his own abilities, it was obvious there was nothing he could do at this moment. Forget stopping them. He could barely even see what was happening. But as it turned out, his worries were unnecessary, because Superman couldn't even get close to Zakong in the first place. His speed was astonishing, so fast that to everyone watching, it was almost impossible to see how he went from the mountainside to right in front of Zakong, as if he had simply teleported. But when his fist was only half a meter from Zakong, it was as if he had suddenly been frozen in place. The truth, however, was that he was not actually immobilized. If you looked carefully, you could even see his red cape fluttering rapidly, something that only happened when he was in full flight. In other words, Superman was still flying. He hadn't stopped at all. In fact, he was still moving at tremendous speed, with no sign of slowing down. Yet, as he drew within half a meter of Zakong, the distance between them suddenly changed. What had once been half a meter seemed to stretch infinitely, as if that short span had been elongated countless times. Even with Superman moving at near light speed, in the real world, he was now advancing less than a millimeter per second. That half-meter gap had become as unbridgeable as a chasm. How is this possible? Flash, being the authority on speed, was the first to realize what was happening. The others all assumed that Zakong had somehow frozen Superman with an unknown technique, but only he could see that Superman was still flying. This mind-boggling method, if it were him in Superman's place, he'd end up just the same. After all, his top speed wasn't any faster than Superman's, and if Superman had fallen victim to this, how could he expect to be an exception? The thought made Flash's expression darken. "I've heard you're not very resistant to magical attacks," Zakong said, watching Superman, who was now only half a meter away from him, without a hint of worry. He simply smiled and asked the question. Hearing Zakong's words, the members of the Justice League all felt a jolt of alarm. Sure enough, before Zakong had even finished speaking, he raised a hand. With his right index and middle fingers pressed together like a sword, a white glow shimmered at his fingertips as he gently tapped Superman on the forehead. Balmakusa. At the very instant he touched Superman, Zakong recited an incantation. It was the ancient Babylonian word for slumber. There was a resounding thud. Almost at the exact moment his hand touched Superman's forehead, the Man of Steel, who had been flying at full speed, dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. Clark, the Flash, vanished from where he was, and in the blink of an eye, reappeared next to Superman, eager to check on his condition. "Don't worry," Constantine said with a calm, almost indifferent expression. "That was just the sleep enchantment. He's only fallen asleep." The Flash quickly realized that Superman was indeed unharmed. His breathing was steady, and the powerful aura surrounding him hadn't diminished in the slightest. Once the rest of the Justice League saw the Flash's reassuring gesture, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Wonder Woman turned to Constantine and asked, "Mage Constantine, could you tell us when Clark will wake up?" "Right now," Constantine replied with a faint smile, snapping his fingers once more. Superman's eyes fluttered open as if awakening from a dream. He seemed disoriented at first, but soon his senses returned, and he understood what had happened. Realizing that he had been bested yet again by Constantine's trickery, Superman found himself at a loss for words. He got to his feet, a little frustrated, and looked at Constantine, asking, "What exactly did you just do?" Constantine, fully aware of the question's intent, grinned and replied, "Oh, nothing much. I simply altered the laws of space around me, swapping the rules for speed and distance. Within half a meter of me, the slower you move, the farther you can go. The faster you move, the less distance you cover. If you'd actually reached the speed of light, just now, you'd have been frozen in place. It's all rather simple, really. Not worth mentioning. Simple, my foot. What a jerk." At this moment, even Superman felt a strong urge to punch him, let alone Batman and the others. Of course, landing a hit seemed unlikely. Superman's gaze toward Constantine was now filled with complex emotions. Although Constantine hadn't beaten him head-on either time, Superman knew that in battle, results are all that matter. If Constantine had truly been an enemy, Superman wouldn't have had a second chance. He would have been taken out the first time. Now Constantine had given him a chance to redeem himself, but reality was harsh. Once again, Superman had been defeated, utterly bewildered and without inflicting any harm on Constantine at all. He was no sore loser, so he knew that to keep pressing the issue would be graceless. He could only accept the outcome. "I lost. You're stronger than me," Superman admitted, his voice heavy with resignation. Constantine offered a faint smile, saying nothing more. He simply walked back to stand silently behind Raymond, his hands clasped behind his back. The truth was, Constantine had relied on the power of the Reality Stone to so effortlessly subdue Superman. Whether transforming Superman's suit into kryptonite or altering the spatial laws around him, these were all the results of temporarily rewriting reality with the stone. Back then, he had used the Reality Stone to temporarily trap Mephisto, who ranked among the top 5 Lords of Hell. So how could this world Superman, who hadn't even reached the level of a Heavenly Father, possibly be a problem? Judging from their brief exchange just now, this universe's Superman was indeed formidable, stronger even than Captain Marvel by a significant margin. He had already reached the highest tier one could attain without ascending to the ranks of the gods. Even Frisia in his ultimate form would only barely surpass him, and even defeating him would not be an easy feat. Raymond's decision not to send Frisia out now appeared to be an exceptionally wise one. If Frisia had intervened and failed to quickly subdue Superman, it would have been difficult to keep the situation under control. "Mr. Clark," Raymond began, his tone heavy, "when I asked John to spar with you, I had no intention of humiliating you. I simply wanted to show you that if you approach this matter with your previous mindset, you'll meet a terrible end." At this, Superman let go of his pride. John had already proven his strength, and since he seemed to work for Raymond, Superman realized he had no grounds for arrogance. "Are our enemies as powerful as Mage Constantine?" Superman asked gravely. "They're even stronger," Raymond replied, shaking his head. Hearing this, Superman's heart sank. When Batman had told him they'd track down the mastermind, he thought his own strength would be enough to deal with the crisis quickly. Up to that point, the shadowy figure behind Gotham's panic seemed only adept at hiding. If they were truly that powerful, why bother lurking in the dark for so long? That's why he and the other Justice League members hadn't thought this case would be anything out of the ordinary. They'd faced more than their share of villains who plagued a single city, if not 1,000, then at least hundreds, many of whom they'd brought to justice themselves. But now, hearing Raymond's words, Superman realized that this time, the threat might be even more dangerous than Doomsday. After all, Doomsday's strength was on par with his own. They were evenly matched, and whoever unleashed their full power first would take the upper hand. It wasn't so much about who was stronger. Luck had played its part too. In truth, it was the protagonist's halo that had carried him through. But this new enemy had been deemed by Raymond, a man who was clearly no ordinary figure, as even more formidable than John, and John had just dispatched Superman with ease. That fact alone said plenty. Is it really that serious? Batman's face had darkened as he, too, realized things were far graver than he'd imagined. "John, why don't you fill them in?" Raymond gestured invitingly to John, signaling him to explain the situation. After all, Raymond's knowledge of this world's plot lines simply meant he'd managed to deduce the truth a step ahead of John. But when it comes to understanding this world's hell, even if everyone present pooled their knowledge together, they wouldn't match a single finger of Zack's. Zack didn't shy away from the subject. After taking a deep breath, he began, "You should all know by now that heaven and hell are not just legends. They truly exist." Some people showed no surprise at this opening statement, such as the Enchantress and Wonder Woman. The former had spent years immersed in the world of magic, and 5 years ago, she had even faced threats from both heaven and hell firsthand. She knew better than anyone present just how terrifying those places were. The very aura that leaked from them was enough to wipe out countless members of her own kind. The true heaven and hell were far worse. As for Wonder Woman, she had seen much in her long life. Being a demigod of the Olympian pantheon herself, she wasn't surprised that Earth's myths might be grounded in fact. Of course, in this world, the relationship between the Olympian gods and heaven wasn't like that. Of equals, as in the Marvel Universe. Here, God was the true creator, holding a status akin to the one above all in Marvel, a being of supreme authority. Heaven's position, then, was beyond question. Compared to heaven, the Olympian gods were little more than a joke. But all this was beside the point. What mattered was that Wonder Woman understood the reality of both heaven and hell. Others, however, looked utterly bewildered, such as the Flash, Cyborg, and a few of the newer superheroes. Zack noticed their confusion, but chose not to explain further, simply continuing. God is the highest authority, the creator of all time and existence. Even Lucifer, Lord of Hell, was once his child. But God has long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. Now, the archangels preside over heaven. Thus, heaven and hell have formed a new balance. The dead are judged and sent to heaven or hell according to their deeds in life. As for me, I have been to hell myself. Zack's words sent a ripple of shock through everyone present, except for Raymond. They stared at him in disbelief. What did he mean he had been to hell? What kind of place was hell? How could someone return from there? Countless questions flashed through their minds, but Zack was not finished, and none of them dared interrupt. Sensing their curiosity, Zack offered a further explanation. It was an accident, nothing more, but it allowed me to see the most horrifying place in existence. Trust me, none of you would ever want to set foot there. No one would. A flicker of fear crossed Zack's eyes. Seeing this expression, everyone else felt a chill run down their spines. If Zack were an ordinary man, such a reaction would be unremarkable. But he had just defeated Superman, not once but twice, even a powerhouse like him feels. A terror that reaches the depths of his soul at such a place. Just imagine how horrifying it must be. Even the ever-composed Batman couldn't help but feel a chill crawl up his spine at the sight of Constantine in this state. Ahem, let's get to the point, Raymond interjected. Yes, of course. Constantine quickly realized he'd lost his composure and went on. In hell, the supreme ruler is none other than Lucifer, Lord of Hell. Though he much prefers to be called Satan, he takes no pride in having once been the son of God. In fact, it angers him greatly. Beneath him are the 6 lords of hell. They are, in fact, all sons of Lucifer, though over time, stories among mortals have become muddled. Some even speak of Lucifer and his sons collectively as the 7 deadly sins. But that's a misconception. It's true that each of them embodies one of the 7 cardinal sins, but these are simply powers Lucifer granted to his sons. Constantine began to calmly explain the nature of hell in this world, and even Raymond listened intently. After all, none of this background lore was included in the plot as he knew it. With Constantine's explanation, everyone finally gained a clearer understanding of hell, a knowledge that, while not exactly secret among exorcists, rarely spreads beyond their circles. And even if it did, few would ever believe it. Yet, the more they learn about hell, the more they realized how insignificant and powerless humanity truly was in the grand scheme of things. If it weren't for the laws heaven imposed to restrain hell, the world would have long since become a living purgatory. No amount of technology or superpowers would make the slightest difference. Even if all the heroes joined forces, it would be utterly meaningless. The recent string of heinous incidents in Gotham may very well be tied to one of Hell's sons, Constantine said gravely. Who? Batman asked, tension in his voice. Gotham was his home, after all. Others might be able to turn a blind eye, but he could not, even knowing the dangers. Among the 6 lords of hell, there is one who represents greed, the son of hell known as Mammon. Constantine replied, though not without some hesitation. After all, this intel had come from Raymond, and he himself had no solid leads yet. He wasn't even sure exactly what was going on. Is he powerful? Superman asked. If you're talking about his true form, then powerful doesn't even begin to cover it. In hell, a planet the size of Earth would be like a marble to the 6 lords, a flick of their fingers, and it would be sent flying, Constantine replied with a touch of helplessness. Though he had traveled with Raymond through the Marvel Universe and seen beings of godlike power, he had even faced off against one using the Reality Stone and managed to escape unscathed. He knew all too well that the Lords of Hell were on an entirely different level, but the hell of this world is far more terrifying than the hell of the Marvel Universe. Compared to the Lucifer here, Marvel's boyish Lucifer is nothing more than a child among children. Among the 6 lords of hell, there are beings even mightier than the Heavenly Father, not to mention their own father. The Lord of Greed, Mammon, ranks last among the 6 lords of hell, but even so, he stands at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Father level, a truly formidable force. If he were in the Marvel Universe, he could even go toe-to-toe with Dormammu. It's not that the DC Universe is inherently more magical than Marvel's. In fact, both worlds are on the same level. The difference lies in how exalted heaven and hell are within the DC Universe. Because of this, Lucifer in DC has already reached the rank of Marvel's cosmic 5 gods. Naturally, the 6 lords of hell, being his children, are tremendously powerful. Jia Kong has always acted boldly and recklessly, never caring about the so-called big shots on Earth. Yet he dreads hell itself, something that is not without reason. Precisely because he has witnessed the horrors of hell, he can treat the terrors of Earth with utter disregard. After all, someone who has faced a tiger would hardly be frightened by a kitten. Cyborg asked, if he's really that powerful, why is he so fixated on Earth? The universe is vast, and Earth is just an insignificant speck. Is it really worth it for a child of hell to cause such a commotion over it? It was clear that Cyborg didn't fully trust Jia Kang's story. Even though he knew just how strong Jia Kang was, and had twice seen him defeat Superman with his own eyes, Cyborg still felt that Jia Kang's claims were exaggerated. It couldn't be helped. Some things are simply unimaginable unless you witness them yourself. To Cyborg, Superman's power was already godlike. Even though Jia Kang had defeated Superman twice, it seemed more like luck than a display of some even greater force. Now Jia Kang was suddenly claiming that there were many beings out there vastly stronger than Superman, powerful beyond measure, and that one of them was about to descend upon Earth, entangling itself with a series of murders here. The whole story just didn't add up, no matter how he looked at it. You think it doesn't make sense, don't you? Raymond suddenly spoke up. Cyborg couldn't quite figure out what this Raymond, who seemed every bit the mastermind, meant by his question. But after a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. I also think it doesn't make sense. Raymond clapped his hands, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. To heaven and hell, the human world refers to the entire main universe, not just this tiny plot of land called Earth. So why do these angels and demons, with all the cosmos at their disposal, keep circling Earth like they have nothing better to do? Doesn't it strike you as odd? Cyborg nodded instinctively. Snap! Raymond suddenly slapped Cyborg with a powerful blow, sending him hurtling straight into the mountainside behind them, where he became lodged in the rock. Stop! What are you doing? What do you mean by this? The members of the Justice League erupted in outrage, completely caught off guard by Raymond's sudden attack. One by one, they glared furiously at him. Only Batman managed to keep his composure, being the first to signal the others not to act rashly, though his eyes remained fixed on Raymond, filled with suspicion. He couldn't fathom why Raymond had lashed out so unexpectedly. As tensions rose and the Justice League seemed poised to retaliate, the Enchantress's eyes suddenly rolled back, turning a deep, smoky gray. Her lower body transformed into a swirling vortex of gray mist, leaving her half suspended in the air. For the first time, Harley stepped away from Raymond's side, drifting upward under a shimmering yellow aura. Floating above the rest, she gazed down at the Justice League with a chilling coldness in her eyes. It was clear that, at Raymond's command, they were ready to fight at any moment. None of them showed the slightest fear of the Justice League. Only Constantine appeared unfazed, making no move to join the fray. Instead, he absent-mindedly pulled out a cigar from behind his back, lighting it with a flicker of magical fire from his fingertip. He took a deep drag, then exhaled a lazy stream of smoke rings, looking entirely unconcerned about a potential showdown. By this time, Cyborg had crawled out from the mountainside and flown back, unharmed but seething with anger. He turned to Raymond, demanding, "Why did you hit me?" "I hit you simply because I felt like it," Raymond replied with a cool glance. "Isn't that reason enough?" Cyborg was livid, ready to throw himself at Raymond on the spot. But before he could act, a hand gripped his arm, forcibly holding him back. He didn't have a choice but to calm down. He simply couldn't break free from the person restraining him. To his shock, it was Superman who had grabbed him. Cyborg stared at Superman in disbelief. And he wasn't alone. The other members of the Justice League all looked equally stunned at their godlike teammate. If it had been Batman stepping in to keep the peace, no one would have been surprised. Batman was always the one to put the bigger picture first. But Superman was different. He became a hero, simply because he believed that evil should be punished and good should be protected. His mind didn't twist itself in knots. He acted purely on his instincts, following the dictates of his heart. That was precisely why Batman always kept an eye on him, because Batman feared that, someday, the way Superman followed his heart might shift from upholding justice to something more twisted. So, by all rights, when someone like Raymond struck a member of their team for no reason at all, Superman should have fought back without hesitation. Only Batman would have swallowed his anger for the sake of the team. Yet this time, it was Superman who intervened. Cyborg was utterly stunned. Clark, haven't you figured it out yet? He's just telling you that, for the weak, the reason others step on you doesn't matter at all. They do it simply because they want to. Superman spoke with a calm expression. You're doubting it only because you don't want to believe that we're about to face such a terrifying enemy. But why would they need to lie to us? Even if the enemy turns out to be less troublesome than we imagine, preparing for the worst won't cost us anything. You should be able to see that. The truth is, you're just instinctively avoiding it. You're afraid. Superman's words were blunt, leaving no room for comfort. Cyborg's face flushed a deep red. But for a long moment, he couldn't say anything at all, looking utterly defeated. He realized he had no argument. What Superman said wasn't beyond his understanding. Still, he doubted it. But why? The answer was obvious. He was afraid. If their enemy truly was someone countless times more terrifying than Darkseid, or even Superman, what could any of them possibly do? Put nicely, they were called the Justice League. Put bluntly, it was Superman and his sidekicks. If Superman himself wasn't a match for the foe, then even if the rest of them gave their lives, it would be meaningless. Cyborg's reaction didn't escape the notice of Aquaman and the others. Yet none of them looked down on him. In fact, they understood him completely. Was Cyborg weak? Certainly not. Second- and third-tier superhumans were nothing to him, and he'd even defeated fourth-tier opponents before. But what did that matter? Never mind facing an enemy stronger than Superman. Back when they'd fought Steppenwolf, their powers had already seemed woefully inadequate. They were all willing to sacrifice themselves for justice, but that didn't mean they wanted their deaths to be meaningless. To feel fear, there was no shame in that. All right, let's not get so downcast. Raymond suddenly broke into a laugh. To be honest, I brought my people to Gotham. This time precisely to deal with this mess. The enemy is strong, yes, but we're no pushovers either. Don't underestimate us. Oh, Batman looked at Raymond with a glimmer of hope. He certainly wouldn't underestimate this newly emerged janitor organization. After all, he'd seen with his own eyes just how formidable some of their members were, each one as powerful as a monster. While Batman's sense for power wasn't as precise as others, if Raymond spoke with such confidence, there had to be a reason. The janitors were well-versed in the ways of hell, and they knew exactly who their enemy was this time. Yet, they still believed they had a chance to resolve it. Surely, they wouldn't have come all this way just to throw their lives away, would they? At this thought, Batman pulled himself together once more. If your organization truly can resolve this trouble, he said, then in the future, should you ever need my help, I will not hesitate, no matter what. Even though my strength might not mean much to your organization. There's no need for such formality, Raymond replied with a gentle smile. As long as you follow my arrangements and don't disrupt my plans, that will be enough. No problem. Batman nodded without a moment's hesitation. But this time, Raymond chose not to respond to him. Instead, he turned his smiling gaze towards Superman. From the very beginning, Raymond had never considered Batman to be a troublemaker. It was Superman who might act on his own will. Realizing what Raymond meant as he was fixed with that look, Superman could only promise with a hint of resignation, I'll do my best. Only then did Raymond nod in satisfaction. After assigning tasks to the members of the Justice League, Raymond left with Constantine for a private conversation. They walked along a quiet path. Suddenly, Raymond asked, have you figured things out? Constantine exhaled a ring of smoke and grinned. Yeah, I was just too tense at first, but then it hit me. There's really nothing left for me to fear. Not even Lucifer could take me away now. I thought it'd take you much longer to realize that, Raymond scoffed. You can't really blame me, Constantine replied, a touch helpless. I was terrified for so long that just hearing those two words would make me shudder all over without thinking. Raymond nodded, showing he understood. For much of Constantine's earlier life, he had been consumed with self-redemption, always afraid that one day he would be dragged back to hell. That fear had taken root deep in his bones. But now he was one of Raymond's alternate personalities, inhabiting this world as part of a mission. Even if he and Raymond perished here, it would simply mean mission failure. They'd leave this world, lose a few universal credits, and that would be that. There was really nothing for him to be afraid of anymore. Still, old habits die hard. When he realized the situation involved hell, and even implicated one of hell's princes, his mind had been instantly overwhelmed by terror, paralyzing his ability to think. Only after calming down did he come to his senses. What was he even afraid of? Mammon was nothing. Even Lucifer himself. So what? The thought made him feel a bit embarrassed, and he rubbed his nose unconsciously, trying to cover up his awkwardness. Constantine changed the subject. By the way, boss, why did you scare them earlier? Even if this whole thing really is tied to Mammon, and he's a mastermind behind the scenes, he can't descend to Earth in person. At most, he could send an avatar through some sacrificial ritual on Earth. If that's all it is, we could just steamroll right over him ourselves. Why bother putting them on the front lines? Raymond shook his head and said, that's exactly the problem. It's not as simple as it seems. Zach couldn't quite follow. Do you really think this whole affair is only about Mammon? Raymond asked, his words heavy with implication. Isn't it? Zach's expression changed ever so slightly. Dealing with a single son of hell was enough of a headache. Even if it was just an avatar, it was never going to be easy. If there was something even more troublesome at play, Raymond's caution was perfectly understandable. Let's wait and see. I can't say for sure if things are as I suspect, but it never hurts to be a bit more careful, Raymond mused quietly. You look so handsome when you're serious. Harley's voice suddenly came from right behind Raymond's ear. So close it was almost a whisper. If she hadn't spoken, Raymond might have forgotten she was even there. Hey, how long are you going to cling to me? Raymond asked. I'm just afraid you'll disappear again. Don't be so fierce, okay? Harley replied, her tone soft and almost childlike. If those people whose skulls she once smashed in with her bat saw her like this, they'd surely think they were seeing the wrong person. Was this really the same crazed, ruthless Harley Quinn? Raymond had all kinds of ways to make his enemies, and anyone who dared cross him regret ever setting foot in this world. But when it came to Harley, he truly didn't know what to do. He wasn't exactly a prude. He didn't insist that things had to be mutual or that love had to come first. After all, neither the original owner of this body nor himself had ever been some hopelessly innocent young man. Even with Stephanie, he didn't actually harbor much affection. She simply fit his needs, so he kept her close. Stephanie herself understood her position perfectly, never once seeing herself as the lady of the house. It was precisely her sense of perspective and tact that made Raymond willing to keep her around. Harley, by contrast, was far less mature than Stephanie. She acted on impulse, driven by her feelings, and there was a childlike innocence to her ways. Yet Raymond actually found himself drawn to her personality. On top of that, Harley's looks could win over any man. If Stephanie was a solid 7 out of 10, Harley was at least a 9, an absolute stunner. With such a captivating woman throwing herself at him, it would be a lie to say Raymond felt nothing, unless he wasn't a man at all. But therein lay the problem. He knew perfectly well he couldn't stay in this world for long. The flow of time here was clearly different from that in the Marvel Universe. If he left again, even if he managed to return through some alternate persona in the DC world, who knew how much time would have passed? And he knew Harley's nature. If he gave her hope and then vanished, she would be driven mad. Even without superpowers, she had already thrown Gotham into chaos. Now that she possessed the Yellow Lantern ring, Raymond couldn't begin to imagine what she might become. But one thing was certain. With that kind of power, Harley would definitely become a supervillain even more twisted and terrifying than the Joker himself. Raymond didn't want to come back one day only to hear that Harley had plunged the world into utter turmoil, nor did he wish to hear that she'd been killed by someone. So, he found himself deeply conflicted. There are some things I don't really know how to explain to you, he said, suddenly stopping in his tracks. But the truth is, I'll have to leave again soon, and I can't take you with me. I don't even know when I'll be able to come back. Do you understand? He turned his head slightly to speak to Harley, who was clinging tightly to him. Seeing this, Zachary realized it was best not to linger awkwardly nearby. He strolled to the side, crouched down by the roadside, and lit a cigarette. Harley had been putting on a pitiful act, but her trademark mischievous grin still played on her lips. Yet as she listened to Raymond's words, her smile suddenly froze in place. Is there really no way to take me with you? She asked in a small voice. I can go anywhere. Hell, I wouldn't even mind going to hell itself. Raymond steeled himself and replied, there really is no wa. Huh. He didn't even finish his sentence before stopping dead in his tracks, his face a picture of shock, as if he'd just seen a ghost. Because, out of nowhere, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Harley Quinn's bond with the host has reached 95. Follower function successfully activated. For more details, simply think about follower to view the specifics. Follower? It can do that? Raymond couldn't help but be surprised by the system's message. Although this unreliable system often lived up to its reputation, lacking even basic artificial intelligence and always requiring him to stumble upon key issues or special circumstances before unlocking new features. He had to admit, these new features often appeared just when he needed them most. Raymond didn't have to think hard to realize that this newly unlocked follower function was probably connected to his current dilemma. So that's how it is, muttered to himself. With a single thought, he accessed the introduction for the follower feature and immediately understood why it had only just now been activated. In fact, this function had already existed before the system's upgrade. The catch was that no one had ever reached the activation threshold, a bond value above 90. Not even Stephanie had reached that number. But this wasn't because Stephanie was disloyal. It was simply that achieving a bond value of 90 was exceptionally difficult. According to the system's explanation, the typical bond value between parents and children was around 70. For ordinary couples, it was often even lower, and only those with exceptionally deep feelings could reach higher. That a bond level of 90 is already the threshold of life and death. If someone reaches that number, it basically means that if Raymond were to die, anyone with a 90-point bond to him would willingly follow him to the grave. Stephanie certainly has feelings for Raymond, and she does rely on him. But no matter what, their relationship hasn't reached the point of life or death dependency. Raymond himself hadn't expected that Harley's bond with him would be so strong. A bond value of 95 means that even if he asked Harley to die for him right now, she wouldn't so much as flinch. She would end her life on the spot. Raymond actually knows that Harley has likely shifted all her obsession with the Joker onto him. But now it seems that's not the whole story. After all, when the Joker once tried to get rid of him, he was even willing to sacrifice Harley along with him. Raymond remembers that moment vividly, even though Harley said with a smile, "That's my putt-in." Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Sure, her infatuation with the Joker was just as intense back then, but judging from her reaction at the time, it absolutely never reached a bond value of 95, maybe not even 90. At the very least, as far as Raymond knows, after Amanda executed Project X, Harley did believe for a while that the Joker had died. She was heartbroken for a long time, but she never reached the point of wanting to die herself. But if Raymond were to die in front of her now, Harley would take her own life without a moment's hesitation. What a twisted kind of love, Raymond muttered, feeling both bewildered and oddly moved. He truly couldn't fathom how Harley's feelings for him had reached such an extreme. There must have been many influences along the way that made her so abnormal. But since things weren't completely hopeless, could he really keep saying no to Harley? Raymond let out a long, heavy sigh. 10,000 universal points. I just hope I won't regret this. Even as he sighed, his mood wasn't all that bad. For some reason, the system now classifies Harley as a gold-tier character, which means he needs 10,000 universal points to make her his follower. The same price as redeeming a gold-tier character card or upgrading a silver-tier alter ego. He still didn't know how Harley had managed to get the Yellow Lantern ring, but she clearly didn't have the power of a new god. It seemed the system was evaluating her based on the maximum potential she could reach after acquiring the ring, which was the exact opposite of how it evaluated character cards. All he could say was that the system was a little sneaky, but Raymond could only accept it. After all, he was already tempted. Nothing in the world can buy true willingness. Well, there actually is a way, but you'll have to become my follower. That means from now on, your life and death will be in my hands. If I give an order, you won't be able to disobey, even if you wanted to. After organizing his thoughts, Raymond spoke. Harley asked, "And then?" Raymond replied, "What do you mean, and then?" Harley blinked at him. "Is that all?" Raymond fell silent for a moment, realizing that his way of thinking was completely out of sync with this girl. He could only continue. "Don't think this is just empty talk. If I want to take you away, I'll have to sign a contract with you. And this contract is one you absolutely cannot defy or regret. Even if, one day, you truly regret it, I agree." Harley cut him off without the slightest hesitation, not wanting to listen any further. "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Raymond checked again. "There's nothing to consider." Harley grinned mischievously. "You know, if your answer just now had been no, I would have ended my life before you left this time." Raymond was completely thrown by her words. "Because I want to leave you with an unforgettable memory for the rest of your life. Even if I can't go with you, you'll never be able to forget me." Harley spoke as if her own life meant nothing to her, as casually as if she were talking about someone else's fate. Raymond suddenly realized what he'd overlooked before. Oh no, a Yandere. Now, it was clear, Harley was the very picture of a Yandere girl. With things developing like this, one wrong move could spell disaster. But with a follower's contract, things should be fine, right? Raymond tried to reassure himself, though for once, he felt a rare unease. But since things had come this far, there was no way he could back out now. Otherwise, it would be no different from killing Harley himself. "All right, since you've decided then." Just as he was about to seal the follower's contract with Harley, he suddenly paused mid-sentence. Nearby, Zach, who had been squatting by the roadside smoking, stood up and called into the darkness where the streetlights didn't reach. "Come on out, old friend. I could smell you from several blocks away." No sooner had Zach finished speaking than a middle-aged black man stepped out from the shadows. He wore a white suit, a top hat, and leaned on a cane. Even though it was past midnight, he sported a pair of sunglasses perched on his nose, looking every bit the showman. "John, it's been a long time," the man greeted. "It hasn't been that long, has it?" Zach replied with a smile. He walked up to the man, gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned to Raymond to introduce him. "My old friend, the #1 exorcist in North America, Midnight Daddy." "That's my boss, Raymond," Zach added, this time introducing Raymond to the man known as Midnight Daddy. "Boss, so you've ended up working for someone now?" At midnight, old man Midnight showed no intention of acquainting himself with Raymond. Instead, he spoke in a tone laced with disdain. It was obvious that this foremost exorcist of North America didn't think much of Raymond. The reason was simple. He didn't know who Raymond was. For most people, unfamiliarity could mean the other party was a hidden powerhouse, but old man Midnight was different. Besides being the top exorcist in North America, he ranked among the top 3 information brokers in the continent's underworld. Any superhuman with even a shred of notoriety in North America was already mapped out in his mind. For example, he immediately recognized Harley, slung over Raymond's back, knowing full well she was the infamous villainous Harley Quinn from Gotham. But so what? The exorcist circle had always been rather aloof. After all, they dealt with hell itself and understood both its horrors and the insignificance of the mortal world. In their eyes, all those so-called superheroes and supervillains, be it Batman or the Joker, were little more than a joke. Ordinary folks might find them impressive, but to exorcists, they were minor players at best, and Harley was an even lesser figure in that hierarchy. Of course, he had no idea that Harley now possessed the Yellow Lantern ring and had grown far more formidable. But even if he knew, he wouldn't have thought much of it, for he had every reason to be confident. There were few left in the mortal realm capable of threatening him, and Constantine was one of those rare few. That's why he could speak to Constantine as an equal, but held no regard for Raymond, whom he'd never even heard of, nor for Harley, whom he considered beneath notice. He didn't even bother with the pretense of courtesy. Raymond, for his part, could clearly see what Old Man Midnight was thinking, yet he wasn't the least bit annoyed. He could easily guess why Old Man Midnight had come, and he was certain Constantine had figured it out too. Why waste energy getting angry at a pawn who didn't know his own place? When Raymond didn't respond, Constantine didn't even bother to communicate with him telepathically. He just chuckled nonchalantly and said, "Of course, when you find a powerful backer, you've got to latch onto them, right?" Backer. Old Man Midnight was momentarily stunned before realizing what Constantine meant. It was the first time he'd heard the term used like this, but he could more or less guess its meaning. "You're really slipping, John." Old Man Midnight shook his head, as if in regret, but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he shifted gears and said, "Come with me. I need to talk to you. Is now a good time?" "No, it isn't," Constantine replied flatly. "What?" Old Man Midnight hadn't expected that answer and frowned. "I'm not joking. This is important. It concerns the demons that have been appearing in Gotham lately. And I'm not joking either. I really don't have time. There are more important things waiting for me." Jacques spoke sternly. "What could possibly be so urgent that it can't wait? I'll be done on my end soon. It won't take long at all." Midnight Old Man pressed on. "No, that won't do. If you have something to say, just say it here. I'm listening." Jacques shook his head again. This time, Midnight Old Man finally sensed something was off. His face grew cold. "So, you're refusing to give me this respect, is that it?" Jacques sighed. "I'd love to do you this favor, really. But first, you have to be honest with me, my friend." Midnight Old Man's tone turned icy. "What are you implying?" Jacques replied. "Has no one ever told you that your acting skills leave a lot to be desired? Guilt is written all over the left side of your face, and fear on the right. How am I supposed to trust you like that?" At this, Harley, who had been watching the scene unfold, couldn't hold back a giggle. The laugh quickly bubbled over, turning into hearty laughter, and even Raymond couldn't help but crack a smile. Midnight Old Man, however, was left standing there, his face dark with anger. Was Midnight Old Man really that bad at acting? In truth, he wasn't. Just moments ago, he hadn't shown the slightest hint of anything amiss. Jacques was simply making things up. But because guilt gnawed at him, Midnight Old Man suddenly wondered if he really had slipped up, if Jacques had somehow seen through him. "John, I'll give you one last chance," Midnight Old Man said in a low, threatening voice. "Come with me. I don't want to have to use force." "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Jacques chuckled softly. "You should be," Midnight Old Man replied, his expression darkening. "People say you're the true #1 exorcist, but you and I both know the truth. You've only made it this far through some clever tricks. With what I know about you, you don't stand a chance of pulling any stunts." Jacques fell silent. Strictly speaking, Midnight Old Man wasn't wrong. Jacques' raw strength was fairly unremarkable. That's why, even in the system's evaluation, he was rated as merely a bronze-tier secondary persona. Yet, time and again, he managed to defeat seemingly invincible foes, relying on his unique cunning and encyclopedic knowledge of magic. As long as his opponents had even a single weakness, and he was given enough time to set the stage, he could always find a way to turn the tables. But when it came to old acquaintances like Midnight Old Man, people who knew him inside out, Zhakong never had the luxury of time. If he refused now, Midnight Old Man wouldn't hesitate to act immediately. There was no chance he'd let Zhakong slip away. In this situation, all of Zhakong's usual tricks were useless. In fact, along the original timeline, Midnight Old Man had managed to put Zhakong in his place more than once. If it weren't for the threat posed by the angels and demons who might be plotting against him from behind the scenes, Zhakong would have been killed by him several times over by now. Perhaps this is what they mean when they say, there's always someone who can keep you in check. But this time, he too had a chess master standing behind him. There was no need for him to worry about Zhakong's background anymore. If Zhakong really didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson he'd never forget. What he didn't realize, however, was that the current Zhakong was far more than the Zhakong he used to know. You're actually quite pitiful, Raymond suddenly sighed. Midnight Old Man hadn't expected this bystander, Raymond, to speak up. He frowned and asked, "What did you say?" "Earth is like a chessboard, and you and the original John are nothing more than pieces on that board," Raymond intoned, his voice heavy. "You're shifted back and forth by those board chess players, with no control over your own fates." Raymond let out a long sigh. "As a chess piece, you have no power to resist. But at the very least, you should have some self-awareness, especially when you're in the hands of a brainless player. The next move might send you tumbling into an abyss. If I were you, I'd be figuring out how to escape from this fool's grasp, not blindly following him into darkness while congratulating myself for finding a patron." Throughout Raymond's speech, he never mentioned anyone by name. To an outsider, his words would have sounded cryptic and bewildering. But to Midnight Old Man, they struck like a bolt of lightning, shaking him to his core. Who exactly are you?" Midnight Old Man felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. In his eyes, Raymond suddenly seemed shrouded in mystery. To be more precise, he suspected Raymond was also a chess master. Otherwise, how could he so clearly see through his predicament? And how could he have convinced someone as proud as Zhakong to fall in line? Before this, he'd thought Zhakong's claim that Raymond was his new boss was just a joke, or maybe an intentional smokescreen. But now, he was no longer so sure. What exactly is Mammon planning? Raymond didn't answer Midnight Old Man's question. Instead, he abruptly changed the subject. He really knows. Midnight Old Man felt as if his heart were being squeezed in a vice. In that moment, all his doubts vanished. He could be almost certain that Raymond was indeed a chess master. He didn't know whether this chess master hailed from heaven or hell, nor whether he was an angel or a demon. But one thing was certain. This man was even more dangerous than Mammon behind him. Because Raymond knew Mammon's every move, while Mammon remained utterly unaware of Raymond's existence. That might not prove Raymond was stronger than Mammon, but it did mean that Mammon was a step behind. When your enemy is hidden while you are exposed, the one in the open is always at a disadvantage. A truth Midnight Old Man understood all too well. "May I ask who you are?" Midnight Old Man ventured cautiously. "You really want to know who I am?" Raymond replied. "If you truly wish to find out, I can tell you." Raymond spoke with a sly, ambiguous smile. No, I don't want to know." Midnight Old Man panicked the moment he heard this. In his eyes, Raymond was a master strategist who kept his true intentions deeply hidden. Secrecy was paramount. If he remained ignorant of Raymond's true identity, there was still a slim chance he might survive. But if he actually learned the truth, would Raymond really risk exposing himself and let him walk away? The more Midnight Old Man thought about it, the more terrified he became. He wished he could slap himself hard. Why couldn't he just keep his mouth shut? "You still haven't answered my question from earlier," Raymond asked with a cheerful glint in his eye. "Lord Mammon. He asked me to bring John to him in my own name." Midnight Old Man hesitated for a long moment, then finally gritted his teeth and betrayed Mammon without a second thought. He knew full well that if Mammon ever found out, the consequences would be fatal. But he also understood that if he didn't cooperate with this mysterious strategist before him, his fate would be sealed right now. Faced with a mere possibility on one hand and a certainty on the other, anyone with a functioning brain would know which to choose. He consoled himself inwardly. Since Raymond could so effortlessly outmaneuver Mammon, at least in terms of intellect, Mammon was clearly no match for this enigmatic player. If conflict broke out between the two, the odds were that Mammon would come off worse. If he had to pick a side, siding with Raymond was undoubtedly the wiser move. "Did he say why he wanted to see John?" Raymond asked, deep in thought. "No, he just suddenly told me. He's back. He also said he caught John's scent, but nothing more." Midnight Old Man recalled the conversation and spoke with certainty. "Mammon can sense that you've returned?" Raymond turned to Zakin. Zakin shook his head. Impossible. If the folks in hell could sense my presence anytime and anywhere, I'd have died 100 times over by now. There are just too many down there who want me dead. Midnight Old Man, alarmed by this, hurriedly protested. I swear by God, every word I said is true. No lies. An exorcist's oath was nothing like a common man's casual promise. If Midnight Old Man dared to swear such a thing, it meant those words were genuinely Mammon's and not fabricated. How odd. Zakin could see that Midnight Old Man wasn't lying, but that only made the whole affair feel even stranger. At that moment, Raymond spoke silently in his mind. Who else might be able to sense your return to this world? Zakin replied, God, without a doubt. Lucifer probably could as well. After all, both of them have shown interest in me. With their powers, even if they can't trace me. Across worlds, once I set foot in this one again, there's no way I could slip past their notice. Raymond asked, Are they the only ones? Are you sure Mammon can't sense you? Jacong replied, Most of the sons of hell can't stand me. They've long since put the word out that they want me to suffer. If they could sense me at any time and any place, I probably would have died countless times already. He continued, Lucifer has paid attention to me before, but to him, I'm nothing more than an amusing plaything. Besides, he was once part of heaven too. He wouldn't risk his own reputation to come after me personally. If he truly wanted to target me, I'd be long dead as well. Raymond pressed on, So, the denizens of hell can't sense you. What about those in heaven? For example, the archangels? Jacong hesitated. I'm not so sure about that. After all, the archangels are the sons of God. Even Lucifer, the king of hell, was only ever on equal footing with them, and it was only by falling into hell that he managed to ascend to a different level. Raymond said, So, it's possible that the archangels might be able to sense your presence, right? Yes, Jacong admitted, and it's not unlikely. There were 2 occasions when archangels appeared right beside me without me noticing a thing. I can't claim to understand all their methods. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Wait a second. Boss, are you suggesting that the reason I've reappeared in this world is because the archangels tipped off Mammon? Raymond had already spelled things out quite clearly. If Jacong still didn't understand what he was getting at, then he wouldn't be Jacong at all. In truth, with his intelligence, he shouldn't have needed Raymond to remind him. But the problem was, it had never even crossed his mind, because the stature of heaven in this world was just too lofty to question. God's act of creation wasn't just a myth. At least, Jacong could be certain that God truly was the creator of this world. And all these years, heaven had always protected humanity. Part of the reason Jacong longed so desperately to reach heaven was to escape his fate of returning to hell. But it was also because he held a boundless yearning for heaven in his heart. That's why he never thought to doubt heaven, nor did he want to. But he also knew that Raymond would never lie to him. They were, after all, 2 sides of the same coin. There was no point in Raymond deceiving him. Isn't it obvious? Raymond said, There are only so many beings who could sense your presence. With God and Lucifer ruled out, that just leaves the archangels. But they loathe hell, Jacong protested, especially Lucifer, who betrayed the glory of God. They like nothing more than to wipe him from existence. Raymond interjected, And is that really a contradiction? Jacong said, How could there not be a conflict? Mammon is the son of Lucifer. If the archangels are helping him. Wait, hold on. Are you saying that Mammon descended to the human world this time without Lucifer's knowledge? Before Raymond could reply, Jacong continued muttering to himself. That explains everything. What Mammon is doing is in itself a betrayal of Lucifer. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Maybe that's exactly why he could strike a deal with one of the archangels. At this point, Jacong let out a long sigh. He finally understood why Raymond kept pressing Midnight Old Man with those questions. It seemed Raymond had known the truth all along. Raymond said, Looks like you've figured out. Jacong replied, It wasn't hard to guess, just hard to accept. Boss, did you know? I used to think everything in heaven was sacred, that angels were the embodiment of justice. Maybe that sounds naive to you. Raymond said, No, I understand. I can't say I feel the same, but I know it's your faith, your spiritual anchor. Jacong nodded, Yeah, that was my faith after all. I fought with everything I got to purify the world, hoping one day I'd be redeemed, that I could become a part of that towering, righteous force. Raymond offered, My condolences. Jacong shook his head, No, I'm really not sad at all. In fact, I feel strangely relieved, because this proves there's no true heaven in this world, and I don't need anyone's redemption. Isn't that something to be glad about? Raymond's look toward Jacong shifted subtly. At that moment, Jacong seemed like a mighty demon king, suddenly freed from his shackles, utterly different from the rakish, slightly wicked aura he used to have. Raymond couldn't tell if this change was for better or worse, but one thing was certain. Whoever was behind this incident was in for a grim fate, Jakong declared. Then, I'll take care of this matter myself. I owe a debt of gratitude to the archangel who shattered my chains, and to that greedy lord as well. Raymond nodded. Go ahead. The conversation between Raymond and Jakong had all taken place within their minds, and in the outside world, only a few seconds had passed. For Midnight Old Man, it was no more than the blink of an eye. Yet, even that brief moment felt endless to him, like time was stretching unbearably thin because he had no idea whether these people would spare him. The torment of waiting for judgment was almost too much to bear. Let's go. I'll go with you to see Mammon, Jakong suddenly said. His words caught Midnight Old Man completely off guard. See Mammon? Now, what could possibly be the point of that? Was he being sarcastic? That had to be it. He was definitely being sarcastic. At midnight, the old man forced a smile so twisted it was almost uglier than a cry. No, no, no. I'm not going. I'm really not going. Jakong took a slow drag on his cigarette. You have to go. Midnight Old Man looked helplessly at Raymond, because in his eyes, it was Raymond whom Jakong truly relied on to speak so forcefully. Go on, Raymond said with a calm smile. Do exactly as you're supposed to. Until I see you again, you are to be Mammon's most loyal lackey. Don't let anything slip, and under no circumstances are you to reveal my existence. Is that clear? A chill ran through Midnight Old Man's heart. Yes, Raymond went on. My will shall be conveyed to you through John. Don't worry, I won't make it too hard for you. Besides, you're not all that important. Of course, if you feel like telling Mammon about me, that's your choice as well. Midnight Old Man stammered, panic in his eyes. I wouldn't dare. The thought never even crossed my mind. And this time, he truly meant it. He wasn't a fool. He knew there were some lines he simply couldn't cross. Not to mention, Raymond was clearly a step ahead of Mammon, capable of lurking in the shadows and pulling strings. From the look of things, Raymond seemed more likely to win. But even if Mammon did come out on top, what could he possibly betray Raymond with? Did he know Raymond's true identity? In his mind, Raymond was either a certain hell, lord at odds with Mammon, or some big shot from heaven. The scope wasn't too vast, but it wasn't exactly narrow either. He couldn't even guess at Raymond's true origins. If he really did try to betray Raymond, Raymond could simply assume another identity, while he himself will be left to face inevitable revenge. That was a stupid move he would never make. Half an hour later, Raymond lifted his palm from Harley's head. On her forehead, a golden mark flickered briefly before fading away. For a long moment, Harley remained still. Then at last she opened her eyes. So that's how it is. No wonder no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find a single trace of you, honey. Harley's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Raymond. Now that she had become Raymond's follower, everything about Raymond's origins was clear to her. At last, it made sense why she'd been unable to track him down, no matter what method she used. Raymond hadn't just disappeared. He'd gone to another world entirely. How could she possibly have found him? Well, how does it feel? Any regrets? Raymond asked. Not all. Quite the opposite, in fact. I think this is the best decision I've ever made in my life. Harley licked her seductive red lips. Then let's get reacquainted. Raymond Fong, doctor of psychology. An expert from another world, Raymond said with a smile. Harley Quinn, psychiatrist. Harley grinned mischievously. No wonder I always felt such a special connection with you, honey. Who'd have thought we're in the same line of work? I suppose that's what they call fate, isn't it? Raymond shot her a look and asked, once you leave this time, you probably won't be able to come back for a while. If there's anything you need to take care of, you'd better start now. Harley grinned mischievously. There's nothing I need to arrange. As long as I have honey by my side, that's enough for me. I knew you'd say that. Come on, let me take you somewhere. With a sigh, Raymond beckoned Harley to follow him. Councilman Harrison was one of Gotham's veteran city council members, and behind him stood the Quinn family, a political dynasty stretching back 3 generations. They had been active in politics since his grandfather's time, right up to the present day. In a city like Gotham, where chaos and villains ran rampant, a family like the Quinns, with no real backing, hardly stood out. There was no comparison to the likes of the Waynes or the Cobblepots, the city's 4 great families. In fact, there were plenty of criminal gangs that even the Quinns wouldn't dare cross. Councilman Harrison had always abided by the Quinn family's philosophy for survival. Keep a low profile and never make trouble. But wanting to avoid trouble didn't mean trouble would avoid you. That afternoon, while Councilman Harrison was having lunch with several other council members, he received an unexpected call from his daughter's school. They told him that his daughter, Sherman, had injured a male classmate. Ordinarily, this wouldn't have been a big deal, especially since, according to the school, the boy had harassed her first. But this was no simple matter. That was because the boy had a surname that struck fear into the hearts of Gotham's citizens, Cobblepot. His uncle was none other than the infamous Penguin, one of the most powerful crime lords in Gotham's underworld. As one of Gotham's founding families, the Cobblepots controlled countless industries in the city. Of Gotham's 51 city council members, 7 were tied to the Cobblepot family. They were a towering presence, straddling both the legal and criminal worlds, casting their shadow over Gotham from above. How could Councilman Harrison not be afraid? So, the moment he got the call from the school, he immediately picked up his daughter, then rushed to one of Gotham's most renowned upscale restaurants, the Iceberg Lounge. The Iceberg Lounge was famous throughout Gotham. Even ordinary folks had heard its name. But only a select few knew that its true owner was none other than the Penguin himself, one of the city's top crime lords. "Listen to me," Councilman Harrison said gravely to his daughter as they sat in the car, gazing at the Iceberg Lounge across the street. "Once we go inside, no matter what happens, you're not to act on your own. Do exactly as I say." "Why should I?" Sherman protested, her voice tinged with indignation. "It was Aldrich who harassed me first. I just reacted instinctively and kicked him. It wasn't on purpose. Why should I be the one to apologize?" "Because his last name is Cobblepot," Councilman Harrison replied, his tone heavy and grave. "I'm not going. If you want to, you go yourself." Sherman shot back defiantly. A sharp slap rang out, leaving a vivid red mark on Sherman's cheek. She stared at her father in utter disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears. With a voice full of grievance, she asked, "You actually hit me over that scum?" Councilman Harrison met his daughter's gaze unflinchingly. "I know you feel wronged, but this is the reality we live in. If you'd hit some ordinary boy, even if he had harassed you, or even if there was no reason at all, I could easily settle things for you. But that boy's last name is Cobblepot. Do you understand what that means? It means that if this matter isn't handled properly, you could see news about your mother and me being murdered in the street tomorrow." At these words, Sherman's face turned as pale as snow. She had never imagined things could get so serious. She'd thought at most they might have to pay some money and the matter would be settled. After all, even though she bore some responsibility, she was far from the one at fault. She wasn't even afraid of going to court. She simply couldn't understand why her father was making such a big deal out of it, rushing over to apologize on her behalf. She thought perhaps he was just worried about his own reputation. But Dad, you're a city councilman in Gotham. Even the mayor treats you with respect. How could this be?" Sherman stammered, still struggling to take it all in. "The mayor? That's nothing. If Aldrich were the mayor's son, we wouldn't be the ones apologizing right now." Councilman Harrison shook his head slowly. "Sherman, Gotham is far more complicated than you think. I never wanted you to be exposed to these darker things so soon. But this time, there's no way around it. If we don't get forgiveness from Aldrich's family, the Quinn family is finished." Seeing the heavy look on her father's face, Sherman at last realized that everything he said was true. She had truly caused a disaster this time, one that might drag the entire family down with her. As someone born into a political family, even if she didn't know all the darkest secrets of Gotham, she understood the law of the jungle. If Aldrich really came from a family the Quinns couldn't afford to offend, then right and wrong simply didn't matter. "I understand now, Dad," Sherman whispered, wiping the corners of her eyes. "Let's go," Councilman Harrison said, giving his daughter's shoulder a reassuring pat before stepping out of the car. Before long, the two of them walked into the Iceberg restaurant. A server hurried over to greet them, ready to show them to their table. Councilman Harrison gestured to the server and leaned in to quietly exchange a few words. The waiter gave a nod and then dashed off to the kitchen. About 2 minutes later, he hurried back and said to Senator Harrison, "The boss will be out soon. Please find a seat for now, this way, please." "All right, thank you very much," Senator Harrison replied with utmost courtesy. Sherman, red-eyed, followed silently behind, not daring to say another word. Soon after, a man emerged from the corridor between the dining room and the kitchen. He wore a tall top hat, a black tailcoat, and had a monocle over one eye, reminiscent of a pirate's eye patch. On anyone else, this attire might have looked dignified or even elegant, but on a middle-aged man who stood under 5'3" and weighed well over 200 pounds, it was anything but. Normally, if Sherman had seen someone dressed like this, she probably would have burst out laughing. But right now, smiling was the last thing on her mind, and she didn't dare to, anyway. She had noticed that the moment this rather comical, short man appeared, her father immediately stood up and gave her 2 gentle taps, signaling her to rise as well. Not only that, but many people in the restaurant also rose to their feet the moment they saw him. "Mr. Cobblepot, it's good to see you. I apologize for the intrusion and hope you'll forgive us," Senator Harrison said nervously. The Mr. Cobblepot he spoke of was, of course, the short, stout man before them, the present head of the Cobblepot family. In Gotham's underworld, his title was known to all. He was the Penguin. The Penguin waved a hand at the others standing in the restaurant, indicating they could relax, then turned to Senator Harrison with a smile. It's an honor for a humble citizen like me to have you take time out of your busy schedule to see me. You flatter me, Senator Harrison replied, a little awkwardly. All right, let's have a seat and talk. The Penguin settled himself across from the senator and his daughter, then continued. You're here because of that rascal Aldrich, aren't you? You already know? Senator Harrison asked carefully as he took his seat. The Penguin stirred the English tea the waiter had just brought him and smiled lightly. Yes, I do. That rascal's father lost his life years ago because of a mistake I made, so I became his guardian. The school called me immediately when this happened. Senator Harrison's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. This was information he had absolutely no idea about. He had thought that the little fellow named Aldrich was merely an ordinary junior to this Penguin man. In that case, as long as he humbled himself enough and showed a measure of sincerity, the alarm could be dispelled. But what he never expected was that there was another layer to their relationship. The Penguin man turned out to be Aldrich's legal guardian. This revelation changed the nature of the matter entirely. The Penguin man himself had no children, yet he was Aldrich's guardian, and Aldrich's father had died because of him. This meant the Penguin man likely harbored a sense of guilt toward his nephew, perhaps even considering him as his heir. Because of this, Aldrich's status had been elevated to that of the Cobbott family's successor, a disastrous turn of events for Senator Harrison, leaving the explanations he'd prepared stuck in his throat. Mr. Cobbott, I know about this situation. Senator Harrison forced a smile, sweat beading on his brow. The Penguin man suddenly raised his hand, cutting him off. Senator Harrison, I'm not an unreasonable man. I've already heard the whole story. From the school. If we're being fair, it was that rascal who was at fault first. I'll offer an apology to Miss Sherman here on his behalf. Sherman was taken aback. She hadn't expected that the uncle who so terrified her father could be so easy to talk to. It's nothing. I've already forgiven her, Sherman blurted out instinctively. You keep quiet. Senator Harrison suddenly snapped at his daughter, then quickly turned to the Penguin man, saying, Sherman is still young and doesn't know any better, Mr. Cobbott. Please don't take her words to heart. Aldrich did nothing wrong here. Sherman was in the wrong. She was too reckless and accidentally hurt him. Sherman was startled by her father's sudden outburst, but instead of throwing a tantrum, she only felt a bit wronged. The Penguin man lifted his head slightly, glanced at Senator Harrison, and shook his head with a chuckle. As I said, it was Aldrich who was at fault first. The Cobbott family will not shy away from admitting our mistakes. Senator Harrison realized that the Penguin man was refusing to accept his apology and was still insisting Aldrich was at fault. A sense of dread crept over him, for this meant the Penguin man wasn't letting the matter drop. However, even if he was at fault first, I am still his guardian, the Penguin man said coolly. If he's done wrong, you could have come to me. I would naturally have punished him. But instead, Miss Sherman kicked him straight into the hospital. With these words, even Sherman, who was usually slow to catch on, understood why he had chosen to acknowledge Aldrich's fault first. The color drained from her face, and she looked helplessly at her father, Senator. Harrison knew there was no way this matter could end peacefully. Gritting his teeth, he said, as long as Mr. Cobblepot is willing to forgive Sherman, the Quinn family will henceforth become your most loyal servants. The Cobblepot family has no shortage of obedient dogs, the Penguin replied with indifference, glancing at him. Still, I do appreciate your attitude, so I'll give you a chance to make amends. Let's do this. I see Aldrich seems quite fond of Miss Sherman. Why not have her stay by his side from now on, and look after that troublesome boy for me? At these words, Sherman's face grew even paler, yet this time she managed to hold back her tears and kept silent. She had seen the distress and fear in her father's eyes, and remembered what he had told her earlier. Senator Harrison's expression flickered uncertainly, but he quickly regained his composure. Suddenly, he realized that this might not be such a bad thing after all. If Sherman could become the Cobblepot family's daughter-in-law, maybe the Quinn family's foothold in Gotham would be even more secure. For his daughter and for the family, perhaps this wasn't the worst outcome. Very well, I'll decide for her. It's settled then. As soon as they graduate, we'll hold the wedding immediately. Senator Harrison let out a long sigh, as if finally making up his mind. A wedding. The Penguin arched his eyebrow, as though he'd just heard the most absurd thing, and burst out laughing. Senator Harrison, did you misunderstand something? Where did you ever get the confidence that you're worthy of marrying into the Cobblepot family? Do you really think you deserve it? By now, the Penguin had completely abandoned any pretense of gentlemanly demeanor. He slapped the table as he laughed, tears nearly streaming down his face. Sitting across from him, Senator Harrison couldn't force a smile. His face was ashen as he responded, Mr. Cobblepot, you. But the Penguin had no intention of letting him finish. His laughter vanished abruptly, and he fixed Harrison with a frosty stare. Do you understand who you're dealing with, Senator Harrison? Did you really think I wouldn't see through your little scheme? The Penguin sneered. You want to use this opportunity for the Quinn family to latch onto the Cobblepots. Maybe even turn a crisis into an advantage. Am I right? Harrison was instantly speechless. He wanted to deny it, but in front of the Penguin, he couldn't muster the calm eloquence he showed the public. Instead, his heart was gripped by fear. The Penguin pressed on, I've always believed in the principle of proportionality. Wrong is wrong, and mistakes must be punished. You brought your daughter here to apologize, hoping for the Cobblepot family's forgiveness. I can give you a chance to serve as my dog, but that's voluntary. There's no real loss for you. How could that possibly make up for what Aldrich suffered? As for letting your daughter marry him, I'm surprised you even thought of this. Have you considered your own status? Do you really think you're worthy of marrying into my family? The Penguin looked at Senator Harrison with a gaze full of disdain and cold indifference, making the senator's heart tremble with unease. But she's my only daughter left. Senator Harrison finally couldn't hold back anymore, muttering these words in a moment of lost composure. Don't show me that pitiful look, the Penguin said leisurely. Anyone who didn't know better might think I've done something terrible to you. I'm a reasonable man. This is simply a matter of choice. You can accept my offer, or you can refuse. Refuse? Harrison's heart filled with bitter resignation. The Penguin's words sounded fair on the surface, but he never mentioned what would happen if. He said no. Thinking of what had happened to others who'd crossed the Cobblepot family before, Harrison knew exactly what fate awaited him if he refused. Yet if he agreed to the Penguin's proposal, it would be like personally throwing his daughter into a pit of fire. He knew all too well what kind of man that Aldrich was. If Sherman really was sent to his side as a lover, she would suffer humiliation beyond imagination. He could accept being the Cobblepot family's lackey, but he could never bring himself to hand over his own daughter to be ruined. Mr. Cobblepot, can't we discuss this further? Senator Harrison's lips trembled as he pleaded. I'm willing to give up all of the Quinn family's assets, as long as Aldrich can forgive Sherman. Do you think the Cobblepot family needs your money? The Penguin seemed to relish Harrison's look of despair, leaning back in his chair with a mocking smile. And even if I did want your assets, do you really think I'd need your permission to take them? A sharp pain twisted in Senator Harrison's heart. The Penguin's brazen arrogance made him want to storm out, but he didn't dare. Worse still, he knew the man was telling the truth. If the Cobblepot family truly wanted to destroy him, no one would dare lift a finger to help. On the contrary, many would seize the chance to kick him while he was down. Against such a giant, he didn't even have the right to go down fighting. I accept. Sherman's voice suddenly rang out. Senator Harrison stared at his daughter in disbelief, instinctively snapping, Sherman, this is not the time to be stubborn. But Sherman bit her lip and said, this was my mistake, so I should be the one to bear the consequences. I agree. Senator Harrison wanted to say more, but the Penguin cut him off with a laugh. Excellent. I didn't expect Miss Sherman to possess such courage to face her own errors. I admire that. Tell you what, if you can make that brat Aldrich willingly marry you, perhaps I won't stand in your way. How does that sound? Senator Harrison felt a bit better upon hearing this, but he didn't scold Sherman any further. In fact, he even let out a subtle sigh of relief, though he was somewhat embarrassed to admit it. Sherman, however, gave a bitter, wordless smile. For her, whether she became Aldrich the scoundrel's lover or his wife, neither was anything to be happy about. I do not agree. A cold, resolute voice rang out. Senator Harrison jolted in surprise at the sound. Sherman also turned toward the source of the voice, and when she saw who was speaking, her eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, the Penguin's face darkened with murderous intent when he heard someone dare to cause trouble at such a moment. But when he looked toward the voice, he was surprised to see a familiar figure. Harley Quinn. The Penguin frowned. These days, Harley no longer painted her face in the grotesque style of a clown, but she still wore her signature outfit. Having seen her many times, the Penguin recognized her instantly. At this moment, though, Harley was half leaning against a young man of mixed heritage, someone who looked a bit unfamiliar, and their closeness didn't go unnoticed. Hearing Sherman address Harley as sister, the Penguin raised an eyebrow and glanced over at Senator Harrison. She's your daughter? Senator Harrison's expression grew complicated, but he didn't answer. He had already severed ties with this wayward daughter who once brought him so much shame, even breaking off their father-daughter relationship. He never imagined Harley would appear at this moment. In fact, he had kept an eye on news about Harley from the shadows, and he knew that ever since Joker had been killed by Gotham's new savior, Deadshot 5 years ago, Harley had vanished without a trace. In all those years, no one knew where Harley had gone. Even after her return to Gotham, only a handful of people close to Enchantress were aware, and not even the Penguin had the full story. Though Senator Harrison held the title of senator, compared to the Penguin, he was nothing. If the Penguin didn't know, then neither could he. That's why Harley's sudden appearance caught him completely off guard. So it turns out we're all on the same side. If I'd known Miss Sherman was your sister, Harley, how could I have made things difficult for her? The Penguin suddenly broke into a smile. Since we're all family, I'll make the decision for Aldrich. After you graduate, you two can get married. What do you say? Senator Harrison was overjoyed at these words, for this was 100 times better than before. He had long since come to terms with such arrangements, and he hadn't even stopped Sherman when she volunteered to sacrifice herself. So, of course, he wouldn't object now. But before he could voice his agreement, Harley spoke coldly. Dream on, you rotten penguin. Do you really think your pathetic excuse for a nephew is good enough for my sister? Senator Harrison grew anxious the moment he heard Harley's words. Harley, how can you speak to Mr. Cobblepot like that? Shut up. Harley shot him a frosty glare. And who do you think you are to lecture me? Senator Harrison, I told you before, stop putting on that paternal act in front of me. You're the one who cut off our father-daughter ties, not me, so what right do you have to scold me? Senator Harrison opened his mouth as if to argue, but in the end, he only looked defeated. The Penguin, meanwhile, had no interest in their tangled family drama. He scowled and said coldly, Harleen Quinzel, I'm only showing you some courtesy for old times. Sake, so don't push your luck. This isn't 5 years ago. Do you really think I couldn't make sure none of you walk out of this restaurant if I gave the word? When the Penguin said, this isn't 5 years ago, it was a blatant reminder to Harley that the Joker was dead. If the Joker were still alive, even if the Penguin didn't exactly fear Harley, he would never dare to truly cross her. Everyone knew that, to the Joker, Harley had been a uniquely important figure. Perhaps he hadn't cared for her deeply, and might even have abandoned her in a pinch, but he would never have tolerated anyone making a move on Harley without his say-so, a fact plenty had learned the hard way, at the cost of their lives. The Penguin was indeed one of Gotham's most powerful crime lords, but when it came to madmen like the Joker, who cared nothing for their own lives, he always kept his distance. No one wanted to tangle with a lunatic like that, and the Penguin was no exception. But the events of 5 years ago had been confirmed long ago. The Joker had been taken out by Floyd Lawton, the assassin once feared as Gotham's deadliest, Deadshot. Even Harley had vanished without a trace at the time. Since then, Deadshot had disappeared from the public eye, and the Joker was never seen again. Many suspected that Harley, as the Joker's partner in crime, had also been killed by Deadshot. The Penguin had believed as much, until Harley unexpectedly turned up here, alive and well. The Penguin didn't fear Harley, but as the head of the Cobblepot family, one of Gotham's 4 great families, he always preferred to leave himself an out. That was why, when Harley showed up, he'd resolved to show her a measure of respect, not to go too far. But Harley was clearly dissatisfied with that outcome, putting the Penguin in an awkward position. I'm not so sure about that, came a sudden, amused voice. Raymond, who had been silent since entering, spoke up at last. He strode over to a table across the aisle from where the Penguin and the Harrisons were seated and sat down. Harley, bold as ever, perched herself right on his lap, draping one arm around his neck and leaning lazily against his shoulder. Senator Harrison's expression soured at the sight before him, clearly feeling that Harley's actions were a disgrace to the Quinn family. Yet he dared not intervene, for the situation had already slipped beyond his control, and he didn't dare speak rashly. May I ask who you are? The Penguin at this point also realized that things were not unfolding as he had expected, and his face betrayed a flicker of surprise. He had originally assumed that Raymond was merely Harley's paramour. After all, Raymond looked quite young and was not anyone the Penguin regarded as a threat. As a crime lord, he couldn't possibly treat every unfamiliar face with high caution, so he had simply dismissed Raymond as a nobody. But for Raymond to interject at such a moment, and for Harley to stand so firmly by his side, it was anything but ordinary. Everyone knew that Harley had once been devoted only to the Joker. In her eyes, all others were fleeting distractions and playthings. Yet now, her attitude toward Raymond mirrored, or perhaps even surpassed, the devotion she had once shown the Joker. This realization made the Penguin instantly alert. Raymond was clearly no ordinary man. Raymond, just a nobody, Raymond replied, resting a hand lightly on the dining table and tapping his fingers against the surface with a soft rhythmic beat. He smiled and continued, but now Harley is with me. I only brought her back so she could say her goodbyes to her former family. After all, she'll soon be leaving with me. It seemed only right to offer some closure, don't you think? Sis, where are you going? All these years I've been searching for news of you, I thought. Charmin couldn't help but speak up, her voice trembling with emotion. The look on her face as she saw Harley was a mixture of joy and anxiety, proof that she truly cared for her older sister. Long ago, Senator Harrison had already disowned his daughter for her disgraceful choices, banishing her from the Quinn family. He was well aware of the Joker's notorious reputation, but had no desire to be entangled with such a madman. The Joker had made countless enemies, both in the underworld and among the authorities. There was no end to those who wished him dead. The Joker himself never feared vengeance, but if the Quinn family's name were ever linked to his, who could say whether someone might take out their anger on them for the Joker's deeds? So, at the very first opportunity, Senator Harrison had severed all ties with the daughter who brought him shame, turning her out for good. Though Sharman had kept in secret contact with her sister over the years, Harley truly never set foot in the Quinn family home again. Nearly 10 years had passed since then. Very few people even knew Harley was Senator Harrison's daughter, and Harley herself had worked to erase any such connections. Even the Penguin, for all his resources, was only now discovering that Senator Harrison was Harley's father. Of course, I went off in pursuit of true love, and look, I succeeded. Harley's attitude toward Sherman was completely different. She grinned cheerfully and said, "True love." Sherman was momentarily taken aback. Her personality was more quiet and reserved, so she often found it hard to keep up with her mischievous older sister's pace. But she quickly caught on. Harley's true love must be referring to the young mixed-blood man named Raymond across from them. Thinking of some rumors she'd heard about her sister, a faint sense of hope stirred in her heart. Perhaps her own troubles could truly be resolved? Even the Penguin, whom her father, an influential member of Gotham City Council, approached with such caution and deference, treated Harley as an equal when she suddenly appeared. For the first time, Sherman realized that perhaps her father's words about her sister hadn't been entirely fair. Just as the Penguin was pondering how he should deal with Raymond, this unexpected and clearly unusual guest, the doors of the Iceberg Lounge swung open once more. A middle-aged black woman walked in, quickly scanning the restaurant before heading straight in their direction. How could it be her? The Penguin's brow furrowed slightly. Yes, he recognized the newcomer. This woman was Amanda, head of the Gotham branch of the Checkmate organization. When it came to Checkmate, a powerful agency backed by governments around the world and dedicated to handling metahuman affairs, there were few who didn't feel a chill at their name, and the Penguin was no exception. Of course, his own public identity was enough to keep Checkmate at bay. After all, the Cobblepot family was one of Gotham's founding 4 families, and Checkmate wouldn't make a move against him without good reason. But what truly unsettled the Penguin wasn't Amanda's official role. It was her other, far less known identity. She was one of the external spokespersons for the Court of Owls. The name Court of Owls meant nothing to ordinary people. Even high-ranking officials like Councilman Harrison had likely never heard of them. He simply wasn't important enough to be in their orbit. But the Penguin was different. The Cobblepot family, though not part of the court themselves, were one of Gotham's original families, and so they were well aware of the existence of this particular behemoth, having crossed paths more than once. The reason Batman knew so little about the Court of Owls was because the Wayne family, by the time of his parents' generation, had grown stubbornly principled, refusing to go along with the court, yet lacking the means to protect themselves. That was why the court was able to orchestrate their deaths in secret. Perhaps his parents had known about the court's existence, but they died before having the chance to tell him. Thus, Batman's knowledge of the court was almost non-existent. It was only through his own keen instincts that he managed to uncover the faintest traces of their schemes. The Cobblepot family was different, however. Although they too had refused to join this grand alliance, they were hardly the type to be trifled with. Even if the Court of Owls disliked them, they would never rashly break off relations. To put plainly, there was nothing to be gained from such a fallout, and someone would inevitably pay the price. The Court of Owls was not about to do something so thankless and unrewarding. Still, everyone made their living on this patch of Gotham, and it was impossible to avoid crossing paths now and then. This was especially true for Penguin. As one of the city's most notorious kingpins, he had clashed more than once with members of the Court of Owls. Incidents Amanda herself had often been called to mediate. As a result, Penguin was anything but unfamiliar with Amanda. "Ms. Amanda, it's been a while." Penguin greeted her, assuming she'd come looking for him. He took the initiative and explained, "I have a few matters to take care of at the moment. As soon as I'm finished, I'll be right over to entertain you. Please, bear with me for just a moment." Amanda paused for an instant, then shook her head. "There's been a misunderstanding, Mr. Cobblepot. I'm actually here to see Lord Raymond and Miss Harley." Oh, Penguin was caught off guard. For a moment, an awkward silence hung in the air, but his skin was thick. In the blink of an eye, he regained his composure and gestured politely to Amanda. "By all means, carry on." Across from Penguin, Councilman Harrison looked as if he'd witnessed something unimaginable, his mind reeling in shock. He didn't know Amanda, not her hidden ties to the Court of Owls, and not even her identity within the organization known as Checkmate. This was, in fact, his very first encounter with Amanda. Of course, he was well aware of Checkmate's existence, and had even dealt with him before, but someone of his rank had never had the chance to meet Amanda, the head of Checkmate's Gotham operations, face to face. While he'd heard that Checkmate's Gotham chief was named Amanda, it wasn't exactly a rare name, and he hadn't made the connection. But he could see with absolute clarity the way Penguin treated Amanda. As a seasoned politician, Harrison was an expert at reading people, and he knew he wasn't mistaken. Penguin's attitude toward him was always condescending, not bothering with pleasantries, and treating him as if he were just any other passerby, giving no regard to his status as a city councilman. But with this Ms. Amanda, Penguin's demeanor was the complete opposite, polite, even deferential. Such courtesy might not quite amount to flattery. But typically, one would only adopt this attitude when facing someone of equal or even higher status. Senator Harrison never expected to see this side of the Penguin. Who exactly is this woman? Senator Harrison wondered inwardly about Amanda's identity and was equally curious as to why she had come to seek out Harley and Raymond. Amanda herself was unsure why Raymond and Harley were here with the Penguin. She assumed Harley had just come to catch up with an old friend and didn't pay it much mind. Seeing that the Penguin wasn't causing any trouble, she didn't dwell on it and instead turned to Raymond. Sir Raymond, I apologize for disturbing you. Have you reached an agreement? Raymond clearly had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Amanda. He cast her a glance and asked. Yes, Amanda replied respectfully. Let's hear it, Raymond said casually. This time, the one proposing to move against Mr. Floyd's daughter is Lancer, the head of the Monroe family. He's one of only 7 core members of the High Council. With a single word from you, his life will be in Mr. Floyd's hands. What do you think? Amanda watched Raymond carefully, as if afraid he wouldn't believe her. She quickly added, we actually kept some video records from that meeting. If you have any doubts, you can review them yourself. This matter truly began with Lancer. After saying this, Amanda stood respectfully, awaiting Raymond's response, as though she were awaiting judgment. Whatever Raymond might do, one thing was certain. At that moment, both Senator Harrison and the Penguin were thoroughly stunned. Senator Harrison might not know about the existence of the Court of Owls, but there was no way he hadn't heard of the Monroe family. Like the Quinn family, they were a political dynasty, but their influence far surpassed the Quinns by an unimaginable margin. The Monroe family had produced 2 mayors of Gotham and dozens of city councilors. They were also one of the earliest political families in the city, with a lineage only rivaled by the 4 founding families of Gotham. Lancer was the current head of the Monroe family, and, as it happened, Senator Harrison knew this big shot personally. For Lancer was not only the Monroe family's patriarch, but also the current deputy speaker of Gotham City Council. The only thing that puzzled Senator Harrison was Amanda's mention of a high council and its 7 core members. There shouldn't be anything like that within Gotham's municipal government, and if there were, as a sitting councilor, he would certainly know about it. Still, he was all but certain that the Lancer Amanda spoke of was indeed Deputy Speaker Lancer, the sort of man whose every move could send tremors through Gotham itself. Even this fearsome Penguin standing before him would show Lenzel a measure of respect. After all, while the Monroe family might not match the power of the Cobblepots, they still belonged to the same echelon. Naturally, the Penguin would never treat Lenzel the way he treated him. Yet, from what Amanda had just implied, as long as this young half-blood, named Raymond, gave the word, Lenzel's life would be forfeit. Since when had the life of such a prominent figure become so cheap, reduced to nothing more than a bargaining chip on the table? Had he not witnessed firsthand the Penguin's attitude toward Amanda, he would have suspected Amanda was merely an actor Raymond had hired to put on a show. But now he was beginning to believe it. What Councilman Harrison did not know was that, despite the Penguin's calm and unruffled appearance, his inner shock was no less than Harrison's. If anything, it ran even deeper, for the Penguin knew far more than Harrison did. Like the councilman, the Penguin was well acquainted with Lenzel. Indeed, he knew Lenzel far better than Harrison ever could. Gotham was only so large, and the connections among its upper crust ran far deeper and more frequent than most could imagine. Though the Monroe family's reach fell short of the Cobblepots, they still ranked among the city's 10 most powerful clans, carnivores at the top of the food chain, intimately familiar with one another's ways. As the head of the Monroe family, Lenzel had cooperated with the Penguin on several occasions, and he'd also heard that the Monroes were among the founding families of the Court of Owls, core members at that. The Supreme Council, Amanda referred to, could only mean the ruling circle of the Court of Owls. On top of that, the Penguin had noticed another name Amanda mentioned, Floyd. Perhaps, owing to his limited knowledge of the underworld, Councilman Harrison had no idea who Floyd was. But for someone like the Penguin, a kingpin of the criminal world, how could he not recognize the name of Gotham's former #1 assassin? In fact, he'd hired Floyd on more than one occasion. They were old acquaintances in a way. Still, even though Floyd had once been Gotham's top killer, the Penguin hadn't thought much of him. That changed only after the events of 5 years ago, when he was finally forced to take this tool he'd always dismissed seriously. It's just as people say, outsiders watch for the spectacle, but insiders see the truth beneath the surface. Floyd's meteoric rise 5 years ago had drawn attention to the mysterious hand guiding him from the shadows. Even Batman, who, at that time, knew nothing of the name Court of Owls, only that some shadowy force existed, had gleaned no small amount from that incident. For the likes of the Penguin and the other big players, who already knew the Court of Owls was real, it had been all the easier to guess at the truth that, in truth, the Court of Owls was extremely reluctant to accept Raymond's terms that time. Their long-held principle had always been to keep a low profile, avoiding exposure whenever possible. That incident, which quickly propelled Floyd into the spotlight as a second Batman, drew the attention of many who previously knew nothing about the court. Naturally, this was the last thing they wanted. But circumstances were beyond their control. Faced with the prospect of an open conflict with the mysterious organization backing Floyd, they had no choice but to compromise. Even Raymond hadn't anticipated that this would lead so many people to start associating Floyd with the Court of Owls. The Penguin was among those who subscribed to this theory. That's why he never truly believed the Joker met his end at Floyd's hands. He knew both men, and from what he understood of their characters, it was hard to imagine Floyd taking down a monster. Like the Joker alone, in his mind, it had to be the Court of Owls who got rid of the troublesome Joker. Fearing exposure, they then used Floyd as a scapegoat to divert public attention. As for Floyd's subsequent 5-year disappearance, the Penguin also attributed that to the court. Perhaps the court feared he might leak secrets about the incident and ultimately decided to silence him. Given what the Penguin knew, this line of reasoning held together, and he had always believed it. That was until this very moment, when he heard Amanda's words. If what Amanda said was true, then Floyd was far more than just a convenient scapegoat. For the Court of Owls, he was somehow connected to Raymond, the enigmatic young man before him. Perhaps they even belonged to the same faction. Moreover, it was clear that, in the face of this faction, the Court of Owls was at a distinct disadvantage. Amanda's words offered up plenty of useful clues, allowing him to piece together a theory much closer to the truth. After Floyd vanished 5 years ago, the Court of Owls had attempted to capture his daughter. The one to propose this, coincidentally, was Ranzel, an old acquaintance of the Penguin's. The attempt failed, and Floyd's faction caught wind of it, demanding the court be held accountable. To avoid provoking Floyd's powerful backers, the court was willing to execute Ranzel, one of their own key decision-makers, in order to appease Floyd and his allies. Raymond and Floyd must belong to the same force, and Amanda had come to Raymond precisely to negotiate over this matter. When the Penguin reached this conclusion, even he was taken aback. His heart began to race uncontrollably, because if that were really the case, then Raymond was 100 times more troublesome than he'd imagined, definitely someone he couldn't afford to cross. Damn that Harley Quinn. She's already found herself another backer so quickly, the Penguin cursed inwardly. He had assumed that with the Joker dead, Harley was no longer worth his attention. He never expected that Harley would fall in with someone even more ruthless. If he'd known about Raymond's background beforehand, he'd have to have lost his mind to make those threats. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Thinking of this, the Penguin shot a discreet glance at one of his henchmen. When the man sidled over, the Penguin whispered a few instructions in his ear. The henchman nodded in response, then quietly slipped out. This move made Senator Harrison's heart skip a beat. His instincts told him the Penguin was plotting something. Of course, Raymond and his party also noticed the Penguin's maneuver, but none of them paid him any mind. They continued to converse among themselves. Not enough, Raymond replied coolly after hearing Amanda's proposal. Amanda, however, showed no sign of displeasure at his response. She continued, "The Monroe family will be purged by us. From now on, they will never again have the chance to meddle in politics or business. They'll pay dearly for Lanzer's reckless decision." Still not enough, Raymond remained unmoved. Amanda paused, then added, "We will mobilize all our resources to nurture Mr. Floyd's daughter, sparing no expense to ensure she becomes a true member of Gotham's elite. And when she comes of age, she will replace Lanzer as one of the 7 core members of the High Council." At this, the Penguin drew in a sharp breath. He was no country bumpkin. At his level of power and influence, few things could truly surprise him. Yet Amanda's repeated offers of reparation left him wondering if he was dreaming. Since when had the mighty Court of Owls become so accommodating? Simply because of one failed decision, they were willing to oust a core decision-maker, conduct a sweeping purge, and even have an untested young girl take the place of the fallen member. Was this really the same Court of Owls he knew? In the end, Raymond agreed to the Court of Owls' terms for compensation, for he never had any rigid standard in mind. The reason he kept saying, "not enough," was simply because he could tell Amanda had been holding back the first 2 times. Only on the third offer did she finally show true sincerity. It's not that this was the absolute limit of what the Court of Owls could bear. In fact, judging by the power the Raymond Legion had displayed earlier, as long as Raymond didn't wipe out the Court of Owls in one go, pretty much anything else was up for negotiation. If Raymond had been willing to spend a little more time bargaining, or perhaps flexing his muscles one more time to put on some pressure, those people would certainly have shown even more sincerity. But Raymond didn't do that, because the amount of compensation was never really important to him. His goal was simply to make the Court of Owls feel pain, to instill fear, and ensure they wouldn't dare to make any more reckless moves. On the other hand, he didn't want to push the members of the Court of Owls to the brink. Even though he had the power to easily slaughter the entire Court of Owls, this was, after all, the DC world, a universe on par with Marvel's. If he truly went on a violent rampage on Earth, a place with its own peculiarities, there was no telling what unexpected troubles might arise. Of course, Raymond himself wouldn't really die in this world, but anyone who had the slightest connection to him would probably get dragged into the mess. So unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to go too far. Amanda, naturally, let out a sigh of relief. Being able to reach a settlement with Raymond under these conditions was already a stroke of luck for the Court of Owls. The compensation she'd just agreed to was already the very limit of what she could promise at the moment. Still, many within the organization believed that Raymond couldn't possibly let them off so easily. So if he continued to refuse her, there was still plenty of room for negotiation. In this situation, with a knife at their throats, the members of the Court of Owls were all realists. Face and pride meant little to them. Even Amanda herself hadn't expected that Raymond would actually agree. This was already beyond her expectations, and she was secretly delighted, though she didn't show it. After composing herself, she said, "In that case, I'll go back and report the situation. Lord Raymond, if you have any needs while in Gotham, you can contact me directly. I'll be on standby for your call at any time." As Amanda spoke, she handed Raymond a business card. No titles, just her name and a phone number. Raymond nodded and accepted the card. He was just about to say something when his expression shifted subtly, and he glanced toward the entrance of the Iceberg Lounge. Amanda thought this was his way of indicating she could leave, and she immediately prepared to go. But Raymond called out to stop her. "Wait." Amanda showed no sign of displeasure. She turned back at once and asked, "Is there anything else you need?" "Not really," Raymond replied calmly. "I just don't want anyone to get the wrong idea and think I killed you." Amanda immediately sensed something unusual in Raymond's words, but for the moment, she couldn't quite grasp what he meant. The Penguin and his crew were just as clueless about what was happening. Only Harley seemed to catch on. She turned to Amanda and said, "Try firing a shot outside." "Shoot." Sherman instinctively shrank her neck. Though it wasn't uncommon to legally own guns in North America, firing one in broad daylight, right out on the street, was hardly an everyday occurrence. If it were, the world would have long since descended into chaos. Yet for her sister to suggest shooting so casually, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary, gave Sherman a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Amanda didn't hesitate for an instant. She didn't bother to consider whether the Penguin would mind her firing a gun in his restaurant. She simply drew her pistol from her waist, and, without warning, unleashed 3 rapid shots at the street-facing floor-to-ceiling window. The gunfire rang out in quick succession, shattering the glass in an instant. As the glass broke, something utterly astonishing occurred. Through the window, the street had looked completely normal. The official SUV that had brought Amanda was parked out front, the driver still sitting behind the wheel. But the moment the glass shattered, the view outside changed abruptly. The restaurant was suddenly encircled by a thick, impenetrable black fog that swallowed everything beyond. Even stranger, the black mist remained perfectly still. It didn't surge into the restaurant, despite the gaping holes where the glass had been. Yet even so, the sight was enough to send a wave of panic through the diners, who stumbled backward in confusion and fear, scrambling away from the windows. That side still looks normal." Sherman pointed anxiously to a window on the other side, indicating that nothing seemed amiss over there. Harley glanced at her sister and suddenly grinned. "Don't be so quick to trust your eyes, little Sherman. Have you forgotten? This side looked normal just a moment ago, too." The Penguin's face changed drastically at her words. He snapped at one of his henchmen standing near the other window. "Break that one, too." Now, the henchman didn't dare hesitate. With the boss's command, he fired several shots at the glass, shattering it as well. Sure enough, as the shards fell away, the view outside transformed into the same dense, pitch-black fog. What the hell is going on? Is this your doing? The penguin finally lost his composure, his expression flickering between anger and apprehension as he looked at Raymond. After witnessing Amanda and Raymond negotiate, he'd already abandoned any thought of making an enemy of Raymond. Never mind a nephew getting roughed up. He wouldn't risk crossing a man like that over some trivial slight, even if his own father had been the one beaten. But now, the situation was different. If Raymond really was behind whatever was happening outside, then this was a threat he couldn't ignore. And no matter how formidable Raymond was, there was no way he'd just surrender without a fight. Yet Raymond paid him no mind and instead turned to Amanda. Look familiar? You mean the ones Miss Harley mentioned? Those people? Amanda had clearly pieced something together. Her expression grew grave. Pretty much. Looks like the Iceberg Lounge just happened to be picked by them as one of the sacrifice sites. Raymond shrugged. What on earth are you talking about? The penguin's patience snapped. Amanda shot him a look, her tone icy and serious. In recent years, Gotham has seen a string of heinous incidents. Every time one of these events occurs, people in a small area are brutally massacred. With your connections, surely you've heard about this? The penguin's whole body stiffened, shock flashing across his face. You mean all that outside is connected to those serial events? Amanda didn't answer. Instead, she tried to use the devices she had on her to contact the outside world, but it was clear they had all stopped working. Seeing Amanda's reaction, the penguin felt his heart sink like a stone. His face turned ashen. Amanda wasn't wrong. He didn't know what she meant by those heinous incidents, though he called them by another name. In the underworld, this string of events was known as the Black Tide, a name that spoke of darkness surging like a relentless wave. But as for where the Black Tide came from, no one in the underworld had any idea. The only thing certain was that wherever it swept through, the aftermath was unspeakably tragic. Everyone suffered before meeting a gruesome end. At first, few paid it much mind. After all, death was a daily affair in Gotham. A month without a headline-grabbing case would have been the real news. Massacres like these weren't unheard of, maybe not every day, but certainly every year, so most people just shrugged them off. Initially, the Black Tide was dismissed as the work of some deranged cultists or terrorists, not worthy of much attention. But as things escalated, more and more people began to realize just how dire the situation was. The Black Tide's reach was simply too vast. Gotham itself had become its hunting ground, and no one knew who might be next. The police were utterly helpless, and not even the Court of Owls, that semi-official group specialized in dealing with such threats, could do anything about it. In the end, even some of the city's most notorious gang strongholds were chosen as Black Tide targets, and not a single soul made it out alive. That enraged many of the underworld's kingpins, pushing them to form a temporary alliance to hunt down whoever was behind the Black Tide. As one of Gotham's top crime lords, the Penguin had naturally received an invitation. However, his temperament was more that of a businessman. He would never get up early unless there was profit involved. For matters that had nothing to do with him, he couldn't even be bothered to interfere, so he turned down the offer outright. In the end, 3 top-tier bosses decided to join forces and face the next Black Tide head-on. But the final outcome was disastrous. Of the 3, 1 died, 1 went mad, and 1 was left paralyzed, with most of their men slaughtered as well. After that incident, the Black Tide became a taboo topic in the underworld, something everyone dreaded to even mention. Even the Penguin, someone who prided himself on being above the law, lost his composure once he realized that he, too, had drawn the attention of the Black Tide. He was actually acquainted with those 3 bosses who had joined forces to deal with the Black Tide. The one who went mad had once been on good terms with him, and afterwards he even visited him in the hospital. But that man had completely lost his sanity, muttering incessantly about demons, devils, and hell. No matter how he was questioned about what had happened, he was unable to respond. As for the one who'd been paralyzed, he became little more than a vegetable, never regaining consciousness, making it impossible to find out what they had actually encountered. This whole affair left the Penguin with a lingering trauma. Since then, he almost never mentioned the Black Tide again. He never imagined he'd be targeted in his own base in such a way. If it hadn't been for Raymond and the others warning him, he might not have even realized the Iceberg restaurant had come under threat. Just as the Penguin was racking his brain for a solution, the unlucky fellow who'd fired earlier suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. In the blink of an eye, a massive hand, formed entirely of black mist, reached out from the darkness, seized him, and dragged him in. That scream just now was a cry of terror as he was snatched away. The other henchmen in the restaurant wildly fired their guns at the black, misty hand, but it was all in vain. Once the unlucky man was pulled completely into the black mist, no one dared shoot again for fear of hitting their own. But it was clear his fate was sealed, because, not long after he was dragged in, another round of desperate, Gut-wrenching screams rang out from within. The black mist. It was unmistakably the same man's voice, now mixed with horrifying sounds of tearing and violent impacts, making everyone's skin crawl. Sherman, along with several women who had been dining at the restaurant, were so frightened by this sudden turn of events that they were left trembling uncontrollably. "Fall back, out the back!" The penguin gritted his teeth and barked out an order. But he had scarcely given the command when another massive hand of black mist shot out from the kitchen passage, grabbing the nearest henchman and dragging him away, accompanied by another agonized scream. "Damn it, it's taken the back too. Retreat, retreat. If you don't want to die, get down. What should I do? I don't want to die. Why is this happening?" These gangsters, who usually kill without a second thought, were now no different from ordinary people when faced with this unimaginably terrifying black mist. One by one, they broke down completely. At this point, even the penguin couldn't hope to command them as easily as before. The penguin, of course, noticed this as well, and his heart grew heavier with dread. He had intended to use his men as test subjects, hoping to find a way out amidst the chaos. But now it was clear the entire iceberg lounge was sealed in by the dense black fog. There was no escape to speak of, unless they could somehow get rid of that dark mist. Leaving alive was nothing more than a fantasy. Realizing this, the penguin turned urgently to Amanda. "Ms. Amanda, your court of owls must know something about this, right? Please, you have to save us. If you can get us out, the Cobblepot family will reward you handsomely. Our sincerest offer." Amanda gave him no promises. Instead, she looked over at Raymond and Harley and said, "Lord Raymond." She had barely begun to speak when, from the black mist behind her, a massive hand reached out once more, making Schumann scream in terror. At that very moment, Harley, who had been perched on Raymond's lap, suddenly sprang into action. A flash of bright yellow flickered in Harley's eyes, and the yellow ring on her finger flared to life. Instantly, a giant pair of scissors made of pure yellow light materialized beside the monstrous hand. Without hesitation, Harley brought them down hard, slicing at the black mist hand. There was a faint metallic clang, sharp yet distant, and the shadowy hand was severed, dissolving instantly into nothingness. A muffled groan echoed from within the fog. With a heavy thud, a severed arm, far thicker than a normal human limb, fell from the mist and landed on the floor. Though vaguely human in shape, the hand at the end bore only 4 fingers and was unmistakably inhuman, covered in dark, bluish-green scales. Amanda immediately realized Harley had just saved her. She'd previously seen Harley wield this yellow, radiant power during their confrontation. "Thank you so much." Amanda offered her gratitude with genuine sincerity. Harley, however, seemed unconcerned with thanks. She simply beckoned toward the severed arm. At her gesture, the yellow light gently lifted the limb and floated it over, until it hovered in front of her and Raymond. "Look, darling." Harley beamed at Raymond, like a pet proudly bringing back a toy, eager for praise. Raymond ruffled her hair and laughed. "You seem pretty skilled at this. Have you taken these things out before?" "Of course. I had to fight them a few times to protect Zoe. After I killed a bunch of them, they finally learned to be afraid, and only then did they try to negotiate with me," Harley replied with a grin. Harley's words left Amanda and Penguin both shocked. Amanda had heard Harley mention this before, but she'd always harbored some doubts. Now, witnessing Harley's strength firsthand and seeing where that half-severed arm came from, she finally understood. With something this mysterious and terrifying, ordinary weapons were meaningless. Even if a whole squad of Court of Owls agents were here, they would be helpless, no better than Penguin's own men. Penguin was even more shaken. He had just taunted Harley, using lines like "things aren't like they were 5 years ago." Now, it was clear, even without knowing Raymond, the mysterious figure feared by the Court of Owls, Harley was still someone he couldn't afford to cross. His earlier threats now seemed laughable. Thankfully, he was already prepared to back down, so he wasn't too worried Harley would take it out on him. In fact, Harley's strength was now a blessing in these circumstances, compared to the senseless violence and random slaughter of the Black Tide. Harley was at least someone he could reason with. In the face of the Black Tide, begging for mercy would be utterly useless. "Big sis, you're amazing." At this moment, Schwem Man gazed at Harley with eyes full of admiration, practically sparkling. She could barely resist the urge to rush over and ask everything. But she knew now was not the time to act impulsively. Everyone was still shrouded in the shadow of that black fog. All she could do was hope her sister's strength would be enough to drive it away. Suddenly, a furious voice came from within the black mist. "So it was you treacherous woman." Clearly, the creature inside had remembered something from Harley's words, fueling its rage. It was only now that Penguin realized the Black Tide wasn't beyond communication. The reason no one had ever succeeded in negotiating with it before was simply because they weren't strong enough. You know who I am? Harley asked with a cheeky smile. The Mirror Demon made a pact with you, and we kept our promise, never stepping into those 5 districts. Yet you despicable woman, dared to break our contract. The voice from the black mist was livid. So what? Come and get me. Harley pulled a face at the swirling darkness, sticking out her tongue in a gesture of utter defiance. No, you have no idea who you're dealing with. A cold, mocking voice echoed from within the black mist. What awaits you is endless damnation and torment. Death is not the end. You will pay a price for your choices that you cannot possibly bear. Honey, he's bullying me, Harley suddenly complained to Raymond, sounding aggrieved. But the playful curl of her lips was so obvious that even young Sherman could see through it, causing the others to fight back a laugh. Then you choose a way for it to die, Raymond replied with a gentle smile. Anything's fine, honey, you decide. Harley's face, which had just been brimming with grievance, instantly broke into a radiant grin. All right, let's have it braised, Raymond said offhandedly. No sooner had he spoken than a heavy thud sounded from within the black mist, shaking the restaurant floor beneath their feet. From the bottomless, abyss-like darkness came a deep, rumbling roar. Who's there? The sinister voice that had just been berating Harley suddenly became wary and called out. But what greeted him was not an answer, but a tidal wave of molten lava. With a thunderous crash, the black mist was suddenly swept aside, as if by a powerful gust, revealing to everyone in the restaurant a towering, one-armed demon, at least 4 or 5 meters tall, locked in a confrontation with something unseen. There was no mistaking it. The one-armed demon was the very same wretch who had cursed Harley earlier, and the source of all this black fog. The missing arm was, of course, the one Harley had just snipped off with her giant scissors. Standing opposite him was a burly, middle-aged man, his whole body streaming with molten rock, a newsboy cap perched on his head. Amanda recognized this lava man all too well. Not long ago, the strike team she led had been partially destroyed by him, and even then, it seemed he hadn't been taking things seriously. He'd moved through the chaos as if taking a leisurely stroll. Back then, she'd only felt pure terror in his presence. But now, an overwhelming sense of reassurance washed over her. They were on the same side this time. You're a demon? The lava man, none other than Akainu, sized up the one-armed demon with a look of genuine surprise. Even in the world of One Piece, demons were the stuff of legend. It was said the power of devil fruits came from demons, so ordinary people still harbored a deep fear of such beings. But Akainu, was a man of the world. He'd seen his share of monsters, especially after following Raymond and meeting all sorts of formidable characters. It would take more than the word demon to shake him. What truly surprised him was how weak this so-called demon seemed to him. Forget it. Save your breath. It doesn't matter, Akainu interrupted before the one-armed demon could reply, cutting him off and leaving the demon fuming with frustration that I am the frail world of mortals. Demons ought to be creatures that everyone fears. Over the past few years, their experience had certainly confirmed this. Humans were simply too weak. When confronted by demons, the firearms that humanity so prided themselves on were almost entirely useless, with only a rare few capable of posing any real threat. But demons were far more than brutes who relied solely on their fists. Take this one, for instance. Not only could it command the shadowy mists, it could even transform itself into mist. Even a missile barrage would be futile against such a foe. Over the recent years, the demons responsible for those so-called black tide incidents, the ones whispered about in the underworld, were mostly of this elusive, impervious breed, unafraid of conventional weapons. Even if they were surrounded by the Heaven's Eye Society, they could slip away with ease, never truly worried about capture. After all, their targets were almost always ordinary people. The occasional superhuman they encountered was no match for them. Naturally, with such overwhelming power, they hardly bothered to take humanity seriously. Even someone like Harley, who had thwarted their plans several times, wasn't a figure they truly regarded as a threat. Their willingness to compromise, for the moment, was merely to avoid drawing too much attention and thus disrupting the plans of that certain someone. Should their own mistakes incur that one's wrath, the consequences would be too dire for any of them to bear. So, when the one-armed demon realized Harley had actually broken their contract, it didn't find the situation particularly tricky, just irritating. True, this would cause them some trouble, and it would slow their progress toward fulfilling that one's demands. But what caught it completely off guard was that, right here and now, another figure had appeared, someone just as fearless as Harley, and even more brazen in attitude. How could it possibly tolerate this? Demons, after all, have tempers too. Enraged, the one-armed demon unleashed its full power, transforming itself into a towering giant of black mist. The surrounding gloom thinned dramatically as it absorbed the shadows back into itself. Great eruption, but Akainu had no intention of waiting for it to finish. Without hesitation, he launched his attack. A massive fist of molten lava crashed down from above, smashing into the giant of black mist and dispersing nearly half its form in an instant. The black mist giant clearly hadn't expected Akainu's attack to be so fierce. Its fighting spirit, ignited by rage just moments before, was instantly extinguished. It immediately tried to use its mist form to escape. But Akainu's burst of speed far surpassed its expectations. Just as the demon prepared to flee, Akainu seemed to teleport, appearing directly in its path with a single step. Navy 6-style shave. While Akainu's explosive speed didn't quite match the likes of Kazu, who made a living off velocity, it was still out of reach for most. At the very least, the one-armed demon was nowhere near his level. Armament. In an instant, Akainu appeared before the giant, shrouded in black mist. Half of his body was cloaked in armament hockey, gleaming with a dark, metallic luster, as he swung his fist down hard toward the giant's head. Seeing that Akainu wasn't using his magma in its semi-energy form to attack, but instead chose to fight hand-to-hand, the black mist giant was overjoyed. In this state, it had no fear of physical attacks. Missiles barely warranted a sidestep, so what threat could a punch pose? Yet that thought vanished almost immediately as a wave of doubt crashed over it. With a heavy thud, the giant was sent flying backward by Akainu's fist, crashing violently into the ground. This is impossible. The one-armed demon's voice was shrill with hysteria. It couldn't comprehend how Akainu had managed to land a blow. If it had known Akainu could actually hit it, it would never have foolishly charged in without dodging. In a sense, it had practically helped Akainu land the blow. It rushed straight into the punch, as if offering up its own face. The result was predictably brutal. Even when Harley had sliced off its arm with a snip, the pain hadn't been so intense. For a demon, there were plenty of ways to regrow a lost limb. But Akainu's punch nearly finished it. Half its face was caved in, and it now lay gasping for air on the ground. So weak. You dare call yourself a demon? Akainu strode toward it, looking down from above with undisguised contempt. You, don't get cocky. Among the demons who've descended into the human world this time, there are plenty stronger than me. Do you really think beating me means anything? The one-armed demon sneered, returning to its original form. Too bad you won't get to see them. Akainu's reply was cool and indifferent. He loathed pointless chatter, especially with defeated opponents who weren't even worth his time. With a sudden rush, molten magma engulfed the one-armed demon, and it let out the final, anguished scream of its existence. In moments, it was reduced to charcoal, its life utterly extinguished. As the demon perished, the thick black fog that had enveloped the iceberg restaurant began to dissipate. Akainu nodded slightly to Raymond inside the restaurant, then turned and walked away. He had only happened to be in the area, which was why he'd volunteered to join Raymond in facing these new adversaries. Sadly, the one-armed demon had offered him no surprises. After eliminating the demon, Akainu wasted no time lingering. His break was almost over. If not for his curiosity about what demons were really like, he likely wouldn't have come at all. Enemies as weak as these could never possibly harm the true Raymond, so it made no difference whether they came or not. Who was that gentleman? The penguin watched as Akainu walked away, assuming he must be someone from the Eye Society, and turned to Amanda for clarification. Amanda simply shook her head. I don't know him either. But Lord Raymond should know best. Just like Floyd, that gentleman is one of his subordinates. Hearing this, the penguin was shaken to his core, and in an instant, many things became clear. No wonder Amanda treated Raymond with such deference. No wonder Floyd had suddenly become Gotham's savior. No wonder the Joker and the Enchantress had been dispatched so quietly and efficiently. He had witnessed Akainu's strength with his own eyes just now. Even if he couldn't quite match that so-called godlike alien, he was certainly not weaker than most members of the Justice League. If Raymond truly led an organization that could rival the Justice League, it was only natural for the Court of Owls to fear him. The reason so many people didn't fear the Justice League wasn't because they lacked power, but because they were restrained by their principles. Whether it was Superman, Batman, or most of their ranks, each bore what they called a hero's heart. The Court of Owls specialized in dealing with heroes like them. If the Justice League ever acted without scruples, even 10 Courts of Owls wouldn't be enough to stand against them. But for what the Penguin had observed, Raymond was certainly nothing like Batman and his ilk, nor was Floyd. That much was clear. The faction under Raymond's command was absolutely not a stuffy, self-limiting group like the Justice League. An organization with heavy fists and no regard for rules. How could the Court of Owls dare offend such people? And as he realized this, the penguin began to worry for himself. If Raymond truly was as he now imagined, then all the cards he once relied on for survival were suddenly worthless. Against people who cared nothing for rules, things like law, status, or lofty ideals meant absolutely nothing. His Cobblepot family name could keep the Court of Owls at bay, and his flawless criminal skills allowed him to evade the Justice League's heroes. But in the face of Raymond, none of that seemed to matter anymore. This is trouble. Bitterness welled up in the penguin's heart. After Akina departed, Amanda finally re-established contact with the Society headquarters and reported on the situation. Meanwhile, the street outside the Iceberg Lounge was a scene of utter ruin, courtesy of the one-armed demon. Even the driver who had brought Amanda here hadn't escaped. He had long since been brutally slain by the monster. Had Raymond not happened to be present, the entire Iceberg Lounge would have become just another hunting ground for the one-armed demon today. Even the penguin himself would have had little chance of surviving. Of course, it wasn't entirely hopeless. He still had a few trump cards up his sleeve that could save his life. But since he hadn't played them yet, even he couldn't be sure they would actually work. Still, even if he managed to survive thanks to those life-saving cards, most of his subordinates would likely not be so fortunate. The entire Icy Mountain restaurant would become a graveyard. In a way, then he actually owed Raymond a debt of gratitude. No matter how he looked at it, Raymond had, in effect, saved both him and his people. Not long after, a helicopter landed on the street outside the restaurant, and a team of agents responsible for the aftermath began to secure the scene. The agents had originally intended to question and investigate everyone inside the restaurant. But Amanda intervened and stopped them directly. Was she kidding? There was no way she would let anyone investigate Raymond. After bidding Raymond farewell, Amanda left first, leaving behind the penguin, who looked completely miserable. "Mr. Raymond," the penguin began. "Come with me for a moment," Raymond said, patting Harley on the shoulder to signal her to stand up, then beckoned to the penguin. The penguin was clearly reluctant, but at this point, he didn't really have a choice. He steeled himself and followed. A few minutes later, the two of them returned. "Let's go, Harley," Raymond called, waving to her. From beginning to end, he hadn't spared so much as a glance at Congressman Harrison. "Okay," Harley replied with a cheerful grin, skipping along after him. "Sis, where you going?" Sherman asked, her tone tinged with reluctance. "Somewhere far away," Harley replied, waving back at her sister without even looking. "Be good, okay? If you get into trouble, you can come find this grumpy penguin, or have him take you to that woman," called Amanda. She kept walking, never pausing for a second. After Raymond and Harley had left, Congressman Harrison finally regained his composure and turned to the penguin. "Mr. Cobblepot, does your earlier proposal for an alliance through marriage still stand?" "Dad," Sherman protested, clearly displeased. She had been willing to sacrifice herself before, not wanting her parents to get hurt because of her stubbornness. But after what had just happened, even if she didn't fully understand Gotham's tangled web of alliances, she could tell the penguin was no longer a threat to her family. So how could she agree to her father bringing up marriage to that scoundrel again? "Quiet. This is none of your business," Congressman Harrison snapped. The penguin shook his head. No. Aldrich is not worthy of Miss Sherman. Let's just leave it at that." Congressman Harrison, however, was clearly dissatisfied. "Mr. Cobblepot, a man of your stature shouldn't go back on his word, should he?" His tone was completely different from before. Earlier, he wouldn't have dared speak this way to the penguin, not even if he'd had twice the courage. But after realizing that the penguin harbored a deep wariness toward his eldest daughter and her husband, he naturally gained plenty of confidence. Yet the penguin only cast him a mocking glance, shook his head, and said with a cold laugh, "Senator Harrison, you really are a master at turning with the wind. Are you so sure I wouldn't dare do anything to you?" The penguin's words made Senator Harrison's heart tighten in his chest. "In fact, you're not entirely wrong to think that way," the penguin said with a light chuckle. "I won't be as quick to act against you as I was before. But if you think you can use Harley's influence to pressure me, then you're gravely mistaken. Do you know what Lord Raymond just said to me when he called me over?" "What did he say?" Harrison pressed. "Why don't you guess for yourself?" The penguin snorted impatiently. "Now, you can get out of my sight. I won't touch you, but I can make sure you won't be able to take a single step in Gotham." Senator Harrison was startled by the penguin's sudden shift in attitude. His face flickered with uncertainty, but in the end, he caved in. After mumbling an apology to the penguin, he hurried away with Sherman in tow. Sherman, however, noticed that when her father wasn't looking, the penguin made a gesture as if holding a phone to his ear. Remembering her sister's instructions before she left, Sherman immediately understood. The penguin was telling her that if she needed anything, she could call him. But there was a problem. She didn't even know his phone number. Just then, a sparrow fluttered down onto her shoulder, a business card clutched in its beak. Realization dawned instantly. Sherman quickly tucked the card into her pocket, feeling a sense of reassurance settle in her heart. The penguin's change in attitude was, of course, a direct result of his private conversation with Raymond. Otherwise, where would he have found the nerve to turn hostile so suddenly? After all, he'd been on the verge of falling to his knees and begging for mercy just moments before. For a mob boss like him, pride meant little. Survival was everything. As long as he could keep his life, what did reputation matter? Yet Raymond's request had caught him off guard by being surprisingly modest. All Raymond asked was that from now on, he look out for Sherman. A bit, help her with any trouble she might encounter, and if he couldn't handle it himself, to contact Amanda and let her deal with it. At the same time, the Penguin keenly noticed that Raymond never once mentioned Senator Harrison. Piecing this together with the earlier exchange between Harrison and Harley, the Penguin quickly deduced the reason and understood exactly what stance he should take toward the senator. That was the real reason he dared to turn his back on Senator Harrison. It was clear that as long as he didn't get rid of the senator, Harley wouldn't object to anything he did. If he actually tried to curry favor with Harrison and offer him help, it might even backfire. He hadn't clawed his way to the top without a survival instinct. This kind of razor-sharp intuition was one of his greatest talents. So if Senator Harrison thought he could use Harley's name to pressure him, he was simply courting humiliation. That if Senator Harrison had tried to pull strings through Sherman as a roundabout solution, he might have found it rather awkward. But clearly, Senator Harrison hadn't realized this, and so he ended up utterly humiliated. "Boss, aren't you worried about offending that Miss Harley?" one of the Penguin's henchmen asked, a trace of concern in his voice. "What do you know? There's still plenty for you to learn." The Penguin scoffed, curling his lip. Then, turning to his men, he asked, "Where's Aldrich now?" "Young master should be recuperating at the hospital," the henchman replied. "Go break one of his legs. Once he's all bandaged up, make him apologize to Miss Sherman in front of everyone at school. Remember, everyone must witness it," the Penguin instructed sternly. "What if young master refuses?" the henchman ventured. "Tell him that's fine. He can refuse. But from this day on, every source of his income will be cut off. Let him decide for himself," the Penguin said coldly. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jackin had already followed Old Man Midnight back to his lair, where he finally met the gaunt, withered man who struck fear into Old Man Midnight's heart. "John, how long has it been since we last met?" The withered man greeted Jackin as though welcoming an old friend, his tone dripping with false familiarity. But Jackin looked sincerely shocked, staring at the man in disbelief. "How is this possible? How could you be here? Why not? If you can climb up from the depths of hell, why can't I?" The withered man seemed quite pleased with Jackin's reaction and smiled slyly. "You're just a mere mortal, while I am a child of hell. Surely you're not arrogant enough to think I'm beneath you. Demons are forbidden from descending freely to the mortal world. That's the oldest of covenants, the law set by His Grace Lucifer himself. Even as a child of hell, you can't just break the rules as you please," Jackin countered. At these words, the withered man's expression darkened. "Who do you think you are, lecturing me on the laws of hell?" Jackin's gaze never left the withered man's face, as though he were studying something deeply. Sensing the man's anger, Jackin suddenly spoke. "So, Prince Mammon, does this mean you're here behind His Grace Lucifer's back?" "Enough." With a sweep of his sleeve, the withered man sent Jackin flying, crashing him hard against the wall before he finally came to a stop. He glared at Jackin menacingly. "I don't know why the Father holds you in such high regard, but to me you're nothing but a worm who survived this long, through trickery and deceit. Don't try to play your little games before me. Before absolute power, your cleverness is nothing but a humiliation to yourself." Jackin pushed himself up from the ground, his eyes never leaving the withered man's gaze as he asked, "So, what you're saying is, Your Excellency Mammon, you really did descend to the mortal world behind Lord Lucifer's back, violating the ancient pact on your own, no matter that you're a son of hell. You're sure to incur Lord Lucifer's wrath for this. You know that better than anyone, yet you still went ahead with it. That proves you have a reason strong enough to risk angering Lord Lucifer. Or perhaps someone gave you such a reason." As Jackin spoke, the oppressive aura around the withered man grew heavier. He glared coldly at Jackin. "Are you truly so eager to die? That doesn't sound like you at all, Lord Mammon. If it were the old you, even if I fell to my knees right now and begged at your feet, you wouldn't spare me, let alone stand here listening to my rambling." Jackin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So, does this mean you have a reason you can't kill me? Or is there someone who forbids you from doing so? Wait a minute. Could it be that my existence is tied to the very thing that's made you risk incurring Lord Lucifer's wrath? Am I right? No need to deny it. Lord Mammon, you're not a great actor, honestly. It's not just me. Old Man Midnight over there probably sees right through you as well." Jacong winked conspiratorially. At that moment, Old Man Midnight wished he could kick Jacong, cursing him for dragging him into this mess without warning. The withered man, however, couldn't help but glance over at Old Man Midnight, making him so uncomfortable that he lowered his head even further, not daring to meet the demon's eyes. But that, in itself, was an answer to Jacong's probing. He had clearly seen through it as well. In that instant, the withered man's breath grew ragged, heavy with frustration. He hadn't expected that after a single encounter, Jacong would have already pieced together almost the whole truth. And Jacong was right. He couldn't afford to make a move against him now, because Jacong's existence was crucial to his coming plans. Seeing the withered man fall silent, Jacong let out a derisive chuckle. Lighting a cigarette for himself, he continued, "So you're not as brainless as I thought, Lord Mammon. I used to think all you had in that head was muscle." If Jacong's earlier words had only been to test his suspicions, now he was outright humiliating the demon. Though he hadn't resorted to direct insults, his words were dripping with mockery. How could a proud son of hell tolerate such scorn? "You dare court death!" The withered man roared, his fury erupting in full force. All thought of his grand plan gone, his right hand transformed in an instant into a mouth several meters wide, snapping open with a terrifying rush straight toward Jacong. At the sight of that monstrous maw, even Old Man Midnight, the foremost exorcist in North America, felt a chill crawl up his spine. Instinctively, he took a step back. Even someone as formidable as him would probably be unable to emerge unscathed from a direct assault by that gaping maw. The crimson halo swirling around the monstrous mouth was a manifestation of Mammon's original sin, the very embodiment of greed itself. Ordinary exorcism spells were powerless in the face of such sin. Worse yet, they would only be consumed and turned into fuel for the enemy's strength. In truth, when it came to sheer power, Old Man Midnight might not quite match this incarnation of Mammon, but he wasn't far behind. If we were to use the standards of the Marvel Universe, Old Man Midnight would rank roughly at level 5, while even this avatar of Mammon might not quite reach the lesser celestial level. It's hard to say just how much stronger Mammon truly was in comparison, but there was a fundamental difference in the nature of their powers. Even if both stood at level 5, Mammon's incarnation could easily overpower Old Man Midnight, and in reality, this manifestation was already significantly stronger. What's more, there was the matter of identity. Even if Mammon were weaker, would Old Man Midnight really dare to show no fear? After all, when this incarnation of Mammon first ascended, it was far less powerful than Old Man Midnight. Only through the ceaseless sacrifices of the Black Tide did this avatar steadily grow, becoming a vessel capable of holding ever greater might. If the Black Tide continued, it wouldn't be long before this incarnation could wield a tenth, or even more, of Mammon's true power. Of course, he hadn't reached his absolute limit yet, but here in the mortal world, he could already stride about with impunity. Even Superman wouldn't give him pause. Superman's weaknesses were all too obvious. As the son of hell, Mammon's power was on a higher plane than Superman's to begin with, and the Man of Steel's lack of resistance to magical forces was plain to see. With his original sin at his command, Superman was hardly a threat. So, when Constantine dared to offend him, Mammon struck without hesitation, intending to teach the man a lesson. Even if he didn't kill him outright, he would make sure Constantine was left crippled. But others couldn't read Mammon's mind. At least, to Old Man Midnight, it looked like Mammon was lashing out in a fit of fury, trying to finish Constantine off. Watching Constantine, calmly blowing smoke rings, making no effort to dodge or defend himself, as if oblivious to the oncoming attack, Old Man Midnight couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for him. This damn fool. He better not actually die here. If he does, that guy will skin me alive. Old Man Midnight silently cursed. He didn't care whether Constantine lived or died. In fact, he'd be glad to see the troublesome man gone for good. But Constantine had left together with him in front of Raymond, and Raymond, in his eyes, was a mysterious big shot playing chess with Mammon. If Constantine were killed, who could guarantee Raymond wouldn't come looking for trouble? Old Man Midnight was truly at a loss. The worst part was, there was nothing he could do. If he so much as tried to interfere, he'd be the first one Mammon would come after. Just as Old Man Midnight was sinking into despair, a gentle female voice rang out. "Stop it, Mammon." At the very moment this voice emerged, a layer of white light enveloped the giant maw that Mammon's right hand had transformed into. Beneath this radiance, even the sinful power that clung to the monstrous mouth began to melt away. Witnessing this, Old Man Midnight jolted in shock, half suspecting the enigmatic Raymond had arrived. In contrast, Mammon merely looked somewhat displeased, but not at all surprised, as if he had anticipated this all along. Upon hearing the voice, Zakin's face dimmed. A sudden loneliness settled over him. Though the owner of this voice had just saved him, gratitude was the last thing he felt. All that filled him was a deep, unending sense of loss. He had provoked Mammon's avatar on purpose, even going so far as to insult him, to see if he could force out the other suspected player behind the scenes. That was also why he had willingly returned, with Old Man Midnight. Yet, deep down, the player inside him had hoped this other player would never appear. He would rather have been wrong all along. It was a contradiction he could not resolve. But then, contradictions had always been a part of who he was. Why does it have to be you? Zakin's voice was barely more than a whisper, yet it brimmed with disappointment. Yes, he recognized the owner of that voice. More importantly, she was the one who had helped him through the darkest days of his life and had offered him so much. Even though he never managed to meet the so-called requirements to enter paradise, a favor is still a favor. He had no intention of denying that. Did you know all along? The gentle female voice sounded again. At the same time, a beam of white light descended from the heavens. Within that radiance, a winged, human-like figure floated down, and as she touched the ground, she transformed into an elegant woman in a men's suit, a serene smile gracing her lips. That's right, Zakon admitted, too weary to bother hiding the truth. What? Are you saying he suspected your existence from the start? Mammon's avatar seemed struck by the realization, unable to believe it. After all, even Old Man Midnight had no inkling of the truth, so there was no question of a leak. How could Zakon have known? I'm rather curious myself. Care to explain, John? The elegant woman in the suit smiled as she spoke. I'd only just returned when Old Man Midnight came knocking at my door, Zakon sighed. Things don't just happen by coincidence. I was curious how he even knew I was back, so I decided to come along. Better that than being caught off guard the next time. I truly didn't expect to run into Lord Mammon here. That took me by surprise. Still, as formidable as Lord Mammon is, there's no way he could have sensed my return so easily. There's definitely more than one or two beings capable of this. For instance, Lord Lucifer could do it, but I don't believe he would help Lord Mammon with such a favor, so my guess had to go in another direction. The elegant woman asked, So you guessed it was me? Zakon replied, That was only one of the possibilities, but unfortunately, it's the one I least wanted to see. Lady Gabriel, why is it you? Why must it be you? He asked twice in a row, his voice heavy with disappointment. He made no attempt to hide his dismay, even though he kept Raymond's existence a secret and didn't betray old Papa Midnight. Yet Papa Midnight was utterly shocked. He stared at the elegant woman, eyes wide in disbelief, nearly popping out his head. He had no idea what Zakang's true intentions were for returning with him, as all of Zakang's communication with Raymond had been silent, carried out in their minds. So he'd assumed Zakang let himself be brought back on purpose, perhaps to spy on Mammon's incarnation and gather intelligence. Never did he expect that Zakang would immediately provoke Mammon's incarnation to such an extent, forcing him to take action, as if Zakang had a death wish. But what stunned him even more was realizing that Zakang had done all this to flush out the one hiding in the shadows, and he'd actually succeeded. Papa Midnight didn't recognize the elegant woman, even though, when he saw the power of original sin in Mammon's incarnation dissolve, he'd already begun to suspect something. Hearing Zakang address her confirmed his worst fears. He was nearly scared out of his wits. Gabriel, one of the 7 archangels, and the only female among them. A legendary figure from human mythology, her status towering, easily on par with Mammon, perhaps even above him, if you trace back to Lucifer herself. By that reckoning, Gabriel would be Mammon's elder, and he should be calling her Aunt Gabriel. Of course, in hell, nobody cared for such tangled family hierarchies, and Mammon certainly didn't think of God as his grandfather, so he'd never actually address Gabriel as Aunt. Between Mammon and Gabriel, theirs was a strictly cooperative relationship, nothing more. But these details weren't what occupied Papa Midnight's mind. What truly mattered, and what unsettled him, was why Gabriel would be here at all. From what Zakang had just said, Gabriel seemed to be working with Mammon, the Lord of Hell, embodiment of evil, joining forces with the archangel who represented justice. What hope was left for the mortal world? At that moment, Papa Midnight felt as though darkness had swallowed the world. He knew firsthand the terrors of hell, and he understood how fearsome these demon lords like Mammon could be. Yet he never really worried about the world being conquered by hell, because there was always the greater power of heaven to hold them in check. Heaven might not meddle in every affair of humankind, but if hell truly tried to invade the world, heaven would never stand idly by. So, even if he had to temporarily bow to Mammon's tyranny, he never truly believed Mammon could do as he pleased. But now, he was wavering. If heaven could no longer be relied upon in the mortal world, How could humanity possibly withstand Mammon's invasion on their own? Mammon didn't even need to descend in person. Just this avatar alone, if it kept growing stronger through sacrifices, would become a calamity for mankind. When that happened, there would be no more peace in the world. Midnight Pops knew he wasn't any kind of hero. He'd broken the law plenty of times, but he certainly wasn't a villain either. To be an exorcist was, at its core, to help others. It was just that he never did it for free. He often demanded a steep price, and he had his hand in a fair bit of illicit business. But to ask him to become a traitor to humanity, to aid Mammon in invading the mortal world, that he would never do. This is bad. Midnight Pops was burning with anxiety. He couldn't be sure if Mammon's actions had Lucifer's tacit approval, nor did he know whether Gabriel's cooperation with Mammon was her own doing or a sign that heaven's stance had truly shifted. For the moment, he had no idea what he could do to foil their scheme. Damn it, how did things end up like this? Is humanity really finished? The more he thought about it, the more hopeless he felt. Both Mammon and Gabriel were beings of world-ending power. Even if world, here referred only to human civilization, it was still far beyond what any human could oppose. In the face of such giants, his own strength was utterly insignificant. He thought and thought, but could come up with nothing. No, wait, there's another way. Suddenly, Midnight Pops realized he'd overlooked something. When Gabriel intervened, he'd instinctively assumed it was Raymond, the man he'd met before, who had saved Zack. But clearly, that wasn't the case. Gabriel was definitely not Raymond. He'd been so stunned by Gabriel's true identity that he'd fallen into a mental trap, completely forgetting about Raymond's existence. Only now did he suddenly realize he had let Raymond slip from his mind. That mysterious figure, the one standing behind Zack, pulling the strings. Earlier, when Zack was talking to Gabriel and Mammon, he'd very deliberately avoided mentioning Raymond, which proved that not only did Mammon not know about Raymond, but Gabriel didn't either. And now, Midnight Pops was beginning to suspect that the reason Zack had willingly come back with him was because Raymond had told him to. The whole point was to draw out Gabriel, who had been hiding in the shadows. As it turned out, Zack had succeeded. By provoking Mammon, he forced Gabriel to step in and reveal herself. Looking at it this way, that mysterious player on the chessboard still held the upper hand for now. The real question was, who was he really? And would he truly just stand by and let John fall into their hands? Midnight Pop's thoughts raced, searching for any clue that might lead to an answer. When Midnight Old Man realized that Raymond, the mysterious chess player, might also be a major figure, and that he was not on Mammon's side, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. At the very least, this proved that humanity was not beyond salvation. Whether or not Raymond, this enigmatic player, could truly stand against Mammon and the others, there was, after all, a glimmer of hope. Wasn't there? What Midnight Old Man found himself most curious about now was this. Raymond had sent John Constantine to force Gabriel out. Could it be that he didn't have any cards left up his sleeve? If Raymond was indeed, as he suspected, someone even more cunning than Mammon and Gabriel, then surely he must have a backup plan. Midnight Old Man was now just waiting to see what would happen next. Facing John's desperate, almost despairing question, Gabriel merely smiled. John, haven't you always wished to escape the fate of damnation after death? I can give you that chance right now. As long as you're willing to cooperate with us, you'll gain much more than you could ever imagine. That's your answer? John shot back. Gabriel replied, well, what does he want to hear? John said, I've been lost in utter despair before. It was you who pulled me back, you who gave me hope. You told me that only by being truly righteous could I escape such a fate. John continued, I believed you, I really did. I treated your words like a guiding light, risking my lifetime and again for the sake of justice. And now you're telling me all of it was just empty talk. Gabriel's smile froze for an instant, but quickly returned to normal as she went on, still smiling. People need to learn to adapt, John. You're not really a righteous man. You never have been, and I think you know that perfectly well. Guiding you is my duty, but now I have a better choice, and so do you. What's there to hesitate about? Isn't this what you've always wanted? Yes, this is what I've always dreamed of. John took a sharp drag from his cigarette, inhaling down to the very filter in one go. Blowing out a swirl of smoke, he said, if this were the old me, maybe I really would have wavered. Maybe I wouldn't even have had the courage to refuse you. The old you. Gabriel caught the wording, and the eternal smile that seemed fixed on her face finally faded, her brow furrowing slightly. But John ignored her reaction and went on, too bad for you. Now, in my eyes, you're no longer so holy. I don't need you to save me anymore, Lady Gabriel. Mammon's manifestation suddenly broke in impatiently. Why are you wasting words with him? Just grab him already. Stop wasting time. Jacong glanced at the avatar of Mammon, then turned his gaze back to Gabriel, sneering as he said, I may not know what your goal is, but the fact that you chose to work with this fool means you're bound to fail. Didn't you want me to make a choice? Here's my answer for you. Go. Fuck. Yourself. I'm very disappointed in you, John, Gabriel replied coldly, her expression unchanging. She reached out, grasping toward Jacong across the distance. But to her shock, she found that what she grabbed was nothing but a mirage, an illusion that dissolved from the bottom up the moment she touched it. Jacong looked at her, with open mockery in his eyes, even waving a mocking goodbye. Mammon's avatar instantly realized something was wrong and lunged at Midnight Daddy behind him. But at that very moment, Midnight Daddy, just like Jacong, turned into a puff of bubbles and vanished before his eyes. Boom! Enraged, Mammon's avatar smashed Midnight Daddy's lair to bits in a fit of helpless fury, leaving nothing but ruin in his wake. Damn it! How did he pull that off, that despicable little insect? Mammon raged, his voice quivering with a hint of fear as he glared at Gabriel and demanded, Didn't you say it was foolproof? Is this what you call foolproof? Gabriel fixed him with a frosty glare. Watch your tone, Mammon. I am not one of your lackeys. Mammon realized he'd lost his composure. He forced himself to calm down before responding. You know I didn't mean it that way. But given the situation, how do you expect me to stay calm? You know John's abilities better than I do. He's never been capable of something like this. Gabriel said quietly, So you're thinking someone helped him, and that this someone is likely an old acquaintance of ours? Mammon replied in a low voice. Don't you think so too? Gabriel suddenly fell silent. In truth, her shock was no less than Mammon's, though she was far better at masking it. As Mammon had said, she knew Jacong far better than he did, perhaps better than anyone in the world. She had always watched over him from the shadows, and more than once, she had guided him, pulling him back from the edge of despair. That's why she knew, even more clearly than Mammon, that Jacong simply couldn't possess that kind of power. Sure, he'd managed to outwit and destroy even foes she herself found troublesome, but that was always through elaborate schemes. But what had just happened, no scheme could have accomplished that. The first thing she could be sure of was that the Jacong who had been speaking with her earlier was no illusion. That was the real Jacong. She was confident in her own judgment and abilities at that level. Mammon had clearly come to the same conclusion as she had, which explained his loss of composure. After all, if that had truly been Jacong's real body, how could he have managed to vanish in a thin air right before both her and Mammon? That wasn't something easily done. Even with all the power she and Mammon now possessed, they could never have pulled off what Jacong had just done. Right now, Mammon was undoubtedly suspecting that someone formidable was secretly assisting Jacong from the shadows. Gabriel shared the same suspicion, which was why she couldn't directly refute Mammon's words. However, after some contemplation, she shook her head and said, Don't be so quick to take your anger out on me. Think carefully. Among all our old acquaintances, none of them possess such abilities. Perhaps Lucifer could manage it, and of course, the one certainly could. Gabriel pointed skyward before continuing, But if it really were them, do you think you'd still be standing here, venting your frustrations to me? Hearing this, Mammon calmed down a little, for he had to admit that Gabriel's reasoning made sense. Whether it was the other archangels or the other lords of hell, none seemed to have the power to pull off what had just happened. And even if they did, it was unlikely they would have left not a single trace behind. So, chances were, this had nothing to do with the other archangels or the rulers of hell. And for now, there was no reason to suspect them. Likewise, this incident probably had nothing to do with Lucifer or God. Otherwise, their own secrets would have already been exposed. The Lucifer of today was not the same as before. Having fallen into hell and become its king, he was now someone even Gabriel had to look up to. The 7 archangels, Gabriel included, could at best be considered equals to the lords of hell like Mammon. So, if it truly had been Lucifer or God who helped Jacong, their avatars would have been destroyed by now. Gabriel's reminder brought Mammon a measure of relief. He was no longer as panic-stricken as before. He hesitated and said, There aren't many who could help him vanish right before our eyes like that. I just don't know if it's an otherworldly demon god or a higher dimensional being. Either way, it's going to be a huge problem. At the mention of otherworldly demon gods and higher dimensional beings, Mammon couldn't help but knit his brows, a trace of dread flickering across his face. This multiverse they inhabited had been created by God, and both the archangels and the lords of hell were considered among the most powerful beings beneath him. Calling them gods would not be an exaggeration. Yet, there were still plenty out there capable of challenging them. The otherworldly demon gods and higher dimensional beings Mammon had just mentioned were the most notable examples. Though rare, they did appear from time to time, especially on Earth, that hotbed of trouble that if one of them really was the one helping Jacong, even they would find a headache to deal with. I'm well aware of that. But precisely because of this, we must not lose our composure. Do you understand? Gabriel said gravely. Understand, Mammon replied, rubbing his forehead as he tried to calm himself. So, what should we do next? Do you have any suggestions? Gabriel pondered for a moment. There are two things that demand our immediate attention. First, you must push this incarnation of yours to its absolute limit as quickly as possible. Only then can we proceed to the next phase of our plan. Second, we need to find a way to bring John back without delay. Mammon answered, the first part is manageable. I can have them accelerate the pace of the sacrifices. Before, I was worried that causing too much of a stir would bring unnecessary trouble, but now there's no need for such concerns. But capturing John again won't be so easy. Gabriel said, you handle the first matter. It's essential you achieve the goal in the shortest possible time. As for John, leave him to me. No matter who's backing him, the fact that they don't dare face us head-on means we still have the upper hand. He probably doesn't suspect that I've left plenty of contingencies on John. As long as John remains on Earth, he won't escape my grasp. I like to see just how determined they really are. At this moment, Gabriel was nothing like the angel who symbolized justice. She appeared even colder than Mammon, the Lord of Hell himself. Seeing her like this, Mammon dared not ask further. After confirming the plan once more, he hurried off without delay. Gabriel, too, did not linger. Her form twisted and vanished in an instant. What neither of them realized was that, not long after their departure, Jacong and Old Midnight appeared amidst the ruins. Gazing at what remained of their stronghold, now reduced to rubble, Old Midnight felt an overwhelming sense of survival against all odds. When he saw Jacong vanish like a shadow before Gabriel, he knew the odds were not in his favor. After all, Mammon would never let the one remaining lead slip away. He had even resigned himself to the necessity of suicide, convinced he could never keep silent before a Lord of Hell. Yet, he also couldn't bear to betray Raymond and thereby destroy humanity's last hope, and so he had resolved to end his own life. Though no match for Mammon's incarnation as North America's foremost exorcist, if he truly wished to take his own life, it was doubtful even Mammon's avatar could stop him. However, just as his resolve to die hardened, Jacong's voice sounded beside his ear, gently assuring him that there was no need to worry. Immediately afterward, he realized the scene before his eyes had shifted. Although he was still in place, it felt as though he and Jacong, like the Mammon incarnation and Gabriel, had suddenly appeared in a different parallel dimension. The world around him now seemed several shades grayer and dimmer than before. When a Mammon incarnation struck at him, the attack clearly landed on his body, yet it passed through him like a shadow, leaving him completely unharmed. He could see plainly that in the eyes of the Mammon incarnation and Gabriel, he and Jacong seemed to have vanished at the same time. At the very least, neither of them could see him or Jacong now, while he and Jacong could observe every detail of the other's actions. Just like that, the Mammon incarnation and Gabriel began to converse right in front of them, even dividing up different tasks. It wasn't until long after the two had left that Jacong gave a wave of his hand, and they returned to their original reality. But Jacong didn't pause for a moment. With another wave, he conjured a blazing ring of fire. Let's go, he commanded. Jacong stepped through the fiery circle first. Seeing this, Old Man Midnight didn't hesitate and followed right behind. He had no other choice now. If he appeared before the Mammon incarnation again, his fate would almost certainly be grim. If Jacong hadn't saved him just now, he'd likely be suffering a fate worse than death at the hands of that demon. So at this point, he could only stick with Jacong to the very end, come what may. A few minutes later, Jacong and Old Man Midnight found themselves back in the underground base where Batman had once taken them. Raymond was already there, waiting for them. This time, seeing Raymond, Old Man Midnight felt something different. If he'd found Raymond mysterious and deeply intimidating before, now his feelings had grown into awe. In his mind, the reason he and Jacong had managed to slip away so easily from the Mammon incarnation and Gabriel was surely because of Raymond's intervention, clear proof of Raymond's power. Now, in his eyes, Raymond was an even more terrifying figure than Mammon or Gabriel. Raymond, of course, was unaware of Old Man Midnight's thoughts. Noticing Jacong's frustrated expression, he smiled and asked, "So, how are you feeling?" A bit disappointed, but at the same time, kind of relieved, Jacong replied, dropping casually into a chair and lighting another cigarette. Old Man Midnight, however, didn't dare act so nonchalant. He stood respectfully at attention, waiting for Raymond to speak. "So, what exactly happened? Tell me the details," Raymond prompted. Jacong didn't waste any words. He gave a brief account of what had happened, including the final conversation between the Mammon incarnation and Gabriel. Raymond nodded. That's more or less what I expected. But why are they so determined to catch you? I've been wondering about that myself, Jacques replied with a shrug. Like the tea this moment. Midnight Old Man raised his hand. Raymond glanced at him, shook his head with a smile, and said, We're all among friends now. There's no need to be so formal. Please have a seat and speak freely. Yes, sir. Midnight Old Man let out a sigh of relief, sat down beside them, and then said cautiously, I once overheard Mammon mention, quite unintentionally, that his descent into the mortal world this time was in search of a way to break free. But he never specified exactly what it was he wanted to break free from. Break free? Raymond mulled over the phrase. He exchanged a glance with Zhagong, and both could see that the other seemed to be thinking the same thing. Raymond said, Why don't you share your thoughts first? All right. Zhagong nodded, not bothering with any pretenses, and spoke plainly. The main reason I went back with Property Old Man this time was to test Mammon's true purpose for coming to the human world, and to confirm whether his partner was really Gabriel. Now that Gabriel's involvement is certain, there's something else we've learned. Mammon descended to the mortal realm behind Lucifer's back. At the time, I wondered why he would do that. Was it simply to indulge himself on Earth, only to be discovered and punished by Lucifer? That doesn't add up. Now, it seems clear he had another objective. He definitely didn't come here out of boredom, and Gabriel must share the same goal, which is why they're able to cooperate. So, their goal is to break free, Raymond said, nodding in deep agreement. Exactly. That's the only thing that explains why they take such a huge risk and join forces, Zhagong said thoughtfully. My guess is they each want to break free from the restraints of hell and heaven, to gain control over their own destinies. Suddenly, Midnight Old Man spoke up, but one of them is a lord of hell, second only to the king of hell, and the other is one of the 7 archangels, revered across countless worlds. Why would they do this? Zhagong sighed. Desire knows no bounds. In hell and heaven, yes, they stand just below the highest, towering above billions. But in their eyes, they're still puppets, forever at the mercy of God and Lucifer, never truly free. Raymond, however, was not surprised. This matched his own suspicions. But his focus was elsewhere. So, you're saying the reason they want to capture you is to discover, through you, a way to break free, something that would give them leverage against Lucifer and God. That's most likely the case. Zhagong nodded. I think I'm starting to see their plan. Raymond rubbed his chin, musing aloud. Back in the day, Lucifer was God's most favored archangel. But no matter how favored he was only ever on par with Gabriel. And the others, none of them truly stronger than the rest. Yet later on, he was able to suddenly surpass all the archangels and step into an even higher realm. Although, he still had to submit to God, the gap between them had clearly grown insignificant. In fact, he was now far superior to any archangel, reaching a height that Gabriel could only look up to in awe. I believe Gabriel simply couldn't let go of this fact, and that's what sowed the seed of her desire to break free from the shackles of heaven. But for her, how could she possibly break free? It was indeed no easy task. At their level of existence, advancing further wasn't something that could be achieved lightly. Yet, right before her eyes stood a perfect example, didn't it? Lucifer only managed to climb higher after falling into hell and gaining power from its depths. Gabriel, most likely inspired by this, was preparing to use hell's power to take her own step forward. That's why she sought out Mammon and tried to strike a deal with him. Midnight Old Man nodded at first when he heard this, but then shook his head and asked, But what does any of this have to do with John? Have you forgotten what she said before? She laid down countless contingencies on John long ago. Why do you think she did that? Raymond replied with a smile, answering the question with another. No wonder. Zack sighed again. Hearing this, he finally pieced everything together. As the saying goes, those involved are often blinded, while onlookers see things clearly. In this matter, Zack's judgment had faltered, affected by the heavy blow it dealt him. After all, when he returned from hell to the mortal world years ago, he was lost in endless despair for a long time. It was Gabriel's appearance that gave him hope, a reason to keep going, a purpose to uphold his beliefs. Yet, now, it seemed that Gabriel had drawn close to him and offered her help purely out of a desire to use him, and she had been laying out her plans long before he ever realized it. Everything Gabriel had said to him was, clearly, nothing but empty words. This realization made his faith feel as if it were crumbling. Even now, he hadn't recovered from the shock. But after Raymond had unraveled the whole situation from start to finish, Zack finally understood Gabriel's intentions. As the walking encyclopedia of magic, if he still couldn't guess Gabriel's plan after knowing her schemes and goals, he might as well bang his head against the wall. My soul once fell into hell and returned successfully to the mortal world. And thanks to Gabriel's help, my body could channel the power of heaven. In other words, I now possess the ability to draw upon the powers of both hell and heaven at the same time. Jia Kong spoke calmly. I'm probably not the only one who's had experiences like mine, but there can't be many of us. Since Gabriel insists it has to be me, that proves her experiment only succeeded on me. Everyone else must have failed. Now that their plan is already halfway through, it's too late for them to groom a new candidate. That means they have no choice but to catch me, or their plan is doomed to fail. So you've already got something in mind. Raymond, who knew Jia Kang's ways all too well, caught the fleeting cold smile on his face and instantly realized Jia Kong was about to set someone up. Jia Kong said, after all the scheming against me, how could I leave without giving her a proper parting gift? Raymond shrugged. All right then, you take the lead. I'll support you all the way. Jia Kong nodded, not bothering with pleasantries. There was no need for thanks between him and Raymond. But to Midnight Daddy, their exchange looked odd. He found Raymond, this mysterious strategist, harder and harder to figure out. With Raymond's support in hand, Jia Kong turned to Midnight Daddy. Can you get in touch with your sister? No problem. Midnight Daddy replied with a nod. Tell her to find a way to hide herself for now. Mammon is definitely going to target her next. With Mammon's status in hell, she won't even have a chance to defend herself. Jia Kong paused, thinking, once she's safe, I'll need her help with something. If she can pull it off, I promise Mammon won't be able to touch her afterwards. As he spoke, Jia Kong explained what he needed Midnight Daddy's sister to do, and Midnight Daddy committed every detail to memory. I'll go right away. Understanding his task, Midnight Daddy strode a short distance away, began inscribing a magic circle on the ground to connect with hell, and set about contacting his sister. Meanwhile, Jia Kong shared his plan with Raymond and asked him to quickly relay it to the other alternate personalities. With Raymond acting as a wireless hub, the Raymond Legion mobilized in an instant, and the Justice League was drawn into action as well. Are you ready, Gabriel? Jia Kong muttered to himself after putting everything in place. At the Gotham headquarters of the Eye Society, Amanda had just been reporting to the Court of Owls when she was alerted by her subordinates and rushed back at once. What's happening? Amanda demanded as soon as she arrived. Major incidents are breaking out everywhere, her secretary reported at once. Just moments ago, we detected over 30 anomalous zones. 7 have already been confirmed as major events, and the numbers are still climbing. Amanda drew in a sharp breath, chilled to the bone by what she heard. After learning that the malignant incident had nothing to do with Raymond and his group, she felt somewhat relieved. However, having faced the outbreak of the malignant event firsthand at the Iceberg restaurant, she now understood its true origin. It turned out that these so-called malignant incidents were, in fact, orchestrated by a group of demons relentlessly hunting humans for their own unspeakable purposes. When she reported the results of her negotiation with Raymond to the Court of Owls, she also mentioned everything she had witnessed at the Iceberg restaurant. Clearly, the court had yet to come up with any effective solution, and to her surprise, the incident flared up again in the blink of an eye. This time, though, it was obviously different, no longer lurking in the shadows, but erupting on a much larger scale. Find a way to contact Batman and have him meet me immediately. Also, request reinforcements from headquarters. Tell them that this time, we're facing an X-level threat. Amanda issued her orders swiftly. Understood. The secretary nodded at once. The moment her secretary left, Amanda's instincts suddenly flared. In a split second, she drew her gun and aimed it behind her. It was only then that the other members of the checkmate realized that, at some point, 2 unfamiliar men had appeared behind Amanda. Don't move. Hands in the air. Who are you? The agents nearby were both shocked and furious. They hadn't expected even their headquarters could be infiltrated so silently. Everyone stand down. Lower your weapons. Once Amanda recognized the newcomers, she immediately lowered her gun and ordered her team to do the same. After all, the visitors were none other than Raymond, whom she'd only just met not long ago, and Jia Kong, whose presence had left a deep impression on her. She had just negotiated a truce with Raymond on behalf of the Court of Owls, so she was in no hurry to offend him again. The last thing she wanted was for a careless trigger finger to spark an unnecessary conflict. Lord Raymond, what brings you here? Amanda adjusted her tone, speaking with a hint of deference. I'm here, of course, to help you solve your problem, Raymond replied with a smile. Help with the problem? Amanda was momentarily taken aback, but quickly caught on, her voice tinged with hope. You mean, let's find somewhere to sit down and talk, Raymond interrupted her gently. Amanda realized that this crowded, open area was hardly the place for confidential discussions. She immediately took the lead, guiding them down the corridor. Before long, the 3 of them arrived in a room resembling a command center. Screens lined the walls, each displaying a different scene, giving the place the atmosphere of a high-tech surveillance hub. Amanda took the initiative to explain, these are the internal surveillance systems of the Eye of Heaven organization. In addition to providing access to all public surveillance feeds, many of these are secret monitors we've installed ourselves. What's more, there are now thousands of small drones patrolling the skies over Gotham, keeping watch over everything that happens in the city. From here, you can see it all. Raymond glanced casually at the screens and quickly noticed that many displays depicted scenes much like the one at the Iceberg restaurant. In every area under observation, a thick shroud of black mist hung heavily in the air. Tell your people to stay away from these zones. Don't send them to their deaths, Raymond ordered bluntly. Amanda was momentarily taken aback by his directness. Before she could respond, a voice of obvious displeasure rang out at the entrance to the command center. What do you mean, don't send them to their deaths? A stern-looking man in his 40s or 50s strode in, his uniform crisp and imposing. The look he gave Raymond was openly hostile. Amanda's expression tightened at the sight of him. This was Lieutenant General Portman, the second in command of the Gotham branch of Eye of Heaven, her subordinate in title, but a perpetual thorn in her side. Lieutenant General Portman, Mr. Raymond and Mr. John are my guests. I'd advise you to watch your tone, Amanda said, her brow furrowed. And what if they are your guests? This is the most sensitive facility in Eye of Heaven. Do you think you can just bring in whoever you please? Portman's voice was cold, clearly unimpressed by Amanda's authority. If you got a problem, feel free to file a complaint with headquarters. But until then, I am in command here. Who comes in and who doesn't? That's my call, Amanda replied icily. Oh, don't worry, I'll be reporting you. No need for the reminder, Portman said flatly, utterly unfazed. But I also have a duty to prevent you from making decisions that could compromise Eye of Heaven. Guards, detain these two suspicious individuals at once. How dare you? Amanda erupted in fury. Raymond was a man even the Court of Owls had been forced to bow before. She wouldn't risk offending him for anything. If he were humiliated on her turf, even if Raymond himself let it slide, the rest of the court would never let her hear the end of it. Everyone in the Gotham branch knew about the ongoing power struggle between Amanda and Portman. She was nominally in charge, but Portman had been dispatched by the North American military specifically to keep her in check. Even if she had 100 ways to get rid of him, she couldn't act rashly, lest the military misunderstand her intentions. But at this moment, she truly wished she could put a bullet in this bastard's head. Seeing Raymond watching her with a half-smile, as if he were waiting to enjoy a good show, Amanda knew she had to make a decision. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly advanced on Lieutenant General Portman. Lieutenant General Portman clearly hadn't expected Amanda to make such a move. For a moment, he was caught off guard. Amanda pressed her gun to his head, leaving him frozen on the spot. Everyone get out now! Amanda barked at the people Portman had called in. What do you think you're doing, Amanda? Portman demanded, his military bearing unshaken even with a gun to his head. Do you have any idea what the consequences of this are? I don't need you to teach me that, Amanda retorted, smashing the butt of her gun against his head. Rage flashed in his eyes, but with a gun pointed at him, he could only grit his teeth and endure. He realized that Amanda, having taken things this far, was clearly prepared to cut ties with him. If he pushed her any further, Amanda might not kill him, but she could easily destroy him. As the person dispatched by the North American military specifically to keep Amanda in check, he had already done his homework on her background before arriving. He knew Amanda's connections were formidable, which was why he usually avoided any direct confrontation with her. Today, he'd only decided to strike because he'd caught Amanda making a mistake. Still, he never imagined Amanda would go so far for the sake of two complete strangers, even to the point of outright betrayal. Realizing Amanda meant business, Portman didn't dare provoke her any further. Of course, deep down, he was already resolved to make Amanda pay for this once. The dust settled. What he didn't know was that Amanda herself had made up her mind. After today, she would make sure Portman disappeared from this world. Recall everyone at once. Hold position at headquarters and await my orders. Amanda continued issuing commands to the others. Yes, ma'am. The members of Sky Society were all stunned by this sudden and dramatic turn of events, but they obeyed Amanda without hesitation. Even if their leader was holding the second in command. Hostage, she was still the one in charge, and her orders were to be followed. Whether Portman would later turn the tables was not their concern. They simply had to do as they were told. I apologize for making you witness such a scene, Lord Raymond. Amanda forced Portman to his knees with a swift kick, her gun still trained on his head. She looked at Raymond with genuine remorse, her posture humble and deferential. Portman was momentarily stunned by Amanda's attitude. All he'd known was that Amanda had brought two outsiders, neither members of Sky Society, into the command center, which was a clear violation of protocol. That was the only reason he had come to confront her in the first place. But if he had seen earlier how Amanda treated Raymond and his companion, he would have to be out of his mind too. Make an issue out of this. It was true that he had always wanted to give Amanda a hard time, and with the North American military backing him, he had no shortage of confidence. Yet Amanda was no pushover. The bigwig from the North American command who sent him here had specifically warned him never to underestimate Amanda. Her connections ran so deep that even that bigwig couldn't see the bottom. And for what he had witnessed since arriving in Gotham, it was clear that Amanda could stir up storms in this city. Both the underworld and those in power had to show her some respect. In lawless Gotham, there were plenty who dared defy the authorities, but somehow they all gave Amanda a wide berth. That alone was a curious thing. Now, even Amanda herself had to humble herself before these two. Was this really someone he could afford to offend? This was the first time he'd seen Amanda lower herself like this. A pang of regret began to gnaw at Lieutenant General Portman's heart, but neither Raymond, Amanda, nor her companion seemed to have any interest in his change of heart at the moment. It's all right. I actually find this rather amusing, Raymond said with a smile, glancing at Lieutenant General Portman, whose forehead was pressed with the barrel of Amanda's gun. Amanda, reassured that Raymond wasn't angry, relaxed a little and asked, "My people have already begun to withdraw. May I ask what we should do next?" "What's next?" "Next, we sit here, have some coffee, and enjoy the show. There's nothing else we need to do," Raymond replied, pulling over a chair and settling in as he spoke. Amanda was caught off guard by his answer, but she didn't probe further. Instead, she gave an order for some coffee and snacks to be brought in. "Lieutenant General Portman, would you care to join us?" Raymond asked with a smile, taking a sip of coffee as he glanced at Portman, who was half kneeling on the ground with Amanda's gun still pressed to his temple. "And no, thank you," Portman stammered, feeling more than a little embarrassed. He'd stirred up trouble for Amanda because of Raymond and his companion. How could he possibly have the face to accept Raymond's invitation now? He could barely hide his guilt. Raymond didn't take it to heart. By this point in his life, he could handle most things with a sense of detachment, like a player in a grand game. As long as no one touched his bottom line, it was hard to truly anger him. The general's earlier rudeness was little more than a source of mild amusement to him. Just then, Amanda's secretary came running in and whispered quietly to her, "We can't get in touch with Batman." Before Amanda could respond, Raymond chuckled and said, "No need to look for him. He's with my people right now. Not just him. The rest of the Justice League are all in Gotham too." "The whole Justice League is in Gotham? That's fantastic." General Portman, who was half kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but feel a surge of delight at these words. Though he had his grievances with Amanda, he was, after all, a soldier. In critical moments like this, any additional force that could help counter unknown malignant events was most welcome in his eyes. Moreover, coming from the North American military, he was well aware of the Justice League's formidable capabilities, especially that man who had become almost a god among mortals. From his perspective, with the Justice League involved, Gotham was sure to weather this crisis safely. It wasn't just him. Even Amanda visibly heaved a sigh of relief. But just then, Zakhan spoke up, his voice gravelly and low. "Don't celebrate too soon. This time, things are far more complicated than any of you imagine. If we don't handle this right, it won't just be Gotham that suffers. The whole world could be dragged down by this incident." General Portman's breath caught in his throat. Had anyone else said this, he would have likely dismissed it as alarmist nonsense. In recent years, the malignant incidents in Gotham had been troublesome, to be sure, but in the grand scheme of the world, with its billions of people and hundreds of nations, there were many places far more tragic, with countless dying every day. Besides, the mastermind behind this string of sinister events had always shown a certain restraint, never clashing with the Checkmate organization head-on. Typically, by the time Checkmate arrived, the culprits had already vanished without a trace. So, Checkmate had always considered the matter a frustrating one, but never to the extent of threatening all of North America, let alone the entire world. But these words came from Zakhan, and both he and Raymond were people whom even Amanda treated with deference. This left General Portman in a quandary. Amanda, however, understood Raymond and Zakhan far better than Portman did. She herself had experienced one of these so-called malignant events firsthand and knew all too well that this was no simple affair. The true mastermind wasn't even human. She couldn't help but recall that dreadful enemy from the depths of the cosmos, the one they called Steppenwolf, another non-human foe descending upon Earth with power, enough to wipe out all of human civilization. If not for the Justice League's intervention at the last moment, no one could say how that crisis would have ended. Amanda was certain that Raymond and Zakhan knew of that incident, and knew, as well, the full might of the Justice League. Yet even so, Zakhan still judged that this time the entire human civilization could be at risk. That in itself spoke volumes about how dire the situation truly was. Who exactly are we dealing with? Amanda asked in a grave tone. Is it another demon like the last time? No, no, no. Amanda, your perspective is limiting your imagination, Raymond said with a laugh, shaking his head. What you saw last time wasn't some alien visitor that merely looked like a demon. It was a real demon, a creature straight from hell. What? A demon from hell? At that moment, both Amanda's secretary and Lieutenant General Portman wore baffled expressions, as if doubting whether they'd heard him right. How did the conversation suddenly veer into hell and demons? Although the Eye of Heaven was a department in charge of handling supernatural incidents, most of the time, what they encountered were just superpowered individuals, and many of them didn't even have powers, merely being supercriminals. As for demons, those were beings that existed only in legends, just like angels. Only Amanda, who had come into contact with many hidden secrets within the Owl Court, had some scant knowledge of hell and demons. She frowned and said, "An exorcist once told me that demons cannot descend into the mortal world in their true forms. It's a law of hell. They can only influence humans through possession and temptation. But what I saw that day was unmistakably a tangible monster." "That's how it used to be, yes," a voice replied, tinged with a bitter smile, startling Amanda. "Padro." Amanda recognized the black man who had suddenly appeared and couldn't hide her surprise at his arrival. For the exorcist she had just mentioned, the one who told her demons couldn't manifest physically, was none other than the man standing before her. He was also widely known by another name, Papa Midnight. "You two know each other?" Raymond was taken aback as well. "The black community's actually pretty small," Papa Midnight replied with a shrug. "Amanda and my sister were classmates in elementary school." Raymond's confusion cleared. Being black in North America was already a precarious position, but Amanda and Papa Midnight were both at the very top of their community, so it wasn't surprising that they knew each other. Still, he hadn't expected this particular connection. "Are you done with your side of things?" Raymond asked. Papa Midnight knew Raymond was referring to the task that John Constantine had entrusted to him. He nodded and said, "I've already told Annie." "Wait, Annie? But she's already." As soon as Amanda heard Annie's name, she immediately pressed for clarification. Annie was Papa Midnight's younger sister, and Amanda was quite familiar with her. They had once been close friends. But Annie had died of cancer over 20 years ago. Amanda had even attended her funeral. Hearing her name mentioned now caught Amanda completely off guard. Papa Midnight looked at Amanda with a hint of regret. "I'm sorry, I never meant to keep this from you. I think I might have mentioned before that, from time to time, it almost feels as if I can still see Annie." "But wasn't that just a dream?" Amanda's face was full of astonishment. "No, it was real," Old Midnight replied, shaking his head. "You know our family has been exorcists for generations. Both Annie and I have mastered many witchcraft arts that can connect to hell. After she passed away, she contacted me not long after. Very soon, Old Midnight explained everything about his sister Annie, including her current position in hell." Amanda listened in amazement, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort for Annie. Lieutenant General Portman and his secretary, on the other hand, felt as if they were listening to a fantastical tale. It was all becoming increasingly unbelievable. So, hell truly existed? Did that mean heaven was real too? Portman wasn't a believer. Having seen so many supernatural beings, he never put stock in such things. But these people before him had no reason to lie, and there was no hint of deceit. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Could everything they said actually be true? "So you're saying that monster I saw in the iceberg restaurant was really a demon from hell?" Amanda frowned as she spoke, processing Old Midnight's explanation. "But you told me before that demons can't physically descend to the human world." "Under normal circumstances, that's true," Old Midnight said with a wry smile. "That's the rules set by Lucifer, the king of hell. Typically, no demon would dare defy it. And this time, the demon you encountered was just a lowly pawn. Standing behind it is Mammon, son of hell, one of the 6 lords of hell and ruler of greed. He is the true mastermind behind all of this." A flicker of fear crossed Old Midnight's face before he quickly composed himself. Ordinary demons would never dare break hell's rules. But Lord Mammon is Lucifer's own son, and he has an even more formidable ally at his side. If their true forms could easily cross into the human world, we wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Old Midnight didn't mention Gabriel's existence. The matter was simply too sensitive. If word got out, it could shatter the faith of countless people. Even he found it hard to believe, even now. But what he had said was enough for Amanda to grasp the gravity of the situation. A lord of hell. Amanda fell silent. She knew this was already far beyond the reach of the Eye Society, and the Owl Court would fare no better. Against such figures, beings of myth made flesh. Could mere mortals ever hope to stop them? So hell is real, then heaven must truly exist as well. Amanda's secretary now spoke up, unable to hide his excitement. Unlike Portman, he was a true believer. Though he wasn't fanatical, he firmly believed that somewhere in the shadows God was guiding all things. After hearing Midnight Old Man's account, he was so agitated he could barely contain himself, his voice trembling as he spoke. With demons walking the earth, the Lord will never abandon humanity. He will surely send his angels to save us, to cast the demons back into hell. Watching the secretary, caught up in fervor, a flicker of pity passed through the eyes of Raymond and his companions. Yes, heaven does exist, and chances are the angels will descend, led by none other than the holy Archangel herself. But the real question is, will she truly help humankind? If the secretary ever learned that all of this chaos was actually instigated by the very Archangel he so reveres, his faith might well shatter. Zach Kong let out a quiet sigh. In the secretary, he saw a reflection of his former self. Once, hadn't he too regarded angels as his only hope, his saviors? But in the end, it was all just wishful thinking. All right, we've done everything we can. Now, let's watch them play their part. At that moment, Raymond pointed at the row of monitors ahead. Only then did the others notice that the screens were shifting, the scenes changing. Even General Portman recognized several familiar figures: Batman, the Flash, and others. In the southeastern part of Gotham, a streak of red lightning flashed through a swirl of black mist, blasting a demon more than 3 meters tall, its form reminiscent of a giant mantis. Out of the darkness, the mantis demon looked stunned, clearly not expecting to have been ambushed. Yet the force of the attack hadn't actually hurt it. It was just caught off guard. Regaining its senses, the demon flew into a rage, scanning its surroundings until it spotted the culprit. Damn insect! Was it you who ambushed me? The Flash skidded to a stop, met the mantis demon's glare, and provocatively raised a middle finger. Hey, overgrown book. Picking on regular folks? Try picking on me if you've got the guts. With that, he vanished in a crimson blur, darting circles around the mantis demon, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But the demon only sneered, baring its fangs. You think speed alone will save you? An insect is still an insect, so clueless. Its gaze sharpened, and suddenly, its blade-like left leg swept out in a savage arc. A flash of silver shot toward the Flash, so fast it rivaled, maybe even surpassed his own speed. Startled, the Flash barely managed to leap aside, his heart pounding as he dodged. Now's my chance. The mantis demon's mouth twisted into a sly grin, and with its right leg, already poised, it slashed diagonally at the airborne Flash. The second silver flash shot forth at an even greater speed, reaching the Flash in the blink of an eye. Suspended in midair, his reaction time was already slower than it would have been on solid ground, let alone when faced with this second strike, which the mantis demon had been gathering its strength for. It was even fiercer than the first. If he were to be struck by it, even a speed force might not save him from being severely injured, if not worse. In that instant, the Flash finally understood why Batman had repeatedly warned him. He could not afford any carelessness this time. Unfortunately, this realization came a moment too late. Just as the deadly blow was about to land, a golden beam of light descended from above, placing itself like a shield before him. A sharp, metallic clang rang out, echoing with the force of colliding steel. Only then did the Flash notice, standing between him and the second silver Flash, was a middle-aged Asian man, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit and wearing yellow sunglasses. With effortless composure, he blocked the attack. The man's forearms appeared to be sheathed in a metallic layer, and the fearsome second silver Flash could not penetrate this armor at all. It was held firmly at bay until it faded away without a trace. My, what a terrifying fellow. Nearly did me in, I must say, the man remarked, his tone laced with mock alarm and a hint of slyness. Had the Flash not witnessed this man block the attack so easily, he might almost have believed the performance. Suppressing the urge to make a quip, the Flash turned to his rescuer and said, "Thank you. May I ask, who are you?" "Name's Kizaru," the man replied with a mischievous grin. "A member of the Cleaners." Cleaners? At first, the Flash didn't recognize the name. But then it came to him. That was the organization led by Raymond, the same group that counted Constantine, the mage who had twice bested Superman, among its members. "So, you're the famed Kato," the Flash began, but before he could finish his thought, he suddenly spotted the mantis demon preparing to strike again and urgently cried out, "Watch out." But with his observation hockey, there was no way Kizaru could miss the mantis demon's subtle movements. The very moment the creature sprang into action. So, did he? "Yada mirror," he called out. Even as his voice echoed, Kizaru appeared instantly at the mantis demon's side, sweeping his leg in a horizontal kick. In a flash, his limb transformed into a beam of golden light, striking the mantis demon and sending it hurtling through the air. Without pause, Kizaru himself moved even faster, appearing in the demon's path as it flew. With a downward kick from above, he drove the mantis demon forcefully into the ground. A thunderous crash resounded as the earth caved in from the impact, and the mantis demon was left buried in the crater. Everything happened so quickly that to the onlookers, it seemed as if the mantis demon had just been about to make a move, and in the very next instant, he had somehow hurled himself beneath Kizaru's feet, only to be kicked straight into the ground. But the Flash, blessed with superhuman vision, saw the truth with perfect clarity. Just as the mantis demon was preparing to attack, a beam of golden light refracted several times in the air. In front of Kizaru, then instantly appeared by the demon's side. It was as if Kizaru could ride the golden light itself, shifting from his original position to the other side in a blink. What followed was a relentless series of chained attacks, leaving the mantis demon no room to fight back at all. The sheer ferocity of it left the Flash deeply shaken. He could tell that, though Kizaru's speed wasn't quite a match for his own, his combat prowess was on an entirely different level, one the Flash couldn't even begin to compare to. When the Flash had faced the mantis demon, he'd managed to catch the demon off guard and landed a blow that sent black mist billowing out. But right after, the demon had almost dealt him a crippling injury. In stark contrast, Kizaru was utterly dominating the mantis demon, making it clear that the two were simply not in the same league. This way of fighting, instead of discouragement, the Flash's eyes shone with excitement. He was discovering new techniques just by watching Kizaru, and he knew that if he had time to absorb what he'd learned, his own abilities would soar. "You're courting death." The mantis demon burst into the sky in a rage, his body transforming once again. Where before he'd had just two bladed limbs, now he brandished 8, each one gleaming with lethal menace. The black mist in the distance was drawn into his body, swelling his power even further, and at last, the scene within the mist was revealed. The ground was littered with severed limbs and mangled bodies, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, a vision of hell itself. The carnage was so ghastly that the Flash almost couldn't keep himself from retching. Thankfully, he had arrived in time, and it seemed that quite a few people had been lucky enough to survive, though they were all teetering on the edge of mental collapse. What a cruel monster. I haven't felt this murderous in ages. Kizaru's gaze grew cold. Despite his laid-back ways, as an admiral of the Navy, he was guided by a strong sense of justice, and the brutality before him made his killing intent surge to a boiling point. "Red Riding Hood, I'll leave the rescue to you. As for this guy, let me handle him," Kizaru said calmly. The Flash wanted to protest. He was certainly not Red Riding Hood, but he knew now was not the time to argue. He simply nodded. In the next instant, the battle between Kizaru and the mantis demon erupted. Golden light and silver gleams clashed in midair, each collision echoing with thunderous force. Stray blasts sent buildings crumbling, the impact utterly astounding. Even as the Flash raced to move the survivors to safety, he was awestruck by the intensity of the fight. And if it shook him, what must it have been like for the ordinary people caught in the crossfire? At another patch of black mist less than 5 kilometers from the mantis demon, Cyborg had made the same choice as the Flash. He launched a sudden assault too, forced the demon lurking in the darkness out into the open. Yet he soon found himself in even greater trouble than the Flash, for the demon he faced was a towering giant. The creature stood more than 10 meters tall, its entire body as hard as forged steel. Cyborg's attacks landed on its body as if he were merely scratching an itch. But if he got hit even once, he would be sent flying like a hapless insect swatted by a fly swatter. The battle was turning brutal. Damn it! How are we supposed to fight this thing? Cyborg's heart sank with bitterness. The towering demon reminded him of Steppenwolf, the enemy that once forced the entire Justice League, everyone except Superman, to fight together in vain. No matter what they tried, their attacks were useless. Of course, this giant's power wasn't quite as overwhelming as Steppenwolf's. If it were Steppenwolf, Cyborg would already be finished. Still, the giant's monstrous defenses were nearly as formidable, leaving Cyborg feeling helpless. The only real weakness of this giant seemed to be its lack of agility. If Cyborg wanted to escape, there was no way the brute could catch up. But could he really run now? If he fled, the giant would certainly return to the black mist and slaughter the survivors hiding within. That was the last thing Cyborg wanted to see. What should I do? Should I call for help? Cyborg hesitated. If he called Superman, with power enough to crush even Steppenwolf, this giant would be no trouble at all. But Superman had his own critical tasks, and this monster was just one of many rampaging through Gotham at this very moment. If everything depended on Superman, it would be like a drop of water in a bucket, utterly inadequate. Besides, Raymond had warned them that there were even bigger threats lurking behind these demons. If Superman started wiping them out openly, who could guarantee those masterminds wouldn't show themselves ahead of schedule? With that thought, Cyborg suppressed his urge to call for help and instead continued his relentless assault against the giant. Whether by luck or by skill, the giant soon seemed to anticipate Cyborg's patterns. It found an opening and struck back. With a thunderous crash, Cyborg, still airborne, was struck by a car hurled by the giant. The explosion sent him tumbling from the sky. Clearly, this was a carefully planned ambush. The moment Cyborg hit the ground, the giant charged forward, determined to finish him off. "This is bad." Panic shot through Cyborg. He had no time to dodge and could only throw his arms up to shield himself, desperately trying to soften the blow. Yet, to his surprise, the expected attack never landed. Instead, there was a deep, metallic thud. He looked up in shock to find a metal giant, as tall as the demon itself, standing behind him. One massive hand gripping the demon's fist in midair, holding it fast. "Megatron has arrived." As if the sound had come from a radio, the massive body of the troll was suddenly sent flying, smashing into a nearby building. It looked dazed and bewildered by the impact. Chapter 435, The Fearsome Sweeper, 5th Update. At this moment, Cyborg was utterly confused. What was Megatron? Was that the name of this metal giant? And why had this Megatron come to save him? Could he be some unknown superhero? Driven by curiosity, Cyborg thanked his mysterious savior while also asking about his identity. That was when he learned that Megatron was another of Raymond's subordinates, just like that powerful mage. Raymond had mentioned before that others under his command would lend a hand in critical moments, but Cyborg hadn't dared to hope for much. He never expected this backup to be so fierce. Unlike Kizaru, Megatron had no patience for chit-chat. In his own world, he was a notorious villain, and he had little regard for superheroes like Cyborg. After introducing himself, he ignored Cyborg completely and launched a fresh onslaught against the troll. Already stunned from the earlier blow, the troll now faced Megatron's relentless barrage. Under the merciless rain of attacks, it finally began to suffer real damage. The sight set Cyborg's blood racing with excitement. He could tell that, like himself, Megatron followed a path of technological power, but Megatron's technology was on another level entirely. The sheer might of his weaponry and the sophistication of his tech left Cyborg in awe. The troll, which had left Cyborg at his wit's end, stood no chance against Megatron's overwhelming assault. Even after fusing with the power of the Black Mist, the troll was still outmatched. Of course, Cyborg didn't just stand by. From the sidelines, he kept up his interference tactics. While his attacks couldn't harm the troll, they were enough to disrupt its vision. Especially since his attacks looked similar to Megatron's, the troll couldn't tell which shots came from whom, forcing it to stay on guard for both. This quickly turned the tide of battle. In the northwest of Gotham, Wonder Woman had chosen to save a shopping mall, usually one of the most crowded places in the city. The black mist here was even thicker and more expansive than what surrounded the Mantis Demon and the troll. But Wonder Woman didn't realize this at first. Only when she charged into the black mist did she discover things were far worse than she'd imagined. Within the swirling darkness, she found herself confronted by 5 identical demons, looking for all the world like quintuplets. They weren't as gigantic as the troll or the mantis demon, standing only about 2 meters tall, roughly human-sized. Atop each of their heads was an eye the size of a chicken egg, streaked with vivid blood-red veins. If you take these 5 cyclopes individually, they're actually much less formidable than the mantis demons or the trolls. In terms of attack power, they can't compare to the mantis demons. And when it comes to defense, they fall short of the trolls. But once they join forces, they're troublesome nature rivals, or even surpasses both the mantis demons and the trolls. Each of their single eyes can unleash a beam of energy, but the effects of each beam are different, inflicting a variety of negative states, ones that are utterly impossible to resist. At first, Wonder Woman was just barely able to hold her own, matching them blow for blow, and at least didn't lose ground on the surface. But as the battle dragged on, she grew steadily weaker. The accumulating negative effects led to more and more mistakes, and she was struck by their attacks with increasing frequency. The vicious cycle made her realize that she couldn't keep going like this. "Such a feeble human," came the first voice. "Weren't you quite the powerhouse just moments ago?" The second voice followed. "So why are you getting slower and slower now?" chimed the third voice. "Come and catch us, if you can," taunted the fourth. "We're right here," the fifth one giggled. The five Cyclopes seemed to have found the most entertaining toy, making no move to finish her off. Instead, they toyed with her like cats playing with a mouse. Wonder Woman tried to use her divine power to dispel the negative effects, but unfortunately, it didn't work very well. The relief was minimal. At best, it only delayed the inevitable. No, I can't stay here. Their powers are a perfect counter to mine. Wonder Woman's anxiety grew. Perhaps due to the negative states, her judgment was slipping and her emotions were becoming more unstable. Need a hand? A warm, sunlit voice rang out suddenly, startling Wonder Woman. Only then did she notice that, at some point, a young man had appeared at her side. He wore a long, black cloak patterned with crimson clouds, and his eyes were a striking, blood-red hue. He looked at her, asking if she needed help. "Who are you?" Wonder Woman's first reaction was to be on guard. She didn't recognize this young man with the blood-red eyes, and anyone who could appear here might be another kind of demon, for all she knew. "From the cleaners. Uchiha Itachi," the young man said with a faint, calm smile. "You're with Lord Raymond?" Wonder Woman relaxed slightly, not nearly as guarded as before. Raymond had mentioned the cleaners organization to her before, but aside from knowing about Raymond and Zack, she wasn't sure who else was part of the group. Since this young man with the blood-red eyes claimed to be one of them, that meant he was an ally. "Yes," Itachi nodded gently. Wonder Woman, now certain of her suspicions, quickly warned, "Be careful. Those five creatures are extremely troublesome. Their eyes can shoot an irresistible ray, and it will keep." Before she could finish, Itachi interrupted her. Are you talking about them?" He gestured behind her. Wonder Woman spun around, startled to discover that the five Cyclopes, who had been dodging her attacks moments before, were now standing brazenly right in front of her, utterly motionless. How could this be? Wonder Woman could tell that something was off about them. Their eyes were vacant, as if their minds were utterly gone. "Maybe their eyes just aren't a match for mine," Itachi remarked with a quiet, almost playful laugh. As if to illustrate his point, the pupils of his eyes spun with an intricate, mesmerizing pattern, like swirling shuriken, mysterious and unearthly. Wonder Woman was left speechless. This man, Itachi, a member of the so-called cleaners, made her feel as if everything she'd experienced so far was nothing but an illusion. Just moments ago, those five Cyclopes had been a formidable problem. Now, they'd been subdued without so much as a sound, as if it were nothing at all. Was this the true power of the cleaners? What she didn't know was that most of the other members of the Justice League were feeling exactly the same. They had originally thought that having a wizard as formidable as Zack Hang and the cleaners was already extraordinary. But after witnessing the abilities of the other members, they realized that this unassuming organization was far more powerful than they'd ever imagined. Compared to the cleaners, the Justice League seemed to fall far short. At least they're not our enemies, Wonder Woman thought to herself with relief. If a group like this stood against them, it would be enough to drive anyone to despair. In truth, the reason Itachi was able to deal with the five Cyclopes instantly was simply because his abilities happened to counter theirs perfectly. The Cyclopes' power lay entirely in their single eyes. Their physical strength was mediocre at best. Even so, if it had been any other silver-ranked alternate personality facing them, victory would hardly have come so swiftly. But Itachi's abilities were a direct counter to weaker opponents, which allowed for such a near-instant defeat. Of course, Wonder Woman had no way of knowing this, which is why she misunderstood. It's worth mentioning that not only Yellow, Ape, Megatron, and Itachi had joined the fray. All the other alternate personalities had also plunged into battle, intercepting the demons sent by Mammon to perform sacrifices across different corners of Gotham. Most of these demons were about on par with level 4 superhumans from the Marvel Universe, though a rare few had reached level 5. For example, the unlucky Aquaman had encountered a fire demon, one of the few beings comparable to a level 5. This 5-star flame demon wasn't quite as massive as a giant troll, but it still stood a towering 7 or 8 meters tall. Its form resembled a fire elemental giant, yet it carried a more savage, bloodthirsty air than any elemental creature. If Aquaman hadn't wielded the legendary Trident of Atlantis, he'd likely have been taken down by this demon already. To make matters worse, the Trident only revealed its true power in the presence of water. On land, Aquaman was at a clear disadvantage. As a result, he spent the entire fight on the defensive, taking blow after blow. Fortunately, not long after he began to falter, a man from the scavenger organization appeared, a man called Akainu. Akainu possessed the ability to turn his body into molten lava, looking for all the world like a miniature version of the flame demon itself. The moment he arrived, he clashed head-on with the demon, matching its strength for several exchanges and holding his ground. But the stalemate didn't last. When the demon was provoked into a frenzy, Akainu began to struggle. Even with Aquaman's assistance, their combined efforts weren't enough. The two of them together were still being overpowered by the demon's relentless assault. "Still holding up, buddy?" Aquaman asked, glancing at Akainu, who was shouldering the brunt of the demon's attacks. Worry crept into his voice. "No problem," Akainu replied coolly. "But if this keeps up, the demon's patience will run out. When that happens, it'll stop caring about us and go straight for the civilians. That's when things will really get messy." "I'm worried about that too," Aquaman admitted, his face clouded with worry as he swept aside one of the demon's strikes with his trident. "If things get any worse, I'll have to call Clark for backup. No one else could handle a demon of this caliber." Akainu nodded in agreement and was about to say as much when his eyes suddenly narrowed. "No need. Someone who can actually help is already here." Even as Akainu spoke, a man burst up from underground, emerging as if he'd grown straight out of the earth. He wore a beast-hide tunic across one shoulder, and the ground around him remained completely undisturbed, adding an uncanny touch to his arrival. "Boss sent me to give you a hand, Akainu," the newcomer called out cheerfully, waving at Akainu the moment he appeared. This was the newly promoted Silver Deputy, the demon's subduer. He'd used an earth-burrowing technique to rush to the battlefield as quickly as possible. Akainu had already received a telepathic message from Raymond and was expecting his arrival, so he simply nodded in greeting. "Is he one of the scavengers, too?" Aquaman asked, eyeing the demon's subduer with a mix of skepticism and surprise. The man didn't look or sound like a seasoned warrior. If anything, his demeanor was more clownish than commanding. Was this oddball really up to the task of fighting the flame demon? Aquaman didn't mean to judge by appearances, but the demon's subduer seemed hopelessly unreliable. "I'm an exorcist. Pleased to make your acquaintance," the exorcist said, a shrewd grin spreading across his face as he strode toward the Sea King, as if he were about to shake his hand. But before he could take even 2 steps, the flame demon's attack came hurtling toward him. "Watch out," the Sea King called out in alarm. "No need to worry," the exorcist replied with a wide grin, making no move to dodge. Just as the flame demon strike was about to land, a dark green phantom of a tortoise shell shimmered into existence around the exorcist. The attack crashed against the spectral shell, sending ripples radiating across its surface, but in the end, it failed to break through. Not a single hair on the exorcist's head was harmed. "You filthy beast, shameless creature, take this," the exorcist shouted, suddenly assuming the fierce stance of a tiger descending the mountain. In the same instant, a radiant white aura burst forth around him. The Sea King caught a fleeting glimpse of a pure white tiger, majestic and formidable, manifested around the exorcist. "Akainu, buddy, give me an opening." The exorcist's entire demeanor had shifted, now brimming with sharp, unrestrained energy. On it, Akainu didn't hesitate. He charged straight at the flame demon, facing it head-on. Although his strength was slightly below that of the flame demon, he showed no fear, and for a moment, the demon was unable to shake him off. With a thunderous crash, Akainu wrapped his arms around the flame demon's waist, holding it in place. The demon erupted in a furious blaze, flames surging around it with tenfold intensity. But as a magma fruit user, Akainu had no fear of fire, at least not the kind conjured by the flame demon. "Now's my chance." The exorcist's eyes flashed. In a streak of blinding white light, he vanished from his spot, reappearing just meters in front of the flame demon's head. In a single, fluid motion, he pressed his palms together and brought them down in a sweeping gesture toward the demon's skull. "Sacred tiger devours the heavens." The white tiger phantom that surrounded the exorcist suddenly seemed to come alive, leaping forward in a surge of fury toward the flame demon. With a bone-chilling crack, the spectral tiger's jaws clamped down on the demon's head. Though it was only an apparition, it tore through the flame demon's skull as if it were nothing. The exorcist landed in a backflip, dusted off his hands, and returned to his playful, carefree self. All done. Akainu released his hold, letting the flame demon collapse to the ground. He glanced at the exorcist, a trace of awe in his eyes. That attack just now had exuded a deadly threat. Even he, with his power to turn to magma, would have been doomed if that tiger phantom had struck him. Though the exorcist attack appeared to be purely physical, it actually harnessed the power of the white tiger, one of the 4 sacred beasts. Even a mere shred of that power was truly terrifying in its own right. Akainu had witnessed the demon subjugators rise through the ranks. Previously, among all of Raymond's many subpersonalities, the demon subjugator was nothing but comic relief. Not to mention Akainu, a silver-ranked subpersonality, even most of the bronze-ranked ones barely spared the demon subjugator a second glance. But after advancing to silver rank, The demon subjugator seemed utterly transformed, now easily among the strongest of the silver-ranked personalities. At least, Akainu had to admit to himself that he wasn't sure he could win against him. This left him deeply moved, and he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation if he ever got the chance to ascend to gold rank. What kind of awe-inspiring scene would that be? He'd seen firsthand how terrifyingly powerful the likes of Old Man Jiro and Frieza were, characters so overwhelming they could wipe out worlds in the One Piece universe. To reach that level, even if it meant dying afterward, would leave no regrets. It's over already? The Sea King, trident still in hand and ready to charge, stared at Akainu and the demon subjugator as if he'd seen a ghost, completely incredulous. If he hadn't already been thrashed by the flame demon, he might have thought this so-called flame demon was all bark and no bite, just putting on a scary facade. In his mind, no matter how strong the demon subjugator was, at most it just meant one more fighter on their side. Even with 3 of them together, he expected a grueling back and forth with the flame demon, a brutal battle of attrition that would eventually wear the enemy down. He never imagined things would end so abruptly. Back at the headquarters of the Eye of Heaven organization, Amanda and the others were watching the events unfold across Gotham, monitoring everything through drones and the city-wide surveillance network. They saw it all, not just the flame demon, but also the mantis demon, the troll, and several other equally horrific demons, each one leaving Amanda and her colleagues in stunned silence. 5 years ago, the Eye of Heaven had faced the Enchantress head-on, and even then, they'd seen how terrifyingly warped supernatural power could be. Yet compared to these bizarre demons, Amanda and her team felt that the threat now was far worse than the Enchantress had ever been. Even if the Eye of Heaven mustered every bit of strength they currently had in Gotham, they probably couldn't defeat even a single one of these demons, let alone split their forces, which would be nothing short of suicide. Previously, when Raymond warned Amanda to pull her people back and not throw their lives away, Lieutenant General Portman had been dismissive, even using the situation to press his own agenda. But now he understood Raymond had been right all along. Faced with these true demons, the might of the Eye of Heaven was utterly insignificant. Their only hope might be to deploy weapons of mass destruction, but if they actually did, the devastation of Gotham would only be worse, making the sacrifice completely pointless. As for the Justice League, whom Lieutenant General Portman had always regarded as invincible, judging from what they just witnessed, they didn't seem quite so unstoppable after all. Although Superman has yet to make an appearance, according to Midnight Daddy and Raymond's group, these demons are nothing more than pawns. The true mastermind behind this string of heinous events hasn't even shown his hand yet. One way or another, humanity is simply too fragile. Yet the power displayed by Raymond's people is in no way inferior to that of the demons. In fact, they might even surpass them. This revelation finally made Lieutenant General Portman understand why Amanda had treated Raymond with such an attitude. If he had witnessed these scenes earlier, his own demeanor toward Raymond would have been no different from Amanda's. Lord Raymond, please forgive my earlier rudeness. Here, on behalf of Gotham's citizens, I thank you for your selflessness. Lieutenant General Portman apologized to Raymond with a tinge of shame. Selflessness. This was the first time anyone had used that word to describe him, and it felt rather strange to Raymond. Still, he had no desire to make things difficult for the man. With a casual wave of his hand, he said, "Let bygones be bygones. It's lucky we had you here this time, Lord Raymond, otherwise. You don't really think this is over, do you?" Before Lieutenant General Portman could finish, Raymond let out a wry laugh. "Don't celebrate too soon. This was just the appetizer." Raymond's words weighed heavily on both Lieutenant General Portman and Amanda. Only now did they recall what Midnight Daddy had said earlier. "The Lord of Hell, is it?" Portman murmured, his mood darkening. As an atheist, he would never have believed in tales of angels and demons. But now, with Gotham overrun by these very monsters, and after seeing it all with his own eyes, he had no choice but to accept the impossible. Seeing Raymond's people suppress the demons, he'd subconsciously assumed the crisis had been averted, forgetting that the most troublesome foe had yet to appear. Watching Raymond, who still had the leisure to converse with an ordinary man like Portman, a man who, in Midnight Daddy's eyes, understood nothing, Midnight Daddy could only shake his head in exasperation, though he dared not show it. Instead, he glanced at Constantine, standing quietly at the side. "Why so silent? That's not like you." Midnight Daddy patted Constantine on the shoulder, noticing how his gaze was fixed intently on the monitors before them. "Do you think God knows what's happening?" Constantine suddenly asked, his question coming out of nowhere. "I suppose he must," Midnight Daddy replied reflexively. "I think so too." Constantine nodded, agreeing with him. Midnight Daddy guessed the reason for Constantine's question and let out a sigh. Don't overthink it. Sometimes, it's easier to be happy when you keep things simple. Constantine merely shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. His eyes never left the monitors, not even as he spoke with Midnight Daddy. He's here, Constantine suddenly announced, his voice calm. Midnight Daddy's gaze followed his, turning to the screens. Amanda and her companions also heard what Zack said, and they all turned to look. In the skies above Gotham, a mass of black mist had silently appeared, so vast that it dwarfed all the other patches of darkness scattered across the city. On the ground, all the demons, whether they'd been destroyed or were still roaming, transformed into wisps of black mist and drifted upward, merging into the enormous shadow hanging in the sky. The already massive cloud swelled even larger as these new mists joined it, nearly doubling in size in just moments. This chilling scene was not witnessed by Raymond and his group alone. All of Gotham could see it. Many believed the end of the world had arrived, falling to their knees and praying for the Lord's salvation. Some screamed in terror, scrambling to find places to hide. Others called out for a savior, Gotham's guardian Batman, or the heroes of the Justice League. As if in answer to their pleas, the being known as the God among men, the hero famed for wearing his underwear on the outside, Superman, himself appeared. He streaked across the distant sky, cutting through the air in a flash, and hovered beneath the looming shadow. Some people had their binoculars trained on the sky, and caught this sight just in time, excitedly spreading the news to those around them. Gotham's television stations wasted no time either. They quickly deployed high-definition cameras to capture the unfolding events from all corners of the city, broadcasting the spectacle live across North America. Ordinarily, such coverage would never be aired without official approval. But with the entire city witnessing the phenomenon and no way to contain the news, the executives made the swift decision to go live. And so, this dramatic scene appeared not only across North America, but even on international channels in some countries. Dear viewers, please pay attention, intoned the news anchor. What you're seeing right now is neither a movie scene nor a commercial. It is happening at this very moment above the city of Gotham. According to tips from concerned citizens, Gotham has suffered a string of vicious incidents over the past 3 years, commonly referred to as the Black Tide events. The impact has been severe. Today, the Black Tide suddenly erupted. According to incomplete reports, nearly 100 neighborhoods in Gotham have been affected. Fortunately, the Justice League is here in the city, and, alongside them, another group of heroic humans is working to save the citizens. Do you see those black clouds in the sky? According to officials, that is believed to be the source of the Black Tide. Only a truly deranged individual could cause such chaos. But don't be afraid. We have someone we can count on, Superman. Now, please follow the camera and take a close look at how Superman defeats his evil enemies. Within just a few minutes of the live broadcast, every major television network had already dug up every detail of the incident, describing it so thoroughly that they likely knew more than most of the police in Gotham. The fact is, much of this information was supposed to be confidential. Only the highest ranks of the police, members of the Court of Owls, and a few elite organizations were privy to so much. Yet considering the deep connections backing many media companies, some bosses might even be members of the Court of Owls themselves, it wasn't so surprising that so many secrets had been leaked. Lieutenant General Portman, however, was furious. Watching the news stations brazenly reveal what ought to have been classified intel, he swore in outrage that, once this was over, he would launch a thorough investigation and see to it that whoever had betrayed these secrets would be severely punished. Amanda, on the other hand, was far less agitated. She had already guessed that this was likely connected to the Court of Owls. That group was a coalition of interests. No one could restrain anyone else over such a minor matter, and there was simply no way to hide an event as big as the Black Tide from their eyes. So, in the end, it wasn't all that surprising that the news had gotten out. But at this moment, none of that truly mattered. Everyone's attention was riveted on Superman, who now faced off against the black cloud from a distance. Raymond and Junker found themselves unable to keep watching the spectacle on screen. "Let's go," Raymond said, standing up and stretching lazily. Junker flicked away his cigarette, and stomped it out with a couple of quick steps. "Lord Raymond, what are you up to?" Amanda asked, quickly rising to her feet. "It's boring to just watch from here. We're going to get a front row view. Want to come along?" Raymond replied with a grin. Amanda hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. "I'll take you up on that." Seeing this, Lieutenant General Portman was tempted as well. Lord Raymond," he began. Raymond caught his meaning and replied offhandedly, "If you want to come, then come. Makes no difference to me." With that, he nodded to Junker. Junker nodded back and casually waved his hand. Suddenly, A ring of fire appeared in the monitoring room. Midnight, who had seen this before, was unfazed. He knew that Junker had somehow picked up a teleportation trick. But for Amanda and Lieutenant General Portman, it was there. First time witnessing such a thing, and they were dumbstruck. Through the fiery portal, they could clearly see that on the other side was an entirely different space. As they stepped through the ring of fire, their shock only deepened, for on the other side, they found themselves suspended in midair, not far from Superman and that massive, swirling black cloud. However, whether it was Superman or that massive black cloud, neither seemed able to detect their presence. This, of course, was also Zack Hang's doing, with the reality gem in hand, not to mention Superman and Mammon's avatar. Even if Mammon himself were here, he might still not be able to find them. As Amanda and Lieutenant General Portman gazed at the luminous circle beneath their feet, which resembled a magical array, both felt a sense of unreality wash over them. Fortunately, both of them were quick to adapt. After a brief moment of shock, they soon accepted the situation. Just then, they noticed a humanoid figure slowly emerging from within the black cloud. This figure wasn't as tall as Superman, nor was it as terrifyingly grotesque as the demons they had seen before. But even a fool could tell that this appearance was merely a facade. From up close, Superman could sense the figure's presence more intensely than anyone else. Steeling himself for confrontation, he demanded, "Who are you, really?" "My name is Mammon. You may also call me the Lord of Greed." The figure, seemingly composed entirely of black mist, replied in a voice that sounded ancient and weary. What was truly astonishing was that his voice wasn't only heard by Superman. Across the entire city of Gotham, anyone watching this spectacle unfold in the sky could hear it. Even those tuning in via television broadcasts heard the same eerie proclamation. Mammon, Lord of Greed. The average person hearing these titles had no idea what they meant. Yet many began to make connections, especially among churchgoers, theologians, and historians, who quickly recalled the significance of those names. Before long, the anchors at all the major television stations received updates and began to explain the situation live. The Lord of Greed, Mammon, this mythic son of hell. Some accounts describe him as one of the embodiments of the 7 deadly sins, representing the original sin of greed and one of the rulers of hell. There's another version, which claims he is the son of Satan, the king of hell, and so he is also known as the son of hell. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever the case may be, if this really is Mammon, then we are witnessing history today. The lords of hell truly exist. Does this mean heaven and hell are both real? I don't know for sure, but it certainly seems possible. The anchors' voices quivered with excitement. Some even stumbled over their words, for a few of them were believers themselves, though not the most zealous kind. Just as they had said, if this was truly that Mammon, then today they had become witnesses to history. How could anyone not feel excited to report on a story that could shake the very foundations of the world? Yet, despite the journalists' excitement, many people's first reaction upon hearing the news was fear, not anticipation. In myth, hell is considered the most wicked of places, and its rulers are seen as embodiments of original sin. Enemies so formidable that even Superman's abilities are called into question. What if Superman can't withstand such a foe? This doubt haunted many, especially the devout, who had little faith in Superman's chances. In their eyes, heaven is as holy as hell is evil. Superman might be revered as a hero. Some even call him a god among men. But how could he ever compare to the true beings of myth? When Mammon revealed himself, Superman's initial reaction was confusion. Raymond had never told him about Mammon or Gabriel, so he was left in the dark. But with his extraordinary hearing, he quickly picked up on the discussions happening down on the streets, and soon understood the weight of that name. "You're one of the lords of hell?" Superman asked. "That's right," the figure wreathed in black mist replied, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. "The recent string of incidents in Gotham, was that you're doing as well?" Superman pressed. "Yes," the shadowy figure answered indifferently. "What is it you want?" Superman demanded, his voice edged with anger. "Do I need a reason?" The voice in the mist let out a raspy chuckle, as if he'd heard a child's naive question. "In your legends, am I not the very embodiment of evil itself? Surely I don't need to explain something so basic to you, little man in tights." For a moment, Superman was taken aback by the other's brazen confidence. It took him a while to recover before he replied. "Enough is enough, you fiend. Are you lecturing me now?" The shadow's voice drifted in the air, almost playful. "Think what you want. But as long as I'm here, I won't allow you to continue." Superman declared, his tone resolute. "The last person who spoke to me that way was called Hercules," the black mist murmured, voice tinged with amusement. "He thought his demigod blood made him invincible and tried to kill me. I tore him apart, and his soul still languishes in the deepest pits of hell, suffering even now. His words sent fresh shockwaves through the world. The name Hercules is familiar to many, a legendary Greek demigod, a figure straight out of myth. Who would have thought he'd meet such an end imprisoned in the depths of hell by this greedy lord? It was a revelation that shattered many people's understanding of the world. From this day on, Earth's mythological history would have to be rewritten. Yet Superman showed no fear. He arched his brow and shot back. You sure like to talk. Let's see you handle this. Down you go. Like a sudden teleportation, Superman turned into a blur, slowly vanishing from where he stood, a residual image left behind by his astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already before the shadowy figure wreathed in black mist, swinging his fist straight at the figure's head. His speed was so overwhelming, his strength so immense, that it felt as if he might shatter the very fabric of space itself. The air trembled violently in his wake, sparks blazing where his fist sliced through the atmosphere. A punch like this, back in the day, even Steppenwolf could only take the beating without the slightest chance to fight back. But then, a chilling scene unfolded. The shadowy figure simply threw a punch in return, meeting Superman's blow head-on with shocking ease. The moment their fists collided, the air split with the sound of reality itself cracking under strain, a sharp, unbearable, shattering noise. Yet this was far from the end. The shadowy figure shuddered from head to toe, sending ripples through the enormous black cloud behind him. Yet he neither retreated nor fell. Superman had failed to so much as knock him down. Instead, Superman was sent hurtling backward through the sky, flung hundreds of meters before he could finally halt his flight. As soon as he steadied himself, he couldn't help it. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips. This scene was captured in high definition by countless cameras and distant drones, beaming the spectacle live to every corner of the globe, where millions watched in stunned silence. It's over. The minds of countless onlookers seemed to ring with a sudden jolt, as if struck by a thunderclap. Anyone with eyes could see it. Superman had been beaten, and beaten in a direct face-to-face clash. His formidable might was no secret to the world. Too many foes had fallen before him in public view, usually in the blink of an eye. That was why he was revered as a living god among men. Never before had people seen him suffer a setback, especially not in a straightforward confrontation like this. Of course, there were a rare few like Wonder Woman and her ilk, who had witnessed Superman struggle before. Back then, his foe was Doomsday, who had, at first, utterly dominated Superman in battle. In the end, Superman had only managed to bring Doomsday down with him by pushing past his limits. If not for his extraordinary constitution, which allowed him to return from death, that battle would have been his end. Yet even Doomsday, in retrospect, seemed less terrifying than this shadowy figure who now claimed to be the Lord of Hell. By coincidence, the direction in which Superman was blasted happened to be right where Raymond and his companions were hiding. Had Superman flown just a few dozen meters farther, he would have crashed into their concealed position. As it was, he came to a stop in front of them, gazing intently at the distant figure shrouded in black mist. Lieutenant General Portman, having noticed Superman's condition up close, turned pale as well and muttered under his breath, "How could this be?" He had believed that, even if the rest of the Justice League couldn't handle these adversaries, Superman would surely be able to hold the line. Yet the outcome was completely beyond his expectations. This time, even Superman found himself powerless before these foes. I admire your courage. Among mortals, you're considered quite remarkable, but in the end, it means nothing, the shadowy figure in the black mist said with a cold indifference. Don't get ahead of yourself, you bastard. Superman, enraged by the other's dismissive tone, unleashed a pair of blazing red laser beams from his eyes, striking the shadowy figure in an instant. But his attack, upon hitting the black mist figure, stirred not a ripple. The energy was silently absorbed, vanishing without a trace. In contrast, the shadowy figure simply floated through the air, red lasers washing over him, drifting ever closer until he was right in front of Superman. Are you done playing yet? The shadowy figure asked calmly. Go to hell. Superman, now even more furious, halted his laser assault and hurled a mighty punch at the figure with all his strength. The shadowy figure caught his fist effortlessly, and right before Superman's eyes, began pushing his fist back, bit by bit. With a swift motion, he locked his grip around Superman's head and drove his knee hard into Superman's gut, doubling him over in pain. Yet the shadowy figure did not let go. Still clutching Superman's head, he effortlessly hoisted him up and spoke. I know you're watching. This, John. I don't know how you managed to evade Gabriel, but I have always opposed her foolish and convoluted plans. If you ask me, this direct approach suits me better. Now, I'll give you 5 minutes. Show yourself in front of me or contact me by any means you wish. Otherwise, I'll kill this caped brat first, and then send everyone in this city to the grave along with him. How do you like this deal? His tone was disturbingly casual, as though wiping out a city were no more serious than crushing a handful of ants. He treated it lightly, but no one else could, especially not the citizens of Gotham, who had been watching with a mixture of awe and dread. Now, terror swept through the crowd. Some sharp-eyed listeners caught that the shadowy figure had mentioned two names. One was the everyman's name, John, the sort you could shout on a busy street and have several heads turn. But the other name was much more unsettling, Gabriel. That was the legendary name of the Archangel, a name so iconic that even non-believers would recognize it. A name like that is never chosen lightly, just as no one in China would casually name their child's son Wukong or Tang Sanzang, regardless of whether it's considered taboo. Such names are bound to make a child feel awkward at times. In the same way, in the West, if you were to call someone Gabriel or Michael, even if it's not officially forbidden, it would still bring a lot of trouble. So whenever these particular names come up, most people's first reaction is to associate them with the legendary figures of myth and scripture. What makes things even more intriguing is that the speaker here is very likely Mammon, the lord of greed and one of the 7 deadly sins of hell. It's hard not to let your imagination run wild. Why would a lord of hell speak as if he's on familiar terms with a holy archangel? And by the sound of it, the two seem to be searching together for someone named John. But who exactly is this John? Those with active imaginations have already begun weaving stories in their minds, while a handful of people in the know, such as certain superpowered individuals like Midnight Papa, were left stunned by the sheer weight of the information hidden in the shadowy figure's words. After all, John is an exceedingly common name, but for someone esteemed enough to be sought out personally by a Lord of Hell, that narrows it down considerably. Many are aware that Zack is being hunted by some major figure from Hell, and since Zack's real name is John, it's not hard for those in the know to guess that the John mentioned by the shadowy figure is none other than him. Yet, even if they figure it out, there's little they can do. They don't know where Zack is, nor do they have any way to save Gotham. All they can do is watch helplessly as the Shadow continues his rampage. Compared to the pragmatic, superpowered folks, the North American authorities of this world can't simply pretend nothing is happening, as much as they might wish that John would step forward on his own and spare Gotham from disaster. Anyone with eyes can see that the shadowy figure is here with malice. Who would expect John to willingly walk to his doom? Thus, the authorities have no choice. Before the promised 5 minutes are up, they must try to stop the intruder by any means necessary. It wasn't long before dozens of the most advanced fighter jets roared through the sky, unleashing their attacks on the shadowy figure. They couldn't afford to worry about possibly hitting Superman by mistake. An entire city was under threat. If they failed to destroy the Shadow, the people of Gotham would be in grave danger. There was simply no alternative. Yet, their assault proved entirely futile. The shadowy figure made no attempt to dodge or defend himself. The attacks passed through him as if he were nothing but air. Only a handful of shots, those that struck Superman, were blocked by his automatic defenses. For the shadowy figure, the onslaught meant nothing at all. Even though the shadowy figure in the black mist remained unharmed, these attacks seemed to irritate him. With a casual wave of his hand, he snapped, "Get out of my sight." At that moment, the fighter jets were caught, as if struck head-on by a raging typhoon, spinning out of control in midair. The pilots, realizing their planes were lost, quickly chose to eject, abandoning their aircraft in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the entire squadron was wiped out. Just then, a beam of light several meters wide suddenly shot down from the sky, striking the black mist figure directly. This was an attack from outer space, one of North America's most powerful secret weapons. Originally, this trump card had been reserved in case Superman ever went rogue. But now they had no choice but to deploy it early. After all, in this world, Gotham is as crucial to North America as New York is to the Marvel Universe, one of its most important cities. Any disaster here would have catastrophic consequences, ones the authorities simply could not afford. Yet, the moment the beam descended, the shadowy figure let out a cold, mocking laugh, then flung his hand skyward in a backhanded slap. Incredibly, the brilliant beam, as if transformed from intangible light into something solid, was batted back along its original path by a strike. Only this time, with even greater force. Almost simultaneously, the North American authorities lost contact with their secret weapon. It was clear proof the weapon had been destroyed. This was the shadowy figure's answer, a devastating counterattack. To him, their ultimate weapon posed no threat at all. He had swatted it aside as easily as flicking away a toy. Now, sounding even more impatient, the black mist figure warned, "Don't bother me again. Otherwise, I'll slaughter this city beneath my feet right now." then head for Metropolis next. A threat, blatant and undisguised. But it was a threat the officials dared not ignore. They could see for themselves that their so-called trump card was nothing more than a plaything in this figure's eyes. And really, if even Superman, whom they called a god among men, had been dispatched so easily, what hope did they have against this shadowy figure? If they kept attacking, it would likely be futile and might only provoke him into attacking Gotham sooner, a risk they could not take. In the end, the authorities had no choice but to stand down. Seeing even the government give up, the people of Gotham fell into deeper despair. Chaos erupted across the city. Even many of the journalists who had been broadcasting the crisis tried to flee, abandoning their cameras. Only a handful continued filming, knowing full well that escape was impossible. They couldn't outrun Gotham's doom. If no one could stop the shadowy figure, and if that man called John didn't appear, then death was certain. With no hope left, there was no point in running. In that moment, every heart in Gotham was gripped by fear and uncertainty. Even those who weren't citizens of Gotham watched the scene on television, with their hearts in their throats, feeling as if they themselves were caught in the calamity. In moments like this, human emotions are united. Everyone can relate, no matter where they are. Within the floating magic circle above. John, are you really going out there? Midnight Papa, seeing through Constantine's intentions, asked with a hint of concern in his voice. He wasn't truly worried about Constantine's life or death, but it was clear that both Mammon's avatar and Gabriel intended to use Constantine for their own secret ends. If they succeeded, the ones to suffer wouldn't just be the people of Gotham. Midnight Papa never considered himself much of a hero, but when faced with matters of such magnitude, he knew where his duty lay. It was only when Midnight Papa addressed Constantine that Lieutenant General Portman, standing nearby, realized that the shadow in the black mist was seeking was in fact the blonde man before him. His expression shifted slightly with this revelation. Instinctively, he wanted to urge Constantine to step forward, to sacrifice himself for Gotham. That was a choice he would make as a soldier. But as the words formed, he hesitated. After all, he had no right to hold Constantine to the same standard. Constantine didn't answer Midnight Papa's question. He simply patted him on the shoulder and grinned. You all stay here. With that, he strode toward the edge of the magic circle. But Raymond was even quicker, stepping out ahead of him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them appeared outside, in full view. The shadowy figure in the swirling black mist suddenly noticed Raymond and Constantine's arrival, turning sharply in their direction. I knew you'd come, Johnny. The voice oozed with self-satisfaction. I'm here. Now, let him go. Constantine nodded towards Superman, who was still in the shadow's grip, signaling for his release. Oh, certainly. The shadowy figure casually tossed Superman aside, letting him plummet toward the earth. At the same time, he issued a warning. I know you have tricks up your sleeve, ways to vanish like last time, but I suggest you don't try it. If I can't find you, I'll start killing people, one after another, until you show yourself. I doubt you'd want to drag innocent lives into this, would you? Constantine was about to speak, but Raymond raised a hand to stop him. Wait, let me have a little fun with him first. Since Raymond insisted, Constantine simply shrugged and gestured for him to go ahead. It was only now that the shadowy figure seemed to notice Raymond's presence. With a cold smile, he said, You want to play with me? Mortal, do you even understand who it is you're standing before? Enough with the titles and theatrics, Raymond replied. I came here with John. Did you really think I wouldn't know exactly who you are? Raymond shook his head with a laugh. If your true form were here, I'd turn and leave without a second thought. But you think you can scare me with just an avatar? Aren't you overestimating yourself a bit? As Raymond spoke, the shadowy figure in the black mist seemed somewhat unsettled. Behind him, the swirling black clouds surged toward him, and as the darkness poured in, his appearance became more and more distinct. Soon, a gaunt man with a sullen expression appeared before everyone, radiating an unmistakable sense of danger. So, you're the one secretly helping him? The gaunt man fixed a piercing gaze on Raymond, as if trying to discern his origins. Recalling how Zack had vanished into thin air right in front of him, and Gabriel, the two of them had already suspected that someone mysterious was aiding Zack from the shadows. Otherwise, how could Zack disappear in such an uncanny way before their very eyes? Of course, they had no idea that this was the effect of the Reality Stone. They simply assumed Zack had found some enigmatic patron, and now, Raymond's tone had immediately made the gaunt man connect him to those earlier events. Seeing the misunderstanding on the man's face, Raymond couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply grinned and said, Want to know? Beat me first. Before the words had even faded, Raymond's aura shifted again and again, swiftly unleashing a wicked energy that soared into the sky. Sensing this sudden transformation, the gaunt man's expression changed. Raymond's power now rivaled, even perhaps surpassed, his own avatar. You! Enough talk. Fight first, talk later. Raymond gave him no chance to speak. He vanished from where he stood, a vicious smile on his lips, and launched his assault on the Gaunt Man. With a thunderous crash, the Gaunt Man reacted with lightning speed, raising his arm to block, successfully parrying the blow. Yet the sheer force behind it sent him flying, tumbling through the air, for hundreds of meters before he finally managed to stop himself. Now, thoroughly enraged, he could no longer care about the bigger picture. He was a lord of the underworld. How could he not fight back? You're courting death. Trash like you, all talk and no bite. I've seen plenty of your kind. Let's hope your strength matches your mouth, Raymond sneered. Fury blazing in his eyes, the Gaunt Man immediately launched his counterattack. Crash! Bang! Boom! The two clashed head-on in midair, their battle shaking the very sky. The shockwave alone nearly swept across all of Gotham. Fortunately, Zack reacted quickly. With a flick of his finger and the reality stone fused with mirror dimension, he conjured a shimmering barrier below. This shield might not hold back the Gaunt Man or Raymond at their current strength, but it was more than enough to contain the worst of the aftershocks, this moment. Many people also noticed an invisible barrier appearing in the sky, blocking out much of the residual shockwaves. They assumed it was a secret weapon, deployed by the authorities, and only then did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. But only the members of the Justice League knew it wasn't so simple. Superman, who had been casually tossed aside by the incarnation of Mammon, had now regained some of his strength and rejoined the Justice League. As for the various alternate personalities of Raymond, they couldn't be bothered to linger any longer, each going off to attend to their own business. After all, there wasn't much more they could do for now. Only Professor X, Deadshot, and a handful of others remained, meeting up with Harley and the Enchantress. That barrier in the sky. Batman's expression shifted slightly. It's probably John's handiwork, Deadshot explained. Don't worry. For aftershocks of this level, John can handle it. Harley, however, didn't care about any of that. She looked anxiously at Raymond, who was locked in fierce battle with the Withered Man, and voiced her concern. Is Honey going to be all right? That guy's a lord of hell. Seated in his Megatron-branded wheelchair, Professor X smiled reassuringly. There's no need to worry, Miss Harley. The boss is far stronger than you imagine. Even if that Mammon were here in his true form, not just an avatar, he still wouldn't be able to do much to the boss. Is that so? Only then did Harley let out a sigh of relief. By now, she already knew that both Professor X and Deadshot were actually just alternate personalities of Raymond. Since they said Raymond would be fine, then he certainly would be. After all, no one knew him better than they did. Superman, on the other hand, wore a complicated expression upon hearing this. He had only just been defeated by the Withered Man, and the other hadn't even used his full strength. Admittedly, Superman had been at a disadvantage because of the magic involved, but seeing the clash between Raymond and the Withered Man made him realize that even without that weakness, he might not have been able to win. This time, his defeat was well earned. As for Raymond's true power, Superman had long suspected it. After all, he himself couldn't even defeat Zack, and Zack was merely Raymond's subordinate. That meant Raymond must be tremendously powerful. So seeing Raymond holding his own against the Withered Man was no surprise to him. Just as everyone began to relax thanks to Professor X's words, a sudden change erupted. Behind Zack, a figure with 3 pairs of radiant wings suddenly appeared, seizing his head in both hands before anyone could react. Zack seemed utterly unaware. He didn't even have time to dodge before being grabbed. This abrupt turn left all those watching the battle stunned, Harley included, even though she already knew a bit of the inside story. Only the alternate personalities remained calm and unruffled. Stay calm, Professor X said with a gentle smile, his voice as soothing as a spring breeze. The tense atmosphere among the crowd finally eased a little, and their attention returned to the battle unfolding in midair. John, you really have given me quite a few surprises, Gabriel remarked, her hands clasped tightly above Zakin's head. A white light flared from her palms, enveloping Zakin completely and rendering him instantly immobile. Zakin responded, That's really quite rude of you, Lady Gabriel. Why not let me go, and we can talk face to face? Gabriel replied, That's out of the question. What if you vanish again? The last time was troublesome enough for me. Zakin said, I won't. If I run again, Mammon would probably raise the entire city. I won't run this time. Gabriel's tone was edged with skepticism. Since when did you become so righteous? That's not the John the First no. Don't think I haven't. Noticed, everything you've done has just been to escape hell. Do you really care what happens to these people? I don't believe it. Zakin countered. Lady Gabriel, don't you find it a bit ironic for words like that to come from the great archangel herself? Gabriel shrugged off the comment. Say what you will, but there's no way I'm letting you go. I doubt you even realize how important you are. I can't afford to be careless with you, John. My importance? Zaken echoed and couldn't help but chuckle. Gabriel was visibly unsettled by his laughter, her voice turning icy. What's so funny? Zaken replied. I'm just amused that you underestimate the world so much, Lady Gabriel. Gabriel's tone was frosty. What do you mean? Zaken explained. Isn't your plan with Mammon to use my body to fuse the powers of heaven and hell? I'm sure you've had this in mind for a long time. Since the first time you approached me and lent a hand, you've been waiting for this moment, haven't you? Gabriel said nothing, but her brow furrowed. Zaken went on. It's not as if there are many people like me, those who've been to hell and managed to make it back to the world of the living. In my entire life, I've only ever met one other, and he was a madman. With your abilities, it wouldn't be difficult to find people like us and set your plans in motion. Isn't your true goal to break the shackles that bind you? He added, to achieve that, you've gone so far as to collude with Mammon, the very embodiment of sin. Honestly, it's hard to believe someone as dignified as the Archangel would stoop to this. By now, Zaken was openly sneering. Gabriel was silent for a moment, and then, unexpectedly, she laughed. I have to admit, John, you really are exceptional. No wonder I chose you. You see through so much. Zhakong said, so you admit it then? Gabriel replied, why should I deny it? I've done nothing wrong. Zhakong's voice grew unusually angry. You collaborated with a Lord of Hell, caused so many deaths among mortals, and you dare claim you did nothing wrong? Gabriel only shook her head and sighed softly. Mortals' lives are fleeting as it is. Even without this incident, they would soon pass away, sooner or later. What difference does it make? Little John, I thought you had long since seen through these things. I never expected you to say such words. She continued, her tone calm, yet tinged with regret. Everything in a mortal world is but a creation of the Father, be it humanity, other creatures of the earth, or the myriad wonders of the starry heavens as seen by human eyes. Heaven was meant to rule over all things. We have given you so much, yet never asked for anything in return. Is it truly so hard to accept that a little loss of life has occurred as a result? What Gabriel didn't realize was that, at this very moment, her conversation with Zhakong was being broadcast to the world, amplified endlessly by the power of the reality gem. The battling avatars of Mammon and Raymond could hear it, the citizens of Gotham watching from below could hear it, and everyone watching the live broadcast on the remaining TV networks could hear it as well. Gabriel could never have imagined that the reason Zhakong was able to vanish in a wisp from before her and Mammon's incarnations last time had nothing to do with anyone aiding him. With the reality gem in hand, even if he still stood no chance against a being of the Father's level, he had more than enough power to protect himself and maneuver around them. Even now, he could easily break free from her restraints without the slightest difficulty. But he chose not to. Meanwhile, the entire world was thrown into chaos. Wait, that really is Lady Gabriel? You've got to be kidding. Angels actually exist? This is incredible. We're saved. It's the Archangel. Saved? Did you not hear that conversation just now? This Gabriel may be an Archangel, but she's working with that Mammon, a Lord of Hell. All those recent horrors in Gotham. They're responsible. No, I don't believe it. This has to be a lie. She said herself. How can you not believe it? Damn it. Why is this happening? Aren't angels supposed to be holy? Why would they do this to us? What? All of Gotham, indeed all of North America and the world, was plunged into turmoil at that moment. The sight above Gotham had already shattered the beliefs of many, especially among the faithful and scholars of theology. Yet it was the conversation between Zhakong and Gabriel that upended their worldviews even more profoundly as, it turns out that the legendary Archangel Gabriel didn't appear to save humanity after all. In fact, she was in league with Mammon, the Lord of Hell, and all those terrible incidents were nothing but part of their elaborate scheme, just to accomplish some unspeakable goal. Angels, it seems, are far from the holy and righteous beings described in myth. To them, humans are nothing more than insignificant ants. At that moment, many believers broke down completely. Of course, there were still plenty who insisted that it was all a lie, claiming that this was no real Gabriel, but merely a powerful demon masquerading as the Archangel. Yet, exorcists like Old Man Midnight and other formidable psychics knew the truth. This was real. Those who truly knew John Constantine were even less likely to doubt Gabriel's identity, for it was common knowledge that he'd long been entangled with both heaven and hell. Had anyone else made such a claim, there might have been room for skepticism, but not Constantine. No one believed he'd be careless with something so grave. The Justice League, too, was utterly dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams had they expected to be facing such a situation. They thought Mammon's avatar, who had already rendered Superman powerless and left him. Reeling was despair enough. Now, an archangel had entered the scene, someone even more formidable than the Lord of Hell himself. It dawned on them that they were up against the greatest powers of both heaven and hell. How were they supposed to fight that? Might as well give up and go to sleep. It wasn't just one or two who thought this way. Even the Flash and Cyborg had lost their fighting spirit by now. They didn't have Batman's iron will or Superman's overwhelming strength, so it was only natural to feel hopeless when faced with an utterly unwinnable battle. Enchantress was no exception. 5 years ago, when she tried to summon her kin to Earth, she'd nearly alarmed both heaven and hell. Back then, she'd felt the crushing weight of despair firsthand. If Constantine hadn't pulled her back from the brink at the last moment, she and her kin would have been lost forever. That's why, deep down, she had always feared the powers of heaven and hell, though she rarely showed it. Now, learning that their enemies were the highest-ranking figures from both realms, she began to feel her resolve waver. Death itself might not frighten her, but this bone-deep terror was something she simply couldn't control. "Hey, Floyd, are you sure Johnny's really all right?" Harley poked Deadshot again, genuine worry in her voice. "Don't underestimate us," Deadshot replied with a faint, confident smile. And by US, of course, he meant the entire Raymond Legion. Those who understood Jacon's plan watched the spectacle in the sky with nothing but a sense of detached amusement. Worry? That was out of the question. Up above, faced with Gabriel's words, Jacon didn't even hesitate before retorting. "All things are indeed creations of God, but they are not your creations. Lord Gabriel, have you forgotten that you yourself were created by God as well?" Jacon's remark made Gabriel's face fall. For what he said was true and impossible to refute. The archangels, though first among God's creations and long revered as his children by all beings, were, in the end, nothing more than creations among many. Beings revered them only because they represented the will of God, not for their own sake. If it were God who wished to bring about the end of the world, though humanity might struggle to accept it emotionally, none could truly find fault with him in principle. But she was not God. Even as an archangel, she was still only an archangel. Her earlier words were nothing but a clever sleight of hand, conflating heaven and the archangels with God himself. Jacon, unconcerned with her reaction, pressed on mercilessly. "Everything you've done, you must have kept it hidden from the rest of heaven, haven't you? I don't know how you managed it, but I'm certain that neither the other archangels nor God would ever agree with your views. This is nothing but your excuse." "Enough!" Gabriel suddenly erupted, her voice sharp with anger. "So what if they don't agree? Does that prove I'm the one who's wrong? Isn't that obvious?" Jacon replied with a cold, mocking laugh. "What do you know? You understand nothing." Gabriel was trembling with fury. "It's been so many years. I can't even remember how long. We've all strictly followed the Father's commands, guarding the mortal world, shielding its fragile creatures from outside threats. But him, God's most beloved child, heaven's morning star, the hope of our future. From the moment he was born, countless halos surrounded him. Before him, we were all just supporting characters. And what did he do? I never saw a single admirable quality in him. Whatever he did, it was always according to his own whims. The Father's orders meant nothing compared to his own desires. He made mistake after mistake, so many I lost count. If any of us had done the same, we would have been punished countless times over. But him? He never suffered any consequences at all, as if nothing had ever happened. Is that fair? Tell me, is that fair?" Gabriel was utterly overcome, nothing like her usual calm and composure. For a moment, even Jacon could only fall silent. Seeing that Zacon seemed utterly speechless by his words, Gabriel's mood finally improved. "A little," he continued with a cold sneer. "They say God is the fairest of all, but in his case, I see nothing fair at all. It's as if anything that involves him inevitably turns unfair. I've had enough of it." Until one day, his outrageous behavior finally reached its peak. He even led those under his command in a full-blown rebellion, trying to overthrow heaven itself. Only then did he taste punishment for the very first time. You can't imagine how delighted I was then. At last, our Father could no longer show him favoritism. He finally received the punishment he deserved, and my joy was beyond words. I remember it clearly. That was the happiest day of my long, long life, without question. Later on, his reckless rebellion was, of course, crushed in no time. His power was immense, even among the archangels, second only to Michael. But he was facing the other 6 archangels, not to mention the Father himself. To be honest, I never fully understood why he did it. As much as I despise him, even I have to admit that his wisdom matches anyone's. He couldn't possibly have believed his rebellion had even the slightest chance of success. Even without the Father's presence, He could never have overcome the six of us. Yet he still chose to go down that path, and it left me puzzled for a long time. But whatever the reason, he ultimately committed an unforgivable mistake. He abandoned all his glory and set off on a path doomed to fail. I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. So in the end, you found out you were happy too soon. Zakon guessed, now having a rough idea of what had happened next. That's right. I was happy far too soon. Gabriel let out a bitter laugh. I thought that would be the last of his mischief, that he would finally lose our father's favor. At first, everything went as I expected. He was stripped of his rank as Archangel, all his halos taken away, and he was cast down to hell by the Father. The events that followed, well, even if I don't say it, you must already know, that bastard actually turned his misfortune into a blessing. Not only did he break free from his own chains, but he also seized control over all of hell, becoming its king, and equal to the Father himself. Gabriel's laugh was wild and bitter, echoing with frustration. Ha, 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 ha. Do you know how furious I was when I learned of it? Right then and there, I swore I'd make him pay. I would make the Father see just how wrong he was. Gabriel now looked utterly deranged, all traces of archangelic sanctity gone. He seemed possessed, a man consumed by obsession. Confronted with Gabriel's obvious descent into madness, Zakon could only sigh inwardly, at a loss for how to respond. He knew very well that what Gabriel had just said was, for the most part, the truth. Many of these things were common knowledge, even among ordinary people. After all, such tales already existed in the myths and legends of Earth. Looking at the situation from an outsider's perspective, there didn't seem to be anything particularly unusual about it. But when you put yourself in Gabriel's shoes, it was clear that things weren't exactly fair. Her anger was understandable. Whether God is truly fair is a question with many different answers, depending on one's point of view. Yet when it came to the matter of Lucifer, anyone with eyes could see God's partiality. There was nothing fair about it at all. Zakon tried to imagine himself in Gabriel's place. If he were her, perhaps he would have complaints too. Still, he pondered for a moment and said, maybe things really are a little unfair to you. But you already possess supreme glory. In heaven, you are the most exalted of archangels. All of humanity regards you as God's representative. Isn't that enough? Gabriel let out a cold, dismissive laugh. Representative? That's just a fancy word for a glorified puppet. Everything we do must be within the rules of heaven, while Lucifer is free to do as he pleases. Why should that be? Zakon replied. That's not a good enough reason for you to help Mammon slaughter the innocent. You're just making excuses for your own ambition. Gabriel responded, think what you like. Do you really think there's any point in discussing this now? I never intended to change your mind. Zakon sighed. All right, then, may I ask you one last question? Gabriel considered. Given our acquaintance, go ahead, ask. Zakon continued. Everything you've done has been to break through your own limits, right? You're trying to push further, following Lucifer's path, fusing the powers of heaven and hell. But something like that can't be easy, can it? I don't believe that your alliance with Mammon will allow you both to reach a higher level. If advancing were as simple as finding a body that could contain both heavenly and infernal powers, then it would be far too easy for beings of your stature. Gabriel smiled. I thought you'd ask something about yourself. I didn't expect you, even at the end, to be worried about others. Well, there's no harm in telling you. The fusion of heaven's and hell's powers alone certainly can achieve that kind of breakthrough. But that fool Mammon doesn't know that. Zakon asked, so you've been deceiving Mammon? Gabriel replied, if he weren't still useful to me, do you think I'd be willing to deal with such filthy scum from hell? If anyone's to blame, it's his own stupidity. Her tone was full of mockery. In fact, she couldn't help feeling a certain pride in confiding these things to Zakon. Had it been anyone else prying into her affairs, she wouldn't have bothered to answer at all. But Zakon was different. Although to her, Zakon was just an ordinary mortal, his cunning and resourcefulness were so remarkable that even she had to give him his due. If it weren't for her absolute advantage in strength and her exalted status, she wouldn't have been so sure she could outmaneuver Zakon this time. Now that victory was within her grasp, she intended to savor the moment. Putting on a show of confidence. Showing off before mere mortals held little appeal, but to act superior in front of someone like Zakon, someone who could genuinely earn her respect, was truly satisfying. But just as she finished speaking, she realized something was amiss. Somehow, Zakon, who should have been restrained by her power, had appeared across from her. The person she'd been holding was no longer Zakon, but a man radiating a murderous aura. Mammon. Gabriel's face changed dramatically. Like Mammon, Gabriel had descended in a mortal vessel, but her true strength surpassed his. With countless devout followers on earth, she didn't need to rely on sacrificial rituals to manifest her power in the human world as Mammon did. She could draw on far more strength here. Even so, she wasn't strong enough to dominate him outright. Besides, her upcoming plans still required Mammon's cooperation. If things fell apart now, everything would become much more complicated. She was beginning to regret answering Jacques's questions at all. More crucially, she had no idea how he'd slipped free from her grasp or managed to switch places with Mammon's avatar. With a thunderous crack, Mammon's avatar broke free from Gabriel's restraints in an instant. Gabriel's vessel might have been the stronger of the two, but it was sheer fantasy to think she could keep him bound so easily. "Gabriel, you've done well." Mammon's avatar fixed her with a murderous glare. Not only had the bystanders heard every word Gabriel had spoken, but so had Mammon himself. He'd always known Gabriel had no love for his father, so that part didn't surprise him. But her last exchange with Jacques made it clear he'd been played for a fool. Looking back, it was obvious. The agreement Gabriel had made with him was nothing but a lie, and she was still scheming against him. He couldn't yet guess Gabriel's exact intentions, but she'd already said enough for him to understand. How could he not see through her now? Facing Mammon's wrathful avatar, Gabriel's expression flickered uncertainly. After a moment's hesitation, she tried to explain. "Let me explain." "There's nothing to explain." Mammon's avatar had no intention of listening. Enraged, he struck without mercy. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed in a fierce battle. The shockwaves from their fight were even greater than when Mammon had previously fought Raymond. It was clear that Mammon's avatar was going all out this time. Meanwhile, Raymond vanished from midair and reappeared beside Harley, who had been watching from below. "Honey." Harley was a bit unsure whether Raymond was himself or another one of his alternate personalities, so she called out to him tentatively. "MHM." Raymond nodded with a smile. Harley immediately understood, and in the blink of an eye transformed into her signature koala, clinging on to him with delight. "I knew you were the best, honey." "Lord Raymond." The members of the Justice League, upon seeing Raymond appear, breathed a collective sigh of relief, but the way they looked at him had changed as well. Even though they'd long suspected Raymond was powerful. After all, even TrashCon was merely one of his underlings, and for Raymond to be the boss, he couldn't possibly be weaker than TrashCon. Their speculations were just that, guesses. Witnessing it firsthand was a different matter entirely. Now, in their eyes, Raymond stood like a towering peak. Even Superman, who had always possessed absolute confidence in his own strength, had to admit that Raymond's power was far beyond his own. "So this was your plan all along, Lord Raymond? It seems to be working." Batman glanced up at the battle raging in midair, his expression shifting ever so slightly. Unlike Superman, who made his living with his fists, Batman relied on his intellect. TrashCon's plan was not particularly complicated, but had clearly succeeded in sowing discord between the Demon Lord and the Archangel. Once they had two formidable enemies to contend with, now the two were canceling out each other's threat. No matter who won or lost in the end, with Raymond, the only one capable of standing toe-to-toe. With either of them on their side, plus Superman and TrashCon nearby, at least the situation was stable. Things had reached a turning point. You could say half the problem was already solved. "Working." Raymond gave a soft chuckle at Batman's words, but offered no further explanation. He simply gazed quietly at the two combatants in the sky, his eyes deep and unreadable. Batman couldn't quite grasp what Raymond meant, but since there was more to his words, since Raymond didn't elaborate, Batman kept his questions to himself and, like everyone else, continued to watch the unfolding battle. Just then, a sudden turn of events erupted. In the midst of their fierce clash, the two combatants unleashed a tremendous attack against each other, and in that instant, both vanished from sight. When they reappeared, it was right next to TrashCon, who had previously been standing on the sidelines, observing the fight. One black, one white, too. Swirling forces fused together, trapping TrashCon in the middle, the pressure locking him in place. Both combatants wore grave expressions. "Our power has already seeped into your body," Gabriel said coolly. "Facing TrashCon, the moment you lose our control, it will explode immediately. I don't know how you managed to escape us so many times before, but this time, you're not getting away. Little John, don't try any tricks now. This woman might be even more shameless than I am, but she's telling the truth," Mammon added, her voice dark and chilling. Everyone watching was stunned by this turn of events. How could things have come to this? Just a moment ago, hadn't these two been stirred into a deadly conflict by Zack with barely any effort, fighting as if only one could survive? How had they suddenly joined forces? Could it be that their previous battle was just an act? The members of the Justice League, who had just started to relax, suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed they had been celebrating far too soon. Batman, as if struck by a sudden thought, quickly turned to look at Raymond, only to find him quietly gazing into midair, showing no intention of intervening. Remembering Raymond's reaction earlier when he'd said the plan had succeeded, Batman instantly realized something and hurriedly fixed his gaze back on the scene above, afraid to miss any crucial moment. Lord Mammon, do you think I was lying to you earlier? Zack didn't resist, but simply asked in a calm voice. I know perfectly well you were telling the truth. That woman is far more shameless than I imagined, Mammon's avatar replied, his tone tinged with a shadow of gloom. If you know it's true, then you must have guessed she intends to devour your avatar to help her own ascension, right? Of course, Mammon's avatar answered in a low, steady voice. I was too careless before, which made me overlook many details and allowed her to deceive me. Now that I've seen through her lies, it's not hard to figure out her intentions. Before Zack could say anything more, Mammon's avatar continued. You want to ask me, since I know all this is true, why am I still helping her? Because you have no way out, Zack sighed. Exactly. Mammon's voice grew even heavier. Everything I've done has already gone against my father's will. If he finds out, even if I'm not destroyed, the punishment I'll receive is beyond your imagination. I have no choice left, even if it means sacrificing this avatar. You're that certain she'll help you afterward? Zack asked. To be honest, I'm not so sure, Mammon's avatar admitted, his voice tinged with helplessness. But taking the risk is still better than guaranteed defeat. He was, without question, being manipulated by Gabriel. But from the moment he agreed to her plan, it was all out in the open. Even learning the truth midway changed. Nothing. If he turned against Gabriel now, there would be no benefit for him. He couldn't do anything to her anyway. At best, they'd both be punished together, nothing more. But if he gambled on helping Gabriel, and her plan succeeded, perhaps she'd offer him protection. Even if Gabriel chose to cast him aside after crossing the river, his fate wouldn't be any worse. And if he turned on her outright, the worst that could happen was the same punishment as before. Yet if she was willing to help, and he won the gamble, then what fear would he have of Lucifer? Don't worry, I'll keep my promise, Gabriel said with a smile. For your sake, I hope so, Mammon's avatar replied with a cold snort, saying nothing more. Gabriel had clearly played him for a fool, and even if he decided to take another gamble, there was no way he'd show Gabriel a pleasant face. As for bowing his head to Gabriel, don't be ridiculous. If he were willing to keep his head down all the time, why bother cooperating with Gabriel at all? He might as well just submit to his own father and be done with it. With a sigh, Jack shook his head and lamented, I gave you too much credit, Lord Mammon. What did you say? Mammon's avatar snapped, a flicker of anger in his tone. Jack let out a long sigh. If you claim to care about the bigger picture, why not let her help you break through first, and then you return the favor? If this whole thing gets exposed, sure, you'll be punished, but do you really think she'll get off scot-free? Jack's words made Gabriel, who had just begun to relax, tense up all over again. She wished she could sew Jack's lips shut right then and there. But at this moment, she couldn't do anything to him. Both she and Mammon's avatar were channeling their power through Jack's body, trying to merge their strengths. Killing Jack now would ruin everything. Mammon's avatar drew in a sharp, heavy breath, suddenly realizing that Jack's argument actually made a certain amount of sense. The reason he'd abruptly backed down was because Gabriel had secretly persuaded him to take a gamble. But only now, prompted by Jack's reminder, did he realize he'd let Gabriel steer the situation yet again. Mammon's gaze toward Gabriel grew dark and brooding, but after a moment of consideration, he finally spoke in a low voice. I hope you'll keep your word. Of course, Gabriel replied with relief, breathing easier. She knew that Mammon's avatar had chosen to back down once more, deciding not to press the issue. Otherwise, things could have gotten very ugly. That John. At this moment, Gabriel was seething with rage at Jack, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. He was just a mere mortal, yet time and again he dragged her to the brink of disaster. Truly infuriating. Jack, however, seemed completely oblivious to Gabriel's glare. He continued in his slow, unhurried way. Honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't choose either path. Both options are stifling. Isn't the whole point of living to stand up for yourself? Getting set up by someone and still having to work with them, swallowing your pride. What's the point of that? If it were me, I'd rather let both sides suffer than let the one who tricked me get away with it. Enough. Gabriel finally lost her patience, snapping coldly. Mammon's avatar added, Don't bother trying to sow discord, Little John. It's useless. No matter what you say, you won't Chong. What the? Mammon's words were cut short by a sudden exclamation of shock. His outburst startled Gabriel as well. She quickly asked, What is it? There's something inside this boy. Something that's siphoning off my power. Mammon's avatar, caught between shock and fury, demanded, What have you done? Gabriel snapped his gaze toward Zack. Zack answered with a calm smile, Oh, Nothing much, just inscribe a magic array inside my body ahead of time. You may have heard of it. It's called Infernal Purgatory. Gabriel's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insane? Bastard! Mammon's avatar and Gabriel shouted in unison, their faces drained of color. Of course, they had heard of this magic array. Its effect was simple yet devastating. It draws the will of hell itself, transforming a small area into a projection of hell. But the one who activates the array becomes the living sacrifice, the flesh and blood key to the ritual, losing their life in the process. Yet not just anyone could use this array. Typically, only powerful demons, when pushed to desperation, would dare to activate it, for it requires the very essence of hell's power. Many formidable demons, in moments when their avatars or incarnations face annihilation, would choose mutual destruction by sacrificing an incarnation to trigger this array. When the infernal projection descends, any creature not from hell finds their power brutally suppressed, left weak and vulnerable. Infernal Purgatory, Ancient Sacrifice, and the Flesh and Blood Demon Pool. These three arrays are collectively known as the triad of hell's killing arrays. Their history stretches further back than even Mammon, one of hell's reigning lords. They existed long before Lucifer claimed hell's throne and have been passed down ever since. As a high lord of hell, how could Mammon not know of the triad's existence? Yet, it had never crossed his mind that Zack would use one of these fearsome arrays. Against them, by all rights, none of the triads should be within Zack's reach. Each requires the power of a mighty demon, along with other stringent conditions. Zack may have visited hell, but he was no demon. That's why Mammon never considered the possibility that Zack could employ the triad. Moreover, the triad comes at a terrible price. Even a hell lord like Mammon must be prepared to sacrifice a powerful incarnation to use one. Ordinary great demons might have to gamble with their very lives just to activate one. For that reason, unless cornered with no other hope, not even demons would lightly unleash such a catastrophic weapon. Zack's decision to engrave Infernal Purgatory within his own flesh was indeed aimed at catching Mammon off guard. Yet even if he could harness Mammon's power to activate it, the outcome for him would be fatal, with no hope of survival. Mammon truly couldn't understand why Zacken would go to such extremes. Even if Zacken were captured by them, he would only be used as a conduit to merge the powers of hell and heaven, paving the way for Gabriel's ascension. Of course, there was risk involved, but it didn't necessarily mean Zacken would die. However, once Inferno on Earth was initiated, no matter the outcome, Zacken was doomed. This was an irreversible process. Even though Mammon had now realized Zacken's intentions, there was nothing he could do to halt it. This was precisely why both he and Gabriel had lost their composure in an instant. Zacken's approach left no room for retreat. It was a path where only one could survive. What? Mammon's avatar stared at Zacken in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? What do you possibly gain from this? You bastard. Gabriel spat out through clenched teeth. Why? Because I want to mother. Fu Kerr. Zacken's face was alight with mockery. Seeing these two figures, who were always supposed to be above all, finally lose their poise, Zacken felt a thrill, a sense of unbridled satisfaction he had never experienced before. It's over. Everything is over, Mammon's avatar murmured. He and Gabriel had anticipated Zacken might fight back, so they had prepared for every contingency and cut off all possible channels for Zacken to contact either hell or heaven. Yet the Inferno on Earth magic circle was simply too unique. When it turned a region of the human world into a temporary projection of hell, Lucifer, as the king of hell, would inevitably take notice. This was the outcome Mammon's avatar feared most, because with all he had done, he couldn't let Lucifer find out. No one understood better than he did just how terrifying his father truly was. If this matter was exposed, he might not be killed, but whatever awaited him would hardly be any better than death. His volatile father would never simply let him off the hook just because the plan failed. As for familial love, could demons even possess such a thing? Mammon's avatar had gone utterly pale, his lips trembling ever so slightly, a clear sign of utter terror. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had frozen in place. For Mammon's avatar, Zacken, and Gabriel, as well as everyone below in Gotham City, and, indeed, everyone across the earth watching this moment, time seemed to stop. It was as if someone had pressed pause on the flow of space and time itself. Are you sure you're all right? Raymond's voice echoed in Zacken's mind, tinged with uncertainty. In that moment, Raymond's true self, along with his other personalities, were also effectively frozen in time, even with the Wish mission acting as a sort of invincible talisman. If he were to be killed, it would mean instant failure of this mission. For Raymond at this stage, that would be no small loss, and he couldn't help but feel tensed out. Of course, this so-called time stop wasn't actually freezing the entire human world. Rather, it was isolating the area where Zack and his companions stood, altering only the flow of time there. Even if 100 years passed within this separated bubble, outside, not even the briefest instant would have elapsed. In effect, there was no difference from a true time stop. At this moment, Raymond could only witness what was happening through Zack's perspective. Otherwise, it would be as if he himself had been put on pause. Whoa, space-time isolation. What a terrifying ability. Frisia marveled inwardly. He'd always been fearless, but after suffering a crushing defeat at Aral's hands, this was the second time he'd tasted powerlessness. He understood now that the one who had peeled away this chunk of space-time was just as untouchable to him. No matter how much his combat strength increased, tenfold, 100-fold, he would still be no match. Just then, Zack's voice echoed in Raymond's mind. Don't worry. Since I dare to do this, I'm confident I can settle things in one stroke. Zack's tone was utterly relaxed, so Raymond didn't press further. If it were him in Zack's place, with his own understanding of this world, he too might have found a way to deal with this crisis. Mammon and Gabriel were certainly formidable, but Earth in this world wasn't lacking in beings who could go toe-to-toe with them. Besides, it was only avatars of the two descending, not their true forms. Since Zack had volunteered to put an end to this matter, Raymond had no reason to object. More than that, he believed in Zack's ability to resolve things. In fact, if this didn't involve the hell that had left him with his psychological scars and his life mentor Gabriel, which kept him off balance, he wouldn't have found himself so passive. Raymond knew Zack well, and so he chose to trust him. Up to now, Zack had never let him down. Ever since the escalation of the Black Tide incident, every move made by Mammon's Avatar and Gabriel played out just as Zack had predicted. Even Mammon's Avatar's reaction after Zack exposed Gabriel's plot had been foreseen by Zack down to the last detail. Zack was like a director, skillfully arranging the stage with his limited resources, guiding this grand performance forward. Mammon's Avatar and Gabriel, utterly unaware, had played their roles in perfect harmony, caught up in Zack's drama. And now, with this region severed from space and time, the play had finally reached its dramatic climax. Well, isn't this quite the lively scene? Such an entertaining affair. Mammon, you rascal, why didn't you let your old man know about it? A mischievous, carefree voice rang out. There was not a hint of authority in that voice. To anyone who didn't know better, it might have sounded like a street punk making a joke. But when Mammon heard this voice, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He glanced to the side with a hint of fear, his voice quivering. FF. Father. Not far to his left, a young man appeared out of thin air. He wore a black tailcoat, with a blood-red rose pinned to his chest, and looked far younger than Mammon himself. He was sitting on a sofa with one leg crossed over the other, watching Mammon with an amused smile. No one noticed when the young man in the tailcoat had arrived, nor questioned why there was suddenly a sofa there, or how that sofa could float in midair without so much as a wobble. Yet, no one found it strange, for the young man seated on that sofa was none other than Mammon's father, the king of hell, Lucifer. Of course, this was not his true form, nor even a proper avatar. Most likely, it was nothing more than a projection of his will. Even so, Mammon was thoroughly rattled. If his strength hadn't still been drained away by the infernal purgatory magic array inside Jack's body, leaving him unable to move, he would probably have dropped to his knees by now. Seeing Mammon so flustered he could barely speak, Lucifer seemed a little disappointed. He snapped his fingers, and a goblet filled with crimson liquid appeared in his hand. Taking a delicate sip, he turned his smiling gaze toward the three of them and said, Well, if it isn't my oh-so-righteous and dearest sister, I almost didn't notice you there. Lucifer's words dripped with insincerity, utterly unconvincing. Not only was he the dignified king of hell, any ordinary person passing by would have noticed Gabriel at a glance. Gabriel, of course, saw through this pretense, recognizing Lucifer's word for the provocation they were. Yet she showed no anger, only gave a self-mocking smile and said, In the end, I still failed. Lucifer swirled the wine in his goblet before finally turning to Jack at the center. Little John, I must admit, you've given me quite a surprise. This is probably the most interesting thing I've encountered in the last 1,000 years. Tell me, what reward do you want? Jack replied, What if I say I just want to survive? Lucifer chuckled softly and shook his head. That's one thing I can't promise. The origin of the Hell's triple killing array is far more complex than you imagine. It touches upon the very foundations of Hell's laws. True, I have the power to break those laws, but I cannot do so. If I did, all of Hell would be thrown into chaos. Countless demons trapped here might riot, and even escape to the human world. It would be a mess. So, don't bother asking for that. I can't grant it, and I never will. Even if the old man woke up, I doubt he could change that fact. Lucifer shrugged, a look of apology flickering across his face. As for the old man he mentioned, it naturally referred to the one who created all things in the world, God. By now, Lucifer's power had already surpassed that of the 7 archangels, but even so, compared to God, who was akin to the creator of this world, there was still a gap between them. Yet, as he said, even God could not save Zakon under these circumstances. It wasn't that he lacked the power, it was that he simply couldn't do it. What Lucifer did not know, however, was that Zakon had long since understood this. He was also well aware of the secrets behind the infernal triad killing array. Zakon earned the title of Walking Encyclopedia of Magic, thanks to his vast experience and boundless knowledge. If there were a ranking of magical expertise in this world, Zakon would assuredly be among the top 3. Even Lucifer, King of Hell, might not know more than he did. Besides that, don't you have any other wishes? Lucifer asked, his tone suddenly turning earnest, as if trying to compensate for being unable to grant Zakon's first request. Think carefully. Opportunities like this don't come often. Zakon fell silent for a moment before replying. I hope you will honor the ancient pact and take all demons from the mortal realm back to hell, no matter how they arrived or what loopholes they exploited. I imagine nothing escapes your notice. Lucifer narrowed his eyes slightly. The ancient pact? If I remember correctly, that was made before I became the king of hell. I don't believe I'm obliged to help you with this matter, am I? Zakon replied. That's why it's only a request. You're free to refuse me, but these are the only 2 wishes I have. If you find it too troublesome, just pretend I never asked. All right, I'll grant it. No need for anyone to say I go back on my word. Lucifer waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. For him, this was hardly troublesome. The only reason he hadn't agreed at once was his annoyance of being bound by some ancient pact. Hell's existence stretched far beyond his own lifespan, and though he now ruled as king of hell, his control was not absolute. There were still plenty of complications. The ancient pact Zakon mentioned was among the troublesome agreements hell had made with the mortal world ages ago, and Lucifer was not strictly obliged to enforce them. But since he had promised to grant Zakon a wish, and the first request was one he couldn't fulfill, if he refused the second as well, it would be a blow to his own pride. Zakon had even emphasized that he had only these 2 wishes. If Lucifer rejected both, then that would be the end of it. In a way, it was a subtle checkmate. Lucifer could certainly see through Zakon's little schemes, but since Zakon was a dying man, he didn't bother to argue. After all, this matter was no trouble for him at all. Agreeing to it cost him nothing. When Lucifer himself gave his word, Zakon let out a long, silent sigh of relief. It's settled. Is that really all? Raymond's voice echoed in his mind. Wasn't your wish to purge the pawns of both heaven and hell from the mortal world? Even if Lucifer agrees to this, you've only achieved half of your goal, haven't you? Zakon replied, No. If there are no demons left in the mortal world, then the angels have no reason to descend either. Compared to hell, heaven is far stricter about keeping to that ancient pact. Raymond realized the logic at once. It wasn't hard to understand. Heaven had always been run by the same group, but hell had changed rulers along the way. Before Lucifer became the king of hell, someone else must have been in charge, and that so-called ancient pact was probably made by Lucifer's predecessor. That's why Lucifer cared little for it, most of the time turning a blind eye and ignoring it altogether. Heaven, on the other hand, had no such leeway. By using his own death to break Gabriel's trap, Zakon had won Lucifer's favor, enough that Lucifer was even willing to grant him a wish. And that, in truth, was Zakon's ultimate aim behind all of this. Well then, it's your turn now. Having agreed to Zakon's request, Lucifer shifted his gaze back to the avatars of Mammon and Gabriel. His expression was as calm as ever, showing neither joy nor anger. He spoke in a cool, measured tone. Now, tell me, how should I deal with the 2 of you? Speak, Mammon. Mammon's avatar could still feel his power surging uncontrollably into Zakon. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this avatar was utterly spent. Yet, that barely mattered to him now. Compared to what he was about to face, the loss of a single avatar was nothing. He had no time for regret. I have sinned, Mammon's avatar stammered, his voice trembling. And then, Lucifer asked with a faint smile. I'll accept any punishment, Mammon's avatar bowed his head. Very well, then you shall keep watch over the frozen hell. As for how long? Well, I haven't decided yet. When your brothers and sisters make their own mistakes, I'll have them take shifts with you. The frozen hell? Hearing his fate, Mammon's avatar couldn't help but look stricken. There were many layers to hell in this world, certainly. More than 18, and each with its own unique horrors. The frozen hell was, without a doubt, among the most brutal of them. Although he was exiled to guard the frozen hell. Though the word guard was used, in truth, his situation was no different from that of a prisoner. Apart from Lucifer, the king of hell himself, no one else could freely enter or leave the frozen hell. Not even the 6 hell lords. In other words, once he was thrown in, he was just like those who had been cast down into the frozen hell, forced to remain there until the next time Lucifer came to fetch him. From a certain perspective, being the warden might even be worse than being a prisoner. The inmates only had to endure the harsh cruelty of the frozen hell, but he also had the added burden of keeping order among them. There is little difference between this and being condemned to the frozen hell himself. It just sounded a bit more dignified. As one of the hell lords, he understood better than anyone the horrors of this most unforgiving layer of hell. No matter how powerful you once were, once you entered the frozen hell, you would long for death. Yet, in hell, death itself was the most extravagant desire of all, an end forever out of reach. This was a despair with no visible end. As for the so-called term that Lucifer spoke of, that too left him feeling helpless. To wait for one of his siblings to make a mistake and take his place would require thousands, even tens of thousands of years, if fortune smiled on him. If memory served, the last time Beelzebub committed a grievous error was 80,000 years ago. If that was any indication, he would have to spend at least 80,000 years in the frozen hell before being released. Should his luck sour, that number might multiply several times over. If he could, he might have chosen to end his own life right then and there. But he dare not. Even if he committed suicide, Lucifer had countless ways to bring him back. Not even the Hell's Triad execution array, which had rendered Jacques beyond revival, would help, because he was not like Jacques. He, along with his 5 siblings, had been created by Lucifer himself. Even without breaking the laws of the Triad execution array, Lucifer would have plenty of ways to resurrect him. And if that happened, what awaited him would be far worse than 80,000 years in the frozen hell. So he had no choice but to resign himself to his fate. Once Lucifer had decided Mammon's punishment, he lost all interest in further conversation. His gaze turned to Gabriel. "And what about you, my dear sister?" he asked. "Even if I am guilty, it is not your place, fallen demon, to judge me." Gabriel replied coldly, her eyes fixed on Lucifer. "Oh, come now, must you speak so harshly? I've missed you dearly," Lucifer said with a smile. "Missed me? Have we ever truly had anything like that between us?" Gabriel let out a dry, humorless laugh. "Of course we have. Whether demon or angel, we are not so different from mortals. Otherwise, why would you have held a grudge against me all these years?" Lucifer chuckled softly. "My quarrel isn't with you," Gabriel replied, her voice calm but resolute, "but with the injustice that befell you." Gabriel spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. "Heaven has always upheld justice and order from the very beginning, until you appeared. You misunderstand me." With a casual flick of his wrist, Lucifer tossed the wine glass he held aside. The glass vanished the instant it left his hand. Rising to his feet, he stretched as if shaking off a burden before continuing. "But there's one thing you got wrong. I do have the right to deal with you. That power was granted to me by the old man himself. See for yourself." Lucifer opened his palm, and a sphere of white light floated above his hand, radiant and pure. At the sight of that sphere, Gabriel's expression changed dramatically. She seemed to unravel, her composure crumbling all at once. "No, this can't be real." "Oh, but it is," Lucifer replied with a shrug. "You know as well as I do that if I were lying, he would know instantly." Gabriel felt an icy weight settle in her heart. She knew Lucifer was telling the truth, and for that very reason, she could not accept it. She stared up at the sky, her face full of resentment, and cried out, "Why? Why are you always so partial? Why does your so-called fairness never apply to him? Is everything you said just a lie?" Gabriel's voice rose again and again, as though she wanted to pour out all the grievances she had kept bottled up for years. But there was no answer. She was left speaking into emptiness, her words heavy with despair. Lucifer only watched her with a faint smile, saying nothing. Just then, Zachary broke the silence. "Are you sure this really isn't fair?" Gabriel, eyes red with fury, glared at him coldly. "What are you getting at?" Zachary replied. "Have you ever considered that maybe all this isn't unfair after all? Maybe it just feels unfair to you?" "Impossible," Gabriel retorted. "Don't be so sure," Zachary pressed on. "Tell me, have you ever asked him? Asked why he acts this way? Why he treats Lord Lucifer so differently? Have you ever asked him directly? Is there any need to ask?" Gabriel shot back. "Anyone with eyes can see it's blatant favoritism, nothing more." Zachary said, "I had a theory before, but now I'm more convinced than ever. It's more than 50% likely to be true." Stop being cryptic, Gabriel snapped. Just say what you want to say. If I'm not mistaken, Zachary continued, the reason he treats Lord Lucifer so differently may well be a kind of compensation. Compensation? Gabriel's eyes narrowed as if something had clicked, her face suddenly shifting. But she quickly shook her head, her voice resolute. No, compensation? That's impossible. It's just favoritism. Plain and simple. There's no other reason. Absolutely none. Gabriel's tone was firm, but to Zakong, it seemed she was trying to convince herself more than anyone else. There was no doubt Gabriel was no fool. She had begun laying her plans for Zakong long ago, and had managed to outmaneuver Mammon time and again. That alone proved her intelligence. When Zakong brought up compensation, she immediately guessed what he meant, though she couldn't quite confirm it yet. But if it were true, it would mean that all the grudges she had harbored for so many years were unfounded. How could she ever accept that? Zakong glanced at Lucifer, who made no move to speak, content to watch the scene unfold as a bystander. Zakong understood. Lucifer was here to be entertained. Without further hesitation, he pressed on. In the broader sense, we are all his children. He gave us life and created this world. Even if he truly wished to reclaim it all, that would be his right. He has no need to deceive us. Rather than saying he plays favorites, I'd rather believe he has deeper reasons for what he does. You think he's partial only because jealousy has clouded your eyes. Am I right, Lord Lucifer? As Zakong finished, he turned to Lucifer. Clap, clap, clap. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Little John, Lucifer said, applauding Zakong softly. It seems my decision to bring you back to hell to assist me was the right one. This can't be true, Gabriel murmured, dazed. Lucifer walked straight to her side, placing one hand gently on her forehead. She didn't resist. She simply let his hand rest there, standing utterly still. Suddenly, Gabriel let out a blood-curdling scream, piercing, as if she were enduring some unspeakable torment. The sight made Mammon, watching from across the room, tremble with fear. At last, Lucifer slowly withdrew his hand. Gabriel gasped for breath, her face as pale as death, beads of sweat standing out on her brow. She stared at Lucifer, voice trembling. What did you do? For 1 second, I shared my senses with you. How did it feel? Lucifer smiled as he asked, his gaze never leaving her. With a thud, Gabriel collapsed to the ground, utterly shattered. So it was true, after all, Zakong murmured with a sigh. Lucifer turned to Zakong now, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Why do I have a feeling you won't die after all? The abruptness of the question startled Zakong, though he kept his expression unchanged, managing only a strained chuckle. You're joking, Lord Lucifer. Even you can't save me. Lucifer shook his head. Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of prying into your secrets. I just think it would be a shame for you to die so soon. Zakong was left speechless. All right, I'll take them with me now. I'll keep my promise to you as well. Good luck. Lucifer nodded at Zak, then snapped his fingers. In an instant, he vanished. Along with him, Gabriel, who had collapsed to the ground, also disappeared. As for Mammon's incarnation, Lucifer left it behind, because hell on earth could not be interrupted, and Mammon's vessel here was doomed to be lost. On the ground, the members of the Justice League had just been worrying about Zak's predicament. In the next heartbeat, they were stunned to see the sky restored to normal. Not only that, even the members of the cleaners who had been standing at their side only moments before had vanished, as if they had never been there at all. And with them, Harley was gone too. Where did they go? How could they all just disappear like that? What happened to that Hell Lord Mammon, and the angel who might have been Gabriel? The Justice League members were left in shock and disbelief. Just then, Batman noticed a slip of paper had appeared in his hand. There was only a single line written on it. The crisis has been resolved. Bye. In that moment, Batman understood that something had happened, something completely beyond their comprehension. Whatever it was, the immediate crisis seemed to be over, and there was no doubt the cleaners had played a part. He showed the note to the others, who shared the same feeling of relief and confusion. Let's go. There's nothing more for us here, Batman said, taking the lead to leave. The others nodded in agreement and quietly departed, each in their own way. In the blink of an eye, they had all vanished as well. It's worth mentioning that after this incident, both the Justice League and the Court of Owls came to a unanimous understanding. The cleaners were not to be trifled with. The debacle of trying to use Deadshot's daughter as a hostage would never be repeated. Even the North American military, under General Portman's influence, now considered the cleaners an organization to be befriended at all costs. Host, Raymond. Strength, 9.9. Agility, 9.9. Constitution, 9.9. Spirit, 7.2. Abilities: Croc Combat Arts, Shape-Shifting, Navy 6 Styles, Chi Power. Universal Points, 52,100. Alternate Personalities: Croc, Deadshot, Zack Leap Baalara, Akainu, Kizaru, Professor X, Megatron, Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, Demon Queller, Jiro, Frisia, Aral. A grade A evaluation? Now, that's a pleasant surprise. Looking at the remaining universal points, Raymond couldn't help but feel completely satisfied. This time, the price to initiate Zack Kang's wish mission was 15,000 general points. Originally, he thought this mission would be similar to those in the Naruto and One Piece worlds, both of which had a completion rating of B. If that turned out to be the case, he would have received 30,000 general points. In other words, even after deducting the 10,000 he spent on Harley, he'd still have 20,000 left. But to his surprise, the completion rating actually reached A. This was truly beyond his expectations. After all, for this mission, as the primary personality, he barely put in any effort. From start to finish, it was Zack Kang, orchestrating everything. He was just along for the ride, occasionally letting the other alternate personalities lend a hand. To receive an A rating with so little involvement, well, that just proves Zack Kang lived up to his reputation. An A-rated mission normally yields 3 times the initiation fee, meaning that aside from the refund of the 15,000 points, he would also gain an additional 45,000. Even after subtracting the 10,000 spent on Harley, he would still have 35,000 left. This was, by far, Raymond's greatest haul, no contest. Thanks, John, Raymond murmured to himself with a smile. It's me who should be thanking you for your trust, Zack Kang replied, nonchalantly in his mind, his tone easy and carefree. This journey of fulfilling a wish had transformed him. He was less despondent than before and carried himself with newfound confidence. From now on, he would never suffer from any psychological shadows again. His greatest weakness had vanished. Now, all he wanted was to find a bar and celebrate his liberation with a few days of revelry. Raymond didn't say much more, because just then, Harley, who had suddenly appeared beside him, slowly opened her eyes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Raymond fulfilled Zack Kang's wish. Harley had quickly adapted to her new circumstances. After all, the DC and Marvel worlds were quite similar, especially since Harley herself was North American, which made the adjustment even easier. The only thing that had caught Raymond off guard was that, after coming here with him, Harley didn't cling to him day and night as she had in the DC world, which had been his concern. Instead, she immediately began to familiarize herself with this new world and Raymond's situation, and even took the initiative to request entry into the new S.H.I.E.L.D. society he was assembling. This was the plan Raymond had mentioned to Tony and the others, the reformation of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Brotherhood, to avoid confusion with any S.H.I.E.L.D. Brotherhood that might exist in other timelines. Raymond had ultimately decided to simplify the name, calling the organization simply the S.H.I.E.L.D. Society. In truth, after a brief moment of surprise, Raymond also understood the reason behind Harley's change. In the DC world, Harley had clung to him like a koala because she was worried he might run off at any moment. But now, Harley had become his follower, a relationship, second only to the bond between Raymond and his sub-personalities. In this situation, there was simply no way for Raymond to shake her off, and if she continued behaving as she had before, it would undoubtedly give him a headache, perhaps even become a real nuisance. Harley was far from the stereotypical airhead girl. She was a top student and a psychologist by training. Later, she spent years immersed in the underbelly of the DC world, navigating countless schemes and betrayals. Naturally, she could never be as naive as a sheltered young girl. It was precisely because she saw this clearly that she decided to change her approach. Not only did she want to be Raymond's woman, but also his most capable aide. Only in this way could she ensure that Raymond would truly need her. Of course, these were just Raymond's speculations. They might not be entirely accurate, and Harley herself had never said such things. Still, chances were high that things were just as he imagined. This realization let Raymond breathe a sigh of relief, as he'd been worrying about how to arrange things with Harley. Now that she was taking the initiative to change, he couldn't help but feel gratified. As for Harley's abilities, he never doubted them for a second. Not to mention that she'd already made a name for herself in the underworld, and was once a potential core member of the Suicide Squad. The power she now wielded with the yellow power ring was nothing short of astonishing. It's worth noting that even the system rated her as equivalent to a gold-level subpersonality, a remarkably high evaluation. In the system's terms, gold level was already on par with the demigod tier in this world. No simple feat, even if Harley hadn't yet fully tapped into the power of her yellow ring. Unable to reach the strength of a demigod, she was still at level 5. But what did level 5 mean? For context, the strongest Hulk in the original Avengers, when not in a berserk rage, couldn't reach level 5. Across the entire Earth, there were only a handful of level 5 superhumans. For S.H.I.E.L.D. to gain an old hand like Harley, someone with both experience and strength, meant she could save Raymond a great deal of time and effort. While Harley was familiarizing herself with this world, Raymond didn't sit idle. He began working on something else. All three stats have reached 9.9. Even a gold-level subpersonality could act independently now, Raymond mused, looking at the improved stats after returning from the DC world. This time, the moment he entered the DC world, he released all his subpersonalities except for the gold-level one, granting them plenty of opportunities to fight. He wanted to see just how much this would help his own cultivation. If not for this experiment, he wouldn't have cared about the so-called black tide. He could have just let Trash Kong go fishing and be done with it. As it turned out, this approach worked wonders. Numerous bronze and silver subpersonalities fought in the form of shadow clones, which indeed gave him a significant leap forward. With 3 attributes now at 9.9, his overall combat strength was already approaching that of some of the weaker silver subpersonalities, like Tao Pai Pai. According to his estimation, if he could break through the threshold of 10, his own strength would reach the system's silver level. However, it was obvious this was a bottleneck, not something that could be overcome casually. He would have to accumulate experience over time before it became possible. Raymond, however, was in no rush, since he still had plenty of time. Once he confirmed that unleashing all his shadow clones truly accelerated his growth, he didn't hesitate at all. Just as he had done in the DC world, he released the vast majority of his subpersonalities. Of course, he made an exception for Frisia and Aral, those two troublemakers. He simply couldn't trust a villain of Frisia's caliber, who was on par with Thanos, to roam freely on Earth. Not because he feared Frisia might actually destroy the planet, since even if Frisia had the intention, he wouldn't succeed. The Ancient One alone could easily put him in his place. What Raymond truly worried about was that Frisia's unpredictable nature would provoke some enemy that shouldn't be messed with. The waters of the Marvel Universe ran deep. Even Raymond himself didn't dare act recklessly, so in the end, he only let the old man Jiro out, while keeping Aral and Frisia under wraps. Beyond that, he spent 30,000 universal points in one go, directly upgrading 3 of his silver subpersonalities to gold level. The first was Professor X. Raymond still needed the Professor's help to bring together the world's mutants, and among his many subpersonalities, the Professor was the one whose temperament gave him the most peace of mind. With greater power, the Professor would never stir up unnecessary trouble. Besides, the Professor was a real contender. He and Magneto had both originally been peak level 4 mutants, with the only thing keeping them from level 5 being inherent limitations. More importantly, the Professor had developed his psychic abilities to their fullest. Even Jean Grey, whose raw mental power far surpassed his, only exceeded him in terms of strength, not skill or versatility. When it came to mastery and diversity of psychic abilities, 10 Phoenixes couldn't match him. After his advancement, the Professor did not disappoint Raymond. In the Professor's own words, even he was no longer sure where his current limits lay. Even the newly upgraded gold-level Jiro could not resist the Professor's psychic control. As for Frisia, unless he unlocked his final form, he too could not break free of the Professor's influence. And even in that ultimate state, the Professor could still control him for a brief moment. It's worth noting that Frisia's power was already at the very top tier of the sub-celestial level, even stronger than Captain Marvel, since the Professor was able to control someone in their final form, even if just for a brief moment. That meant it was virtually impossible for anyone at the sub-celestial level to completely resist his psychic domination. What was even more terrifying was that, after his ascension, the Professor could no longer be blocked by mere devices. In other words, whether it was Magneto's custom-made helmet or the psychic dampeners used by various organizations, none of them could entirely shield against the Professor's current powers. At best, they could only dull the effects a little. Moreover, with his psychic abilities having undergone a second transformation, the Professor could now begin to influence reality itself with his mind. While he was still far from being able to create things out of thin air, manipulating objects with his thoughts was now effortless. He could even use his psychic power to fly or move about at will. Of course, when it came to combat, the force he could exert wasn't particularly overwhelming. Tests showed that his psychic strength, when applied directly to reality, still fell short of any one of the silver tier alter egos. It was more than enough to overwhelm weaker opponents, but in a serious battle, it was hardly reliable. Nevertheless, the Professor, after his transformation, was on a completely different level from before. His role and influence after the Ascension even surpassed the combined impact of Jiro and Frisia, making him the undisputed leader among the first tier of alter egos. Even Frisia, after having his mind seized once, looked at him with a trace of wariness in his eyes. Besides Professor X, the second silver-tier alter ego that Raymond chose to ascend was Megatron. Among all of Raymond's silver-tier alter egos, Megatron was the undisputed leader on the technological front, though his combat prowess was otherwise rather average. Yet in many past incidents, Megatron's contributions often outweighed those of other alter egos, especially in the main world, where the value of a mechanical life form could not be overstated. What's more, Megatron and Professor X had always been one of the rare pairings, and if Megatron could advance further and complement the Professor, the potential benefits would be far more than just the sum of their parts. So, Raymond made his decision with barely a moment's hesitation, and that choice did not disappoint him. The ascended Megatron was even more formidable than Raymond had imagined. In his regular state, he could now transform from a fighter jet into an airborne battleship, dwarfing SHLDs. Flying bases in both size and technological sophistication, a veritable floating mechanical island. By Megatron's own account, he felt he was now nearly on par with the Primus who had merged with the planet Cybertron itself. If he transformed into his humanoid combat form, his size was now several times larger than before, just his height alone spanned several hundred meters, making for a visual spectacle even more astonishing than Godzilla. As for just how powerful Megatron's ultimate combat strength is after his promotion, even Raymond can't say for certain. Megatron's fighting system is fundamentally different from the other golden subpersonalities, making it difficult to truly spar or compare. What is clear, though, is that Megatron's evolution on the technological front has already left Earth far behind. Even among the three great empires of the universe, there's no guarantee any could surpass him. It's worth mentioning that, although Megatron's latest advancement is truly astonishing, his transformation is in no way inferior to that of Professor X. He doesn't seem to mind continuing to serve as Professor X's wheelchair. How Professor X managed this is anyone's guess. To take a proud Decepticon leader and turn him into a fiercely loyal right-hand man, Raymond can't help but be impressed. The third promotion slot was originally meant for Zhakong. Though Zhakong is currently a bronze subpersonality, it would only take 1,000 universal points more to promote him from bronze to silver, then to gold. For Raymond at this stage, such a cost is negligible. Yet Zhakong declined, willingly giving up the chance. In his own words, "This isn't how I make my living." Perhaps a golden promotion would indeed give him a tremendous leap in power, possibly even allowing him to rival the Ancient One without the aid of a super magic array. But for Zhakong, such strength doesn't mean much. He's never been interested in direct confrontations. Rather than clashing head-on, he prefers to strategize behind the scenes, predicting his enemies' moves and striking from the shadows where the danger is real, but the risk is minimal. Naturally, Raymond didn't press him. He understood Zhakong's point, and besides, as a mage, especially after traveling to Kamartaj, Zhakong's abilities have been steadily improving in their own right. Even without the system's promotion, he's growing stronger, so there's no need to force the issue. Similarly, under the guidance of Jiro and Frisia, Tao Pai Pai's strength has been rapidly improving as well. Compared to when Raymond first awakened him, he's already grown far more powerful. With Zhakong out of the running, Raymond thought long and hard, and finally decided to give the third slot to the Demon Subduer. As one of his earliest subpersonalities, the Demon Subduer has experience and has helped Raymond through many tough situations, and importantly, he's one of the few on the Xinxia side among Raymond's subpersonalities. Apart from him, only the Crippled Foot fits that bill, but the Crippled Foot doesn't have the same versatility, especially now that the Demon Subduer has already been promoted once and commands the 4 sacred beasts. If a Kainu or Itachi were to be promoted instead, the results would certainly be impressive, but the impact wouldn't compare to what the Demon Subduer could achieve. After all, the further one progresses on the Xinxia path, the more mysterious and incredible techniques become available beyond raw combat power, setting everything else aside. Simply the improvement in divination that this brings to the Demon Subduer persona is already of great help to Raymond, an advantage that most other secondary personas lack. Advancing from bronze to silver, then from silver to gold, the progression of a Demon Subduer is like riding a rocket, soaring swiftly upward. This time, after his promotion, he didn't undergo a complete change. Even his name remains the same, the 4 sacred beasts Demon Subduer. Yet now, he is able to temporarily transform directly into one of the 4 sacred beasts. This is fundamentally different from merely channeling the power of the sacred beasts. It means he has truly inherited a portion of their bloodline, all 4 at once. At this point, he can already be considered a juvenile form of the 4 sacred beasts, possessing many of their divine abilities. if he were to return to the world of Journey. To the west, conquering demons, he would already surpass the king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, and even if he couldn't match the Buddha himself, he'd be on that level. Besides elevating 3 personas to gold in one go, Raymond also promoted 10 silver personas in a single stroke. He upgraded the first batch of his bronze personas, as well as a few particularly reliable ones. All to silver. The total cost was only 10,000 general points, no more than what it would take to promote just one gold persona. Yet the effect was far greater than simply adding another gold persona. With so many role models now present, any hidden ambitions among the secondary personas are bound to be set aside for the time being. After all, so long as Raymond can help them advance rapidly to heights they never dreamed possible, there's every incentive to cooperate. Furthermore, Raymond has never been overly restrictive. Most of the time, he allows them to act freely. Gaining strength benefits them as much as it does him. Strictly speaking, they all share one body, but their distinct memories and ways of thinking make them more like independent individuals. Where there are individuals, there are private desires. His personas are no exception. Raymond has never shied away from this reality, so this mass promotion to silver is a classic carrot-and-stick approach. It's an open strategy, but a highly effective one. After this burst of advancement, 3 gold and 10 silver personas, Raymond still had 10,000 general points left. However, he decided not to spend them immediately. Over the next while, he planned to complete the wish missions of his remaining bronze and silver personas. Even if these missions didn't yield many points, they would still grant extra cultivation time, helping him prepare for the upcoming challenge of breaking through the level 10 barrier in his 3 main attributes. He had a hunch that, once he surpassed this hurdle, his overall stats would allow him to better adapt to the gold personas. Not only would he be able to draw upon their power for extended periods, but he could also keep all 6 of his gold personas manifesting externally for long stretches of time. With the combined abilities and strengths of the 6 golden secondary personalities, even an ordinary Heavenly Father-level opponent will be no match for them. And if you add a con with the Reality Stone in hand, well, let's just say the odds become even more lopsided. A few days later, Run, the chubby man, waited respectfully at New York International Airport, ready to receive 3 guests arriving from China. He carried himself with great humility. At the head of the group was a distinguished-looking Chinese man in a spotless white Zhongshan suit. His presence alone made it clear that he was a person of considerable authority. The 2 people accompanying him were hardly ordinary, either. On the left stood a towering Chinese man, well over 2 meters tall. Such height was rare, even in North America, and he drew plenty of curious glances. On the right was an elderly Chinese gentleman with a youthful face framed by a white beard, his features softened by a genial smile. The moment Ren spotted the trio, he hurried over and greeted them with utmost deference. "Renyan greets you, honored sirs. So, you're the young fellow that Shui Wuhan mentioned?" The white-bearded elder on the right stroked his goatee with a chuckle. "Not bad, not bad. You certainly cut a fine figure." "Master Tai Bai, you flatter me," Ren replied cautiously, careful not to let pride show on his face. He had no choice but to tread lightly. In front of this man, known as Tai Bai Jinxing, one of the top 5 figures in the Kunlun organization. Although these so-called immortal titles held by Kunlun's masters weren't directly tied to the mythological figures from Chinese history, they were code names chosen by Qigong masters who'd reached a certain level of power. Still, in most cases, the more renowned the title, the greater the bearer's strength. Take, for instance, the man at the center, codenamed Jade Emperor. He was not only the leader of Kunlun, but also its strongest Qigong master. As for the burly giant to his left, his codename was Juling Shun, or Spirit of Gigantic Strength. While his rank didn't quite match Tai Bai Jinxing's, he was still among the top 10 in Kunlun's hierarchy. These days, Ren Yan held a significant position. He was the head representative for the North American Hongmen in New York. Even when meeting the dragon head of the organization, he could stand as an equal. But in front of these 3 guests, his status meant nothing. After all, Hongmen in North America was only an affiliate of Kunlun. Even an ordinary Kunlun Qigong master would be considered a cut above everyone else in Hongmen, let alone the true heavyweights standing before him now. "I've arranged a banquet to welcome you." "That won't be necessary. Just take us directly to the person we're here to see." The Jade Emperor cut him off with a calm but authoritative tone. "Of course. I'll see to it right away." Ren dared not show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. He nodded instantly. After ushering the 3 into the car, Ren took the driver's seat himself and began to steer them away from the airport, the vehicle gliding smoothly into the flow of city traffic. He didn't bring many people to the airport because grand displays had long lost their meaning for big figures like the Jade Emperor and his companions, and besides, this occasion wasn't suitable for drawing too much attention. So he came alone. Looking back, it seems his decision was right, since the Jade Emperor and the others clearly had no patience for anything unrelated to their true purpose here. Not long after, Rin the Fatty's car had already driven out to the outskirts of New York. After passing a nondescript little road, they soon entered a mountain tunnel, winding through it for quite a while. Just as he had been resting with his eyes closed, the Grand White Star suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Spatial fluctuations. What's wrong?" The god of giant strength glanced at him. "This tunnel feels a bit odd," murmured the Grand White Star. "Hey kid, what are you playing at?" At those words, the god of giant strength immediately glared at Rin the Fatty, nearly swinging his fist in anger. Rin the Fatty was startled by the outburst. After all, he couldn't possibly endure the wrath of a figure like the god of giant strength. If he really got punched, would he even survive? "Calm down, giant," said the Jade Emperor, placing a hand on the god of giant strength's shoulder to rein him in, then turned to Rin the Fatty and asked, "How much longer?" Almost there, almost there," Rin the Fatty replied quickly. As if to confirm his words, a glimmer of light soon appeared ahead, and before long, they exited the tunnel at last. What greeted them was a vast, empty expanse stretching as far as the eye could see. There was nothing but the endless horizon. No sooner had they emerged from the tunnel than the Grand White Star suddenly turned to look back. Upon seeing the situation behind them, he murmured, "Just as I thought." His reaction made the god of giant strength realize something as well, and he too turned to look, only for his pupils to contract sharply, because behind them, there was no sign of the tunnel entrance at all. Just like the open space before them, it stretched on without end. At this point, Rin the Fatty brought the car to a stop, turned around, and said to the three of them, "We've arrived, sirs." Clearly, they had reached their destination. The Jade Emperor nodded at these words, was the first to open the car door and prepare to get out. "Be careful there," the god of giant strength started to warn, but stopped mid-sentence as the Jade Emperor didn't even pause at his words and stepped out directly. The Grand White Star showed a thoughtful expression and soon followed him out. Seeing this, the god of giant strength could only sigh and get out as well. They had barely set foot outside when they saw, not far away, a Chinese man clad in animal hide had appeared from who knows where. Even the Jade Emperor couldn't help but change his expression slightly upon noticing this newcomer. It wasn't that the man in animal skins seemed particularly terrifying. What unsettled them was that, before getting out of the car, none of them had noticed anyone nearby. In other words, this man in animal skins had somehow managed to evade their senses. One must understand, perception was always the pride of a Qigong master. Yet this man in animal skins could slip past their awareness, so much so that even the Jade Emperor, the foremost Qigong master of Kunlun, couldn't detect his presence. It was simply incredible. "Greetings, demon subduer, sir." At this moment, Fatty Rin also stepped out of the car. Unlike the three from Kunlun, he didn't look so alarmed or suspicious upon seeing the man in animal skins. After all, he recognized the man and knew that the one codenamed Demon Subduer was an underling of Raymond, so naturally he had no reason to be wary. "What? You're the Jade Emperor?" Demon Subduer scratched his head upon hearing the introduction, his face expressing outright disbelief, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" His reaction made the Jade Emperor's brow furrow slightly, and the ever-gentle smile on Tai-Bai Jinxing's face began to fade as well. But the most intense reaction came from Giant Spirit God, whose temper was notoriously volatile. He shot back, without the slightest courtesy, "Mortal, watch your tone. Do you even know who you're talking to?" Giant Spirit God's rebuke made Fatty Ren's expression change slightly. He hurried to smooth things over. "Please calm down, Lord Giant Spirit. This is it your place to speak here? And just what do you think you are?" Giant Spirit God shot Fatty Ren a cold glance, his voice icy and sharp. His attitude was hardly surprising, considering that, in their eyes, someone like Fatty Ren was no different from a household servant. The very existence of the North American Hongmen was originally just an ordinary organization set up by Kunlun years ago, meant to make it easier for them to operate in the outside world. Its sole purpose from its founding was to serve Kunlun, nothing more. Though many years had passed, and the North American Hongmen had changed in various ways, this fundamental truth had never shifted. In a world teeming with supernaturals, the North American Hongmen had no choice but to rely on a patron from the realm of the gifted. Thus, they could never truly escape Kunlun's influence. Take Shui Wuhan, whom Raymond had once met. He was only the disciple of the titled Qigong Master, Thunder God, yet already held an exalted position in the North American Hongmen, so much so that even the dragon head treated him like an honored ancestor. So what the Jade Emperor, the very leader of Kunlun? If even the dragon head was little more than a servant, what did that make Fatty Ren? With Demon Subduer, they would show a little restraint. After all, he might be connected to the legendary fallen angel, Lucifer. But when it came to disciplining their own servants, there was no need for such caution. After being rebuked by Juling Shun, Fat Ren quickly realized why he was met with such an attitude. He even suspected that Juling Shun was using him as a scapegoat, taking this chance to indirectly criticize the demon queller. Yet Fat Ren showed not the slightest sign of anger, for he understood all too well the vast gulf between himself and these three titled Chi masters from Kunlun. In truth, Juling Shun was merely hot-tempered, not someone who would stoop to unscrupulous means. There was once a Chi master known as the Ox Demon King. Simply because he took a fancy to the wife of a senior Hongmin elder in North America, he found a random excuse to get rid of the man, and no one dared utter a word about it. While such incidents weren't the norm in the history of North American Hongmen, they certainly weren't rare either, leaving behind plenty of cautionary tales for those who came after. That's why everyone in North American Hongmen knows, when guests from Kunlun arrive, dignity is the first thing you must set aside. Before coming on this trip, the Dragon Head and several elders had repeatedly urged Fat Ren to always keep the bigger picture in mind, no matter what. He had long steeled himself for moments of humiliation. To be honest, this harsh scolding from Juling Shun was already one of the better scenarios he'd envisioned. How could he possibly be angry? However, Fat Ren had overlooked one thing. Now, besides being the Homan spokesperson in New York, he held another identity, as an official member of the Sanctuary Shield. At present, there were precious few official members of the Sanctuary Shield, not even enough to count on two hands if you didn't include Raymond's aliases. When the demon queller saw Fat Ren being humiliated, his face turned grim. Pointing at Fat Ren, he snapped at Juling Shun, apologized to him immediately. What did you say? Juling Shun thought he'd misheard. Fat Ren couldn't help but give a wry smile. Though touched by the demon queller's show of support, there was no way he could afford to offend Juling Shun. The demon queller was putting him right in the fire. But at that moment, the demon queller ignored Fat Ren's concerns and pressed on, barking at Juling Shun. I said, apologize to him. Are you deaf? Juling Shun flew into a rage and looked ready to explode. But just then, the white-bearded old man, Tai-Bai Jinxing, reached out and held him back. Tai-Bai Jinxing spoke slowly. My friend, we came here at your invitation to discuss matters. If this is the attitude you're showing, then I fear there's little left for us to talk about. Don't you agree? The demon queller shot back. You think I'm doing you a favor by talking? Whether we discuss or not means nothing to me. But right now, he must apologize. Understood, although the words of the Grand White Star Lord were not exactly conciliatory. From their perspective, he was already offering the demon-quelling master a chance to step down gracefully. Yet the demon-quelling master showed no intention of taking it. At that moment, the giant spirit god could no longer contain himself. He shook off the Grand White Star Lord's restraining hand, clenched his right fist, and swung it in a thunderous arc straight at the demon-quelling master. The attack was formidable in both force and momentum. If one looked closely, it would become apparent that his arms were enveloped in a swirling, dark golden aura. This semi-transparent energy took on the shape of two massive bronze hammers, gleaming ominously. As the giant spirit god sent his punch hurtling down, it was as if he were wielding a colossal hammer, slamming it with all his might. The gale whipped up by the blow alone was enough to sting Fatty Ren's face, leaving him speechless and unable to even call out in protest. The Grand White Star Lord, watching the scene unfold, showed no change of expression. His face remained calm and composed, a faint, knowing smile playing at his lips. The Jade Emperor appeared equally unmoved, his features betraying neither anger nor joy. Whether it was the demon-quelling master's earlier attitude, or the giant spirit god's rebuke of Fatty Run and the demon-quelling master, he had not reacted at all. It was as though none of these events concerned him in the least. Even as the giant spirit god launched his attack, the Jade Emperor simply watched on, his gaze serene, allowing everything to proceed as it would. A deep, resounding crash suddenly echoed through the air. In that instant, a thick, azure phantom emerged around the demon-quelling master. At first glance, this spectral form resembled a colossal tortoise. Yet this tortoise bore two heads and exuded an unmistakable aura of majesty. Jinwu. For the first time, the Jade Emperor's composure wavered. He blurted out the name Jinwu in shock. The Grand White Star Lord, too, raised his brows in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. But the giant spirit god had no time to be surprised. The moment that azure phantom appeared, he felt as if his mighty punch had struck an immovable mountain. The immense counterforce sent him sprawling backward in an instant. With a sharp whoosh, the giant spirit god's figure shot out like a cannonball, hurtling several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. Yet at that moment, neither the Jade Emperor nor the Grand White Star Lord paid him any heed. Their attention was fixed on the demon-quelling master. The Jade Emperor regarded him with newfound seriousness and asked, "What is your connection to Jinwu?" Jinwu, the demon-quelling master, was taken aback at first, but then realized that the Jinwu they spoke of was likely not the Northern Emperor Jinwu he had in mind, but rather someone with the same name as these so-called immortals and gods before him. Seeing the demon-quelling master's thoughtful expression, the Jade Emperor seemed to misunderstand, and after a moment's consideration, asked, "Are you a disciple of Jinwu?" The demon conqueror neither agreed nor disagreed, asking indifferently, "And this Jinwu you mentioned is?" The Jade Emperor replied, "Before me, the master of Kunlun was Jinwu. However, due to an accident, he lost contact with Kunlun. I wonder if you have ever met him." Only then did the demon conqueror confirm his previous suspicion. He shook his head with a laugh and said, "I don't know this Jinwu you're talking about, but you think I'm connected to him, probably because you recognize the power of the black tortoise in me. Tell me, could that Jinwu also draw upon the sacred beast's strength? You don't know him?" The Jade Emperor was clearly skeptical of this answer. The power the demon conqueror displayed earlier was simply too similar to that of Jinwu. In his view, even if the demon conqueror didn't know Jinwu personally, he must have inherited his legacy. And ever since the previous Jinwu disappeared, that lineage had been considered completely severed. One must understand, the inheritances of Kunlun are limited in number, and among them, those who can reach the Jade Emperor's own level can be counted on one hand. Losing even one would be a tremendous loss. Over the ages, several top-tier inheritances have already vanished, leaving only 3, including the Jade Emperor's own. Recovering Jinwu's legacy was absolutely crucial for Kunlun's future. Enough with the idle chatter. Tell your man to apologize right now, or don't blame me for what happens next. The demon conqueror was growing impatient. The Jade Emperor's eyes flickered at these words. With a lift of his hand, he summoned the giant spirit god, who had only just regained his balance in the distance, and commanded, "Apologize to him." The giant spirit god's expression changed. He wanted to protest, but when he caught the Jade Emperor's gaze, he dared not defy the order. Bowing his head, he said gruffly to Fatty Run, "Sorry." At this moment, Fatty Run was deeply embarrassed. He didn't know whether to acknowledge the apology or ignore it, so he could only force a wry smile. The demon conqueror paid no mind to all that. Seeing that the giant spirit god had backed down, he took the lead and moved forward. "Follow me," came his voice. The Jade Emperor followed at once. Seeing this, the giant spirit god and the Star Lord of Venus had no objections and quickly fell in behind the Jade Emperor. Not wanting to be left behind, Fatty Run hurried to catch up. What a masterful technique! The Star Lord of Venus murmured in admiration as he walked. It was only after they followed the demon conqueror forward that they realized the scenery around them was constantly shifting. It was nothing like the vast emptiness they'd seen when they first got out of the car. Clearly, this was some form of spatial folding or distortion. Nothing else could explain what they were experiencing. Tai-Bai Jinxing himself had dabbled in the manipulation of space, which is why at the very beginning, he was the first to notice the spatial distortion occurring in the tunnel outside the car. Yet, despite his broad knowledge, he was utterly unable to make sense of the bizarre scene unfolding before his eyes. Before long, the group found themselves standing on a massive platform within a colossal base, their surroundings exuding an unmistakable air of futuristic design. No sooner had they arrived than their attention was drawn to a young, buzz-cut man of mixed heritage, who was seated cross-legged in midair, seemingly deep in meditation. Not far from this young man, a stooped old fellow was clutching a wine gourd, taking swigs between his moves as he played chess with a disheveled, blond man in a trench coat. This peculiar trio, old, middle-aged, and young, instilled in the Jade Emperor a vague sense of unease. Although he could sense no direct threat from any of the three, something deep within him whispered that something was amiss. In essence, his powers of perception and his intuition were at odds, leaving him unsettled and suspicious. Just as he was pondering the cause of this strange dissonance, a plaintive little girl's voice suddenly piped up from his left. "Hey, big guy, you stepped on a Rawls toy." At once, the Jade Emperor turned toward the sound and saw a bespectacled, slightly dazed-looking little girl pointing accusingly at the foot of the Giant spirit god, her face full of grievance. The giant spirit god obligingly lifted his foot, revealing to the group exactly what he had stepped on. It was a pile of poop. Unforgivable! The giant spirit god roared, his anger boiling over. In his mind, this could only be another trick played by the demon-subduing master and his companions. Who else would deliberately leave a pile of poop in his path in a place brimming with futuristic technology? It simply defied logic. It wasn't just the muscle-bound giant spirit god who suspected foul play. Even Tai-Bai Jinxing and the Jade Emperor themselves harbored similar doubts. Yet they couldn't quite figure out the motive. If the aim was merely to tease the giant spirit god, surely there were countless other ways. Why resort to something so crude? What none of them noticed was that, as soon as the giant spirit god began his bellowing, the blond man and the stooped old fellow at the chessboard both glanced over, their faces showing a hint of sympathy. Even the demon-subduing master paused, and with a sigh, called out to the giant spirit god, "If I were you, I'd apologize to Miss Aral right away." "Otherwise, apologize?" The giant spirit god retorted with a furious, incredulous laugh. Earlier, he had already suffered enough humiliation when the Jade Emperor forced him to bow his head and apologize to Fatty Run, a mere servant. But at least since he had, indeed, been rude first, he could justify it to himself. But what was happening now? It was the demon hunters who had deliberately disgusted him with filth, and yet they wanted him to apologize? Did they really think he was that easy to push around? The demon hunter could see that the giant spirit god had no intention of accepting his suggestion this time, but he couldn't be bothered to meddle further. Instead, he simply turned to the little girl standing beside him, her face scrunched up in grievance, and said, "This has nothing to do with me, just so you know." Aral puffed up her cheeks and asked angrily, "Can I send him flying?" The demon hunter replied, "Just don't kill him. Actually, it doesn't matter even if you do. Miss Aral, just do as you please." Those words were like pouring oil on the fire, and the already furious giant spirit god completely lost his reason. Before the Jade Emperor could stop him, he was already preparing to launch an attack on the demon hunter once again. Just then, there was a thunderous bang. The giant spirit god vanished from where he had stood, moving so quickly that even the Jade Emperor couldn't catch what had happened. The only thing anyone could see was Aral, now standing in the spot he had just occupied, her fist still raised in a perfect right hook. What on earth had just happened? The Jade Emperor felt a single bead of cold sweat slowly trickle down the back of his neck, a sensation he hadn't experienced in many years, ever since he had perfectly inherited the path of the Jade Emperor and become the strongest being in Kunlun. He hadn't felt threatened by anyone. Not even the mysterious woman who had recently entered Kunlun alone had given him this feeling. But just now he had felt it. That sense of danger came from the little girl before him, who looked for all the world like she was just here for laughs, treating a lump of filth as a toy. "You've got to be kidding." The Jade Emperor stood frozen in place. As for Tai-Bai Jinxing, his composure was shattered even more thoroughly. The high and mighty image he had carefully maintained evaporated in an instant. The way he looked at Aral was as if an ordinary man had just seen a ghost. As for the current state of the giant spirit god, who cared? "Are you two with that bad guy too?" Aral now turned her solemn gaze to the Jade Emperor and Tai-Bai Jinxing, asking them with utter seriousness. The bad guy in her mouth, of course, referred to the giant spirit god. Tai-Bai Jinxing shook his head without hesitation, declaring that he didn't know the giant spirit god at all and was just passing by. The Jade Emperor instinctively wanted to shake his head as well, but his dignity as the master of Kunlun wouldn't allow him to sever ties with the giant spirit god as decisively as Tai-Bai Jinxing, and so he remained caught in awkward silence, neither admitting nor denying it. Aral's gaze, however, remained fixed on him, as if she were waiting for his response. Just as his breathing began to grow heavy with tension, a voice tinged with amusement came to his rescue. "All right, Aral, don't make things difficult for them. They're my guests, after all." "Oh, they're your guests, Raymond? Well, in that case, all right then." At these words, Aral lost interest in the two Emperors of Heaven, and without another glance, she scampered off to a nearby spot. Somehow, a fresh pile of pink poop had appeared on the ground there, and a twig had mysteriously found its way into her hand. She resumed her grand enterprise of playing with her peculiar treasures. This bizarre and slightly revolting scene left both the Jade Emperor and the Grand White Star with a sense of utter absurdity. Yet, the fact remained. Aral had sent the giant spirit god flying with a single punch, and at a speed they couldn't even perceive. Even though the Jade Emperor's power far surpassed that of the giant spirit god, he had no confidence that he could have dodged that blow. In other words, Aral's strength was in no way inferior to his own, and coupled with that earlier sensation, as if they were being stalked by a top predator, everything pointed to a single conclusion. Aral was not someone he could afford to provoke. So, this is how they show their strength. The Jade Emperor took a deep breath to steady his nerves before turning toward the source of the voice that had intervened on his behalf. As he had expected, the speaker was the same Chinese mixed youth who had been meditating in Madeira just moments before. This was Raymond, the very person who had invited him here. Yes, he had recognized Raymond the moment he arrived. Kunlun, though it functioned as its own small world and had little contact with the outside, still maintained a fair number of informants. The North American Hongmin was just one such branch, but by no means its only one. Once he had decided to meet Raymond, he had already acquired all of Raymond's basic information, including his appearance. However, only now did he realize just how unreliable that information was. According to those records, Raymond was merely a level 4 superhuman. Perhaps that was an impressive title in the outside world, but here in Kunlun, it was nothing special. He was no match for the Jade Emperor. Truthfully, even any random titled Qigong master here would be out of reach for a level 4 superhuman from outside. Even the giant spirit god, who had just been casually swatted away by Aral, will be considered a bona fide level 5 superhuman in the wider world. That's why the three of them had felt so superior from the very beginning, not just dismissing Fatty Run, but also looking down on the Demon Queller. Yet the string of unexpected events had gradually made the Jade Emperor realize that something was amiss. Not to mention the Demon Queller's supposed inheritance from Jinwu, and the fact that he could send the giant spirit god flying. This feat alone was enough to prove that his strength was likely on par with the giant spirit god. What he didn't know was that the Demon Slayer had barely used even a tenth of his true strength just now. Even so, it was enough to astonish him, and the sense of threat Aral had given him moments earlier truly made him put away any trace of his initial disdain. Originally, the only reason he was willing to meet Raymond in person was due to Raymond's status among the Hell's Angels, as well as the fact that Raymond had specifically borrowed the name of Shota Lucifer, claiming that this was Shota Lucifer's own wish. As the Jade Emperor and Master of Kunlun, he was well aware of these godlike patriarchs who had been entangled with Earth for thousands of years. He himself had crossed paths with such beings more than once. He held a basic sense of reverence toward them. Respect, certainly, but never fear. He knew perfectly well that these patriarchs, especially those on the side of darkness, were fundamentally unable to descend upon Earth in their true forms. In terms of personality, Shota Lucifer couldn't be considered purely evil, but in the end, he was still one of the Lords of Hell. Neither the Ancient One nor Asgard would ever allow his true form to set foot on Earth, not even for a single step. Even Dormammu, the Dark Lord who traversed the multiverse, had repeatedly failed in his attempts to descend. For the other Hell Lords, it was even less likely. Without the ability to come to Earth in person, these patriarchs posed little real threat, especially if he remained within Kunlun's borders. Even if a godlike being managed to bring their true form to Kunlun, he was confident he could bar them at the threshold. After all, Kunlun itself was a relic of a vanished, advanced interstellar civilization, lost in the river of history. It just happened to have landed in China long ago, where, taking advantage of Chinese myths and legends, it gradually established a complete system. In truth, they had nothing whatsoever to do with the immortals revered by the Chinese. They knew nothing of immortal magic or arts. What they called Qigong was simply a body-forging technique developed by that lost, advanced civilization. At its peak, that civilization was no less developed than Asgard or the three great empires of the universe today. But in the end, a conflict with the Celestials led to their utter destruction. Only this wandering branch managed to escape to Earth. The Kunlun of today was actually just a cosmic arc from that ancient civilization, which by chance landed on Earth and hid itself away. The original members of Kunlun weren't even human, though their appearance was much like that of Earthlings. Over generations of blending with humans, the differences faded until they became indistinguishable. Only a tiny handful still knew the original truth. The once advanced technology gradually faded into obscurity, while the body-forging arts became the core of their legacy. However, as one of the crowning achievements of that advanced stellar civilization, the Kunlun is naturally far from simple. Even if it cannot pose a fatal threat to a celestial father, it has little trouble protecting itself against most beings of that level. Once its defenses are activated, even if a celestial father descends in person and launches an unrelenting assault, it would take at least 10 days, or even half a month, to break through. And by then, if a fight proves unwinnable, what's to stop them from making a swift escape? After all, what makes this cosmic arc truly formidable isn't just its defenses, but its unparalleled speed and stealth. If not for These qualities, it would never have managed to slip away right under the noses of the celestial pantheon in days past. Just think if even a pantheon could be caught off guard by such a deadly weapon. How could an ordinary celestial father hope to deal with it? That's why the Jade Emperor certainly has respect and wariness toward the celestial fathers, but never fear. As for Raymond, the celestial father's envoy, he might be given the courtesy of a meeting, but there's no chance of any special flattery. Such a thing is simply out of the question. This is precisely why, from the very beginning, their stance has been one of superiority. They have every right to such confidence. If even Raymond and his peers are of little concern to them, how could they possibly take an underling like the Demon Queller seriously? Yet now, the situation is clearly not unfolding as they had expected. Even setting aside the possibility that Raymond might represent the young Lucifer, the strength Raymond has displayed so far is enough to make the Jade Emperor wary. Whether it's the Demon Queller or all, both have made the Jade Emperor realize that their own posture may have been a bit too lofty. Anyone capable of commanding such subordinates could hardly be as simple as the outside world's intelligence suggests, pegging Raymond as nothing more than a level 4. Are you the Jade Emperor? I've heard much about you. Raymond approached with a friendly smile and extended his hand. At this point, the Jade Emperor could not afford to maintain a dismissive attitude. After a firm handshake, he too smiled and said, I must admit, Lord Raymond, you are even younger than I imagined. Raymond smiled, but chose not to dwell on pleasantries. He got straight to the point. Let's not waste time with formalities. Let's get to business. In fact, the reason I sought you out today has nothing to do with the Hell Angels. As he finished speaking, Raymond watched the Jade Emperor's reaction closely. To his slight surprise, the Jade Emperor showed neither shock nor anger. Only Tai-Bai Jinxing seemed a bit taken aback. Jade Emperor, you don't seem surprised? Raymond asked. The Jade Emperor shrugged. Had you said this 10 minutes ago, I might have turned and left, or perhaps smashed up this place on my way out. But just now, I started to have my suspicions. Oh, Raymond replied. I'd like to hear more. The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment and said, if I'm not mistaken, the reason you've come to see me today must have something to do with that woman who visited me in Kunlun not long ago and called herself Captain Marvel, right? Clap, clap, clap. Raymond clapped his hands in genuine surprise, exclaiming, it really is a pleasure speaking with someone so perceptive. You saw right through it without any hints. I wonder, Your Excellency, how did you figure out? As far as I know, when she visited you, she didn't say she was planning to target anyone immediately, did she? Seeing that Raymond didn't deny it, the Jade Emperor realized his guess was correct. He smiled faintly and replied, she didn't mention any specific plans. She only said that S.H.I.E.L.D. would soon take the lead in forming a pan-Earth alliance of superpowered individuals, and she invited me to join. But as far as I know, there are hardly any level 4 superhumans on Earth, and level 5 are even rarer. Each one who appears causes a great stir. Her power is no less than mine. If all she wanted was to form an alliance, there'd be no need to insist that I join. Kunlun has always kept out of such affairs, and with her strength, why would she seek constraints for herself? There can only be one explanation. She needs the power of me, or Kunlun, to help her accomplish something. From the way she spoke, it seems I'm not the only one she approached, and some among them are old acquaintances of mine. Frankly, I don't believe for a second there isn't some deeper story behind all this. Raymond, his curiosity piqued, asked, since you know she must have some ulterior motive, why not simply refuse her? Are you worried she might threaten you with force? The Jade Emperor couldn't help but laugh. You give her too much credit. Even assuming she could defeat me, as long as I remain in Kunlun, no one can threaten me. Not her, not even Lord Lucifer himself. As he said this, there was a subtle meaning to his words. Raymond understood that the Jade Emperor was, in his own way, responding to the earlier show of force. What the Jade Emperor didn't realize was that Aral's actions hadn't been orchestrated by Raymond at all. Even if he wanted to test the Jade Emperor, Aral would hardly have been his first choice. Aral simply wasn't that calculating. Of course, Raymond had considered offering the Jade Emperor a little appetizer, but he hadn't gotten the chance yet. But let's set that aside for now, Raymond said, changing the subject with a smile. Everyone under my command is very curious about the legendary Qigong masters. I wonder, Your Excellency, would you be willing to give them a demonstration? Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression shifted slightly, uncertain of what Raymond was planning next. If this was meant to be just a show of force, then Aral's dazzling display moments ago should have already achieved that effect. However, since Raymond had already spoken, he naturally couldn't refuse, otherwise he'd risk losing face. When Captain Marvel herself had visited Kunlun before, Her very first move was to teach a lesson to several titled Qigong masters, then spar briefly with him, before entering negotiations. For people like them, strength was the foundation of any negotiation, so it didn't surprise him that Raymond would make such a proposal. All right, the Jade Emperor replied with a smile and a nod. Raymond also nodded in response, then glanced at the group of demon subduers and asked, "Which of you wants to go first?" "I'll go first. It's been ages since these old bones got any exercise," said the wizened old man, Jiro, who had been playing chess with Jacom. He stood up with a slight tremor, took a sip of wine, and grinned cheerily. "All right, go ahead," Raymond said without objection. Watching this scene, the Jade Emperor felt a wave of relief that his opponent wasn't the formidable little girl from earlier, whom even he found intimidating. But at the same time, he couldn't help but frown. The old man Jiro looked simply too. Jiro shuffled over to face the Jade Emperor, stretching his limbs in a way that resembled an elderly man limbering up before exercise. Witnessing this, even the Jade Emperor, who was known for his stoic composure, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling a sense of the utterly absurd. He seriously doubted this old man could walk without tripping over a stone, let alone fight. Was this frail elder really capable of battle? Kunlun wasn't lacking in powerful elders. His own companion, the Star-Lord Tai-Bai, was a prime example, but Jiro's frailty was of a different kind entirely. Unlike the white-haired, youthful-featured Tai-Bai, Jiro seemed every bit the ordinary senior citizen, radiating a palpable sense of decay. The Jade Emperor could sense nothing of a true master's aura from him. If he hadn't already witnessed the prowess of the demon subduers in Aral, he'd have suspected Raymond of bringing in an ordinary old man just to let him finish him off with a single slap, then use it as a pretext to stir trouble. But his doubts didn't last long. As soon as Jiro finished stretching, he began tapping several points on his own body in quick succession. With each movement, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, almost as if the very air around him shifted. Not only that, but his body rapidly straightened, growing taller and visibly younger. The years seemed to melt away, until he looked no older than his mid-30s. Only then did the transformation stop. At this point, there was not a trace of frailty left in him. Instead, a fierce and intimidating presence radiated from his entire being. In the Jade Emperor's eyes, middle-aged Jiro in this moment looked nothing like a human being. He was more like a fearsome beast that had just broken free of its cage. Simply being under his gaze made one feel as if they had already become prey. This feeling, before the Jade Emperor could process his shock, Jiro's attack was already upon him. Guinness fist. In that instant, a wolf's howl seemed to echo from a void. As Jiro struck, an ethereal projection of a wolf's head appeared before him, crackling with energy. If any powerhouses from the gourmet hunter's world had been present, they would have instantly recognized it. It was identical to the Wolf King Guinness, one of the 8 kings of the gourmet world, perhaps even more savage in appearance. Among the 8 kings of the gourmet world, not a single one was weak. Any one of them could easily destroy an ordinary planet. And Wolf King Guinness himself was among the most formidable of the 8. The Wolf clan was born for battle, with strength that defied belief. Jiro was, after all, the adopted son of Wolf King Guinness, and after coming into his own, his strength had only grown to surpass that of his adoptive father. Given this, it was no wonder his attack carried such overwhelming might. But this strike caught the Jade Emperor off guard. He hadn't expected Jiro's attack to come so swiftly and with such ferocity. With no time to react, he could only block it head-on in haste. A tremendous wolf's head, formed of energy, swallowed the Jade Emperor whole. To an onlooker, it truly seemed as if he had been devoured. Damn it! Tai-Bai Jinxing, who had been standing right beside the Jade Emperor, was likewise caught completely off guard by the speed of Jiro's assault. There was no time to dodge, and his heart sank like a stone. Within Kunlun, his own strength was among the very best. Besides the Jade Emperor, there were only a handful who could claim to best him. Yet the truth was in all of Kunlun. Only the Jade Emperor had truly inherited the supreme legacy and climbed to the pinnacle. As outsiders would put it, only the Jade Emperor had stepped into the Demi-Father realm. But the aura Jiro had just unleashed after unlocking his power was in no way inferior to the Jade Emperor's. In fact, it was even more ferocious, clearly marking him as someone of that level. For the Jade Emperor, even if he failed to block the attack in haste, it wouldn't be fatal. But for Tai-Bai Jinxing, it would be disastrous. If he were caught in that attack head-on, even if he survived, he'd be gravely wounded. At that moment, despair washed over him. But that despair lasted only an instant, because in the next moment, he found himself somewhere else entirely, sitting where Jiro had been playing chess, directly facing the blonde man in the windbreaker. No need to thank me, the man said with a slight smile, still twirling a string of shimmering crimson liquid between his fingers. Tai Bai Jinxing's heart tightened at the sight. He had absolutely no idea how he'd been suddenly transported here. There wasn't even the slightest trace left behind. And that was saying something, since he was the most accomplished expert in spatial arts within Kunlun. If someone truly had used spatial transference or some similar method to move him, even if he couldn't resist, he would at least have noticed some sign of it. In the past, if anyone had told him he could be relocated without leaving a single clue, he'd have laughed them off. Never in a million years would he have believed it. But now, with the undeniable facts right in front of him, he had no choice but to accept it. John Constantine. Constantine extended his hand in friendship toward Tai Bai Jinxing, a friendly smile on his face. Just call me Tai Bai, the immortal replied, not daring to show the slightest hint of negligence. He quickly shook Constantine's hand. At this moment, he finally understood. Aside from Ren the Fatty and the giant spirit god, everyone present was likely far beyond his ability to provoke. As for the intelligence Kunlun had gathered on Raymond, it was clearly nonsense. Just the power Raymond was now displaying already matched, if not surpassed, that of Kunlun. Even if Raymond had nothing to do with the fallen angel Lucifer, he was someone they had to treat with utmost seriousness. Constantine took note of every flicker of emotion on Tai Bai Jinxing's face. It was all exactly as he'd expected. With a slight twist of his wrist, the giant spirit god suddenly appeared at Tai Bai Jinxing's side, looking rather disheveled. Let's sit and watch together, Constantine said with a wave of his hand. Another chair appeared beside them, and the chessboard in front of the three transformed into an assortment of tea and snacks. Tai Bai Jinxing was as shaken as ever. Even though Constantine had performed all this right in front of him, he still hadn't caught a glimpse of how it was done. It was as if everything simply fell into place, the world shifting in perfect harmony with Constantine's will. At this moment, even the giant spirit god, who had previously been on the verge of losing his temper again and again, finally learned his lesson. He dared not act out as before. Those who reached their level were never truly foolish. Even hot tempers had to be directed at the right targets. While Tai Bai Jinxing and the giant spirit god were busy adjusting their mental states, the battle between the Jade Emperor and Jiro on the other side was reaching fever pitch. Caught off guard by Guinness's punch, the Jade Emperor looked battered, but he wasn't truly injured. His counterattack came swiftly, sending out a barrage of force to match Jiro blow for blow. For a moment, their clash filled the heavens and earth with chaos. The aftermath of their blows alone would have been enough to raise an entire city if unleashed in the outside world. But here, within this pocket of space, the effects were largely contained. Especially where Raymond and the others were watching, an invisible barrier shielded them from every ripple of destruction. This allowed them to observe the battle between the two from an extremely close distance, seeing every detail with perfect clarity. Raymond and his companions were no strangers to Jiro's strength. In fact, after the Demon Slayer's recent promotion, they had sparred with Jiro not long ago, so they were well aware of the true extent of his power when he went all out. Right now, Jiro hadn't even unleashed his full strength. Of course, the Jade Emperor clearly hadn't either. However, Tai Bai Jinxing and the Giant Spirit God were far less composed than Raymond and his group. They truly hadn't expected this unassuming old man, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, to possess power on par with the Jade Emperor himself. The Jade Emperor was certainly not invincible. They knew that well. There were still many formidable figures on Earth who could rival the Jade Emperor, or even beings as transcendent as the Ancient One. Yet, without exception, those people had left legendary marks on human history, either as the rulers of powerful factions or as peerless individuals who once dominated their era. Seldom, if ever, did a complete unknown emerge among such ranks. Even Captain Marvel, who hadn't spent much time on Earth and arrived much later, had once repelled the Kree Imperial fleet, a feat not lost on these great figures, even if ordinary people or lesser superhumans might not know her story. If Captain Marvel hadn't stepped forward back then, someone among them would likely have taken action themselves. What happened today had thoroughly upended their understanding of the world. So many powerful, unknown beings had suddenly appeared at once, and even more astonishing, they all clearly answered to Raymond. Why would such mighty individuals willingly serve under another? While Tai Bai Jinxing pondered this puzzle, the battle between Jiro and the Jade Emperor was heating up, sparks flying as their fight reached a new intensity. Ha ha ha, this is a waste of time. Why don't we settle this with a single decisive blow? Jiro called out as he pressed his attack. Agreed, replied the Jade Emperor, casually swatting aside Jiro's strike. With their agreement reached, the two sprang back, putting distance between themselves. 3 realms, primal energy cannon. This time, the Jade Emperor didn't hesitate. He brought his hands together, conjuring a swirling mass of white energy in his arms, compressing it tighter and tighter. The vortex spun faster and faster, shrinking and swelling in size. Within moments, it had shifted dozens of times, each transformation making the energy whirl more solid and dazzling. Secret art, eternal anesthesia. At this point, Jiro's form began to distort, his entire body transforming into a hulking, wolf-like beast, his infamous alter ego, the rampaging Beast Jiro. He let out a bone-chilling roar that echoed through the battlefield. There was no clash of thunderous impacts. Instead, when their attacks collided, a blinding white light erupted, swallowing everything in its radiance. For a moment, Tai-Bai Jinxing and the giant spirit god were completely blinded. They couldn't see a thing, and even their spiritual senses were rendered useless, because under such a fierce collision, everything around was wiped away in an instant. A long while passed. When the blinding white light finally faded, everyone could at last see what had transpired in the wake of that violent clash. There, suspended motionless in midair, was the Jade Emperor, his expression as calm and composed as ever. However, Jiro was nowhere to be seen. He had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, both Tai-Bai Jinxing and the giant spirit god felt their hearts sink with a dull thud, their faces draining of all color in an instant. In truth, they didn't particularly care whether the Jade Emperor won or lost. After all, there wasn't much enmity between them, and a negotiation could always be reached. But now, it seemed the Jade Emperor had lost control and utterly destroyed Jiro. Wasn't that reckless to the point of courting disaster? Not to mention that mischievous little girl named Aral, who had wandered off to who knows where, continuing her antics. Even just Zhakong, who could move them around as if they were nothing, and Raymond, who commanded enough power to make these people submit, already made Tai-Bai Jinxing feel completely outmatched. They weren't in Kunlun now. If things turned sour with Raymond and his group, who could say they wouldn't all meet their end here? To make matters worse, even if the Jade Emperor could escape unscathed, the two of them were still at the mercy of others. The Jade Emperor feared nothing, but they, on the other hand, couldn't afford not to be afraid. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing the shock and bitterness reflected in the other's eyes, even feeling a twinge of regret for coming along out of curiosity. In fact, there had been no need for them to come at all, since Raymond's side had only wanted to meet the Jade Emperor. They had simply tagged along because it had been ages since they last ventured out, seeking a change of scene, never imagining things would unfold like this. Wait, something's not right. Tai-Bai Jinxing suddenly noticed that neither Zhakong, beside him, nor Raymond and the demon vanquishers in the distance showed any sign of surprise or anger at the spectacle before them. He looked again at the Jade Emperor, still hovering in the air, frozen in the same posture, his expression unchanged. How can this be? Tai-Bai Jinxing was struck by a new wave of shock, and suspicion began to grow in his heart. Could it be that they've perished together? At that moment, the giant spirit god seemed to realize this too, and could no longer contain himself. Anxiously, he asked, "What's going on?" Old Jiro got blown up by your boss, but he also managed to freeze your boss in place, Zhakong explained with a shrug. What happens when he's frozen like that? Tai-Bai Jinxing pressed on. At this point, he's not much different from a human-shaped statue. If you haul him back, he probably won't rot for hundreds of years, Zhakong replied, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Tai-Bai Jinxing and the giant spirit god grew heavier at heart than ever. They had originally thought that the Jade Emperor accidentally killed Jiro, and that was already a huge problem. But now, things had turned out to be far worse than they imagined. Wasn't this practically mutual destruction? Is there any way to save him? We're willing to. Tai-Bai Jinxing hadn't even finished his sentence when Zack cut him off. It's simple. Just have Jiro undo it for him. However, to Tai-Bai Jinxing, this answer was no different from sentencing the Jade Emperor to death. That old man called Jiro had just been blown to pieces. Where on earth were they supposed to find him a help? John, Raymond finally couldn't stand it any longer. It was obvious that Zack was just teasing Tai-Bai Jinxing and his companion for fun. Raymond shook his head with a wry smile, secretly forming a hand sign. With a puff, a cloud of smoke flashed by, and Jiro, now restored to his old man's form, reappeared at Raymond's side, his face brimming with a kindly smile. Ahem, I'm getting old, just not as sturdy as I used to be. Tai-Bai Jinxing and the others stared at Jiro, utterly confused at first, but their confusion quickly gave way to overwhelming joy. This meant that the worst they'd feared hadn't come to pass, and if Jiro was still alive, then the Jade Emperor could still be saved. Now, Jiro's strength was actually much greater than when Raymond had first awakened him. In the world of Toriko, there were indeed beings stronger than him, especially in the depths of the stars. Even gods existed. But on that world's earth he was, already standing at the very pinnacle. Aside from his two senior brothers, almost no one could match him. Even among the 8 kings of the gourmet world, most fell short of his power. In such a dead-end environment, he had already reached his limit. Yet after appearing in this new world, he didn't even need to mention the parade of godlike beings he'd encountered. Just in Raymond's alternate personalities alone, there were already several who put immense pressure on him. Aral and Frisia needed no explanation. Both of their powers surpassed his. Even the recent demon hunter who'd just reached the golden rank was his equal in strength. As for someone as frightening as Professor X, even without the newly enhanced Megatron at his side, his abilities were already overwhelming. Jiro knew he wouldn't be able to withstand Professor X's powers. And if you added Golden Megatron support, even Frisia wouldn't be able to escape Professor X's control. This was a confirmed fact. That's why lately, Frisia had been much more well-behaved, because if he really angered Raymond, Raymond could easily lock him up for life. His combat strength was no longer something Raymond absolutely needed, in addition to the thrill brought by stronger opponents. Most of Raymond's alternate personalities were also following different paths of cultivation. When they had some free time, they would privately exchange insights about their respective journeys. Many of these personalities might not be as powerful as Jiro, but the unique paths they walked often offered him fresh inspiration. For instance, the art of Chi practiced by Tao Pai Pai, the celestial techniques of the demon-subduing master, or the ways Itachi and Orochimaru manipulated chakra, and so on. Although these improvements weren't enough for Jiro to immediately ascend to the next level, his strength had nonetheless been solidly enhanced. Previously, when facing Frisia in his final form, Jiro had virtually no means to resist and could only be overwhelmed. But now, even if Frisia wanted to take him down without paying a price, it would hardly be possible. The Jade Emperor's strength was indeed on the sub-10 father level, perhaps even a touch superior to Jiro when he had first awakened. Yet compared to the present Jiro, he was slightly outmatched. If Jiro were to face the Jade Emperor with his true self, then in their recent clash, at most he would have suffered only minor injuries, while the Jade Emperor, struck by his eternal anesthesia, would have been instantly defeated. It wouldn't have ended with Jiro's immediate destruction by the Jade Emperor as it did now. Raymond's clone technique had long since been refined far beyond the initial multi-shadow clone jutsu. It no longer collapsed to the slightest real injury. Even so, the Jade Emperor's attack had been devastating, pushing the clone state beyond its limits. Several minutes later, after Jiro lifted the eternal anesthesia, the Jade Emperor was still somewhat shaken. After all, he had been as good as dead just moments before. To outsiders, it looked as if he'd merely been immobilized, but he knew full well that he'd lost consciousness in that instant. If not for Jiro awakening him, he would never have come to again. Master Jiro, your skills are truly formidable. I am sincerely impressed, the Jade Emperor said, bowing his head without hesitation, having lost by a single move. You flatter me. Here, my abilities are nothing special, Jiro replied with a hunched back and a cheerful smile. Jiro's words made the Jade Emperor's heart skip a beat. He was being told, in no uncertain terms, that there were many here even stronger than him, so he shouldn't overestimate his own importance. But could that really be true? He had a rough idea of the strength of that peculiar little girl who'd made him shudder before. But were the others just as formidable? He glanced at the demon-subduing master, then at Jacqueline. Neither seemed like supreme powerhouses. Yet, that had been his impression of Jiro as well. And reality had proven otherwise. Jiro was at least his equal, if not stronger. For the first time, he began to doubt his own judgment. As he pondered, the sky suddenly split open with a jagged seam, and a figure plummeted from above, crashing hard onto the ground. This figure was remarkably short. No, taller than a child, but one glance was enough to tell he was anything but human. In his hand, he dragged a limp, humanoid shape, its identity unclear. With a heavy thud, the short figure flung the limp body in this direction, sending it tumbling across the ground several times before coming to a stop. When the Jade Emperor finally saw the figure's face clearly, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He recognized this man, none other than the second-generation vampire king, Count Dracula. Like himself, Count Dracula was a veteran powerhouse of the sub-celestial patriarch class, his strength no less formidable than the Jade Emperor's own. This second-generation vampire king, who had inherited the bloodline of the vampire progenitor, was never accepted by the 13 established vampire clans. In fact, fierce conflicts had once erupted, leading to catastrophic casualties among the clans. One must understand, the 13 vampire clans boasted vast numbers, many of whom possessed the power equivalent to 4th and even 5th-tier superhumans. Each of the first-generation clan leaders wielded strength to rival a 5th-tier superhuman, and they each held secret treasures passed down from the progenitor himself. Even when facing a sub-celestial patriarch, they had the courage to stand their ground. Count Dracula, however, was never truly one of them. He had started as a mere count, turned into a vampire by an outer member of one of the 13 clans, hence the name. Count Dracula. No one knows exactly why, but one day the vampire progenitor, perhaps weary of his endless existence, bestowed his own bloodline directly upon Dracula. Overnight, the minor count leapt several ranks, wielding power that surpassed even that of a Grand Duke. His bloodline became far nobler than any leader of the 13 clans. But this, of course, caused the clans to bristle with resentment. Why should some upstart from the fringes, blessed by sheer dumb luck, rise above them all? If the progenitor had chosen any of the established clan leaders as his successor, the others might grumble but would ultimately accept it. Yet to see Dracula, the nobody they'd always dismissed, receive such an honor sparked a very different reaction. First, they concocted a story claiming Dracula had treacherously murdered the progenitor and stolen his bloodline, demanding he come to the 13 clans and confess, promising to spare his life. The accusation was laughably thin, and anyone with sense could see it was nonsense. The vampire progenitor was a being of unfathomable power. How could he possibly be killed by a lowborn count? To put it bluntly, even if he stood still and let Dracula strike, the count wouldn't stand a chance. It's just like sending an ant to kill a blue whale, no matter what tricks the ant might have. Up its sleeve, it wouldn't make the slightest difference. But the 13 clans never really expected anyone to believe their accusations. All they wanted was an excuse to make the first move. Naturally, Count Dracula would never admit to any wrongdoing, and so the 13 clans seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault against him. They brought out all 7 of the vampire race's treasured relics and dispatched a great number of Duke-level vampires to the front lines. In the end, Count Dracula, though grievously wounded, managed to destroy 3 of the sacred relics and slay over a dozen Duke-level vampires, including several clan leaders. The number of wounded was beyond counting. After that clash, both sides became locked in a prolonged stalemate. The 13 clans, having suffered such devastating losses, no longer had the strength to exterminate Dracula completely. As for Dracula, for reasons of his own, he never truly retaliated with lethal force against them. If he'd ever decided to fight without restraint, using guerrilla tactics, the 13 clans would have been wiped out to the last. Over the years, the vampires of the 13 clans who fell to his hand were simply too many to count. Though he's called the Vampire King, Dracula has no followers, nor has he ever created descendants of his own. He is a solitary king among vampires. Yet his power is undeniable, and vampires are notorious for their near-immortal resilience. Even someone as formidable as the Jade Emperor, who commands a vast force and possesses power rivaling the sub-celestial father, regards him with profound wariness. This wasn't the first time the Jade Emperor had crossed paths with him, but never did he expect they would meet again under such circumstances. I tried reasoning with him, but he wouldn't listen and even told me to get lost. I had no choice but to use force, Frisia said, crossing his arms across his chest. After being thrown to the ground by Frisia, Count Dracula rose with deliberate slowness, dusted himself off, and sighed. Crude, vulgar, truly lacking any manner of dignity befitting the strong. His tone was unhurried, refined. If not for his bruised and battered face, one would never guess he'd been forcibly dragged here. What did you say? Frisia's brows furrowed in annoyance. Nothing at all, Count Dracula replied, shaking his head emphatically. Only then did he notice another familiar face nearby. His eyes lit up as though he'd discovered a new continent. Well, if it isn't. The Jade Emperor. It's been ages. Were you invited here as well? The emphasis he placed on the word invited was unmistakable. The Jade Emperor responded with a cold, insincere smile. He hadn't been brought in as disgracefully as Dracula, beaten up and dragged in against his will, but in truth, he had just been defeated by Jiro. Hearing Dracula poke at this sore spot, his expression darkened. So, you're Count Dracula? My subordinates were thoughtless and offended you. I hope you won't take it to heart, Raymond said with a warm smile. I wish I could, Count Dracula muttered under his breath, but Frisia's sharp gaze silenced him instantly. Raymond noticed Dracula's little act, but paid it no mind. He just kept smiling and continued, The reason I've invited you here so abruptly isn't really anything major. Shield? Captain Marvel. Count Dracula cut him off, voicing his guess before Raymond could finish. This made Raymond sigh inwardly once again. These old foxes truly were as shrewd as they come. Even if he hadn't laid a trap in advance, it seemed Captain Marvel's plan to use their influence wouldn't have gone so smoothly. "You're right," Raymond nodded. "I knew this would be a huge mess," Count Dracula replied, shrugging helplessly. "I despise trouble more than anything. If the 13 clans didn't keep dragging me into their nonsense, I wouldn't even bother with them." "Yet you still agreed to her invitation?" Raymond asked with a hint of amusement. "I didn't really have a choice," Dracula replied. "It's not that I'm afraid of her, but she made it clear this alliance is meant to unite the world's most powerful beings. If I turn her down, who's to say she won't make an example of me when the alliance is formed?" Count Dracula grimaced. "I'm not worried about her alone, but if I have to face her and a few others of her caliber all at once, even if I survive, I'll be in bad shape." I couldn't refuse. The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share the Count's concerns. On the surface, joining this alliance doesn't seem to cost us anything. Besides, she can't exactly order us around. But if we refuse, trouble might follow." Raymond nodded, showing he understood. Captain Marvel's tactic of using leverage was enough to make even the most fearless old powers, like the Jade Emperor and his peers, hesitate. And really, she didn't need to give them commands at all. Just forming the alliance and offering the right incentives at the right time would be enough to draw on their strength. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a semi-official organization, and most governments have to show them some respect. Among this group of heavyweights, aside from the eccentric Count Dracula, almost none could afford to completely ignore that, Jade Emperor included. "So, you're saying that woman wants to build this alliance to deal with you, Lord Raymond?" the Jade Emperor asked. "More or less," Raymond replied with a shrug. At that, both Count Dracula and the Jade Emperor looked distinctly displeased. The Jade Emperor had just witnessed a mere glimpse of Raymond's power, and whether it was Jiro, who had crossed swords with him, or Frisia, the Inhuman who had forcibly invited Count Dracula, both left the Jade Emperor with a profound sense of dread. The thought that Captain Marvel might have intended to use him against such formidable foes filled his heart with a mixture of shock and anger. Count Dracula, on the other hand, didn't know as much as the Jade Emperor, for he had only fought Frisia. Still, his keen intellect allowed him to quickly deduce much from the Jade Emperor's attitude and the situation before him. In his estimation, Raymond was far more troublesome than Captain Marvel. If he had to pick sides, there was no doubt he would never choose to stand against Raymond. "So, Lord Raymond, are you saying you've already infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and gained access to their most vital intelligence?" Count Dracula asked, a note of curiosity in his voice. "Not exactly," Raymond replied, shaking his head. "It's true that I have people inside S.H.I.E.L.D., but I suspect they're aware of this possibility themselves. They haven't made it public, and the number of people in the know could be counted on one hand." "Then how did you find out?" Count Dracula asked in astonishment. Raymond didn't answer. Instead, he tossed Count Dracula a piece of parchment that looked as if it belonged to another era. The instant Dracula and the Jade Emperor saw the parchment, shock flashed across their faces. It was the very same contract they had signed when deciding to ally themselves with Captain Marvel and S.H.I.E.L.D. Before signing, they had thoroughly investigated the origins of this parchment. They knew it was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most closely guarded treasures, a demonic contract said to have been passed down since humanity's ancient times. Once a contract was made, Mephisto, Lord of Hell, would serve as witness. Anyone who broke the agreement would suffer Mephisto's punishment. Though Mephisto bore the title Lord of Lies, he was known for never uttering a single falsehood. No one doubted his impartiality. Thus, when the Jade Emperor, Count Dracula, and their fellow near-celestials brokered a deal with S.H.I.E.L.D., the terms of the contract were crafted with the utmost care and relative leniency. The agreement ensured that neither side could secretly sabotage the other, yet left plenty of room for maneuver. They all knew that if the contract were too restrictive, the consequences of breaking it would be unbearable. Though the near-celestials could not personally descend to Earth, the contract provided that any violator would be forcibly transported straight to the witness's side. In other words, should any of them breach the contract, they would be sent directly to Mephisto's domain. And in the hell ruled by Mephisto, not even ordinary celestials, let alone near-celestials like themselves, would stand a chance. They might well be doomed right then and there. Even though Raymond had already demonstrated enough power, if he wanted the Jade Emperor and Count Dracula to turn against their own side, even if they agreed on the surface, there was no way they would truly submit. Compared to facing Raymond, what they feared more was confronting Mephisto. Yet, when Raymond casually tossed out that demon contract, they realized the situation might not be as simple as it seemed. "What on earth is going on?" Count Dracula muttered under his breath, feeling utterly bewildered, as if lost in a fog. It's quite a coincidence, actually. Not long ago, I swore brotherhood with someone, and this contract is a gift from him, Raymond said, his lips curving into a slight smile. Brotherhood? They echoed. Yes, and it seems he's the one who crafted this contract. You should know his name. He's called Mephisto, Raymond replied. A heavy silence fell. The Ghost Mill Detective Agency was something Raymond founded after arriving in this world, mostly as a way to leave a memento of his past life. At first, he treated it as nothing more than a pastime and wasn't truly invested. Especially as his power and status rose quickly, he found himself with little time left to oversee the agency's affairs. Even so, Raymond probably never imagined that today, the Ghost Mill Detective Agency had become the foremost agency among North America's superpowered community and a force to be reckoned with in its own right. Dr. Beth, as acting director, had earned quite a reputation in the North American superhuman world, now known as Queen of Hearts Beth, having inherited the psychic powers of the Shadow King, and after years of guidance under Professor X2, she had developed her abilities to a remarkable degree, perhaps even surpassing the Shadow King in some respects, likely thanks to her original profession as a psychologist. With the transformed Beth at the helm, along with David, a reserve level 5 mutant, and Sky, the hacker queen, and a prodigy among the Inhumans, the agency's growth was nothing short of meteoric. Not only had they built a prestigious name for themselves, they had also rapidly expanded their team, recruiting many like-minded newcomers. Among them was Adrian, codenamed Pharaoh, a level 4 mutant and one of the elite who joined the Ghost Mill Detective Agency. Later on, Pharaoh wasn't particularly powerful. His combat abilities were perhaps even below average for a level 4 superhuman. Yet his powers were bizarre and unpredictable, and he possessed a certain degree of immortality, making him an ideal fit for the agency. Coupled with his pleasant personality, he quickly became one of the core members, second only to Beth and the other two. But now he had vanished. A level 4 mutant of his stature, though not on Magneto's level, would still be a major figure wherever he went. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't go looking for trouble, and who would dare provoke him for no reason? But the problem was, he truly had vanished. During a routine trip home to visit his family, he lost contact with the agency. Once the detective agency realized something was wrong, they immediately asked a local acquaintance in Egypt to do a preliminary investigation. Only then did they confirm that the pharaoh had indeed disappeared. No one knew where he had gone, not even his family. This made Beth and the others realize something was seriously wrong. The disappearance of a core member had already set off alarms for Beth and her team. Without delay, Beth and David, along with a few trusted associates, rushed to Egypt as quickly as possible. Sky, meanwhile, remained at headquarters, offering remote support through her hacking skills. Nami, any findings? Beth asked the Asian woman beside her, who was standing with her eyes closed, sniffing the air intently. Her name was Nami Akai, a third-level mutant. In terms of combat, her abilities were negligible, for she wasn't a fighter. But her gift was quite extraordinary. If she wished, her sense of smell could reach truly astonishing levels for a short time. This heightened sense could detect not just scents, but also traces of breath, energy, anything that left a trail, her scent could pick up. When Beth first learned of someone with such a unique mutation, she wasted no time recruiting Nami personally. Nami had proven her worth many times since, earning considerable merit. After all, for a detective agency, locating targets was always the top priority. With the pharaoh's sudden disappearance and no leads to go on, Beth naturally brought along her best tracker. Once Sky used her technical expertise to pinpoint the pharaoh's last known location, Beth's team immediately came to investigate. With Nami's abilities, if the pharaoh had been there recently, she would surely find some trace. I caught Adrian's scent. He was definitely here, Nami said, nodding with her eyes still closed. Can you pinpoint the exact spot where he disappeared? David asked. I think so. Nami nodded again, then motioned for the group to follow her. At that moment, a middle-aged black man with an unremarkable face, standing beside David, suddenly spoke up. Hold on, let me set a barrier. As he spoke, he raised his right hand. A faint blue glow slowly rose from his palm, spreading until it enveloped all four of them in a translucent dome. All set, the man announced with a nod. His hand remained raised, as if he were holding the blue shield in midair. Beth and the others weren't at all surprised by this. After all, this was the man's special ability. His codename was the Invisible. Once renowned as one of North America's most infamous master thieves, and personally recruited into the detective agency by Beth herself. Like Naomi, the Invisible possessed non-combat superpowers, but unlike her, he was not a mutant. His abilities had emerged from a unique incident, much like Spider-Man or the Hulk, gaining superhuman powers after a special kind of stimulation. His power was deceptively simple. He could erase his presence in a variety of ways. If he was alone, he could walk right past you, and you might not even notice he was there. As for the barrier-like aura that now surrounded them, it was the product of him developing his ability further. Anyone within this invisible field would be almost entirely undetectable to outsiders, and even sound would be muffled, unless there was a sudden clash or collision, which could potentially break the effect. Since joining the detective agency, his powers had proven invaluable time and again, quickly establishing him as a core member of the team. These days, there were about 5 or 6 core members in the agency, each one playing an indispensable role. Even the recently missing Pharaoh was among them. That was precisely why Beth and David hurried to Egypt at the first sign of trouble, bringing Naomi and the Invisible along as well. With Naomi's and the Invisible's talent supporting them, Beth and David's combat skills and adaptability, and Sky's long-range assistance, there were few problems they couldn't handle. This way, Naomi, leading the group, gestured toward a structure ahead, an ancient building that resembled a gladiator arena. "Let's go." Beth gave the signal without hesitation, urging everyone forward. But they were seasoned operatives by now and knew better than to just barge in through the main entrance. Though the Invisible's power was remarkable, erasing their presence did not mean they were truly non-existent. If they triggered a trap or walked into an ambush, they could still be caught off guard. Beth never allowed herself to underestimate an opponent. After all, though Pharaoh wasn't the most formidable fighter among the core members, he was still a level 4 mutant. Anyone capable of making him vanish without a trace was no simple adversary. There was no room for carelessness. That was when David stepped up. He was just as experienced as Beth in handling such situations. Even before she could speak, he switched to another personality. "Just put your hand on me," he said, his voice now especially calm and steady, distinctly different from before. Beth, Naomi, and the Invisible were already used to the David Legion. They knew David alone could be as capable as several people, so this change came as no surprise to them in this way. After they placed their hands on David, they stepped into the arena as if wading into the surface. A lake. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves inside the Colosseum, appearing on the first tier of the spectator stands. From this vantage point, their views suddenly broadened. They could easily see every part of the arena, much like watching a match at a sports center. Yet, precisely because of this perspective, they witnessed an incredibly bizarre scene unfolding at the very center of the arena. In the middle of this Colosseum-like structure stood a towering central platform, upon which rested a throne. Seated on the throne was a mysterious figure with blue skin, whose appearance was distinctly inhuman. Standing to the left of this enigmatic blue-skinned being was their target for this quest, the core member of the detective agency, Pharaoh, who now assumed the role of an attendant. Pharaoh's demeanor was one of utmost humility, showing no trace of reluctance or distress. On the right side of the blue figure stood another being, just as inhuman in appearance, a devil painted in deep red. Nami and Wuxing might not recognize this figure, but Beth and David were anything but strangers to him. The Red Devil, one of the core members of the Hellfire Club, the right hand of the Red Tank, and a figure who had once appeared in the Clockwork Asylum. Back then, the Shadow King was still alive, residing within David, and Beth was just an ordinary person. Time has passed, and both Beth and David have since surpassed the Red Devil in both reputation and strength. Yet they never expected to encounter him here, and under such circumstances. David, now having switched back to his primary personality, exchanged a glance with Beth. In each other's eyes, they saw the same gravity and confusion. If Pharaoh had truly been kidnapped, their task would have been straightforward: rescue him and leave. But now it seemed Pharaoh was here of his own free will, an unexpected twist from their original assumptions. Could it be? David tapped a finger against his temple. Beth understood immediately. David was asking whether Pharaoh might be under the control of a psychic ability. She shook her head slightly and replied, "I can't say for sure just yet. I'll need to watch more closely before I can judge." David nodded in acknowledgement. Among the personalities within his David Legion, one possessed psychic abilities, though not nearly as powerful as Beth's, more on par with an average level 3 mutant. Still, that was enough for David to understand the nature of such powers. Psychic abilities could indeed be used to control others, but they typically came with certain limitations. Most people under psychic influence would, from time to time, display signs of mental confusion or vacant stares. Beth was an expert in this field. Given a bit of time, it wasn't hard for her to figure this out. As expected, she soon arrived at a conclusion she was unwilling to accept. The Pharaoh was not being controlled. This realization cast a heavy shadow over both her and David's faces. Naomi, unable to hold back her frustration, accused. How could he do this? It was Lady Beth who saved him from the North American military in the first place. Without her, he'd probably still be locked up in some lab right now. Even a usually inconspicuous invisible spoke in a low, grave voice. A traitor cannot be forgiven. Adrian deserves to die for this. Beth and her companions weren't surprised by Naomi and Invisible's reactions. The detective agency had, in essence, become a tightly knit order-side, superpowered organization, with bonds between core members as close as those of siblings. So, when news of the pharaoh's disappearance broke, everyone wanted nothing more than to rush to Egypt and rescue him. When Beth and David decided to come searching, nearly all the core members insisted on joining. But for practical reasons, they only brought Naomi and Invisible, those most likely to help with the search. Yet the harsh truth was that the pharaoh had betrayed the agency. This reality left Naomi and the others burning with a sense of deception and betrayal, their anger plain for all to see. In truth, Beth and David were no less furious than the rest, though they kept their emotions in check for the moment. Still, they chose not to act rashly, sensing there was more to this than met the eye. Sky, you must have gotten a look at that mysterious man in blue as well. Search our database for any matches now, Beth murmured into her earpiece, addressing Sky back at headquarters. These days, the Ghost Wheel Detective Agency was a powerhouse in the North American superpowered community, long past its humble beginnings. Its database on the superpowered world surpassed even SHLDs, encompassing nearly every piece of accessible information worldwide, as well as countless secrets known only to a select few. This was due not only to Sky's extraordinary hacking skills, but also to advantages others could only dream of: free access to Hydra's original database, Stark Industries, files thanks to Tony, and the vast majority of SHLD's archives, just to name a few. These formed the foundation of the agency's own formidable database. It was this very resource that often allowed the agency to tackle seemingly insurmountable tasks with remarkable speed and efficiency. Most of the time, it had never let them down. But today, luck was not on their side. There's nothing, no trace of him in any of our records. He doesn't exist in any known database, came Sky's somber reply through the earpiece. Beth couldn't help but furrow her brows at those words. The detective agency had always been cautious in their actions, only making a move after thorough planning. Even though their strength often allowed them to overwhelm their foes, they rarely relied solely on brute force to storm through obstacles. It was precisely this careful approach that had kept the detective agency from ever capsizing. They could almost always complete their assignments smoothly. Time and again, their prudence proved to be the right choice. In many missions, had they not been so cautious, they might have finished the job in the end, but not without suffering losses along the way. Unlike now, where their success rate stood at a perfect 100% and casualties were nearly non-existent. Beth herself was naturally meticulous and wary. Even when faced with a target that was clearly no match for them, she would never act rashly, let alone when dealing with someone as clearly extraordinary as the figure ahead. One must remember, whether it was the suspected traitor, Pharaoh, or the Red Devil, both were formidable fourth-level mutants in the truest sense. Especially the Red Devil. Raymond had briefed them about him before, so they knew he was a living fossil in human form, having survived for thousands of years. Even if his sheer power couldn't quite compare to the likes of Juggernaut or Magneto, the top-tier fourth-level mutants, in terms of versatility and survival skills, he was second to none among his peers. For such a human relic, with millennia of life behind him, to stand humbly at the side of that mysterious blue figure, how could Beth dare underestimate their opponent? As Beth pondered her next move, David beside her gently tapped her arm and gestured in a certain direction. Only then did she notice Juggernaut, whose giant frame was nearly impossible to miss, striding out from one of the arena's entrances. By his side walked Black Queen Psylocke, Longshot, Gambit, and other core members of the Hellfire Club. Although Beth and her team hadn't met all these Hellfire Club elites in person, they were well acquainted with their profiles. After all, the Hellfire Club was one of the most prominent mutant organizations. The detective agency could hardly be unfamiliar with them. David, in particular, had delved into the tangled history between Juggernaut and his own father during his search for his roots, so he felt a certain kinship, even if only in spirit, towards this uncle with whom he shared no blood. Could it be that this mysterious blue figure is from the Hellfire Club, and Pharaoh has joined them too? Beth wondered aloud, her brow creasing. If that were truly the case, things would get tricky. The detective agency, as a whole, still couldn't match the Hellfire Club in terms of strength. Even if they could, Beth would have to consider whether the fight was worth it. After all, their own notoriously irresponsible boss was, in reality, one of the core members of the Hellfire Club as well. Even though this core member wasn't exactly up to the task, often going off the grid and impossible to contact. This much was an undeniable fact. Even if things were to really fall apart, it would have to be Raymond who made the call. She truly had no right to decide in his place. However, what happened next was not quite as she had imagined, because Red Tank didn't look like he was here to meet an ally. That much was clear from his very first words. Red Devil, are you looking for trouble? From a distance, Red Tank addressed Red Devil, who stood beside the mysterious figure in blue, his tone dark and heavy. Not only him, but the other core members who had come along all wore equally unfriendly expressions, their eyes laced with hostility as they looked at Red Devil and the blue-clad stranger. Come on, Kane, don't be like that. That's just no fun, Red Devil replied, not at all angry, just shrugging his shoulders. When I first joined the Hellfire Club, I said it plainly, I was just waiting for an opportunity, and you promised me you'd help me find it. How long has it been now? 5 years? 10? Or even 20? I can hardly remember. Of course, time doesn't mean much to me, so honestly, it doesn't really matter. But I'm starting to lose hope with you. All your wits are wasted on plotting against your brother, who's already halfway to the grave, by the way. Honestly, what's the point? Luckily for me, a golden opportunity has appeared right in front of me. With the help of Lord Apocalypse, I'll soon be able to rescue my companions. As for the club, well, I can only offer my apologies. Red Devil spoke with remarkable candor. Apocalypse? The first gasp came from Psylocke. Born into an ancient family with many mutants among her ancestors, she was no stranger to the history of mutant kind. She knew that Apocalypse was the name given to the very first mutant in the world. She wasn't certain if this was the same Apocalypse Red Devil referred to, but her instincts told her it was highly likely. After all, Red Devil was an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years. His power might not match his age, but his pride was legendary. Even Red Tank he had never addressed with such respect. Yet now, he spoke with deference. Apocalypse. The second, hushed exclamation came from David, inside the barrier. You know him? Beth turned her head, asking softly. I've heard the boss mention him once. The name refers, supposedly, to the first mutant in the history of the world. Back in ancient Egypt, he was even worshipped as a god. Some parts of the Bible, in fact, took inspiration from his deeds. Like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, this refers to the 4 powerful mutants who once served under him. Each one a top-tier level 4 mutant. As for him, there's no doubt he's a level 5 mutant, and not just any level 5 either, David said in a grave tone. At these words, Beth couldn't help but feel her heart sink. Nearby, Naomi and the Invisible were even more taken aback. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared at the mysterious blue figure. It was common knowledge that level 5 mutants, also known as Omega-level mutants, were considered the theoretical pinnacle among mutants. But level 5 mutant wasn't the same as a level 5 superhuman. Level 5 was simply a catch-all term for mutants who had achieved Omega-level status. Even those with strength on par with the Celestial or higher were still categorized as level 5 mutants. Typically, level 5 mutants were born that way. Their potential was set from birth or from the moment they awakened. Just like David, others, like the Phoenix, awakened directly at level 5. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to cross that threshold through sheer effort alone. Moreover, once a mutant truly reached level 5 and managed to maintain control, their potential became extraordinary. Take David, for instance. If he could break through his current limits and reach level 5, it wouldn't be long before his combat power rivaled that of a sub-celestial. If this mysterious blue figure, Apocalypse, was indeed the very first mutant from history, then his power must be nothing short of terrifying, far beyond anything they could hope to challenge. If David could see this, Psylocke certainly could too. Okay, let's fall back for now, Psylocke whispered. This guy's probably a level 5 mutant. Don't do anything reckless. But Juggernaut's eyes stayed fixed on the red demon, his jaw set. He shook his head and rumbled. You all back away first. Kane, Psylocke's expression changed slightly. Back away, Juggernaut repeated, his breathing growing heavier. Seeing this, Psylocke knew that nothing she said would get through to him now. If they didn't retreat, they'd be risking injury at the hands of an out-of-control Juggernaut. A lesson they'd all learned time and again. Reluctantly, she motioned for the others to fall back with her, quietly sending a text message from her phone as she moved. Let's hope it's not too late. Psylocke glanced anxiously in Juggernaut's direction, resignation written all over her face. At that moment, the blue-skinned figure on the throne, Apocalypse, spoke for the first time. Well, little ones over there, have you seen enough? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the left side of the stands, as though addressing someone in conversation. Yet to everyone else, that part of the arena was completely empty. The pharaoh standing beside him suddenly seemed to recall something. With a flick of his hand, a swarm of tiny black beetles burst from his palm and surged toward that direction, engulfing the area in the blink of an eye. Yet in the next moment, those black beetles appeared to ignite all at once, bursting into flames as they plummeted from midair. "So it really is you," the pharaoh said, his expression a tangled mix of emotions as he looked at the four figures who had suddenly revealed themselves, his former companions. "You shouldn't have come here. Adrian, you damned traitor." Invisible, forced to drop the barrier because of the pharaoh's interference, shouted in fury. Hearing this accusation, the pharaoh's face darkened, but he quickly composed himself and shook his head. "Lord Apocalypse is the ancestor of our Egyptian people, the wellspring from which all mutants arise. When he called on me, I could not refuse. I'm sorry, Lady Beth." On Apocalypse's other side, Azazel, the Red Devil, also spoke up as soon as he recognized the four figures. "Well, if it isn't you two." Seeing that his two newly recruited lieutenants both recognized the intruders, Apocalypse's interest was piqued. With a curious glint in his eye, he asked, "Oh, so you know these little ones as well?" "The one on the left is the kid I mentioned to you before, my lord. The one with the potential to reach level 5, Red Devil whispered to Apocalypse, glancing in David's direction. Oh, Apocalypse's curiosity deepened at this. His ultimate goal was to gather all mutants under his command and build a paradise on Earth exclusively for them. As for ordinary humans, or any other superpowered beings, they were all the same in his eyes, obstacles to be wiped out. To put it bluntly, he was an extreme supremacist, believing that mutants represented the pinnacle of evolution. However, in the age when he was most active, mutants were exceedingly rare, and their overall abilities left much to be desired. Even among those he chose as his 4 horsemen, none truly satisfied him. If not for his power to enhance his followers, the 4 horsemen back then would not have even reached level 4. After his recent awakening, he was quite pleased to have immediately recruited the Pharaoh and the Red Devil, both level 4 mutants. But when the Red Devil told him that there were now not just one, but several mutants on Earth with level 5 potential, or even true level 5 mutants, he made up his mind. He would bring every last one of them into his fold. If he could command 4 horsemen at the level 5 threshold, his final plans would become much easier to realize. As Apocalypse's mind raced with visions of conquest, Beth suddenly sighed and said, "Adrian, I'm truly disappointed in you." Her face was etched with genuine disappointment, the kind that came from deep within her heart. Although she knew the current situation seemed rather dire, this was not the first time they had faced danger. Panic would do them no good. People strive for higher ground. Lord Apocalypse has shown me hope. Lady Beth, Lord David, you are mutants as well. Why not join us? The Pharaoh said earnestly. With your abilities, Lord Apocalypse would surely value you even more than he does me. Join you? Sure, but on one condition, that he takes you out first. How's that for a deal? David sneered. David's words made the Pharaoh's expression change instantly. He cast a wary glance at Apocalypse out of the corner of his eye, eager to gauge his reaction. He knew full well that Apocalypse had shown great interest in David. A level 5 seed. If David wasn't joking and Apocalypse actually agreed, would there be any chance for him to escape? At that thought, the Pharaoh couldn't help but curse his own loose tongue. Why put on airs for no reason? But Apocalypse's response put his mind at ease. With a gentle smile, Apocalypse said, "You are all my children. Why foster such hostility among yourselves? Let go of these prejudices. In the future, you will all rule this world. Wouldn't peace be better?" "No, it wouldn't," David retorted with a cold laugh. "I have no interest in siding with a traitor. And another thing, who says I'm your child?" Apocalypse merely shook his head with a smile, not the least bit angered. Suddenly, he beckoned toward David and said, "Come here, let's talk." At that very gesture, David suddenly felt a powerful force pulling him straight toward Apocalypse. "Damn it," he cursed. His expression darkened, and in midair, David instantly switched to one of his most reliable combat personalities. A massive blade of azure wind slashed through the air, flying straight at Apocalypse. Several strips of white burial cloth shot out from the Pharaoh, attempting to block the wind blade, but they were sliced through as if they were nothing. Boom! The enormous wind blade struck Apocalypse, erupting in a violent explosion. Now's our chance. The Crimson Juggernaut, who until now had remained silent, was suddenly enveloped in a scarlet glow and vanished from sight in an instant. Cloaked in that crimson aura, didn't charge directly at Apocalypse. He knew well that David's attack alone couldn't possibly harm him. Instead, his target was the high platform beneath Apocalypse's throne. Crash! The Juggernaut's raw power was staggering, especially when it came to physical force. He was like a prehistoric beast in human form. Seizing the brief moment of distraction caused by David's attack, the Juggernaut shattered the platform beneath Apocalypse's throne with a thunderous impact. The tremendous shockwave reduced the platform to flying rubble, shooting in all directions. In the chaos, David managed to break free from Apocalypse's grasp and landed safely on the ground. The red tank crashed through the high platform, barreled to the other side, and only then gradually came to a halt. Together with David and the remaining core members of the Hellfire Club, it formed a triangular formation, subtly encircling the spot where the platform once stood. As the dust and smoke slowly settled, the trio of Apocalypse within was revealed, not a hair out of place, looking completely unscathed. Especially Apocalypse, who sat calmly upon his throne, showed not even a mark from the impact. The throne itself hovered effortlessly in midair. The Red Devil and the Pharaoh appeared as if they were standing on invisible steps, serenely flanking Apocalypse on either side. "My child, you misunderstand me. I would never harm you. Truly, there's no need for such wariness," Apocalypse said kindly from his throne, paying no attention to the red tank. "If you knew my story, you would understand. I have never harmed a single mutant, not even those who fail to understand me. I'm well aware of that, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to go along with you," David replied, his face expressionless. "To build a world where mutants reign supreme. How could you call that going along with evil?" Apocalypse countered. "Just think about it. With the absolute power you possess, in a world ruled by mutants, you'd be revered as a god, not locked away in an asylum for decades, denied even a normal life. So your so-called mutant supremacist world means wiping out everyone except mutants?" David shot back. No, I'm not so rigid," Apocalypse replied, shaking his head. "The situation now is different from the past. These days, my goal is simply to destroy this twisted social system, to take power out of the hands of ordinary humans. It's not about killing them all. And by taking power, what exactly do you mean?" David pressed. "For example, destroying all nuclear weapons, eradicating most of the grotesque armaments spawned by modern civilization. Only when these weapons are gone can society return to its proper course," Apocalypse explained. David let out a short, incredulous laugh and turned to the Pharaoh. "This is the leader you've chosen to follow? Someone so obsessed with power he'll do anything to get it. David, I know you see yourself as part of humanity, but don't forget, you're a mutant too. Give them half a chance, and they wouldn't hesitate to lock you up in a lab," the Pharaoh replied, unfazed by the sarcasm in David's tone. "There are indeed many unresolved conflicts between mutants and ordinary people, and a long road ahead," David said. "But is it really necessary to destroy modern civilization to achieve harmony? I believe there must be a better way." At David's words, Apocalypse sighed. "My child, your mind has been poisoned by human thinking. You need salvation. That's enough talking. You should have died long ago, old man. Go to hell." With a ferocious roar, the Red Juggernaut launched another assault. He had no patience left for Apocalypse's endless ramblings. Besides, he wasn't a mutant at all. He and Apocalypse were worlds apart, never destined to see eye to eye. At the same moment, the sharpshooter and the Card Emperor struck from the other side. The sharpshooter flipped into the air, soaring upward. Just as he was about to land, a metallic playing card appeared beneath his feet. The instant he touched it, the card exploded, not violently, but just enough to propel him forward with a burst of energy. As he was about to descend again, another metallic card materialized beneath him, detonating just like before. In this way, after a series of explosive leaps, the sharpshooter arrived before Apocalypse at the same instant as the Red Juggernaut, beating him to the punch. Despite starting later, even though the Red Juggernaut had relied solely on brute strength to leap directly in front of Apocalypse, he was by no means slow. "Are you looking for death?" Apocalypse's expression turned icy cold. His attitude towards the Red Juggernaut and the sharpshooter was nothing like the one he'd shown David, for neither of them were mutants. Although the Hellfire Club was an organization for mutants, and among the oldest of its kind, non-mutant core members had always been part of its ranks, so their presence was nothing unusual. The Red Juggernaut was favored by an evil god, and the sharpshooter was a traveler from a parallel world. Neither had any connection whatsoever to mutants. Yet, there was no denying their strength. In Hellfire Club, they were among the most formidable, and the rest had no objections to having two such powerful allies. But to Apocalypse, not being a mutant was the original sin. "Get out of my sight." Apocalypse dispensed with any theatrics. With hundreds of powers at his disposal, He chose the most direct and brutal means to eliminate the red juggernaut and sharpshooter. Yet just as he was about to strike, a fleeting, earthy yellow glow flickered across his eyes and vanished in an instant. That brief flash caused his movements to slow, if only by a fraction of a second. The red juggernaut and the sharpshooter noticed immediately and were overjoyed, redoubling the speed of their assault. Pharaoh and the red demon also sensed something was off with Apocalypse. The red demon, in particular, instantly realized what was happening and whipped his head around to stare at Beth and her companions in the distant stands. "It's you." As he looked over, Beth coughed up a mouthful of blood. Only with the support of the invisible and Nami did she avoid collapsing. It wasn't the red demon who had attacked her. Beth had tried to interfere with Apocalypse using her own powers, and now suffered the backlash. In truth, Apocalypse hadn't even retaliated yet. It was merely his instinctive psychic defense reflecting her attack. If he had truly wanted to strike back, Beth's current state would be far worse than just coughing up blood and feeling weak. Although Beth is now no less formidable than the Shadow King was at his peak, she's still just a level 4 mutant, while Apocalypse is the oldest and most established level 5 mutant. In terms of pure strength, he's solidly in the Sub-Celestial Father class. For a level 4 to interfere with the Sub-Celestial Father, the gulf in power is simply too vast, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet, no matter how you put it, she did manage to disrupt Apocalypse. It was precisely this one desperate, self-sacrificing interference that created a golden opportunity for Juggernaut and Longshot. But the Pharaoh and Azazel weren't just bystanders. The moment they sensed something was wrong with Apocalypse, they sprang into action. By now, the two of them were firmly tied to Apocalypse's fate. If anything happened to him, they'd be in trouble too. Of course, their strength was nowhere near that of Juggernaut and Longshot, especially Pharaoh. Although he was also a level 4 mutant, his fighting power wasn't even on par with some combat-focused level 3 mutants. But they didn't need to overpower Juggernaut and Longshot. All they had to do was hold off a single wave of attacks, just long enough for Apocalypse to recover. The gap in strength was real, but holding back one round of assault wasn't necessarily impossible. However, just as they were about to intercept, both suddenly felt a powerful force slam into them, sending them flying in opposite directions. "No need to thank me," said David, bowing graciously to the two of them. He had switched to his adventurer persona, Wayne, who wielded telekinesis. David's tone was perfectly cordial and gentlemanly. Azazel and Pharaoh were so furious, they nearly lost their composure. How could they forget about David standing right there? This David was no longer the same one who, back in the Clockwork Asylum, had been utterly suppressed by the Shadow King. Even if the Shadow King were to return now, he'd never be a match for David. Nowadays, David possessed dozens of alternate personas, each with unique abilities. The most formidable among them, like the adventurer Wayne, were already on par with level 4 mutants. He could switch between personas at will, adapting instantly to any battle situation. Just like now, Wayne's abilities were perfectly suited for this moment. He didn't injure Pharaoh or Azazel, who were also level 4 mutants, but he made sure they no longer had any chance to interfere. No wonder they were fuming. Juggernaut and Longshot, seeing this, were thrilled. Almost in unison, they unleashed their attacks and struck Apocalypse. Let's see if he could survive this. A cold gleam flashed in Juggernaut's eyes. No one knew, not even the other members of the Hellfire Club, that he had once again broken through, his power advancing another step. In terms of raw strength, he was now the equivalent of a newly ascended level 5 mutant, absolutely in possession of level 5 might. Moreover, because his fighting style leans towards sheer force and ferocity, his attacks are so powerful that even opponents of the same level might not be able to withstand them. If that weren't the case, he might not have acted so impulsively, launching a direct assault on Apocalypse. After all, he has never been a reckless man, no matter how much his appearance suggests brute strength over brains. It is precisely his confidence in his own abilities that makes him so bold. What's more, even if he truly found himself at a disadvantage, he was certain he could force Apocalypse to think twice before risking mutual destruction. No matter how one looks at it, he stands in an invincible position. So what is there to fear? Yet, even he hadn't anticipated that the intervention of Beth and David would make his offensive unfold so smoothly, far exceeding his original expectations. Watching Apocalypse take his blow head on and get sent flying, Juggernaut couldn't help but let out a cold, mocking chuckle. So, this is the so-called first mutant? What a load of weight, no. His inner taunt was cut off abruptly as his expression changed in a flash. A streak of blue light suddenly appeared before him, hurling him into the air and slamming him hard against the wall. On the other side, Sharpshot was attacked at the same time, but with a nimble twist, he dodged the assault with seeming ease. The Apocalypse, who had just been knocked flying, now hovered in midair, his feet treading on nothing as he strode through the air with an imposing air. Blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he was clearly far from defeated. Juggernaut's and Sharpshot's attacks had certainly made an impact, but not nearly as much as they'd hoped. Apocalypse's eyes narrowed in surprise when he saw Sharpshot evade his strike so easily, but he didn't pause. With a wave of his right hand, dozens more attacks shot towards Sharpshot in unison. Yet Sharpshot, swaying and weaving as if drunk, somehow slipped past every single assault once again. At that, Apocalypse's gaze finally shifted. He squinted at Sharpshot and the now-standing Juggernaut, saying, "Juggernaut King? I've heard about you from the Red Devil, but it seems he didn't know you as well as he thought. He never mentioned you'd reached level 5. Apocalypse's words caused a ripple of surprise among those present. Even the members of the Hellfire Club hadn't realized that Juggernaut, their Black King, had quietly surpassed them all. The Red Devil's expression soured. Had he known Juggernaut was already at level 5, he might not have pledged allegiance to Apocalypse so readily. He used to be Juggernaut's closest ally within the Hellfire Club, far closer than the Card King or the others. Aside from Psylocke, he was probably the one who knew Juggernaut best. That was why he understood. If Juggernaut had truly reached level 5, even if Apocalypse was stronger, he would have a hard time holding him back. Back when Juggernaut was only at level 4, he already made plenty of level 5 veterans, like the old vampires, lose sleep at night. That a level 5 Red Tank is certainly enough to give even beings like Yation's father a headache. Perhaps Red Tank isn't truly their match, but to take him down for good, they might not be willing to pay such a steep price. Of course, Tianchi had no idea what was going on in Red Devil's mind. He simply kept his gaze on Yuanqi and said, "Your ability is quite unique, almost as if you're blessed. With extraordinary luck. I've seen something like it before, but never as powerful as yours. And if I'm not mistaken, your strength is on par with Red Tank's. Why hide it?" Yuanqi rolled his eyes and retorted, Hey, don't talk nonsense. Watch it, or I'll accuse you of slander." Tianchi chuckled softly and shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter. Yet, everyone's gaze toward Yuanqi shifted, including Red Tank's. It was obvious Yuanqi wasn't the best at lying. When Tianchi exposed his hidden strength, he looked visibly uneasy, and even his tone lost its confidence. What did that imply? Even Red Tank, who had just broken through level 5, was only considered by Tianchi to be equal to Yuanqi. Didn't that mean Yuanqi had always been the true powerhouse of the Hellfire Club? This companion from another world was hiding secrets of his own. Don't let him distract you. There's time to settle other matters later. Right now, we share a common enemy, Red Tank said in a grave tone. Yuanqi nodded in agreement, but Tianchi seemed unfazed. After all, his words were never meant to sow discord. He simply found the situation amusing. "I have to admit, you've given me a few surprises, experiences I never had before," Tianchi said coldly. "But this game ends here. From now on, you only have 2 choices." His expression grew frosty. "Submit, or let me help you submit." "Save your jokes, you bastard," Red Tank roared, anger blazing in his eyes as he charged forward without hesitation. But this time, Tianchi was ready. He didn't hold back. With a swift gesture, he reached out toward Red Tank. In an instant, the ground beneath Red Tank rippled like stormy waves, spreading upwards to engulf him, threatening to trap him in a surging tide of earth. Yet Red Tank's strength was almost monstrous. The violent flood of earth that swept toward him shattered under his relentless force, breaking apart like fragile bubbles as he pushed through, bulldozing his way straight to Tianchi's front. His face twisted with fury. With a thunderous crash, he smashed through the last barrier between himself and Tianchi. But before he could react, Tianchi appeared right in front of him as if teleporting and landed a punch squarely on his head. Red Tank, who had always relied on raw power to crush any opponent, found himself completely overwhelmed by Tianchi in that very moment. In an instant, his entire body was blasted backwards like a cannonball, sent flying through the air and crashing straight into the arena's building behind him, shattering it to pieces. Yet Apocalypse clearly had no intention of letting him off so easily. With a spare hand, Ling raised his arm toward the other side. At that moment, a violet portal appeared in the direction he pointed, and Red Tank shot out from within. In a flash, Red Tank was once again right in front of Apocalypse. Apocalypse swung his fist again. If this punch landed, combining with the force Red Tank had already gained from being hurled through the air, the destructive power would far surpass the previous blow. But just then, a shadow appeared behind Apocalypse. A sudden strike aimed fiercely at his waist. "Couldn't hold back any longer, could you?" Apocalypse was not surprised. With a mere thought, an invisible shockwave lashed out toward the figure behind him. "You can't hit me," the shadow behind Apocalypse, none other than Farshot, didn't even bother to dodge. He simply flopped down onto the ground, utterly nonchalant. The shockwave skimmed so close that it nearly brushed his nose, yet it didn't even singe a single hair. Apocalypse wasn't taken aback. In his eyes, Farshot had always posed more trouble than Red Tank. But with Farshot stirring up chaos, the oncoming, Red Tank was forced off course by a flying card explosion from the Card King, veering just in time to miss a direct collision with Apocalypse. Instead of pursuing Red Tank, Apocalypse suddenly shifted tactics, unleashing a surge of gravity that pressed down heavily all around him. Farshot, abandoning any pretense of composure, rolled rapidly across the ground to put some distance between himself and Apocalypse. But he was a heartbeat too late. Apocalypse's gravitational field expanded to engulf him, and in an instant, Farshot was caught. "No matter how lucky you are, it can't make up for an absolute gap in strength, young man," Apocalypse said, gripping Farshot by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "Maybe it's not that simple." Farshot managed a strained smile. "Oh." Just as a flicker of caution crossed Apocalypse's mind, he realized the world around him was spinning wildly, the scenery shifting. In a dizzying swirl, Farshot had vanished from his grasp, and the arena itself seemed to have disappeared, as if erased from existence. Only then did Apocalypse look down, and found himself standing atop a massive eyeball, its surface webbed with blood-red veins. He instinctively launched himself skyward, putting distance between himself and the gigantic eye. From above, he could finally see the eyeball in its entirety. "So it's you?" Apocalypse's voice held a trace of surprise. "Surprised, are you?" The master of the enormous eyeball, David's primary personality, smiled faintly and said, "I suppose I should thank you. Until now, I had never found a deeper sense of purpose because I had never met any level 5 mutant, nor did I understand what that truly meant. It wasn't until I saw you, the very first mutant in history, the original level 5, that I finally grasped some clues. As expected of the one I had my eye on. You found your own path so quickly. Child, you and I are the same kind. If you'd like, I will do everything in my power to help you become the most powerful mutant of all. And if one day you surpass me, I wouldn't mind handing over my seat to you," Apocalypse said with a gentle smile. "There's no need for that," replied David, whose presence dwarfed Apocalypse many times over, his tone calm and distant. "Why be so stubborn? Or do you think that just because you've reached level 5, you can stand against me? If so, I'm afraid you're still far too naive, little one." As Apocalypse spoke, his form rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he matched David in size. But the transformation didn't stop. He kept growing, larger and larger. Suddenly, a sharp crack rang out, like glass shattering, and the entire world collapsed with a thunderous roar. Apocalypse's vision abruptly returned to normal, only to realize that at some point, the figure in his grasp had changed into Juggernaut, who now stared at him with a savage grin. "Go to hell," Juggernaut roared, slamming his head into Apocalypse and sending him hurtling through the air. "That's enough." Apocalypse only slid back a short distance before abruptly halting midair, his face darkening with anger for the first time. "You brought this on yourselves." His voice tinged with fury. Apocalypse finally stopped holding back, and in that moment, the gulf between a near celestial and a level 5 mutant became painfully clear. In less than a minute, whether it was Juggernaut, who had advanced to level 5 and repeatedly knocked Apocalypse flying, or David, who had just discovered his path and evolved to level 5, as well, or even Longshot, whom Apocalypse judged to be hiding most of his strength and even more troublesome than Juggernaut. All of them were crushed utterly, unable to muster any resistance. At one point, Gambit tried to interfere with the surprise attack, but Apocalypse casually swatted him aside, leaving him gravely wounded. "Master, watch out for Juggernaut. He has a way to channel the power of that evil god for a massive outburst." Noticing some unusual movements from Juggernaut, Azazel, watching the battle, called out a warning. His words instantly drew Juggernaut's murderous glare, but Azazel remained unfazed. Now that he had chosen a side, there was no turning back. Hesitation was no longer an option. Hearing the Red Devils' warning, Apocalypse did not let arrogance blind him into thinking he was invincible, especially after experiencing the mysterious and sinister power radiating from Juggernaut. If anything, that made him all the more cautious. Yet, he showed little fear. He simply addressed Juggernaut in a calm tone. "Perhaps you think you still have a chance to turn the tables, but don't forget, even if you break through me, are you sure you can stop me from killing everyone else here? It's true that I don't wish to harm mutants, and I'm willing to give them many chances, but that does not mean I am weak or easily bullied. With these words, Apocalypse made no attempt to hide his threat to Juggernaut, forcing him to consider whether he truly wished to risk everything. The threat was clearly effective, as Juggernaut hesitated. The Red Devil hadn't been mistaken. Juggernaut had been ready to go all out. As the chosen of the Crimson Lord Sidorak, Juggernaut's power did have its limits, but when faced with an opponent he could not possibly defeat, he had a way to call upon his patron. Sidorak was a ruler of a multiverse realm, his true power far surpassing even the so-called Allfathers. Yet, his Crimson Cosmos was not as mighty as this universe, so the influence he could exert here was limited. While Sidorak could disregard most ordinary beings, it would not do to attract the attention of the 5 cosmic entities or the living tribunal. He had no desire to invite trouble over a trivial matter. Still, as a lord of the multiverse, Sidorak possessed many means at his disposal. For his chosen, he was generous. So long as his follower could withstand it, he cared little how much of his power he lent, for to his true self, it was negligible. But the reason Sidorak was called a demon god lay in the nature of his power. Compared to this universe's energy spectrum, his power was pure, unadulterated evil. Perhaps in the Crimson Cosmos, such energy was normal, even positive in that realm. Yet due to the differences between universes, Sidorak's power was deemed evil here, earning him the title of demon god. Such evil energy was not something just anyone could bear. If one took on too much, at best their emotions would be corrupted, turning them into nothing more than a mindless engine of destruction. At worst, their soul would be thoroughly consumed and transformed, leaving them trapped in a living nightmare from which death would be a mercy. That was why Juggernaut rarely borrowed too much of Sidorak's power for fear of losing control. But when forced into a corner, this was his trump card. Once, when he was still at the 4th tier, he had clashed with an old duke from the 13 clans over a certain matter. That old duke possessed power of the 5th tier and had tried to crush him with sheer strength. In a fit of rage, he overextended himself and borrowed old size power, unleashing a terrifying force in battle. In the end, the old duke, relying on the vampire's formidable survival skills, managed to escape, gravely wounded, but all the descendants he'd brought with him were slaughtered to the last by Red Tank, single-handedly. Afterward, Red Tank himself was in a wretched state. It took him a long time to claw his way out of that frenzied, unrecognizable condition. During that period, he even felt as if he wasn't himself anymore. Of course, these inner torments were unknown to the outside world. To outsiders, Red Tank simply seemed to possess a hidden technique that could suddenly multiply his strength many times over. Though ranked as level 4, he was fully capable of toppling a level 5. In that berserk state, he was practically invincible. Ordinary attacks couldn't touch him at all. This was precisely why, even after recovering, the old duke never tried to reclaim his lost pride. He knew all too well that his own power alone would never be enough to turn the tables. And if he turned to other vampire dukes for help, the price would be more than he was willing to pay. So, after weighing his options, he figured, wasn't it just about swallowing his pride? He'd just have to grit his teeth and endure. This incident was hardly a secret in the world of the superpowered, especially among the upper echelons. Everyone knew the story. Because of it, the Hellfire Club became an organization. Most other superpowered groups dared not provoke. After all, it had a supremely powerful, madcap leader. Who would seek trouble with someone like that without good reason? Yet, ever since quietly breaking through to level 5, Red Tank had never tried fighting with old size power again. He simply hadn't met an enemy worth going that far for. On Earth, level 5 represents true dominance, a power strong enough to support a massive, superpowered organization. Mutants are now among the most numerous in the world of the superpowered, but their status remains low. Not only do governments see them as targets for capture, but other superpowered individuals look down on them as well. The core reason, mutants lack that true, dominant power. Professor X and Magneto, those old friends-turned-rivals, are already considered the pinnacle among mutants. Yet both are but level 4, the very peak of their class, but no higher. If the two of them were level 5, and if the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants could grow even larger, then the fate of all mutants might truly begin to change. In truth, one plays the stern hand, the other the gentle. Yet both are seeking a future for their kind. They are waiting for the day when one or more level 5 mutants might finally arise to truly alter the mutant destiny. Professor X once placed great hope in Jean Grey, but she was never able to control her own power. That kind of level 5 is meaningless. If left unchecked, only death awaited her. The Red Tank had now broken through to level 5, which should have allowed the Hellfire Club to expand even further. However, since he was not a mutant, he couldn't be bothered to make this change public. It wasn't until Apocalypse appeared that he was forced into the spotlight. Now, if he borrowed Old Size power again, he was 70% confident that he could force Apocalypse to retreat and 50% sure he could defeat him. But as for actually killing him, he didn't even have a 10% chance. Likewise, if Apocalypse wanted to kill the people he'd brought with him, he had no confidence at all that he could stop him. Especially since, whenever he relied on Old Size strength, his mind would become clouded. At best, he could remember to focus on pummeling Apocalypse, but as for anything else, he couldn't possibly pay attention. So, the threat posed by Apocalypse truly made him hesitate. What is it you really want? Beaten and battered, the Red Tank fixed Apocalypse with a steely gaze and asked in a low voice. You and this lucky little one can leave, but the others have to stay. Don't worry, I won't harm them. As long as they don't go looking for trouble themselves, Apocalypse replied with a soft chuckle. His intentions were clear. He wanted only the mutants. And what if I refuse? The Red Tank panted heavily. Don't forget, just as you can kill my people, I can kill yours too. As he spoke, his gaze drifted meaningfully over Red Devil and Pharaoh, making their skin crawl. If you really think you can, Apocalypse said with a faint smile. The Red Tank fell silent. He couldn't tell if Apocalypse was truly confident he could protect Red Devil and Pharaoh, or if he simply didn't care whether they lived or died. Either way, Apocalypse's attitude made it clear he was willing to gamble. But was the Red Tank? He glanced at Psylocke in the distance, his expression growing even darker. Just then, Psylocke suddenly burst out laughing. Lord Apocalypse, are you sure you want to use me as leverage against Kane? Little girl, this isn't your place to speak. Apocalypse shot her a warning look, his tone edged with menace. Oh, then I wonder if I qualify to speak. A young white man with a buzz cut, dressed in a star-patterned uniform and carrying a massive stone sword on his back, faded from transparency in a solid form beside Psylocke. At the sight of the newcomer, both the Red Tank and Longshot breathed a sigh of relief, while Red Devil's face changed dramatically. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be off Earth? When did he get back? Red Devil looked utterly dismayed. Brian, you finally made it. If you'd taken any longer, I'd have been a goner by now. Psylocke grinned, wrapping an arm casually around the young man's neck. His name was Brian Braddock, Psylocke's older brother, and at the same time, the strongest hero in Britain, Captain Britain. His real age is much older than he appears, and although his nickname sounds like a knockoff version of Captain America, his abilities are on a completely different level. Even if you count Captain America's legendary reputation for evenly matched battles, his strength is nothing compared to this man. Of course, Captain America's renown isn't actually based on his power. Among everyone present, aside from Nami and Invisible, who aren't fighters, any one of the others could easily outmatch him. But regardless, Brian, the so-called Captain Britain, is truly formidable, so strong it almost defies belief. The members of the Hellfire Club have all met Psylocke's second brother before. In fact, they've even had friendly sparring matches with him. To put it bluntly, they've ganged up on him just to see if they could break through Brian's defenses. As it turns out, they couldn't. Juggernaut once remarked that even if he drew on the full power of Cyttorak, the same power he used to pummel the ancient vampire lord, the outcome would probably still be the same. He wouldn't be able to breach Brian's defense. Without a doubt, Brian's abilities far surpass the 4th tier and may even exceed the 5th. The Hellfire Club doesn't really care about terms like Omega level or beyond Omega, but they know one thing. Brian is strong, unbelievably strong. Apocalypse is terrifying, but the power Brian has displayed is absolutely not inferior to his. So when Brian appeared, they all knew hope had arrived. As Psylocke's older brother, Brian would never just stand by and let Apocalypse run wild. At that moment, Azazel also teleported to Apocalypse's side and quickly filled him in on Brian's identity and reputation, adding, last time he left, he said he'd be away from Earth for a long while. I didn't expect him to show up so suddenly. Apocalypse gave a slight nod, not blaming Azazel in the least. Meanwhile, after a few quiet words with Psylocke, Brian stepped forward and addressed Apocalypse in a cold voice. Isn't there anything you'd like to say? You're quite powerful. Apocalypse smiled faintly, then said, out of respect for you, let's do this. Since you all refuse to come with me, I won't force the issue. But those young ones over there have nothing to do with you. I don't suppose you have any reason to interfere? He glanced over at David and Beth. Who says we have nothing to do with them? Our boss is also a core member of the Hellfire Club. I think Mr. Azazel should be well aware of that. Beth spoke up, her voice a little weak. She knew she had to say something now, or it would be too late. David had already broken through to the 5th tier, and given enough time, his power would soon make another leap forward. When that happened, he might not even need to fear Apocalypse. But the problem was, Apocalypse wasn't going to give him that time. Today, a conclusion had to be reached. Moreover, she could tell that Apocalypse harbored a certain wariness toward this suddenly arrived young man in the star-patterned uniform. Naturally, this was a chance she had to seize. Apocalypse glanced at the Red Devil. Seeing that the Red Devil looked displeased but didn't argue, he knew it must be true. At that moment, Ling Dai also spoke up. She turned to Beth with a smile and said, "You must be one of Raymond's people, right? That guy is always so mysterious, never showing his face. How's he these days?" Beth cast Ling Dai a grateful look, knowing that Ling Dai was subtly helping to validate her words, and she quickly nodded. "He's doing well. Thank you for your concern, Lady Ling Dai." Before Brian could say anything, Apocalypse's expression darkened once more. "My patience has its limits. Don't push it too far." In that instant, everyone realized that Apocalypse did not intend to back down. Clearly, his bottom line was taking David and the others with him. It was easy to imagine. Apocalypse's ultimate goal was to make mutants the rulers of Earth, and there was no way he could achieve that alone. He needed enough allies. David, a level 5 seed. No, to be precise, David, who had already broken through to level 5, was someone he simply could not afford to let go. It was true that he harbored some apprehension toward Brian, especially after hearing the Red Devil describe Brian's strength and the legends that surrounded him. Yet that did not mean he was afraid. If it came to a real fight, the outcome was still far from certain. As long as his bottom line wasn't crossed, he was willing to give Brian some respect, even agree not to touch the Hellfire Club for now. But to let David, a level 5 mutant, slip away, he would never agree to that. Brian could see that Apocalypse had no intention of yielding. He glanced at Ling Dai, and when he saw her shake her head, he turned back to Apocalypse and said, "I'm not negotiating with you. Today, I'm taking everyone here with me. You don't have a say in the matter." As Brian spoke, he drew the massive stone greatsword from his back, holding it across his body, the tip resting on the ground. "Excalibur," the Red Devil warned, his voice thick with dread. Though he wasn't as old as Apocalypse, he had lived for over 1,000 years and had once witnessed Excalibur firsthand, though its wielder back then had not been Brian. The sword's might had left a deep impression on him. Brian alone was already a fearsome opponent, and with the legendary Excalibur in hand, their combined force was far more than the sum of its parts. Just as Apocalypse frowned, watching Brian intently, a streak of fiery red light shot across the sky and crashed down beside him. "What's going on?" asked a woman with short golden hair, her whole body wreathed in golden flames as she floated beside Apocalypse. It was none other than Captain Marvel herself. When Apocalypse saw her, the frown that had creased his brow suddenly eased, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Miss Danvers, you've arrived at just the right time. I wanted to ask, does our agreement still stand?" Captain Marvel, though unsure why Apocalypse would ask such a question or what the current situation was, knew that she herself had been instrumental in brokering the contract between S.H.I.E.L.D. and these powerful individuals. In fact, her visit this time was precisely because of this matter. Naturally, she wouldn't deny it. So without much thought, she replied, "Of course it's valid. Isn't that exactly why we're here?" No sooner had she spoken than the sky above the arena was suddenly blanketed by a thick swarm of blood-red bats, casting the illusion of nightfall with their sheer number. Juggernaut's face darkened at the sight of these crimson bats, as they stirred up some rather unpleasant memories for him. Yet, he quickly realized that the spectacle overhead far surpassed anything he'd witnessed before, by orders of magnitude, at least 10 times more impressive than last time. Could it be? Juggernaut's brow arched as a suspicion began to form. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the dense cloud of bats in the sky suddenly converged, swooping down toward the ground. As they landed, they gradually coalesced into the figure of a sinister youth dressed in a tailcoat. "Ladies and gentlemen, good day." The young man in the tailcoat flashed a wicked, charming smile and offered the crowd a genteel bow. "That's the king of vampires, Count Dracula." Juggernaut's pupils shrank sharply as he recognized the newcomer. The entanglements between Count Dracula and the 13 clans were no secret in Europe. The Hellfire Club's main power base was there as well, and their dealings with the vampire race were many and unavoidable. So this was a well-known tale. Years ago, after Juggernaut had clashed with the old Count, he'd worried about possible retaliation from the vampires. And of all of them, the one who gave him the most pause was the elusive king of vampires himself. But the more he learned, the more he realized his fears were largely unnecessary. Count Dracula, though the mightiest of vampires and heir to the bloodline of the progenitor, had anything but harmonious relations with the 13 clans. Their enmity might not be outright to the death, but there was no chance Dracula would ever assist them against an enemy. As for the other vampire dukes, Juggernaut had never really been concerned. It was precisely because Juggernaut had studied the king of vampires so thoroughly that he was certain. Here was another titan, every bit as formidable as Apocalypse himself, the first mutant. If Apocalypse was the strongest mutant he'd ever known, then Count Dracula was without question the mightiest of all vampires. Dracula, Brian, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately recognized him as well. As two of Europe's most influential near-cosmic powerhouses, this wasn't their first encounter, nor would it be their last. "Oh, Brian, you're here too?" The young man in the tailcoat recognized the legendary Captain Britain, the wielder of Excalibur, and greeted him warmly. "It's been a long time." Out of courtesy, Brian nodded in response, but said nothing. The situation was clearly becoming more complicated. As he pondered how to bring things to a close, he suddenly sensed something and sharply raised his head to look toward the sky. Dracula and Captain Marvel reacted in the exact same way, following his gaze upward. There, drifting down at an unhurried pace, was a white cloud. Standing atop, it was an Asian man in a golden robe, his face adorned with a gentle smile. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he radiated an air of refined elegance and nobility. Most of those present did not recognize him. Neither the members of the Hellfire Club nor David and Beth had any idea who he was. Only Brian and a few others realized his identity. The Jade Emperor. Brian's brow arched in surprise. He had also recognized the Lord of Kunlun, the most powerful Qigong master of their acquaintance, a fellow near-cosmic being. Now, with the Jade Emperor's arrival, along with Apocalypse, the unfamiliar lady beside him who clearly possessed similar powers, Count Dracula, and himself, there were already 5 near-cosmic beings present. But Brian's astonishment was a bit premature. Just as the Jade Emperor made his entrance, a spatial rift suddenly tore open nearby. Out stepped a small, sinister old man clad in a black wizard's robe, his face twisted into a malevolent scowl. At the sight of this sly old man, Dracula, Brian, and the Jade Emperor all frowned simultaneously. Only Apocalypse, newly awakened, and Captain Marvel, as the convener, maintained their composure. "What's with those faces? Not happy to see me?" The sinister old man taunted, his tone sharp and provocative upon noticing their reactions. "We're just surprised you actually had the nerve to show up in person. Aren't you afraid of being sealed away by her?" Dracula replied, his voice laced with amusement. "Indeed," the Jade Emperor added tersely. "She won't make a move until she's absolutely certain she can seal me completely. Until then, I'm not worried." The sinister old man let out a mocking laugh. "She knows very well that if she fails to seal me in a single attempt, I'll answer her actions with a grand massacre. She can glimpse fragments of the future, so she's well aware of what I'll do. With her bone-deep hypocrisy, there's no way she'd take such a reckless risk. Kalu, if you dare make a move, I'll take your head." Brian raised the sword in the stone with one hand, pointing it directly at the sinister little man. Unfazed, the old man nonchalantly dug at his ear with his pinky, showing no hint of respect. "If those words came out of that old geezer Merlin's mouth, maybe I'd actually worry. But coming from you, to be honest, you're still a long way off." Brian snorted coldly, but chose not to continue the war of words. He knew full well he wasn't entirely confident he could handle the sinister old man before him, for all his shabby appearance. The man's name was Kalu. His attire alone made it clear he was a sorcerer. As everyone knew, these days, all the sorcerers on Earth in one way or another had ties to the Ancient One, and Kamar Taj, Kalu included. But unlike the others, he wasn't the Ancient One's disciple or a disciple of her disciples. Strictly speaking, he was actually her junior, a fellow student from long ago. But centuries ago, a rift had formed between them over irreconcilable beliefs, and Kalu had left Kamartaj. Later, in pursuit of forbidden black magic, Kalu committed numerous atrocities, eventually drawing the Ancient One's ire. She hunted him down, captured him, and imprisoned him in Kamartaj for decades. Naturally, Kalu could never accept such a fate. For years, he secretly manipulated a few naive novices at Kamartaj. Then, seizing the opportunity when the Ancient One left to deal with a formidable adversary, he managed, with those novices' help, to escape. By the time she returned, Kalu had already vanished into another world. In such circumstances, recapturing him was no simple task for the Ancient One, especially when Kalu was prepared for it. In terms of raw power, Kalu could never truly compare to the Ancient One. His strength, to be sure, was already at the very peak of the sub-principal level, just a hair's breadth away from becoming a true principal. But that single step, small as it seemed, meant a world of difference in power. What's more, the Ancient One wasn't just a genuine principal. She was the current Sorcerer Supreme, able to draw on the might of a super magic array refined by generations of Sorcerer Supremes. Within the reach of that array, not even Dormammu could make her flinch. Still, raw power was one thing. Escaping was a different matter entirely. Especially for a sorcerer, whose repertoire of magical tricks made escape their specialty. For the Ancient One, defeating Master Kalu would be almost effortless. She wouldn't even need to call upon the power of the supreme magic circle. Yet, if she wanted to capture him when he was fully prepared, not even she could be absolutely certain of success. At best, she could be 90% sure. But it was precisely that lingering 10% of uncertainty that kept the Ancient One from making a decisive move against Master Kalu. For she could see that in those possible futures where she acted but failed to capture him, Kalu would retaliate with a massacre. Even with all her power, she couldn't protect every corner of Earth at all times. And with Kalu's strength, just a single step away from reaching the rank of the All-Father. If he truly set his mind to terror and destruction, the havoc he could unleash would surpass even that of nuclear weapons. In such a scenario, it wouldn't just be thousands or tens of thousands of lives lost. It would be true rivers of blood. Kalu was nothing like Dormammu. He understood the Ancient One far too well, and was a master of self-restraint. As long as the Ancient One did not make a move against him, he acted with extreme caution, and, most of the time, he wasn't even on Earth. With so low a threat to Earth's people, the Ancient One had no grounds to risk everything for his capture, and so, over time, his existence was tacitly permitted. Still, although he spent most of his time away from Earth, Kalu remained an Earthling, one of the rare few who had reached the Demi-All-Father level. Both Captain Britain, known as Brian, Count Dracula, and the Jade Emperor had crossed paths with him before. They knew his origins and were well aware of his reputation. In short, Kalu was someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, with no concern for reputation or appearances. Take Count Dracula, the vampire, king of Europe. For all his infamy, his actions were more about personal whim than malice. He simply cared nothing for mortal laws, but was not truly evil. Kalu was different. His greatest obsession was the study of souls and corpses. The tales of necromancers throughout Earth's history could all be traced back to him. To further his mastery in this dark art, he had claimed countless lives, though most were creatures from other worlds. With the Ancient One watching, he dared not commit too many atrocities on Earth itself, for fear of forcing her hand. Even so, over the centuries, more than a few Earthlings had fallen victim to his machinations, including one who, like those present now, had been a superpowered being at the Demi-All-Father level. That was why, at his appearance, Brian and the others all wore expressions of deep unease. Only Captain Marvel, who had never really been part of their inner circle, and Apocalypse, who had just awakened from thousands of years of slumber, were unaware of these past events, which is why they seemed perfectly calm. Of course, the members of the Hellfire Club and the newcomers from the detective agency didn't recognize the sorcerer Kalu either. But that didn't stop them from sensing just how dire the situation was. They had all witnessed firsthand how terrifying Apocalypse could be, and most of them had guessed that his power likely surpassed even the 5th level. When Brian appeared, Beth and the others saw a glimmer of hope for escape, especially since Psylocke intended to take them with her. This undoubtedly gave them even greater hope, for it was clear that Psylocke's brother was not afraid of Apocalypse. However, the arrival of yet more powerful figures quickly doused the detective agency's newfound optimism with cold water. Ew. Brian's gaze swept across Apocalypse and the others, his expression growing increasingly grave. He didn't believe these people would gather here without good reason. Moreover, judging by Apocalypse and Captain Marvel's reactions, it was clear they weren't the least bit surprised by the arrival of these new players. That alone told Brian everything he needed to know. Having roughly grasped the situation from Apocalypse, Captain Marvel was the first to break the silence. Captain Britain, is it? I've heard of your exploits. In another time and place, I'd gladly sit down and have a proper conversation with you. But as you can see, Apocalypse is our ally now. We won't stand by and let him be threatened. By this point, Brian had also learned Captain Marvel's identity from Psylocke. He frowned and replied, "Isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. supposed to stand for justice? Why are you doing this?" "Some things aren't as simple as black and white," Captain Marvel answered calmly. "As long as the Earth can be protected, certain compromises are sometimes necessary. If you're willing, Captain Brian, you're welcome to join our alliance and stand with us against threats from beyond." "And if I refuse?" Brian asked. "That's entirely your choice, Captain. We won't force anyone." Captain Marvel replied with a casual shrug. "Then, thank you for your understanding. Let's go," Brian said, nodding as he prepared to lead the members of the Hellfire Club, along with Beth David, and the others away. Wait, Apocalypse suddenly commanded, his face expressionless. I said you could take those people, but not them. By those people, Apocalypse clearly meant the members of the detective agency, David, Beth, and the others. Brian's expression darkened. Instead of addressing Apocalypse, he turned to Captain Marvel. Is this your decision too? Captain Marvel glanced at Beth, David, and the others, her eyes suddenly lighting up as if she recalled something. She spoke slowly. I seem to recognize a few of them. Lord Brian, aren't they unrelated to you? Brian's expression grew grave, but he didn't rush to deny it. Of course, he wanted to help his sister, to take Beth and David with him as well. Yet, even he had to admit that he had no confidence in forcibly taking them away. There were 5 beings of near-celestial power standing across from him. Among them, at least 2 were equal to him in strength. Even if the 5 weren't perfectly united, if they truly joined forces to keep him here, he'd be hard-pressed to escape. In a real fight, even if he could hold his ground, there was no way he could guarantee the safety of Ling Dai and the others. And to him, Ling Di's safety was paramount. If things really turned hostile, he couldn't ensure Ling Di's well-being. This left him facing an agonizing dilemma. Beth, for her part, certainly recognized Captain Marvel, the new leader of the Avengers. With a bitter smile, she said, Miss Danvers, I know you can recognize us. But aren't you afraid our boss will retaliate if you do this? The invisible Nami and the traitorous Pharaoh, who had already abandoned the detective agency, were all taken aback to hear Beth still invoking that elusive boss as a threat. For as long as they could remember, Beth, David, and Sky had always sung the praises of their mysterious boss, a figure shrouded in myth and legend. This had made most members of the agency deeply curious, wondering what kind of person could command such respect from top-tier superhumans like Beth and David. Yet none of them had ever met this boss. Over time, the legend faded, and many subconsciously began to think Beth, David, and Sky were the real heads of the agency. That is, until Beth brought the name up again. Earlier, when Beth mentioned that their mysterious boss was also a core member of the Hellfire Club, they'd already been surprised, though not entirely shocked. Perhaps their boss was simply another formidable mutant. But now, hearing Beth use that boss's name to threaten Captain Marvel, the undisputed top hero of North America, even they couldn't help but be astonished. And not just them. The members of the Hellfire Club who knew Raymond also looked startled. In their eyes, Raymond was certainly powerful, at least on par with the Juggernaut before his ascension. But, compared to these near-celestial figures standing before them, he was hardly impressive. For Beth to use Raymond as a threat against Captain Marvel, a true powerhouse of this level. Had she lost her mind? You're trying to threaten me with Raymond? Captain Marvel cast a cool, indifferent glance at Beth, her tone edged with frost. I wouldn't dare, Beth replied. Even if that's true, it doesn't matter. I admit I do have issues with him, but what happened today has nothing to do with him, Captain Marvel replied. Coolly, her tone calm and even. Apocalypse is my ally, and as long as it doesn't go against my principles, I will naturally stand by his side. It has nothing to do with who you are. So, Miss Danvers, your principles amount to being an accomplice. Beth's voice carried a hint of mockery. Normally, she would never speak to someone as overwhelmingly powerful as Captain Marvel in this way, someone who could crush her with a single finger. But now that they stood on opposite sides, she had nothing left to fear. An accomplice? Call it whatever you like. Captain Marvel was unmoved by Beth's accusation, her voice indifferent. As far as I know, he won't actually do you any harm. Am I right, Mr. Apocalypse? Of course, Apocalypse replied with a slight, gentlemanly smile. In my eyes, all mutants are my children, and that includes them. It's just that they haven't yet found the right path. With Apocalypse's cooperation, Captain Marvel nodded, signaling she was done with Beth and her arguments. She turned to Brian. That's the situation. So what will you choose, Sir Brian? Brian fell silent again. He glanced over at Psylocke and saw only worry written across her face. Clearly, she too had noticed her brother's predicament, or rather, it was plain for everyone to see. If it were only Apocalypse to deal with, Brian wouldn't have hesitated to lend a hand and take the entire detective agency with him. His previous attitude showed as much. He was ready to confront Apocalypse head-on. However, the arrival of Captain Marvel and her allies made things far more complicated for Brian. Psylocke wasn't a saint. Her relationship with Raymond wasn't close enough to justify risking her brother's life, especially when it wasn't even Raymond himself who was in danger. On the other side, Beth also picked up on Psylocke's struggle. Miss Psylocke, you should go. This has nothing to do with you. And besides, the boss will come to rescue us. She forced a smile. Psylocke's expression darkened. She too had made her decision, but it was one born of helplessness, and so the words were hard to say. Just then, a curious voice piped up from nearby. Excuse me, may I ask something? Count Dracula, dressed in his signature tailcoat and exuding an unsettling aura, suddenly looked at Beth and asked, "Did you say your boss is named Raymond?" Beth had heard of Count Dracula, the infamous king of vampires, though she didn't know why he was asking. Still, she nodded in affirmation. "That's right. Raymond Fong." Dracula's tone turned peculiar. "Yes." Beth nodded again. "Is that so?" Count Dracula let out a sigh upon receiving the answer, then muttered to himself under his breath, "I knew it would turn out like this." "What's wrong?" Captain Marvel picked up on something odd in his tone and shot Dracula a questioning look. "You know that bastard too?" "It's a long story, and now doesn't seem like the right time to get into it, does it?" Dracula replied offhandedly. "Fair point. Hey, you, all of you." Captain Marvel had just nodded in agreement when her tone suddenly shifted, brimming with surprise and anger. For in that very instant, everything changed in a flash. In a blink, Count Dracula transformed into a streak of crimson shadow. Moving with such speed, it was as if he'd teleported, appearing behind Apocalypse in a heartbeat. Of course, Apocalypse was no naive fool. He sensed Dracula's movement at once. Yet, he hadn't been fully on guard against his supposed ally, the king of vampires. Both of them, beings of near celestial might, would have been evenly matched in a fair fight, and neither could claim victory in a short time. But Dracula's sudden ambush, coupled with Apocalypse's lack of vigilance, gave him the split-second advantage he needed. Before Apocalypse could react, Dracula was upon him, seizing him from behind and locking him in place. Still, Apocalypse did not panic. Even restrained like this, he knew Dracula would have a hard time truly harming him in such a short span. If Dracula had attacked outright, he might have been seriously wounded, caught off guard as he was. But Dracula chose to restrain him instead, which meant that while Apocalypse couldn't break free immediately, he now had a chance to brace himself. Dracula's follow-up attacks would be far less effective, perhaps only managing to leave him looking a bit worse for wear. What's more, Captain Marvel and her companions were still close by. Dracula alone couldn't possibly tip the scales so easily, or so Apocalypse thought, until he realized he was very much mistaken. Because the moment Dracula restrained him, someone else reacted even faster than Captain Marvel. Before she could even decide how to respond, another figure had already appeared in front of Apocalypse, mirroring Dracula's position from behind, and unleashed a full-force attack upon him. There was no need to ask who it was. This partner in Dracula's ambush could only be the Jade Emperor. With Dracula holding him fast, Apocalypse was utterly defenseless, and the Jade Emperor's blow struck him head-on, delivered by the most formidable martial artist alive. For an instant, the world seemed to hold its breath. And then, just like that, Apocalypse vanished before everyone's eyes, as if he'd been erased from existence, leaving nothing but a fading illusion in his place. Dracula and the Jade Emperor, having executed their flawless maneuver, wasted no time and retreated to the side of Beth and David. The suddenness of the ambush left everyone present utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Not only were the members of the Hellfire Club caught off guard, but even the other arch-level cosmic powers were thrown into shock. Brian, in particular, felt his nerves snap taut. All at once, utterly bewildered as to why Count Dracula and the Jade Emperor would suddenly join forces to ambush Apocalypse. Weren't they supposed to be allies? Admittedly, this turn of events wasn't a bad thing for him, but left him uncertain about what was really going on. "Dracula, how dare you?" Captain Marvel erupted in fury, golden flames crackling across her body as she demanded, "I want an explanation." "An explanation? There's really nothing much to explain," Count Dracula replied with a mischievous grin. "It just so happens that both of us know Raymond quite well. Since Apocalypse is targeting Raymond's people, that makes him our enemy, doesn't it? Why waste words on an enemy?" "Exactly," the Jade Emperor agreed with a faint, easy smile. "Besides, it was only meant to give him a little surprise. We didn't actually take him out, so it's not over the line, is it?" Count Dracula nodded in complete agreement. "What's wrong? Still planning to play dead, Mr. Smuff?" No sooner had Dracula spoken than a figure slowly began to coalesce where Apocalypse had seemingly been erased. Moments later, Apocalypse stood once more in his original spot, though he now appeared far more weakened than before. "You too. Very well." Apocalypse glared at Dracula and the Jade Emperor with venomous eyes. Apocalypse was never known for his magnanimity. Though he often liked to put on a mask of benevolence and tolerance, deep down he was the type to remember every slight and repay it 100-fold. There was a time when Earth had nowhere near as many arch-level beings, and back then his power was something others could only look up to. Yet even then, countless people risked everything to unite against him, all for the sake of toppling his rule. a testament to what kind of tyrant he was in those days. When S.H.I.E.L.D. awakened him this time, he'd certainly entertained the idea of conquering the world with brute force and ruling supreme once again. But as he grew more familiar with the current state of affairs, he realized such ambitions were no longer realistic. To say nothing of the others, he wasn't even confident about defeating Captain Marvel, let alone the many who matched his strength. One thing was certain, he was no fool. So he readily accepted Captain Marvel's offer of collaboration, and S.H.I.E.L.D. helped him adapt swiftly to this new world. With their assistance, he soon took command of Egypt's superpowered and underground circles, subduing the resident pharaoh and even drawing the Red Devil to his side as soon as word got out. He was a man of grand designs, harboring an exceptionally far-reaching plan. If everything unfolded according to his vision, he would one day become king of the mutants, ascending to the summit once more. But what he hadn't expected was that before anything had even begun to take shape, he was suddenly caught in an extremely humiliating situation. First came Brian's aggressive questioning, and then, to his astonishment, the Jade Emperor and Count Dracula, who were supposed to be his allies, joined forces to stab him in the back. If not for his remarkable survival skills, he might have been doomed right then and there. Miss Danvers, is this what you call a mutual defense pact? Apocalypse refrained from threatening the Jade Emperor and Dracula, for even at his full strength, he wasn't confident he could take them both down, let alone in his current weakened state. It was clear to him that Captain Marvel was just as blindsided by their actions, and that this was no conspiracy targeted at him. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be standing here alive. At this point, all he could do was appeal to reason, even though that was never his preferred way of doing things. Captain Marvel's face grew even darker as she turned toward the Jade Emperor and Count Dracula, demanding, "I fail to see how this justifies ambushing an ally and violating our agreement. If this is your answer, then I have no choice but to consider this a unilateral breach and request arbitration." The Jade Emperor let out a cold laugh. "Miss Danvers, spare us your righteous act. When you approached us separately to propose this alliance, your stated reason was to prepare for a possible extraterrestrial threat to Earth, wasn't it?" Captain Marvel replied. "And what exactly are you implying?" Count Dracula spoke up. "What he means is simple. From the very beginning, you were hiding the real purpose behind this alliance." At those words, even Apocalypse and Master Kalu could no longer remain impassive. Master Kalu's gaze grew strange as he remarked, "Oh, does this mean Miss Danvers has been playing us all along?" Though Captain Marvel was seething inside, her outward tone only grew colder. "You're free to think what you like, but don't expect me to admit to something I haven't done. And let me warn you, I don't take kindly to false accusations. Choose your words carefully." "Oh, is that a threat, Miss Danvers?" Count Dracula let out a low, mocking chuckle. "I'll admit, you're certainly formidable among everyone here. Perhaps only that madman Kalu could hope to defeat you in a fair fight. But so what? Can you actually take us down?" Captain Marvel's expression was stormy. Seeing her reaction, Count Dracula's face twisted into a mocking smile. As he said, at their level of power, even if some were stronger than others, killing one another was no simple feat after all, who among them hadn't mastered a few ways to cheat death? The most classic example was none other than Master Ko, even the Ancient One, a true celestial father-level figure. Wouldn't dare guarantee he could keep him in place. That alone spoke volumes about how astonishing Master Kalu's survival skills were. Captain Marvel, though a rising star, was undeniably powerful. Among the 6 subcelestial father-level beings present, her strength was unquestionably among the top, and no one could deny that. Yet, that didn't mean anyone else would fear her. At this moment, the Jade Emperor spoke up with a mocking tone. "If I'm not mistaken, one of the main reasons you formed this alliance was to have us help you deal with Raymond, wasn't it?" "What?" The ones who reacted most strongly to the Jade Emperor's remark were not Apocalypse or Master Kalu, nor the bystander Brian, but rather the members of the detective agency and the Hellfire Club. Most of them were old acquaintances of Raymond, especially David and Beth, who had followed Raymond from the very beginning. Even though they knew Raymond was formidable and believed he wouldn't be afraid of Captain Marvel, it had never crossed their minds that Captain Marvel would rally so many subcelestial father heavyweights just to deal with Raymond. Psylocke and Colossus were equally stunned, even beginning to doubt if the Raymond being discussed was really the one they knew. Could it just be someone with the same name? But after all, the fact that the Jade Emperor and Count Dracula had saved Beth and the others was indisputable. It didn't seem to be a misunderstanding. If they were this shocked, then for those like Intangible and Naomi, employees who had never even met their own boss, the revelation was even more mind-blowing. Today felt like a wild roller coaster ride, more thrilling than all their past experiences combined. Of course, The one in the worst mood at this moment was the Pharaoh. He had thought he'd made the right choice. After all, compared to Apocalypse, Beth and David simply didn't measure up. Even though David was now a level 5 mutant, he was still young and inexperienced compared to Apocalypse, not worth regretting over. Yet, what he never expected was that the detective agency's boss, who hadn't shown up in ages, might also be a sub-celestial father heavyweight. That was truly an awkward predicament. Take back what you just said and apologize to Apocalypse. And I can pretend none of this ever happened, Captain Marvel said, suppressing her urge to explode, her voice icy cold. This is your final chance. Otherwise, I'll apply for arbitration right away. Suit yourself, the Jade Emperor replied, making a gesture of invitation. Count Dracula simply shrugged, utterly nonchalant, as if to say, do as you please. You. This time, Captain Marvel was truly furious. She knew that if things continued this way, the alliance would surely fall apart. It was time to make a decision. With that thought, she pulled out half of a contract without a moment's hesitation. The other half of this contract has already returned to its creator, the Lord of Lies, Mephisto, as a witness. When it comes time to request arbitration of the contract, she only needs to activate this document. Watching the brazen Jade Emperor and Count Dracula, Captain Marvel said coldly, I already gave you your chance. With that, she hesitated no longer and immediately activated her half of the contract. As the contract was triggered, a streak of crimson light suddenly surged from its surface, shooting straight toward the air not far away. In an instant, it was as if an invisible pane of glass had shattered in midair, cracks appearing out of nowhere and quickly spreading wider. Faintly, flashes of red light glimmered from the other side of the widening rift. This aura is... Brian felt the presence emanating from beyond the rift, and without thinking, he took a step back, gripping the sword in the stone even tighter. He called out, Everyone get behind me. Naturally, he was speaking to Psylocke and the rest of the Hellfire Club, save for the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut, after all, was on the opposing side and probably wouldn't make it in time. And besides, he was more than capable of looking after himself. Brian was no stranger to the world's current state of affairs, unlike Apocalypse, who only had a vague understanding of such matters. After all, Brian had inherited the legacy of Merlin, the wizard. Merlin himself was an entity above even the Sky Fathers, perhaps not quite on par with the true form of Old Psy, but certainly not someone to be trifled with in this world. Brian had known the Juggernaut for some time, and, out of curiosity, had once asked Merlin about him. Merlin had never had any reason to withhold the truth from his successor, so Brian understood well that the Juggernaut was not easily taken down. But the same could not be said for Psylocke and the others. Their luck and resilience were nowhere near as formidable. The aura from the far side of the rift was not unfamiliar to Brian, for it was unmistakably the unique presence of a hell dimension. Though he could not be certain which hell dimension exactly, any of them spelled danger. Still, he was not overly fearful. After all, Earth was protected by the Supreme Sorcerer's grand magical wards. Even someone as powerful as Dormammu could not invade Earth by force, so the other Lords of Hell stood even less of a chance. At most, if a Hell Lord tried to appear, only a portion of their power could seep through. Even so, Brian had noticed Captain Marvel's earlier action when she activated that contract, and it raised his guard. After all, the Master Spell Matrix was not all-powerful. It had to abide by certain established rules. If Brian remembered correctly, a contract like the one she just activated was one of the very few means by which a Hell Lord could temporarily exert the vast majority of their power on Earth, precisely. Because it was a contract willingly signed by an earthly being. Once the contract is violated, the unknown Lord of Hell who serves as its witness has the authority to bring down punishment. Not even the Ancient One would interfere in such matters. That's precisely why Captain Marvel was so certain that, once she produced the contract, both the Jade Emperor and Count Dracula would have no choice but to yield. Yet, to her surprise, neither of them seemed the least bit concerned, as if her actions meant nothing to them. She was left with no other options. Crack, crack. The fissure widened, revealing a cavern awash in molten lava, sending forth waves of evil and scorching heat. Well now, is someone calling out to me? A voice of astonishment echoed from the other side of the rift. Everyone turned toward the source, where they beheld a crimson demon seated upon a throne of hellfire, gazing in their direction. The moment that red demon's gaze fell upon them, each person felt as if their very soul had been pierced through, as though his eyes could see straight into the depths of their being. Well, quite a few familiar faces here. Isn't that little imp Kaluu? Was it you who summoned me? Asked the red demon. He recognized Master Kaluu at a glance. Clearly, the two were well acquainted. It was hardly strange that he called Kaluu a little imp. Although Kalu and the Ancient One were both centuries old, compared to these Hell Lords, whose ages are measured in tens of thousands of years, they really were no more than children. Of course, no Lord of Hell would ever refer to the Ancient One as a little imp. Such a title would be unthinkable for an equal. And, besides, the Ancient One was the Sorcerer Supreme of her era. Even the Dark Lord Dormammu would never stoop to such childish insults. But Kalu received no such respect. Though nearly invincible on Earth, his power merely earned him a brief nod from the heavenly pantheon. And while the Hell Lords shared his rank, some not even as powerful as the Ancient One, they were unburdened by her many scruples. Should Kalu bare his fangs at them, they would not hesitate to teach him a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Unlike the Ancient One, they had no fear of his retaliation. Kalu understood this perfectly. So, when the Red Demon addressed him, he offered a slight bow and greeted him. "It has been a while, Your Excellency Mephisto, but I am not the one who called you. That honor belongs to Miss Danvers here." At this, Captain Marvel stepped forward, raising the parchment contract in her hand as she addressed the Red Demon, Mephisto himself. "Honored Lord Mephisto, this contract was made under your witness. Now that someone has broken its terms, I hope you will see justice done." "Oh." The Red Demon glanced at Captain Marvel with keen interest, then turned his head and said to someone behind him, "Brother, is she the one who's been giving you trouble?" It was only when the Red Demon turned to speak that everyone noticed his imposing throne wasn't facing the crowd, but rather a long table. Seated at the table's head, the Red Demon presided over the gathering. On either side of the long table sat a motley array of figures, each radiating an aura of sheer terror that sent chills down the spine. Is that the fallen angel Lucifer? And the one next to him, that must be Marduk, King of Hell. Mage Karloff instantly recognized several of the hellish lords, his pupils shrinking and his breath quickening in alarm. Of course, he knew these were just manifestations, not their true selves. No Hell Lord would be foolish enough to visit another's domain in person. Yet even so, the sight was enough to make his blood run cold. Brian's astonishment matched Karloff's, for he too recognized most of the infernal rulers present. He muttered inwardly, "Are we witnessing an ancient demon banquet?" As Karloff and Brian reeled from shock, another voice, warm with laughter, drifted through the hall. "It seems that's exactly what this is." The moment that voice sounded, everyone froze in disbelief, but none more so than Captain Marvel, whose face drained of all color in an instant. For that voice belonged to the very last person she wished to see at this moment, Raymond. There sat Raymond at one side of the long table, seemingly enjoying the food before him. He stood out as the only human among the assembled fiends. A human in a gathering of Hell Lords? Even Karloff and Brian, who didn't recognize Raymond, were startled by the presence of a mortal in such a place. It was the last thing anyone would expect. The Red Demon continued, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Need a hand with this?" "No need," Raymond replied with a wry smile, rising from his seat and walking toward the rift. "I'll be back before you know it. Don't wait up." Before his words had even faded, he had already stepped through the rift into the arena, the portal snapping shut behind him. A deathly silence fell over the Colosseum. Why was it Raymond? How could it possibly be Raymond? Captain Marvel's mind went utterly blank. She could not begin to comprehend how the situation had taken this turn. The betrayal of the Jade Emperor and Count Dracula had already left her at a grave disadvantage, but she still had the contract as her trump card. She believed that, in the end, they would have no choice but to yield to her demands. Yet reality had unfolded in a way entirely contrary to her expectations. And for the first time, she sensed something was very wrong. But with things having come this far, she had no other choice. Yet, no matter how she racked her brain, she could never have imagined that Raymond would make his entrance in such a manner. That contract witness, Mephisto, the Lord of Lies, renowned throughout the multiverse as a Hell Lord, actually appeared to be on very familiar terms with Raymond, even calling him brother. An Earthling, able to call a Hell Lord his brother, and apparently mingling with several other Hell Lords at a banquet. What that implied was more than obvious. He had gained the recognition of those Hell Lords. Those godlike beings who saw all life as mere ants or pawns had acknowledged Raymond as their equal. Only this could explain everything that had happened before. Captain Marvel was no fool. Of course she could see what this meant. But it was simply too much for her to accept. She refused to accept it. If she did, it would mean that everything she'd done before was nothing but self-deception. Boss, Raymond. For David and Beth, who didn't recognize those Hell Lords, the earlier events hadn't shocked them quite as much. But seeing Raymond appear now, their joy far outweighed any surprise. After all, in their eyes, there were few problems that Raymond couldn't solve. Even if the one they were up against was Captain Marvel, it would be the same. What's going on? Why are you two here? Raymond was a little surprised to see David and Beth in this place as well. Of course, he was aware that Captain Marvel was plotting something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten to the Jade Emperor and the others ahead of time to win them over. But he hadn't expected David and Beth to get dragged into this, because as long as Captain Marvel had any sense left, she wouldn't try to use the people around him as leverage. Beth's eyes flashed. She used her abilities to send a mental message to Raymond, giving him a quick rundown of what had happened. So that's how it is, Raymond nodded, now understanding the situation. He turned to the Jade Emperor and Count Dracula, offering a nod of gratitude. This was a miscalculation on my part. Thank you, both of you. No trouble at all, the Jade Emperor replied with a gentle smile. Count Dracula just shrugged, saying nothing. Thanks, Betsy. Raymond looked across at Psylocke, who stood behind Captain Britain, and nodded in greeting. You owe me a meal, Betsy replied with a mischievous grin. Not a problem, Raymond chuckled. Seeing Raymond so casually greeting everyone without a care in the world, Captain Marvel's face darkened. Her voice was cold as she demanded, What exactly do you want? Upon hearing Captain Marvel's question, the smile on Raymond's face slowly faded, and he looked at her with an indifferent gaze. That's a question I should be asking you, Miss Danvers. Out of respect for Fury, I've warned you more than once. Don't provoke me, don't cross me. It seems you never took my words seriously, did you? Captain Marvel replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. You don't need to play these games with me, trying to act innocent without evidence. If I wanted to, I could easily come up with at least 99 ways to prove you've been scheming against me. But is there really any point? Raymond let out a dry, humorless laugh. For people like us, evidence is nothing but a joke. If you want to deny it, say, you gathered these people simply to keep the world at peace, then go ahead. Whether you admit it or not makes no difference to me. Besides, even putting that aside, do you really think today's events can just be brushed under the rug? That brain-addled blue elf tried to move against my people, and I'm not the least bit surprised. But you, knowing full well they're mine, still chose to help him. Do you honestly think this is the end of it? Apocalypse, who had been quietly enjoying Captain Marvel's predicament, suddenly realized the conversation had turned on him, and with a clear edge of hostility, his face darkened at once, and he fixed Raymond with a cold stare. Young man, are you targeting me? Captain Marvel was secretly delighted to see Apocalypse stepping forward. After all, she had put this alliance together precisely to deal with Raymond. She knew perfectly well she couldn't take him on alone, so she needed allies, no matter that most of them weren't quite as strong as she was. Still, they were all in her league, and each new ally could tip the balance of power. This wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But she also understood that if she were too upfront about her intentions, these cunning old foxes might not agree to join her. Raymond was stronger than she was, and it would never be easy to get these wily veterans on her side. That's why her original plan was to stir up conflict once the alliance was formed, forcing Raymond into opposition. As soon as he stood apart from the group, he'd naturally become everyone's enemy. The whole point of this gathering was to reach some preliminary agreement and establish a mutual defense pact. But she hadn't expected trouble before things had even started. And now, from the look of things, Raymond had already seen through her moves and planted 2 agents in advance. If today's events hadn't brought things to a head, Jade Emperor and Count Dracula would have served as his spies, and nothing she did would have escaped Raymond's notice. The realization sent a cold shiver down her spine, but things had already reached this point, and she had no way out. All she could do was grit her teeth and push through for now, leaving everything else for later. There was no doubt that, at this moment, she desperately hoped Apocalypse and Master Kalu would take her side. Only with their support would she have any leverage to negotiate with Raymond. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have the standing to talk. After all, Raymond was already stronger than her on his own. Not to mention he had Count Dracula and the Jade Emperor, those 2 backstabbers by his side. So, while she was trading barbs with Raymond just now, she was also racking her brain for a way to draw Apocalypse and Master Kalu on her team. She never expected Raymond would actually take the initiative to insult Apocalypse. That was essentially helping her by default. How could she not feel a surge of delight? Of course, she couldn't let that show on her face. In fact, she had no intention of stepping forward so soon and drawing more fire to herself. She needed the conflict between Apocalypse and Raymond to escalate even further. For now, all she needed to do was watch and wait. What she didn't know was that Raymond was fully aware of her thoughts, even though she hadn't betrayed a single emotion. But the question was, did Raymond even care? Targeting you? Raymond's gaze slid from Captain Marvel to Apocalypse. He shook his head with a mocking smile. You think you're worth my time? What did you say? Apocalypse almost wondered if he'd misheard. Before his long slumber, who would have dared speak to him like this? Back then, he was practically The overlord of both humans and mutants, everyone regarded him as a god. Even those who ultimately schemed against him still viewed him as an evil deity. Admittedly, the world had changed dramatically since his return. The number of mutants had multiplied 1,000-fold, and the ranks of other superpowered beings had swelled as well. There were even quite a few, like Captain Marvel, whom he found himself wary of. But no one had ever treated him this way. Even Captain Marvel had always shown him a certain courtesy. It was true that he'd adjusted his mindset to a degree and no longer saw himself as a god. Yet, deep down, he still looked down on everyone, even his temporary alliance. With Captain Marvel was, in his eyes, just a means to an end, a step toward unifying the world. The moment he saw an opportunity, he would eliminate her without hesitation. But even in partnership, he'd never imagined lowering his head. If Captain Marvel had been this arrogant from start, he would never have agreed to work with her in the first place. Raymond's sudden appearance was, of course, highly unusual. Apocalypse hadn't missed that. But after sleeping for so long, his grasp of the current situation was far less thorough than that of other veteran Skyfather-level beings. For example, in his heyday, many Skyfathers, due to various reasons, were simply absent from Earth. Whether it was the other 8 realms, heaven, or hell, it was as if they didn't exist at all. Although he was the one who had lived the longest among everyone present, he had never truly encountered any celestial-level being before. Even after learning from Captain Marvel that such beings existed in this world, he still carried a trace of doubt in his heart. After all, some things are impossible to fully believe without witnessing them firsthand. Naturally, he couldn't recognize Mephisto or the other Hell Lord's avatars who had appeared before, nor did the auras of those avatars inspire any fear in him. After all, any one of these Hell Lords could send out countless avatars, and it was only natural that not every one of them would be powerful. Some of the weaker ones might not even reach level 5. Especially here on Earth, a place so troublesome, even a Celestial would struggle to wield their true power. If it hadn't been for Captain Marvel using Mephisto's name as witness for the contract this time, Mephisto himself wouldn't have shown up in such a grand fashion, nor would he have done Raymond a personal favor. His methods had always favored secrecy. To confront others directly with overwhelming force was never his style. Unfortunately, Apocalypse didn't recognize him, nor the avatars of those other Hell Lords. While Master Kalu was still puzzling over how Raymond had won the approval of the Hell Lords, Apocalypse alone remained indifferent. After all, he didn't recognize any of those lords. What am I saying? I'm saying you shouldn't take yourself so seriously. This isn't your era anymore. If you act out of turn, you're bound to get yourself into trouble. Raymond glanced at him coolly, his tone detached. Young man, I don't think you understand who you're talking to. Apocalypse said, his expression growing dark. I'd like to return those words to you, Mr. Apocalypse, who can't even figure out the situation. Raymond replied, undisguised contempt in his voice. What? Are you planning to put on that godly airs of yours here? Or do you think no one knows that once upon a time, you were nothing more than a servant? Raymond's words made Apocalypse's face change dramatically, first with shock, then with fury. He growled, how dare you insult me? Is it really an insult? Or do you just think no one remembers what happened thousands of years ago? That no one knows you were once Imhotep's servant? Raymond's tone brooked no argument. That's slander. Apocalypse snapped, his anger barely contained. Seeing his reaction, everyone present, anyone with half a brain, at least, could tell who was telling the truth. Had Apocalypse been a little more composed, he wouldn't have reacted this way, which was as good as a confession. But there was nothing he could do. His agitation was inevitable, because thousands of years ago, in order to conceal this truth, he had already carried out several massacres, wiping out nearly everyone who knew the secret and forging a new identity for himself. He had believed this matter would remain forever buried, and that in the eyes of the world, he, Apocalypse, would always be seen as the chosen one of destiny. He never imagined that, after thousands of years, someone like Raymond from this later era would bring up the past. How could he not be both shocked and furious? The fact that he didn't erupt on the spot showed considerable restraint. Imhotep, if I remember correctly, that's the name of the legendary first savior, isn't it? Mage Kalu pondered aloud. That's right. Count Dracula nodded on the other side. I once raided the intelligence vaults of 13 clans and read many classified files. Among them, I found information about this Imhotep. Supposedly, Shield, Hydra, and Leviathan all split off from an organization called the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield, which was originally founded to protect Earth, inspired by the first savior. Imhotep, I just never expected that our esteemed first mutant here would also be connected to the first savior. How curious. Shut up. Apocalypse now resembled a provoked mad dog, lashing out at anyone nearby. his eyes blazing at Count Dracula. Imhotep? He's nothing. How dare anyone suggest I was his servant? A sudden, thunderous clang rang through the air, startling many present. Turning toward the sound, they saw that Captain Britain, Brian, had slammed Excalibur hard against the ground. Even Apocalypse found his gaze drawn to him. Brian fixed him with a cold, piercing stare and declared, "That is no way to speak of the Savior who once saved Earth. Apologize, right now, immediately." Clearly, Brian knew of Imhotep, the first Savior, and held him in deep respect, which was only natural. Brian himself was a man of unwavering justice, or he wouldn't have become Captain Britain. Imhotep, as the first Savior of Earth who once led ancient humanity to repel an alien invasion, was, of course, someone Brian admired and sought to emulate. For Apocalypse to openly insult Imhotep, if Brian could tolerate that, he would not be the man he was. "Miss Danvers, if I'm not mistaken, you're with S.H.I.E.L.D. these days, aren't you? With Lord Apocalypse here so brazenly insulting the revered ancestor of your organization, aren't you going to say something?" Count Dracula, ever eager to stir up trouble, asked in a mocking tone. Captain Marvel's face darkened, but she said nothing. At this moment, anything she said would be wrong. Apocalypse was the potential ally she was trying to win over in the fight against Raymond. She certainly didn't want to fall out with him over a minor incident. There's indeed a connection between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Imhotep, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is not the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield. Even if it inherited some remnants from the Brotherhood, the two cannot be confused as one. If the matter were trivial and someone insulted Imhotep, the first Savior, Captain Marvel would have no qualms about stepping in to give a little lesson. She might even gain a good reputation from it. But compared to a fleeting bit of fame, what she cares about now is the potential alliance with Apocalypse. Of course, she couldn't openly take Apocalypse's side, so she could only remain silent. Still, this silence made her deeply resent Count Dracula for stirring up trouble. Yet, as Dracula himself had said before, there was nothing she could do about him. At this moment, Apocalypse, his temper flaring, had no time to notice such subtleties. With murder in his eyes, he glared at Captain Britain. "Apologize? You want me to apologize to that bastard Imhotep? Huh. So, you've chosen not to see reason," Captain Britain replied, the sword in the stone in his hand shifting direction, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yet, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. He had suddenly remembered that everyone from the Hellfire Club, including Psylocke, was still standing behind him. He himself had no fear of Apocalypse, nor did Captain Marvel or Master Kalou pose much threat to him. But he couldn't ignore his troublesome sister, Psylocke. As if sensing his unease, Raymond, standing to the side, suddenly smiled and snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. At the same time, Master Kalou, beside Captain Marvel, had a sudden change in expression, his voice tinged with shock and uncertainty. "The Ancient One?" But he quickly shook his head. "No, not the Ancient One. This is..." If one were to rank those who understood the Ancient One best, Master Kalou would certainly be among the top, if not the very first. He and the Ancient One had once been close, only to turn into bitter enemies over differences in philosophy, and he had even been hunted by the Ancient One for centuries. If not for his deep understanding, he would have fallen countless times by now, no matter how unique he was among the near-omnipotent beings. The ripple he just felt was unmistakably from the Order of Sorcerers, or, more precisely, the kind of mirror dimension magic the Ancient One excelled at. He himself could perform it, but nowhere near as skillfully. The moment he sensed that fluctuation, he instinctively thought the Ancient One had arrived. But after a moment's reflection, he realized it wasn't her. Only then did he feel a bit more at ease. If the Ancient One had truly come, even if he was confident he could escape, suffering some pain would have been inevitable. Compared to Master Kalou, the others reacted a bit slower. Still, with so many near-omnipotent beings present, it was impossible for them not to notice that something strange was happening all around them. Spatial abilities? The ever-vigilant Apocalypse, who possessed several space-related abilities, was the first to sense the subtle fluctuations in the fabric of space. "Yes and no," Kalou replied offhandedly. "This is a special kind of magic known as the mirror dimension. Right now, we're all isolated from reality. It may not look like it, but we're no longer in the same space as those little ones." Sure enough, as Kalou explained, Captain Britain turned to pat Psylocke, only to find his hand passing straight through her body, as if he were touching a fleeting illusion. Seeing this, Raymond chuckled. "No need to worry. It's just a protective measure. We wouldn't want anyone getting hurt by accident, would we?" Captain Britain let out a sigh of relief at Raymond's reassurance, nodding with a grateful smile. "Either way, thank you." Raymond returned the gesture with a slight nod, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, the architect behind this mirror dimension, Zakon, slowly emerged from the void, wearing a lazy, unconcerned expression. One of his hands hovered in midair, a ribbon of liquid metal, shimmering like a silver dragon, coiling gracefully around his fingertips. Upon seeing Zakon, Kallo narrowed his eyes, his tone taking on an edge. "Are you one of the Ancient One's students?" "A student?" "Not exactly," Zakon replied with a sly smile, meeting Kallu's gaze. "We simply exchanged a few magical insights. I heard you're quite the accomplished sorcerer yourself. Perhaps we could compare notes someday." Kallu frowned, uncertain whether Zakon was telling the truth or simply spinning a tale. In fact, he sensed none of the powerful magical aura one would expect from a great sorcerer. Instead, Zakon seemed utterly, almost painfully ordinary. Yet Kallu couldn't deny that the mirror dimension enveloping them was unmistakably Zakon's handiwork, a clear contradiction. After all, not just anyone could wield the mirror dimension. Even in Kamartaj, those who could were few and far between. Someone capable of conjuring such magic could hardly be considered ordinary. And yet, Zakon claimed he wasn't the Ancient One student. Judging by his words, he had learned the mirror dimension technique by exchanging magical knowledge with the Ancient One on equal footing. How could Kallu believe that? The Ancient One was hardly arrogant, but she would never casually share or swap spells with just anyone. Even Kallu himself didn't think he was qualified to exchange knowledge as an equal with the Ancient One, though he longed, deep down, to surpass her. That was another matter entirely. He knew the difference between dreams and reality. If Zakon was telling the truth, did that mean Kallu himself might be less than him? There would be something wrong if Master Kallu didn't feel suspicious. Although Captain Marvel standing nearby wasn't clear about Zakong's background, she knew he was with Raymond. Seeing Zakong strike up a conversation with Master Kallu, she immediately worried that Kallu might be persuaded to switch sides. The situation was already unfavorable. If they lost another ally, her entire plan would fall apart. That was something she absolutely could not allow. So, without hesitation, she addressed Master Kallu directly. "Master Kallu, there's no need to take someone like him seriously. May I ask, do you have a way to break this mirror dimension?" Master Kallu, who had been deep in thought, nodded at her words. "It's just a mirror dimension. If it were the Ancient One herself who cast it, I might be at a loss. But if it's anyone else," he trailed off, a slight sneer curling his lips. Without another word, he raised his hand and slammed it down onto the ground. Instantly, a surge of purplish-black energy rippled out from his palm, spreading in all directions and making the very air shudder with its force. Yet, just a moment later, his expression changed. The wave of energy he unleashed quickly faded, vanishing as if it had never existed at all. "This is impossible." Master Kallu's face darkened. He was shocked to discover that he couldn't break through the surrounding mirror dimension at all. His confident words from moments ago now felt like a slap in his own face. Well, Master Kallu, what kind of magic trick are you performing for us?" "I can't quite make sense of it," Count Dracula quipped, never one to miss an opportunity for a jab. "Indeed, quite a performance," the Jade Emperor chimed in, his tone sharp and unexpected. Master Kallu's face grew even grimmer. "What's wrong?" Captain Marvel whispered. "That fellow's magic is strange. I can't break it that easily. Looks like we'll have to try something else." Though Kallu's expression was unpleasant, he didn't make any excuses. After admitting his failure, he promptly listed several other ways to break through the mirror dimension. The simplest method, of course, was brute force, overwhelming power to shatter all spells. Just like in a certain parallel timeline when Doctor Strange tried to trap Thanos in the mirror dimension, but Thanos, already wielding several Infinity Stones, simply smashed his way out with a single punch. Upon hearing this, Captain Marvel didn't hesitate. She leapt into the air, ready to follow Kallu's advice and try to break Zakong's mirror dimension with sheer force. But just as she took flight, a small, sudden orb of light shot out and struck her, sending her tumbling sideways through the air in an explosion. Spinning a few times before regaining her balance, she finally noticed the source of the surprise attack, a short, bald, and bizarre-looking extraterrestrial, floating in midair just like her. The other stood above him, looking down with an air of superiority as he was blasted away, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful, almost mocking smile. What shocked Captain Marvel even more was that this strange, bald alien radiated an aura every bit as sinister as that of Master Caecilius. And there was something oddly familiar about this presence, though for the moment she couldn't recall where she had sensed it before. Not that it was surprising she couldn't remember, because the last time she'd felt this aura was when Raymond had shifted into Frisia's form to teach her a lesson, and she'd been thoroughly beaten down. Of course, she couldn't have guessed that the Frisia before her, along with Kong and the others, were merely alternate personalities of Raymond himself. No one in their right mind would suspect such a thing. Despicable. You dare launch a sneak attack. Captain Marvel rose into the air once more. A sneak attack? Oh, not at all. That was just me saying hello. Frisia retorted with a scornful grin. If I truly meant to ambush you, do you really think you'd still be standing there, having this little chat with me? I'll leave her to you then. Kong glanced over at Frisia and Captain Marvel, giving a dismissive wave without waiting for a reply. In the blink of an eye, Frisia and Captain Marvel vanished from where they stood, reappearing high above in the open sky. To most, it would have seemed like they had merely switched places, but Master Caecilius, himself well-versed in the art of the mirror dimension, could sense that Captain Marvel and Frisia now existed in a different plane altogether, just as Psylocke and her companions were currently elsewhere. Such a terrifying mastery over space. Even the Ancient One would never have possessed such casual, effortless control. How could this be possible? The realization weighed heavily on Caecilius' heart. P.S. I'm back. Wishing everyone a happy National Day, and may our homeland prosper and flourish. Caecilius' assessment was absolutely correct. Even if the Ancient One herself were present, there's no way she could have shifted Captain Marvel around so lightly, as if it were nothing at all. The power of a Celestial is vast, but not limitless. Yet this did not mean that Kong was actually stronger than the Ancient One. Far from it. Most of the credit belonged to the Reality Stone he was toying with in his hand. The power of the Infinity Stones hardly needs any introduction. The extent of power each stone could unleash far surpassed even the mightiest Celestials, and if combined, their potential was utterly terrifying. Of course, wielding the true power of the Infinity Stones was no simple matter. It demanded an extraordinary user. Across the multiverse, only the Celestials and the Elders of the Universe had ever truly mastered the stone's power. The Elders, however, rarely used the stones for combat, and their methods were often bizarre. Only the Celestials had ever demonstrated the stone's raw, destructive power in full. As for Malekith, the previous master of the Reality Stone, he was able to wield a portion of its power, yet only a small fraction. Even so, that sliver of power allowed him to dominate for a time, forcing all 9 realms to bow before his oppressive might. Jiakong, on the other hand, is like a living encyclopedia of magic, possessing knowledge from 2 worlds. In terms of magical attainment, he might even surpass the Ancient One herself. It didn't take him long to handle the Reality Stone with remarkable ease. Even if Malekith, who had controlled the stone for thousands of years, were still alive, he wouldn't know how to harness its power better than Jiakong does now. So, despite the fact that Jiakong isn't at the Heavenly Father level of power, perhaps not even close to that of a sub-Heavenly Father in terms of sheer strength, he can still accomplish things with the Reality Stone that even the Ancient One might find impossible. No wonder Master Kalu is so shaken and uncertain. Of course, no one is going to clarify this misunderstanding for him. High above, a battle has already erupted between Captain Marvel and Frisia. As for Frisia, not just Master Kalu and his companions, but even Beth and David are seeing him for the first time. Naturally, they don't know much about him. Captain Marvel, however, is no stranger to anyone present. She is a superhero who once drove back the vanguard forces of an alien empire. In terms of raw power, even Master Kalu, the strongest among them on the surface, wouldn't dare claim he could handle her with absolute certainty. Though Frisia certainly doesn't look human, most of those present aren't fazed by extraterrestrials. After all, just look at Yuan Shi, a fellow from a parallel universe. He's far more outlandish than any alien. So, no one is particularly surprised by Frisia's unusual appearance. What truly stands out is the sinister aura that rivals Master Kalu's and the arrogant air of superiority that Frisia exudes. It's clear at a glance that this is no ordinary foe. The unfolding battle quickly proves the point. As Frisia shifts effortlessly into combat mode and unleashes his true power, Captain Marvel finds herself immediately on the defensive. Even from afar, it's obvious to everyone that she's in a tight spot. The only ones unsurprised by this turn of events are probably Raymond, Jukun, and the Count Dracula, who, having once been beaten by Frisia to within an inch of his life, knows Frisia's strength all too well. Though he's never fought Captain Marvel head-on, he doesn't believe she could best Frisia. With the situation so clear, anyone with eyes can see how things stand, including Apocalypse himself. His eyes flicker with calculation. He's already considering a retreat. He knows full well that there's little to be gained from staying, and lingering any longer would only invite humiliation. Better to withdraw, while he still can. With his strength and a whole array of bizarre abilities, he was confident that his survival skills were top-notch. Only by escaping from here could he turn the tables and regain the initiative. Yet the moment this thought surfaced, he suddenly whipped his head toward the left front. There, drifting slowly in their direction, was a silver-white wheelchair with a distinctly sci-fi flair. Seated atop, it was an elderly, bald man. Charles, even from another dimension, the red juggernaut, who could see what was happening here, had his eyes flare crimson the instant he recognized the newcomer. But after a moment, a hint of suspicion crept into his gaze. He sensed, however faintly, that this Professor X before him didn't seem to be the brother he'd always wanted to make pay the ultimate price. Especially since on the forehead of this Professor X, there was a strange symbol, as if it had been embedded directly into the skin. At the center of the symbol was a bold, capital R. This wasn't at all the style of the Professor X he knew. In fact, it reminded him of a recently emerged mutant organization, Reverse X. Its leader was a mysterious figure who called himself Professor R. But this organization hadn't been around long, and its activities were shrouded in secrecy, so very few people knew about it. Only major groups like the X-Men and the Hellfire Club had taken note that a new mutant faction had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The Red Juggernaut had even tried to send someone to make contact with these people. After all, just from the name, it was obvious this group was at odds with the X-Men. There might even be a deep-seated grudge. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the Red Juggernaut certainly wouldn't mind gaining another ally. But lately, that organization had kept a low profile, so no contact had been made. Now, seeing this man before him, who looked almost identical to Professor X, except for the R symbol gleaming on his forehead, the Red Juggernaut suddenly remembered all of this. For the moment, he couldn't figure out what connection, if any, this person had his not-quite blood-related brother, so he could only let his imagination run wild. As for Apocalypse, he, too, seemed to recognize the face before him. With a slight frown, he asked, "Professor X?" The X-persona, now calling himself Professor R to distinguish from this world Professor X, smiled and shook his head. "No, I am not him. Lord Apocalypse, you may call me Professor R." Professor R's words only confirmed the Red Juggernaut's suspicions. This time, even among the ranks of the Hellfire Club, veterans like Psylocke, who had long been acquainted with Professor X, realized that, despite the striking resemblance, this elderly man was not Professor X himself. Professor R? Apocalypse paused for a moment, but didn't pay it much mind. He simply assumed the other had changed his name or something along those lines. Shaking his head, he said, "I know all about you. You've done a lot for mutants. Not just you, but that little fellow Magneto as well. The two of you are quite impressive." Before Professor R could respond, Apocalypse continued, "To me, you are all my children. Everything I do is for the good of mutant kind. If your heart truly lies with our people, I hope you'll let go of your prejudices and join me. Not just you, every one of you. Or do you really want mutants to keep living like rats, scurrying through the sewers, always hiding in the shadows? I'm the first mutant on Earth, the pioneer for all of you. I am duty-bound to change this reality. But my strength alone is not enough. I need your help, my children." Apocalypse's gaze swept past Professor R, then lingered on David and Beth, and finally moved over the members of the Hellfire Club. It was clear this was his final attempt to persuade them. If he could get these mutants to stand with him, perhaps he could resolve the crisis at hand. After all, Captain Britain had come to help Psylocke, and Psylocke herself was a mutant. Raymond and the others were here for David and Beth. If Apocalypse could win over David and Beth, there would be no true, irreconcilable conflict between him and Raymond. Would there? As for Captain Marvel's grudge against Raymond, what did that have to do with him? His alliance with Captain Marvel was born purely out of respect for her strength and for the vast, semi-official organization she represented, S.H.I.E.L.D. But now, seeing that Captain Marvel was also trying to use him, why should he bother with loyalty or honor toward her? Still, after slumbering for thousands of years and only recently awakening, he had overestimated his own cunning. His little schemes were transparent to every seasoned Fox present. Professor R maintained his gentle smile. "Lord Apocalypse, you are indeed the first mutant, a true pioneer. No one can dispute that. But in my eyes, your plan leaves much to be desired. Mutants do need unity, and on that point we agree. Yet, to think that the power of mutants alone could overturn the world order, that's where your judgment fails you. Frankly, I don't have much faith in your leadership." "What did you say?" Apocalypse's face turned cold. He had never been a saint, and his so-called noble ideals were nothing more than a mask he wore to win over followers. Once, he had fashioned himself as a god, standing above all others. Hardly the mark of a benevolent soul. At this moment, he truly didn't want to fall out with Professor R. Yet the other's blunt, almost humiliating challenge left him momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing signs that Tianchi was growing angry, Professor R's expression remained unchanged. He merely smiled and said, "How about we make a gentleman's agreement?" Oh, Tianchi waited for him to continue. "Let's test our abilities against each other. Whoever loses must accept the other's leadership for the next 10 years. What do you think?" 10 years. Tianchi's eyes flickered. For someone who could reincarnate endlessly, 10 years was nothing at all. Moreover, he didn't believe he could possibly lose. He had already learned from Red Devil and the Pharaoh about the current state of mutants on Earth, and was well aware of the dynamic between Professor X and Magneto, the two leading figures on opposing sides. In his view, even if Professor X had broken through the 4th level and become a level 5 mutant, at best he'd be on par with David. To challenge him? That was still far from enough. The only thing that gave him pause was Professor R's relationship with Raymond and his people. Professor R seemed to catch Tianchi's hesitation and smiled. "There's no need for concern, Lord Tianchi. Our agreement will be free from outside interference. I can guarantee that, whatever the outcome, no one else will meddle in our arrangement." As he spoke, Professor R glanced over at Raymond. Of course, Raymond wouldn't undermine his own position. He immediately chimed in. "That's naturally not a problem. I can guarantee my people won't interfere in your contest, no matter what happens." With Raymond's assurance, Tianchi finally felt at ease. He didn't suspect Raymond would go back on his word. After all, Raymond had no leverage here, and even if he refused, there was little else he could do. There was no reason to play tricks. Besides, if truly pushed to the edge, Tianchi believed he could still make Raymond pay a price. So, he quickly decided to accept the duel. Little did he know, however, that this so-called duel would begin in a flash, and end even faster than he could have imagined. "Show me what you've got. Let me see what tricks mutants of your generation can pull off," Tianchi said with a confident smile. "Very well." Professor R's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement, but he didn't refuse. What Tianchi failed to notice was that Professor R's head had been leaning against the back of his silver wheelchair the entire time. The moment Professor R uttered the word, "very well," Tianchi suddenly felt a vast, overwhelming tide of psychic energy crashing down upon him. Bear in mind, Tianchi himself possessed multiple psychic abilities, far surpassing even Betsy, who had inherited the Shadow King's power. If one were to judge purely by psychic ability, he too could be considered a level 5 psychic mutant, though he had only just crossed the threshold into that category. By all rights, the Professor X before him, even if he had broken through the limits of level 4, should only be on par with him in terms of psychic power. Defeating such an opponent should have been as easy as flicking away a speck of dust. It was only now that he realized he had been gravely mistaken. The sudden tidal wave of psychic force crashing over him made it clear that the Professor R standing before him was no mere newly minted level 5 mutant. Never before had he encountered psychic power as terrifying as this. The sensation was unmistakable. This was a force that had already surpassed the tier he occupied. In other words, this strength was above the subcelestial level. He didn't know if, in the future, any mutant might reach such heights. But at least before he went into his long slumber, there was absolutely no one who had. Otherwise, there was no way he could have ruled the earth for so long. But for him to realize this only now was obviously too late. In the next instant, he found his own hand clamped tightly around the top of his head, and he was not the one controlling it. "Is that enough?" Professor R asked with a gentle smile. "You win." Apocalypse drew a deep breath and replied, his voice low and steady. He was not the type to fight against the tide when the situation was clearly hopeless. If he were, he would never have chosen to ally with Captain Marvel upon his return. The power Professor R had just displayed was simply beyond anything he could resist at this moment. Had Professor R willed it, he would have crushed his own skull without hesitation. Although he possessed a formidable healing ability, against a psychic who could seize control of his mind in an instant, there was nothing he could do. This utterly one-sided defeat crushed any desire to continue the struggle. Besides, this challenge from Professor R was, in a way, a chance for him to save face. Losing to Professor R was indeed a blemish, but he could clearly see that Professor R was allied with Raymond. Now that he was under Professor R's command, Raymond had no reason to make trouble for him, which was one reason he so quickly accepted the arrangement. To temporarily submit to a mutant stronger than himself was not something Apocalypse found intolerable. Not at all. Of course, this didn't mean he would willingly play the lapdog. For Professor R, without a doubt, he would do everything in his power to grow stronger, to one day surpass Professor R, just as he had done long ago when he served under Imhotep. Back then, he endured and waited, biding his time until Imhotep died, and only then did he seize his own destiny. To put it bluntly, he had every confidence in his own knack for survival. After all, Imhotep had been dead for thousands of years, and yet Apocalypse was still alive and thriving, wasn't he? Seeing that Apocalypse was subdued by the opposing group in the blink of an eye, and that Captain Marvel was being effortlessly overpowered by Frisia high above, Master Kalu knew the tide had turned. Still, he wasn't overly concerned, because he and Raymond's group didn't have any truly irreconcilable differences. From start to finish, he had never pledged unwavering loyalty to Captain Marvel. More importantly, he didn't believe that Raymond and the others could truly detain him. After all, he'd managed to stay alive and kicking for centuries despite being hunted by the Ancient One. And that wasn't just a matter of luck. Even on Earth, where the Ancient One had every advantage, she couldn't guarantee his capture, so it would hardly be easier for anyone else. All right, let me go. I won't be getting involved in this matter any further, Master Kalu said after a moment's contemplation, addressing Raymond and Jacques. You seem pretty sure we'll just let you walk away, Raymond replied with a smile. You're not ordinary people, Kalu answered calmly. Honestly, I have no idea when such formidable figures as yourselves appeared on Earth, but I think you know as well as I do that you can't keep me here. Since that's the case, you wouldn't want to make an enemy of me for no good reason, would you? Kalu's tone was relaxed and matter-of-fact. Raymond didn't deny it. In truth, with the combined powers of his other dominant personas, he felt there was a real chance they could eliminate Master Kalu, but that was just a possibility, and there was still the risk of failure. As Kalu himself had pointed out, there was no compelling reason for them to become mortal enemies. The Ancient One had tried to capture Kalu because of his use of dark magic, which had caused the deaths of many innocents. But Raymond was no saint himself, and some of his alternate personalities were far more ruthless than Kalu could ever be. Take Frisia, for instance. By his own admission, he'd slaughtered countless innocent races in the Dragon Ball universe. Compared to that, Kalu hardly seemed noteworthy. So, with Kalu expressing no further interest in the matter, Raymond saw no reason to make things difficult for him. However, before letting Kalu go, Jacques grinned and said, You wouldn't mind leaving your contact info, would you? I'm pretty interested in dark magic myself. Maybe we could exchange ideas sometime. Kalu nodded thoughtfully, then tossed Jacques a card-like object and said, If you ever want to reach me, just write a message on this. I'll come find you. Great, Jacques replied, tucking the card away. Then he opened up a gap for Kalu to leave and watched as the Master of Dark Arts drifted away without a care. And so, Count Dracula and the Jade Emperor were turned to the other side. Apocalypse was subdued by Professor R, and as for the Sorcerer Kalu, he made a swift and decisive exit. Even Captain Marvel herself was barely holding her own, taking a heavy beating from Frisia, and clearly wouldn't last much longer. At this point, Captain Marvel's Grand Alliance could be declared a complete failure. Raymond then turned his gaze to Captain Britain. Mr. Braddock, is it? I've heard of your reputation for quite some time. Would you care to join me for a cup of coffee? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Captain Britain, of course, knew better than to act proud at this moment. Even though he had powerful backing no less formidable than the line of Sorcerer Supremes, it was obvious that Raymond and his companions were not to be underestimated either. Besides, Raymond had just done him a great favor by rescuing Psylocke and the others. It would be unreasonable not to honor his request. So he nodded. Certainly, Raymond glanced at Zach Kong, who immediately understood and opened another portal. I'll leave things here to you, Raymond said, nodding to both Zach Kong and Professor R as he stepped through the portal. Of course, all this was for show. After all, among true insiders, there was no need for such formalities. A mere thought would suffice to convey their intentions. Half an hour later, Captain Britain sat across from Raymond, taking another sharp breath and sighing deeply. It's been a long time since I've experienced anything so thrilling. I must admit, Lord Raymond, your plan is truly bold. It's all for the sake of Earth's smoother progress into the future. I trust you understand, Mr. Braddock. Raymond replied with a smile. Of course. Captain Britain's expression turned serious. If your plan succeeds, Lord Raymond, the upheavals in the superhuman world will have minimal impact on ordinary people. And it could also resolve the looming crisis of the ever-growing superhuman population. For a plan with so many benefits and not a single drawback, I am absolutely in support. Before Raymond could respond, Captain Britain pressed on. But the problem is, transforming Earth into what you envision is hardly an easy feat, is it? Of course it's not simple. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. After all, Earth has always had the Sorcerer Supreme's line guarding it. If it were so easily accomplished, every Sorcerer Supreme through the ages would have already tried it themselves. Raymond spoke frankly. But to achieve the results I seek, even a Sorcerer Supreme at the level of the Elder Gods couldn't pull it off. That's why this crisis has remained unresolved until now. So, Lord Raymond, you found a solution? Captain Britain's eyes shone with a hint of excitement that he was not someone who easily lost his composure, especially after reaching the subcelestial level of power. Such moments became almost unheard of. Yet Raymond's plan truly stirred him. For once, he could not help but feel excited, because if this plan succeeded, Earth would soon usher in a new era of explosive growth and transformation. Mr. Bryant, have you ever heard of the Infinity Stones? Raymond asked, his voice calm and measured, even as he watched the slight excitement flickering on Captain Britain's face. You mean those 6 stones which, when gathered together, grant power surpassing the multiverse? Captain Britain responded thoughtfully. So you do know of them, Raymond said, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. I do, Captain Britain admitted with a nod, making no attempt to deny it. My teacher used to tell me many strange tales about the multiverse, and among them was the legend of these 6 stones. Merlin, I presume, Raymond mused aloud. You know my teacher? Captain Britain was caught off guard, surprised that Raymond had so casually revealed the secret source of his power. I can't say I know him personally, but I've certainly heard of him, Raymond replied with a faint smile. You just met one of my subordinates named Constantine. Not long ago, he spent some time at Camartage and became quite acquainted with the Ancient One. I see, Captain Britain said, suddenly understanding. If it involved the Ancient One, then none of this was surprising. After all, his own mentor, Merlin, had long maintained intricate ties with a line of Sorcerer Supremes. They were hardly strangers to each other. What Captain Britain didn't realize was that, even as he spoke with Raymond, far away at Camartage, the Ancient One suddenly opened her eyes from deep meditation. Her gaze seemed to pierce the fabric of space and time, settling upon a very spot where Raymond and Captain Britain stood. Upon seeing Raymond beside Captain Britain, she couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile before closing her eyes once more, returning to her tranquil meditation. At that moment, Raymond seemed to sense something as well. He shuddered involuntarily, and an awkward expression flickered across his face. He knew he'd just been caught red-handed. Truth be told, this was an old habit of his. Whenever he found himself in a bind, he would simply shift the blame elsewhere. And the Ancient One was often his favorite scapegoat. After all, everyone knew that, as the Sorcerer Supreme, there were few things on Earth that escaped her notice. Raymond didn't need to explain much. A mere hint would suffice as a catch-all answer. Captain Britain's reaction was the perfect proof. Still, Captain Britain paid little attention to the relationship between Raymond and the Ancient One. Compared to the grand plan Raymond had just mentioned, such details were insignificant and hardly worth dwelling upon. With this in mind, he pressed further. Lord Raymond, you suddenly brought up the Infinity Stones. Raymond replied, the Infinity Stones are more than just legend. At the very least, the Time Stone and the Reality Stone are both on Earth right now. What? Captain Britain was struck with astonishment. The news utterly shook him to his core. Although he was born on Earth, he actually spends most of his time away from it, not even within the primary universe itself. That's why he feels more than most just how fragile and vulnerable human civilization truly is. If it weren't for the guardianship of the Sorcerer Supreme and their order, humanity would have been wiped out hundreds of times over. But what are the Infinity Stones? In the main universe, and even across the entire multiverse, they are legendary weapons of unimaginable power. For those with ambition, acquiring all 6 Infinity Stones would mean wielding the power to rule the world. Even possessing just one grants access to formidable strength. In a sense, these ultimate weapons are not only sources of power, but also seeds of disaster and endless trouble. If word got out that there were actually 2 Infinity Stones on Earth, a torrent of trouble would come crashing down in an instant. The Sorcerer Supreme's order is strong, yes, but it mustn't be forgotten that their enemies are just as numerous. If this brought even more threats upon them, whether they could continue to protect Earth would be thrown into question. So, when Captain Britain learned that there might be 2 Infinity Stones on Earth, his first reaction was not delight, but shock and alarm. Lord Raymond, you must be joking with me, aren't you? Captain Britain's smile froze awkwardly. I heard most of the Infinity Stones are kept by the Elders of the Universe. How could any be on Earth? The Time Stone is in the hands of the Ancient One, Raymond interrupted, dashing Captain Britain's hopes. Captain Britain fell silent, pondering this revelation. After a long pause, he finally asked, and the other one? The other is right here with me. Otherwise, why would I bring it up out of nowhere? Raymond replied with a faint smile. Captain Britain said, you do understand what it means to possess an Infinity Stone, don't you? Raymond answered, you mean that people will start targeting me because of it? Captain Britain shook his head. It's not just people. Even those so-called gods probably wouldn't be able to resist the lure of an Infinity Stone. Raymond understood that by gods, Captain Britain was referring to the cosmic patriarchs whose influence spans the entire multiverse, not the actual 5 cosmic entities. Among the 5, aside from the eternally ravenous devourer, the other 4 are so bound by their own rules as to seem almost pedantic. Until a true crisis erupts, they strictly abide by their own boundaries and refrain from interfering in the affairs of the multiverse. But if disaster does strike, by the time they intervene, it's already too late. This, in itself, reveals that they don't concern themselves with Raymond possessing an Infinity Stone. To them, unless all 6 stones are brought together, a single one is of little consequence. Raymond knew exactly what the Captain Britain team was worried about. With a smile, he said, "Mr. Bryan, to be honest, even if I didn't have the Reality Stone on hand, any celestial level being who wanted to kill me would still have to wait their turn. So, you really don't need to worry about this. I know what I'm doing." Captain Britain was left utterly speechless by Raymond's words. If he hadn't just witnessed Raymond single-handedly turning the tide and shattering the alliance that Captain Marvel had painstakingly built, he might have suspected Raymond was just a braggart spinning tall tales. How could someone with so many celestial-level enemies still be alive? Captain Britain gathered his thoughts and shook his head. "All right, it seems you know as much about the Infinity Stones as I do, Raymond. I won't belabor the point. Let's get to business. The grand plan you mentioned earlier, is it related to the Infinity Stones?" "That's right," Raymond nodded. "Could you be a bit more specific?" Captain Britain asked. "Of course," Raymond replied, snapping his fingers. At that moment, Zakin, who had been waiting outside the door, walked in with a glass of red wine in one hand, while casually toying with the liquid form of the Reality Stone in the other, as if it were nothing more than a string of prayer beads. Captain Britain nodded at Zakin in greeting, but his attention was immediately drawn to the Reality Stone in Zakin's hand. That wouldn't happen to be." Sharp eyes, Raymond chuckled, giving a few appreciative claps. Captain Britain took a couple of deep breaths to steady himself, then made a gesture inviting them to continue. "Please go on." Raymond exchanged a meaningful glance with Zakin. Understanding instantly, Zakin began drawing patterns in the air with magic. Explaining as he went, "Boss has probably already told you about the blueprint for the Inner World project, so I won't repeat it. The key point is that creating a world perfectly intertwined with Earth's reality, a world that mirrors it like 2 sides of a coin, is no simple feat." "Of course," Captain Britain nodded. "Mr. Bryan, you're familiar with the concept of mirror dimension magic, aren't you?" Zakin continued. "Naturally," Captain Britain replied. "I may not be a pure sorcerer, but I've received full magical training." "Excellent. That saves me some explanation," Zakin said with a grin. "So, the original idea was actually inspired by the mirror dimension. In a sense, this project seeks to go beyond the mirror dimension, creating a vast, improved version that blankets the whole Earth and can be triggered at any time. But achieving that is no easy task. Even creating a mirror dimension that covers the entire planet is nearly impossible. Not even the Ancient One could manage it." The captain nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this isn't something just any sorcerer could accomplish. Not the Ancient One, not even my own mentor, and no matter how many powerful mages we gather, it wouldn't make a difference." Zhakong shrugged. "So, while the idea sounds rather far-fetched at first, the boss offered new perspective. What if we could harness a power even higher than the Celestials themselves?" After countless simulations and discussions with the Ancient One, we finally arrived at a conclusion. If we could bring together the 3 Infinity Stones of time, space, and reality, and channel their power through a specially designed magical array, then we could definitely create an inner world, far more refined than the mirror dimension, one that could envelop the entire globe. This new realm would not only inherit all the strengths of the mirror dimension, but would also possess qualities the mirror never had. For instance, life in this inner world could proceed just as it does in reality. Though this world would exist as the flip side of our own, intimately connected with it, they would never interfere with one another. They would each go on independently. Once this inner world is established, any use of supernatural powers on Earth would be detected instantly, and the user would be automatically transported into the inner world. To leave, they'd have to find a specific exit point. What's more, the inner world has more than one layer. Those who disrupt the balance with overwhelming power would be sent to deeper layers, giving them all the space they need to fight to their heart's content. As for who emerges victorious in the end, well, that's up to their own abilities. What's certain is that this inner world, forged with the power of the 3 Infinity Stones, would be unbreakable even by battles between celestial-level beings. Its true limits are unknown. And that's not all. The Time Stone would allow any damage caused by combat to be automatically restored. The Space Stone would enable pinpoint, instantaneous transfers, and the Reality Stone As soon as Zhakong started talking shop, he seemed like a different person, confident and animated. The captain listened, nodding enthusiastically, utterly captivated. 10 minutes later, the captain finally grasped the full details of Raymond's plan and couldn't help but be awestruck by the sheer scale of it all. Throughout history, the Earth has produced countless extraordinary individuals, powerful beyond measure, yet no one has ever truly solved the crisis posed by superhuman powers, not even the Sorcerer Supreme. But Raymond's plan, at least on paper, seemed like it could actually address the problem at its very root. The captain felt as though he were in a dream. "Is this really going to work?" he muttered. "You've seen the full proposal," Jacques replied. "Based on our projections, there's a 90% chance of success." Raymond chuckled softly and said, "Honestly, I don't need anyone's approval. As long as Master Ancient One is willing to help, that's enough for me. Still, I think it's better to communicate in advance. If we succeed and no one's prepared, it might cause panic." Captain Britain nodded in wholehearted agreement and mused, "It's true, we should give everyone a heads up. But as for the bigger picture, you have my full support. Whatever you need from me, I'll do my part." Raymond smiled. "That's perfect. I've already sent someone to retrieve the space stone. The reality and time stones are ready as well. Next, let's take care of some preparations." Captain Britain raised an eyebrow. "Preparations?" Raymond explained. "The inner world needs its own rules. Of course, these rules can't be as strict as the laws of the regular world, but there has to be some order. And to ensure people actually follow the rules, we need a force capable of enforcing them." Captain Britain asked, "So founding the Shield Assembly was for this purpose?" Raymond nodded. "Exactly. The Shield Assembly will act as both the guardians and overseers of the inner world. Mr. Bryan, would you be interested in joining us?" "It would be my honor." Captain Britain reached out his hand, sealing the agreement with Raymond. In the days that followed, the world of the superpowered was rocked by a series of explosive headlines that left many with their jaws dropped. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. officially announced its dissolution. The long-standing, globally networked semi-official organization was gone, vanishing without warning. At the same time, two other groups, both as legendary as S.H.I.E.L.D., emerged into the spotlight: Hydra and Leviathan. It was only now that many realized, for the first time, that these three forces had once all belonged to a single colossal organization known as the S.H.I.E.L.D. Brotherhood, before splitting apart. This time, with SHLD's disbandment and Hydra and Leviathan surfacing, the connections became clear. After S.H.I.E.L.D. dissolved, everything, except for the very top leadership, was taken over wholesale by a new group called the S.H.I.E.L.D. Assembly. Not just S.H.I.E.L.D., but Hydra and Leviathan as well. From now on, S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Leviathan would cease to exist. There would be only one organization, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Assembly. Though the S.H.I.E.L.D. Assembly's name differed slightly from the original S.H.I.E.L.D. Brotherhood, many speculated that this was, in fact, the true Brotherhood returned, stepping into the open to regroup and flex its might. The emergence of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Assembly sent shockwaves through the superpowered community, especially among mid- and lower-level superhumans, who began to worry if they might be swept up in this upheaval. After all, the original purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. was to oversee most superpowered individuals, to prevent them from harming ordinary people. Since the Sanctum S.H.I.E.L.D. is the predecessor and source of S.H.I.E.L.D., and seems to be far more formidable in scale, who's to say its future methods won't be even more extreme than SHLD's ever were? Setting aside how much power the Sanctum S.H.I.E.L.D. itself holds, just the organizations it has absorbed, S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Leviathan, are enough to strike fear into the hearts of many superpowered beings. If the Sanctum S.H.I.E.L.D. truly decided to take action, ordinary supers would have little power to resist. Take, for example, the Superhero Registration Act that first leaked out from S.H.I.E.L.D. last time. S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to push it under pressure but failed. Yet if it were the current Sanctum S.H.I.E.L.D. leading the charge, the outcome would be utterly different. This is why so many superpowered individuals have started to panic. They're using every means at their disposal to hype up the threat posed by the Sanctum S.H.I.E.L.D., trying to paint it as a public enemy. Their motivations are simple. They want to drag the truly transcendent powers into the fray, so that everyone will oppose the Sanctum S.H.I.E.L.D. together. In fact, when S.H.I.E.L.D. was still around, many superpowered factions barely paid them any heed, like the Vampires, Kamartaj, or Kunlun, to name a few. S.H.I.E.L.D. could only turn a blind eye, knowing full well these groups were not to be trifled with. But those factions, acknowledging SHLD's semi-official status, would usually show some respect, not wanting to burn bridges outright. So, on the whole, everyone kept to their own lanes, avoiding direct conflict whenever possible. But if a real clash ever broke out, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be outmatched. This was a well-known fact in the superpowered world. Therefore, when ordinary superpowered individuals realized they stood little chance against the Sanctum Shield on their own, they began plotting to broaden the opposition, hoping to pull those lofty powers into the water with them. At first, they did manage to stir up a few. To the truly powerful, whether it was S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or Leviathan, these organizations were little more than a joke. Even the later formed Avengers couldn't really change the dynamics of the superpowered world. So, even with the Sanctum Shield absorbing 3 organizations, many of the most powerful supers still didn't think much of it. However, what happened next completely extinguished their fighting spirit, because the Sanctum Shield Society released an official announcement, for the first time proactively revealing its organizational structure to the public. Sanctum Shield Society. President, Raymond Fong. Vice President, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. The 12 Palaces, Libra Palace Leader, Jade Emperor, Scorpio Palace Leader, Iron Man, Virgo Palace Leader, Count Dracula, Aries Palace Leader, Constantine, Leo Palace Leader, Thor, Gemini Palace Leader, Captain Britain, Cancer Palace Leader, Professor R, and so on. As soon as this list was made public, the entire superpower community was thrown into an uproar. Low-tier, superpowered individuals might not be familiar with these names, but for those of higher rank, the list was truly astonishing. President Raymond himself wasn't all that famous. He'd always kept a low profile, and few knew much about him. But the Vice President, the Ancient One, was renowned far and wide. The only native Earth being of the Heavenly Father class, the ultimate guardian and supreme sorcerer, she had actually become the Vice President of the Sanctum Shield Society. And among the 12 Palaces leaders, there were not only veteran, near Heavenly Father class figures like the Jade Emperor and Count Dracula, but also rising stars like Professor R, who had recently made a name for himself by subduing the once mighty mutant apocalypse and uniting the mutant factions under his banner. Was the Sanctum Shield Society trying to upend the very order of the world? At the original S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Triskelion Building, top floor. So what is your ultimate goal, Dr. Raymond? Fury personally brewed a cup of hand-ground coffee and handed it over. The same as yours, Raymond replied with a smile as he took the cup. That's not a very funny joke, Fury said, clearly unimpressed with the answer. I'm not joking, Raymond shook his head. I saw the Sanctum Shield Society's public roster myself. I have to admit, it's an impressive lineup, Fury said as he sat down on the sofa. Only after taking a sip of coffee did he continue. But if I may speak frankly, I don't believe for a second that none of these people have their own agendas, including you, Dr. Raymond. As long as there are personal interests, there will be conflict. And with the scale the Sanctum Shield Society has revealed, if conflict ever breaks out, the threat it would pose to the world would far surpass any existing one. To me, the society looks like a supercharged Avengers. Sure, you might solve some problems, but you'll never bring true peace. Raymond didn't argue. He simply smiled and said, Tell me, what is SFLD's pursuit? Really? I suppose it's not about erasing all disputes from the world, ensuring there are never any wars again, is it? Of course not, Fury shrugged. The sole purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D., from the very beginning, has been to prevent superhuman forces from having too much of an impact on ordinary people, so that the world doesn't descend into chaos. I thought you were going to say it was for world peace, Raymond teased him. Stop kidding around. As long as there are people, there will always be conflict. That a fact no one can change, Fury said, spreading his hands. Besides, conflict is also what pushes civilization forward. I'm an agent, not some bleeding heart saint, so don't treat me like an idiot, all right? But haven't you noticed that your work has been a bit of a failure in recent years? Raymond shot back. Damn it, how is that my fault? Fury retorted irritably. One moment, it's an alien civilization invading. The next, it's gods from the 9 realms fighting among themselves. How am I supposed to control any of that? Well, maybe you can't, but I can. Raymond pointed at himself. Fury's expression turned strange as he glanced at Raymond, and it took him a moment to reply. I know you're incredibly powerful, Doctor. Raymond, even Carol couldn't beat you. But I do have some idea of the threats Earth is facing. Are you sure you're not just dreaming? You'll see for yourself. Raymond stood up and walked over to the window. The real reason I came to see you is to ask if you'd be interested in helping me manage some of my businesses. S.H.I.E.L.D. is already your private enterprise. Technically, I'm already working for you, Fury corrected him. No. Right now, I'm asking as a friend. Would you be willing to give me a hand? Raymond emphasized. Fury suddenly fell silent. Aren't you at all curious how I plan to deal with the threats posed to Earth by superpowers? Raymond continued, coaxing him gently. What do you think? Fury rolled his one good eye. So what are you hesitating for? Carol's still locked up by you. The others who agreed to go after you are all behind bars too. If I agree to your offer, how would I be any different from a traitor? Fury asked. There's no difference at all. Raymond stabbed him right in the heart with his words, then turned and grinned. So, when do you plan to start a new job? Have you really never considered that I might refuse you? Fury said with a sigh. Nope, you won't. All right, you win. Much obliged, much obliged. When Raymond left the Triskelion, Stephanie was already waiting for him outside. As soon as she saw him, she asked, How did it go, honey? Smooth as silk, Raymond replied with a smile. I honestly don't know what you're thinking, Stephanie said as she looped her arm through his, letting out a sigh. Are you really that confident in him? You're about to hand him such an important position. Don't forget, not long ago he was teaming up with Captain Marvel to go after you. That's all in the past now. Raymond smiled nonchalantly and said, Fury is indeed a clever man, but he's also someone with principles. He might not bend his rules for personal relationships, but this time, he's facing a greater cause. He knows what choice he must make. All right, since you put it that way, I suppose there shouldn't be any problems, Stephanie said, dropping the subject. Don't worry, I never do anything unless I'm sure of it. Raymond gave Stephanie a gentle pat on the waist and asked with a smile, By the way, any word from Thor? Has he replied yet? Stephanie replied, He's already gotten back to us, and he brought the thing Hani asked for as well. Excellent. Then we can officially start preparing. Could you help spread the word to everyone? Raymond said. Of course, Stephanie answered cheerfully. The next day, the current 12 Zodiac leaders of the Shield Society had already started mobilizing their people, laying the groundwork for what was to come. The creation of the inner world didn't really require outside help. Master Ancient One and Zach Kong could handle it themselves. Still, to prevent widespread panic, some groundwork was necessary. These days, the 12 Zodiac's main role was to inform and reassure people. With these renowned figures vouching for the plan, most of the superpowered factions had already accepted the new reality. As for the handful, with ulterior motives, how could they possibly outmaneuver these shrewd old foxes? If anyone wanted to talk things through, the 12 were more than willing. But if anyone tried playing dirty, they'd welcome the challenge. With the Shield Society's current strength, who was there left to fear? Thanks to their efficient preparations, the groundwork was finished in less than a week. By then, Zach Kong and Master Ancient One had completed their preparations as well. On this day, all of the Shield Society's top brass gathered at Kamartaj, ready to witness the birth of a new era. Master Ancient One. Master, esteemed predecessor. Many of the Shield Society's upper echelons recognized the Ancient One, the only native Earth being of godlike power. They greeted her with deep respect, for this was the first time many had seen the legendary Vice President in person. No need for formalities, the Ancient One replied with a gentle smile to each of them. She had never cared for fame or fortune, and had spent her life devoted to protecting the Earth. In truth, joining any organization was the last thing she ever intended to do. Yet Raymond's plan had truly moved her, so much so that even she, usually calm and unreadable, had shown her emotions more than once. She simply couldn't help it. The plan was astonishing. If it succeeded, Earth would no longer have to fear superpowered disasters or the arrival of godlike beings. Nothing could have touched her heart more deeply than that. So she allowed Raymond to use her name to lend authority to the gathering. And she agreed to join this newly established Sanctum Shield Society, taking on the role of vice president. Wasn't it all for this very day? Are you ready? Raymond glanced at Jia Kong. Haven't you already? Yes, everything's ready. Jia Kong hadn't really wanted to answer, since whatever he did, Raymond surely knew about it. But after Raymond shot him a look, he had no choice but to play along with the charade. Oh, what a mess this is. Isn't this just a recipe for a split personality? A faint sense of melancholy crept over Jia Kong. Then let's begin. Master Ancient One, if you please. Raymond now turned toward the Ancient One and asked, Are you sure there's no problem using the super magic array as the foundation of the inner world? With the inner world in place, the existence of the super magic array no longer matters. The Ancient One replied with a shake of her head. Master Ancient One, your selflessness is admirable. Raymond gave a thumbs up, then shot a glance at Jia Kong to signal that it was time to proceed. Jia Kong nodded, and the liquid reality stone reappeared in his hand. At the same time, the Ancient One opened the eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck and removed the time stone from within. Nearby, Thor unlocked the case containing the space cube, took it out, and placed it on the stone pedestal. He looked over at Raymond. Is this all we need to do? There's just one more step. Which of you would like to handle it? Raymond turned to look at the Jade Emperor and Count Dracula. I'll do it. Count Dracula stepped forward eagerly, stopping beside the space cube. What do I need to do? Just crush it, Raymond said, making a gesture of invitation. Crush it, just like that. Count Dracula looked a bit surprised. Yes. Without further hesitation, Count Dracula closed his hand around the space cube and crushed it with a decisive squeeze. Crack! The instant the space cube shattered, the sapphire blue space stone slipped into Count Dracula's palm. So this is the space stone? Count Dracula turned the glowing gem over in his hand, curiosity lighting his features. If you'd be so kind, just place it right there, Jia Kong said, pointing to one of the magical slots etched onto the stone pedestal. Count Dracula shrugged and, without delay, set the space stone in place. Jia Kong and the Ancient One followed suit, placing the reality stone and the time stone into the other two slots. Do you want to do it? Or shall I? Jia Kong asked the Ancient One. This is your plan? It's only right that you do the honors, the Ancient One replied, with a graceful gesture and a gentle smile. To most onlookers, the Ancient One's deference seemed merely polite, but only Raymond and the others understood what she was truly yielding. The inner world, after all, was essentially a supercharged version of the mirror dimension. Within the mirror dimension, though its wielder is far from omnipotent like a creator god, they still possess considerable control over its workings. The same principle holds true for the inner world. Whoever ultimately brings the inner world into being will, by fate, command its greatest authority. In effect, this power signifies the right to set the rules for Earth's supernatural realm in the future. By all rights, the Ancient One was the most qualified candidate for this role. If she had chosen to claim it, even Raymond would have had no objections. Yet, in the end, she willingly stepped aside and yielded her place. Jia Kong did not stand on ceremony. He strode forward and began to shape the inner world. This was a vision he and the Ancient One had refined together, and now, with the three Infinity Stones assembled, nothing could stand in his way. Nadelo Kuchi, Batangawub, Matana, with arms outstretched and eyes closed, Jia Kong chanted the incantation at an accelerating pace. As his words flowed faster and faster, the three Infinity Stones slowly rose into the air. Beams of light stretched from each stone to its neighbor, linking them together as they began to spin on their own. It wasn't long before the three stones whirled in a blur, merging into a ring of three-colored light that hovered before Jia Kong. He shifted his hands beneath the radiant halo, lifting it gently as his chanting came to an abrupt halt. At that very moment, a bolt of tricolored energy shot upward from the center of the ring, piercing the void and vanishing into the unknown. Across the multiverse, the most powerful beings felt the tremor of this event. Asgard. Odin, nearing the end of his life's journey, found even the starry rivers in his eyes clouded by age. Yet, as he sensed the upheaval on Midgard, he could not help but sigh. Such changes on Midgard, I wonder whether they bode well or ill for the Nine Realms. Frigga, ever at his side, chuckled softly. Whether for better or worse, old man, it no longer concerns you. Let Thor and the others handle what comes next. It's time you stopped worrying. You're right, Odin replied with a shake of his head, smiling. Vanaheim, the current king of the Vanir, once the god of war, Tyr, sat regal upon his throne. His gaze pierced the void, fixing upon earth. A Vanir minister asked, Your Majesty, should we send someone to Midgard to investigate? Tyr shook his head. That won't be necessary. But, with such a commotion, the minister pressed. You'll need to get used to such disturbances, Tyr replied calmly. With that person present, I suspect Midgard will see much more upheaval in the future. That person? Do you mean the Ancient One? The minister asked. Tyr shook his head once more, offering no further explanation. Somewhere in the depths of hell, the avatars of well-known lords of hell, Mephisto, Lucifer, and Marduk among them, were all gathered here, holding a lavish feast. These infamous villains, notorious throughout the multiverse, now gazed wistfully in the direction of Earth. Mephisto raised his goblet, brimming with a crimson liquid, and offered a mocking toast to Lucifer. Lucifer, how does it feel to see your underling accomplish what you've always wanted to do, but never could? Lucifer curled his lip and replied, as if you didn't want it yourself. And that Raymond kid, wasn't he sworn brother to you? Aren't you the least bit ashamed? Mephisto forced an awkward smile, unable to come up with a retort. Seated at the head of the table, the king of hell Marduk interrupted. All right, you two, that's enough bickering. Let's get down to business. Lucifer, have you asked where he stands on hell? Lucifer shrugged. He says everything will carry on as usual. He won't meddle in the quarrels between us and heaven. In fact, now that his inner world has appeared, things might even get easier for us. Oh, how so? The other lords of hell perked up, curiosity piqued. With the emergence of the inner world, Earth's capacity has soared. Even if we were to descend in our true forms, nothing would happen. Of course, that's assuming you actually dare to show up in person, Lucifer added, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. Now that's thrilling, Mephisto mused, stroking his chin. He was, after all, the Hell Lord most fond of acting in person, but also the most likely to get cornered. For a Lord of Hell, leaving one's own dominion was fraught with peril. If an enemy managed to trap them, even a being on the level of God the Father could fall, especially if their foes brought along reinforcements. Still, for Mephisto, it was precisely this kind of danger that made things fun. The other Hell Lords are not nearly so reckless. Most would never think of leaving their strongholds in the underworld. However mighty a god may be, if caught in a well-laid trap, their fate could easily be sealed. In any case, we'll soon find out. Just wait and see, Lucifer concluded, spreading his hands. How intriguing, Marduk murmured deep in thought. In truth, it wasn't just the god-level beings who took notice. Even the Watchers, the Celestials, and all but Galactus among the four great cosmic entities had sensed the changes on Earth. For one thing, Earth occupied a special place in the multiverse. For another, this incident involved the Infinity Stones, half of them, in fact. Yet after observing Kang's actions, these mighty beings soon withdrew their attention, unconcerned. The emergence of the inner world had merely tweaked a few minor rules of Earth. It posed no real consequence for the multiverse as a whole. This outcome was something Zakong and the Ancient One had already foreseen when they devised this plan. Although the Inner World Project would bring earth-shattering changes to Earth, it was, in essence, merely a reasonable application of the Infinity Stones. It would not provoke interference from those cosmic powerhouses. So, for nearly 3 Earth days, the creation of the inner world continued without interruption. At last, the process reached its conclusion. The 3 Infinity Stones became fully integrated into the fabric of the inner world. Now, to find the 3 stones, one would have to break the inner world entirely. Otherwise, even if Zakong were killed, the inner world would continue operating according to its established rules. But to shatter the inner world? Sorry, that's beyond the reach of even the celestial level. Even a handful of members from the Celestials might not be able to pull it off. Only powers on an even higher plane, such as the 5 great cosmic entities, like the Devourer, might be capable of such a feat. Yet, if an enemy of that caliber ever appeared, not just Earth, but the entire multiverse would be at risk. Under such extraordinary circumstances, there's no point in making any contingency plans. Half a year later, a massive spaceship was slowly approaching from beyond the solar system. At the observation deck, at the prow of the ship stood 3 alien visitors, each with a unique appearance. Leading them was Gamora, the rising assassin whose name had recently become renowned throughout the main universe. Yet compared to her formidable skills, what made countless civilizations wary was her identity. She was Thanos' daughter. Though only an adopted child, she was still deeply valued by Thanos. Under Thanos' command, aside from the true inner circle known as the Black Order, almost no one would dare disrespect her. At this moment, however, 2 members of that very Black Order stood at her side, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. Whenever Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight ventured out, they were always inseparable. The reason was simple. They were husband and wife, and after years of fighting side by side, their combined strength was greater than the sum of their parts. Thanos had never been so cruel as to forcefully separate them, so whenever they were sent on missions, they were dispatched together. This time, they had received Thanos' command to accompany Gamora to Earth in search of clues about the Infinity Stones. Of course, they were well aware that Thanos wanted them to keep an eye on Gamora, just as Gamora would be watching them. Thanos was not the kind of boss who ever truly trusted anyone, not even his favorite daughter or his most capable lieutenants. They had long since accepted this reality. What are you looking at? The 3 of them stood on the observation deck, gazing into the distance at the slowly approaching solar system. Suddenly, Proxima Midnight stabbed Corvus Glaive, her blade piercing straight through his chest. This chilling scene would have left anyone else gawking in shock, but not a flicker crossed Proxima Midnight's face. After all, this was nothing out of the ordinary. General Corvus Glaive possessed a near-immortal constitution. No matter how badly he was blown apart, he could recover swiftly. Being impaled like this was, to him, no more than a playful jab to the chest, a casual display of affection between husband and wife, part of their daily routine. As General Glaive pulled the weapon from his body, a touch embarrassed, he averted his gaze. Moments earlier, his eyes had accidentally wandered over to Gamora's hips, and Proxima Midnight had caught him red-handed. To defuse the awkwardness, he quickly changed the subject. I hear this planet called Earth is giving us trouble. Didn't the Chitauri suffer a defeat there? The Chitauri are a bunch of good-for-nothings. There are plenty of civilizations in this universe that could give them a hard time. Proxima Midnight snorted in disdain. But Gamora shook her head. Earth is, after all, one of the 9 realms. Even Father cannot afford to ignore it. As Gamora, Proxima Midnight, and General Glaive discussed Earth, a blue-skinned alien soldier jogged over and whispered a report to Gamora. "Oh, bring him in," Gamora ordered after listening to the soldier's words. Before long, 2 alien guards dragged over a man with a distinct hippie flair. "You'd better give me a reason that satisfies me," Gamora said coldly, "or this will be your last moment alive." The hippie, clearly displeased, shot back. "Before I answer your questions, shouldn't you have them let go of me? You insolent whelp. If you're looking for death, I'll oblige you." General Glaive roared, incensed that a captive dared make demands. But Gamora remained calm. She stopped the general with a gesture, then signaled her subordinates to release the hippie. Freed, the man rolled his shoulders and grinned. "I hear you're heading to Earth soon? I think you could use a guide." "You're from Earth?" Gamora asked, surprised. Truth be told, she had never seen a human before. With so many races in the universe, and so many that looked alike, it was impossible to judge by appearance alone. This hippie was a rival. She'd encountered while tracking the Power Stone. He caused her no end of trouble. Out of respect for his abilities, she'd spared his life, hoping to recruit him. She hadn't expected him to have a connection to their next destination. "Of course," he replied with a sly grin. "It's my home, after all." The hippie man peered out through the glass of the observation deck, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "This guy is far too cunning, nothing but lies spilling from his mouth. We can't trust him. Let's just kill him." Before Gamora could respond, the general of the Black Order, standing nearby, spoke up in a disgruntled tone, raising his weapon as if to strike. But just as he made his move, a hand shot out to stop him. "What are you doing?" the general demanded, clearly displeased. The one who had stopped him was none other than his own companion, Proxima Midnight, barring him from attacking the hippie man. "Are you jealous?" Proxima Midnight sneered coldly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" the general snapped, embarrassment and anger mingling in his voice. "You know perfectly well whether it's nonsense or not," Proxima Midnight retorted with that same cold sneer, then turned to the hippie man. "This mission isn't going to be easy. I think having one more guide wouldn't hurt." It was obvious that the fire in Proxima Midnight's eyes was directed at Gamora, but Gamora's face remained impassive throughout. Only after the couple had finished their exchange did she finally turn to the hippie man and speak. "Act as our guide. Help us find what we're looking for. Afterwards, I'll grant you your freedom." "Deal." "No problem. My name's Star-Lord. And how should I address you all?" The hippie man grinned cheekily. Although Gamora and Star-Lord reached an agreement, the general still couldn't stand the sight of Star-Lord. If Proxima Midnight hadn't been keeping a close watch, he would have finished off this rascal long ago. Since the agreement, Star-Lord had been constantly flirting with Gamora in a playful, glib manner. Not that he truly meant anything by it. It was simply in his nature, a habit he couldn't break. But to the general, this was intolerably irritating. He wished he could skewer the little rogue then and there. Unfortunately, neither Gamora nor Proxima Midnight would ever allow that, so he was forced to grit his teeth and endure it for now. Soon, their ship was approaching Earth's atmosphere. At that moment, both the general and Proxima Midnight let out a soft, surprised murmur. What is it?" Gamora asked. A moment ago, there seemed to be some sort of fluctuation outside. It came and went in a flash, the general said uncertainly. Proxima Midnight nodded in agreement. "Yes, I felt it too. It was as if we passed through something. A force field," Gamora guessed instinctively. "Impossible," Star-Lord waved his hands emphatically. "I've been away from home for years, but even when I left, they couldn't even build a manned spacecraft capable of leaving the solar system. There's no way they have a force field. You're overthinking it." "What do you know?" General Corvus Glaive spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Are you even aware that there's a sorcerer on Earth whose name is renowned across the multiverse?" "That's enough." Proxima Midnight cut off her partner, clearly deciding that Star-Lord didn't need to be privy to so much information. It was obvious that, although Star-Lord had wandered the cosmos for years and witnessed countless civilizations, giving him a far broader perspective than the average Earthling, that was the extent of it. His understanding was still confined to the main universe, and even that knowledge was only skin-deep. Earth's complexity was not something any random civilization could truly grasp. Perhaps only cosmic overlords like Thanos, or the 3 great civilizations of the main universe, could comprehend what made Earth so unique. Someone like Star-Lord, with his rough-and-tumble background, could hardly be expected to know. It shouldn't matter. Our master once said that their order only intervenes when threats come from other dimensions. They won't meddle in Earth's affairs unless the planet is truly facing annihilation. Proxima Midnight mused. "We're only here to retrieve something. That alone shouldn't draw their attention." Both Corvus Glaive and Gamora nodded in agreement. They too understood that when Proxima Midnight said that she meant the fabled lineage of Sorcerer Supremes, whose reputation echoed throughout the multiverse. The current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, was especially famed for having repelled the dread Lord Dormammu, a feat that few could even imagine. It was common knowledge that Dormammu, even among the pantheon of all-powerful cosmic beings, stood at the very pinnacle. The last time Thanos found himself inexplicably targeted by Dormammu, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and bear it. There was simply nothing else he could do. Gamora and the others, while their understanding of the multiverse's tangled history was limited, knew well enough that anyone capable of driving back Dormammu was not someone they could afford to cross. So, coming to Earth, their goal was merely to gather intelligence, not to pursue their objective at any cost. Even if Thanos learned of their actions, he would hardly blame them. Remember our agreement. Don't try any tricks, or else, Gamora warned, looking pointedly at Star-Lord. Star-Lord put on his most disarming grin. Relax, relax. I value my own neck, you know. We'll see about that, Gamora replied, her tone unreadable. Soon, their ship touched down in a remote stretch of rocky desert. With their true cloaking engaged the entire way, they were not only invisible to all radar, but also to the naked eye. Then, without warning, a doorway appeared in the emptiness, and the trio, cloaked in black robes, stepped out, leading Star-Lord with them. As soon as Star-Lord set foot on the ground, he muttered to himself, so, where exactly are we? Your gear. Gamora, bringing up the rear, tossed him a bundle containing all the belongings he'd had before being captured. Thanks, Star-Lord said, his relief obvious. Star-Lord's eyes lit up. He quickly strapped his gear back on and activated a device on his arm. At the same moment, the door behind them slid shut once more, and their ship melted back into complete invisibility. A few minutes passed. Are you done yet? General Obsidian's impatience showed as he watched Star-Lord tapping and fiddling with his gadget. That's strange. It doesn't make sense. Are you all sure this is really Earth? Star-Lord turned to the group, his face full of doubt. Of course it's Earth. Where else could it be? Gamora replied, puzzled by his question, not quite catching his drift. Maybe I was just mistaken, Star-Lord said, shaking his head and not pressing the issue. Before we landed, I thought I saw a town in that direction. Let's head over there and get our bearings before we make any decisions. Fine by me, Gamora shrugged. The two Black Order generals offered no objection either. In other places, if they needed something, they'd simply find the most prosperous part of the planet, seek out its most important person, and with a single blow, get all the answers they wanted. But this was a place even Thanos hesitated to tread lightly. None of them wanted to risk being crushed just for acting too brashly. So, with Star-Lord leading the way, the group soon arrived at the outskirts of the town he'd spotted earlier. From a distance, the lively sounds of celebration drifted toward them, as if some grand event was underway. But before they could step into the town, a sudden voice behind them made all four of them jump. Are you here for the trade fair too? Startled, they spun around. A young man had appeared behind them, his presence unnoticed until now. He wore a tailcoat and sported a mischievous smile, a hint of something uncanny in his demeanor. In his hand, he nonchalantly held a tall glass filled with a deep, blood-red liquid, looking for all the world like he was on his way to a lavish ball. The real issue, though, was that not one of them had sensed when he'd arrived. Both General Obsidian and Proxima Midnight were among the most formidable fighters in the galaxy, and even Gamora, the weakest of the group, could hold her own against. A fourth-level powerhouse with her gear. In any major civilization of the main universe, their lineup would be considered overwhelmingly powerful, capable, truthfully, of wiping out a civilization like Earth without even deploying their armies. So how could this strange young man in a tailcoat appear behind them without a single one of them noticing? The whole thing was simply uncanny to this moment. Even the brash General Obsidian Blade dared not act recklessly. Instead, he glanced over at Gamora, acknowledging her as the leader of their group. Gamora, in turn, looked to Star-Lord. Instantly catching her meaning, Star-Lord flashed his trademark easygoing grin and addressed the mysterious young man with a friendly tone, named Star-Lord. And you, buddy, what should we call you? Me? The young man's smile was warm and approachable. You may call me Count Dracula. Count Dracula? Star-Lord rubbed his chin. The name rang a bell, though he couldn't quite place it. After all, he'd been taken from Earth at a young age, and with so many years gone by, many memories had faded. Still, he didn't dwell on it. It was a rare joy to meet a living, breathing Earthling out here. A sense of kinship welled up inside him. With that thought, his natural curiosity took over. As he asked, "Hey man, we ended up here by accident, and honestly, we're a bit lost. Could you fill us in on what this place is?" By accident? Count Dracula's smile deepened, as if he knew something more. There was no doubt about it. The man before them was none other than the second-generation king of vampires, Count Dracula himself, now the undisputed master of the Virgo Palace in SLD's 12 houses. What Star-Lord and the others didn't realize was that the strange sensation General Obsidian Blade and Proxima Midnight experienced upon entering Earth vicinity was no illusion. In truth, as they approached the planet, they had been automatically detected by the reverse world, which then drew their entire ship into its realm. Normally, only beings of demigod level or higher could perceive such a shift. Lesser superhumans wouldn't notice a thing. Though Obsidian Blade and Proxima Midnight weren't quite at that level, as top-tier level 5s, they were still sensitive enough to sense something was amiss, even if they chalked it up to their imagination. As for Gamora, Star-Lord, and the rest, novices in the grand scheme of things, they were completely oblivious. So technically, they were on Earth, but not the Earth they knew. Instead, they had been drawn into the reverse world, a shadow realm designed to isolate superhuman powers. Earlier, Star-Lord had tried to use his gadgets to determine their location, but found he couldn't detect any magnetic poles or landforms on the planet below. It felt endless, without borders. What he didn't know was that the reverse world truly had no end and wasn't even a planet in the traditional sense. If anything, the reverse world was more like a unique dimension, one that shared an intimate connection with Earth itself. These days, most superhumans on Earth already know how to leave the inner world and return to Earth. The method has long since been made public by the Shield Society. All it takes is refraining from using their powers while on Earth. But Star-Lord and his companions, of course, had no idea about any of this. That's why they were transported here completely off guard, with no clue what was happening. As the creators of the inner world, the Shield Society doesn't interfere in its affairs despite having the authority to do so. Instead, the inner world is roughly divided into a dozen regions, each watched over by one of the Zodiac Guardians. The region Star-Lord and his group found themselves and was under the watchful eye of Virgo. For these visitors from beyond, Virgo's surveillance staff, whose job it was to monitor anything out of the ordinary, weren't about to be careless. They immediately notified Count Dracula, who had come in person to check on the situation. Naturally, Star-Lord and his group were completely unaware of any of this. Looking at Star-Lord, who had greeted him with a casual bro, Count Dracula found the situation rather amusing and didn't take offense. Smiling in return, he answered, "This place, you could call it Northern Europe." "Yes, something like that." "Northern Europe? I see." Star-Lord nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "So, this trading fair you mentioned earlier, what's that all about? Is it held in that town over there?" "That's right," Count Dracula replied. "It's the regional trading fair, held once every month. That town ahead is called Countstown. It's considered one of the safer places in the area, so people from across the region gather here to trade. Sometimes folks from other regions show up too." Star-Lord grinned, teasing, "Countstown? Don't tell me that's your place." Count Dracula burst out laughing. "Ha ha, let's not talk about that. So, would you like to come along and take a look? You might just find something you need." "Absolutely." Star-Lord's eyes lit up at the prospect. He loved a lively scene, and the thought of an interesting event like this was too good to pass up. But Gamora tugged at his sleeve, pulling him aside and whispering sharply in his ear, "I told you to gather information. What are you up to?" Star-Lord shot Count Dracula an apologetic look, then explained quietly to Gamora, "You don't get it. Places like this where all sorts of people come to trade are the best for sniffing out information. Since you made me the guide, you got to trust me on this." Gamora considered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Star-Lord turned back to Count Dracula and said, "Sorry about that, bro. My friends are just a bit shy around strangers. It's nothing personal. Would you mind showing us the way?" Count Dracula chuckled warmly. "Not at all. I was heading that way myself anyway. It's fate that we've met. Let's go together." "Thank you so much," Star-Lord said, genuinely grateful. As they spoke, Count Dracula was already strolling toward the town with Star-Lord, making small talk. Along the way, Gamora and the others exchanged glances but didn't say much, simply following behind Star-Lord. If they could gather information without causing trouble and with barely a lift of a finger, they were more than happy to let things play out this way. Letting Star-Lord take the lead was clearly the best choice. What they didn't notice was that, just as they left, a small bat suddenly shot up from where they had been standing and disappeared into the sky. Inside a castle straight out of a fairy tale, Raymond was basking leisurely in the sunlight. Harley was lounging on a nearby chair, idly toying with a pistol in her hands, looking perfectly at ease. Suddenly, without warning, Harley snapped up her pistol and fired a shot into the air in one direction. The sharp crack of the gunshot rang out. "Isn't that a bit much, boss lady?" came Count Dracula's disgruntled voice. At the same moment, a small, dark red bat appeared where Harley had fired, hovering in midair, wings fluttering. Just saying hello. It's not like I could actually hurt you, right? Harley shrugged and grinned mischievously. Raymond, now sitting up, chuckled lightly and asked, "What brings you here? Don't you have to host the trading fair today? There's been a little incident. I came to let you know. Thought you might be interested," replied Count Dracula, still in his bat form. "Oh, let's hear it," Raymond said, intrigued. He knew that anything important enough to bring Count Dracula over in person had to be out of the ordinary. Just now, it seems a spaceship landed above Earth and was somehow transported into the inner world. But the crew doesn't realize it yet. They landed smack dab in my territory, Count Dracula explained. A spaceship? Now that's interesting. But if it's just a few aliens, that doesn't seem worth a personal visit, Raymond mused. That's not all. Of the 4 who came off the ship, 2 are quite powerful, by our standards top-tier level 5. Aliens of that caliber aren't exactly common in the main universe, are they? Count Dracula replied. Not at all, Raymond agreed. With that kind of strength, they could easily become rulers of a terrestrial civilization. Even among the 3 great civilizations of the main universe, they'd be considered elite forces. That's why I wanted to ask your opinion. How do you think I should handle this? Count Dracula inquired. Any other information? Raymond asked. Oh, right. It seems one of them is human, very outgoing. The moment we met, he struck up a conversation with me. He introduced himself as Star-Lord, I think. Raymond narrowed his eyes. The little bat version of Count Dracula also noticed something unusual about Raymond and asked, "What is it, boss? Do you know him?" Raymond couldn't help but laugh. "I haven't met him, but I'm certainly not a stranger to him. He's a promising talent. If properly guided, he might even become your colleague someday." The little bat Dracula was surprised. "Are you saying he has the potential to become one of the 12 Zodiac leaders? But to me, he just seems a bit stronger than an ordinary human, nothing special about him." "That's because his bloodline hasn't been awakened yet." At this, Raymond paused thoughtfully. He was, of course, familiar with Star-Lord. Although at this point, Star-Lord hadn't yet encountered his biological father or awakened his bloodline, he still carried the same lineage and potential as his father. After all, his father, Ego, was a reserve member of the Celestials. If Ego completed his transformation, he'd become one of their ranks. Even now, before that transformation, he possessed the power of a Celestial, and not just an ordinary one, either. If I remember correctly, his father's goal was to absorb him completely to finish his own transformation. But what if Star-Lord could turn the tables and absorb his father instead? The idea sparked in Raymond's mind. No matter what, Star-Lord was an Earthling. Despite his laid-back and irreverent nature, in the end, he would always side with Earth. If they could nurture him and help him attain celestial-level power, it would surely benefit Earth far more than harm it. It's worth a try, Raymond mused. These days, S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer lacked sub-celestial-level powerhouses. Even someone like Thanos, the so-called universal tyrant, wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir on Earth without the Infinity Stones. But when it came to true celestial-level power, only the Ancient One stood at that height. Not even any of Raymond's many alternate personalities had truly reached celestial level, except for Aral, who could work miracles. Of course, with the help of the inner world, even 10 Celestials wouldn't threaten Earth. But launching a counterattack would be a different story. Nurturing another celestial-level being sounded like a good plan. With this thought, Raymond said to the little bat Dracula, "Take them on a tour for now, and pay extra attention to that human called Star-Lord. I'll come over and meet him myself in a bit." "You'll see him in person?" The little bat Dracula was taken aback. Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded, Raymond had rarely involved himself directly in specific matters, leaving most affairs to the 12 Zodiac leaders. It was no wonder he was surprised that Raymond would make a personal appearance for an unremarkable human. "I'll see you soon," Raymond nodded. "All right, see you soon." The miniature bat form of Count Dracula suddenly exploded in midair, dissolving into a cloud of blood-red mist before vanishing completely. "Care to go for a stroll together?" Raymond glanced at Harley. "Don't even think about ditching me." Harley had already latched onto him like a koala, her arms wrapped tightly around Raymond's waist as she whispered softly in his ear. Raymond was left both amused and exasperated by her antics. Baron Town. After getting a general sense of the place from Count Dracula, General Corvus decided to do some investigating on his own, just in case. He got bamboozled by that rascal Star-Lord. Deep down, he simply couldn't bring himself to trust Star-Lord, no matter how he looked. At him, he found the guy insufferable. Yet, whether it was Gamora or Proxima Midnight, neither would let him lay a finger on Star-Lord, which left him feeling stifled. He worried that if he saw that guy again, he might not be able to resist taking him out on the spot. Gamora didn't object to General Corvus's proposal, though. Having another avenue of information was never a bad idea. Still, she repeatedly reminded him not to stir up trouble. As Thanos' trusted lieutenants, famed as the Black Order throughout the main universe, they were used to looking down on everyone. Even the highest echelons of the universe's three great civilizations, who would show them respect upon meeting, let alone anyone else. But Earth was different. As one of the major hubs of the multiverse, Earth was deeply entangled with many cosmic-level beings, the so-called All-Fathers, across countless worlds. Thanos might not fear these All-Fathers, but offending them would undoubtedly complicate his plans. That was precisely why Gamora and her companions had chosen to keep a low profile on this trip. It's worth mentioning that while General Corvus went off to gather intelligence alone, Proxima Midnight stayed behind. One of the two had to remain to protect Gamora, and to keep an eye on that scoundrel Star-Lord. Of course, Count Dracula saw right through General Corvus's little ploy, but he didn't pay it any mind. Here in the underworld, especially in Barrentown, even someone of Corvus's rank, a mere level 5, would be wise to think twice before causing trouble. Even those on par with Dracula himself, near godlike beings, would have to prepare for a fight if they dared make a move here. Besides, as soon as General Corvus slipped away, Dracula had already sent someone to tail him. Not only that, but their spaceship had been quietly seized by folks from the Virgo Palace. In other words, they were already trapped with no way out. If Raymond hadn't insisted on meeting Star-Lord in person, Dracula would have dealt with them by force already. But for now, he was content to play along for a while. There's a bar over there that's quite good. Anyone interested in checking it out? As soon as General Corvus was gone, Count Dracula asked with a smile. A bar? Star-Lord looked troubled. What kind of currency do they use here? We didn't have time to exchange any money before we left. Don't worry, it's on me, Count Dracula said with a smile. Oh, I couldn't possibly let you pay. Star-Lord's eyes lit up at the offer. Come on, let's go. Count Dracula slung an arm casually over Star-Lord's shoulder, guiding him in the direction he had pointed out earlier. Gamora and Proxima Midnight exchanged a glance, then decided to follow. When the four of them arrived at the entrance of the bar, the security guards immediately stopped them. Take off your hats. No masks allowed inside. It was clear the guard was speaking to Gamora and Proxima Midnight, as both were cloaked in black robes from head to toe. Neither of them moved an inch, making it obvious they had no intention of complying. On their way here, they'd seen a few people who looked rather peculiar, but simply assumed that Earthlings were all a little odd-looking. Only Star-Lord found it strange, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Still, if they really revealed their faces, anyone could tell they were far from human, especially Proxima Midnight. Taking off their hats was simply out of the question. Just as the standoff was growing tense, a furious voice rang out. Are you blind? Who do you think you're stopping? That's Lord Dracula. Are your eyes just for decoration, you idiots? A middle-aged man, clearly someone in charge, rushed out from inside and berated the guards at the door. Then, wearing a broad, ingratiating smile, he turned to Count Dracula. My sincerest apologies, sir. These are all new hires. I didn't recognize you. It's quite all right. Don't blame them, Count Dracula replied with a gentle smile. Just find us a good table, that's all I ask. Of course, right this way. The manager bustled ahead, leading the four of them inside. Before going in, he shot a warning look back at the two guards. I'll deal with you later. The guards could only tremble in fear, not daring to argue. After all, the manager had addressed that enigmatic young man as Lord Dracula, a name they knew all too well. Even among superpowered folk like themselves, everyone understood what that name meant. The manager might have scolded them harshly, but in truth, he was saving their hides. As he led the group inside, the manager kept up a stream of apologetic chatter. Please don't take it to heart, sir. I'll be sure to discipline those two properly, I promise. Enough. Dracula cut him off, his tone mild but firm. Don't try your little tricks on me. If I say I'm not angry, then I'm not. Keep pushing it, though, and that might change. The middle-aged steward looked a bit embarrassed and hurriedly dropped the subject. But soon, something else occurred to him, and he asked, the boss happens to be here today. Would you like me to have him come and greet you, sir? Oh, that fellow's around? It doesn't matter. Do as you please, Count Dracula replied with a casual wave of his hand, clearly indifferent. Yes, I understand, the steward replied. And as he spoke, he led the four of them to a booth and introduced it. This is an excellent spot. You'll have a perfect view of tonight's performances. It's our supreme seat of honor. That's enough. You're not needed here anymore. Go take care of your other business, and just bring out some of your house specialties. Count Dracula interrupted him once more, cutting off his eager explanation. Yes, sir. This time, the steward finally kept his mouth shut and retreated in haste. No sooner had they sat down than Star-Lord asked with curiosity, Hey, old buddy, looks like you've got quite a bit of clout around here. Count Dracula chuckled. It's nothing much. I'm just a little older, so I know a few more people, that's all. Star-Lord looked puzzled. A little older? You don't look much older than me, honestly. Count Dracula laughed heartily. If we're talking age, I could easily be your ancestor, Star-Lord, my young friend. Star-Lord was left completely baffled. He felt like he was being teased, but deep down, he sensed there might be something more to it. Before he could respond, Count Dracula turned his gaze toward Gamora and Proxima Midnight, who were seated across from him, and said, May, I asked what brings you all to Earth this time. If it's not too much trouble, perhaps you could share a bit, so I can play the proper host. The moment Count Dracula said this, the entire table fell silent. Even Star-Lord, who was about to speak again, suddenly seemed to choke on his words, his face a picture of shock. He simply hadn't expected this Dracula fellow to call out, right away, that they were from beyond Earth. How could that be possible? Had Earthlings become so remarkable now that they could instantly tell who was from another planet? Gamora instinctively looked at Star-Lord. Star-Lord quickly waved his hands. Don't look at me. We've been together the whole time. I didn't say a word. Count Dracula smiled. It's got nothing to do with our young friend Star-Lord. From the moment you landed, it was hardly a secret. Otherwise, why do you think you ran into me outside the town? Who are you? Gamora asked in a low, guarded voice. But of course, I'm an Earthling. Isn't that obvious? Count Dracula replied with a wry smile. Besides, I was the one who asked first. Shouldn't you answer my question before anything else? I'd advise you not to meddle in things that don't concern you, or else. Proxima Midnight interjected from the side, her tone unmistakably threatening. What if I don't? Before Count Dracula could reply, a gruff voice cut in from the side, laced with a hint of mockery. Only then did the group notice a burly, imposing human man not far away, his arms thicker than most people's legs. King, you're just in time. Care to join us for a drink? Count Dracula smiled and offered the invitation. After all, the newcomer was none other than the owner of this bar. But, of course, he was more than that. He was also the notorious Black King of the Hellfire Club, Professor X's brother, and now a fully fledged level 5 mutant, the Juggernaut. Ever since Professor R officially brought every mutant on Earth under his command, including Apocalypse, and founded the organization Haven of Mutants, all the old rivalries between mutants had faded away. At most, there were only some lingering personal grudges left from the past. Juggernaut, weary of the endless chaos on Earth, had chosen to settle in the other world and start a chain of bars. Naturally, these establishments were more than just watering holes. They doubled as hubs for trading, information, organizing gladiatorial fights, and more. By now, Juggernaut was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the other world. Setting aside shadowy powerhouses like Count Dracula, he'd easily rank among the top 10. This particular bar in Counttown was just one of many under his name. As luck would have it, he was here today, and upon hearing of Count Dracula's arrival, he naturally came over to exchange greetings. Although he didn't recognize Proxima Midnight, hearing her insolence was reason enough for him to step in and put her in her place. I just came to take a look. I'll skip the drink, Juggernaut said, flashing Count Dracula a wry smile before turning to Proxima Midnight. Here's a word of advice. Next time, mind your tongue. If you cross someone you can't handle, you're only setting yourself up for trouble. Proxima Midnight let out a cold, incredulous laugh. Someone I can't handle? Who you? You never know, Juggernaut replied with a calm, almost amused smile. Courting death, Proxima Midnight, seated by the aisle, finally lost her patience. In a flash, she lashed out, her hand shooting straight for Juggernaut's chest, aiming to rip out his heart in a single, deadly blow. In her mind, this attack was unstoppable. His heart would be in her grasp, and he'd fall dead on the spot. A thunderous crash shook the air. The shockwave from the impact sent tables and chairs tumbling in all directions, as if a hurricane had swept through the bar. To Proxima Midnight's astonishment, her hand hadn't passed through his chest at all. Instead, it felt as if she'd struck an indestructible alloy, her own hand nearly injured in the attempt. There was no doubt. Not only had she failed to rip out Juggernaut's heart, but from the outside, it looked as if she'd simply placed her palm on his chest. Miss, this sort of thing could be considered harassment. Juggernaut glanced down at the hand on his chest, his tone teasing as the shockwave rolled through the air, the hoods that had been covering Gamora and Proxima Midnight's faces were knocked away, revealing their true identities. It was only at that moment that they realized, despite having shown their faces and even started a fight, everyone else in the bar, be it the staff or the other patrons, remained calm and collected. Some even signaled the bartender for another drink, as if settling in to watch the spectacle unfold. This left the two women, who had previously learned about Earth from Star-Lord, feeling a bit perplexed. Why did this seem so different from what Star-Lord had told them? In fact, it wasn't just those two. Even Star-Lord himself was baffled, beginning to wonder if this was really Earth at all. Meanwhile, Juggernaut spoke up again. Hey, you're actually pretty good-looking, sweetheart. Care to get acquainted? Good-looking? Star-Lord shot Juggernaut a look of utter disbelief, his expression practically saying, "Are you kidding me?" Even Count Dracula's face took on a peculiar look. Yet Juggernaut seemed perfectly sincere, not joking or being sarcastic in the slightest. He genuinely thought Proxima Midnight was attractive. But Proxima Midnight didn't think too much about it. She only felt insulted by this human before her, and her anger flared instantly. "You're courting death." No longer restraining her strength, Proxima Midnight lashed out with a whip-like kick aimed straight at Juggernaut's waist. With her power, a blow like that could reduce a medium-sized starship to scrap in an instant. Gamora, standing nearby, wanted to intervene but was a moment too late. She could only watch helplessly as Proxima Midnight went in for the kill. Thud! A deep, heavy sound echoed through the bar. The expected image of Juggernaut being blown apart didn't materialize. Instead, he caught Proxima Midnight's leg squarely with one hand, stopping her attack mid-swing. Still, it looked like Juggernaut was having to exert some effort, his brow furrowing slightly. With a guttural shout, his whole body suddenly expanded, shifting into his combat form. He became shrouded in a crimson aura, looking more like an alien than Proxima Midnight herself. "Don't push your luck, woman." Juggernaut growled, grinning wickedly. In one swift motion, he hoisted Proxima Midnight by the leg he'd caught and slammed her hard into the ground behind him. Boom! The entire bar shook violently from the impact. Strangely, however, the bar didn't collapse. Given the combined power of Juggernaut and Proxima Midnight, any serious fight between them should have been enough to level a city with the aftershocks alone. Yet inside the bar, only the tables and chairs were affected, sent toppling and scattering by the force. But that was the extent of the damage. This was the peculiarity of the underworld. While it didn't suppress anyone's strength, it reinforced every object and building within its bounds, just like this bar. It could probably withstand a full-on battle between two beings of godlike power without collapsing. So, of course, it remained unscathed now. Damn it, Proxima Midnight, slammed to the ground, was both shocked and furious. Not exciting enough for you yet. Before she could finish her sentence, Red Tank seized her by the throat and landed another heavy punch. This time, the blow left Proxima Midnight reeling, her mind spinning, and a thin line of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Ready to give in? Red Tank grinned menacingly as he questioned her. "Never," she spat. With a resounding thud, yet another punch crashed down, smashing Proxima Midnight's head into the floor and creating a small crater beneath her. "Had enough yet?" Red Tank pressed on. "You're dead. You're dead, do you hear me?" Proxima Midnight was nearly driven mad with humiliation. She had never suffered such disgrace before. But what perplexed her most was how a planet supposedly belonging to a lower civilization, protected only by the lucky presence of a Sorcerer Supreme, could produce such a formidable opponent without warning. From their brief exchange, she could already tell that Red Tank was on her level, and, judging by his fighting style, was much like Black Dwarf, one of the Black Order's own, an elite warrior with overwhelming strength and defense. Just as she was no match for Black Dwarf in close combat, with Red Tank seizing the initiative now, she could do nothing but endure his relentless assault. So, though her anger burned, she was utterly powerless. All she could do was hope her partner would hear the commotion and hurry back. If they joined forces, perhaps together they could take Red Tank down. Meanwhile, Gamora watched the scene unfold and instinctively moved to step in. She might not have liked the Black Order, and her relationship with Proxima Midnight was less than friendly, but they were, after all, on the same side. She couldn't just stand by and watch Proxima Midnight get mercilessly beaten. Just then, the young Count Dracula sitting opposite her let out a soft, chilling laugh. "Miss, if I were you, I wouldn't act rashly. To be honest, if it weren't for Star-Lord here, I would have crushed you little ones long ago." Gamora's heart skipped a beat at his words. As Dracula spoke, she felt a murderous aura lock onto her. Thick, suffocating, and utterly lethal. She had only ever felt such a presence from Thanos himself. In other words, this strange, sinister young man who called himself Count Dracula was very likely of being on par with her adoptive father. They were playing games in front of someone like that? Realization dawned, and dread washed over Gamora. Star-Lord, though still a bit confused about the situation, could tell he was probably safe now. Amid his relief, he could hardly believe it. Was Earth really this insane these days? The Black Order holds a fearsome reputation in the main universe. Not merely because they serve under Thanos, but more so because each of them is a top-tier powerhouse in their own right. Any two members of the Black Order, leading an army under Thanos, could easily wipe out a small to medium-sized civilization. And should all five arrive together, even some mid-level civilizations might not survive their onslaught. As for Thanos himself, he is a cosmic overlord, a being who can stand toe-to-toe with the three greatest civilizations of the main universe. In Star-Lord's eyes, Earth, strictly speaking, doesn't even qualify as a small civilization. Even the weakest civilizations can at least leave their home planet, while humans on Earth can barely dream of making it beyond their solar system. Because of this, he was feeling a bit pessimistic about their chances. Never did he expect that, upon landing, Proxima Midnight would be pinned to the ground and thrashed mercilessly by a bar owner who seemed to come out of nowhere, showing not the slightest ability to fight back. And that old fellow Dracula standing nearby, his words were brimming with boundless confidence, though strangely, he didn't seem to be boasting. Still, Star-Lord kindly offered a word of caution. Dracula, maybe you should be a bit more careful? They answered to a cosmic overlord, Thanos. Thanos? You mean the mastermind behind those Chitauri who attacked Earth a few years back? Count Dracula's interest was piqued, and he looked at Star-Lord with great curiosity. Yes, the Chitauri are his lackeys. Star-Lord nodded repeatedly, but then he suddenly realized something. Wait, what? The Chitauri actually attacked Earth? Then why is Earth? He didn't finish his question, but Count Dracula already understood what he wanted to ask. With a smile, he replied, You must not have been on Earth then? You really missed quite the spectacle. With that, Count Dracula casually drained the crimson liquid from his goblet in one swift motion before continuing. It's a shame I didn't get a chance to intervene last time. Those minions were driven off before I could make a move. Otherwise, I would have liked to test my strength against this Thanos. Star-Lord was left utterly baffled. Had he heard that right? He had emphasized that Thanos was a galactic overlord, yet Count Dracula acted as if it hardly mattered to him. You're not his match, Gamora interjected, shaking her head. Dracula chuckled lightly. You seem awfully confident in this Thanos fellow, young lady. She's not wrong about that one. You're indeed no match for Thanos, a sudden voice interrupted. The abruptness of this new voice startled both Star-Lord and Gamora. It was only then, as the words hung in the air, that they realized someone had appeared in the very spot where Proxima Midnight had been sitting. An Asian man with mixed-race features, dressed in a white suit, had a strikingly unconventional beauty nestled at his side, a woman whose allure bordered on the otherworldly. Oh, you got here pretty fast, Count Dracula remarked, showing little surprise at the new arrival, for it was none other than Raymond. In a hurry, you know. I had John give me a lift along the way, Raymond replied with a carefree smile. Jacques, as the true architect of the underworld, wielded near-divine control over it. For him, teleportation was a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. As Raymond explained things to Count Dracula, the Count's gaze wandered about the place, eventually landing on a crew-cut man in a beige trench coat, smoking at the bar. There was no need to ask. This man could only be Jacques himself. When Count Dracula glanced his way, Jacques gave a little wave in greeting. The Count nodded in return before directing his attention back to Raymond. Boss, you're really not cutting me any slack. Don't tell me this Thanos fellow is on the same level as the Ancient One? Another cosmic powerhouse. Not quite. He's on the same tier as you, Raymond replied with a shake of his head. But in terms of strength, he's at the very top just under the cosmic level. Stronger than Captain Marvel, for sure. He's probably right up there with Frisia. At the mention of Frisia, Count Dracula's face fell, turning sour with a wry smile. Well, in that case, I really don't stand a chance. It wasn't that he underestimated himself, but rather that he still had bitter memories of Frisia, memories that refused to fade. Years ago, Raymond had sent Frisia to drag him from his lair to the Shield Society. Back then, he'd feared nothing and no one, until Frisia beat him within an inch of his life. That lesson remained painfully clear in his mind. If Thanos truly matched Frisia in power, then he knew he'd be no match. At best, he might be able to keep himself alive in front of such an opponent. Do you know that man? Gamora suddenly asked. Never met him, exactly, but we've crossed paths, in a manner of speaking. Raymond's smile turned a little mysterious. If I'm not mistaken, you all must have had quite a bit of trouble from Dormammu not too long ago, right? So it was you. Gamora's eyes widened in sudden realization, her face full of shock. A few years back, Dormammu's Star followers had suddenly launched a suicidal attack on Thanos' territory, completely without warning. Gamora had been at Thanos' stronghold at the time, so she remembered the incident clearly. She still recalled how puzzled Thanos had been. Why would Dormammu's people pick a fight with him for no reason? Thanos had suspected there was some trickery at play, and even tried to explain to Dormammu that it was all a misunderstanding. But Dormammu was always known for his explosive temper. There was no way he'd listen to Thanos, who wasn't even considered a celestial, ramble on. He had no interest in hearing any explanations, and the two sides clashed instantly. Although Dormammu's influence in the main universe wasn't particularly strong in the end, and he couldn't do much to Thanos, he still caused Thanos a great deal of trouble, seriously hindering his expansion plans. Afterward, Thanos considered investigating the matter, but there was nowhere to start, and Dormammu certainly wouldn't cooperate. So, the whole affair was simply left unresolved. To this day, Thanos' followers and Dormammu's forces are still at odds. Whenever they cross paths, a violent conflict inevitably breaks out. Gamora had never imagined that this incident would have anything to do with Earth, such an unremarkable planet, let alone that the person at the heart of it all would appear before her so directly. "I believe you'll be quite pleased with this little gift of mine, Miss Gamora," Raymond said with a gentlemanly smile. "You know who I am?" Gamora grew even more wary. From the very beginning, Star-Lord had never introduced the three of them to Count Dracula or anyone else, not even mentioning their names. Yet this human man called her by name the moment they met, making it impossible for her not to grow suspicious. "You're Lord Thanos' most cherished daughter. Of course I recognize you," Raymond replied with a light chuckle. Gamora sneered at his words, saying nothing more. Instead, she asked, "Dormammu attacked our territory because of you, and you're asking if I'm satisfied?" "It was his territory, not yours," Raymond said regretfully. "All your loved ones died by his hand. Half your race was wiped out because of him. To endure humiliation under the hands of such a mortal enemy must be suffocating, isn't it?" Gamora's face darkened instantly. Raymond continued, "Especially when you know that no one can touch him. No matter how hard you try, you can't find a way to defeat him. In that situation, don't tell me that, deep down, you didn't feel even the slightest bit of satisfaction when Dormammu's people suddenly started causing trouble for you." "Nonsense," Gamora snapped. Raymond said softly, "I really don't see what you're so worried about. Can't you tell this is your last hope? Miss this chance, and you'll likely never get another shot at vengeance in your lifetime." Gamora was about to argue back, but swallowed her words. Before she could speak, Raymond went on, "Think carefully about whether you want to step out of the darkness and into the light. But before you decide, why not stay and watch a good show with us? There's no harm in deciding after." "A good show?" Gamora was taken aback for a moment. But then, she quickly understood what Raymond meant. Just as Raymond finished speaking, a figure suddenly burst through the bar ceiling, thrusting a trident viciously at the red tank's back. "I've been waiting for you," the red tank roared, whirling around with lightning speed. He hefted the Knight Proxima in his hand like a weapon and smashed it down on his attacker, instantly disrupting the ambush. What Gamora didn't notice was that, at the very moment the ceiling was shattered and the assailant dropped down, Count Dracula, seated across from her, lightly tapped his fingers on the tabletop. Almost simultaneously, the three combatants found themselves isolated from everyone else in the bar. Though the other patrons could still see them, in reality, they had already shifted into the second layer of the underworld. The bar itself was located on the first layer of the underworld. This layer was separated from the earth of the main world, but it was like a realm specially set aside for superpowered beings, a place where they could live freely. However, the second and even third layers of the underworld were designed solely for battle. If a fight grew too intense, the participants would be automatically transported to the second or third layer, or else someone with sufficient authority over the underworld could deliberately isolate them as well. The assailant who had just dropped through the roof was none other than the Black Order's Corvus Glaive, who had gone off alone to gather intelligence. But sensing that the Knight Proxima was in danger, he had raced back without hesitation and launched a surprise attack. He hadn't expected the red tank's reflexes to be even quicker than his own. "Damn you!" Corvus Glaive's fury erupted the moment he realized the weapon used to counterattack him was none other than the Knight Proxima. If rage could be wielded as a weapon, he would have torn the red tank to pieces 1,000 times over. "And who's this?" the red tank asked, eyeing the Knight Proxima in his hand with a swaggering familiarity. "Don't tell me this is your man. He's a real eyesore. Why don't you come with me instead? Save your breath. If you want to brag, you'd better survive first." Knight Proxima retorted through gritted teeth. At that moment, Knight Proxima suddenly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the red tank's grip and reappearing on the other side, forming a triangle opposite him with Corvus Glaive, each standing to one side. "Tisk, TSK, TSK, so you're ganging up on me now?" the red tank sneered, unfazed. He rolled his neck, which let out several sharp cracks, and he taunted, "To be honest, it's been a long time since I had a real workout. Let's see what you've got." Before he could finish, his eyes were engulfed in a crimson glow, and a surge of dark energy erupted from every inch of his body. This was the sign of him drawing even more power from Old Sai. Though he couldn't maintain it for long, its might was beyond question, After all, it was the supreme force from another multiverse. General Deathblade couldn't care less about anything else. Seeing that Proxima Midnight had already broken free, he no longer hesitated and launched his attack without delay. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood, only to reappear behind the red juggernaut, as if he had teleported. Though his speed was astonishing, the instant he stopped moving and prepared to strike, a fist suddenly appeared before his eyes. With a terrifying explosion, General Deathblade's head was smashed to dust, obliterated in a single blow. A sharp gasp escaped Star-Lord, who was spectating from a bar on the first level of the inner world. A chill ran down his spine. What did he just witness? General Deathblade was taken out with a single blow to the head. This was one of the Black Order, an infamous demon who had followed Thanos in annihilating countless civilizations, a name that struck terror wherever it was heard. And yet, he was dispatched so simply, so quickly. Star-Lord almost thought he was hallucinating. What he failed to notice was that, aside from himself, neither Raymond, Count Dracula, nor even Gamora reacted with any particular shock. They simply continued to watch the battle in silence. After crushing General Deathblade's skull, the red juggernaut turned to Proxima Midnight and said, "See? Someone this ugly and weak isn't worthy of you at all. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider me?" Proxima Midnight said nothing, her face twisted in mockery. The red juggernaut didn't speak further, merely holding her gaze. After 10 seconds, the sneer on Proxima Midnight's face began to look a bit forced. After 30 seconds, she could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes flickering with confusion and doubt as she looked at the red juggernaut. After a full minute, her uncertainty had turned to fear. She pointed at the red juggernaut, stammering, Are you waiting for his head to grow back, or hoping he'll resurrect and try to ambush me again?" The red juggernaut said with a wicked grin. "What did you do to him?" Proxima Midnight demanded. "Oh, nothing much," the red juggernaut replied, nonchalantly, shrugging. "I just sensed a strange, dark power inside his weapon. So when I smashed his head, I absorbed that energy too. I doubt he'll be coming back." Proxima Midnight's face instantly turned deathly pale. No one understood General Deathblade better than she did. Not even Thanos himself. She knew very well that, while General Deathblade was formidable in his own right, his true trump card was his ability to revive endlessly, all thanks to the dark power within his weapon. As long as his weapon remained intact, even if his body was reduced to ashes, he could return again and again. That was why, although General Deathblade ranked at the bottom among the Black Order, he was apart from Ebony Maw, the one everyone feared the most. No one wants to fight an opponent who simply cannot be killed. Even if you win, it's utterly meaningless. Yet, who could have imagined that with just a single round, the red tank before their eyes had utterly annihilated him? Yes, utterly annihilated. Without that sinister, godly power, General Deathblade would likely never return to the world of the living. What she couldn't understand was this. Even their boss, Thanos, couldn't sense that sinister power. So how did the red tank manage to detect it? At this moment, Gamora, watching from the sidelines, was equally stunned and bewildered. Of course, she didn't know General Deathblade as well as Proxima Midnight did, and naturally, had no idea about the reason for his ability to resurrect. But, judging from Proxima Midnight's reaction, it was clear the red tank spoke the truth in general. Deathblade had indeed met his downfall. One of the famed Black Order, feared across the main universe, had fallen here on Earth without the slightest value or dignity. That aura, it feels strangely familiar. Count Dracula, meanwhile, wore a contemplative expression. Raymond turned his gaze toward him. "Boss, you must know the origin of the vampire race, right?" Count Dracula suddenly changed the topic. "The Darkhold." "Exactly, the Darkhold." Count Dracula nodded. "When the first generation passed the bloodline on to me, he warned me to always be wary of the source behind the Darkhold. So many years have passed in a blink, I nearly forgot that warning." "You mean the sinister power General Deathblade possessed and the Darkhold share the same origin?" Raymond mused aloud. "Almost certainly." Count Dracula nodded again. "Then I think I've figured out what's going on." Raymond's face showed sudden understanding. You know, Dracula's curiosity was instantly piqued. The creator of the Darkhold was one of the Elder Gods, a being whose existence surpasses even the Skyfathers. Both your vampire lineage and the Order of the Sorcerer Supreme are tied to him in some way, Raymond explained, recalling what he knew. "The Elder Gods?" Dracula stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I think I've heard tales about them. Which one are you referring to, boss?" "The God of the Dark, Thon," Raymond replied slowly. "So it was him." Dracula's brow furrowed slightly. "In legend, this dark god is said to be the very source of black magic. Even Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness, has drawn upon his power." "Exactly. Any power related to darkness, more or less, is connected to him. Your vampire race, the black magic practiced by Kalu, even the Ancient One has borrowed his strength before, Raymond said with a nod. No wonder. Count Dracula suddenly understood why the first ancestor had warned him to beware the creator of the Darkhold, getting entangled with a being that ranks above the so-called All-Father, a true elder god, especially when he is the source of all dark magic, is hardly a cause for celebration. Just look at Dormammu for proof. In the dark dimension ruled by Dormammu, countless subordinate beings dwell. Among them are even some near All-Father level powerhouses. Only a portion of these creatures were assimilated when Dormammu invaded and devoured other worlds. A significant number were once followers of Dormammu or had borrowed his power. Whether they came willingly or not, they all ultimately became part of the dark dimension, and thus a part of Dormammu himself, in the most brutal way imaginable. Master Caecilius, once a disciple of the Ancient One, followed precisely such a path. Of course, Thon is not as undiscriminating as Dormammu. Perhaps he has his own reservations and wouldn't stoop to such things lightly. Yet, given his status and power as an elder god, if he ever harbored the same intentions, he would be at least 10 times more dangerous than Dormammu. That very thought made Count Dracula's expression darken. Although his strength among the All-Fathers wasn't the most outstanding, he couldn't compete with Captain Marvel or Master Kalu. When it came to survival, he prided himself on being every bit Kalu's equal. Last time, when Frisia came after him, it may have looked effortless, and the beating he took was indeed severe, but if he'd really tried to escape, Frisia would never have been able to stop him. Even if Frisia had killed him on the spot, Dracula had several means to resurrect himself. In truth, even in the face of an All-Father, he felt wariness, but never outright fear. Just as Master Kalu could survive even with the Ancient One hunting him down, Dracula too had his own methods for staying alive. So, if the Darkhold only involved an All-Father, even one at Dormammu's peak, he would have felt no fear. But Thon was a different matter altogether. If that elder god ever became capricious and decided to reap his soul, Dracula had to admit he wasn't confident he could escape. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve against an elder god that had existed since the dawn of the cosmos, he was just a joke. To make matters worse, Thon was the very origin of black magic. The vast majority of techniques used by both him and Master Kalu could be traced back to Thon. In such circumstances, trying to play clever games before Thon was pure folly. There's no need to worry too much, Raymond offered in consolation. At his level, if he ever decides to make trouble for you, worrying won't help anyway. Count Dracula managed a bitter smile. That doesn't sound much like comfort, boss. Raymond shrugged. I never meant to comfort you. Dracula was left speechless for a moment, only to change the topic. Since that bony wretch keeps reviving himself with Thon's power, why is it that Cain can restrain him? Cain and he are essentially the same kind of person. They both rely on the power of an evil god to evolve. The only difference is that the evil god, Cain, draws strength from is far more terrifying than Sidorak. Raymond said with a soft chuckle. Even scarier than Sidorak, the god of the dark dimension? That's impossible. Count Dracula was genuinely startled this time. He had grown fairly familiar with the Juggernaut by now, and had always assumed that Juggernaut was just another mutant. Otherwise, how could he have become the leader of the Hellfire Club? It wasn't until Raymond revealed the truth that he realized Juggernaut was actually a servant of an evil god. In fact, these so-called evil god servants who gain power from dark deities aren't all that uncommon. Earth has plenty of them. Most members of the Hell's Angels, an organization Raymond once joined, were just like that. Don't forget, the Lords of Hell themselves are also evil gods. Take that unlucky fellow Caecilius, for example. He ultimately became a servant of Dormammu, another evil god. But of course, not all evil gods are created equal. To even be called an evil god and grant power to others, the lowest threshold is the subcelestial level, and only the very best among them at that. Not just any subcelestial will do. The most common ones are those at the celestial level. Lucifer, Mephisto, Marduk, and Dormammu are all such beings. As for ancient gods like Sidorak, though sometimes also called evil gods, not just any random person can make use of their power. Ordinary superhumans simply couldn't withstand it. In Count Dracula's view, Sidorak was already the most troublesome evil god in the multiverse. Even the other ancient gods of darkness were, at best, on the same level as Sidorak. He never imagined that the evil god-backing Juggernaut could be even more frightening. Why would I lie to you about something like this? Raymond shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Count Dracula shuddered, and the look he gave Juggernaut changed, tinged now with a hint of wariness. Although Juggernaut, even after reaching level 5, still wasn't as strong as he was, The thought that Juggernaut was entangled with some unknown, horrifying evil god made Dracula secretly swear never to provoke him. After all, even an ordinary servant of an evil god, when pushed to the brink, could sacrifice themselves to drag others into death with them. And sometimes, they could even take down those far more powerful than themselves. Let alone Juggernaut, who was already a level 5 powerhouse and had a god behind him even more terrifying than Sidorak. While Raymond and Count Dracula carried on their conversation as if no one else were around, Star-Lord and Harley seemed unfazed. The former was completely lost, clueless about what was going on, while the latter simply didn't care about anyone except Raymond. As for Sidorak, Dormammu, and the rest, well, they could just go cool their heels somewhere far away. Only Gamora felt an enormous storm raging inside her. Unlike Star-Lord, who was raised by space pirates, she had grown up as Thanos' adopted daughter and knew many things that ordinary people could never imagine. She understood what a servant of an evil god was, and she knew exactly how terrifying the Dark Lord Dormammu truly was. But from what the two in front of her were saying, it seemed that Corvus Glaive himself was also a servant of some evil deity, and the god who empowered him was even more terrifying, of a higher order, than Dormammu himself. What's more, this strange young man calling himself Count Dracula also appeared to be connected to that evil god named Thon. As for another unspeakably dreadful deity, even more fearsome than Thon and somehow linked to the Juggernaut, it all sounded so fantastical to her, like something out of a fairy tale. Is this really Earth? Gamora couldn't shake the absurd feeling that she had ended up in the wrong place entirely. She had followed Thanos to some of the most magnificent corners of the main universe, even visiting the realms of the 3 great civilizations. Yet nowhere had ever shaken her to the core like this. Her previous understanding of Earth was that it was a backward civilization, protected only by a single celestial-level being. Earth wasn't to be underestimated, primarily, because of the Sorcerer Supreme. But as for Earthlings themselves, she'd always dismissed them as mere natives. Yet now, she found herself feeling like the outsider. While Gamora's thoughts whirled, Juggernaut strode over, dragging the completely subdued Proxima Midnight behind him. Raymond? What brings a busy man like you here? Are you interested in these aliens? Juggernaut called out upon noticing Raymond. The two went way back. Juggernaut himself had recruited Raymond into the Hellfire Club. Even though Raymond had now become the formidable leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the uncrowned king of Earth, Juggernaut still treated him as an old friend. Raymond wouldn't have it any other way. That's right, I have a few things to discuss with him, Raymond replied with a smile. Would you like us to give you some privacy? Count Dracula asked. No need, it's nothing too secret, Raymond replied, waving his hand and smiling. Now then, Miss Gamora, I believe you've realized by now that Earth isn't quite what you expected. If you want to avenge your family, this is your only chance. Gamora hesitated for a moment, her face showing her inner conflict, but soon she steeled herself and bowed her head to Raymond. If you can help me kill that man, I am willing to follow any command you give me. Gamora, how dare you betray Lord Thanos? Proxima Midnight suddenly shouted, her voice brimming with fury. Behave yourself. Juggernaut scowled and gave Proxima Midnight a hard slap on the rear, making her flush with anger and humiliation. For the moment, however, she fell silent. Killing him won't be so easy. Raymond shook his head and said, he, too, carries a great secret, one that allows him to be unafraid of death. In fact, it is nearly impossible for anyone to kill him. Immortal, you say? Count Dracula interjected at these words. If we're talking about immortality, I possess it as well. But aren't there quite a few ways to deal with someone who can't die? He's not truly immortal, Raymond replied, shaking his head again. This was something he found difficult to explain to Count Dracula and the others, for it touched upon the supreme powers of the multiverse. If he let slip even a careless word, he couldn't be sure that the world behind the veil would escape the notice of that being who presides over death across the multiverse, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Unwilling to dwell on the topic, Raymond changed the subject with a light laugh. Still, just because he can't be killed doesn't mean he can't be sealed away. If we could imprison him for all eternity, that would be a fate far crueler than death. Gamora, who had seemed rather disheartened, perked up at these words, hope rekindling in her eyes. While Raymond and Gamora conversed, far away in a dreamlike realm deep within the multiverse, a world filled with shimmering bubbles. In every color, a middle-aged man with silver hair, clad in a flowing red robe, sat atop one of the radiant bubbles, deep in thought. Who dares devour my power? He murmured, his brow furrowing in suspicion as he sensed that this was no ordinary matter. There was no need to ask. This silver-haired man was none other than Thon, the ancient god of death from the dawn of the universe. Though the power he left scattered throughout the cosmos was beyond measure, the sliver that had vanished was but a drop in the ocean to him. Yet, from his lofty perspective, his might was not something any mere creature could simply consume. Even among the ranks of the Allfathers, few had the ability to accomplish such a feat, and those few certainly knew who he was and would not risk provoking him over something so trivial. The price would simply not be worth it. Let me see who has shown such disrespect. Thawne lifted his hand and swept it forward, conjuring a curtain of black light. In moments, the darkness began to glow, revealing a distant view of a solar system spread out before him. The place of origin. Thawne recognized the solar system at once, for strictly speaking, it was his true homeland, the place of his birth. Many believe that Earth is special simply because it is one of the rare key nodes in the multiverse, but only a handful of truly ancient beings know that the planet's secrets run far deeper than that. In the infancy of the universe, this region was known as the place of origin. Several ancient gods of his own pantheon, himself included, were born here, making it a realm intimately familiar to him. Of course, it had long since changed beyond recognition. Given his current level of existence, it was only natural that he could recognize the solar system as the evolved land of origin. How strange. Wasn't the land of origin supposed to have already fallen? Yet someone here can actually devour my power. Sisoen was somewhat surprised. Still, his hand did not pause. He made a grasping motion in the air, as if seizing something from afar. In an instant, the images swirling across the dark screen zoomed rapidly toward the heart of the solar system, and soon, they were about to lock onto Earth. Just then, the black screen before him suddenly dimmed. At that very moment, an old man with a goat beard, riding a broomstick and wreathed in a halo of white light, appeared within the darkness. Well now, isn't that the god of the underworld, Sisoen? The old man seemed able to peer through the dark screen, looking straight back at Sisoen, and recognized him at a glance. It's you. At the sight of the goat-bearded elder, Sisoen couldn't help but knit his brow again, for he too recognized the man before him. Once the supreme sorcerer, the Archmage Merlin, widely acknowledged as the mightiest of all supreme sorcerers. He was not the first to hold the title, but he alone had shattered the barriers of the Father of the Heavens and stepped into an even higher realm. Now, Merlin's status and power were the equal of Sisoen and the other ancient gods, a peer among peers. Thus, even if Merlin's age was but a fraction of Sisoen's, he was deserving of full respect. Merlin, as I recall, there's no old grudge between us. So why stand in my way? Sisoen's tone was level, neither aggressive nor pressing. Merlin replied, the land of origin today is not what it once was. It can no longer withstand the storms you great beings might unleash. Let go, Lord of the Underworld. Sisoen answered, I'm hardly so idle. This investigation began because someone devoured my power, and whoever did it is right here. I just want to see who dares to show me such disrespect. Is that so? Merlin nodded thoughtfully. If that's all, let me look into it for you. Should I find the culprit, I'll let you know. Oh, Sisoen's patience was clearly thinning. Merlin's words, after all, were just another attempt to have him back down and stay away from the land of origin, as if he could be so easily persuaded. And what if I insist on searching myself? Sisoen's voice was cold as frost. Please, Lord of the Underworld, don't frighten me. I'm terribly timid, and if you scare me, who knows what I might do? Merlin, perched on his broomstick, put on a tone of mock fear, as if he truly trembled. Are you threatening me, Merlin? Sisoen's words turned even icier, a hint of murderous intent threading through. Who would dare? I'm no match for you, Lord of the Underworld. Merlin simply spread his hands, then pressed on. So, is Lord of the Underworld truly unwilling to give me this courtesy and leave things here? So what if I don't give it to you? If you don't, then you don't. I was just confirming to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Merlin chuckled softly. Hearing Merlin say this, Sisoen couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, though for the moment, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Well then, I'll take my leave. Lord of the Underworld, do take care of yourself. Suddenly, Merlin raised his staff and gave it a wave in Sisoen's direction. At the same time, a strange smile crept over Merlin's face, and the black curtain of light before Sisoen vanished in an instant. Catching that expression on Merlin's face just before the darkness faded, Sisoen grew even more convinced that something was definitely wrong here. Merlin, after all, was a rising star who had shattered the barrier of the father level through his own efforts. Even if he wasn't as strong as Sisoen, he was hardly the timid or faint-hearted type. Why would he retreat so readily after just a few exchanges? Sisoen had been fully prepared for a fierce battle. Yet Merlin had come and gone even faster than expected. Wait a minute. Didn't Merlin just tell him to take care? Not good. A sudden realization struck Sison, and his expression changed dramatically. He shot to his feet, paying no mind to the bubble beneath him that had already been a third overtaken by his own dark erosion, and vanished on the spot, his movements betraying a rare urgency. Only a few heartbeats after his departure, a rift appeared not far away, and from it stepped a humanoid figure shrouded entirely in primordial chaos. In a blink, the figure arrived atop the very bubble where Sison had just been. The chaotic figure crouched down, placing one hand on the bubble, now a third consumed by darkness, and muttered to himself, "This is definitely Sison's aura. Looks like he just left. Was he trying to avoid me?" He could sense that the dimensional world beneath his feet had already been nearly half corrupted by Sison's power. Indeed, this once dazzling, rainbow-hued bubble was in fact a complete, self-contained dimension. And not just this one. Every bubble in this dreamlike realm was its own unique world. It might have looked as though Sison was only sitting idly atop this vibrant bubble. But in truth, most of his focus had been devoted to eroding it from within. Had anyone entered that dimension just now, they would have witnessed an apocalypse unfolding. Boundless darkness engulfing the world, countless living beings corrupted by shadowy energy, transformed into monstrous harbingers of the end. Due to the difference in the flow of time, it was entirely possible that this world had already suffered decades, or even centuries, of cataclysm, and there was little hope of ever turning the tide. And no matter how moving or stirring the stories of the beings within, no matter how many brave souls rise up one after another to battle against doomsday, fate cannot be changed. For what is eating away at this world is a presence far beyond their wildest imagination, making any hope of turning the tide utterly impossible. The continual devouring of world after world. This is the path Zysorn follows. Dormammu also treads this road, but compared to Zysorn, his pace is far too slow, and he lacks the same level of power. In fact, if Zysorn hadn't suddenly sensed his own strength being absorbed and thus discovered the solar system, leading to that fateful conversation with Merlin, he would have succeeded in his corruption in no time at all. Instead, he was forced into a hasty retreat. "Do you really think you can escape?" The chaotic humanoid figure let out a mocking chuckle, making no move to give immediate chase, for there was still something else he needed to do first. At his feet, the bubble beneath him rapidly shrank under his hand, dwindling down, smaller and smaller, until it was no larger than a golf ball. In the next instant, he casually tossed the shrunken bubble into his mouth, making a show of chewing thoughtfully. "Ah, this flavor is always the most delicious." "Burp, why run away, my dear uncle?" The chaotic figure let out a satisfied belch after swallowing the bubble, then stretched lazily. Only then did a rift reappear before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through it and vanished. While Zysorn and the chaotic figure fled and pursued each other across the void, in another world just as dreamlike, Merlin, the little old man with the goat's beard riding a broomstick, curved his lips in a sly smile and muttered to himself, "You can't really blame me for this. I did warn you already. My nerves are fragile. Don't frighten me. Why wouldn't you listen?" As Merlin whispered, a voice thundered across the length and breadth of this fantastical world. "Merlin, you really are a sly old fox. You knew all along that Zysorn was hiding from his monstrous nephew, and you went and gave away his location. Had there been a third person present, they would have seen that the source of this booming voice was a colossal sphere of white light, so immense that it seemed to float in this world like a second sun, its boundaries lost beyond sight. Earlier, Merlin had seemed bathed in a halo of white. It was this extraordinary radiance that enveloped him. If the boyish Lucifer were here, he would have been utterly stunned, for that voice was unmistakable, the one he knew better than any other, the ruler of heaven, long absent, God himself. Very few knew that God was no longer in heaven. Even within heaven's own ranks, hardly anyone was aware of this. And as for those who did, no, none would ever have guessed that God was in the company of Merlin. Heh, you can't blame me for this. After all, he refused to show even the slightest respect. Merlin stroked his goatee, eyes twinkling with amusement. This time, Zysorn has caught the attention of that monstrous nephew of his. I doubt he'll have any spare time to trouble me. If he can even manage to escape, that is. Let's wish him luck, then. The white orb of light flickered gently. Clearly, it agreed with Merlin's assessment. That earlier humanoid figure wreathed in chaos, the one called the God-Eater, had a relationship with Zysorn, the death god, that was anything but simple. The God-Eater's mother, Gaia the Earth Mother, was born alongside Zysorn as one of the second generation of ancient gods. By Gaia's lineage, Zysorn was indeed the God-Eater's uncle. But there was a complication. The God Eater's father was none other than the very first generation of ancient gods, the god of life, who had created both Gaia and Zysorn. Though the way gods begot their progeny was unlike that of ordinary creatures, emerging of unique divine forces, rather than corporeal union. By the reckoning of the god of life's lineage, the God Eater was Zysorn's younger brother. Yet the God Eater himself always regarded the second generation of ancient gods, Zysorn included, as his elders. Still, that didn't stop him from hunting them down. When the god of life and Gaia decided to create the God Eater, their intent was to use his power to purge the corrupted members of the second generation. Thus, from the moment of his birth, the God Eater possessed formidable battle prowess, an innate advantage over those second-generation gods. But even the god of life and Gaia had not foreseen what would come next. During his crusade against the fallen gods, the God Eater found himself intoxicated by the thrill of the hunt. What's more, he discovered he could strengthen himself by devouring the power of those ancient gods. And so he, too, fell to the side of evil. From that moment on, every second-generation ancient god became his prey. Without exception, not even the innocent were spared. Over the years, the surviving second-generation gods, Zysorn among them, scattered and hid throughout the multiverse. More than anything, they were running from their monstrous nephew, the God Eater, who recognized neither blood nor kinship. By now, this was no secret across the cosmos. Merlin and his companions were well aware. Besides, the God Eater took interest only in those ancient gods who were born at the origin of all things. Though from time to time a few innocents were caught in the crossfire, such cases were rare, and so most others saw little reason to meddle in this divine family feud. After all, Zysorn and his kind were no saints themselves, who would mourn their demise. If Zysorn hadn't so thoroughly slighted him this time, Merlin wouldn't have thought up such a ruthless scheme, using another's hand to rid himself of a nuisance. Of course, Merlin himself did not fear Zysorn in the least. Though his age was but a fraction of Zysorn's, if it came to a fight, Merlin would face him without the slightest hesitation. Sithorn is the god of the dead, and he is also the renowned Lord of Time across the multiverse. Who would fear whom? Besides, Sithorn didn't know that God was with Merlin. Had he known, his attitude would certainly have been different. After all, when it comes to seniority, God and Sithorn's father, the god of life, were both born at the very dawn of the universe. They are truly the first beings of this cosmos. God rarely intervenes and seldom shows himself, but no one has ever doubted his power, not even the proud Sithorn. Let's not dwell on this. Come, we have more pressing matters. The immense white sphere of light flashed a few times as it spoke. You're right, Merlin nodded, then waved his staff once more. In the blink of an eye, the world around them began to shift and swirl, as though time itself were flowing in reverse. Soon, they found themselves amidst a vast, starry expanse. Across from them loomed a host of unimaginably colossal monsters, the smallest of which was 10 times larger than the great white sphere itself. As for Merlin, before these behemoths, he seemed no more significant than a speck of dust. A guttural roar split the silence. A monster had spotted them and charged, its earth-shaking bellow echoing across the void. Be on your guard. Merlin, astride his broomstick, readied himself for battle. Worry about yourself, the giant white sphere replied with a soft, amused laugh. What transpired in the depths of the multiverse was beyond the knowledge of anyone. Not even Raymond, let alone Gamora and her companions, could hope to fathom it. At this very moment, after skillfully turning Gamora to his side, Raymond shifted his gaze to his true target, Star-Lord. Should I call you Star-Lord, or Peter? Raymond asked with a genial smile, looking directly at him. Raymond's words left Star-Lord utterly stunned. He stared at Raymond in disbelief. You know who I am? Of course, Raymond shrugged. Not only do I know you, I'm aware of many things about you, including how Yondu snatched you from Earth all those years ago, and the identity of your real father. You? Star-Lord was completely thrown off. Even when captured by Gamora and the others, he had never lost his composure like this. He wasn't all that afraid of dying. A man raised by space pirates had long grown used to living with danger as his constant companion. But Raymond's words struck at the very core of his heart. My father. Who is he? Star-Lord fixed Raymond with an intense gaze. It seems you're mistaken, Raymond replied with a smile. I do know who your father is, but I'm under no obligation to tell you, am I? Still, I'm not entirely without compassion, nor do I wish to make things difficult. For you, here's what I propose. You name your terms, and we'll trade, fair and square. What do you think this information is worth? After speaking, Raymond simply waited with a cheerful smile, saying nothing more. This time, it was Star-Lord who found himself in a difficult spot. He wasn't exactly an honest man by nature. If it had been some stranger claiming to have information about his father, he probably wouldn't. I believed it. And even if he did, there's no way he would have agreed to a straightforward deal. Most likely, he'd have tried every trick in the book to get the information by less than honorable means. But facing Raymond, he genuinely didn't have the nerve to play any tricks. The corpse of the feared Black Order general was still warm. The Proxima Midnight was hanging limply from someone's hand like a dead dog, and even Thanos' own adopted daughter had just switched sides right in front of him, persuaded by Raymond. The rules he'd learned to survive by in the universe were completely upended in this moment, making it nearly impossible for him to try any clever schemes. I'll do 3 favors for you in exchange for that information, Star-Lord finally offered after thinking it over for a long while. And what makes you think there's anything I need your help with? Raymond replied, his tone laced with amusement, a half-smile on his face. Star-Lord was instantly at a loss for words. It hit him only after he'd spoken. He was negotiating with a man who barely seemed to care about Thanos. A man whose power and influence were far beyond anything Star-Lord had ever imagined. Would someone like that really need his help for anything? Still, he didn't give up. After a quick thought, he said, I know I'm not on the same level as you, Lord Raymond. But since you brought up the subject, surely there must be something you want from me. Why don't you name your terms? I do enjoy dealing with smart people, Raymond said with a grin, snapping his fingers. 10 years. Work for me for 10 years. When the 10 years are up, you can stay or go as you wish. How does that sound? 10 years of work for one piece of information? Star-Lord couldn't help but hesitate, finding it hard to accept. Trust me, you won't regret it. Not only can I tell you the secret about your biological father, but I can also grant you power that will far surpass Thanos in a short time. You'll become a true powerhouse. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? Raymond asked with a smile. What? This time, even Gamora and Count Dracula, standing nearby, were taken aback and stared at Raymond in disbelief. Even Proxima Midnight, dangling from the Juggernaut's grip, perked up her ears, eager to hear what was going on. Boss, that's quite a joke, Count Dracula said with a strange look at Raymond. This is no joke, Raymond replied, shaking his head. Hearing this, Count Dracula was even more astonished. He had just finished discussing Thanos' power with Raymond. Not only was Thanos the strongest under the ranks of the Cosmic Fathers, but surpassing him would mean reaching a cosmic god's level. Turning a rookie with virtually no superpowers into being on par with a Cosmic Father in a short time. Was that even possible? It wasn't that Count Dracula doubted Star-Lord's abilities. What Raymond proposed simply defied all common sense. It was unheard of, almost beyond belief. Are you serious? Star-Lord shot Raymond a look that seemed to say, don't try to fool me, just because I'm not that well-read. I have no reason to deceive you, Raymond replied in a calm, even tone. Only under these terms does it make any sense for you to work for me. Otherwise, what value would you have to me? Though his words sounded rather overbearing, Star-Lord found he couldn't muster any resentment, because, as much as it stung, Raymond was speaking the truth. It might be a slap in the face, but the logic was flawless. In that case, I'm willing to accept your terms, Star-Lord agreed, this time with barely any hesitation. He was a man blessed with an almost preternatural sense of intuition, and it was precisely this gift that had allowed him to thrive in the vast reaches of the cosmos. Now, that intuition was telling him this might be the greatest opportunity of his life, one he'd regret missing forever. And especially since Raymond also promised to reveal the truth about his biological father, which was a condition Star-Lord simply couldn't refuse. It's a deal, Raymond said, extending his hand. Star-Lord reached out and clasped it firmly. Boss, you trust him just because he agreed verbally? Count Dracula couldn't help but interject at this point. Hey, isn't it a bit much to talk behind my back right in front of me, Count Dracula? Star-Lord protested, sounding a little aggrieved. Raymond just smiled. I trust his character. Seeing Raymond's confidence, Count Dracula didn't press the matter further. When Raymond made up his mind, he rarely changed it. Star-Lord, for his part, felt a rare sense of being trusted, and his gaze toward Raymond now carried a trace of gratitude. Raymond answered with a faint, reassuring smile. What Count Dracula didn't realize was that Raymond actually understood Star-Lord very well. Despite his laid-back, slick exterior, Star-Lord was someone who, once he gave his word in earnest, would always see things through. Besides, did Raymond really fear Star-Lord going back on his promise? Even if Star-Lord somehow succeeded in outmaneuvering his own father and aimed higher than the gods themselves, he'd still need time to ascend to such heights, and Raymond had no intention of standing still while that happened. If he didn't even have this much confidence, he might as well give up the game entirely.